Text record, just crossed. I found myself dying, with only a short 3 minutes left, so I anxiously shouted to the sky, "System? Your father is here. Why don't you come out quickly to meet me?" There was no response for a while. I guess this was not the system flow. Then I found a broken ring from my body. "Master? Are you, old man, in there?" The ring also did not respond. No golden finger. What's the use of me crossing over? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. So I directly outputted zone culture to the sky. 2 minutes later, ding! Detected that the host swearing is too dirty, so the system can only be passively activated, asking the host not to swear again, and to be a civilized person. Hearing the mechanical system prompt, I was stunned, excitedly clutching my chest, almost having a heart attack and dying on the spot. Dog system, you are not kind, only showing up now. Ding! Please pay attention to your language. This system is very professional. Okay, change your voice first and listen. The voices of your systems are all like robots, without emotions. Since you say you are professional, then change mine to a lowly voice. The system is loading a new voice pack. Ding! The lowly voice modification is complete. May I ask if the host is still satisfied? It really changed from a cold and unfeeling mechanical voice to a lowly voice. Great! Without my permission, you are not allowed to change it back. Alright, in order to better compensate the host, the system rewards a beginner's gift package. Do you want to open it? Open it for me. Congratulations to the host for gaining a special ability, becoming stronger when facing challenges. As long as the host encounters an enemy in any realm stronger than themselves, they can permanently gain cultivation 1 level higher than the enemy on the spot, without any side effects. Oh my god, is it true? For example, if I am just an ordinary person now, if I were to go against the will of heaven, the system's lowly voice sounded in my ears. This system is fair to everyone. You can go ahead and try it. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Could it be that I will die if I don't try? If the system has this ability, then wouldn't I just take off directly? Do I still need to practice? I might as well go challenge those powerful practitioners, and then achieve a cultivation level 1 higher than theirs. Ding! This system, out of a warm reminder, has detected the current physical condition of the host, and there is only 1 hour left until the bell of longevity rings to sleep. No way! Am I going to die like this? What should I do? Wait, I can challenge someone to a fight, so I can reach a higher realm than him and extend my lifespan accordingly. After making up my mind, I went down the mountain directly to find someone to provoke. But with my body nearing its limit, I was out of breath after walking for a while. Just when I thought I was about to die, the bell of the sect that had not rung for thousands of years rang 3 times, indicating that enemies were attacking. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura swept in like a storm. At this moment, disciples and elders of the Shintian sect all rushed out, holding their magical treasures, ready for battle. What a bold move! Which demon dares to cause trouble for my Shintian sect? The deep voice echoed with anger in all directions. The sect master Sayunian appeared in mid-air, followed by a group of powerful peak masters. The leading Qingping demon king had a face full of resentment and said, "The children of Shintian sect, I didn't expect this demon king to still be alive. Today, I will definitely wipe out all of you. So it's you, this evil creature." Sect master Sayunian squinted his eyes. 10 years ago, the Qingpeng clan slaughtered a small country in the desolate state, and the country had to seek help from Shintian sect. He personally led the troops to rescue them. He remembered that the leading Qingpeng demon king was severely injured by him and fell off a cliff, his life or death unknown. He didn't expect him to return after many years. The Qingpeng demon king grinned and said, "The humiliation of the past is still vivid in my mind. Today is the day to seek revenge and wash away the hatred, to bloodbath your Shintian sect. Dare to boast, with just this group of weak soldiers you brought? I rely on this." With a bang, the Qingpeng demon king's aura flooded like a raging river. The power of the Yuan infant level overwhelming like a mountain. What? You actually broke through. Sayunian's face changed drastically. He was still stuck at the golden core perfection, with no signs of breakthrough over the years. He didn't expect this evil creature to have a stroke of luck and advance into the Yuan infant realm ahead of him. After all, for a small state in the eastern region, a Yuan infant level powerhouse was enough to dominate the heroes. The 7 peak masters solemnly said, "Sect master, what should we do? At this point, we can only give it a try. Men, attack for me. Kill all these stinky Taoists." The Green Rock Demon King flapped his wings as if it was a green-colored comet descending from the sky, exuding an aura of destruction. "Yes, my lord." A group of green-colored demonic birds launched an attack, some opening their mouths to spit out haze, while others swooped down to impact. "Swear to defend Shintian sect to the death." Void Junlin let out a roar and led all the cultivators to fight back. On Misty Peak, Yi Junlin stared blankly at all this, and suddenly he reacted, waving his walking stick and shouting eagerly, "Hey, random guy, hit me, hit me, it's just a shame." Everyone was busy fighting, and Yi Junlin's little voice was naturally drowned out by the shouts of killing. Ding! The system warmly reminds that the host currently has 20 minutes of life left. Please make remedial measures as soon as possible. Oh, no way. In that much of a hurry to get reincarnated. Yi Junlin was so angry that he slammed his cane on the ground, not realizing that time had passed so quickly. Could it be that his immortal cultivation career was going to end before it even started? Chapter 2 shocked the whole clan. In the sky, rumbling explosions were endless, and a powerful spell intertwined and roamed the sky, blooming with colorful light. One after another, the corpses of demonic birds crashed down, and their mournful cries echoed through the valley. Kill! Many disciples and elders fought hard, some of them strangling and casting spells, some maneuvering their flying swords to chop away, their eyes full of determination, bound to survive with the sect. In midair, Patriarch Void Yunyan and the 7 Jindan stage peak masters were going all out against the Green Rock Demon King. Rumble! The energy fluctuations released from their exchanges formed a hurricane that swept up rows of trees underneath and then shattered. The scene was extremely chaotic, as if a natural disaster had struck. The Green Rock Demon King laughed coldly. Too weak. If this is all the power you have, then this king can only say it doesn't hurt. Sinful beast, don't go wild. Void Yunyan shouted, and between his hands choking, countless azure-colored thunderbolts tore through the void, roaring and attacking like angry dragons. Kill! The other few peak masters roared, each casting their strongest techniques. One moment, the scenery was horrific and the sky was falling. Interesting, this king will let you see how powerful the Yuaning stage is. The Green Rock Demon King's gaze was ferocious, vibrating his wings that covered the sky, his body's aura climbing at an astonishing speed, and opening his mouth, he spewed out a destructive and huge pillar of light. Rumble! The raging mass of light was dazzling, like the sun rising from the flat earth. When the terrifying aftermath gradually dissipated, several wretched figures fell down, stirring up dust and sand in the sky with a boom. Ahem! Void Yunyan and several peak masters had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths as they stood up with difficulty, their eyes filled with grief and anger. There was no way around it. The gap between the Jindan stage and the Yuaning realm was too great. Ha ha ha, who else wants to resist? Be good and die, you guys. The Green Rock Demon King smiled smugly. No. Seeing that the strongest ones of the Tian sect were easily defeated by the Green Rock Demon King, countless disciples and elders showed despair. The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and death enveloped the entire sect. Suddenly, an anachronistic pale voice rang out, its tone filled with a lightheartedness that didn't fit the age. Hey, that big stupid bird, look over here, don't look around. That's you. The Green Rock Demon King froze and looked around the source of the sound, and found that not far away from the cloud-surrounded peak, there stood a black-robed old man with a crutch, holding a loud hailer in his hand and barking madly at himself. Damnable human, how dare you insult me? The Green Rock Demon King couldn't believe it. It could see that the other party was devoid of cultivation and chi and blood decay, and belonged to the kind that was approaching the end of its life. Yi? Senior brother Yi? Void Yunyan and the 7 peak masters' jaws dropped, never expecting that the misty peak master, who had been living in deep seclusion and not asking about the world all year long, would make an appearance at this critical moment. At this point, Yi Junlin waved his walking stick and held a megaphone in his hand, arrogantly and crazily clamoring. Big stupid bird, if you're not happy, come and hit me. I'll be right here waiting. Suffering from the fact that it was too late to go down the mountain and no one took care of it, Yi Junlin, who was racing against time, had a bright idea and purposely went back to the cave where the original body was living, and finally found this special loudspeaker, without the need for cultivation to catalyze it. As long as the spirit stone was installed, the sound could be increased out 10,000 times. His aim was simple, to find a fight. At this juncture, someone suddenly called out the Green Rock Demon King in public, instantly causing both sides who were still in the midst of the melee to resist stopping. Countless stunned eyes converged and looked at the white-haired old man with a fragrant mouth. Oh my god, is it that former legend from Misty Peak? I know of him, the youngest Jindan cultivator the Tian sect has ever had. Then his cultivation was wasted due to a great battle and he was never heard from again. Compared to the rumors, Peak Master Yi looks a bit grumpy. Murmurs of amazement rose in all directions. The Green Rock Demon King was so angry that his 7 orifices were filled with smoke. The Yuaning level pressure released from his body distorted the surrounding void, and his eyes were almost ready to spit out fury. This king has never seen such an arrogant person in all his life. You'll see today. Yi Junlin raised his chin and assumed a posture that owed him a beating. Just on his forehead, beads of sweat overflowed, his aged body grew weaker and weaker, and more heavy shadows gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! The system warmly reminds the host that there are still 10 seconds left before he dies in place. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Why hasn't this stupid bird hit me yet? Help! Yi Junlin was wailing inwardly, thinking that he was going to meet his great-grandmother. Arrogant! This king will let you fly into ashes now. Anger overcame reason, and the Green Rock Demon King decided that he would use all his strength to erase that tiny human from this world. Boom! It opened its mouth and ejected a terrifying pillar of energy light, cutting through the sky with a destructive aura. This is the full force of a Yuaning-level demon, and all the cultivators here are unable to block it. Senior Yi, Hollow has years of their grief. Unexpectedly, the Xiantian Sect's deadest and most spirited one was still that heavenly pride that broke the Jindan record back then. Good lord, it's finally here. Facing the terrifying attack of the Yuaning-level Demon King, instead of feeling scared, Yi Junlin had an excited smile on his face. Ding! The host has been detected to have encountered an attack from an enemy in the early Yuaning realm, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering strength, gaining a cultivation of the middle Yuaning realm. Next, powerful cultivation energy exploded from the body, the original twilight of the aged body, rebloomed exuberant vitality. The skin on the old man's spots disappeared, the skin became white and delicate, the old face quickly changed. The appearance is fixed in the appearance of youth. Sword eyebrows flying into the temples, eyes as deep as stars, the face is rich and handsome. Strangely enough, the waist-length white hair did not metamorphose into the normal ebony black color, but instead became more and more silvery white and shiny, as if it were a bright starry river hanging down. This is the Yuaning stage? Yi Junlin felt the terrifying energy in his body. His face was both shocked and delighted. Ding! That's for sure. This system is a professional. The soft and sticky lowly voice ringing in his ears was enough to make countless otaku itch inside. Rumble! The destructive column of light suddenly made a bend, as if it had been slammed by an even more powerful energy, and rushed towards the sky and exploded. The terrifying pressure spread like a tidal wave, causing the scalps of the people present to almost explode and tremble with fear. The Green Rock Demon King's anger felt like it had been doused with ice water, and his eyes showed an unexpected color. You're also at the Yuaning realm? It hadn't anticipated at all that there was actually a Yuaning realm cultivator sitting at this place, and the cultivation looked even deeper than it was. In the midst of countless shocked gazes, Yi Junlin was dressed in a black robe, his hands slowly rising up with his hands behind his back, his long silver white hair fluttering recklessly, a terrifying divine aura shining in his eyes, and an aura of suppressing everything permeating his body. How is this possible? Senior brother Yi is actually a Yuaning realm powerhouse. Void Yonyan and the others were struck by lightning and were directly stunned, their expressions extremely wonderful. Are you kidding me? On the surface, he lost all his cultivation and was reduced to an ordinary mortal, but in actuality, he had long ago broken through to the Yuaning realm without a word? Turns out, all those years of self-loathing were really a cover-up. Master Yi, I dare say you're an old six. I didn't see it wrong. The Misty Peak Master is actually a Yuaning realm cultivator. That's the Yuaning realm. There aren't many in the entire desolate state, right? As a result, our Xiantian sect has produced one. Bravo to my Xiantian sect. You group of demons are finished. When they saw Yi Junlin explode his Yuaning realm cultivation, the entire sect was ecstatic and cheered. To know, cultivators are divided into realms, which are Qi practicing, foundation building, Jindan, Yuaning, transformation, harmonization, Mahayana, transition, and true immortal. In the 14 states of the eastern region, the wasteland state was located at the bottom of the list, and a single Yuaning realm cultivator was enough to dominate the 8 directions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining cultivation for the first time. The system randomly rewards a divine ability, the Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. Yi Junlin froze. This system was quite on the ball. Boom! Immediately, the overwhelming information exploded in his mind, and invisibly Yi Junlin grasped this terrifying stance. This fellow Daoist, everything that happened just now was just a misunderstanding. This king has decided to put aside his former enmity with your sect and will pay a visit at his door when he has time in the future. Retreat, little ones. The Green Rock Demon King thought about it again and again, and took the initiative to give in and was about to retreat. Hey, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving, Yi Junlin said gently. Hearing this, a fierce light flashed underneath the Green Rock Demon King's eyes. Your Excellency's cultivation is a bit deeper than mine, but the gap isn't that big. Are you sure you want to fight to the death? Although it was at the early stage of Yuaning and Yi Junlin was at the middle stage of Yuaning, the Green Rock Demon King felt that with its fleshy body talent, it might still be able to make up for the disadvantage in cultivation. If we really fight, It's not certain who the deer will be. Therefore, the Green Rock Demon King felt that he had already given the other party enough face by taking the initiative to go soft. Self-righteous. Big dumb bird indeed. Yi Junlin shook his head and snorted. Human. You made me do this. Being humiliated one after another. The Green Rock Demon King's anger was completely ignited. It flapped its wings to drum up its entire body's mana, and its body's aura became berserk, which was burning the demon Dan in its body with the intention of fighting for its life. No good. Void had the years they tensed up. If Yi Junlin had a shortcoming, it would be the greatest loss to the Xiantian sect. A close call. Yi Junlin's face remained unchanged. His long silver white hair fluttered and slowly raised his hand high above his head. Rumble. Shasta. The sky and the earth changed, and the winds swept in. A horrifying sense of oppression came from the depths of the sky, and a huge finger that was like a pillar in the sky, covered with vicissitudes and ancient patterns, pressed down with destructive power. At the same time, the clear and cold voice contained a majestic meaning, as if it was resounding within the hearts of all the people. Great desolate imprisoning Skyfinger. Chapter 3, Check-in Rewards. Moment. The terrifying killing opportunity firmly locked onto the Green Rock Demon King, frightening it so much that its scalp almost exploded with unprecedented fear. This is... The Green Rock Demon King's mind went blank as it looked on with a horrified face at the giant finger that continued to expand, and the space around it froze, making it difficult for it to move. Rumble. The earth trembled and smoke filled the sky. In the sunken deep pit lay a giant bird covered in blood and dying of gas. The king is dead. Everyone run away. Seeing the leader die, all the Green Rocks were scared and hurriedly withdrew, trying their best to escape from this place of wrongdoing. Kill. Not a single one left. Void Yonyan came back from his shock and shouted excitedly. Yes. The disciples and elders' morale soared as they began to fight back in full force. It didn't take long. The demonic birds that broke into the Xiantian sect were all put to death, and as the one who saved the sect, Yi Junlin was naturally in the clan's immense spotlight. The means revealed just now alone made countless people look at him with eyes filled with admiration. Senior brother Yi, it's really thanks to you this time. Patriarch Void Yunyan showed emotion on his face and arched his hand. Before, we thought that your cultivation was abolished and you would never stumble again, but we didn't realize that privately. You have long since broken through to Yuaning. You, the hidden sword peak master, was a bearded, middle-aged man with a complex, bitter smile on his face. You would. What do you know? That's because senior brother Yi is more low profile. That's why he doesn't make any noise to the public and silently guards the clan. The heavenly fragrance peak master covered her mouth and laughed softly, her plump petite body exuding a mature flavor as she looked at the silver-haired youth's handsome face, her gaze tinged with a hint of adoration. Master Yi is really still elegant. So it's us with a small grid. The other peak masters nodded. Nice guys. All pretty good at brainstorming. Yi Junlin muttered inwardly. But since they all think so, it saves the trouble of explaining. Report to the patriarch. Something big is wrong. At that moment, there came a blistering cry from an elder. Void Yonyan's face changed slightly. What is it? Speak. Just a moment ago, the Wind and Thunder sect suddenly struck, encroaching on the spirit minds and spirit veins belonging to our sect, and the disciples in charge of the garrison resisted to the death, almost wiping out the entire army. Boom! The words just fell. Everyone was enraged. Yi Junlin frowned, learning through his memories that the Wind and Thunder sect was one of the 6 major sects in the desolate state, and was the closest sect to the Xiantian sect. There were some previous conflicts, but they were under control. It's just that this time the Wind and Thunder sect attacked in a big way, and just happened to pinpoint at this point in time. It's obvious that they are taking advantage of the situation by using the momentum of the demon race to take advantage of the situation. Their hearts are execrable. Ding! Triggering the sign-in mission. Please complete the sign-in at Wind and Thunder sect. The host will receive unimaginable rewards. Oh, the sweet lowly beep sounded. Yi Junlin was a bit curious. It looked like he was going to have to make the trip, for all intents and purposes. Damn it! The Wind and Thunder sect is bullying people too much. Everyone follow me to retake the resource land. Void Yonyan said angrily. Then, he looked at Yi Junlin and said tentatively, I wonder what senior brother Yi thinks. In the cultivation world, the strongest is honored. Nowadays, in the entire Xiantian sect, it was Yi Junlin who had the highest cultivation level, even though he, as the head of a sect, had to ask for the other party's opinion at necessary moments. Well, you guys do your thing. I'll just kill my way into the Wind Lightning sect first. Yi Junlin waved his hand. The current him was strong when he encountered strength, and with the help of top-tier feats, he naturally had the strength to say this. What's more, the Wind and Thunder sect, it just happened to bump into the gun at this time, so it was just the right time to take it to the cleaners. Good. Senior brother Yi is so damn domineering. Void Yonyan was first stunned and gave an excited thumbs up. The crowd felt very excited. How many years had it been since Xiantian's sect had been this strong? This time it's bound to make a name for itself. Subsequently, the roiling warships assembled and launched themselves towards their destination. The scale is vast and the morale of the entire team is high. Even a passing dog gets a slap on the wrist. At this point, occupied major resource sites. The remnants of the Xiantian sect's cultivators, bloodstained and dressed in rags, were held in cages like beggars. They were gray and their eyes were bloodshot, showing resentment. In the surroundings, from time to time, cultivators wearing cyan-colored clothing passed by, occasionally casting contemptuous and sneering gazes. Senior brother. I didn't expect the spirit vein to belong to our wind lightning sect from now on. One of them, a sharp-tongued young male, laughed. Humph. Not just this spirit vein, all the Xiantian sect's resource lands will be our sects from now on. The tall man's face was proud. Bah! Idiots! Just you wait. The Xiantian sect will soon organize a team to retake this place. Inside the cage, the injured disciple said indignantly. Ha 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 ha. The tall man threw back his head and laughed maniacally. His laughter filled with intense mockery. Hey, what are you laughing at? I laugh at your ignorance and stupidity. Facing the Xiantian sect cultivators questioning, the tall man stepped forward with a wry smile and said, Don't know it yet, do you? Your sect is in big trouble. Just a moment ago, the Green Rock Demon King led its clansmen to attack the Xiantian sect, and its realm, it has already broken through to Yuaning. Do you think that facing a Yuaning level powerhouse, the Xiantian sect, which is ranked at the bottom of the 6 great sects, can have a few % chance of winning? What? The Xiantian sect cultivator's heart was shocked, revealing a look of grief. No wonder the Wind and Thunder sect would take advantage of this opportunity to encroach on the sect's territory. Humph, if you say so. When that head destroys my Xiantian sect, with its appetite, will it spare your Foam Lay sect? Don't forget that your Wind Lightning sect is the closest to our Xian Heavenly sect. A disciple said hatefully. Want to be alone? Dream on. Oddly enough, the tall man didn't get annoyed when he heard this, but instead smiled and said, Thanks to the love of the heavens, my Wind and Thunder sect's young patriarch worshipped under the feathered sect of Qingzhou many years ago, and because of his outstanding natural talent and successful cultivation, he attracted a great deal of attention from the feathered sect. Just today, an elder from the feathered sect paid a special visit to my Wind and Thunder sect, and with his strength, exterminating the Green Rock Demon King would be easy. Qingzhou, the feathered gate. The Xiantian sect cultivator's heart was beating wildly. There were a total of 14 Dao states in the eastern domain, each of which was vast and immense, with large and small countries and lineages. If the desolate state was a poor countryside, then the green state was the supreme treasure of the eastern region. The feathered sect, on the other hand, was the top sect with the loudest reputation in the green state, and a Yuaning cultivator who could start a sect in the desolate state could only be a disciple there. If that's really the case, then the Wind and Thunder sect has a backer behind it all. With the Green Rock Demon King it was really nothing. It's over. It's all over. The information revealed by these words completely shattered the belief of the Xiantian sect cultivators, and they all lost their minds, muttering disheveledly, He, a few lost dogs still dare to talk tough? From now on, they'll be in charge of spirit vein mining here, and work as cows and horses for our Wind and Thunder sect in this life. The tall man sneered. Senior, look at that. A disciple reached out and pointed away, shouting in horror. Boom! Not far away, several huge warships pressed forward, shouting and killing from far to near, with a warlike intent. The disciples of the Xiantian sect are under orders to decimate all outsiders. As a powerful figure swept up, a terrifying pressure enveloped all directions. How is it possible? There's actually a Jindan stage powerhouse personally leading the group. Hasn't the Xiantian sect already? In an instant, wails, screams, and cries resounded in droves across the occupied resource lands. Wind and Thunder sect. Inside the ancient hall, Patriarch Chen Yunhai and a group of core executives were receiving this big shot who had come from afar. Elder Mu, I've heard that my son, Chen Lord, has performed extremely well in the feathered sect and has already been accepted as a true disciple by a certain venerable one. Is this true? Chen Yunhai carefully said. Elder Mu stroked his goatee and said with a kind smile, Patriarch Chen, this is naturally true. Your son has already been valued by Venerable Giant Sun and taught the Supreme Tao, so I think that he will come back to Wind and Thunder sect on a certain day to visit you. At once, the whole room was in an uproar. Chen Yunhai's face was red with excitement. That was an exalted one, and only those who had reached the Mahayana realm could have the honor to bear that title. His son, Chen Lord, was actually accepted as a disciple by a strong Mahayana realm practitioner. Patriarch, congratulations! A group of sect executives fawned. Chen Yunhai stroked his goatee and said in a smug tone, "My son, Chen Lord, has the potential to become an immortal." Looking at the crowd's excitement, Elder Mu's smile was like a spring breeze, and a trace of disgust flashed under his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Lord had a high status in the sect, and for the sake of venerable giant Yang, he wouldn't have come to this spiritually barren and high place himself. Ahem. This is a top-grade infant transformation pill that your son entrusted me to give to Patriarch Chen. Transformation. Infant transformation pill. Patriarch Chen excitedly opened the box, and the rounded elixir, rich in spiritual energy, was presented glittering in front of his eyes. Congratulations, Patriarch. With the help of this Dan, you will definitely break through to become a Yuaning cultivator. The great elders rose to congratulate him. Ha ha ha, my son has a heart. Chen Yunhai was red-faced. Seeing the situation, Elder Wood's inner contempt increased. The district is just a Yuaning, and you're happy like this. Not bad for a redneck. The thoughts turn. With a smile on his face, he arched his hand and said, I will first congratulate Patriarch Chen in advance for his breakthrough, and if there's nothing else, this will be my farewell first. Wait, Chen Yunhai thick skin. As for that head thing, the old man will take care of it in passing, Elder Wood said indifferently. It was his single word that revealed the realm of the Green Rock Demon King, which caused Chen Yunhai to ambitiously dispatch his team and take the opportunity to seize the Xian Sect's resource land. That's good. Chen Yunhai was all smiles. Boom! Suddenly, a black-robed figure broke through the heavy array barriers and descended alone within the Wind and Thunder sect, instantly causing a huge sensation. Junlin had a head of long silver-white hair flying, ignoring the terrified disciples and elders around him. The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. This is the Wind and Thunder sect? At that moment, a sweet lowly voice came into his head. Ding! We have arrived at the signing location. Wind and Thunder sect. Do we sign in? Sign in. Junlin said silently. He'd really like to see what it would be. Ding! Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 4, Cultivation rises again. An experience pack delivered to my door. Ding! Signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the seal of the Human King. The Great Void Technique. Junlin's eyes lit up and he was inwardly delighted. After all, in a fight between cultivators, strength was the deciding factor, as it could not be ruled out that there were a very few demons that were capable of fighting across ranks. Before he became an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao or above, he still had to rely on his own strength if he wanted to remain invincible. So, the sign-on rewards come at a good time, and they're all top-notch. Great aptitudes that can be used like a tiger. This senior. I wonder what is the purpose of your visit to my Wind Lightning sect. After sensing the outside world's aura, Chen Yunhai led the sect's senior management out of the main hall. His heart was shocked when he saw Junlin. Why did this person look so similar to that famous Xian sect demon from a few decades ago? He remembered that the other party had cultivated to the Jindan stage at a young age, causing him to be very worried when he learned about it, fearing that the Xian sect would soar to the sky from then on. Fortunately, the other encountered a sneak attack on the loss of cultivation, and then secluded in the mountains. Do not ask the world. So many years passed. Thought this person has long passed away. Now that he saw Junlin again, it shocked Chen Yunhai. Junlin seemed to be smiling. Playing dumb, right? You dare to violate my Xian sect's territory. As a severe punishment, the Wind and Thunder sect will cease to exist from today. Boom! This statement was made. The entire Wind and Thunder sect was in a panic. It seems that the Green Rock Demon King was killed. Your Xian sect is hiding so deeply. Chen Yunhai's face was ugly. Unexpectedly, that Xian sect's heavenly pride back then, instead of falling down to the mortal world, broke through to the Yuaning realm without saying a word. If it were before, he would have been so frightened that he would have begged for forgiveness on his knees. But fortunately, he also had something to rely on today, and that was the strong men from the feathered sect who had traveled all the way here. Eyes cast to that calm old man, Chen Yunhai's heart greatly calmed. What old man? You see the situation now. He knew that this was by no means an existence that a Yuaning cultivator could resist. Elder Wood shook his head. Although it was a bit of a surprise that a small sect in this barren land had given birth to cultivators who could suppress Yuaning stage demonic beasts, but in his eyes strong as the Green Rock Demon King, it is also a flat hair that can be destroyed with his hands. Kid, get lost quickly, before the old man changes his mind. Elder Mu thought highly of himself and had a natural sense of superiority when facing the cultivators of this small place. He was too lazy to intervene in the strife here, but he was in the way of the Wind and Thunder sect's young patriarch, so he could only wave his hand impatiently, as if he were driving away flies. The wooden elder. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunhai was a little less than happy. In his opinion, this great power should have just made a direct move to suppress it. Sensing the arrogance of the other party, Yi Junlin sneered, "Old thing, who the hell are you to ask me to sell your face?" In a split second, the people of the Wind and Thunder sect were stunned. "Asshole, this one is from the feathered sect of Qingzhou. The dignity of his status is something that you, a tiny Xiantian sect cultivator, can offend?" Chen Yunhai feigned anger, but in actuality, he was happy inside, looking at Yi Junlin as if he was looking at a corpse. Arrogant! The wooden old man was enraged. His eyes showed a fierce light, and his aura roared up, as if it was sweeping like a hurricane. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the Wind Lightning sect, Transformation God Realm. The crowd was appalled. With a divine transformation stage powerhouse making a move, the Xiantian sect's cultivators would surely die. At the same time, they were even more in awe of the feathered sect in their hearts. Transformation God? Well, you must not run. Whoever runs is a grandson. Yi Junlin's eyes glowed in surprise. This had just reached Yuaning, and now he was going to be promoted to Transformation Spirit. It was really an experience pack delivered to the door. Elderwood was so angry that his face turned blue. He was a Transformation God Realm powerhouse. Shouldn't the other party feel afraid? What's with this inexplicable excitement? Seek death! Elderwood shouted angrily and probed out his large hand to grab it. Swish! The turquoise-green giant hand condensed from the wood essence was like the palm of a deity slapping towards Yi Junlin. This strike was enough to slap a Yuaning cultivator to death no less than hundreds of times. Very well, this son will die today. Chen Yunhai wore a smile on his face. As long as he got rid of Yi Junlin, the Xiantian sect would be no threat to him. When he managed to make a breakthrough with the infant transformation pill, he would lead his men to launch a general attack and completely raze this sect to the ground. Ding! It has been detected that the host has encountered an attack from an enemy at the late stage of the realm of the transforming god, now triggering the passive effect of encountering the strong, gaining the cultivation of the peak of the realm of the transforming god, Shasta. An even more powerful cultivation energy raged within Yi Junlin's body, giving off a terrifying aura that caused the faces of everyone present to change drastically. Boom! The large green hand that looked like a mountain was shattered by Yi Junlin casually raising his hand, turning into countless channels of starlight pouring out in a spectacular manner. You're also at the Transformation God Realm? Elderwood was startled, his eyes looking incredulously. In his eyes, the silver-haired youth, who was originally at the Yuaning stage of cultivation, suddenly erupted with the aura of the Transfiguration stage, which was even deeper than him. Are you kidding me? With this barren state, there are actually natives who have cultivated to the level of Transformation Spirit? How is this possible? Chen Yunhai's smile instantly disappeared, replaced by a kind of fear. His voice shrill as if he were a woman and lost his voice. He was genuinely intimidated. The heart almost stopped beating. A mere Xiantian sect, but there was a god transformation stage powerhouse in attendance? The moment. The people of the Wind and Thunder sect were so scared that they did not dare to breathe, and their faces looked at Yi Junlin in horror. In the wasteland state, a Yuaning cultivator would already be very powerful. That existed as a sect opening ancestor or an old ancestor, able to keep a sect standing for 1,000 years. The god of transformation above the Yuaning can live for 10,000 years and possess the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. Therefore, when they saw Yi Junlin displaying his cultivation, this was why the crowd present was so out of sorts. Elderwood, what should we do now? Chen Yunhai said in a tone of help. If he knew that the Xiantian sect had a god of transformation, he wouldn't dare to mess with it even if he was beaten to death. Would old man's eyes changed one after another, seemed to have thought of something, gradually regained his composure and sneered. What's the point of panicking? Don't forget that the old man came from the Qingzhou feathered sect, and the immortal means at his disposal are not something he can imagine? Just based on this son has no chance of winning. Chen Yunhai's eyes lit up. After all, the feathered sect was the holy land of immortal cultivation in Qingzhou, and all kinds of high-grade techniques were available. Otherwise, why would so many cultivators in the eastern region want to go in after squeezing their heads together? In contrast, a small local sect like the Xiantian sect, even if they had produced a transformation god, the strength of the same realm would be vastly different due to the underlying merit. Think about it. Chen Yunhai sighed in relief and looked at Yi Junlin with a gaze filled with hatred. It was fortunate that Elder Mu was present today, or else the Wind and Thunder sect would really have been destroyed. That was close. Old thing, are you that confident? Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. Elder Mu's tone was haughty. I admit that your excellency's cultivation talent is extraordinary, but alas, in terms of a fight between cultivators, you are definitely no match for me because I come from the Feathered Harmony sect. Feathered Gate. Those 3 words say it all. Any one of the cultivators inside, put into the desolate state is a dragon and phoenix among the people, killing the enemy across the ranks like eating and drinking water. That is, the grassroots cultivators can't imagine the toughness. Die. Elderwood pinched his hands together and flicked his robes. Rumbling. 100,000 thick green vines covered the sky, transforming into giant hands that grabbed towards Yi Junlin. Earth rank top divine ability. Tai Greenwood Palm. In the cultivation realm, all gongfu are divided into grades, which are mortal, spiritual, xian, earth, heaven, zun, immortal, and holy. There were very few cultivators in the wasteland state who could cultivate spirit rank techniques, and even a single spirit rank technique could be used as a treasure of the town sect. Now, for Elder Mu to directly make use of an earth rank top level divine ability was enough to see the terrifying depths of the feathered sect. Kid, it's your honor as a late ranking sect cultivator to die at the hands of the old man. Elderwood was spirited and confident. This was his most skillful divine ability, and he had once established a great reputation among a group of outer sect elders. Humph. Sculpture. Yi Junlin probed his hand out and pinched his hand with a magic seal. Boom. Behind him, a vast figure that stood atop the sky appeared, like a supreme emperor suppressing billions of living beings. What is this? Beads of sweat overflowed from Mu Lao's forehead. His pupils suddenly contracted into needles, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Feeling creepy, never seen before, such a domineering and overwhelming divine ability, which only at the first glance, made his heart submissive. Seal of the human king. The crisp voice resounded through the clouds, revealing a sense of majesty. Under the gazes of countless shocked eyes, Yi Junlin raised his hand and struck the seal of the human king. Its momentum is such that it wants to turn the sun and the moon upside down, and reverse the sky. Chapter 5. My son, Chen Luang, has the potential to become an immortal. Boom! Once the two sides collided, the Tai Greenwood palm directly annihilated. The seal of the human king hung above the wooden old man's head and suppressed him. No good. Elder Mu offered up one magic treasure and talisman after another in a vain attempt to defend against this terrifying killing move, but they shattered one after another under the seal of the human king. Feeling that his body was going to be worn out, he cried out in despair and horror. Wait! For the sake of the feathered sect, please spare your life. Senior. Yi Junlin laughed coldly. The feathered sect is nothing. If it dares to mess with me, I'll destroy it. You. Elder Mu was shocked and angry, not expecting the other party to be so arrogant. Even though a transformation god could dominate in the desolate state, in the Qingzhou feathered sect, it could only be considered moderate. As the top cultivation power in the eastern region, how could it be offended by a cultivator from this small sect? If I die here, your sect will be doomed, and you, as the one who started it all, will only end up worse. Feeling that his body was on the verge of collapsing, Elder Mu anxiously sweated profusely and shouted at the top of his voice. Oh, how dare you threaten me even now? Yi Junlin raised his hand and pressed down, coldly drinking. Die. Ah! In the midst of the screams, rumbling, the seal of the human king erupted with brilliant divine light, and the wooden old man was instantly crushed into flying dust, falling on the spot. The moment the wind and thunder sect was dead silent, Chen Yunhai plopped down on his knees, drenched in cold sweat, due to too much fear of the reason the whole body shaking non-stop. Looking at the silver-haired young man who looks like an exiled immortal, his voice trembled and said, Goddess Yi, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Wind Lightning sect is willing to submit and saddle up for you. The situation at hand. Save your life first. Seeing that the patriarch had knelt down, everyone in the Wind Lightning sect also knelt down, and in front of a god transformation realm powerhouse, any resistance was futile. Being dogs to this seat, you guys are worthy? Yi Junlin disdainfully said. Chen Yunhai's body shook as he slowly raised his head, his eyes covered in scarlet blood as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Yi, my son, Chen Lord, has the potential to become an immortal, and has even been accepted by His Holiness as a personal disciple in the feathered sect. Are you really offended? Don't make a mistake. He hoped that he could use this to make Yi Junlin jealous and spare his life. Oh, Yi Junlin said with interest. The posture of becoming an immortal? The cowskin is quite big. Even if he really becomes an immortal in the future, this seat can still kill you. He himself had the ability to be strong when he encountered strength. Even if the legendary Immortal Emperor came, his cultivation would be able to overwhelm him. No fear at all. You. Chen Yunhai was so enraged that he was about to spit out blood. He could see that this was a madman, an unabashed maniac. Rumble. At that moment, a large number of warships appeared in the sky above, carrying a monstrous aura straight at the Wind Lightning sect. Senior Brother Yi, we're here. An azure-colored thunder light was like a meteor cutting through the sky, revealing the figure of Patriarch Void Yunyan. The 7 peak masters followed closely behind, their eyes high with battle intent. That's someone from the Xian Tian sect. It's over. We're hopeless. Run. the Wind and Thunder sect was thrown into pandemonium, with fleeing disciples and elders everywhere. Humph, if I had known it would come to this, why did I bother? Kill for me! Void Yonyan shouted in a deep voice. Boom, boom, boom. A warship fired a dazzling pillar of light and bombarded everywhere with fire and smoke. Countless Shin Tian sect cultivators, holding magic treasures, swept out. Shouting and killing sounds shook the sky and earth. Looking at the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of him, Chen Yunhai's face welled up with grief and regret. He stared at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with intense resentment. If it wasn't for this guy deliberately hiding his cultivation, how could he have provoked the Shin Tian sect? There is a realm of the transformation god stage, and it is still hidden. How damaging for this man. You guys wait for me. My son has the posture of becoming an immortal. The shame of today's bloodshed. My son will definitely return it 1,000 times 10,000 times. Chen Yunhai growled as he lost control of his emotions. Yi Junlin reached out and nodded away in contempt. Boo! Chen Yunhai's head was like a watermelon exploding, and his headless body fell into a pool of blood. Several other Jindan cultivators tried to escape, but they were all slapped to death by Yi Junlin's raised hand. Not a moment too soon. Under the crowd's offensive, the Wind and Thunder sect was uprooted, and all sorts of elixirs and loot were carried to the warships in batches. We won! Hooray! The Shin Tian sect cultivators cheered excitedly. Void Yunyan's face was full of red light and his laughter was loud and hard. Ha ha! Seen your brother Yi. Look what I've found. He pulled out an exquisite brocade box and opened it to reveal an elixir rich in spiritual energy. It's exactly the infant transformation pill. This is what I found out from Chun Old Dog. I didn't expect this guy to still have this kind of good stuff hidden. With it these few days I'll be able to break through to Yuaning. Void Yunyan was very happy. Stuck at the Jindan stage for many years. This time was his biggest gain. Congratulations Sovereign. Our Shin Tian sect has a second Yuaning this time. A peak master said excitedly. Yuaning stage. In the desolate state that was the overlord. The Xian heavenly sect had two of them at once. Enough to be among the top of all the great sects. Actually, Yi Junlin thought about it and decided to open his mouth. Suddenly, a shout of surprise came. Guys, what do you see here? I found it on the ground. The hidden sword peak master walked quickly and raised the ancient and simple token in his hand. And the word feathering on the token was flowing and extremely extraordinary. Void Yunyan's eyes widened in horror. This is the feathered sect's token. The hidden sword peak master was startled and shocked, looking at the token in his hand, not expecting it to come from such a large source. That's the Qingzhou's Immortal Cultivation Holy Land, a veritable top power in the eastern region. And looking at the style of this token, perhaps the wearer is not at a low level in the feathered sect, high or low, he is also an elder. Void Yonyan snatched the token and placed it in his hand to take a closer look, exclaiming, words! The crowd was dumbfounded. That kind of existence. It must be at least at the level of a transformation god. But how did it appear in the Wind Lightning sect? The heavenly fragrance peak master lightly eeped. Abruptly, the crowd froze. Floating. Could it have been dropped unintentionally? Void Younger frowned. He didn't even think in terms of having a relationship with the Wind and Thunder sect because the former was a giant dragon soaring to the 9 heavens, while the latter was nothing more than a sesame-sized mole cricket. How could they possibly cross paths? Ahem. Void Yunyan cleared his throat, looked at the vast sky, and said in a deep voice, Senior has no intention of offending. Please show yourself to retrieve the token. The crowd looked up expectantly. If he appeared, he might be able to make good karma, and if he got on the line of the feathered sect, the future would be excellent for the Shin Tian sect as well. Results. Up in the sky, there was a cawing of a crow. Void Yunyan did not die and wanted to continue to speak, but his shoulder was tapped, and he turned his head to look at a silver-haired youth who was looking at himself with an odd face. Senior Yi. You. Yi Junlin said helplessly. Don't shout. The people have all been killed by me. Chapter 6. Accepting a disciple. Demon Sect Master? What? The crowd was dumbfounded. The elder of the feathered sect was killed by you? Void Yunyan was stunned and said in shock. Senior brother Yi. Are you joking? With your realm? Obviously. He was skeptical of Yi Junlin. Actually, I'm not in the Yuaning realm. Saying that, Yi Junlin deliberately released his cultivation aura. Boom! A few people from Void Yunyan were like falling into an ice cellar, fear rising from the bottom of their hearts, feeling how small they were in front of this great oppression. Transformation? Transformation god? A flash of extreme shock flashed across their eyes, their expressions filled with incredulity. If a Yuaning would be able to traverse the 8 directions in the desolate state, then a god of transformation would be a giant that would walk completely sideways. Even in the entire eastern region, one could be treated favorably by all forces. Void Yunyan was originally very excited. but as soon as he saw the token in his hand, the elation in his heart suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a deep concern. Senior brother Yi, what's going on here? Why did you kill the people from the feathered sect? That kind of behemoth, casually stomping its feet, the entire eastern region would be shaken. The Xintian sect was only as small as dust in front of it. The thing is like this. Yi Junlin did not hide and told the whole story. What? Old dog Chen's son has actually been accepted as a protege by the feathered sect's venerable master? No wonder an elder would come over from thousands of miles away. The Wind and Thunder sect has really gotten lucky. It's over. Now that the Wind and Thunder sect has been destroyed, and you killed the feathered sect elder, this matter definitely can't be settled. After knowing the various reasons, several peak masters were anxious and worried. Void Junyan sighed. It's just a matter of fate. Even if senior brother Yi doesn't make a move, with the feathered sect backing him up, old dog Chen will still turn on my Xintian sect. But how should we respond to this right now? After offending the feathered sect, in the entire eastern region, is there still room for the Xian heavenly sect? The heavenly fragrance peak master was worried. The crowd lapsed into silence. Void Junyan's eyes changed, as if he had made some kind of determination, and said to Yi Junlin in a serious tone, Yi's senior brother, you have a great talent and a deep immortal destiny. You must not bury your future here. If I say that you can simply leave the eastern region after the feathered sect to come to the accountability, we are big deal to die. As long as you are still alive, Xintian sect has a chance of continuation. Sovereign is right, the hidden sword peak master said seriously. Agreed. The others nodded, their eyes full of determination. Seeing the situation, Yi Junlin's heart shook. This sect, so cohesive. Gentlemen, be at ease, and leave the follow-up of this matter to me, and I will take care of it. Yi Junlin revealed a smile. With the hangover of encountering strength, he couldn't wait for the feathered sect to come looking for trouble. Together with receiving the usual sign-in rewards, Yi Junlin was certain that his strength would leap further. Ding! A suitable disciple candidate has been detected within 100 miles, suspected to be a true immortal level demon sect master. Will the host go and take him as his disciple? You'll receive unimaginable rewards upon completion. At that moment, a sweet lowly voice came from the head. Yi Junlin froze in place. What's the situation? The system actually asked him to take on a disciple, and the other party was still a true immortal level demon sect master? An existence of this level would also appear in the desolate state? Wait a minute. If I go bumper to bumper, I'll go straight to the true immortal realm by the golden finger. Take off from woohoo. Even if you don't take on an apprentice, this wave has to go. But, at this time, Void Junyan showed a difficult face and wanted to open his mouth to persuade, but unexpectedly Yi Junlin waved his hand to interrupt. Everyone, you are free to do as you please. I will take my leave first. Then, casting the Great Void technique disappeared in place, leaving behind a confused crowd. Purple Void Bamboo Forest. The bamboo forest is soughing with green leaves. There was a long figure fleeing in a sorry state, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Red Thousand Leaves was cloaked in hair. Her exquisite and stunningly beautiful face. Her face was like frost. There was a vermilion flame mark between her eyebrows, and her beautiful pair of Danfang eyes showed the color of grief and indignation. Gigi Jiji, beauty, don't run away. Let Master Dao have a quickie. At the back, a sinister voice came from far to near, full of greed for desire. Hear that? Red Thousand Leaf's forehead veins popped up and he twisted his head and roared. Get lost. How many times have I said it? This seed is male. Male. The empty void realist, who was in hot pursuit at the back, laughed loudly, his eyes having a sizzling color. How can a girl be a man when she looks so beautiful? Don't try to swindle, old man. The more Red Chiba heard, the more angry he became, and sensing that the other party was rapidly approaching, a sudden sadness welled up in his heart. It's really a tiger being bullied by a dog. He was once a powerful demon sect master in the central region, founding the fire-worshipping demon sect that was so powerful that it ruled over 100,000 countries and had billions of followers who believed in it. His own cultivation level was even at the true immortal realm, who became thought. Deadly rivals united with a number of Holy Land forces to launch a large-scale siege on the fire-worshipping demon sect. The formerly large force fell apart. The forces that used to be loyal to each other have fallen on the brink of war, and the demon sect's master, Red Thousand Leaves, has become the object of the conquest. On that day, the sky was filled with immortals descending to take his life. Red Thousand Leaves exerted the supreme secret method, sparing the risk of dispersing his cultivation, forcibly killing his way out of the encirclement, taking millions of pains to escape to the eastern domain and hide in this poor and desolate state. Nowadays, Red Qianye no longer have a true immortal level realm. Cultivation has long fallen to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. Had thought to recultivate with the help of the Gongfu, and later in the return to the central region to take revenge. As a result, before he could hide for a few days, he met a dead pervert. He wants to catch him in the act of misbehavior. He was at least once a Demon Sect master, an existence that had attained immortality. If he were to let this kind of mole get the better of him, I'm afraid that his Taoist heart would crumble, and then how could he talk about vengeance? Beauty, run faster, Master Dao, I'm going to catch you. Oh, if it falls into my hands, hey. The empty void real person had heavy black circles under his eyes, as if he had overindulged. At this time, he rode the golden light across the bamboo forest, his eyes greedily staring at that back, and strangely shouted, as a Jindan realm cultivator, it's not easy to catch a foundation? Soon, several brown nails flew away to nail Red Chiba's limbs. Hearing the sound of the wind, Red Qianye heart warning signs, raised his hand to pinch the magic to perform a red flame shield to intercept the nail, but the shield also broke. Shocked him with a muffled grunt figure flew backwards out, crashing several bamboo before landing on the ground. Red Thousand Leaves resisted the urge to spit out blood, and couldn't adjust his state in time to move to leave, but as a result, the space around him had been blocked by several half-foot-long nails. Hey, this little foundation establishment of yours is quite capable of tossing and turning. The empty void realist was a little surprised in the bottom of his heart. He was at the late stage of the Jindan realm, and the several nails that he had just cast were still 5th grade magic weapons amongst the magic treasures. And in this case, he actually couldn't subdue the other party in an instant? This is really surprising. With such a strong strength, could it be that the pride of any major sect is out on a trip? Forget it, whatever. When he was done with his pleasure, he would simply kill the woman and destroy her body. Damn dog thing. Red Qianye hated and clenched her teeth. Her delicate and cold pretty face was full of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that all kinds of talismans had been exhausted in the battle and all the magic treasures had been destroyed, where would he have been chased by a mere Jindan into such a state? Beauty, don't resist. Master Dao's patience is limited. Good boy, bear with me. The empty realist had a lewd face as he slowly approached. Several spikes were aimed at Red Chiba, emitting a terrifying aura. Seeing that he was being pushed to the brink of extinction, Red Qianye could no longer hold back. He stretched out his hands and peeled back the collar of his shirt, revealing his sturdy chest, his emotions almost collapsing as he roared. Day your ancestors, open your dog's eyes and look carefully. This seed is male. Male. The moment the bamboo forest was silent, the eyes of the empty void realist almost fell out, his face filled with disbelief. Still really male? After chasing after it for so long? Is it white long? See, it's a male just like you. Stop chasing after this seat. Red Qianye tidied up her clothes, thinking that after clarifying her gender, she could finally leave. There are really all sorts of people these days. Next time she has to pay more attention to it, so she won't be pestered by this kind of old pervert again. Wait. Suddenly, the voice of the empty void realist ghostly resounded, provoking goosebumps all over Hong Qianye's body. Actually, it's not impossible for men to. Chapter 7, The Desperate Demon Cult Master. What? Red Chiba was stunned, and a vicious chill ran through his insides. Had. Looking like this, I'll admit it if it's a guy. Do as you're told. Get down. Master Dao, I can't wait to try the taste. The empty void realist smiled lewdly, his eyes filled with intense desire. Roll. This seed would rather die than give in. Red Thousand Leaves roared, exhausting his entire body's mana. His hands quickly pinched and cast spells, and a blazing orange-red flame emerged above his head, like a magnificent lotus blooming, containing terrifying energy. The temperature around them rose sharply, and the leaves spread on the ground burst into flames. The empty void realist's face changed and he felt some dryness in his mouth. Never before had I seen that a foundation stage cultivator had brought such a large formation. What level spell is this? Xian class? Or is it Earth? Dog, you've completely pissed off this seat. Go to hell. Red Thousand Leaf's long hair flew. His eyes were cold and intimidating, as if he was once possessed by a giant of the devil's way, and his tone was not to be questioned. Swish! That blooming flame lotus flower carried a monstrous momentum and pressed towards the empty void realist. Feeling the horrifying oppression coming, the empty void realist's face turned pale as he raised his hand and recalled his magic weapon to defend against it. Unexpectedly, a few nails were quickly melted. In the next second, the orange-red flaming lotus flower arrived instantaneously. Aha! The empty void realist let out a mournful wail, and the flames seared his torso as if they were possessed by his bones in a frenzy. After a while, it was reduced to charred black residue that disappeared without a trace with the breeze. Dead pervert, you asked for it. Red Thousand Leaves sneered and stumbled to the ground. At this moment, his dantian was almost shattered, and a strong feeling of weakness came from his body. The divine ability just now was of the heavenly class. and although the power was very impressive, it brought a price that was difficult for the Foundation establishment stage to bear. If this move couldn't dry out the opponent, Red Chiba would really be at his wit's end. It couldn't be helped. With his realm plummeting, even if he grasped all sorts of powerful divine abilities, he didn't have enough cultivation to cast them. In the past, one's own eyes would be able to kill this kind of mole with a single glance. The current Red Qianye, with her body's mana depleted, was in a terrible physical state, as weak as a lamb to the slaughter. It's bad luck to have to show up for something like this. This seat must leave here immediately and find a place to recuperate before making plans. Red Shiba stood up with difficulty. Hey, that horny bastard didn't die unjustly. You guys are really something. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere, causing Red Qianye, who had originally lowered her guard, to have her heart raised in her throat. There was a bigger old man with disheveled hair and a red nose, holding a wine gourd in his hand as he slowly walked out of the bamboo forest, his eyes showing a sly, refined light. And who are you? Red Thousand Leaf's face was ugly. Is this ever going to end? Little friend, don't think too much. The old man happened to be passing by this place, and this is how he bumped into this interesting scene. Although I know the empty void realist, but the old man didn't have a very deep friendship with him, and the old man won't pursue the matter regarding his death. The beggar old man showed a kind smile. Moreover, the old man's orientation is normal. Little friend can rest assured. That's good. Red Thousand Leaves sighed in relief and arched his hand. In that case, fellow Dioist, I'll see you again in the future. Farewell. With his intuition, this old beggar was dangerous. Red Qianye just turned around, a gust of wind in front of his eyes. Beggar old man instantly appeared. Pudgy face, he revealed a mouth full of yellow teeth. Smile bizarrely said, but compared to that person in front, the old man is more interested in. Is the secret on your body? Ah, boom. One moment. The cultivation aura of the Jindan realm enveloped Red Qianye, pressuring him to resist, half kneeling on the ground, his bones clicking, his eyes bloodshot and very oozing. You! Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were wide with anger, knowing that this calamity would most likely not be able to be avoided. He was at least once a giant of the Devil's Way, who had become an immortal by crossing the threshold step by groping his way through, and there was no one more aware than him of the ferocity of the situation in the world of deceit between cultivators. This old man is trying to take away his immortal destiny. Let me see what's in your head and why you've mastered such a powerful divine ability. The old beggar man's eyes flashed with cold essence light, slowly probing out his withered palm. This seed days your ancestors. Red Thousand Leaves gritted his teeth, his heart anxious. In his current state, he was like a fish on a chopping board and could only be slaughtered. Could it be that his path to retraining was about to end here? At this time, the beggar old man with a smile on his face, his palm has been pressed on the head of the Red Thousand Leaves, is about to recklessly perform a soul search. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Red Chiba cried out inwardly as a wave of shame surged through his body. Boom! Just then, a terrifying pressure instantly descended, and it was as if the entire heaven and earth were about to collapse. Who? The old beggar's face suddenly changed drastically, and a great sense of fear welled up within him, so frightened that he twisted his head to look away. On the other side, the void rippled, and a black-robed youth with an ethereal and dusty temperament walked out with his hands in the air. Silver-white long hair fluttered and fluttered. His face was handsome and extraordinary, and his eyes were like two cold awns, swiftly stabbing straight. The beggar old man did not dare to move. His forehead overflowed with bean-sized beads of sweat, his lips shivering. Former, senior, Yi Junlin frowned, his gaze moving away from the beggar old man, then resting on the half-kneeling Hong Qianye. At once, Yi Junlin's face was very odd. Tuzi, come on, tell me, is this a Demon Sect master? Or is it a true immortal level? Isn't this a Foundation establishment weakling? Are you fooling the ghost? Ding! This system didn't lie to you. Oh, this was once indeed a true immortal realm demon cult master, just that his cultivation has fallen. Ding! The eye of insight has been opened for the host. Next, Red Chiba's personal information formed a virtual panel that surfaced in front of Yi Junlin's eyes. Name Red Chiba. Sex, male. Cultivation level, early Foundation establishment realm. Talent, immortal fire spiritual root, damaged. Identity, former lord of the fire-worshipping Demon Sect. True immortal realm cultivator who has crossed the threshold of immortality. Holy, it's still true. Yi Junlin felt very surprised. He didn't expect this one to be so powerful before, but now he is really a fallen phoenix. Wait, this is actually a guy? Yi Junlin stared at the gender bar in shock, and then once again scrutinized Red Qianye, his eyes flashing with a touch of amazement. Snow-white skin was smooth and delicate, with delicate features and picturesque eyebrows. The pair of Danfang eyes were beautiful, as if they could take in the heart. and the vermilion flame mark between the eyebrows added a different charm and elegance. Just for this face value, how many girls are ashamed to look at it? Ahem. And this turned out to be a guy? Junlin originally also felt that this is afraid to be a female big brother. But from the other side, to wear clothing to see people are not at all deliberate, belongs to the real natural beauty. And then with this head of long hair, in exchange for anyone who looks at it will be wrong gender. Although it's only the foundation establishment stage, but with this cultivation talent, I think it will be possible to return to the previous heights, taking him as a disciple. This wave is not a loss, Junlin thought darkly. What's more, to be able to make use of a Demon Sect master, a once high and mighty immortal, just thinking about it was great. It's over. The other party is a god transformation realm cultivator. This seat is in danger today. Red Thousand Leaves showed despair on her face and did not feel happy about Junlin's arrival. In his opinion, the secret in his body was enough to send the entire cultivation world into a boil. And how many powerful people would fight over him just to compete for this immortal destiny? So, this silver-haired youth was no exception. Once the old beggar man was killed, he himself would fall into the hands of others, and the end would still not change in the slightest. Chapter 8, Admitting an Apprentice. Obtaining the funeral coffin. The old beggar was so scared that he peed in his pants. There's no such thing as a mistake. How can there be a goddess of transformation in a small deserted state? Could it be something to do with this guy? Combined with Red Thousand Leaves' unusual origin, the beggar old man felt more and more that Junlin might be his elder. Thinking of this, the beggar old man was very regretful inside. What a sin! What bad luck! This godly monarch. The late generation doesn't know about your relationship with this little friend. Everything that happened just now was a misunderstanding. I still hope that the godly monarch will be magnanimous and let the little one go. The beggar old man fell to his knees and begged as if he had lost his life. In the cultivation world, there were corresponding honorifics for cultivators of each realm. For example, Jindan is known as a real person. The first infant is known as the true lord, the god of transformation. On the other hand, was known as the divine monarch. The moment. Junlin didn't even bother to look at him more than once, waving his hand casually like he was repelling flies. Boo! Beggar old man was hit by the invisible force, spitting blood all over the body like a broken kite flying backwards, and then the head down heavily inserted in the ground. Half of the body did not enter the soil. Fainted. Looking at the silver-haired youth as he approached step by step, Red Shiba had a miserable smile on his face. Can't hide after all. Just as he was grieving, a voice fell gently to his ears. This seed observes that you have amazing bones and are a rare immortal cultivation wizard. So I have decided to take you as a disciple from today onwards. How about it? The voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderous explosion that shook Hong Chenya's brain. What? Red Shiba couldn't believe it and raised his head to look at this serious silver-haired young man, thoughts spinning frantically in his mind. Humph. A little transformation spirit cultivator. How dare you presume to take the seat as your disciple? Could it be that he is looking at the secrets on this seat and wants to explore further? But if that's the case, why don't you just search your soul? Or perhaps he wants to change his strategy, so that this seat will be grateful to him and return the favor to him in the future when he regains his peak. In fact, it was no wonder that Red Shiba thought that way. As a giant of the Devil Tao for regeneration, he went through all kinds of brutal struggles before finally certifying to immortality and establishing a great reputation in the central region. That kind of false benevolence and righteousness, Red Shiba had seen I don't know how many of them. Compared to the killing and ruthlessness of the Devil's Way cultivators, the false feelings and duplicity of the Righteous Way cultivators made him feel even more sickened. Of course, one cannot generalize everything. However, Red Thousand Leaves felt that the goodwill Junlin released was more in favor of his guesses and perceptions. You don't? Junlin seemed to be smiling. Noticing the change in the other party's tone, Red Shiba's heart thumped. Forget it, there's no fear of losing your wood when you've got a green hill to climb. When he regains his cultivation, he will be able to turn over a new leaf. After all, softening up right now is the best thing to do. It's just an act anyway, going through the motions. Apprentice Red Thousand Leaves, greetings to Master. It is the greatest honor in my life to be under Master's tutelage. Red Shiba flung himself to his knees and performed a proper salute of worship, speaking in a grateful tone. AI, good disciple, quickly get up. Red Thousand Leaves, good name. From now on, Master will call you Little Red. Junlin stifled his laughter. He knew that this Demon Sect master was not genuine, but it didn't matter. He just wanted to add new members to his ethereal peak, and in the meantime, he completed the quests issued by the system. As to whether or not recovering his realm later on would backfire, Junlin didn't put it in his mind at all because his cultivation would only become stronger. Little Red? Red Thousand Leaves' corner of the eye muscles twitching, inwardly very suffocating, in how to say that he is at least a demonic sect master. This name is also too casual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple acceptance task, rewarding the avatar technique with automatic cultivation mode. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the burial heavenly coffin, containing 108 prohibitions that will be gradually unlocked as the host's realm rises. Currently at the level of a third-grade spiritual artifact. Heaven burial coffin, the sky can be buried, the earth can be buried, and everything can be buried. It can be used to refine any living being, and even at a later stage, it can bury the heavens in the worlds. Ding! The qualification of the host's disciple has been detected. This system offers free upgrade service packages. Ding! Rewarding the fire technique. 3000 Inferno amazing scriptures. Ding! Rewarding the fire source pill, for repairing the fire spiritual roots and shaping the supreme roots. Ding! This quest reward has ended. Is the host still satisfied? The sweet system lowly voice rang in his head. Well, good service. No more for you now. Stand down. Yi Junlin was excited inside, but his face pretended to be calm and said, Ding! Okay. This is the attitude that the system should have towards honorable Chinese travelers. Yi Junlin secretly sighed and experienced the service of a human being. This time, the reward, including the learned divine power technique, can be cultivated, which is tantamount to saving him a lot of time, and in the future, he will be able to lie down in a beautiful way. It was important to know that all divine ability feats had a cultivation progress, which was related to the level of power that the cultivator could exert. They are initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and realm of transformation. At each stage, the power and effect of the outbreak could range up to 10 or even 100 times. Cultivation is important. However, their own strength is hard enough, and they can also cross the ranks to kill the enemy in a surprising way. There is also this burial coffin rewarded by the system. Listening to this name, I feel that it is overbearing, and it has the momentum of burying the heavenly Tao at the drop of a hat. Just by virtue of this magic treasure, which was currently at the level of a spirit weapon, it was enough for him to have the capital to stand proudly over the entire eastern region. After all, magic treasures were in total divided into magic weapons, treasure weapons, spirit weapons, metaphysical weapons, immortal weapons, and sacred weapons. It is further subdivided into 1 to 9 grades, with 9 being the limit. For most cultivators in the Kunlun realm, it was already extremely difficult to touch the threshold of a treasure weapon in this lifetime, not to mention the spirit weapons that are exclusively for the big boys. Moreover, the burial sky coffin could subsequently recover its grade step by step by unlocking the corresponding prohibitions as his realm rose. In the end, Yi Junlin was looking forward to what amazing power this supreme treasure could achieve. Master! Master! Red Thousand Leaves' voice interrupted Yi Junlin's thoughts. Seeing this delicate and beautiful face with a hint of eccentricity, Yi Junlin knew that he had gotten carried away just now. Ahem! Ah! Little Red! As a gift of worship, it is time for Master to bestow you with a technique that will help you cultivate in the future. Thank you, Master! Red Thousand Leaves symbolically arched his hand in obeisance, his eyes showing disdain as he lowered his head. Oh, a little transformation spirit, how dare you teach the seat to cultivate? You've got a face, don't you? Are you addicted to pretending? This seat would like to see what kind of trashy feats you will come up with to fool people. Swish! Yi Junlin stretched out his finger to gently point, and the light containing various information converged into the Red Thousand Leaves sea of consciousness. 3000 yen scripture? Red Thousand Leaves furrowed his brows and subconsciously scrutinized his senses. Boom! He, who originally reported a contemptuous attitude, only felt his mind instantly explode. As Red Chiba's breathing raced up, his cheeks ignited with 2 flushes of red, and his body trembled continuously at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! At this moment, Red Thousand Leaves' heart and mind shook violently, and his entire being was caught up in the wonders of the 3000 Inferno amazing scripture, unable to extricate himself. One had to know that the reverse chaos raging Inferno technique that he had majored in was a top-tier fire attribute technique of the Zun rank. Even in the middle domain it already belonged to the ceiling, playing a crucial role in one's cultivation. All along, Red Thousand Leaves had been very satisfied with this technique, and was also confident that he would be able to reorganize and break through to become immortal again. But now, the 3000 yen scriptures bestowed by the other party directly subverted all of Red Shinya's perceptions, and his mindset instantly underwent a huge shift. His reverse chaotic raging flame technique, compared to the 3000 flame amazing scripture, was just proper trash. There's no comparison at all. It's the difference between heaven and earth. Heavens, this is definitely the immortal class, or even the legendary saint class. Red Chiba felt like he was hit by a huge happiness. His whole body was dizzy, and the shock inside could be imagined. This gongfu, which not only pioneered a brand new fire cultivation method, but also contained 3,000 fire divine abilities. The higher the ranking, the more powerful it would be. With the help of this technique, his cultivation would be simply divine and his strength would rise beyond imagination. Back to being a true immortal? No. A little more guts. While Red Xianye was floating around, Yi Junlin threw him another round. Red-colored elixir. And this? For you. This is? Looking at the red-colored elixir in his hand, Red Xianye was struck by lightning and screamed with a face full of incredulity. Fire Source Pill? Chapter 9, picked up by luck. Oh, so you know, Yi Junlin said. Red Thousand Leaf's heart was like a shocking wave. With his former position he was naturally well informed, and was no stranger to the Fire Source Dan. For cultivators who majored in fire attribute techniques, this was simply an immortal elixir from heaven that could have an extremely significant increase. It was so precious that even immortals had to fight over it. Moreover, since he had cast a secret technique and escaped from death, his foundation had long been damaged, affecting his future path of cultivation, and the appearance of this fire source pill was tantamount to sending charcoal in the snow. This is all for me, muttered Red Chiba. No one had ever been this nice to him since he was a kid. There is only scheming and deceit. Now that Yi Junlin had bestowed both gongfu and pills, all of which were of unimaginably high grades, it had helped Hong Xianye greatly while also making him very grateful. Wait, how did a tiny transformation god realm get these two things? Even this seed in its heyday didn't have this ability to get it. Red Chiba felt ridiculous. What's going on these days? The techniques and pills that even the major top giants of the central domain had to go crazy over were now being casually taken out by a desolate state cultivator. Could it be that he is harboring a greater immortal destiny? Red Thousand Leaf's thoughts spun, his heart pounding wildly. After all, whether it was the 3000 Inferno amazing scriptures or the fire source pill, it was by no means something that a spirit transformation cultivator could take out. The only thing that could explain it was that perhaps the other party had brought it out from some ancient relic, but with his current eyesight, he wasn't sure how rare it was. Thinking of this, Red Chiba breathed incredibly hard, feeling that he had hit the jackpot. Little Red, could it be that you are not satisfied with what Master has given you? Watching Hong Qianye's face change color one after another, Yi Junlin felt a bit amused. What is this Demon Sect master brainstorming about again? Red Thousand Leaves came back to his senses and immediately changed his attitude drastically, arching his hand and saying in a deep voice, Master, there is absolutely no such thing. It's my 3 lifetimes of good fortune to be able to meet a master who will take my disciple in. Since this was the case, he might as well be this disciple, and find out the secrets in this person's body while his cultivation was rising. Well, take this elixir, and Master personally will protect you. Thank you, Master. Then, Red Xianye swallowed the fire source pill and sat on his knees to start refining the medicinal power. Shasta. Wisps of green smoke emerged from the top of his head. His snow-white skin was as red as a branding iron. His entire pretty face was so red that it was dripping blood, and his body looked like it was about to catch on fire. And at this time, his body was undergoing a radical change. Boom! Red Chiba's aura climbs by the minute. Early foundation establishment. Middle. Late. Peak. Perfection. Breakthrough to Jin Dan. After a while, Red Thousand Leaves cultivation stagnated, and his realm reached the early Yuaning stage. The immortal fire spiritual root in his body had been restored as before, and his foundation had become extremely strong, and in the future, cultivating by leaps and bounds in a single day was not a matter of concern. In just half an hour, he had broken through from foundation establishment to elemental infant. Such an exaggerated breakthrough speed was unheard of when placed in the central region, but in Yi Junlin's opinion, this fellow was originally a true immortal reconditioned, and with the aid of the right techniques and pills, it was normal to take off. Red Thousand Leaves noticed the changes in his body and was so excited that he directly raised his head to the sky and let out the pain in his heart. The whistling sound was full of magnificent ambition, shaking the entire vast bamboo forest, frightening countless birds of prey to flee in all directions. Wait for it, when this seat returns to the central region, it will surely wipe out the previous shame. Upon seeing that the silver-haired youth's expression was a bit odd, Red Xianye realized that he had lost his temper just now, dryly coughed a few times and arched his hand. Master, it's my disciple who was rude. It's not a problem. Follow me back to the sect and meet your senior uncles. Yi Junlin waved his hand. Yes, Xian Tian sect. The atmosphere was very warm. There were smiles on everyone's faces. After all, they had just won a big battle and their hearts were full of pride, thanks to Peak Master Ye's presence. Or else it would be my Xian Tian sect that would be destroyed. That's right. Peak Master Yi is our savior. AI. It's a pity that I had no eyes back then and missed the opportunity to worship Misty Peak. Otherwise I would be a disciple of Misty Peak now. If only people could join Misty Peak. Then they could see the handsome Peak Master Yi every day. Peak Master Yi is now the strongest person in the Xiantian sect, so I'm sure his standards for accepting disciples must be very high. I really don't know who could be taken in by him. There was a flurry of discussion within the sect, and countless gazes were cast towards Misty Peak, filled with intense longing. At one time everyone thought that Yi Junlin had lost all his cultivation, so naturally he shunned Misty Peak, fearing that he would be implicated and delay his future. Now, Yi Junlin had shocked the entire clan by killing Yuaning with a single finger. Everyone then realized what a great opportunity they had missed. Everyone, look, Peak Master Yi is back, a disciple shouted. At once, countless gazes converged over. He only saw Yi Junlin descending from the sky with his head full of silver hair flying and his clothes fluttering. His face was rich and handsome, and his aura was as ethereal as an exiled immortal. Ha, who's that woman he's following behind him? Someone marveled. Red Xianye was wearing a fire-red robe, like a waterfall of black hair and waist. Her face was exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Her nose was high and straight, and there was a flame mark between her eyebrows, which was extremely extraordinary. But the temperament on her body was very cold, just like rejecting people outside of 1,000 miles. It's beautiful. Many of the male disciples murmured and fluttered within their chests. Crap, it's the heartbeat. Damn it. Where did this vixen come from to be so close to Peak Master Yi? The female disciples were so angry that they almost went crazy. And inside, they were all kinds of envious and jealous. Little Red, this is the sect Xian Heavenly Sect where Master is from. From now on you will be my Misty Peak's chief great disciple. Yi Junlin lamented. His hole of a mountain finally had someone to take care of the weeds. It is an honor for my apprentice to join Master's disciples, Red Shiba respectfully said. The pair of Mark Danfang eyes flashed a hint of dislike. This so-called Immortal Cultivation sect was too shabby, and the cultivation level of the people here was so low. It's a far cry from the Middle Kingdom. Even if it was the fire-worshipping Demon Sect that he had founded in the beginning, if he casually took out an ordinary disciple, he would be able to trample this place. Forget it, this seed is in dire need of cultivation anyway, so this place will just begrudgingly stay for a while, Red Shiba said darkly. If it wasn't for Yi Junlin's reasons, he would have left without looking back. If he wanted to unearth the secrets in this man, he would have to learn to stay patiently in his disguised identity. Senior brother Yi, you are going to the big hall. Void Yonyan, who walked out of the big hall, glanced at Red Xianye behind him and said tentatively to Yi Junlin, I picked up an apprentice along the way. Little Red, come and pay your respects to the patriarch. Yi Junlin beckoned. Feeling the middle-aged man's shallow cultivation, Hong Qianye's heart was a bit depressed, but due to the scene, he could only bow his hand in a disciplined manner and worship. Disciple Hong Qianye see patriarch. Apprentice? Void Younger froze. He had just discussed with a few other peak masters and was preparing to hold a grand disciple acceptance ceremony for Yi Junlin to select a suitable disciple to enter the Misty Peak. But he didn't expect that someone would pick up a disciple halfway through the process. Look at this girl. She's quite a looker. Hee, what a beautiful girl. The Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master twisted her waist and walked over with a graceful gait. And when she saw the extremely high face value Red Xianye, she couldn't help but come forward to get close. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were like sharp swords stabbing away as he drank lowly. This seed is male. Boom. As he spoke, a powerful aura was released all over his body. The Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master's delicate body trembled. Her pretty face turned white in fear, and she said in horror, Yuaning. This person is actually a Yuaning realm cultivator. Void Yonyan and the others were shocked. Asshole, this is my senior sister. Yi Junlin frowned. Apologize. Red Thousand Leaves reacted and hastily collected his cultivation to forcefully hold back his inner displeasure, arching his hand and saying, it was the disciple who was rude. No, it's fine. The Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master's face showed embarrassment, and he didn't dare to continue to move forward to get closer. Senior brother Yi, where did you take a disciple from? He's at the Yuaniying stage. Void Yonyan smacked his lips. Harem, picked it up by luck. Yi Junlin waved his hand. The crowd looked at each other, speechless. These days, is the Yuaning stage so worthless? Can you just pick it up? Chapter 10, The Demon Sect Master Cries. Although everyone was shocked that Yi Junlin had picked up a random Yuaning cultivator as his disciple with the effort of skulking around outside, but in any case they were all on their own in the future, so they were still very happy about Red Xianye's joining them. After all, this meant that the Xiantian sect had grown in strength again. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Junlin brought Hong Qianye to Misty Peak. You are the chief senior disciple under the master's seat, so you can pick any cave here. Don't be polite. Yi Junlin said seriously. Red Thousand Leaves looked at the dilapidated, cobweb-covered cave, the muscles in the corners of his eyes twitching, and only after a long time did he squeeze out a sentence. Thank you, Master. It was no exaggeration to say that even the place that the fire-worshipping Demon Sect had given to its miscellaneous disciples to live in was better than the environment here. Ahem. It's a little dirty. Just see to it that you clean it up. Remember, only the weak complain about their circumstances, while the strong have often learned to adapt long ago, Yi Junlin said in a serious tone. After saying that, he disappeared into place with a whoosh. Straight up bugger. Red Shiba clenched his fists tightly, forcibly holding back the anger that was about to erupt, and gritted his teeth. It's fine. I'll hold back. Those who achieve great things must first endure humiliation. Now that you have chosen to worship the master, you must learn to adapt to this new identity. Next, the news about the Xiantian sect's extermination of the Wind Lightning sect instantly swept through the wasteland state like a storm. What? The Wind Lightning sect has been destroyed? Where did the Xiantian sect come from? It was ranked last in the 6 great sects before. Have you heard? Back then, that Misty Peak master of the Xiantian sect actually didn't have his cultivation wasted. Just today, the Yuaning level Green Rock Demon King led his clan in a door-to-door attack, and it was him who killed him, so he broke through to Yuaning a long time ago. No wonder the Xiantian sect is so strong. This son has such a terrifying heart that he was actually able to hide it for so long. If you ask me, the Wind and Thunder sect is really unlucky. It just happens to provoke others at this time. TSK, now it's all dead. All the forces were in heated discussion, clearly stunned by this sudden event. In particular, the other 4 major sects were all wary of the Xiantian sect and didn't dare to report a mentality of underestimation. A Yuaning? Not much to say, but in a poor countryside like the desolate prefecture, it would be an overlord-level powerhouse, enough to shelter a power for thousands of years. Humph, if it wasn't for this invasion by the Green Rock Demon King, how long would that Misty Peak master still want to hide? Although Yuaning is strong, but in the eyes of my Moving Mountain sect, it's not the capital for your arrogance. The patriarch of the Moving Mountain sect, which was known as the strongest sect in the desolate state, sneered with his hands behind his back. It was only because, the old ancestor of the Mountain Moving sect, who had been the ceiling of the Yuaning realm in his early years, had stayed in seclusion all these years in order to impact the god of transformation. If successful, the Mountain Moving sect would completely dominate the desolate state. Same moment, Qingzhou, the first of the eastern region's Dao states, there were star-studded cultivation families, immortal royal dynasties, and immortal cultivation sects. The Feathered Sect, on the other hand, was the recognized supreme holy land, respected and worshipped by billions of people, and had continued its glory for millions of years. Within a certain clan temple, there were densely packed spirit tiles enshrined, one of which had long since clicked and shattered, causing a disciple, who had awakened from his sleep, to become bloodless with fear. Oh my god, it's the old wooden. To know, Elder Mu was an outer sect elder of the Feathered Sect, and he was quite prestigious in the outer sect, and he was proficient in earth-ranked divine abilities, and he was the best of the bunch of outer sect elders. Who would have thought that it would suddenly die like that? Soon, the news of Elder Wood's death was reported up the hierarchy of the sect to the higher echelons of the sect. The sect's top brass were furious. What kind of saint was so bold? How dare he poison the elders of the Feathered Sect? The crowd was furious. As a person from the Feathered Sect, when they casually walked out on weekdays, all the forces would not dare to mess with them, treating them as a great master. Now one of their elders was out on an errand, and he was killed off in such an unexplained manner. On the lofty, immortal peak, there was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, his eyes opening and closing, his golden aura cracking the sky. Appalling, a head of dense golden hair, braided into pigtails, with only a few hundred of them hanging down in front of his chest and behind his back, and the whole person was permeated with an unfathomable and terrifying aura. This is Venerable Giant's son. Master, it's all my disciple's fault. It was my disciple who commissioned Elder Wood to deliver the pills to my father. A handsome man wearing a robe with a blazing sun pattern painted on it knelt down on both knees and lowered his head to admit his mistake. Chen Luang, son of Chen Yunhai, get up. It's not your fault. Venerable Giant's son slowly raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted Chen Lord up. Thank you, Master, for your forgiveness. Chen Lord's eyes shifted, wanting to speak. If there's anything you want to ask, just say it. Venerable Giant Yang said indifferently. Chen Lord said in a deep voice, Elder Mu's death has caused concern in my disciple's heart, and my disciple always feels that my father's clan will be implicated, so I would love to go to the desolate state to see for myself. Venerable Giant Yang shook his head. Lord Child, do you know why this seat took you as a disciple? Is it because the disciple has the sun immortal body? There is the posture of becoming an immortal? Chen Lord opened his mouth. In the cultivation world, apart from the spiritual root, a cultivator's physique was also very important. and a strong physique was capable of exerting uncommon combat power or growing by leaps and bounds in cultivation. The physiques in this world were divided into a total of spirit physique, true physique, treasure physique, immortal physique, and sacred physique. As for Chen Lord, it was the fact that he was carrying the sun immortal body that caused the feathered sect to pay great attention. Venerable Giant's son's face was expressionless. That's one. And the second is that my master sees a huge ambition in you. You who desire to become stronger. How can you be troubled by this bit of affection? The day before the true disciple competition is approaching. You must make preparations earlier. As long as you defeat the other true disciples and win the top spot, the sect will increase its resources in your favor. This is a real benefit. But, no buts. As for the Wind Lightning sect, Master will send someone to make a trip to the desolate state to check out what's going on. Words. Chen Lord could only dispel his misgivings and bowed his hand in obeisance. I will certainly live up to my master's expectations. Then, turning away, Venerable Giant Yang coldly said, someone come, make a trip to the desolate state to see what's going on. In the void, a low voice came at once. Yes, Shen Tian sect. On Misty Peak, the remaining smoke curled up, and a smell of meat came out. Red Xianya skillfully grilled lamb kebabs. Control the fire at the same time. See the right time also sprinkled with special spices. Lamb kebabs grilled tender and juicy. ZZ sound, quietly glancing behind her. At the silver-haired young man who was lying on a reclining chair and sunbathing, Red Chiba's face was a bit ugly. He was a giant of the Devil Dao who had once stirred up a bloody storm in the central region, controlling the lives of hundreds of millions of living beings. And if someone recited his honorable name, even a wailing baby would have to stop crying. Nowadays, it was working as an odd-job man in an unorthodox sect. If this was known by his former nemesis, he would surely laugh so hard that tears would flow out of his eyes. Eat, eat, eat. What's so delicious? This seed really can't understand that a good god transformation realm cultivator would actually crave for this kind of mouthful of food. How superficial. Red Thousand Leaves secretly slandered. Little Red, are you done yet? Master can't wait. A shout came from behind him. Alright master, my disciple will bring it over to you now. Red Xianya placed dozens of lamb skewers on a plate and presented them to Yi Junlin who was sitting and enjoying himself. Yi Junlin comfortably leaned back in his chair, picked up a fragrant lamb skewer and ate it with flavor. During this period of time, there was no need to cultivate or anything at all. Just lie down and sign in, and the divine powers and techniques would be cultivated automatically, very competitively. And because there were so many rewards for signing in, most of them were quite ribbed. He simply distributed some of the ones he didn't see much use in, to Void Yonyan and the others to enhance their strength, making everyone both excited and grateful. Ding, may I ask the honorable host, are you still satisfied with the secret kebab condiment rewarded by this system? The lowly voice of the system came in his head, broad to broad. The flavor reminds me of my old side of the family. There's a city famous for barbecue. Ding, as long as the host is satisfied. Yi Junlin looked to Red Chiba standing next to him and nudged his mouth. Nah, you have one too. Don't be polite. Red Thousand Leaves shook his head. Master, disciple has already achieved complete abstinence from food, and has long since lost any interest in the food of the world. Hey, what's the point of cultivating immortality if it's like this? Listen to me, let go of your stomach and eat. Yi Junlin shook his head. No, master, disciple is really not interested. Red Thousand Leaves felt very contemptuous, thinking that Yi Junlin was a strange flower in the cultivation world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't give me face, do you? If I tell you to eat, you eat. What's with all the nonsense? Yi Junlin stared. You can't be ruled, can you? Red Chiba. In the end, at Yi Junlin's request, Red Xianya inwardly picked up a lamb skewer. First sniffed it, then bit the meat into her mouth with a face full of disgust. Boom! Instantly, an incomparable explosion of deliciousness crazily hit his taste buds. Red Chiba chewed carefully, and an indescribably marvelous feeling swirled in his heart. For a moment, his body shook like an electric shock, and he felt like his soul was going out of his body, floating. For some reason, perhaps touching a deep childhood memory, this murderous demon sect master's eyes were moist. 2 lines of tears slipped down silently and, yes, it's delicious. Chapter 11 Finding out the real culprit behind the scenes. As for that, why are you still crying? Dumbfounded, Yi Junlin patted Red Chiba's shoulder and said compassionately, it's alright, if it tastes good, eat more. That's really sad. How long has it been since we've had meat? Red Xianya has mixed feelings in his heart. His birth was very humble, always hungry as a child, dreaming of eating a piece of meat, and then unintentionally stepped into the path of immortal cultivation, and since then he has been crawling and rolling around, plundering cultivation resources by any means possible. and finally living as a cold and ruthless giant of the devil's path. At this moment, after eating this earthly delicacy, this childhood memory surfaced in his mind, and combined with the ups and downs of this life's immortal cultivation journey, the deepest emotions in his heart suddenly welled up. Yeah, cultivation of immortality. If it becomes like this, like a clay statue that does not eat earthly fire, even the simplest desire for food and drink are abandoned, then what is the point of cultivating immortality? Red Thousand Leaf's state of mind changed dramatically. The thoughts are open and clear. Boom! Red Shenya's cultivation began to soar. Early yuaning stage, middle stage, late stage, peak, and consummate. And then, the breakthrough continues. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread unchecked. A thought that transforms God. It was fortunate that Misty Peak raised the chi shielding formation in time, which did not cause panic in Xian Sect. Asterisk. That's okay? Yi Junlin froze. But when he thought that this person was previously at the true immortal realm, and now he was merely recultivating to make up for his previous flaws, so it was understandable that his cultivation had risen so quickly. At this moment, Red Thousand Leaves' realm was stuck at the early stage of transformation. His eyes flashed with a flash of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Having had a lot of ups and downs in his life, he wouldn't be complacent just because he had achieved this much. It's a long way from the goal in mind, Yi Junlin said with delight. Little Red, congratulations on your breakthrough to transformation spirit. My master is really happy for you. Your cultivation is almost catching up with my master. Red Shenya's pair of Danfang eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold, chilling aura flashed across the bottom of his eyes. The current him, his cultivation was already a transformation god, and with the 3,000 inferno amazing scriptures that he had cultivated, the battle power that erupted was absolutely terrifying. Red Thousand Leaves was confident that even if he couldn't be invincible in the same realm, he might be able to come close. Is he going to flip out? Just as Red Chiba's thoughts were turning, a voice interrupted his thoughts. What are you waiting for? Eat! Yi Junlin picked up a lamb skewer and handed it over. Urging, Red Chiba hesitantly took it and lowered his head to eat it in silence. The thought was like a weed in his mind. After eating, Yi Junlin pulled out a toothpick and put it in his mouth. Little Red, come and pinch master's shoulders. Red Thousand Leaves laughed coldly and did not say anything. Instead, she went around behind Yi Junlin and slowly stretched out her white hands and put them on her shoulders to knead them. Didn't get enough? A little more strength. Yes. Cozy. Yi Junlin's face was full of coziness, enjoying this openly. Red Chiba's eyes changed one after another, and his hands extended soundlessly as if to strangle the silver-haired youth's neck. With his nature, he had always disliked the idea of being a parasite. The reason why he had agreed to become Yi Junlin's disciple was only because of the situation. And most of all, he wanted to explore the secrets in Yi Junlin. But in the meantime, there was nothing worth digging deeper into, other than the other person's peculiar behavioral habits. Therefore, not wanting to be made to do anything anymore, Hong Qianyi thought of simply subduing Yi Junlin directly and forcing him to ask him where he got the techniques and pills from. That way, you can get answers and get rid of the apprentice status. Sure, after the deed is done, Red Thousand Leaves wouldn't kill Yi Junlin either. Although he was a devilish cultivator who killed people like crazy, Yi Junlin had saved his life, and at best he would cast a spell to make him forget everything that had happened before, and then decisively leave Tian Sect to start a new journey. Yi Junlin was enjoying himself cozily, as if he didn't notice the approaching danger. Surname Yi, this seed is not something you, a mere transformation god, can handle. This ridiculous master-disciple relationship has played its head today. Red Thousand Leaf's pretty face was covered with frost, and the thunderous man was about to lay down a cruel hand right away. And right at this moment, a sound transmission flying sword cut through the sky, dragging a brilliant stream of light into the netherworld peak. Senior Brother Yi, please come to the council hall as soon as possible. There is a new situation to deal with. On the voice transmission flying sword, Patriarch Voidunyan's serious voice rang out. Yi Junlin opened his eyes and stretched his waist to move his muscles. It seems that I have to make a trip. The action was interrupted, and Red Chiba hesitated a bit. He could roll his eyes right now, too, but there was always a voice ringing in his mind reminding him that he mustn't do that. The consequences can be very serious. Red Qianye, who had become an immortal, was more alert than most cultivators, as there were times when a single decision could change one's fate. Now, facing an opponent who seemed to be full of flaws, a strong warning sign rose in the bottom of Red Chiba's heart. Could it be that this guy, there's still some kind of bottom card? Red Chiba hesitated. Little Red, Master will go over first. You're very comfortable. Come back and pound my legs for me. Yi Junlin dropped this sentence and swept up in the air to disappear into the sky. Words. Red Thousand Leaves was so angry that his nose was crooked. You stepped on the horse and really treat this seat as a servant? He regrets it. Should have been more decisive just now. Straight up strangle the shameless thing. In mid-air, Yi Junlin's head full of silver hair fluttered, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Regarding Red Thousand Leaf's little maneuver, Yi Junlin naturally knew about it, and it was all under his control. To know, his Great Void technique had been automatically hung up and cultivated to its great completion. If danger did occur, Yi Junlin could guarantee that even at that close a distance, he would be able to instantly get out of the trap and then backhandedly suppress it with absolute strength. That's why the whole time, he was able to act so cloudy. The Hall of Deliberation. Patriarch Void Yonyan and a group of peak masters were discussing it. Seeing the silver-haired youth flying in from outside the hall, Void Yunyan said in a pleasant manner, "Senior brother Yi, you're here." His realm, which had already reached the yuaning stage, his aura became deeper and deeper, and his eyes vaguely flashed with terrifying thunder-ons. Void Yunyan was very grateful to Yi Junlin. The other party not only changed the fate of Xiantian sect, but also gifted him a rare lightning attribute heavenly ranked technique, which made his attainment in lightning attribute arts higher. Senior Yi, the hidden sword peak master and the others were smiling. Their cultivation levels had all refined greatly, and they were only one step away from being yuaning. And because they had better techniques to cultivate, they were all far stronger than before, so they held Yi Junlin in immense esteem. Everyone, is the sect in some kind of trouble? Yi Junlin asked. Void Yunyan said in a deep voice. A few years ago, Wei, which was sheltered by my Xiantian sect, sent a message of distress to the sect, declaring that strange things were happening one after another throughout the country, and that people were losing their lives one after another all over the place, with extremely strange deaths, and the corpses were all sucked dry of their blood. So initially, it was judged that there was a demonic creature haunting the place. Later I deployed a group of disciples to go to find out the situation. All nowhere to be found so far has not returned. And this phenomenon, but also in the state of Wei intensified, and even appeared more than 1 million people of the city, have fallen into the dead horror of the phenomenon. That's not all. Those countries around the Wei state from a distance away are rumored to be starting to experience this situation as well. And it's already starting to have a tendency to spread in the desolate state, and the victims are all dying in the same way. I think, at this rate, I'm afraid that the desolate state is going to be in chaos, and the disciples recruited by the Xian Heavenly Sect in the future will inevitably fall off a cliff. And this kind of result is something that no one wants to see. Words. Yi Junlin frowned. It's so evil? Didn't anyone see who did it? Void Yonyan shook his head. Perhaps the people who saw it are already dead, leaving behind only a body that was drained of blood. For a cultivation sect, if it fails to recruit suitable disciples every year, it will slowly show a situation of not being able to catch up with the green and yellow, and gradually move towards extinction in the long years. Therefore, all the major sects valued the land of mortals, as their source of recruiting disciples came almost exclusively from here. Good luck picking out the good ones. Assuming that it is ignored, a vicious cycle is created. Patriarch Void Yonyan understood this the most, because he was from an ordinary small mountain village 200 years ago, when he happened to be chosen by the elders of the Xiantian sect to start this path of immortal cultivation. Yi Junlin mused. According to what you just said, the phenomenon started a few years ago from Wei, and now it's the most serious, so the root cause is bound to be here, and that's where we should start solving the problem to begin with. From memory, the Wei state, also known as the Great Wei Dynasty, had a population of up to 80 million, and there were at least hundreds of countries like it in the desolate state. If this strange phenomenon was allowed to spread all over the desolate state, this realm would inevitably be overrun with living beings and completely fall into extinction. At this time, the little cuties system beep sounded. Ding, triggering a new mission, traveling to Wei to solve the root cause of the crisis. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Chapter 12 Guess the Fist to Determine Life and Death. Toon-chan, you're a sight for sore eyes. Ding, it's okay. Yi Junlin shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, this period of time staying in the mountain is getting moldy. It's just right to go outside to have some fun. And by the way, bring the cheap disciple with him. Well, I also think the root cause is in Wei. Void Younger nodded. Patriarch, how about this? I'll personally go there and settle this matter. Yi Junlin opened his mouth. Swish, all the gazes in the hall converged on Yi Junlin. Void Yunyan stroked his beard and laughed. It's still senior brother Yi who is more direct. If it's you who goes, I'm sure this matter can be resolved quickly. Okay, see you later. Yi Junlin left the main hall. Looking at the distant back, the hidden sword peak master was a bit worried. Can senior brother Yi really handle it? Elm brain. In this tiny desolate state, what else could be difficult for a transformation god? The heavenly fragrance peak master rolled his eyes. In the desolate state, transformation means invincibility. If we can't even manage him, then this desolate state is truly hopeless. Void Junlin's smile gradually tightened as he seriously said, everyone, seize the opportunity to cultivate. Don't think too much about anything else, and don't let down senior brother Ye's expectations of us. Yes, the crowd responded. In the eastern region, the deserted state was very small and tiny, and in addition to its very remote location, it was called a poor and remote place by cultivators from other states. But, this is what the cultivation world says, and in the eyes of mortals, the wasteland state is boundless. From one country to another, even if the boat and hoof, the fastest will take 2 or 3 months. If it is far, this life cannot even be reached. Clouds churning up the sky. The two figures were like streams of light, sweeping away one after the other. Yi Junlin hummed a little tune, admiring the great mountains and rivers in the distance. Red Thousand Leaves stared at this back figure dead on. Remembering all the previous events at Misty Peak, he felt more and more stifled in the side of his heart. Forget it, there's plenty of opportunity on the road. When you fall into the seat's hands, this seat will definitely make you look good. Yi Junlin had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He could clearly feel that the bastard in the back had a great deal of resentment. Oh, it seems to be very unconvincing. If that's the case, then the laborer will take his time to temper you. It didn't take long. They then came over the Wei dynasty. As far as the eye could see, there was a patchwork of large and small cities. The common people are like ants and look very small. From the moment of birth, fate is pretty much decided. Some are well dressed and enjoy glory and wealth. Some are poor and eat chaff. And some labor desperately and end up terminally ill. In this world, the only way to change one's destiny is to cultivate immortality. There seems to be something going on down there. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes. Red Thousand Leaves looked over and said in a sparse tone, oh, it looks like a group of horse bandits that are ransacking a village. It was the kind of thing he had long been used to. Yeah, go down and see. Saying that, Yi Junlin's expression moved as he swept towards that village. Boring. Red Chiba skimmed his lips and had to follow. At this point, Peach Blossom Village. Fire and smoke filled the sky. Many of the villagers were like animals, driven by the horse bandits to the open space in the center of the village. And those who didn't listen and tried to escape were wielded and killed by the vicious horse bandits. Sobbing, crying, and begging for mercy resounded in this otherwise calm and peaceful village. Heroes and good men. Our village is known as a poor place. All we have are the chickens, ducks, cows and sheep that we raise on weekdays. If you want to take them all. Don't hurt the innocent people in the village. The head of Peach Blossom Village was full of white hair and leaned on his crutches as he came forward to plead for mercy. Q. One of the horse bandits impatiently raised his foot and kicked it, and the village chief fell to the ground with a scream, spitting blood from his mouth as he lay on the ground. The group of horse bandits totaled about 100 people, and they were full of ferocity, carrying sharp long knives, driving and concentrating the hundreds of villagers. The villagers were trembling with fear. Men, women and children. Walled City Lord. It's all here. A little brother said respectfully. The Lord of the Black Wind Walled Village rode a high horse and walked out of the group with a calm demeanor. Surprisingly, this horse bandit leader is not the kind of brown man image, but a bit of a scholar's temperament. At first glance thought it was a private school teacher. The Black Wind Walled City Lord's eyes swept condescendingly, his face calm as usual. Among them, he saw a young man and woman in the crowd, dressed in strikingly large red garments, apparently a couple just about to pay their respects to the bridal chamber. A cold smile crossed the corners of the Black Wind Walled Village master's mouth as he reached out and pointed at these two people, speaking in a commanding tone. Drag them out for me. Yes, Walled City Lord. A few minions immediately stepped forward. No, get off me, get off me. The newlyweds, then, were held down. Their eyes were filled with fear and concern for their fate. The Black Wind Walled Village Lord rolled over and dismounted, walked to the front of the bride, cupped her chin, looked straight at this tender and delicate face, and said with a smile, there are a few moments of color. Spare, the woman said fearfully. Let go of my lady. Don't move her. The man's eyes widened at the thought. The villagers knew it by heart and kept their heads down to keep their eyes open. What a thought. The Lord of the Black Wind Walled City asked, do you love your man? The woman froze, not expecting this horse bandit leader to suddenly throw out this question. The woman nodded softly. Love. The Lord of the Black Wind Walled City turned his head to look at the male. So do you love her? The man's face was loyal and honest, and when faced with the Black Wind Walled Village Lord's inquiry, he emotionally shouted, of course I love her. I grew up with her as a childhood friend. After growing up, I finally married her as I wished. I swear I'll spend my whole life being good to her. Brother Tai Zhu Mei choked back tears. The black-wind-walled village lord was silent for a moment and raised his hand to point at another villager. The men understood and immediately dragged the villager out, and in the midst of countless horrified gazes, swung their swords to slice his neck. Pus, blood stained the ground, and his head rolled on the ground in bones, his face full of despair. Ah! The crowd erupted into gasps of surprise. The head, with eyes wide open in death. The black-wind-walled city's master smiled playfully, lifting his foot and kicking it gently as the head rolled in front of the man and woman who were in love with each other. Xiaomei was so scared that she didn't dare to look at the dead man's head. Taiju's face was pale and his heart was pounding. Gentlemen, I suddenly have an interesting idea. The black-wind-walled village master laughed softly. The two of you will guess the fist, and one game will determine the winner. Whoever loses will have to die. But well, I'll allow you half an incense burner's worth of time to discuss it in private. Words. Taiju and Xiaomei looked at each other, not understanding why they were doing this. The black-wind-walled village lord's smile grew cold and his tone was steeply harsh. What? Don't want to play? Then go to hell. No, 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 we play. Taiju hurriedly opened his mouth. It is better for one person to die than to take two people. Well, here goes. The black-wind-walled city lord waved his hand. Taiju immediately pulled on Xiaomei and squatted at the foot of the wall, and said to her seriously, Xiaomei, I'll make a fist later, you make a cloth, and you'll survive. Xiaomei's eyes were red and she sobbed, Brother Taiju, don't be like this, I don't want you to die. Taiju revealed a naive smile and touched the woman's head. I told you, I will be good to you for the rest of my life. Brother Taiju, in the next life we'll still be husband and wife. Mei cried her heart out. The two snuggled up to each other, enjoying a brief moment of peace. Half an incense stick passes, came a cold voice, time's up, bring them here. Yes. Taiju and Xiaomei were brought before the black-wind-walled city lord by a few of his men. The black-wind-walled village lord calmly said, when you're ready, let's begin. Wait. Taiju stared closely at the middle-aged man and gathered his courage. Are you sure that the one who wins will live? Bold. You dare to question our walled city lord? A junior brother shouted angrily. The black-wind-walled village master smiled and said, of course, I don't care to lie to you guys. That's good. Taiju exhaled heavily. He turned to Mei in front of him and said seriously, come on, in plain sight. The two play rock paper scissors. When the results came back, Iron Pillar froze in place. Xiaomei's pretty face flashed a flash of dismay, then cried out in fear. I was wrong. Don't kill me don't kill me ha 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 ha. The black-wind-walled village lord threw back his head and laughed, tears coming out of his eyes as he laughed, his laughter filled with endless mockery. As previously agreed, the Iron Pillar is indeed out of stone. But what Mei came out with was scissors. Chapter 13, could it be him? Why? Why are you doing this Are you thinking that I will cheat you? Taiju muttered, his three views directly collapsing. All his heart was fed to the dogs. Oh, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Xiaomei cried bitterly and fell to her knees, pleading, Brother Taiju, save me, I really don't want to die. Black-wind-walled city shook his head. Tonsai, I also have a childhood sweetheart. I and her too small. Once promised to get married and have children. Whitehead to old age. That will be my secret vow. Must be to get a merit. When the 8-carrying sedan chair marrying. Unfortunately, I didn't win the gold medal and could only earn a little scrap of silver as a poor showman teaching in a private school. Until that time when I fell off the list and my wedding date with her was postponed. I still foolishly thought that she wasn't ready and still shushed her until a kindly boy secretly told me that that woman had actually been eyeballing the young master of the Sioux residence. I just realized that she changed her mind a long time ago. Speaking of this middle-aged man with a clear and elegant face seemed to be recalling that unpleasant image. His eyes were covered with scarlet blood, and his tone contained bone-deep hatred. I ran to confront her, only to run into this pair of dogs cheating on me inside the house. The black-wind-walled village master remembers that after that pair of dogs and men were crashed through their adulterous affair, that Sioux family's young master was so furious that he ordered his men to hold him down to death and force him to continue to perform ridiculous things in front of his eyes. He can never forget his beloved woman in other men's knees to enjoy, screaming a wave of the scene. See, this is the woman you swore you'd give a lifetime of happiness to. The black-wind-walled village lord extended his finger and poked Taiju's head, gloating. Taiju was as disoriented as a walking corpse. As for Xiaomei, she had her head chopped off by the falling butcher knife of the horse bandits in the midst of her cries, and her blood splattered all over the place. The villagers were silenced, not daring to make the slightest move. In the distance, two long figures stood on the hill, witnessing the entire process. Red Thousand Leaves wrapped his arms around himself, the corners of his mouth lifting up in a playful arc. Interesting, this play this seed likes. Yi Junlin frowned. He always felt that this black wind-walled city's owner was more than what it appeared to be. There must be something odd in it. At this point, the black wind-walled city lord put away his playfulness. Time to get down to business. He pointed both his fingers together towards the iron pillar, whose eyes lost focus and fell head over heels into unconsciousness. I won't kill you as agreed. But the others? Ha! The black wind-walled village master's aura rose greatly, his eyes glowing blood red as he looked at the large group of villagers kneeling on the ground, the corner of his mouth lifting up a cruel smile. Quickly dodge. The walled city lord is going to perform his divine power. The surrounding horse bandits retreated, their faces filled with awe. They knew that the walled city was about to start eating. Swish, swish, swish. Dense lines of blood erupted from the chest, stabbing at the villagers as if they had a spirit. Then, one after another, there were men, women, and children whose bodies dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a large amount of essence blood pooled into the chest of the black wind-walled city's master. Yes, that's right. As long as I completely absorb it all, I'll be sure to break through from chi practicing to foundation establishment. The black wind-walled city's lord was filled with excitement as he felt the changes in his body. Help! Don't kill me! Mother! I'm afraid! Somebody help us! Monster! It's a monster! There were screams and wails. Something's really wrong. Essence exploded in Yi Junlin's eyes. Based on the strange phenomena that have occurred in Wei over the past few years, this is a scourge that someone is deliberately doing. Of course, this black wind-walled city lord, with his strength is certainly not the black hand behind the scenes, should also belong to the kind of compulsion. This evil kung fu. Red Thousand Leaf's heart and mind shook dramatically. This evil method that the other party was casting was very similar to that deceased person he knew in his memories. But, as early as 200 years ago, he already died under the siege of the various holy lands in the central region. Red Thousand Leaves frowned straight up, his eyes shifting. Remember, that person's methods were very evil, and back then, he was in existence on par with him. Yi Junlin glanced at the difference in Red Shenya's expression and raised his eyebrows. You recognize this technique? Red Thousand Leaves shook his head and directly denied. I don't recognize it. Ha! Yi Junlin smiled and didn't continue to pursue the matter. Swish! His figure disappeared into place. Next moment, Yi Junlin appeared beside the black wind-walled city lord, raised his hand and gently patted his shoulder inside. Little old brother, there's a right to be wronged, but coming here to kill innocents indiscriminately is wrong of you. Black wind-walled village owner sucking his coolet, suddenly next to an additional person, directly to him scared enough, shocked and angry. Who are you stepping horse are you? Boom! Yi Junlin's palm emitted a powerful force. Click, click, click. The black wind-walled village lord fell to his knees, his bones almost shattered, and he let out a miserable wail. After being interrupted from casting the spell, the remaining villagers were spared and watched in shock. Walled master. The surrounding horse bandits were dumbfounded. This silver-haired youth that suddenly appeared was like a god of heaven descending to earth, suppressing the usually invincible walled city lord in their eyes with just one hand. Tell me, where did you get the evil skill you practiced from? Yi Junlin said. Chen Shu's face was bitter. He knew that he was unlucky this time, actually encountering a powerful cultivator. The situation forced him to tell where he came from. It turned out that after Chen Shu had crashed the adulterous affair of that pair of dogs, the young master of the Su family used his family's connections to make it impossible for him to mix in the local area. And driven to desperation, he left his hometown, and was later recruited by a strange group of people who taught him this terrifying gong method. The requirement, however, is that one must do whatever it takes to improve one's cultivation. Chen Shu, whose temperament had changed drastically, began to kill innocents in a frenzy, and later returned to his homeland and killed that pair of dogs as well. After the matter was exposed, Chen Shu attracted several casual cultivators of Wei to pursue him, and fled in distress to become a bandit. It seems like a huge organization is behind this. The requirements for selflessly imparting others' techniques are still simple. The recipient is allowed to continuously devour essence blood to raise their cultivation level. Red, what do you think about this? Looking towards the red-robed figure slowly descending in the sky, Yi Junlin said in a meaningful tone. The crowd looked at Red Thousand Leaves, their eyes showing amazement. What a beautiful girl, just like the fairies. Red Thousand Leaves' face was calm, but his heart set off shocking waves. The snowballing method of passing is really too much like that guy's style. Is he really alive? Master, the apprentice doesn't know. Hearing this reply, Yi Junlin shook his head. He raised his hand and placed it on Chen Shu's head. Start a rough soul search. Chen Shu's face was in agony. His eyes rolled over, and he felt like his brain was going to be sucked out. Vaguely, Yi Junlin saw a scene where several bizarre black-robed men stood. The one at the head, reaching out to teach Chen Shu the kung fu technique. Then the scene was suspended and completely plunged into darkness. Boo! Chen Shi fell to the ground, completely out of breath. Go! Yi Junlin said. Snap! Red Chiba snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the horse bandits caught fire on their bodies, the blazing fire burning rapidly as they let out mournful screams, their eyes filled with intense fear. Soon, it all burned to ashes. Such divine means. Look at the villagers present and be dumbfounded. Yi Junlin frowned. Master, has the apprentice done wrong? Doesn't this group of horse bandits deserve to die? Red Thousand Leaves said with a puzzled face. Yi Junlin coughed lightly a few times. Well done. A hint of smugness flashed in the bottom of Red Thousand Leaf's eyes. It's been a while since he's gone on a killing spree, and he just wanted to take advantage of it. Just then, someone took the lead and shouted. Fairy eliminates violence and acts on behalf of heaven. We in Peach Blossom Village have been thanking Fairy for generations. Thank you, Fairy. The villagers worshipped. Fairy, hear the call. Red Xianye was so angry that her pretty face twisted, and she raised her hand to burn this group of fools. Suddenly, the wrist was grabbed by a large hand. Yi Junlin wore a smile on his face. My good disciple, do they deserve to die as well? I don't know why, but this smile somehow felt. Red Chiba was very angry inside, but he knew that he had to hold back now. A moment later, Red Chiba barely managed to squeeze out a stiff smile. Master, you've misunderstood. I actually wanted to wave goodbye to them. Chapter 14, continuing to teach the demon cult master. That's good. Yi Junlin looked relieved. Then the two stormed off into the sky to cheers. Red Xianye's face was indignant, and in his heart, he had already greeted Yi Junlin's ancestors all over again. The courtroom. A dragon-robed emperor sitting on the dragon chair, looking at the minister presented the folders. Pale face covered with gravity, eyebrows wrinkled into a deep Chuan character. The civil and military officials bowed their heads, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Hey, after a long time, a helpless sigh came. Emperor Wei dropped the Zhang folders in his hand, rubbed his brow, and said bitterly, if this continues, my great kingdom will be destroyed by evil spirits. The death toll is shocking on this scene. Originally, the Wei dynasty had a population of 80 million, but in the past few years it has directly decreased by more than 30 million, and the trend is getting worse. The country is in a state of fear and turmoil. There was nothing the court could do about it, and it was anxious and helpless. Your Majesty, our country of Wei has the Xian sect at its back. I believe that the immortal masters there won't care. One of the ministers reassured. Xian sect. Wei Di shook his head and smiled bitterly with a look of disappointment. A few years ago, the Xian sect had also sent a team to ascertain the situation, yet that team had evaporated not long after arriving in Wei. Later, he could only watch as things went from bad to worse. The Xian sect, on the other hand, hasn't followed up since that time. Can Wei still rely on such a sect? Father! Father! A silvery cry rang out. Outside the court hall, the little princess who was about 13 years old or so ran in. Her skin was delicate and white, and looking at this delicate face, she was definitely a beauty embryo. Ling Er, how do you do it? Wei Di wondered. This is his favorite little daughter. If it were someone else who was so adventurous, he would have dragged her down and chopped off her head. The little princess waved a letter in her hand, her face beaming with joy. It's second brother. Second brother has come with news. It's the second prince. The ministers looked surprised. The Wei Emperor's second son, who was picked by the Xian sect's immortal master in his early years, has been staying in the Xian sect all these years, which is a well-known matter in the court. One must know that the immortal sect's recruitment of disciples has always been based on qualifications. Even if you were a king, a prince, or a descendant of royalty, it was useless if your qualifications were not up to par. Moreover, the Xian sect is very strict in screening disciples, prohibiting all hooks that involve relatives and connections to enter. So, when the second prince was selected, the Wei Emperor could not mention how happy he was, and that year, he directly amnestied the whole world and celebrated with all the people. It's just that over the years, the second prince has been addicted to cultivating immortality, and gradually he's cut off contact with Wei. Now, the sudden sending of the letter came as a surprise to a group of ministers. Quickly let me see what the letter says. Wei Di took the letter from his daughter's hand and hastily opened it to read it. When he saw the contents of the letter, Emperor Wei couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face rising with excitement as he slapped the table and laughed. Ha ha ha, yes. This move made the ministers look at each other. Your Majesty, what are you? The Wei Emperor said excitedly. My son said in his letter that the Xian sect attaches extreme importance to the strange phenomenon occurring in Wei, and it's likely that this time, they'll send out the Misty Peak Master to solve it in person. So let's hold our peace and wait for the good news. Words. The civil and military officials looked uplifted. Although they were mortals, they were in high positions of power, and they still had channels to be able to receive news about the battles between the major sects in the desolate state. According to rumors, the Tian sect was able to destroy the Wind and Thunder sect by relying on that misty peak master, Yi Junlin. That was a Yuaning stage great cultivator, with the terrifying power to move mountains and fill up seas. In the eyes of the secular world it was already no different from an immortal, and now that this peak master Yi was about to come personally to help Wei tide over its difficulties, could they not feel excited? Wei Emperor's dragon face was greatly pleased. This was the most pleasing news he had heard in the past few years. Linger, our Wei is saved. Wei Di picked up the little princess and kissed her face again and again. He. The little princess smiled with an arched eyebrow and a very cute expression. Suddenly, a guard ran in a panic. Your Majesty, there are 2 immortals descending outside. It must be the Tian sect's immortal master. Dear ministers, quickly follow me and quickly go to meet them. Wei Di was pleasantly surprised. Inside the palace, 7-colored auspicious clouds spread across the sky, and in the midst of countless shocked gazes, the 2 figures landed on the square shrouded in auspicious haze. Little Red, have you ever felt that master's choice to make such an appearance is very forced? Yi Junlin carried his hands behind his back and said smugly, he's all about making a big show to make it easier to lure the snakes out of their holes. Red Thousand Leaves glanced at Yi Junlin with contempt and inwardly said, childish, but on the surface, he still courteously arched his hand. Master is wise, the apprentice feels the same way. Welcome, immortal master. In the palace, Emperor Wei led the civil and military officials out in a hurry and kneeled down to worship Yi Junlin and Hong Qianya. To them, this was an immortal who could destroy the heavens and the earth and was not bound by all the rules of the secular world. Wei Di carefully sized up the silver-haired youth, his inner joy increasing. According to the description of the epigraph, that ethereal peak master had a signature long silver-white hair, which matched perfectly with the image features of the person in front of him. It seemed that this was undoubtedly peak master Yi. As his gaze shifted to Red Qianye, Wei Di's heart pounded. Even though he had a harem of 3,000 beauties, compared to this woman, it was a world of difference. This is the best thing on earth. Wei Di secretly sighed. After all, he was accompanying Yi Junlin, so of course he did not dare to have any improper thoughts, and even felt that even one more glance would be blasphemy to this fairy. Ahem. Yi Junlin cleared his throat. His majestic voice echoed continuously in all directions through the infusion of mana. This seat has come here to resolve the crisis in Wei, so you don't have to be on tenterhooks. On behalf of the people of Wei, I hereby kowtow to the Supreme Immortal. Wei Di shouted excitedly. Inside the palace, as far as the eye could see, everyone was kneeling on the ground, pinning their hopes on Yi Junlin. All rise. Yi Junlin raised his hand and an invisible force spread, gently lifting Wei Di and the others from the ground. Supreme Immortal, feel free to command if you have any requests, Wei Di respectfully said. Arrange a place for my master and disciple to stay. This way. Wei Di stretched out his hand and quietly glanced at Hong Qianyi, who passed by his heel. So this fairy was the disciple of the upper immortal. The little princess hid behind Wei Di, looking at Red Qianya's absolutely beautiful face. She secretly said inwardly, this sister is so beautiful. If only I could be as beautiful as her when I grow up. Since the beginning, Red Qianya's face was cold, not even bothering to look at this group of people. In his eyes, the Wei Emperor and the civil and military officials, and even the entire people of Wei were all mole crickets, and there was no difference at all. He only followed him because he wanted to find out the real identity of the real culprit behind the scene. Jingtai Palace. The temple is opulent, warm in winter and cool in summer. This place was built by Emperor Wei when he spent huge sums of money over many years, and he liked to stay here on weekdays to indulge and enjoy himself. And now he gave up his residence to Yi Junlin and Hong Qianya. Stand down. Something is commanded of you. It is an honor to serve the Supreme Immortal. Wei Di didn't dare to stay longer and hurriedly retired with a respectful voice. Squeak. The door beer closed. Yi Junlin sat on his but on the recliner made of 1,000-year-old Nanmu, reached out and picked up the grapes and the fruit plate and sent them to his mouth, eating them with relish. At this moment, his dangling appearance was the opposite of his majestic demeanor just a moment ago. Red Thousand Leaves had a look of intolerance on his face. This was the most unprofessional transformation god cultivator he had ever encountered, and it left him most speechless. Other cultivators would basically sit on their knees and focus on cultivation or something. This guy was addicted to eating and drinking all day long and didn't have the slightest intention of trying to cultivate. How did one cultivate to the level of transfiguration when one is so weary and lazy? Humph. It's also good. According to this progress, this seat will soon be able to crush him in terms of cultivation, and I think I'll be able to strike with more certainty then. Red Chiba said darkly. If Yi Junlin heard his heart, he would have unkindly laughed out a goose call. Trying to practice? Labored directly lie flat. The realm and other things all rely on the bumper. And the Gongfu aptitude will also be automatically upgraded by hanging. You're telling me effort works? And again, how is it not an effort to be able to insist on lying flat? At this time, Junlin took off the cloud-patterned combat boots on his feet, and under his feet there was suddenly more wooden basin with steaming warm water in it. Put your foot in gently and let out a comfortable moan, chanting. Just as Red Thousand Leaves became even more contemptuous, a voice slowly entered his ears and, "Oh little Red, come and wash master's feet." Red Xianya's face stagnated, almost suspecting that his ears had misheard him. Veins instantly erupted from his forehead, and an angry rage rose up in his heart. "What did you say? I'm the master of the fire-worshipping Demon Sect, and I'm actually going to wash the feet of a piece of like you? Don't be a bully." Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were filled with a cold chill as he stood there without moving. Ignoring it, Junlin raised his eyebrows. "Where is everyone? Come over here." "On what grounds?" faced the questioning. Junlin sighed. "Once a teacher, always a father. Isn't that enough? Good boy. Son, wash father's feet quickly." Chapter 15, Killing a Yuaning with the flick of a finger. "You!" Red Thousand Leaves laughed back in anger. His palms rose up with dark red flames, and the terrifying flames scorched the void, forming gusts of ripples. "You've repeatedly touched my bottom line. Do you really think I have no temper?" Junlin looked straight at the angry youth in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. "Apprentice has a heart. Just in time to come and heat up master's water." Seeing that the silver-haired youth had no face, Red Xianya could no longer tolerate it, and he decided to tear his face off now. "Listen, this seat." However, at that moment, an anxious voice came from outside the door. "Two Supreme Immortals, regarding the strange phenomenon that happened in Wei, I have something important to report. Identity." Junlin released his divine sense through the door. "I am the Grand Prince of Wei." Only to see the Grand Prince wearing a gorgeous brocade coat, he respectfully arched his hand and said, "What is it? Say." Hearing Junlin's flat voice coming from inside the room, the Grand Prince hurriedly fell to his knees and said in a tone filled with uneasiness, "Supreme Immortal, this secret, I have never dared to tell father. I found out that the evil spirits that create strange phenomena all over the place may come from the back of the palace, because that night I inadvertently saw that a few black bat demons secretly flew into the caves, and also in the palace. There are often palace maidens and eunuchs that have disappeared, so I think it must be because I can't escape from them. I've heard of the great name of the Supreme Immortal for a long time, and I know that you have heavenly abilities, and now only you can save the people of Wei. So please take action to subdue the bat demon in the back of the mountain." Said. The Grand Prince's forehead thumped against the ground in a gesture of sincerity. "Oh." Junlin's divine sense extended and spread wildly, carefully sweeping the back of the palace. However, nothing unusual was found. But, halftime, the beer opened. The Grand Imperial Prince raised his head and saw the black-robed youth stepping forward, his long silver-white hair forming a stark contrast as it hung down at his waist emitting a silvery luster. "Greetings, Supreme Immortal. Take this seat to that cave." "Yes." The Grand Imperial Prince stood up in a hurry, an imperceptible coldness in the bottom of his eyes. When looking at Red Xianya, the coldness was replaced by a touch of greed again. After that incident just now, Red Xianya's face was as cold as frost, and the vermilion flame mark between his eyebrows added a few more demonic points. Looking at Junlin's back, Red Thousand Leaves secretly sneered. "Just as well. This seat will settle the score with you later." On the porch, the little princess hid behind a pillar and poked her head out to watch the scene. When seeing what the big prince did, the little princess's pretty face couldn't believe it. How could Big Brother, only she, who was the younger sister, knew how bad this big brother of hers was in his usual style. Father is most unhappy with him. Now, this inferior big brother actually dared to meet with the two immortals of the Xiantian sect in private? I have to tell father in a hurry. The little princess ran away in a huff, back on the hill, overgrown weeds and strange rocks, as the Grand Prince led the way in front and Junlin walked in a cloudy manner. Hong Qianyi frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Arrived. The Grand Emperor turned around with a wry smile on his face. "What about the cave where the bat demon stayed?" Junlin said indifferently. "Stupid. There's no such thing as a bat demon. This is your graveyard." The Grand Prince's face was frantic. He pulled out the jade slip and directly crushed it. Swish! Blood-red five-pointed asterisk arrays emerged from the ground, emitting gusts of terrifying energy fluctuations. The Grand Emperor was protected by a ball of light on his body and was instantly teleported out. He stood firmly and said smugly, "Several elders, it's your turn to make a move." Wow! Distorted fluctuations surfaced in space. 5 figures shrouded in black robes walked out, swept in each direction of the 5-pointed starburst formation. forming an encirclement around Yi Junlin and Hong Qianya inside the formation. Beneath the brim of the hat was a shadowy face with a cruel smile at the corners of its mouth. Peak Master Yi of the Xiantian sect. You've been in the limelight lately, the one-eyed elder at the head of the group said with a hoarse voice. I've long guessed that you're going to come here in person. We've already laid a dragnet. Even you have to die. The elder on the other side laughed sardonically. The 5 of them were all at the Yuaning cultivation level, and the strongest was already at the late Yuaning stage. And relying on this special formation, they were guaranteed to be able to kill any opponent below the level of the transformation god. Yi Junlin shook his head. Call your leader out directly. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with a minion like you. For the Grand Prince's bit of trickery, Yi Junlin had long since sensed it, but he didn't put it on his mind at all, and was even looking forward to what tricks the man behind the curtain would pull. As a result, only a few Yuaning old monsters emerged, which made Yi Junlin feel a little disappointed. Asshole! You dare to underestimate us? The one-eyed elder shouted angrily, holding his arms as if he was watching a play. The Grand Prince sneered. Several elders, kill that male. As for the woman in red, I'll trouble you to waste her cultivation. This prince will enjoy it. What? Red Thousand Leaves originally didn't take it seriously, but as a result, when he heard these words, his inner rage surged upward. The pupils of his eyes erupted with a cold aura that cracked through the air, and his head full of long black hair danced about, just like a Jedi demon monarch possessing his body. The earth is cracking and the fire is burning. With his raised hand wrapped in dark red flames, he smashed the seemingly solid formation with a single slap. Put! The 5 elders spat out blood from their mouths and retreated back and forth as if they were struck by lightning, their faces full of unbelievable horror as they lost their voices and said, Harmonization? Harmonization god? Are you kidding me? How could the Xiantian sect have a transformation god? Red Thousand Leaves flashed to the front of the Grand Prince. His icy voice was like 9 ghosts of ice, freezing people to the bone. You, dare you say it again? The Great Prince's figure was like petrification. First dumbfounded, then face fear, scared to crotch to yellow liquid penetration. Fairy, spare your life. Hear the call. Red Thousand Leaves laughed coldly and raised his hand before striking out a fire chi that didn't enter the Grand Imperial Prince's body. The Grand Prince let out a heart-rending howl. His skin was as red as a branding iron, and he rolled over and over on the ground. A taste that was even more unbearable than the 10 great tortures of Wei. Miserable, really miserable. Yi Junlin sked. Shang Xian. At this moment, the vast forbidden guards appeared, and Emperor Wei arrived on a white steed, with the little princess on his horse. The little princess pointed at the big prince on the ground, who was crying in pain and begging for mercy, and cried out in surprise, Father, Big Brother is there. Emperor Wei looked at the Grand Prince and then at the situation in the arena, and already had a guess in his heart. Rebellious son, you even joined forces with evil cultivators, against the Xiantian sect's Shang Xian. Are you trying to anger me to death? I've lost all my face to you. Wei Di growled angrily. Yi Junlin teased. Your eldest son is really something, colluding with the mastermind behind the scenes to scourge your Wei's kingdom. How filial. What? Wei Di could not believe that the original home has long been in the thief. Adverse son, why are you doing this? Answer me. He reddened his eyes and questioned. Red Qianya snapped his fingers. The eldest prince was then not in so much pain. Facing his father's questioning, the eldest prince smiled miserably. Anyway, you old thing, you never wanted to pass the throne to me. Why don't I just join them? And after it's done, I'll be able to become the emperor. Foolish. How many innocents have lost their lives because of you in the entire state of Wei today? If this continues, the entire country will be an empty shell. Where are the people left? Even if you become the emperor, what's the use? Wei Emperor painfully said. He. Anyway, I don't care. I just want to be the emperor. That group of pariahs will just die. And when the time comes, with them helping me, I will be able to step into the path of cultivating immortality, and get away with it. The Grand Emperor laughed sardonically. You're hopeless. Emperor Wei was so angry that he spat out blood, his eyes filled with disappointment. Looking towards the 5 terrified elders, Yi Junlin impatiently said, with this means of yours, you still want to deal with me? Hurry up and call out your chiefs. We will not betray our master. The one-eyed elder gritted his teeth. Oh, go to hell then. Yi Junlin lifted his finger and gently pointed it away. Boo! An elder's body burst into pieces. The spirit is dead. Boo! Another elder exploded into a bloody mist. Boo! That's the third one. Yi Junlin downplayed the situation, and whoever he pointed his finger at had to die. It was a scene that made the crowd's scalps tingle as they watched. Oh my god! Which one of those bastards said he's a Yuaning? This is clearly a god of transformation. The one-eyed elder lost his voice. a spirit transformation realm cultivator, even in the entire Eastern domain, had a reputation, and was a key recruiting target for the major powers. In this godforsaken barren state, there are actually people who have cultivated to the level of transformation spirit, and also two at once. What are you waiting for? Run away. The other elder was so scared that his liver and guts were splitting, completely losing his mind to resist, and was about to cast a secret method to escape far away. Just as he blinked and disappeared from his original spot, appearing 1,000 meters away, the hairs of sweat on his body stood on end, and a creepy chill ran down his back. No. Boo. The entire person exploded into a mist of blood. That leaves you. Oh. Junlin had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he pointed his finger towards the last one-eyed elder. The shadow of death loomed over his heart. Bean-sized beads of sweat rose straight from the one-eyed elder's forehead. He had never felt such fear before, and hysterically and subconsciously shouted, "Master, save me, rumble." At that moment, the entire giant mountain shook violently, and a pillar of blood-colored light about 10 feet wide shot up into the sky, shattering even the vastness of the heavens. Noticing this familiar aura, Red Chiba's eyes couldn't believe it. It's really him. Junlin snapped his fingers and said with interest, "Oh, it's you who are waiting." Chapter 16, The Perverted Blood Demon. The blood-red pillar of light stirred up the wind and clouds, spreading in all directions like ripples. Everyone in the capital of the King of Wei was terrified by this horrifying sight, and they all knelt on the ground not daring to move. "Master!" The one-eyed elder was so excited that he burst into tears. Within the pillar of light, a mighty tall figure slowly stepped out. His face was cold, his head full of blood-red hair fluttered, and his body was filled with a sense of oppression like that of a flood beast. His eyes swept over disdainfully, and when they landed on Hong Qianye, the man's eyes burst out with 2 beams of blazing essence. The thin lips moved slightly, spitting out a slightly surprised voice. "It's you?" Red Thousand Leaf's face changed slightly, then returned to calmness in the twinkling of an eye, and said indifferently, "It's been a long time, Blood Demon. I didn't expect you to still be alive." Sure Tianjie's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence, and his tone was self-deprecating as he said, "The title of Blood Demon. This seat hasn't heard it for a long time." That's right. This person was the blood fiend Sure Tianjie who had fallen under siege by the various holy lands in the central region more than 200 years ago. Just like Red Thousand Leaves, they all asked for the true immortal realm. The blood underworld sect that he founded was once a sensation, even more so than the fire-worshipping Demon Sect. Speaking of Sure Tianjie's path to immortal cultivation, it could be described as heartless. Not only did he rely on madly devouring human blood to strengthen himself, but he also taught his evil skills to the congregation underneath him, condoning them to maim innocents, stirring up a bloody storm in various places, and when the time was ripe, he would devour the congregants who practiced this method, extracting the fruits of their cultivation. This snow-like speed is like a virus spreading through the central region. Whether it was a famous sect or a demonic cultivator, they all suffered greatly from the blood underworld sect at that time. Because of this, his realm has risen rapidly, but due to his extremely evil methods, he is not tolerated by the righteous and the devil. In the end, the major top forces joined forces to crush the isolated blood underworld sect. The isolated blood devil sect was eradicated, and Sure Tianjie, who was known as the Blood Devil, fell during the Great Battle, and only then did the central region regain peace for a long period of time. It was just that I didn't expect that the ferociously famous blood demon hadn't died in the beginning, and now appeared in the most remote desolate state in the eastern region. This news, if it were to be spread to the central domain, would definitely cause a great stir. How did you escape? At that time, many people witnessed with their own eyes that your 10,000-foot body was blown up by several immortal weapons, and even the blood in your entire body evaporated, so there was no possibility of survival. Red Chiba asked seriously, those self-righteous fools. This seed has long ago divided a drop of this lifeblood in advance, casting a spell to hide it in some hidden place, and when this seed falls, that drop of this lifeblood will allow this seed to be reborn again. It's just a pity that cultivation must start all over again. Even this seed's immortal blood body must be recast. Sure Tianjie's gaze was gloomy. In order to hide people's ears, this seed had to disappear far away from the eastern region to secretly cultivate. As a result, not long after, it caused the alarm of the eastern region's various holy places. Thinking twice and thrice, I can only come to this barbaric land, relying on the predation of the blood of low-level cultivators to enhance the cultivation level. Although the progress is very slow, but it is better than steady and safe. So it is, Red Chiba said. He secretly sighed inwardly, worthy of being the blood demon with the most evil tactics, relying on faking his death to conceal the truth from the world and then continuing to make waves. To know, back then, the camps that crusade against the blood underworld sect had not only the righteous path, but also the demonic path. which was simply 1,000 times more outrageous. Compared to what happened to him, Shi Tianjie's difficulty was much higher. Red Thousand Leaves felt that if the positions were reversed, even if he put his best foot forward, he would still die. It seems that you are also on the same downfall as this seat. Shi Tianjie's eyes revealed a brilliant aura. Seeing that Hong Qianye no longer had true immortal cultivation. Red Shiba didn't go into detail, but the meaning was self-evident. Master, quickly save me. This is going to kill me. The Grand Imperial Prince was happier to see Shi Tianjie than he was to see his own father, crying at the top of his voice. You seek death. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes went cold. As soon as the words fell, the Grand Prince's body became a blood mist with a thud, transforming into a curl of residual smoke that was sucked into Shi Tianjie's nose. Big brother. The little princess was so scared that her pretty face turned white. Wei Di looked like he had aged a few dozen years, helplessly letting out a sigh. AI, isn't he your apprentice? Red Shiba raised an eyebrow. A mole cricket is just an ant. What qualifications does it have to be my disciple? Besides, if you want him to die, this seat will let him die. Are you still not clear about this seat's affection for you? Shi Tianjie had his hands behind his back, an extremely striking head of blood-colored hair fluttering as he looked at Hong Qianye with eyes that showed some tenderness. If this scene was seen by a former nemesis, his jaw would drop in disbelief. A heartless blood demon who also moves? Red Shiba was helpless. Back in the central domain, this person had been interested in him, and even though he had confessed his true gender and rejected it harshly, the other party remained undeterred. It seems that this disciple of mine, worthy of being a wrench on earth, has broken how many straight men of steel over the years. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin and sked. In his hand, an extra bag of caramel-flavored melons. Yi Junlin got high on melon seeds and watched the show silently as a melon eater. At this point, looking at the tall figure, Hong Qianye shook her head. It's impossible for me and you. Again? Shi Tianjie sighed. In this millennium, of the new generation of Devil Dao giants, the one this seat admires the most is you. But you don't give this seat half a chance. It still is, and this seat's patience is at an end. Boom! The surging terrifying aura pressed straight down. Red Qianye's body was like carrying a huge mountain, and the ground around him clicked and shattered. Red Thousand Leaves coldly said, Blood demon, what do you mean? Nowadays, this seat is in dire need of restoring its cultivation, and since I've seen the deceased who has become an immortal, I naturally have to focus on caring for him, and since you've repeatedly rejected this seat's good intentions, then this seat has no choice but to kill you, so that all of your blood will flow into the seat, and in that case we'll also be able to be together forever. The corner of Shi Tianjie's mouth lifted up in a cruel arc, and the expression on his face carried a bit of madness. Perverted enough, Yi Junlin secretly spat. However, he could see that this person's cultivation level was similar to his own, and both were equally at the peak of the transformation god. Red Thousand Leaves sneered. A madman. Do you really think you can take me down? Boom! A powerful aura exploded from his body. The entire person was like a dark red comet rising up in the sky, and the pupils of his eyes, which were crimson like jewels, had two golden divine flames burning. There were countless red flames surrounding his body, burning the endless void. Don't put up unnecessary resistance. Your Tao is not as deep as this seat's, Shi Tianjie faintly said. Obviously, he could also tell that Red Qianye was at the early stage of transformation spirit, several orders away from his peak transformation spirit. Like what cross-step challenges? That was for genius cultivators versus ordinary cultivators. But the problem was that Shi Tianjie was a heavenly pride himself, so when he saw that Hong Qianye was lagging behind him in cultivation, he instantly felt that it was a sure thing. Oh, how do you know if you haven't fought? Red Thousand Leaf's brows filled with an angsty battle intent, secretly operating the 3000 Inferno amazing scriptures. His body's aura became especially terrifying. With one hand, 5 colored divine flames emerged from the palm of his hand, and then he flung it towards Shi Tianjie. Feeling that far beyond imagination power, Shi Tianjie's calm face changed, and he stared. He didn't dare to slow down and stored up his strength to blast out a palm. The blood-red palm awnings were wrapped in monstrous waves of blood, and there were countless hideous ghost faces in the waves of blood, emitting mournful screams. Bloodbath palm. Zip, zip, zip. When the bloodbath palm encountered the 5-colored divine flame, it was directly incinerated and annihilated in the air. The remaining flames swept. Shi Tianjie's figure was a bit lousy, and it took a lot of effort before he could extinguish the fire. Bean-sized beads of sweat overflowed from his forehead as he said with palpitations, "What kind of fire is this? It's so overbearing. It actually broke my seat's bloodshed palm." Chapter 17 Master Save Me. The good show has just begun. Red Thousand Leaves pinched his hands together and ice blue flames surfaced one after another, then leapt away like elves. Ice blue flames froze the void, and the frosty aura spread crazily. Sure, Tianjie frowned and raised his hand to condense a blood-colored battle spear, holding a blood-colored vortex and stabbing out fiercely. Clattering, the entire blood-colored battle spear was frozen by the cold air, and even the blood-devouring aura showed signs of dying out. A bone-piercing coldness rapidly spread down his arm and tortured Tianjie's half of his body. What kind of fire is this? So evil? Give this seed extinction. Sure, Tianjie drank, directly dispersing the cold aura, his right hand gripping the scarlet battle spear to strike out the ice-blue flames. He had a head full of bloody threads flying in a flurry. His eyes were bubbling with bloodthirsty light, and his face was murderous. Swish! The war spear tore through the void and arrived in front of Hong Chenya in the blink of an eye. A ball of earth-colored flames rose up, carrying an impenetrable intent, as if it was a shield cast from divine gold, blocking the terrifying battle spear. Sure, Tianjie's face showed surprise. Zira! Thunderlight was loud and several thunder dragons roared in, and as he fixed his eyes on them, he realized that they were actually flames in the shape of thunderbolts. Rumble! In the rolling smoke, Sure Tianjie struggled to break free, with some scars on his body from being burned by the lightning fire. Staring at the magnificent red-robed figure, his gaze was filled with deep shock. Where did you learn that spell from? For being pressed by red thousand leaves, Sure Tianjie found it hard to accept. With his realm advantage, he couldn't even take advantage? You guess. The corners of Red Chiba's mouth curved into a self-satisfied arc. Sure enough, he's strong now. With the 3000 Inferno amazing scriptures, coupled with the unpredictable fire aptitude. As strong as the blood fiend that had shaken the central region back then, he was being pressed by him at the moment. Red Chiba, will henceforth embark on the path of invincibility. Sure Tianjie was silent for a long time before he suddenly let out a chilling laugh. If this seed is correct, during the time you were out of the central region, you obtained a heavenly creation. If we let you continue, and you recertify as an immortal in the future, I'm afraid that the old guys from before won't be your match. Pity. Red Chiba frowned. Unfortunately what? It's a pity that such a you is about to die at the hands of this seat. Sure Tianjie laughed out loud. The words just fell. A bizarre attraction erupted from his body. It's. The one-eyed elder's face showed pain, and his body melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into strands of blood gas that didn't enter Sure Tianjie's body. In the meantime, all over the country, people were screaming miserably, turning into clumps of essence blood containing cultivation energy and rushing to sweep the sky. Not only Wei, but dozens of neighboring countries, all had this horrible phenomenon. Help! Somebody help me! Oh, I don't want to die. This is God's wrath. Our retribution has come. A large amount of blood water was pulled by a strange force, traveling through the void to descend on Sure Tianjie, rolling blood-colored fury around his body. As if the wolf smoke rises very visual shock, Sure Tianjie's realm came to completion from the peak of transformation spirit, and then began to launch himself towards the realm of harmonization. Click! Bottleneck breakthroughs. An aura that was 100 times more powerful than a transformation god instantly spread in all directions. Sure Tianjie's realm reached the early stage of harmonization. Above the vastness of the firmament, there was a blood-red giant with a head full of bloody hair and a ferocious aura standing, his gaze blossoming with a terrifying cold aura, and a round of blood-colored halo hanging at the back of his head, like a blood-red sun, bringing endless despair to the living beings. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? Wei Di and the others fell to their knees and looked at the giant in horror. Feeling that huge body, containing destructive energy, Red Thousand Leaves' face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Your immortal blood body, recast successfully?" Sure Tianjie stared at this tiny figure. His voice was like a flood bell echoing in all directions. Immortal blood body is one of the top treasure bodies. How can it be so easy to recast successfully? But after this seat's efforts, it has also recovered 70% so far. And when this seat devours the entire wasteland state's living beings, I believe that the immortal blood body will be able to reach its full body. The immortal blood body was Sure Tianjie's greatest reliance. Back then, relying on this precious body, battling the strongest of both the righteous and the devil. Not only could it explode with the power of destroying the sky and the earth when it raised its hand, but it also had an extremely exaggerated self-healing ability. That battle was fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, it was those old monsters from the Holy Land that used immortal weapons to combine their efforts to completely wear out this immortal blood body. Red Thousand Leaves, this seed has given you a chance, and it's entirely your own fault that you've come this far. Kill. When this syllable was spat out from Sure Tianjie's mouth, it was as if the entire heaven and earth were about to collapse. A huge blood-colored palm slapped, enveloping Red Thousand Leaves like a 5-fingered mountain. Boom! The horrifying sense of oppression was vast and boundless, making people's hearts feel submissive. No good. Red Thousand Leaves was unable to avoid. The matter in his body boiled and drummed. His body released a rushing purple flame. The burning violet flame was demonic to the extreme and contained a terrifying power that could vaporize an entire ocean in an instant. Abruptly, both sides erupted in a destructive collision, and terrifying energy currents raged wildly. The sky of Wei was in pieces. As if the end had come, countless people looked on in shock, their hearts trembling. Red Thousand Leaves gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, a fire attribute divine ability taking turns. Hoo. The Scarlet Giant was deep in the sea of fire, and the top and bottom of his body were filled with burn scars. It's useless. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. An indifferent, icy voice issued. A strange phenomenon occurred. Countless wounds were rapidly healing, and the Scarlet Giant was completely new and unharmed. Die! The Scarlet Giant bellowed, storing up his strength to blast out his fist. The huge fist had runes wrapped around it, like a meteorite falling from the sky, trailing a blood-red light. Shasta! Red Thousand Leaves was enveloped by the killing machine and chilled all over his body. Without much thought, his long hair fluttered as he pinched his hands together and a golden-colored golden flame light shield coalesced around him. From afar it looked like a great sun across the firmament, radiating a light that was inviolable to all evils. Knock! A strong squeeze hit instantly. The fist struck the golden flame light shield, shaking the surrounding void and distorting it, forming unnameable swirls. Click here. Cracks appeared on the surface of the golden flame light shield. Oh! Break it for this seat. Shi Tianjie laughed coldly, and his blood-colored fist erupted with an even more terrifying force. Boo! The light shield shattered. Red Thousand Leaves was knocked out of the sky by a punch and fell straight to the ground with a rumbling sound, and smoke and dust rose from the sky. This, in Weidi's and their eyes, the scene just now was shocking, like a round of sun hanging in the sky being punched down. It's horrible. Is this a fairy fight? Ahem! Red Thousand Leaves' mouth corner blood flowed straight, cloaked in hair hard to stand up from the broken pit. Gray-headed, he looked up to the sky. That giant figure. The head of the heart rises up a deep sense of powerlessness. You can't defeat this seed after all. Shi Tianjie's gaze was disdainful, looking down on the tiny red Qianye on the ground as if he was looking at a mole cricket that was about to be trampled to death. At the combined realm, he was 100 times more powerful than before, and with the activation of this immortal blood body, Shi Tianjie was confident that he was almost invincible at the same realm. Not to mention, dealing with a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Blood demon. You crazy dog that bites indiscriminately. Red Thousand Leaves spat bloodied saliva and said indignantly. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to avoid pursuit and ran all the way from the central region to this barren land, not expecting to end up in the hands of an old acquaintance. My generation of cultivators seeks longevity. Since you're not willing to live to accompany this seat, then integrate into this seat's body after you die, and let this seat carry your portion of the will to walk through this long immortal journey. The magnificent and majestic voice was like a great bell, echoing continuously in the sky above his head. The blood-colored giant once again raised his palm, which exploded with a prevalent blood aura and burned with a terrifying aura. Then, his palm shattered the void and slapped straight down. Boom! Feeling the storm-like pressure enveloping his entire body, Red Qianye's sweaty hairs stood up, perhaps out of the instinct of survival, or grabbing the straw that saves his life. He didn't even think about it and directly shouted out those words. Master, help me. Chapter 18, The Great Exhibition. Shasta. The blood-colored palm braked sharply in midair. Shi Tianjie's eyes surfaced with astonishment. Master? Whose sect are you worshipping? In his opinion, the existence that could make the once high-minded and proud Red Qianye willingly worship under his door must be a great figure on a side that transcended heaven and earth. Combined with the divine ability exerted by Red Thousand Leaves, this made Shi Tianjie's heart even more jealous of the master teacher behind it who had imparted the technique. If it is really big, Shi Tianjie will have to weigh it. Good disciple. Finally remembering your master. Yi Junlin dropped the melon in his hand and dodged in front of Hong Qianye. His master is me. Shi Tianjie's eyes showed doubt. You're his master? He could see that Yi Junlin was only a mere district transformation god, and this realm was nothing special in the vastness of the central domain. Red Thousand Leaves. I didn't expect you to have fallen to such a level that you actually worshipped a spirit transformation cultivator as your teacher. What a disgrace. Shi Tianjie snorted. Red Qianye's face was so red that it was dripping blood, and he didn't know why he had just shouted those words. At the same time, Red Qianye also felt a little guilty, although he hated the fact that Yi Junlin always made him work. But after all, he was his savior, and now that he stood out to face Shi Tianjie, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. Can I take it that you're looking down on me? Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. How can a mole cricket know how high the sky is? In its heyday, this seat could drown you with a spit. Shi Tianjie sneered. He who had become an immortal had a kind of arrogance within him, holding a kind of contempt for all existences below immortals. The reason he was able to talk to Red Chiba was because the other party was once on the same level of existence as him, and there was a feeling of sympathy. As for the others, sure Tianjia didn't put it in his eyes at all. Red Thousand Leaves said anxiously, "Don't mind me, you get out of here quickly." Yi Junlin pointed at the blood-colored figure in the sky and spoke in a light tone. "What are you afraid of? Let's see how Master will kill him for you." These words made Red Chiba freeze. "Arrogant." Sure Tianjia laughed back in anger and swung his huge palm and slapped it fiercely. The wind and clouds changed, and the void collapsed. The terrifying pressure was suffocating. "Done." Red Chiba's face showed despair. "Ding. The host has been detected to have encountered an attack from an enemy at the early stage of the harmonization realm, and is now triggering the passive effect of encountering the strong, gaining the cultivation of the middle stage of the harmonization realm." A sweet system lowly voice came from his head. Yi Junlin smiled crookedly and released an extremely powerful cultivation fluctuation within his body. It was an energy aura that belonged to the middle stage of the harmonization realm. Rumble. The explosions were earth-shattering and deafening. "What's going on?" Sure Tianjia's gaze flashed with shock as his body fell back several feet as if he had been struck by lightning, looking incredulously at the almost broken blood-colored palm. Just a moment ago, an extremely overbearing force came through to shatter the entire arm of his immortal blood body. "You're not a transformation god. You're a harmonization realm cultivator." Sure Tianjia was surprised. "What?" No one was more shocked than Red Chiba. He really didn't expect that this silver-haired youth was hiding so deeply, pretending to be a transformation god cultivator on the surface, but actually being a harmonization realm powerhouse behind his back. This bastard. No wonder he always provoked me before. It turns out that he has a harmonization realm cultivation to rely on. Fortunately, I didn't really flip out with him at that time, Red Chiba said secretly. At this point, in a crowd of shocked eyes, the black-robed youth's figure was like a comet shooting high into the sky, his head full of silver-white hair flowing with a radiant luster. His face was plump and handsome, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, there was an air of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Is this what it feels like to break through the harmonization realm? It is indeed much more powerful than a transformation god. Yi Junlin only felt permeable and simply refreshed. Humph. So what if it's the harmonization realm? This seat will let you natives see what true power means. Sure Tianjia angrily shouted. With that, he united his mind and spirit and maneuvered his immortal blood body to launch a fierce attack on Yi Junlin. The blood-colored fists that filled the sky were like meteorite rain that cut through the sky. Seal of the Human King. A clear and crisp voice echoed between heaven and earth. Boom! Behind Yi Junlin, a vast silhouette that dominated the living world emerged. Just like an ancient god king standing above the 9 heavens, this seal with the aura of ancient vicissitude struck out, and the surging mana was like a flood rushing and whistling across the sky. Boom! 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 The scarlet giant was beaten to the point that blood splattered everywhere, and both of his arms were strangled by that mark, the blood evaporating into thin air. This, Sure Tianjia was stunned. That kind of overbearing and overwhelming feeling, even as a giant of the devil's way, his heart and soul couldn't help but tremble for it. Yi Junlin sneered. The seal of the Human King had already reached the grand completion level after hanging on to cultivate it, and its power was more than what could be compared to that of the entry level. But even so, when he struck the Human King seal with all his might, he was still unable to directly kill Sure Tianjia in seconds, which showed the power of the immortal blood body. Zilla. Next, the blood-colored giant that had originally lost both hands once again re-extended flesh and blood at the severed limbs, and both arms were soon restored as before. Sure Tianjia roared. See? You can't kill this seat. What about this trick? Yi Junlin clouded over, slowly raised his hand, his voice deafening. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Noteworthy. The proficiency level of this divine ability had reached the consummate level. Deep in the vault of the sky, a vast vortex of energy appeared, releasing a submissive aura of despair. 1 finger imprisoning heaven and earth. 2 fingers shatters mountains and rivers. 3 fingers to destroy the living. 4 fingers breaks the vault. Shasta. 4 golden giant fingers that look like pillars through the sky, carrying a vast and majestic might pressed in. Damn. What is this again? Sure Tianjia's face changed drastically, his eyes shocked as he looked at those 4 giant fingers. He didn't dare to slow down, mobilizing his body's full strength and lifting his hand to maneuver a winding river of blood to meet the attack forcefully. Boom! The sea of blood boiled and drummed, and was strangled by the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger. Then, the 4 fingers slammed directly into the scarlet giant. Boom pop! Scarlet giant, that 100-feet body, almost broken, bare in the shell within the Sure Tianjia. At this time he was cloaked, the corner of the mouth of the blood dripping, eyes full of engraved fear, horrified. Who the hell are you? Sure, Tianjie did not expect to encounter such a terrifying monster like Yi Junlin in this tiny desolate state. Even his immortal blood body, which he was so proud of, was instantly beaten to the point of almost breaking. What a joke! Could it be that this seed hasn't walked around outside for a long time, and the heavenly pride outside is already so strong? Red Chiba's eyes widened in shock, the shock inside her heart unable to be described in words. No wonder the other party was emboldened. It turned out that they didn't put him in their eyes at all. If he directly flipped out, he would have been easily suppressed. Thinking about this, the more Red Chiba thought about it, the more fearful he became. It seemed that his instincts were still accurate, at least for now. It's a good idea to behave. I am the Xiantian Sect, Misty Peak Master, Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin snapped his fingers as if what he had just done was an insignificant trifle. Words. Sure, Tianjie became even more depressed inside. When he hid in the desolate state, he had learned about the local sects and naturally knew that the Xiantian Sect was listed among them. But those were small sects. How could there be this kind of existence sitting there? This is totally unconscionable. Yi Junlin, this seat remembers you. Things have come to this point. Sure, Tianjie had to give in. This time is the biggest shame in his life. The blood escape technique. Swish. In an instant, sure, Tianjie's body was burning with blood, transforming into a shocking blood aura across the void. Not good. He's going to escape. Red Thousand Leaf's face changed drastically. He understood Sure Tianjie's character. And with the other party's vindictive personality, he would be an even greater threat when he made a comeback in the future. Humph. Want to run? Delusional. At the same time, Yi Junlin executed the Great Void technique and quickly intercepted Sure Tianjie's path. Sure Tianjie was shocked. This is the secret method of escape that he relies on. Actually caught up so quickly? Die. Yi Junlin's tone was icy cold as he raised his hand and struck. No. Sure Tianjie let out a miserable scream. If he really fell this time, there would be no possibility of resurrection. His heart was filled with extreme unwillingness and resentment. Boo! The entire person burst into pieces in the air, and the Yuan Shen fell silent. The blood devil that once shook the central region is now in ashes. Sure Tianjie died just like that, Red Thousand Leaves muttered. After all, they were contemporaries of true immortal level powerhouses, and now they were cut off from his path of rise by Yi Junlin's own hands, which made Red Thousand Leaves, who witnessed it with his own eyes, sigh with sadness. Excellent. The devil has been gotten rid of by the immortal. Wei Di was in tears. A wave of cheers went up. The crowd fell to their knees and bowed down to that silver-haired youth. Yi Junlin suddenly thought of something and said in a bad mood, Tuzi, where's my reward? Be conscious. Don't let me remind you. This system, and claiming to be a professional, even the distribution of rewards has not been timely. Ding. Come. Here's the reward for the handsome and dashing host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 19, Mission Reward. Supreme Bone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Bone. Is it bound now? Supreme Bone, a mysterious bone with runes that can give the possessor a top-notch gifted physique, and the future will surely be destined to be the supreme of the world. Yi Junlin's face was overjoyed as he immediately chanted silently, bound. In an instant, his chest emitted a blazing light, bursting out with an astonishingly terrifying aura. The rays of light were intertwined, as intense as the sun. Within Yi Junlin's chest, there was an extra piece of crystal-clear Dao bone covered with countless mysterious patterns, which contains subtle and extreme energy. Supreme Bone. Those who carry it will see their battle power soar dramatically. Yi Junlin was satisfied with this. After all, in the battle against the blood demon Sure Tianjie, he had seen how powerful the other party's immortal blood body was. To know that just this was still a treasure body with some defects, it was enough to see how important the increase brought by the physique was. And in this world, there were people outside of people, and there were definitely some other demons whose physiques were even more terrifying than Sure Tianjie's. Yi Junlin believed that if he obtained the Supreme Bone, he would also be more certain of crushing them if he faced them in the future. What's going on? Feeling the fluctuations coming from Yi Junlin's body, Hong Qianye couldn't help but feel a palpitation. What a powerful aura. What did this guy do again? Upon witnessing the opponent's invincible stance just now, Red Chiba's assessment of Yi Junlin's danger went up a new notch. And the more this happened, the more he thought that Yi Junlin was harboring a heavenly chance in his body. Otherwise, with this barren and savage land, how could such a demon with such an outstanding talent be born? Damn it, this seat's strength is still not enough. I must cultivate harder before I can do so. When this seat breaks through the harmonization realm, I'll have the certainty of checking him. Red Chiba gritted his teeth. Swish, Yi Junlin's figure slowly landed, a head of long silver-white hair fluttering about, the corners of his mouth carrying a smile if any. The Emperor of Wei even treated it as if a god had descended to the earth. worshipping and shouting, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving the people of Wei. The kingdom of Wei, will surely put this into the history books for future generations to remember the Immortal's kindness." He was completely bowled over by the scene of the gods fighting and had a deep sense of awe towards Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin waved his hand. "Don't talk about these useless things. Being a good emperor is better than anything. Treat your people well." Wei Di's heart shook and he said solemnly, "I have kept the teachings of the Supreme Immortal in mind." "Supreme Immortal, can I worship the Xian heavenly sect in the future?" The little princess timidly opened her mouth, her voice gentle and clear, like a young bird's first cry. "Linger, don't be rude." Emperor Wei glared back and chided. "Do you really think you can enter the Immortal sect just because you want to? You'd have to have a life like that." The little princess hurriedly lowered her head, her eyes filled with panic. Yi Junlin smiled and secretly opened his eye of insight. "Name, Zhao Linger. Sex, female. Cultivation, none. Talent excellent water spiritual roots. Identity, Princess of Wei. It does possess a good immortal fate." When Yi Junlin saw that Zhao Linger was burdened with an extreme water spiritual root, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Spiritual roots are categorized into ruined, mortal, lower, middle, upper, extreme, immortal, and sacred, and Zhao Linger had an extreme water spiritual root, so her natural talent could be considered extremely superior. Lord Immortal, do you mean that my family's Linger also has the qualifications to worship the Immortal sect? Wei Di said tentatively. "Well, if she has the will to do so, I can take her away by the way," Yi Junlin said seriously. After he thought about it, throwing it to the heavenly fragrance peak master was just right. "Linger, don't be quick to thank the Supreme Immortal." Wei Di's face was so agitated that he had the urge to cry. The Zhao clan's royal family had produced 2 cultivators, so perhaps this was a gift from heaven. "Linger thanks the Supreme Immortal." Zhao Linger was happy, her face flushed. "Aha." Yi Junlin nodded. "Supreme Immortal, you have saved the state of Wei, and I would like to ask my youngest to talk about his intentions and host a banquet for you on behalf of the people of Wei." "Whatever." Subsequently, Yi Junlin was in no hurry to leave and chose to stay in the palace for a while, enjoying top-notch royal treatment. Clouds rolled over the mountain. Red Thousand Leaves exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes bursting out with a red aura that cracked the sky, and there were encircling streaks of fiery flames around his body, looking extremely divine. Finally, this seat has recovered from its injuries. Incidentally, even the realm. The red-robed man stood up, his black hair hanging down his waist like a waterfall, his skin snow-white and crystalline and glowing, and the vermilion flame mark between his eyebrows, taking in the heart. After that previous fight, along with some of his own enlightenment, Hongqianye's cultivation had broken through again and was now at the peak of the transformation god. This kind of speed, if placed in an ancient immortal cultivation holy land, it would be an existence capable of causing an extreme sensation. Pity. Upon seeing Yi Junlin's unfathomable means, Red Qianye's original somewhat relaxed mood was immediately wiped out. He's a long way from catching up to his opponent. Endure it again. When this seat breaks through to the harmonization realm, I will surely double the shame I have suffered in front of me, Red Chiba said darkly. In his mind, the scene of that silver-haired youth filled with fear and begging for forgiveness at his own lowly level surfaced, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise in a playful arc. "Oh, just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Little Red, come quickly to see the master." At that moment, a familiar voice transmission rang in his ears. Red Thousand Leaves snorted coldly inwardly. "This seat gave you face?" Then, the figure disappeared in place, and when it reappeared it came to the door of the palace. He squeezed out a smile and arched his hand in obeisance. "Master," only to see that within the great hall, Yi Junlin was dangling sideways on a chair, one hand propped up on his head, one hand holding a book written by a Wei literati, idly savoring the words. "This martial arts novel is quite interesting. It seems that the common people here also like face-punching and pretending plots. If I traveled to this country, I guess I can make money by writing novels. Well, first a book of horse breaks the vault of heaven. It will surely be a fire in the north and south of the Yangtze River, and the author's name will be Crazy Potato." Words. Red Thousand Leaf's face was odd. What nonsense was this guy saying again? "Yo, you're here." Yi Junlin sat up straight, waved his hand and swept his hand. There was an extra wooden basin in front of him, hot water steaming in the basin. His feet stepped gently in the wooden basin, and he commanded Red Chiba in a commanding tone. "What are you waiting for? Why don't you get on with it?" "You." Red Chiba clenched her teeth, anger rising in her heart. He wanted to tear his face off, but his strength wouldn't allow it. As strong as the blood demon, all of them were killed by this person. It was enough to see how ferocious it was. Think about it. Red Thousand Leaves ultimately chose to compromise as he took hard steps and dawdled his way to Yi Junlin's body. Kneel and wash. Yi Junlin's tone was undeniable. Red Chiba's heart trembled, and that exasperated and helpless feeling of shame crawled all over his body like worms. This seed is the Demon Sect master, and has even asked for a true immortal. And there are more than 10 million cultivators who have died in this seat's hands. Now, you actually make this seat kneel down and wash your feet. You actually. Red Xianye's teeth were clenched in death. An unyielding arrogance welled up within him. And just as he opened his mouth to argue his case, his eyes came into contact with Yi Junlin's indifferent gaze. Boom! Red Thousand Leaves was like falling into an ice cellar. In a trance, it was as if he was facing a worldly supreme being who dominated the living world. What are you standing there for? Hurry up! Yi Junlin impatiently urged. I'll wash. Red Chiba's mental defenses were shattered, slowly falling to her knees, her hands trembling as she dug deep into the wooden basin and washed the feet of the youth in front of her. Good disciple. Yi Junlin nodded. You're fighting with me, aren't you? In front of the honorable Chinese traverser. Even if a dragon came, it had to obediently coil. Wait, this water is... Red Chiba sensed a hint of something wrong. His breathing gradually shortened, and his heart was like a wave. God damn it, this is the Tai infinite water. Mortals drink it to be able to look everlasting and live for 200 years. And if cultivators drink it, they can wash the impurities in their bodies, and their bodies will be free of dirt and flaws, and their cultivation will skyrocket. Even a small amount of bottles would be madly snatched up in a place like the Central Region, something that many cultivators could only come across. As a result, this thing was used to soak your feet? Red Thousand Leaves was more and more convinced that Yi Junlin must have gotten some sort of chance from which he obtained a huge number of heavenly treasures. Otherwise, how could he be so extravagant to this extent? Looking at a large basin full of Tai infinite water, he felt a little dizzy in his mind. Red Chiba's throat secretly made a swallowing motion. If he drinks all of it, it will do him a lot of good. And so on. It's a foot wash. Realizing this, Red Chiba jolted awake with the urge to retch and vomit at what he had just thought. Vom. Chapter 20 Strange Positions? The corners of Yi Junlin's mouth twitched a few times. What kind of expression do you have? Disgusted with the stench of master's feet? Red Chiba was a bit embarrassed. No. Then, he forced himself to endure the discomfort of washing Yi Junlin's feet, a strong sense of absurdity welling up within him. Who would have thought that the fire-worshipping Demon Sect master, who had killed his way out from under the siege of all the major forces in the Central Region back then, would actually obediently give foot rubs to people now? Sinning. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression surfacing with coziness. This is the system signing bonus Tai infinite water. Because it is too much. Simply have nothing to do with foot soak. Not to mention, with this cheap disciple's technique, or quite comfortable well, the water's a little cold. Heat it up. Oh, Red Chiba said resentfully. His hands placed in the water released heat energy, and the Tai infinite water in the wooden basin instantly rolled. Ah, cool. Yi Junlin's pores stretched all over his body, tilting his head in extreme comfort and letting out a moaning, chanting sound. Hearing this odd cry, Red Chiba felt ashamed for this person, rolling her eyes and inwardly cursing. Why don't you just die of pleasure? And just then, a petite figure in a gorgeous dress ran to the door with gusto. Zhao Linger was very happy because during this period of time under Yi Junlin's guidance, she finally felt the flow of true qi in her body and initially stepped into the qi practicing realm. Zhao Linger, who had a naive disposition, couldn't wait to hurry up and convey this news to the Xin Tian Sect's upper immortal, hoping to hear his compliments. Suddenly, Zhao Linger's footsteps paused, the beautiful eyes were filled with the color of disbelief, and the small cherry lips opened into an O shape. Oh, my god, what is this? Only in Zhao Linger's perspective, Red Xianye's back was very striking, and at this moment, she was kneeling in front of Yi Junlin's body, her head lowered in a very strenuous manner. Yi Junlin, on the other hand, had a face of enjoyment. It's hard not to want to be crooked with this image. Zhao Linger instantly associated something. Her delicate face was as red as if it was on fire. She didn't think that this pair of master and disciple, behind their backs, still existed this kind of relationship. Shame on you. Zhao Linger covered her face and fled as if fleeing. This scene caused a huge shock to her young mind. I'm sure that even after many years, it will be vivid in my mind when I look back on it. This child, Linger, what's the point of running? Yi Junlin was depressed. With his cultivation, he naturally detected Zhao Linger, only that he was immersed in the services of the Demon Sect master, so he didn't bother to pay much attention to it. At that moment, Yi Junlin lowered his head and scrutinized the face of this great disciple. Skin blowing, thin and warm willow eyebrows, beautiful standard Danfeng eyes, high and straight agaric nose, bright red lips, The combination of the five senses is exceptionally delicate. The whole face is so beautiful that it is unreal, and the vermilion flame mark on the center of the eyebrows adds a few more points of moving charm. With that look, can you believe it's a man? Yi Junlin sighed. Little Red, why do you think you are a bandwagon? Master even feels sorry for you. Red Thousand Leaves is very annoyed. Sure can be killed not to be humiliated. This seed is obedient to give you a foot rub. Do you still want to let this seed ga off the root of life? However, in the way of the other party's strength, he had to break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, silently lowering his head and rubbing the feet of the youth in front of him, and inwardly saying secretly, "Dog, this seed can scare you to death by pulling it out." Half an hour later, Yi Junlin felt the voice transmission ring in his arms vibrating. It's a message from the patriarch. Pulling out his voice transmission ring, the ring transmitted the voice of Void Yunyan that was both excited and anxious. Senior brother Yi quickly returned to the sect to discuss countermeasures. Recently there are big events happening in the desolate state. It is suspected that an ancient secret realm is about to be opened. Xian Tian sect. If it can gain benefits from this, it will definitely be heading for complete prosperity. Ancient secret realm? Yi Junlin was a bit surprised. Red Thousand Leaves was even more shocked. Even with his eyesight, do not dare to underestimate the ancient secret realm. That can breed a lot of cultivation resources of a treasure. Enough to let the grassroots cultivators to change their fate. Fish Leap Dragon Gate on the road to immortality. To put it bluntly, this would be better known as the immortal mystery. If he was able to seize an uncommon chance from it, in conjunction with the terror of the 3000 Inferno amazing scripture, his cultivation would definitely break through even faster. I didn't expect that this barren desolate state also has such a good place. This is a boon for desolate state cultivators, Yi Junlin lamented. Red Thousand Leaves laughed coldly inwardly. Judging from his old-fashioned experience, the news of the emergence of this kind of secret realm definitely could not be concealed. I'm afraid that the forces of all the great states in the eastern region will come to get a piece of the pie. How can this poor and weak barren state block the raging foreign cultivators? At that time, the local cultivators can only have the part of dry eyes. This is a world where strength is honored. Wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, and dogs? Only worthy of following and eating. Ding! A new check-in mission is released. The host will receive a very surprising reward for completing the check-in in the secret realm of Luotian. In Yi Junlin's mind, a system beep sounded. What's it going to be this time? Ding! I won't tell you. Naughty! Yi Junlin skimmed his mouth. Since there was a sign-on quest, this Luotian secret realm was something he would take a look at in passing, and hopefully he would be able to obtain a relatively novel reward, right? Subsequently, Yi Junlin, who had finished soaking his feet, called Zhao Linger and prepared to leave Wei. Say goodbye to your father. You may rarely come back. Inside the palace, Yi Junlin whispered to the little girl. Zhao Linger looked at her father, who was graying at the temples and somewhat drooping, and her heart couldn't help but clench hard. She remembered childhood scenes of riding on her father's neck when she was a child, when he was far from looking as old as he did now. Father, it's better for Linger to stay and accompany you, Zhao Linger said in a trembling voice. Nonsense. Wei Emperor was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes. It's not like your father and I are going to die. Besides, you worshipping Xian Tian sect, that's a heavenly good thing. How many people can only dream of not having that awe? You have to cherish this opportunity, don't delay your future. Oh, with words like that, Zhao Linger had no choice but to nod her head. Emperor Wei arched his hand at Yi Junlin and said hopefully, Supreme Immortal, I will keep your teachings in mind. Sympathize with the people and be a good emperor. And I hope that Supreme Immortal will take care of my daughter more. Yi Junlin waved his hand. People have their own destinies. She won't want to be aggrieved if she joins the Xian Tian sect, but it's up to her to see how far she can go. What the Immortal said. Just like that, Zhao Linger stepped on the cloud mist cast by Yi Junlin and slowly rose with it, her eyes reddening as she waved goodbye. Father, my daughter will come back to see you when she has time. Wei Emperor revealed a pleased smile. Then with a solemn face, he led his ministers to kneel on the ground and shouted, Greetings to the Supreme Immortal! Greetings to the Supreme Immortal! The shouts were like waves rolling, echoing over the palace grounds. Seeing that Wei was getting farther and farther away from her, Zhao Linger wiped away her tears and carefully surveyed the master and disciple, especially when her gaze swept towards Hong Qianye. That stunningly beautiful face and high and cold temperament caused Zhao Linger's heart to sigh. Sister Red is so pretty, just not talkative. Suddenly, when she thought of the image she had bumped into at that time, two blushes appeared on her pretty face and she silently lowered her head. Red Chiba noticed the girl's abnormality, and her eyes showed a hint of doubt, but she didn't bother to ask more. It's inexplicable. Qingzhou, Feathered Gate. Venerable Giant Young had his hands behind his back, his body filled with a hazy golden mist, and his majestic voice came out in a low tone. According to the report from the scouts, the Wind and Thunder sect where your father is from has been destroyed, and it was the Misty Peak master of the Xian Heavenly sect who made the move. Boom! That youth wearing a sun-patterned robe and clothing with a handsome face directly fell into a violent rage, with veins protruding from his forehead, his eyes shooting out a murderous aura that cracked the air, and his body releasing a terrifying might. The most feared thing happened. His own father was long dead. Chen Lord gritted his teeth and said in a hateful voice, "What realm is this person in?" Venerable Zhu Yang said, "According to outside rumors, he's the newest Yuaning cultivator in the desolate state." "A firstborn?" Chen Lord laughed back in anger. "I kill Yuaning. Like killing a chicken." Chapter 21 The Powerfulness of the Alien Cultivator. Back then, before he joined the Feathered Sect, he used to think that Yuaning cultivators were so unattainable, simply because there were only a handful of Yuaning cultivators in the tiny desolate state. Later, when he stepped out of the desolate state and worshipped the Feathered Sect, he realized that this world turned out to be very big, and that the Yuaning, which he used to think was so high up in the world, could be found everywhere here, cultivating day in and day out. Chen Lord's cultivation also soared. With the broadening of his horizons and the improvement of his status in the sect, he became more and more contemptuous of the cultivators of the Wasteland State, loathing the fact that he was a native of the Wasteland State in origin, and this was the reason for the delay in going back for so many years. However, he didn't expect that it was the Yuaning cultivator from this small sect that had wiped out his father's clan. The hatred of killing my father is not shared. Master, what about old Mu? Who was he victimized by? Chen Lang thought of something and said in a deep voice, because of this incident, indirectly implicated with himself, the senior management of the sect was quite critical of him, perhaps affecting his future prospects, as if there was a stain on the white paper, which made Chen Lord feel very stifled. Venerable Zhu Yang shook his head and said, "It's still unclear, but all the fingers are pointing at the Xian Tian sect. But the question is, what is this small sect capable of killing Elder Mu? Just with that Misty Peak master at the Yuaning realm? In that case, the murderer is someone else." Chen Lord said on the spot. He didn't connect the death of Elder Mu with Yi Junlin at all, as this was impossible from the cultivation and strength gap. No, the Feathered Sect was the top immortal cultivation holy land in the eastern region, and the cultivators who came out from here were all equipped with great aptitude, which could be compared to the natives of the barbaric land like the deserted state. But no matter what, the Xian Tian sect must be destroyed. That ethereal peak master, he must also die. It just so happens that this time there is an ancient secret realm in the desolate state. The clan will send elder-level powerhouses with you. Remember, you represent the Feathered Sect, and will compete with the teams from the other major powers when you arrive. As for the revenge, you can wait until the end of the day to do it. The master hopes that you will distinguish between the main priorities. Do you understand? Venerable Giant Yang solemnly admonished. The words have been said to this point. Chen Lords know the importance of this time. Naturally do not dare to have the slightest disobedience. His gaze was like a torque as he arched his hand and said, "My disciple accepts the order. Go on." "Yes." Looking at Chen Lords departing back, Venerable Giant Yang nodded. This was his most satisfied disciple, coming out on top in the sect competition. And as a master, he was also honored, with the cultivation resources bestowed by the old ancestor this time. This seed is certain to break through the Mahayana bottleneck and reach the realm of the tribulation. It's well known. The god of transformation is known as the divine monarch. When they merge, they are called heavenly monarchs. Mahayana, on the other hand, is the venerable one, or the supreme being, and by transmigrating, you have the title of void immortal. Imagine being able to relate to the word immortal. It was enough to see how terrifying the power of this realm was. The desolate state, the most remote and almost non-existent Dao state, had suddenly gained fame in the eastern region because of an ancient secret realm. Many immortal dynasties, cultivation families, and various sects had received this explosive news, and while they were surprised, they were all on fire inside and eager to move. Asterisk. There's actually an immortal edge existing in the desolate state. Isn't that known as the most backward barbarian land? I guess it's a great eruption of character. The cultivators of the desolate state are going to be lucky this time. Ha ha ha, this fellow Taoist, you're too naive. The cultivators of the desolate state have always been poor and weak. How could this kind of immortal destiny fall into their hands? That's right, even a few of the top-ranked powers in the eastern region are preparing to send teams to plunder resources, and the desolate state cultivators can only watch. Why are we still talking about this? Let's hurry over there too. We won't even be able to get a mouthful of soup if we're late. In all the major states of the eastern domain, warships could be seen passing by in the sky everywhere, and there were also cultivators riding their mounts or flying with their swords, all aiming straight for the desolate state. At this time in the Luo Tian secret realm, even though it hadn't officially opened yet, there had long been a sea of people outside. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the sky and on the ground, and the place was bustling with activity and clamor. Of course, they were all local cultivators of the desolate state, who were the first to arrive at the scene because they were the closest. This time when the secret realm comes out, just the 5 great sects alone have come for so far. Why didn't the Xian Tian sect come? Could it be giving up? Not so much. At least it's annexed the Wind and Thunder sect, and its overall strength can be ranked among the top in the desolate state. Suddenly, along with the sound of a magnificent laughter, a terrifying aura spread out, causing many cultivators to cast a fearful gaze. Transformation. Transformation god? The crowd's scalps were numb as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The moving mountain sect patriarch was pleasantly surprised. It's the old ancestor who has come out of the gate. In the sky dome, an old man in loose robes, immortal and red-faced, stepped in with his hands behind his back. His gaze was like electricity, making it difficult to look directly at him, and the cultivation aura released from his body was extremely thick. Old me happens to be out today, and I heard that there is an ancient secret realm here, so it seems to be heaven's will. This time, the secret realm must be entered by my moving mountain sect first. All the Taoists here, those who are not convinced can come forward. Old me will accompany you to the end. The old ancestor of the mountain moving sect, Ouyang Feng, raised his voice to the sky and shook the heads of the cultivators in a 100-mile radius. After a long period of closed-door cultivation, he had finally broken through to transformation spirit with great difficulty, and while his mood was agitated, he had even more intentions of making a great show. Old ancestor is mighty. Old ancestor is invincible. The moving mountain sect's group of cultivators cheered with excitement as their collective honor reached its peak. Are you convinced? Ouyang Feng looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye and said in a condescending tone, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Long River sect, and the Easy sect. The people from these 3 great sects were shocked, and their eyes had a deep sense of awe. Transfiguration of God. That's a god of transformation. In the desolate state, where there were only a handful of Yuaning, the birth of a spirit transformation realm cultivator was tantamount to the appearance of a ferocious giant crocodile in a lake full of fish. This is an absolutely invincible existence. The moving mountain sect ancestor who broke this record would be regarded as a milestone symbol by the cultivators of the desolate state. We honor the divine sovereign's decree. The eyes of the Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch flashed with a flash of envy. Then he sighed and stepped forward to arch his hand in greeting. The other 3 great patriarchs, who had also gone soft, said in unison, I honor the divine sovereign's decree. Seeing this, the other loose cultivators were convinced and knew that the big picture was now settled. All the cultivators who were in the sky consciously fell to the ground, not daring to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with Ouyang Feng, deeply afraid of offending this newly born divine sovereign. Once the god of transformation comes out, who will compete with him? Ha ha ha. The much anticipated Ouyang Feng let out a loud laugh, rather like raising an eyebrow. From today onwards, he was the veritable number 1 person in the desolate state. Rumble. Right at this moment, countless unfamiliar and powerful auras converged from all directions like waves. Holy! Ouyang Feng almost stood unsteadily, just about to have a seizure, but he saw a scene that was unimaginable in his entire life, and was suddenly dumbfounded as if he had been casted in a stasis. The huge warships that covered the sky were all refined by rare treasures, carrying many subtle formations engraved on their surfaces, releasing a thrilling aura. A flag with various patterns fluttered, representing from each power. In addition to that, there were also cultivators flying with swords or riding their mounts. All of them did not hide their cultivation, and they came in a furious manner. The heavenly martial sacred hall is here. Retreat quickly, you desolate state natives. The misty shadow sect is here, so get lost if you know what's good for you. The first army of the Pingtian imperial dynasty opens the way. Death to those who stand in my way. This ancient secret realm belongs to my imperial extremity sect. No one should rob it. Angry shouts and roars resounded through the heavens and earth like thunder. The Jindan cultivators that were usually hard to see in the desolate state were actually as numerous as hair at this time. And even Yuaning was also proliferating. There's actually a god of transformation in this wasteland state? An alien cultivator lightly ejaculated. After all, Ouyang Feng was too conspicuous. The other desolate state natives were all standing on the ground, and he was the only one who was standing in the sky, feeling very pretentious. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several hundred huge divine senses converged, all locking onto Ouyang Feng. Bean-sized beads of sweat overflowed from Ouyang Feng's forehead, and his sweaty hairs almost exploded. God of transformation. This nigga are all transformation gods. He howled madly inside, the blood in his body freezing to the bone as he felt his worldview crumble. At least, he had worked hard to break through to the god of transformation, and he was a numbered figure in the desolate state for 100,000 years. Just as his bravado was soaring and his beliefs were invincible. This group of foreign cultivators who had intruded into the desolate state had several hundred of them who were transformation spirits. Anyone else's mind would be broken, right? At this point, Ouyang Feng was so scared that his face was bloodless, warily arching his hand, squeezing out a smile and saying, all of you friends, under the moving mountain sect's oldest ancestor, Ouyang Feng, you guys just call me Little Feng, shameless old thing, still pretending to be young for us? Get out of here and stay there, this is no place for you to talk. From a certain immortal imperial dynasty, a legion commander clad in Junlin armor and holding a halberd chided in rude words. Teasing laughter resounded everywhere. The cultivators of the other 13 Dao states in the eastern domain all looked at Ouyang Feng as if they were looking at a clown. Chapter 22, Fighting for the Dignity of the Deserted State. Ouyang Feng's face was green for a while and white for a while, feeling extremely stifled inwardly, so angry that he was trembling all over. Old ancestor. The moving mountain sect's cultivators were in a rage. Not realizing that the god transformation realm ancestors they were so proud of had so little standing in front of the cultivators from the other Dao states. Obstructionist, why are you still standing there? You don't think that you're in this position to be our equal, do you? Another transformation god elder from a major sect spoke up, his tone filled with contempt. The natives of the desolate state, they really don't know what's important. Even if they break through the spirit transformation realm, they're still inferior people with the lowest status. A green-clothed sword cultivator who was extremely renowned in a certain Dao state sneered in a snarky manner. That's it. No rules at all. Even if a wasteland state cultivator breaks through to transformation, he's still only the lowest kind. And he really thinks of himself as a character? Old thing. Get off your ass and stop embarrassing yourself. Mocking sounds rose and fell, as if slapping Ouyang Feng's old face. This time, it wasn't just the mountain-moving sect. As long as the cultivators of the desolate state were clenching their teeth, their fists clenched in death, and glaring angrily at each other, simply because the other party was humiliating the entire desolate state cultivation world. Ouyang Feng's face was unsightly, and he felt very angry inside. Did being born in the deserted state not deserve respect? Even an alien cultivator whose realm was lower than his dared to point at his nose and taunt him profusely. Really think he doesn't have a temper? Fellow Taoists, I am a native of the desolate state, born and rooted in the desolate state. It's not true that the environment here is harsh. But the living beings here are not lowly. After all, I am a spirit transformation realm cultivator, so why should I obediently go down and let you step on my head? Ouyang Feng blushed and argued with reason. Old dog, are you looking for death? One of the god transformation cultivators from the outside forces shouted angrily, trying to use their power to force Ouyang Feng to concede. The huge killing intent was like waves sweeping over. Ouyang Feng's body was cold and his heart was trembling. You guys? His hair tingled and his throat swallowed. One's own hard cultivation for many years before breaking through the transformation spirit. There are tens of thousands of years to live a free life. Why should there be an accident at this juncture? Hey, just admit it. Thinking about it, Ouyang Feng clenched his teeth and descended in gray. Ha ha ha, the desolate state cultivators are really greedy and afraid of death. Garbage is garbage. This scene was watched as the foreign cultivators let out scoffs and the contempt in their eyes increased. Ouyang Feng's face was hot and painful, and he felt that he was living a real loser. But in order to live, he could only give in. Suddenly, Ouyang Feng's heart trembled. At this moment, the wasteland state cultivators underneath were all silent and speechless, their faces filled with disappointment. And those countless pairs of gloomy eyes were like swords thrust into Ouyang Feng's chest. Especially the cultivators of the mountain-moving sect, seeing their own ancestor being such a loser, felt that the sky had collapsed, and they all became disoriented. Ouyang Feng heart that difficult as if there are billions of ants. In the heart of the gnawing like stinging, the brain constantly has a voice in the hidden ringing, so that his breathing gradually ragged up. No, I'm a transformation spirit of the desolate prefecture, the number one person in the desolate prefecture. If even the old man considers himself lowly in status, then what future is there for this desolate state to speak of? Even if old me avoids its front this time and survives, I'll still leave behind a hard demon that makes life worse than death. Ouyang Feng thought through, as if he had made up his mind. His eyes became extraordinarily determined. Full of anger detonated and swept through his body. His blood was as hot and boiling as magma, burning all over his body. The descending figure suddenly braked sharply. With that, it rose wildly as if it were a meteor. Under the gaze of countless surprised, Ouyang Feng full of hair fluttering, eyes shooting two beams of cracking the sky of the cold aura. The sky issued a long whistling, like a tiger whistling dragon roar. Impassioned hot blood, desolate state cultivators. What fear of a battle? Anyone who was not convinced, stand out for me. The majestic voice was full of determination, containing the intention of being at home with death, echoing in the vastness of the celestial dome. Swish! The high-pitched sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and earth. In Ouyang Feng's hand, there was an additional heavy sword with a simple and ancient shape. The sword's body was sealed with a pattern of stretched mountains, emitting a yellow halo that blazed like a small blazing sun. At this moment, he was holding a heavy sword in his hand and pointing to the front. And that roaming cultivator figure. His figure was so thin and lonely, yet incomparably dazzling. Old ancestor, the moving mountain sect's disciple hissed as his eyes turned red. It's appeared. The strongest magic treasure of the moving mountain sect. An 8th grade treasure weapon. The Kuan Shan sword. The patriarch's face was proud and excited. The Kunshan sword. Nothing is unbreakable. It is the moving mountain sect. A well-deserved town treasure. Elder. The hearts and minds of a group of wasteland state cultivators were dramatically shocked, not expecting the back to be flipped, and their originally bleak eyes brightened up again. Bold. Arrogant. Old piker. You seek death. The angry shouts came one after another, like a raging storm. The many foreign cultivators were furious, feeling insulted, and had the momentum of attacking and exterminating Ouyang Feng. In the face of the overwhelmingly terrifying might, Ouyang Feng's waist was straight as never before. His eyes gleamed, and there was fearless conviction on his brow. Come and fight. Ouyang Feng went out on a limb and bellowed. Go together and kill this old dog, someone said in annoyance. At that moment, a haughty voice rang out in the group. Everyone, wait. The opening. It was a middle-aged man wearing a purple and gold crown and augur dragon robe, sitting in a magnificent carriage with a lofty posture, with several terrifying ferocious beasts pulling at the front of the carriage, emitting a rich blood aura that took the hearts of the people. The Junlin king of the Shun Tian imperial dynasty of the martial prefecture, a powerhouse at the late stage of god transformation. One cultivator scorned. The Junlin king tasted playfully. This old thing, but it's just a desolate state cultivator in the district, and with so many of us dealing with him, I'm afraid that it will be a joke when it's spread out. Let's put it this way. This king is willing to make a sacrifice and suppress him with only one hand. Words. The crowd felt justified in choosing to look on coldly. Old dog, I'll let you see how big the gap is between you and us. The Junlin king sneered coldly, raising his hand and probing out like lightning. Boom! The majestic mana transformed into a giant hand in the sky, carrying the might towards Ouyang Feng and ruthlessly slapped it. Kill! Ouyang Feng shouted violently and swung his Kunshan sword to chop out. The thick and incomparable earth-yellow sword aura shattered the void, and the momentum was surging. Rumble! The explosions were earth-shattering. After the smoke cleared, Ouyang Feng stood holding a heavy sword. At the corners of his mouth, there was streaming blood. Actually blocked it? The Junlin king's smile disappeared, his gaze choosing people, dodging and disappearing from the carriage, instantly coming in front of Ouyang Feng, his high-raised palms bending like dragon claws. Earth rank top divine ability, Hyper Dragon Claw. In a split second, a raging and terrifying pressure struck. Ouyang Feng gritted his teeth and swung out his Kuan Shan sword to block it. The mana in his body was like a torrent rushing and pouring out crazily. Dang! The sound of gold and iron clashing shook the sky and the earth. There was an old man whose figure crashed down and fell to the ground with a loud bang. He was cloaked, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, holding the Kunshan sword as he stood up with great difficulty, his eyes full of unwillingness. Humph! It's really a waste. The Junlin king pretended to be relaxed, but in his heart, he was actually annoyed. He was relying on his high cultivation level to strike with all his might, but he was actually unable to kill this person with a single blow, which was a bit humiliating. Again! Ouyang Feng shouted. The opponent's strength was indeed very strong. If he had not relied on the extreme treasure weapon to resist it, just now the down was only afraid that his flesh would have been grabbed and shattered. This old guy. There's something, the other spirit transformation realm cultivators secretly said. The king of Junlin laughed back in anger and dared to provoke. Afterward, he no longer had any reservations and cast out all sorts of divine abilities one by one, killing towards Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng adjusted his state and continued to meet the battle with the Kuan Shan sword in his hand. The light of the sword was through the sky, like a brilliant great sun. As the oldest ancestor of the moving mountain sect, he performed his sword technique to the fullest, and then with the power of his magic treasure, he fought with King Junlin to a standstill. Soon, the Junlin king's heart was getting more and more irritated, and as he messed up, an extra wound appeared on his chest and blood flowed out. Junlin king was completely infuriated, and on impulse, he broke his promise and directly raised his hand to summon a magic treasure, a 9th grade treasure weapon, the Hunyuan hammer. Hunyuan hammer like a meteorite smashed out. Strong wind covered the earth. Many cultivators shook, face horrified. Boom! The Kunzan sword almost came out of his hand. Yang Feng's body shook dramatically. His body's chi and blood surged chaotically, and he snorted. How did you say that before? What a disgrace. The Jinnan king knew that he couldn't hang on to his face, and with a ferocious light in his eyes, he growled lowly, old thing, this king wants you dead. With those words, the momentum of the hybrid hammer was fierce, sweeping like a storm. Under the successive resistances, Yang Feng finally found it difficult to support himself, and was smashed by a hammer, spitting blood from his mouth, and his figure fell high to the ground, raising dust in the sky. If you open your mouth and beg this king can forget about it and spare your cheap life. The king of Jinnan held a huge hammer and was overbearing. He wanted to completely destroy Yang Feng's dignity and go ahead and break the backbones of the desolate state cultivators. Yang Feng was drenched in blood, lying on the ground, breath atrophied like an old dog. Where there is half a point before as a divine monarch, the kind of free and dashing, the appearance of overriding ambition. However, in the eyes of the cultivators of the desolate state, he was the first godly monarch that deserved it. Seniors, enough. The crowd's eyes were red and choked. Oh old ancestor. The moving mountain sect's cultivators were grief-stricken and howling. Chapter 23. Are you the son of the? Yang Feng, hard on the sword, slowly stood up from the ground. His body staggered a little, but gritted his teeth and stabilized, lifting his old face full of blood, his gaze deep and surprisingly calm. He didn't look at the Jinnan king, but rather at the roiling outside cultivators. Dying for the sake of temperament is a worthy death. The old man only wants to tell you a word. The wasteland state cultivators cannot be humiliated. The firm voice echoed in all directions, resonating deep within everyone, goosebumps popping out all over their bodies. Wasteland state cultivators cannot be humiliated. The roar was like a monstrous wave that resounded throughout the entire wasteland state. In an instant, the wasteland state cultivators present were on the same page, and all of them protected Yang Feng's body. It seems to be a big momentum of burning jade and moths to the flame. The outside cultivators were shocked and shrugged. Somehow, it was clear that this group of desolate state cultivators were all weak, but at this moment, there was a feeling of trepidation when facing them. The main thing is, when things came to this point, it was indeed bullying people, and if it was spread out, it would have a bad reputation and discredit the power that he was in. The Jinnan king's face changed. Then he laughed. Do you want more ants to bite the elephant? Dream on. A mole cricket is a mole cricket. With those words, he was about to build up his strength and swing the hybrid hammer to smash down. Protect the old ancestor. The moving mountain sect patriarch roared angrily. Wasteland state cultivators, all meet the battle. All the major sects, cultivation families, and scattered cultivators from all the countries looked up to the sky and shouted with righteous indignation. Just then, the change was steep. Several more terrifyingly powerful auras came swirling in. That's, many people's scalps almost exploded, and their eyes had a look of awe. Amitba, a group of robed monks, chanting Buddha's name and stepping on multiple golden lotuses, strolled in the void. It's the Hanging Temple in Florida, someone exclaimed. Today is really lively. A brocade-clothed man with dark purple hair hanging down his waist and an evil face appeared, shaking a white fan in his hand, looking dashing and suave. He was seated on a green and gold chariot, which had 9 augur dragons pulling in front of it. Each augur dragon had a terrifying aura, and their cultivation levels were all clearly at the god transformation realm. To have a transformation god level augur as a mount, one could see the power of the family lineage. In the surrounding area, there was a group of strong men sent by the family to protect them, all of them with lightning-like gazes and strong breaths. The strongest one, the 3 chief guards, was even more unfathomable, killing transformation gods like dogs. That's known as the #1 cultivation family in spirit state. The Shui family's young master Shuitiani. Someone huffed backward. Boom! At that moment, the last group of people, who made no attempt to conceal the terrifying aura that forcefully suppressed the other 2 groups, instantly attracted countless shocked gazes. The eyes of the Hanging Temple's leading master Pure Zen flashed with a hint of scorn as he folded his hands and silently recited the Buddha's name. The Shui family's young lord Shuitiani's face was unhappy, but he forced himself not to snap. Heavens! Even the feathered sect of Qingzhou has come. The crowd clamored. The feathered sect, the topmost power in the eastern region, had an unshakable position for millions of years, and was a well-deserved immortal cultivation holy land. On top of the golden-colored flying boat stood a group of Yuhua sect cultivators, among which there were several extremely powerful auras emanating from none other than the 9 inner sect elders. Holy Son, we're here. Elder Yen didn't dare to be slow to address the youth in front of him, arching his hand and speaking in a deep voice. Between the young man's mouth and nose breathing, there was a rich energy breath gulping. His body was covered in a mysterious hazy mist, and his pores were spewing out brilliant solar essence. This was the strongest true disciple of the feathered sect and the recently established saint's son. What an esteemed position. Higher than an inner sect elder. Desolate state. At this time, Chen Lord looked at this long-lost heaven and earth and muttered. It was a place he was born and raised in. But now, it was a stain he didn't want to mention. No one knew how much his worldview had been shocked when he first worshipped the feathered sect. The other fellow disciples were either from strong cultivation families or from a certain immortal imperial dynasty, located in a Tao state that had many resources and an extremely rich aura. As for himself, he was just a small cultivator in a poor countryside. Fortunately, he awakened the sun immortal body, and from then on, he changed his fate against the heavens, and step by step, he became the most dazzling heavenly pride of the feathered sect. But, this humble origin always made Chen Lord feel embarrassed in his heart. Now that he was back in his hometown, he didn't feel excitement or nostalgia, but only disgust and diarrhea. Heavens, that one is the feathered sect saint's son. Chen Lord, I've heard of him, bearing the sun immortal body. He's known to be invincible among his peers. A number of cultivators exclaimed. After all, the feathered sect was the top power in the eastern region, and the moment there was any internal movement, it was all related to the direction of the pattern in the outside world. Everyone knew that there was a young man from the feathered sect named Chen Lord, who had powerfully suppressed all the true disciples in the sect competition, and had been classified as the contemporary sacred son. There was no doubt that this would be the brightest rookie of the future eastern region. The next 100,000 years will all be written by him in a new legend. It is only because this son has the potential to become an immortal. Suddenly, one after another, the desolate state cultivators reacted and said in shock, Chen Lord? Isn't that the wind and thunder sect's young sovereign? This is one of our own from Desolate Prefecture. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. What? The holy son of the feathered sect is from this barren and backward barbarian land. How is it possible? Such a Thai place would have such a top heavenly pride being born? This is troublesome. Will we humiliate the cultivators of the desolate state here? The other 13 cultivators from the other Tao states all cast stunned gazes. Obviously the origin of the feathered sect saint's son had shocked them greatly. Feeling the strange eyes of countless people, Chen Lord pretended to be calm on the surface, but a touch of biting killing intent surfaced at the bottom of his eyes. His worst fears had come true. Elder Yen understood and violently flung down his sleeves, rolling the group of desolate state cultivators who had just shouted up in the air, followed by a terrifying shock of power. Tens of thousands of cultivators instantly had their bodies burst into pieces. Blood rained down and the air smelled of blood. My feathered sect saint's son is not something that a mole like you can discuss. Anyone else who chews the ear off, kill. Elder Yen stormed out. This time, the clamor of the entire room was dead silent in an instant. Chen Lord's face was indifferent and unmoved. At this moment, the Jinnan king felt sweaty. After all, he had previously given a humiliating beating to the cultivators of the desolate state. Who would have thought that a feathered sect saint's son had come out of this small place, with this identity, not to mention him as a Seal King level character? Even if the Shun Tian dynasty's state lord came, he wouldn't dare to offend. After thinking about it, the Jinnan king carefully said, Saint Chen, may I ask if these desolate state cultivators can be placed at my disposal? If Chen Lord but a little bit to stop the meaning. Jinnan Wang did not say anything and directly closed. Chen Lord lightly glanced at him, his thin lips slightly moving to spit out two words. Feel free. Seeing the situation, the king of Jinnan was inwardly delighted as he arched his hand and said, Thank you, Sage Sun Chen, for making it possible. After saying that, he looked at Ouyang Feng with a caricatured smile on his face, and the Hanyuan hammer in his hand was about to power up and smash. No, the eyes of the wasteland state cultivators were filled with despair, and the little hope they had inside was doused. Ouyang Feng smiled miserably on his face and shook his head without saying anything. He staggered to his feet, wanting to make that final swing of the sword that he had meant to make when he was a young man. To this, Chen Lord turned a blind eye to the fact that in his eyes these were lowly natives, and he had long since gotten out of his pariah status and was a true man of the world. Sovereign, that's the young master of the Wind and Thunder sect. What should we do? On an inconspicuous mountain in the distance, the hidden sword peak master said worriedly. I guessed correctly. This time when the secret realm came out, old dog Chen's son would definitely make a trip here. Fortunately, the Xian heavenly sect didn't take the risk of showing up. Patriarch Void Yunyan said with palpitations. Patriarch, while they go to seize the secret realm, let's Xian Tian sect relocate in a hurry. This eastern region is so big, let's find a place to hide first before we talk about it. I agree. Didn't you guys hear just now? Someone shouted that he was the Holy Son? We'd better run away as the best strategy. Right. Where is senior brother Yi? He's the Xian Tian sect's hope. Suddenly, as if she saw something, the heavenly fragrance peak master reached out to cover her delicate lips, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Gentlemen, look at that. It seems like senior brother Yi has already passed. What? Void Yonyan was startled. Quick, bring him back. Chen Lang is right there. Wouldn't you be looking for death if you go now? The moment. Just as the great battle was about to break out, a cursing voice spread from far to near in all directions. Damn. Actually being bullied by outsiders to the head. This wasteland can't work without me. Don't move. One by one. Stand still for your labor. Swish swish swish. Countless stunned gazes converged over. They want to see who actually dares to be so arrogant? Only to see a handsome and elegant young man wearing a black robe embroidered with gold stripes, making a high-profile appearance in full view of everyone, with a head full of long, silver-white hair fluttering in stark contrast. Who is the visitor? State your name. The king of Jinnan sneered. Your big daddy. Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin raised his voice. Asshole, this king will kill you. The king of Jinnan froze, then stormed out. Yi Junlin? Isn't that the Misty Peak master of the Xiantian sect? Someone reacted and exclaimed. Xiantian sect. Yi Junlin. Originally, the face of the indifferent Chen Lord. After hearing these words, his eyes erupted with a cold aura that cracked the sky, and he roared angrily. I didn't realize that my father's killer was right in front of me. Yi Junlin touched his nose. You have something? Chen Lord's face was murderous. Wind and Thunder sect patriarch. You killed him, didn't you? Oh, you mean that I have an impression. He always said that his son has the posture of becoming an immortal. May I ask if you are his? Yi Junlin said tentatively. I am his son. Chen Lord's eyes were covered in blood and he gritted his teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So you are that son. Yi Junlin looked surprised. Boom. The terrifying might was like a volcanic crater erupting. Chen Lord was so angry that his body was shaking, and the anger in his chest swept through his body with a roar. I want you dead. Chapter 24, Chen Lord's Doubts Life. The crowd was scared out of their wits and looked at Yi Junlin as if they were looking at a madman. You even dare to provoke the holy son of the feathered sect? You're afraid you're tired of living, aren't you? The Jinnan king's jaw dropped. Then thinking of something, he volunteered. Saint Chen, let me go and capture this unknowing fellow at your disposal. He wanted to take the opportunity to perform and please the strongest heavenly pride of the feathered sect. Abruptly, powerful winds tore through the void as the Jinnan king rushed towards Yi Junlin. The expression on his face was extremely fierce as he roared in a low voice. Kid, you're going to suffer this time. Swish. At that moment, a long, fiery red figure appeared, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose crazily. Red Thousand Leaves coldly stopped in front of King Jinnan's body. Yo, where did this beauty come from? The king of Jinnan was stunned, his eyes flashing with a hot color. Die for this seat. Red Thousand Leaves raised his hand in disgust and struck out a fire attribute divine ability. Phew! The brilliant and splendid flames scorched the void, forming extremely twisted bursts of ripples. The Jinnan king's face changed drastically, and he exerted his full power to resist, but as a result, even the Hunyuan hammer was burned into flying ash, and his body was incinerated by unknown flames. Ah! Heartbreaking screams rang through the sky. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the Jinnan king quickly went up in smoke. Not even half of the residue remained. A transformation god. Just like that? Out of the blue. Who is it? There were cries of alarm. Everyone was speculating about where the woman in red came from. My desolate prefecture. When did I have a strong person of this level? Ouyang Fong was dumbstruck, his heart very complicated. When he thought of his previous boast of being the number one person in the desolate state, he was so ashamed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's so true that there are people out there. Fellow Daoist, may I ask your name? Ouyang Fong said in a loud voice. What a thought! Red Thousand Leaves ignored him, and after killing the Jinnan king in seconds, he dashed to Yi Junlin's side and arched his hand for instructions. Master! This scene almost made all the cultivators' jaws drop. That senior is actually Peak Master Ye's disciple? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a transformation god. When did the Xiantian sect have a transformation god? Tramp! Who said before that Peak Master Yi is a Yuaning? How can a Yuaning accept a transformation god as his disciple? Come out! I promise not to beat him to death. The cultivators of the desolate state were all excited. This really gave them a big surprise. Xiantian sect, so strong? Ouyang Fong was stunned. In his impression, the Xiantian sect was the bottom of the 6 major sects in the desolate state. What exactly had happened to this sect during the time he had been in seclusion? Little Detsy, you'd better give me an explanation. Ouyang Fong asked the mountain-moving sect master without any good humor. If he had known that the Xiantian sect was so powerful, why would he specialize in this? Facing the old ancestor's question, the moving mountain sect patriarch expressed his confusion. Old ancestor, I really don't know anything. Wow. Rumble. At this time, Void Yunyan and the others led the Tian sect to the scene. Patriarch, you guys are finally here. I was just about to go shout at you. Yi Junlin laughed. Senior brother Yi. You. Do you know what you're doing? Void Yunyan anxiously said. That's the people from the feathered sect. You'd better sneak out quickly. We'll fight for you to stall for time. Yes, Tian sect has a chance of regaining its glory as long as you're around. You mustn't have an accident here, the hidden sword peak master said in a deep voice. Yi Junlin smiled. Knowing everyone's thoughts, he didn't answer positively, but instead beckoned, and a cloud floated in the distance, and a little girl stood on it, nervously arching her hand in obeisance. Zhao Linger has met all the seniors. It is? The crowd was amazed. After I solved Wei's problem, I recruited a new good seedling there. She's the daughter of the Wei Emperor and is burdened with an extreme water spirit root. I think it's just right to give it to the Tianxiang Peak side. Yi Junlin said. The heavenly fragrance peak master's eyes lit up. The more he looked at him, the more he loved him. Zhao Linger, from now on, you'll be worshipping heavenly fragrance peak. Quickly call master. Master. Zhao Linger was very understanding and performed the teacher worship ritual in a regular manner. This little girl just has spirit. The heavenly fragrance peak master was delighted. Adopting a good disciple. Congratulations. The other peak masters arched their hands in congratulations. Void Yonyan smiled, then reacted and stomped his foot anxiously, almost frantic. Senior brother Yi, it's already time for you to engage in this. Do you know the gravity of the situation or not? Just as Yi Junlin was about to open his mouth, a terrifying killing aura enveloped him, causing many people in the Tian sect to fall into an ice cellar. You, and all of you will pay for my father's life. The pupils of Chen Lord's eyes shone with a golden aura, and with a flash, he appeared in the air above the heads of all the people, his body emitting a golden yellow light as if it were a great sun across the sky. Elder Yen, are we making a move? An elder asked quietly to Elder Yen, who was at the head of the group, because here, he was the one with the highest cultivation level, and was also the chief leader of this expedition team. Elder Yen waved his hand. This is a private matter of the Saint Sun. It should be left to the Saint Sun to resolve. And with this ragtag group, they are no match for the Saint Sun. The feathered sect's Saint Sun was destined to be the strongest of the younger generation in the eastern domain, sweeping through this barren land with ease. Yi Junlin, come here and die. Chen Lord's aura was like a dragon as he shouted angrily. Yi Junlin said disdainfully, fighting with labor? You're not qualified for that. Red, get on. Teach him to be human. Words. The corners of Red Chiba's mouth twitched a few times, always feeling a bit like closing the door and letting the dogs out. However, he had seen Yi Junlin's methods in his eyes and naturally did not dare to disobey in the slightest. Whoosh! Red Thousand Leaf's figure rose rapidly, dragging out a bright fire, like a phoenix rising to the sky. Very spectacular. Ha! Cowards! Chen Wang sneered. It's just dealing with you. There's no need for a master's hand. Red Chiba said, looking at this astonishing face. Even though Chen Lord had seen all sorts of beautiful women in the feathered sect, he was overwhelmed by the face value and temperament. For a moment, he was moved with compassion and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency has such strength. Why do you need to stay in this small sect and wait for death? As long as you are willing to defect, this Saint Sun guarantees that the feathered sect will give you good treatment. The cultivators of the major powers showed odd faces, knowing that this was Chen Lord looking at the woman in red. But this condition, indeed, is tempting. After all, the Tian sect was bound to be destroyed today, so it was normal to find a way out for himself. Not interested. Red Thousand Leaves said faintly. This girl, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Chen Lord's face was ugly, not expecting the other party to be so determined. Hear the call. A look of contempt appeared in Red Xinya's eyes as he snorted. My master is right. Your father is and you are. 2. Words. Roots of veins burst out from Chen Lord's forehead, his body releasing a heavenly terrifying fury, and he said in a chilling voice, Good. Very good. All of you die for me. Boom. Fist prints containing blinding golden light shattered the void and struck out fiercely. The surging mana swept out and transformed into a huge golden dragon surrounding it. When Red Thousand Leaves choked with one hand and flung his sleeve away, the sky was filled with landing flames, like a meteor shower. Wow! The golden-colored fist print instantly annihilated. Chen Lord was a bit surprised that his opponent had broken his move so easily. That's it? Red Chiba disdained. Don't get cocky too soon. This is just the beginning. Chen Lord was full of anger. His body had a blazing golden light shielding his body, just like a round of vigorous sun across the sky, making people fearful. The realm of transformation god perfection was on display. Boom 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 boom. The interlaced and vertical golden fist prints were like countless suns surfacing, releasing a mountainous and oppressive feeling. So strong, Ouyang Feng's face was filled with shock. Under this level of attack, he would have been reduced to slag in the first round. Not to mention him, even the spirit transformation cultivators from the outside world were shocked by this killing move of Chen Lord's with a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. The Saint's son is truly gifted. This move of the top heavily ranked Sun God Fist, combined with his Sun Immortal body, not to mention killing a transformation god in a second. Even if it's an ordinary harmonization realm, I'm afraid that he'll suffer. Elder Yen laughed. A shocking explosion rang out, and the sky fragmented for miles. Humph. This is what you forced me to do. Chen Lord sneered coldly, and in the next second, the smile froze on his face, and the pupils of his eyes contracted into needles. In front of them, at some point, there was an additional colorful flaming lotus flower, its petals clattering into bloom. Red Thousand Leaves was in the middle of it, unharmed, and his eyes were full of teasing as he looked at Chen Lord. How can it be? Chen Lord's mind was shaken. When he relied on this move, he directly swept away the true disciples. The same realm can be called invincible. As a result, the other side actually blocked it? I don't believe it. I have the stance of becoming an immortal. I'm invincible in the same realm. Chen Lord roared, frantically energizing the Sun Immortal body as an even more terrifying might erupted from his body. Shasta. He then carried a matchless aura, blatantly cracking the air and shooting away. Frog in the bottom of a well. This seat will let you see what it means to be invincible in the same realm. Red Thousand Leaves sneered coldly. Suddenly having an evil thought inside, he decided to completely destroy the other party's dignity in his own way. Chapter 25. Are you messing with us? In the face of Chen Lord's raging attack, Red Qianye did not panic and did not mess up, lifting his hands to see the moves. The heavens rumbled as if the sky was about to fall, both sides as if light and shadow interlacing, dazzling, the middle of the energy generated by the airflow, like a hurricane tearing the surrounding emptiness. How? The more Chen Lord fought, the more alarmed he became, always feeling that all his moves were easily neutralized by the other party, like a punch on cotton, without any effect. This kind of combat experience and reaction, I've never seen it before in the Feathered Sect. How can a small sect like the Xiantian sect have such disciples? Chen Lang was beaten to the point of skepticism. What he didn't know was that he was actually facing a big brother who had long been on the path of immortal cultivation, step by step, from being a nobody to eventually becoming a giant of the devil's way. That kind of accumulation of years and years of experience, as well as the reaction that formed muscle memory, and the sensitive thinking of sparring, was simply not something that he, a fledgling of the Feathered Sect, could compare to. That's because you're weak. Hot chicken. Red Thousand Leaves snorted, precisely finding an opening. He stored up his strength and struck a palm. The palm wind was like a rolling heat wave. Put. Chen Lang spat out blood from his mouth and his body flew backwards 100 feet. His eyes, full of bewilderment and disbelief. The Feathered Sect's new generation Saint's son has been suppressed by a disciple of the Xiantian sect. The forces erupted in clamor. Elder Yan. This. The elder's eyes are stunned. Elder Yan's face was ugly. This hit the face of the entire Feathered Sect. This Xiantian sect. Sure, it's a small sect? Why does any random disciple come out so fierce? Holy son, don't doubt yourself. You're the top heavenly pride chosen by thousands from the Feathered Sect. You have the potential to become an immortal. Elder Yan said in a deep voice. This holy son has the posture of becoming an immortal, Lord Chen muttered. The Tao heart that was originally about to collapse was once again intact. His gaze, growing firmer and firmer. I haven't lost yet. Chen Lord looked up to the sky and whistled. His eyes exploded with a golden aura that cracked the sky. His body was like a glazed divine gold, with a brilliant treasured glory, as if he was enveloped in a round of blazing sun, with a prevalent radiance of 10,000 paths. The great sun is crossing the sky and roasting everything in red. Abruptly, a heat energy that was terrifying to the extreme was converging, firmly locking onto Hong Qianye's body. Childish. Red Thousand Leaves despises and treats Chen Lang as incompetent and furious. Die for me. Lord Chen let out a growl. A golden pillar of light, about 100 feet wide, shattered the void and shrouded through the sky. Elementary divine ability of the Zun rank. Eclipse. A technique that even harmonization realm powerhouses had difficulty comprehending. Chen Lord had already touched this move to the entry level. In conjunction with the Sun Immortal body's activation, it was more than enough to blast the early stage of the harmonized body. Have to say, Chen Lord was really strong and powerful. Definitely the topmost heavenly pride in the eastern region. This kind of person, even if thrown into the central domain, was extremely prestigious. Pity, he was unlucky enough to meet Red Chiba, a recultivated true immortal, bearing an immortal fire spiritual root, and also cultivating a supreme technique that fit extremely well. Multiple buff stacks are simply terrifying to the point of being amazing. Ha! Red Thousand Leaves raised his hand and struck out. The 7-colored flames swept like a hurricane, containing the terrifying power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. When the two sides erupted in a final clash, the stream of energy that was stirred up seemed to tear apart the entire sky and dome. This kind of strength, is it really a transformation god? Ouyang Feng smacked his lips. In that comparison, he's afraid he's a fake. The other spirit transformation cultivators, all of them had their hearts pounding. This kind of might was afraid to be able to blast the harmonization realm. Right after the explosion, fluctuations continued to diminish. Countless divine senses were focused over who won. A lot of people are nervous. At that moment, a bloodstained figure fell from the sky. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were lifeless, and his beliefs had been heavily damaged. That's the holy son of the feathered sect. Exclamations of dismay were all over the place. Humph! The light of a grain of rice dares to compete with the white moon. Red Chiba sneered. Since the beginning, he had treated Chen Lang as a clown. Senior nephew Yi, your disciple is so strong. Void Yonyan was dumbstruck. Even the holy son of the feathered sect was able to defeat him, so he really didn't know where he had abducted the demon from. Red, Yi Junlin said. Red Thousand Leaves flashed to his side and arched his hand. Master, what are your orders? Yi Junlin had a pleased look on his face. Good performance. Give me extra food tonight. Thank you, master. Red Chiba's face was full of questions. Why should I give you extra food if the seed is doing well? Swish! Chen Lang was brought to the boat by several elders. Saint's son, quickly swallow it. Someone took out a top-grade healing elixir. This was, after all, the holy son of the feathered sect, and there was no room for error. After Chen Lord swallowed the elixir, his body's injuries greatly improved, and his disordered breath quickly stabilized. However, he was all jaded and repeated like a demented child. I lost. It's a broken heart. Elder Yen was pained, red-eyed, and bellowed. Holy son, quickly pull yourself together. The voice contained a special tranquilizing effect, causing Chen Lord's body to tremble and his eyes to gradually regain clarity. Chen Lord clenched his teeth and said with difficulty, Elder Yen, I lost. I'm not invincible in the same realm. I've disgraced the feathered sect. Saint's son, you mustn't think too much. You still have a great future ahead of you. You have the potential to become an immortal. Elder Yen admonished. Looking at Chen Lord's lost soul, Elder Yen sighed inwardly and turned to look at the fiery red figure again. The deep eyes flashed with a biting essence. Injuring my feathered sect's saint's son. There must be an explanation for this matter. The words just fell. The feathered sect elders present erupted with powerful cultivation auras. All of them were clear of the harmonization realm. Heavenly monarchs. They're all heavenly monarchs. Ouyang Feng lost his voice. Upon reaching the harmonization realm, one could be titled a heavenly monarch. Tianjun, which means to live with the sky. It was enough to see how transcendent cultivators of this realm were. Nowadays, these 9 elders that were sent here were all at the harmonization realm, showing how deep the feathered sect's depth was. The people from the Hanging Temple and the Shueclan all changed their faces and were incomparably scandalized. That's a show of force. Which of you is going to take him and execute him? Elder Yen coldly said. Me. A stout and tall elder stood out, his figure flashing away. The majestic might of the middle stage of the harmonious realm pressed in the air. Master. Red Chiba blushed. What he means is that this situation can't be stopped on its own. It's okay, leave it to me. Yi Junlin lightly took a step forward and a monstrous aura erupted from his body. Boom! Instantly, the crowd's ears perked up. Shen Tian Sect's peak Master Yi is in the harmonization realm? The desolate state cultivator's jaws dropped. My desolate prefecture actually has a heavenly monarch. Ouyang Feng said excitedly. There was no one more shocked than Void Yunyan and the others. They didn't realize that Yi Junlin was a big brother of the harmonious realm. Before, I thought it was a Yuaning. Then I thought it was a transformation spirit. And now it's a merging body? Void Yunyan looked depressed. Master Yi nephew, you're messing with us. Chapter 26, The Heavenly Robbing Light. Harmonization realm? So what? Do you really think you can fight against me? That elder was first stunned. Then his gaze was like electricity as he strangled his hands to diffuse divine abilities. In the void, it was as if there was a millstone rumbling and rolling, and there was a white blazing light prime hand probing out, emitting an ancient and vicissitudes aura. Seeing the situation, Yi Junlin did not panic and raised his hand to gently point. Boo! The prime hand fragmented. What? That elder's eyes were stunned, and there was an ominous premonition in his heart. Swish! Yi Junlin executed the Great Void technique and flashed to his heels in the blink of an eye with unimaginable speed. Boom! The fist struck straight out with unrivaled killing power. Ah! The speed was too fast. And before that elder had the chance to offer up protective treasures, talismans and the like. His flesh exploded into pieces and his yuanshan was silenced by Yi Junlin's punch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd's eyes stared, almost dropping out, their expressions filled with disbelief. A great man of the harmonization realm was killed just like that? Tease it. At this moment, Yi Junlin snapped his fingers, his head full of silver-white hair fluttering, a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. This is it? Carrying the supreme bone. His basic battle power had even skyrocketed, and even if he didn't use any divine abilities, he was ridiculously strong in close combat. Elder Yan's face was unsightly as he roared lowly. All of you, get on me, kill him. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 7 elders moved, similar to Yi Junlin's realm, and cast their killing moves with full force, with the momentum of strangling their targets. Boom! The dome of the sky seemed to be collapsing, forming a funnel-like vortex. Suddenly, behind Yi Junlin, a magnificent shadow that dominated the living world emerged, and the terrifying pressure spread like a wave, giving rise to a feeling of subjugation. Seal of the Human King. Yi Junlin raised his hand and struck the seal, hardening himself against the attacks of the 7 harmonization realm elders. The majestic energy currents raged wildly, mercilessly tearing apart every inch of space. Put, one after another, the elders spat out blood from their mouths, as if they were struck by lightning, and said horrifiedly, "What level of divine ability is this?" It was so domineering and overwhelming that it was far superior to any of the feathered sect's techniques. Yi Junlin laughed coldly and raised his hand to slap it fiercely. Meteor shield. An elder's body exploded with sweat, and he promptly sacrificed his life magic treasure. In a flash, a shield with a brilliant treasure light flew out, with subtle runes flowing throughout its body. This was clearly a first-grade spirit weapon. Boo! The meteorite shield took a heavy hit and had some shattered marks on its surface, but luckily it didn't break to save its life. This son is frighteningly strong. Everyone quickly used their magic treasures to suppress him. The elder took the opportunity to retreat and hissed, "Kill!" The other elders bellowed and simultaneously offered up their magic treasures. All of them were of the grade of first-grade spiritual weapons. Bo sword technique. A white-browed elder drank lowly, holding a 3-foot green blade and shooting out a magnificent swordlight that enveloped towards Yi Junlin. That's not all. The other several elders, all with the power of their respective magic treasures, the killing power directly skyrocketed 100 times, and they killed with great vigor. As for the forces in the outside world, they all couldn't wait for Yi Junlin to fall. After all, in their opinion, the desolate state was the land of barbarians. How could the natives here be so powerful? If you offend the feathered sect, you should be stifled. Amitabha Buddha, goodness gracious, Master Pure Zen, who was at the head of the Hanging Temples team, had a compassionate face and folded his hands. Seeing this, the Shui family's young Lord Shuitiani showed his contempt. This old bald donkey is really hypocritical. He looked at the figures engaged on the battlefield. His heart grew jealous, and he sneered, "This kind of demon. It's better to die before it's too late." Is it going to end? Seeing that silver-haired youth who was in deep trouble, the hearts of many cultivators in the desolate state were in their throats. Oh no! Senior nephew Yi is in danger. Void Yonyan and the others said anxiously. Here, the only one with a bland face was Red Chiba. Listening to the yelling of the people around him, he clasped his hands on his arms and skimmed his mouth. Darkly, what do you ants know? Ever since that time when he witnessed Yi Junlin's extraordinary behavior in Wei, Hong Qianya had concluded that this guy must still have a backhand. And at that point, seemingly verifying his suspicions, Yi Junlin appeared more and more comfortable under the combined siege. In that case, let's give you guys a taste of this move. Yi Junlin laughed softly, urging the boiling mana in his body, which surged madly into the supreme bone in his chest. Suddenly, the divine haze blazed forth in an eternal and immortal light. At his chest, it was as if a round of blazing sun had been birthed, and the terrifying aura was as if it was going to shatter the heavens. What happened? Countless cultivators were trembling and filled with horror. Boom! An incomparably bright divine aura burst out from Yi Junlin's chest, as if the heavens had sent down divine punishment in anger to annihilate everything in the world. This was a great divine ability of the Supreme Bone, the heavenly robbing light. No good. The 7 harmonization realm elders had warning signs in their hearts and used their magic treasures with all their might to resist, attempting to block this terrifying extinguishing divine light. Ah! There were screams and screams. In front of the terrifying light of the heavenly tribulation, the inferior spiritual weapons in each person's hands clicked and shattered. Losing the shelter of their magic treasures, the 7 elders cried out in terror. Elder Yen, save us! Elder Yen, who was the leader of the team, could no longer stay calm. He had to make a move to save his fellow elders. Otherwise, how should he go back and explain? Boom! The cultivation of the peak of the harmonization realm instantly exploded. Swish! a small ancient bronze tower emerged, emitting an unrivaled and terrifying aura. Third-grade spiritual weapon. Faust Tower. Although it was only 2 orders more than a first-grade spirit weapon, in terms of power, it could exceed it by more than 1,000 times, and it was by relying on this tower that Elder Yen was highly respected by the group of elders of the inner sect. Destroy me! Elder Yen held the floating pagoda in his hand, releasing a raging energy might against the remnants of the heavenly pillage light. Oh, good timing! Yi Junlin played with the flavor. Ding! It is detected that the host has encountered an attack from an enemy at the peak of the harmonization realm, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering strength, gaining the cultivation of harmonization realm perfection. With a boom, a more powerful might erupted from Yi Junlin's body, crossing directly from the middle stage of the harmonization realm to perfection. In an instant, the heavenly robber light, which was already weakening in power, at this moment steeply blazed with light. Extremely amazing. You actually hid your cultivation. Elder Yen's scalp went numb and he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Boom! The heavenly robbing light swept violently. Ah! Those 7 elders' bodies exploded into blood mist with a bang. Their bodies dying. Only Elder Yen managed to get away, but he was also covered in blood and bruises, and looked filled with panic and palpitations. He really didn't expect such a ruthless person to come out of the wasteland state. The world, has it changed? The urgency of the delay is still to save your life. Senior, today this matter is counted as us admitting defeat, and the feathered sect voluntarily withdraws from the competition for the secret realm. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. Oh, you want to come and go as you please? Yi Junlin poked out his big hand, his silver-white hair fluttering about, his body emanating a supreme aura that overpowered the sun, moon and stars, and proudly looked down on the world and the earth. Better give me death. Chapter 27, The Heavenly Burial Coffin. Out. Elder Yan's scalp almost exploded as he lost his voice and said, doing something that extreme? Aren't you afraid that the feathered sect will blame you? Suddenly, he seemed to associate it with something. Wait, I get it. The previous outer sect's elder would. It turns out that he died in your hands. That's right. Anyway, we have been offended for a long time, so why not kill more to help the fun? Yi Junlin laughed out loud. Boom! The already cracked Faust Tower had gone to the brink of collapse. Elder Yan's breath shriveled as he roared at the golden boat. Why don't you take the holy sun away? Hurry! Elder Yan! On the golden boat, Chen Lord's face turned pale as waves of terror rose within him. He didn't realize that his father's killer was so powerful. How could this small barren state give birth to such a strong person? There is no God. Quickly, take the holy sun away. The cultivator of the feathered sect looked flustered and was about to fully activate this flying magic treasure. Want to escape? I'll give this seat death. Red Thousand Leaves laughed coldly and rushed up at the first opportunity, his palm wrapped in monstrous flames of fury, transforming into a fire phoenix and bombarding that flying boat. This pair of master and disciple are really crazy. Witnessing this sight, many cultivators had cold sweat on their foreheads and their hearts were beating furiously in fear. Killing the feathered sect's elder. And now he was going to exterminate the feathered sect's saint son. This eastern region's sky. I'm afraid it's going to collapse. Amit Ba. A Buddha's name rang out. Red Thousand Leaves attacks were all stopped by the palm print of Buddha's light. An old monk wearing a robe and twirling Buddha beads. Hanging temple. Master Juzan. Also because of this gap, that golden flying boat was smoothly catalyzed, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered the void and fled the scene in haste. Seeing the prey slipping away from his hands, Red Qianya was inwardly upset and coldly said, Old bald donkey, you're minding a bit too much, aren't you? Master Pure Zen folded his hands together, his face compassionate. Female cultivator, when will injustice end? Why do we have to rush to the end of the world? Female givers, Red Thousand Leaf's eyes flashed a cold aura. His tone sneered, Old bald donkey, don't think that this seat can't see through your Buddhist sect's tricks. You just want to make the feathered secto a favor. So hypocritical through and through really makes the seat fall out of my stomach. As a devil cultivator, he was most disgusted by this kind of Zen cultivation, which was clearly for his own benefit, but also had to talk about standing on moral grounds. Female cultivator, you have too much prejudice against Buddhism and already have a tendency to fall into the devil's path. I suggest you restrain yourself. Master Pure Zen's face was expressionless, and his tone contained a warning. Old bald donkey, is this seat giving you face? Do I need you to lecture this seat? Red Thousand Leaves sneered. Stubborn. A hint of anger flashed in Master Pure Zen's eyes as he droned lowly. In that case, let the old lineage come to dispose of you. Boom! A powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the area. Red Shenya's face changed drastically. This old bald donkey was at the peak of the harmonization realm. Ah! A mournful scream rang out, only to see that as the spirit weapon shattered, Elder Yen was clawed and exploded in the air by the large hand, and his soul was destroyed. You want to bully my disciple? Yi Junlin flashed swept in front of Red Shanya's heels and looked at Master Pure Zen, his face unkind. Seeing Yi Junlin, Master Jingchan collected his aura and showed a kind smile. Master Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. Just now I just wanted to point out this junior. Pointing, and you deserve it? Yi Junlin's face showed contempt. A recultivated true immortal needs guidance from an old bald donkey like you? Red Thousand Leaves arched his hand and said, Master, disciple was about to intercept that flying boat, but this old bald donkey made a move to block it, causing it to escape without incident. Amitabha Buddha. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Old lineage just feel that this matter has gone too far. That's why I have taken a step to redeem myself on your behalf. If your excellency insists on blaming, old lineage also has nothing to say. Farewell. After saying that, Master Pure Zen turned around and was about to leave. Asterisk. You want to run away after pretending? Stop right there. Yi Junlin stormed out. Master Pure Zen's eyes narrowed slightly. Master Yi, what is the meaning of this? Oh, to say you this bald ass enough chicken thief. Good people you to do. Bad people I come to be. You so good at calculating. How not to calculate when you die? Yi Junlin sneered. Master Pure Chan's face grimaced. Scholar Yi, that's too much. He felt that he was representing the Hanging Temple, which was the top Buddhist power in the eastern region, and Yi Junlin had just finished offending the feathered sect with his front foot, so he wouldn't dare to offend the Hanging Temple again no matter how he put it, right? Boom! A terrifying fist print smashed in. You! Master Pure Zen was shocked and furious, and he stiffly pinched his knuckles to resist. The golden bell shroud emerged, and the sound of Buddha's voice curled up. Thumping pops, the golden bell shield shattered, and Master Pure Zen's figure flew backwards a dozen feet, and after stabilizing himself, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth as he roared in a low voice. Deceiving people is too much. Do you really think that my hanging temple is a soft persimmon? Swish, swish, swish. A group of monks came behind him, each holding a different magic treasure, their eyes glaring angrily, their auras like dragons. With a crash, in Master Pure Zen's hand, there was an additional 9-ring scepter that was golden yellow in color, and when he held it in his hand, it exploded with a brilliant light like that of the sun. At the same time, a group of monks mouthed the Buddha's name and added mana to Master Pure Chan's body. Instantly, a terrifying energy aura swept through the 8 directions. Master Pure Zen's cultivation level, elevated to the perfection of the harmonization realm, the golden light of his eyes blazed without anger. Boom! There was a Buddha's Dharma image that was 500 feet tall floating in the sky, looking dignified and sacrosanct. This is the Hanging Temple's Dharmic avatar. The faces of the crowd were shocked. Shui Tianyi sneered. Is this Yi a pig brain? How dare he offend the Hanging Temple? Does he think he'll live too long? He was hostile to Yi Junlin and very much expected the other party to fall on his face. Scholar Yi, the old lineage has given you a chance, Master Pure Zen coldly said. With the Buddhist combined attack formation and the addition of the 3rd grade spiritual weapon, his strength had been stacked to an exaggerated level. In this situation, he did not think that Yi Junlin would still be able to defeat himself easily. Kind of. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. Red Chiba silently stood aside as he wanted to see where the limits of this silver-haired youth were. Now, let the old lineage overtake you. Swish! Master Pure Zen swung out the 9-ring scepter in his hand, and surging energy swept out as if it was going to run through heaven and earth. Yi Junlin raised his hand. Coffin come! Rumbling, the void almost collapsed as an ancient bronze coffin flew out, emitting a pale and long-lasting aura. The ancient coffin was 5 feet high and 9 feet long, presenting a 9-to-5 momentum. This is the burial coffin. Previously, the burial sky coffin was merely a 3rd grade spiritual weapon, but now with Yi Junlin's breakthrough to the perfection of the harmonization realm, this object had already reached the category of a 6th grade spiritual weapon. In a flash of lightning, the burial sky coffin blocked this powerful attack. This, Master Pure Zen's face changed. All of you, get in there! Yi Junlin sneered. The heavenly burial coffin suddenly opened, erupting with an unrivaled and terrifying suction force. No good. Master Pure Zen's scalp tingled as he marshaled his full strength to block the suction. Ah, which into thought, but those monks behind them flew away one after another, their faces terrified and let out shouts. Master save me. Then, after being sucked in, no more movement came out. Evil things. Yushin Tian sect actually has evil things. Master Pure Zen didn't know whether it was because of his anger or fear, but at this moment, his body was shaking with the naked eye. Boo! The Buddha's Dharma is annihilated. Master Pure Zen's face turned white as he sensed the approach of death and hurriedly begged for help. Gentlemen, this person is an evil cultivator. Quickly step in and put him to death. Good man. That's a hatchet job. The crowd was secretly laughing. Who would dare to give a hand at a time like this? Still not quick enough to get your labor inside, Yi Junlin shouted, exerting his mana to catalyze this bronze coffin. Buzz off. An even greater attraction forcefully pulled on Master Pure Zen. No! Master Pure Zen cried out in despair and was finally sucked into the heavenly burial coffin. The coffin closed into silence. At this moment, in the unbelieving gazes of the crowd, Yi Junlin's head full of long silver-white hair danced about, his domineering hand resting on the funeral heavenly coffin, his gaze looking disdainfully at the surroundings, and his voice rolling like heavenly thunder, echoing through the heavens. The three short words revealed invincible conviction. Still, there, who? Chapter 28, signing in at the secret realm of Latte. Seeing this scene, the cultivators in the outside world were so scared that their livers were cracking, and the fear within them was magnifying infinitely. It's so scary. Peak Master Yi is mighty. Peak Master Yi is invincible. The disciples of the Demon Sect were ecstatic and cheered. Void Yonyan was so excited that he could hardly contain himself and said in a loud voice, "Good. Well done." The hidden sword Peak Master muttered, "My goodness. I shouldn't be dreaming, right?" Snap. When he finished, he was slapped across the face. The hidden sword Peak Master covered his face and said in confusion, "Senior sister, why are you hitting me? Does it hurt?" The heavenly fragrance Peak Master asked with concern. "Crap. Of course it hurts. Then it's not a dream." Hidden sword Peak Master. At this moment, all the desolate state cultivators erupted in cheers, their hearts proud beyond measure, their gazes as if they were looking at a god. Moving Mountain Sect elder ancestor Ouyangfeng was filled with tears and fell to the ground on the spot, shouting, "Yi Tianjuan's divine might." The cries were like a mountain of voices, to roar the sun in the sky. How is this possible? Shui Tianyi mumbled as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was even on the verge of wondering if he had come to the wrong place. Is this still the wasteland? The team of the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region was killed and fled in a hurry. The people of the Hanging Temple, known as the holy place of Buddhism, were all buried in coffins of unknown origin. I dare to meet a fierce god. Just then, the rumbling and shaking sound spread over the wasteland state. Bright and infinite light shot up into the sky, straight through the vast clouds. The scene was extremely spectacular and shocking. The secret realm is open. There were cries of alarm. The Luo Tian mysterious realm was officially opened, and behind it lay a heavenly chance. The cultivators of all forces were stupidly eager. Their hearts were on fire, but once they thought of something, they all dared not move forward. Countless people looked on with bated breath, seemingly waiting for Yi Junlin's statement. Great, just go inside and sign in, Yi Junlin said inwardly, noticing the subtle atmosphere around him. With thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Junlin's tone was undeniable. Any cultivator from my desolate state is qualified to enter and explore inside. As for the uninvolved, get out. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The wasteland state cultivators were ecstatic and shouted out that Yi Tianjun was wise. They had been looking forward to this for so long, and finally a supreme powerhouse had come out of nowhere to lead the cultivators of the desolate state out of their predicament. The outside cultivators' faces were unhappy, but after the incident just now, how could anyone dare to stand up and resist? Shui Tianyi's face turned blue and he was furious. Young lord, let's go. The guard leading the group sighed. Can't we do anything about him? Shui Tianyi was resigned. The chief of the guard said, Young lord, this person is bold and presumptuous, offending the feathered sect and the Hanging Temple before and after. It can be said that he has committed a great crime. What awaits him will be unprecedented retaliation. If we spring now, how miserable we'll be later. We don't have to go against such dying people. Hear that? Shui Tianyi's eyes showed a brilliant aura as he coldly laughed. You're right. In order to make it perish, we must first make it crazy. This person is so overbearing. He won't live long. Withdraw. Go back to Lingzhou. Yes, young lord. Then, the Shui clan's team turned around and left. Seeing that even the most powerful Shui family had conceded at this time, the other cultivation forces of the Dao state had no choice but to call it quits and return home one after another. They are going to take this message and pass it on to their respective hometowns. One could imagine how sensational the eastern domain would be at that time. Soon, there were only desolate state cultivators left present, looking at this group of originally high and mighty outsiders, now all gray and run back. The group's heart don't mention how painful. Sure, none of them rushed to enter, but rather they had the good sense to line up behind the Demon Sect, thinking that as long as they drank some soup at the back, they would be fine. Go! Yi Junlin led all the cultivators and entered the Luo Tian mysterious realm with great vigor. With a flash of light in front of him, the scene in front of him changed instantly. Inside, there was a different world. A completely new world. Rather like a prehistoric primitive forest. The sky-high tree was thousands of meters high, with thick branches and leaves, and the vines were hanging down, embracing the thickness of 100 people. The main thing was that the aura was extraordinarily dense, much stronger than the desolate state. It's a nice setting here, Yi Junlin sighed. Ding! The signing in location Luo Tian Mystery Realm has been detected. Is it possible to receive the signing in rewards? In his head, a playful beep sounded. Pick up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma. Heavenly Emperor's Phantasm. The user can directly sacrifice a phantasm, and their own strength will increase dramatically, and they can also use some sort of incidental divine ability. Ha! That's a nice thing. Yi Junlin nodded. He had seen Master Pure Zen's Buddha divine phase, which was indeed capable of bringing about an extremely strong increase, and if he hadn't utilized the burial coffin, he was afraid that he would have to go through a fierce and sound battle. At this time, after completing the signing-in task, Yi Junlin was still thinking of just hitting the road. However, the various sights in this Luo Tian mysterious realm inspired him to continue exploring. Just as well, go see what's going on. Yi Junlin moved to strafe and travel through this ancient forest. Swish! There was a wild yuaning stage cannibal flower, the size of a thatched cottage, with its bloody mouth open and ready to strike. Something wrong with you? Yi Junlin released his cultivation aura, frightening the cannibal flower to hastily shut its mouth and shrink in the corner trembling with fear. Behind him, Void Yonyan looked around and said excitedly, Heavenly Spirit Grass, Amethyst Vine, Golden Ginseng, and 10,000 years blood chi. Good stuff. It's all good stuff. Quick, take it all away. Yes, Sovereign. The Tian sect cultivators were all excited as they scattered in all directions, picking all kinds of rare spirit medicines around them. Boom! Suddenly, a huge Jindan stage worm broke out of the ground, spittle flying, devouring dozens of casual cultivators before disappearing into the ground in a godlike manner. This caused quite a commotion among the cultivators of the desolate state. Many people were stunned, and there was a flash of loss in their eyes. Originally, he wanted to follow the Tian sect's footsteps, and he could drink some soup without eating meat. But now, the reality was very cruel. Not even qualified for soup, without strength and still pushing your way up. This is what happens. Red Thousand Leaves didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for the dead cultivators and said with an icy expression, Ho 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 ho. At that moment, there were intensive ape calls coming from the forest, and a large number of white apes reached out and swung on the vines, coming in groups. The powerful demonic aura spread like a wave, causing many cultivators to have chills all over their bodies. Caution! Enemy attack! Someone hissed. The group of white apes, with red eyes and hardened skin, resisted the cultivators' magic treasure attacks, then probed their large hands to tear each individual apart. Blood stained the dirt, and the smell of blood came through the air. Worthy of being a demonic beast in the secret realm, all of them started out at the Jindan level, and the stronger ones even reached Yuaning. Ah! Run away! They're coming! This way! Help! Help me! Panicked shouts rang out everywhere around them. Most outrageous of all, this group of white apes had a penchant for young female cultivators, and whenever they caught one they would tear their clothes and roar like they were in heat. Oh, someone help me! There was a female disciple of the Tian sect who was unfortunate enough to be grabbed by a white ape, and then her clothes were torn off, revealing her white skin. Let go of her! You! A male disciple roared angrily and executed a flying sword to stab at it. The flying sword stabbed at the white ape's skin, resounding with the sound of gold and iron striking, but it didn't do the slightest bit of damage. No, don't be like this. Feeling the red-hot nostrils behind her, the female disciple was filled with despair. Boo! Suddenly, the white ape was swept up into the air and was quickly burned to ashes by the flames. A red-clothed Red Chiba walked up and said with a cold face, Is everything alright? In the back of his mind he was thinking that women were just trouble. The female disciple sobbed. Thank you, senior sister Hong. Red Chiba. Ho 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 ho. The leading white ape king jumped over, pointing his finger at Red Chiba and letting out an excited cry. The meaning is simple, it has its eye on this woman. In an instant, the white apes all lunged towards Red Chiba, scrambling to take credit. You seek death. Red Xianya full of hair fluttering, a red dress like blood extremely eye-catching, eyes murderous, there is a kind of devil father descended to the world's might. Rumble. Endless fiery flames swept through, destroying the large number of white apes that rushed towards them. The white ape king was scared less and turned around to bolt. In the next second, his back was ablaze and his body was engulfed in flames. Amidst the mournful screams, this white ape king of the god transformation stage flew away in ashes. Senior sister Hong is mighty. Still, senior sister Hong is great. Inheriting the mantle of Peak Master Yi, Fairy Red is beautiful and kind. One after another, the cultivators ran to compliment him. The more Hong Qianye heard, the darker his face became, and he coldly glared. All of you shut up for this seat. The crowd was dumbfounded, not knowing where they had offended each other. Red Chiba gradually calmed down, subconsciously looking around. A touch of doubt appeared on his face. Where did that guy go? At this point, Yi Junlin was on his way to the interior of the forest. Toon-chan, the special energy fluctuation you mentioned, are you sure it's in this direction? Ding, back to the host. It's in this direction. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered. Just now, the system claimed that there was a certain place filled with special energy fluctuations, which was what made him excited to go and find out what was going on. Chapter 29, The Great Luo Immortal Body is revealed. In the meantime, at the top of a huge immortal tree, there was a golden yellow light cluster suspended, shining brightly like a small sun, releasing extremely surging energy fluctuations. There were 6 powerful beings standing with eyes filled with deep anger. They all look different and are all patriarchs of different races. Damn it! I didn't realize that we had made 1,000 plans, but we were actually drilled by a white-furred rat. The Feather Clan patriarch gritted his teeth. It's all because the timing of the fruit's conception was so sudden that even we didn't react. The Scale Clan chief was furious, his lantern eyes full of resentment. It can't be helped, now that it has swallowed the immortal fruit, causing the Great Luo Immortal Tree to recognize it. None of us are allowed to make a move against it during this period, or else we will be attacked by the Immortal Tree. It seems that the only way to do this is to wait for it to finish digesting the immortal fruit, and then we'll make a joint effort to capture it, and then use a secret method to refine it and divide it into 6 portions of flesh and blood with medicinal power, and then we'll share and eat it, which will also seem fair and proper. Humph. Old me swears that it is necessary to make this lowly white-furred rat pay a terrible price for its gluttony. These 6 beings, all of them were the original inhabitants of the Luo Tian mysterious realm, and the 6 strongest harmonization realm powerhouses here. Their respective races, each of which has carved out its own territory, have reigned supreme here for generations. This time, in the face of the immortal tree has given birth to the Great Luo Immortal Fruit. The 6 tribes who had thought of sharing the food together, hurriedly rushed here but were dumbfounded to find out that they were preceded by a white-furred rat who didn't know where it came from. The entire Dala Immortal Fruit was devoured by this white-furred rat alone. The patriarch of the 6 clans was furious, ready to capture this rat alive and then slowly torture it. By the way, what about the alien invaders? The Stone Clan patriarch said in a deep voice. The image of it is that of a black stone man. The strength is not yet clear, but as long as our 6 clans combine their efforts, we will make sure that this group of invaders will have no return. The Beast Clan chief's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of white gas, holding a wolf-tooth hammer that was comparable to a 5th-grade spiritual artifact, and his face was full of ferocity. What they hated the most was beings that intruded into the secret realm to plunder resources, as this would greatly affect the secret realm. So, the thing to do later, besides capturing that white-furred rat alive, was to unite against the outsiders. Look, there's movement. Buzz. The golden light ball was shrinking more and more, and the blazing light gradually converged, revealing a snow-white, 1 meter and 5 tall white-furred mouse, only to see the white-furred rat sitting cross-legged like a human. At this moment opening its ruby eyes, a satisfied honeyed smile appeared at the corners of its mouth. It looks, well, very funny. Up, grab it. The patriarch of the 6 clans swept up and shouted angrily. Z, noticing the murderous aura sweeping in, the white-furred rat was so scared that it instantly came to its senses, its 2 red eyes glaring round, so scared that it tore through the void and fled. Stinking rat, don't you dare slip out of our hands, the Feather Clan patriarch bellowed. Its speed is also very fast, and its feathered hairs are like sharp swords, as if it wants to pierce through everything in the world. The patriarchs of the 6 clans joined forces to lay a dragnet, bound to catch this white-furred rat. Fortunately, after the white-furred rat had swallowed the Great Luo Immortal Fruit, its own cultivation had reached the early stage of transformation spirit from the Foundation establishment, and the strength it had erupted from was far superior to that of a strong person in the same realm. It repeatedly turned dangers into opportunities, watching the 6 clans' patriarch's eyes widen in horror. Rumble. Squeak. The white-furred rat desperately broke through the heavy siege and hurried toward the distance. Damn it, Chase. It's wounded. It won't last long. The patriarch of the 6 clans was furious and bellowed. In the lightning chase battle, the white-furred rat's breath gradually withered, and there was an extremely hideous wound in his belly, in which golden blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground. Don't run away. Be a good boy and accept your fate. Since you chose to steal the immortal fruit, then you should be prepared to be eaten by us. Gentlemen, I propose that we can brush some honey syrup later. It will be sweeter and more refreshing to eat. Suit yourself. I'm going to make roasted ratatouille anyway. Ha ha! A voice behind him, drifting into the ears of the white-furred mouse. scared it to the point that its sweaty hairs stood up and its little heart couldn't take it anymore. Don't! Mousy doesn't want to be eaten. Mousy wants to be tenacious. The white-furred rat wailed inwardly. Humph! It can be over. The Stone Clan patriarch droned lowly, probing out a large hand condensed by rocks, and a terrifying fluctuation spread instantly to force the white-furred rat to stop. Boom! An explosion went off. The white-furred mouse dodged narrowly, his eyes showing indignation. Stinky stone! You're so bad! The patriarchs of the other clans laughed secretly and struck out a killing move, blocking the white-furred rat's escape space. Boom 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 boom. The ground shook around them like the Lord was angry. Facing the combined efforts of 6 perfect harmonization realm powerhouses, it was already rare for a white-furred rat at the early stage of god transformation to be able to achieve this level of success, but that's as far as it goes. Boo! The white-furred rat was struck by lightning and flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, crashing into a giant tree before stopping. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he grimaced in pain. Run! Why don't you run? Ha ha ha! The Feather Clan patriarch scoffed. A dead rat! How dare you covet the great Luo immortal fruit? Do you know how precious it is? How are you qualified to enjoy it with your status? The Scale Clan patriarch said angrily. In the great Luo mysterious realm, there is a rumor that has been circulating since ancient times. The Dala immortal tree that supported the entire secret realm would give birth to a Dala immortal fruit on a certain day, and anyone who swallowed it would obtain a Dala immortal body, which was an invincible physique that topped the immortal body ranking of the Kunlun realm. After long years and hundreds of generations of matriarchs had boiled to death, now he finally got his wish and saw the shadow of the great Luo immortal fruit. The current patriarch of the 6 clans couldn't take it all by himself, so he thought of sharing it fairly, and by then, the Dala bloodline would also be born in his body, which would undoubtedly be excellent for his own cultivation in the future. Who would have thought that a white-furred mouse would have gotten there first? It doesn't have your names written on it, so why can't Mouse eat it? It's only now that you're thinking of blaming Mousey. Mouse's heart is so bitter. The white-furred mouse stared with wide tearful eyes and said in an aggravated manner, How dare you argue when you're dying? Let's see how old me will skin you and make you regret coming to this world. The Stone Clan patriarch's voice echoed like a flood bell as he probed out his large hand and slapped it towards the white-furred rat. Feeling the majestic killing machine shrouded, the white-furred rat's sweat hairs almost exploded, all over the body cold, eyes staring rolled complete as despair. Swell! Rat-eye dying pinch. It was helpless and aggrieved. It just happened to be passing by, and seeing that the fruit was conceived from the tree, it had a momentary craving and ate it all. Where did it think that it would involve the pursuit of the patriarchs of the 6 clans? Boom! And right at that moment, a raging and terrifying might swept over. Who? The Stone Clan patriarch retracted his hand in fear and suspicion. Essence light exploded in the eyes of the other clan leaders, and each of them entered a state of alert. Within the field of vision, a black-robed young man with long silver-white hair hanging down his waist and a jade-like appearance came stomping through the air with his hands behind his back. Unity son, that energy fluctuation you mentioned is inside that white-furred rat? Yi Junlin had an odd expression on his face. Ding! Yes oh. This rat has just swallowed the Dala immortal fruit, and has already condensed a Dala immortal body in its body, with extremely strong cultivation potential. Ding! Release the apprentice quest. Successfully accepting the white-furred rat as your apprentice will result in a very great reward. The system beep sounded. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. Great Luo immortal body? Somewhat interesting. Since receiving this cheap disciple, Red Qianye, the dirty work can be given to him to do. This day is really comfortable, but always feel that there is less fun. After thinking about it, Yi Junlin felt that he still had to have a pet. It just so happens that this white-furred mouse fits the bill. Be careful. This person is an outsider, the Feather Clan patriarch said in a deep voice. Your Excellency is also here to snatch the great Luo immortal body? The Scale Clan patriarch said in an unkind tone. Yi Junlin swept a glance at them and said indifferently, This rat belongs to me. You guys get lost. Joke. Who do you think you are? A patriarch angrily rebuked. Yi Junlin's tone enraged the 6 clan patriarchs. To them, this outsider was arrogant beyond belief, and actually dared to not take them seriously. If the one who came was a Mahayana realm powerhouse, the 6 clan chiefs would have to weigh the situation. But the problem was, the other party's cultivation level was similar to theirs, and they were both equally at the perfection of the harmonization realm. So what qualifications did they have to say such words? Another bad guy who wants to eat Mousy Mouse? Said the white-furred mouse, feeling weak and helpless, never imagining that he would be so sought after. Chapter 30, The Heavenly Emperor's Dharma manifests its power. Don't talk nonsense with this brat. I see that he looks fine and tender. It would be better to slaughter him and eat him directly. The Beast Clan chief's face was full of ferocity. Oh, Yi Junlin seemed to smile as his figure disappeared in place. Swish! A heavy punch struck, shattering the void and causing gusts of twisting ripples. You! The Beast Clan chief was shocked and furious as he swung his wolf-tooth rod and violently swept it out, erupting with a raging force that dislodged mountains and seas. Boom! The Beast Clan chief flew backward a dozen feet. His large hand holding the wolf fawn rod was shaking. His face showed pain, and he eventually couldn't help but wow and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Its eyes filled with deep shock. The opponent's plain and simple punch had actually almost seriously injured himself. One must know that the beast race, as one of the 6 royal races of the secret realm, was the most prominent in this aspect of force. As a result, it fell short in this situation. Human, you seek death. The beast race patriarch was hot-tempered, and after being knocked back by a punch, he let out a furious roar in anger, ancient runes instantly encircling his body, exuding a heavenly ferocious aura. Then, it charged out unstoppably. Get together and kill him. The faces of the other clan leaders were murderous, either using their natural aptitude or sacrificing their ancestral magic treasures. Boom boom boom. Shasta. Energy fluctuations swept across the sky, and the mountains and forests in a 10,000 mile radius shook. At this moment, Yi Junlin was alone, locked in a fierce battle with the patriarchs of the 6 clans. Among them, the Feather Clan chief's eyes were ice cold, and his body was covered with silver feathers emitting radiance, just like an indestructible divine weapon. Swish! Its figure was as swift as the wind, swinging out its feathered wings about to cut Yi Junlin in half. Dang! The sound of gold and iron clashing pierced the ears. Yi Junlin's face was as normal as he lifted his palm and swung it away, wrapping it in an unrivaled forceful chi that repelled the Feather Clan chief. Then he raised his fist and struck out swiftly, the fiston containing surging mana true essence, pressurizing the great clan patriarchs to the point that they couldn't catch their breath. Old man to block you, the Stone Clan patriarch roared. The pitch-black colored halo flourished on the surface of his body, rippling in circles visible to the naked eye. Boom blast! The Stone Clan patriarch let out a muffled grunt, his eyes showing some pain. He, still quite resistant. Yi Junlin laughed coldly. He did not hold back anything with this punch. It was evident that the other party's physical defense was terrifying. If it was Elder Yen, he would have been punched out long ago. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we work together well, it's only a matter of time before we kill this human race. The Wood Clan patriarch drank lowly. The dense vines tore through the void. The runes intertwined and entwined, each vine comparable to a third-grade spirit weapon. Extremely strong. Yes? Next, Yi Junlin made the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger, 4 huge fingers poking away in unison, each of them golden in splendor, their might vast and boundless. Thousands of vines snapped, and the Wood Clan patriarch was struck by lightning. Luckily, the aftermath was blocked by the Stone Clan patriarch, which prevented the risk of falling. Then, Yi Junlin's killing moves came out frequently, injuring the patriarchs of the various clans one after another. So strong, cold sweat spilled from the Feather Clan patriarch's forehead, and his body bled from the tearing wounds. Suddenly, a healing light shone upon it, and the wounds all over its body rapidly healed. There is a price to pay for underestimating our 6 clans. The Horned Clan patriarch resembled a rhinoceros monster, with a sharp unicorn horn on his head, which had a golden holy light flickering from it, emitting a peaceful and serene aura. Buzz off. Soon, the patriarchs of the other clans were bathed within the light, and not only were their injuries healed, but they also rose in spirit. Yo, it even comes with its own nurse to return blood? Yi Junlin was a bit surprised. These 6 clan chiefs were the topmost combatants in the Luotian mysterious realm, with legacies from ancient bloodlines in their bodies, as well as their respective natural treasure techniques that they relied on. Under the combined siege, it could be said that they were taking advantage of each other's strengths and weaknesses, and the attack was airtight, with almost no breaks. Facing this kind of situation, one would think that even if a Mahayana realm came, they would feel a little tricky. Perhaps that is why they are so assured. See, you can't fight us. Be a good boy and die. The Beast Clan chief laughed fiercely, trying to dismantle Yi Junlin's fighting spirit. If it was any other harmonization realm powerhouse, deep in this predicament would really panic. It was a pity that they could not see any semblance of nervousness on Yi Junlin's face. Even on the corners of his mouth, there was a playful smile. Just as well, it's a good time to try out this sign-up bonus. Making up his mind, Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly, his entire aura instantly changing, his eyes containing a sense of majesty. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. In a flash, a vast silhouette rose up from the sky from behind, the pair of narrow golden blazing eyes, indifferent and cold, the long hair draped over the shoulders like a starry river hanging down, and the emperor's robes on his body containing the stars and buckets of the heavens, encompassing all things. He wore an ancient imperial crown on his head, and a white halo of light hung behind his head, as if he wanted to illuminate the world and drive away the endless darkness. This is the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma. This is... The patriarch of the 6 clans was filled with horror. His body was as cold as if he had fallen into an abyss, feeling how insignificant he was, facing this vast shadow with a feeling of submission. When the massive Heavenly Emperor Dharma phase appeared, the terrifying pressure was like a wave spreading. It seemed as if even space and time were about to be frozen, and many beings in the primordial forest prostrated themselves on the ground in fear, with terrified expressions on their faces. This unusual change also caused the cultivators of the desolate state, who were still exploring, to be unable to resist attracting their gazes over. Oh my god, what is that? Their throats gulped and swallowed, their bodies chilled with fear and their livers cracked. This is the Dharma phase avatar. It is a great divine power technique. Ouyang Feng was so shocked that his eyes almost glazed over as he muttered, just who cast it out? Could it be Yi Tianjun? Not far. Red Chiba was stunned. The pair of marked Danfeng eyes showed a look of astonishment. Is that guy's tactic? Even though he had seen a lot, he had never seen this type of Dharma phase. The previous Buddha's Dharma phase was a piece of compared to this. Even back when he was in the central domain, he had seen various powerful people casting out phases. However, in front of this Dharma phase, all of them could not get on the stage, and could only submit on their own accord. Even the heavens and the earth are eclipsed. At this point, Yi Junlin was burdened with the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma and felt the great changes that had taken place in his body and was very satisfied in his heart. His eyes swept towards the shocked and terrified patriarchs of the 6 clans, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. Humph! Yi Junlin violently flung down his sleeve robe and a majestic astral wind rose up from the ground. Swish! The Feather Clan patriarch was rolled up high and struggled to escape, but soon sensed a terrifying power enveloping his entire body. Help me! Help me! Ah! With a bang, the Feather Clan patriarch was grabbed by the invisible hand and burst into pieces, his blood spilling out. The patriarchs of the clans were stupefied. This is dead? Not good. The Beast Clan patriarch was fuming inwardly as it saw Yi Junlin's gaze sweeping towards him, and he immediately had the feeling that he was in great trouble. You die too! Yi Junlin blasted out with a fist, and a golden yellow fist aura ran through the heavens and earth. Ah! The Beast Clan chief was still trying to put up a fight, but he was directly beaten into a blood mist that filled the air. Escape! Run! The remaining patriarchs of the 4 clans were scared out of their wits, and they all cast secret techniques, even if they burned their lives, to desperately escape from this place. Still want to run? Death to all. Yi Junlin carried the Heavenly Emperor Dharma phase on his back, with a kind of heavenly and earthly power. His palm pulled violently, and a terrifying suction force instantly erupted. What? The patriarchs of the various clans showed despair on their faces, and their figures couldn't help but fall back. Guys, simply fight him! The Stone Clan patriarch roared in rage, radiating a lofty aura as he madly rushed towards the black-robed figure. Rotten rock! You're the hardest in here. Yi Junlin laughed coldly and pointed out a finger from afar. Boom! The golden-colored finger on shattered the void, and its power was immense. One of the divine abilities attached to the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma phase, the Heaven Intercepting Finger. No! The Stone Clan patriarch let out a miserable scream. His body was shattered by the domineering golden finger-ons, and even the reorganized rubble became pieces of powder, with no possibility of resurrection. Spare your life! Senior, spare your life! Seeing this, the Scale Clan chief, the Horn Clan chief, and the Wood Clan chief didn't dare to have any more thoughts of resistance, and begged for forgiveness in terror. Yi Junlin didn't bother to talk too much, and directly slapped them all to death one by one. When calm was restored to the scene, Yi Junlin put away the Heavenly Emperor phantasm, felt the 80% of mana consumed in his body, and smacked his lips. Although this thing is cool to use, it's especially blue-consuming. Next, it's time to get down to business. Yi Junlin scanned around and frowned. Where's that rat? Only to see that the white-furred rat, which was originally injured and lying on the ground, had disappeared without a trace at some point. Chapter 31, Don't Eat the Rat. In the meantime, there was a white shadow whizzing by, and the scenery around him was changing wildly. That's horrible. That 2-legged beast really scared the rats. Remembering the shocking scene just now in his mind, the white-furred rat couldn't help but feel a palpitation of soul-deep fear. In its eyes, the patriarch of the 6 clans that were at the top of the food chain in the secret realm was actually easily executed by the other party just like that. If he didn't run, he was afraid that he would end up in a worse situation. Strange enough, there were clearly injuries on my body before, but it didn't take long for them to heal. So what's going on? Is it because of eating that fruit? No matter what, the only thing we need to do is to avoid that 2-legged beast. The white-furred rat dodged along the way, his eyes darting around, his nose moving slightly to sniff the scents around him. Suddenly, it sensed something was wrong and felt some sort of familiar odor approaching quickly. No good. It's that two-legged beast coming to get me. The white-furred rat exploded with fear, desperately swinging its limbs like a hurricane as it swept through the woods. Swish! There were tearing ripples surfacing in the void. Junlin executed the Great Void technique and crossed the void to quickly approach his target. Tally, that rat right up ahead? Ding! That's right. The host will soon be able to catch up with it if he works harder. The system beep sounded. This rat can really run. If I didn't have the system, I guess it would have slipped away. For this white-furred rat that sneaked away, Junlin found it quite interesting. He suddenly had a bit of bad taste and wanted to catch it and give it a good tussle. It's over. Why is it still coming after us? How did this two-legged beast know where Mouse was hiding? The white-furred rat was freaking out inside. It felt that it was really unlucky. It was just passing by to eat a fruit, and it led to a series of life-threatening chases. Mouse just wants to live well. Why do you all want to harm Mouse? The white-furred rat felt devastated. Boom! Strong fluctuations came from overhead. There was a huge pressure that instantly enveloped him, and the white-furred rat felt like there was a mountain on his body. The pressure made it difficult to move, and there was a choking sensation in his chest. Squeak! The white-furred rat struggled desperately, and finally all four limbs off the ground suspended in the air. It turned out to be the tail behind the buttocks. Was a mana cohesion of the big hand flicked up. Swish! Junlin landed in front of it and surveyed it with interest. The white-furred rat was stared at by this silver-haired youth and his back chilled, thinking that this two-legged beast was definitely going to eat him. At once, the white-haired mouse was so anxious that it begged for mercy. The meat of the mouse rat tastes sour and is very, very hard to eat. Please let the mouse rat go. Your meat is sour? Junlin raised his eyebrows. It's true. Please believe mouse rat. Mouse rat's meat tastes terrible. If you eat it, you'll keep farting. The white-furred rat felt that there was a chance and said excitedly. Junlin rubbed his chin and revealed an evil smile. Jia. Hearing you say that makes me want to try even more. He kept getting closer and closer, his expression extremely grim. The white-furred rat's eyes glared round, and finally his pupils gradually laxed. His head lolled and fainted, and white foam flowed out of his mouth. That's a shocker? Junlin was dumbfounded. His finger gently poked its face and found that there was no reaction. His face became very odd. According to the system, this white-furred rat was carrying a Dala immortal body, the strongest of all immortal bodies. Who would have thought that the guts are so small? It's really not scary. Forget it, just keep it as a pet rat. Junlin lifted the tail of the white-furred rat and casually threw it next to the boulder. Half an hour later, the white-furred rat's nose twitched slightly as it woke up with a wobble. It smells so good. In the air, the scent wafting in made the white-furred rat instantly awake. Is Mouse still alive? The white-furred rat poked its head around, looking around curiously. Suddenly, it froze in place. Not far away, there sat a handsome young man with embroidered gold and black robes, his long silver-white hair falling down, each strand of hair glowing with snow-white brightness. At this moment, he was skillfully flipping the meat over a raw fire. The meat was roasted to a golden brown and crispy texture, emitting gusts of mouth-watering meat aroma. Next to it was a large pot with something cooking and smelling good. Could it be? The white-furred mouse lowered its head in fear, and its two small hands kept groping all over its body, and only after determining that it was not from the meat on its body did it let out a sigh of relief as if it was relieved. Seeing that the other party was still concentrating on roasting the meat, the thought of escaping immediately surfaced in the white-furred rat's mind. It tiptoed around, just thinking about bugging out. Be a good boy and come over here before I have to go get you again. A calm voice came softly, although the voice was not loud. In the ears of the white-furred rat, it was like a heavenly thunder rumbling and exploding. Senior. The white-furred rat was in fear and slowly came to Junlin's side. Abruptly, his eyes quietly shifted to the meat, salivation escaped from the corners of his mouth, and his stomach grumbled. Junlin glanced at him without any good humor. Look at this point of yours. Come, this is for you. Throwing a piece of roasted crispy meat over, the white-furred rat hurriedly caught it with both hands, and without even thinking about it, immediately wolfed it down. Crispy, flaky and juicy, the white-furred mouse had little stars in both eyes, and instantly felt happiness inside. The tail behind his buttocks was so high that it was about to rise to the sky. What kind of meat is this? Never had it before, eh? Junlin said quietly. Rat meat. White-furred mouse, looking at the white-furred rat with a face full of shock. Junlin laughed out loud and flicked its brain. Fool, this is rabbit meat. So it's rabbit meat. The white-furred mouse licked his lips. Rabbits are so pathetic, but so delicious. It thought of something and said tentatively, Elder, are you really not going to eat the rats and mice? The white-furred rat was still skeptical about Junlin's motives. Junlin laughed. Why would I want to eat you? If I really wanted to do something bad to you, you would have been lying in a pot boiling by now. He held out his hand and pointed to the large cauldron of crispy meat that was tumbling and steaming on the surface of the water. Seeing the situation, the white-furred rat gulped, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. Senior, Mouse believes in you. Could you, please, reward Mouse with another bite of meat? Words. Yi Junlin smiled. Yes, but only if you want to be my disciple. Are you willing? The white-furred mouse froze. Take it as a disciple? That was more of a surprise than eating it. Senior, would it be dangerous to be your disciple? The white-furred rat was a bit embarrassed. It just wants to stay in the forest and live carefree. Yi Junlin lightly coughed a few times and said in a serious manner, being my disciple, you can eat delicious food as you please, and when danger occurs, there is a master to stand up for you. This kind of good thing. Are you sure you don't want it? Hearing this, the white-furred rat was ruthlessly moved. To be. Mousy wants to be Senior's disciple. It held up its little hand in excitement. Then why don't you pay your respects to Master? Yi Junlin's face was solemn. Disciple by Xiaoshi. Greetings to Master. The white-furred rat fell to the ground like a human. Excitedly. Well, get up. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the apprentice acceptance task. Reward. Chapter 32, The Secret World Collapses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple acceptance task. Rewarding the supreme divine ability, the 5-pole reincarnation great destruction art. 5 poles reincarnation great destruction technique. Nothing is invulnerable. Nothing is broken. And it can inflict a huge range of covering damage. Another killing move. Broad to broad. Yi Junlin nodded his head. As the saying goes, more skill is better than less. The system tone continued to sound. Ding! The disciple's qualifications have been detected. And this system comes with a copy of the Great Luo Dao scripture. Ding! This reward has been issued in full. I hope the host and disciple get along well. Don't ever mistreat small animals. Yi Junlin didn't have the good sense to say, Tuzi, you are really salty about carrots. With my noble character, how could I possibly do such a thing? System. Master, are you talking to Mousy? Bai Xiaoshi raised his head, puzzled. Yi Junlin touched his nose. Cough cough. Now for the master to pass on a gong method to you. You must cherish it and practice hard. Be a good fighter for the master. Oh no, it's a good disciple. Stretching out his hand and gently pointing it, a grain of light didn't enter Bai Xiaoshi's sea of consciousness. Boom! Bai Xiaoshi's eyes were round and her body felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This great Luo Dao scripture, which encompassed everything and was so subtle that it gave it a feeling of enlightenment. And from then on, it was no longer muddled. Only then did Bai Xiaoshi realize that he had gained a heavenly creation. Thank you, Master, for granting the Dharma to Mouse. Bai Xiaoshi excitedly fell to the ground in obeisance, this time far more sincerely than earlier. The meat is cooked through. Eat it. Yi Junlin smiled and spooned a bowl of broth to this white-furred rat. Aha! Bai Xiaoshi reached out and caught it, sniffing it with her nose, and couldn't wait to savor it. Yummy pinch. After drinking it, Bai Xiaoshi felt warm all over and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He was used to being alone in the forest, and with all the crises here, there were rarely moments of such cozy relaxation. Master is so good to Mousy. It's so happy to be Master's disciple. In the future, Mousy will definitely repay Master. Bai Xiaoshi secretly vowed. Suddenly, a vibrating sound came from the entire Luo Tian mysterious realm. The extremely unrealistic turquoise blue sky overhead was fragmenting as far as the eye could see. What's going on? Yi Junlin stood up in shock. Ding! It is detected that the lifespan of the Great Luo Immortal Tree has come to an end, in order to be unable to maintain the operation of the secret realm, and now the secret realm is heading toward collapse. Please leave as soon as possible. Master, Mouse is so sad in his heart. Bai Xiaoshi was also startled. Strangely enough, it didn't feel panic, but rather felt very sad inside. Its eyes reddened and 2 lines of tears flowed out. Yi Junlin frowned, feeling that Bai Xiaoshi's behavior was a bit abnormal, but the urgency of the delay is to get out in a hurry. Let's go! Swish! Yi Junlin brought it with him to tear through the void and quickly rushed towards the exit of the secret realm. Along the way, the scenery changes rapidly, and you can see collapsed mountains and rivers, and rows of fallen trees. The earth was roughly torn apart and the sky looked like a shattered mirror. This ancient secret realm, which had been maintained for an unknown number of years, finally came to the end of its destiny today. Roar! In all directions, there were howls of ferocious beasts one after another. There is no doubt that the indigenous people here have been hit the hardest. Withdraw! Retreat! Countless cultivators fled towards the exit in a panic. Densely packed, the scene was spectacular. Sovereign, I didn't expect something like this to happen here. The hidden sword peak master's face was ugly. Void Yunyan said in a deep voice. What we need to do is to escort the Demon Sect disciples out as soon as possible to ensure that the number of casualties is minimized. Where's senior brother Yi? The heavenly fragrance peak master was worried. As soon as the words fell, Yi Junlin appeared by exercising the Great Void technique and said solemnly, "Everyone, the situation is critical. Let's leave quickly. Senior Yi." The crowd's spirits were uplifted. "Ha, what a big rat," said the hidden sword peak master in surprise, only to see a white-furred mouse being lifted in Yi Junlin's hand. His eyes red, looking lost in thought. "This is my new apprentice," Yi Junlin introduced. "Apprentice?" The crowd was surprised. When did senior brother Ye's vision become so outrageous? Before the last disciple. Although the temper is not very good, but looks as beautiful as heavenly fairies. Their own talent is outstanding. Now this white-furred rat is flat and stupid. How can the virtue be valued to be accepted as a disciple? Okay, let's get out of here. Void Yonyan suppressed the confusion in his heart and said in a deep voice. At this moment, a large number of desolate state cultivators were evacuating at a fiery pace, which also included the aborigines of the secret realm, who, with their instinct to escape, also rushed towards the exit under the guidance of their clan elders. Rumble, the sky is falling apart like the end of the world. After successfully rushing out of the secret realm, the cultivators who had managed to escape were stunned. Damn, what bad luck! Red Thousand Leaves was very eye-catching in a red coat, hovering in the air off the ground. He clasped his arms with both hands, feeling very unhappy inside. It was a good thing that he had scavenged some of the rare heavenly materials and treasures in time, enough to allow him to impact the harmonization realm in the future, which would be considered a gain. On the team, among them, Ouyang Feng was spirited. He found a chance inside, from which he gained a lot, and immediately felt that he was good again. Fortunate to be favored by the heavens, the old man is destined to rock up to 90,000 miles. Ouyang Feng stroked his beard and lamented with a flushed face. At that moment, he saw that fiery red figure and remembered the other party's strong killing stance from before, and suddenly had a feeling of being overcome by charm. Forcing himself to hold back his inner fire, Ouyang Feng pulled out a comb made of 1,000-year-old spirit wood from his bosom and gave a careful combing to his hair. Afterwards, he greeted him with a feigned calmness, arching his hand in a respectful tone. "This senior, I am the old ancestor of the mountain-moving sect. Ouyang, get out," Red Thousand Leaves coldly said. Now his temper is considered good, to be replaced by the previous in the middle of the domain that will, but wherever there is an ulterior motive to get close to, directly kill without hesitation kind of. Ouyang Feng was embarrassed, so he had no choice but to leave unhappily. Swish, 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 outside the secret land, a group of figures appeared. Yi Tianjun has come out. Yi Tianjun. Shouts were heard in all directions. Red Thousand Leaves sensibly flashed in front of him, arching his hand and saying, "Master." Yi Junlin nodded and carried by Xiaoshi and threw him over. "This is my newly accepted disciple. In the future you guys have to love each other. Got it?" "What?" Looking at this white-furred rat in front of him, Red Chiba's eyes flashed with a touch of consternation, and there was a sense of instinctive repulsion in his heart. But due to the occasion, Hong Qianye could only say stiffly, "Yes, master. Where is this mouse?" Bai Xiaoshi opened her eyes wide and looked around the outside environment, feeling a sense of novelty as well as some trepidation inside. Then it thought of something, turned to look at the secret realm, and said sadly, "Mouse Rat's home is gone." Boom! Right at this moment, many strange-looking beings emerged within the secret territory, and a powerful aura swept through like a storm, causing the faces of the wasteland state cultivators present to change. According to the ancient rumors, is this the world beyond the secret boundaries? There was a living being with horns on its head that muffled its voice. How could the aura here be so thin? A snake race being said in disgust. Just as well, since we have come to a new environment, we must learn to adapt. Another powerful being said, "I propose to occupy this heaven and earth first, and then redistribute the territory." Are these two-legged beasts the human race in the records? It feels like their cultivation levels are all so weak. Oh, well, let's enslave them first. The primitive wildness that was latent in the body of the aborigines who had escaped from the latte mysterious realm erupted after coming to the outside world. They're eyeing the tiger, and they're stupid inside. No good. This is going to be a move against us. Ouyang Feng's heart was pounding. In the Kunlun realm, there were 10,000 races, and what a variety of living beings. And those that reproduced and survived in the Luotian mysterious realm more or less possessed the bloodline of the ancient remnant species. This, coupled with the natural environment of the secret realm suitable for cultivation, created a group of foreign beings with powerful cultivation. Right now, for example, Yang Feng clearly felt that there were as many as thousands of auras from the transformation spirit alone within this team, and more than 60 auras from the harmonization realm as well. On top of that, there are countless Yuaning and Jindan. If this group of foreign beings were to coalesce together, it would be enough to rival the top 10 cultivation forces in the Eastern Domain. Don't be afraid, everyone, we have Yi Tianjun, someone shouted. Swish swish swish, countless fervent gazes converged on that silver-haired youth. After all, only Yi Junlin had reached the harmonization realm here, and the invincible stance of his previous great display of power was all there for all to see. This guy can handle it, right? Between the turns of the thoughts, Red Thousand Leaves glanced at Yi Junlin out of the corner of his eye and watched as Yi Junlin had his hands behind his back and his face did not have any ripples, as if everything was under control. It doesn't seem to be a problem. At this point, Yi Junlin was as steady as an old dog on the surface, but in actuality, his mental activities were rich to the extreme. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? The mana in my body is less than 10% left right now. Why are you bulls and horses trying to cause trouble at this time? Yi Junlin did not expect that there would be such a big crisis waiting for him. Ding! Triggering a new mission. Let the 100,000 Aborigines of the Luo Tian secret realm join the Xian Tian sect. The host will get the reward he wants. Oh! The system beep sounded. Yi Junlin was stunned and so angry that he wanted to spit out blood on the spot. Unico, do you think this is realistic? Yi Tianjun? Who is Yi Tianjun? A powerful being with silver wings on his back roared. Him. Countless people spoke in unison and stretched out their fingers to point at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin. Chapter 33 100,000 Aborigines submitted. You're the Yi Tianjun they're talking about? The most capable fighter here? The silver-winged being said with an unpleasant face. Boom! Yi Junlin said nothing as he took a step forward, releasing his cultivation of the perfection of harmony realm. There was no doubt that it did bluff the group of Fae. After all, the perfection of the harmonization realm was already the ceiling cultivation level of the Luo Tian mysterious realm. What are you afraid of? It's just him. A harmonization realm being shouted. That's right. More than 60 harmonization realm beings stepped out, jointly releasing a mighty pressure that covered the sky. Oh my god. Countless people fell to their knees and trembled in fear. As for Yi Junlin, who was at the center of the storm, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. Well, that didn't work. But interestingly enough, seeing that one of them was a strong person of the perfection of the harmonization realm, this group of alien beings had tightened up a bit, and were still relatively fearful no matter what. But it's only a matter of time before something happens if we drag it out like this. Just as Yi Junlin was having a headache, Bai Xiaoshi's body suddenly changed. Boom! A pale and ancient sacred aura erupted from within it, and the pupils of the original ruby-like eyes turned a brilliant golden color, and an ancient seal emerged on its forehead, which released terrifying energy fluctuations. Shio, you? Yi Junlin froze. How? Did this rat change his face? Red Chiba's face changed greatly. Shasta. In the midst of countless stunned gazes, the white-furred rat's figure was suspended in the air, and his body was as if he was shrouded in a big golden yellow sun. This is the aura of the great Luo immortal tree. One after another, the foreign races reacted, their eyes having a deep awe. To know, the most untouchable thing in the Luo Tian mysterious realm was the Dala immortal tree that maintained the entire mysterious realm, and in the hearts of the living beings of all races, this was equivalent to the heavens. Originally thinking that the entire secret realm was heading towards collapse, and that the great Luo immortal tree was finished with it, he didn't expect that he would actually feel that familiar and intimate scent on a white-furred mouse once again. It's like a baby in swaddling clothes returning to its mother's arms. Oh, the great Luo immortal tree hasn't abandoned us. Pray that the great Luo immortal tree will guide your people as to what the future path should really be. Seek refuge in the immortal tree. The cries were loud and clear. 100,000 foreign race beings had knelt down to worship. Even the great men of the harmonization realm were no exception. All of them kneeling down at Bai Xiaoshi's feet. They are emotional and have tears in their eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Void Yonyan and the others had shocked faces and almost suspected hallucinations. Master Ye's new disciple this time is actually so big in origin? Even the knowledgeable Red Qianya was shocked by this scene, and it was only then that he realized that this white-furred mouse was harboring a heavenly chance. Glancing with her eyes at the calm Yi Junlin, Red Qianya secretly said inwardly, "Sure enough, everything is in your plan. This seed knew you weren't that simple." At this moment, Yi Junlin's heart and mind were shaken, remembering that he had noticed Bai Xiaoshi's abnormality earlier. All sorts of conjectures within his heart immediately multiplied. Could it be that the Dala immortal fruit birthed by the Dala immortal tree is essentially another means for it to borrow a body to return to its soul? And after Bai Xiaoshi ate it, a Dala immortal body was born in his body while also possessing some sort of will left over from it. now that the will belonging to the great Luo immortal tree has revived. Is this an attempt to replace the control of Bai Xiaoshi's body? Yi Junlin frowned. Seriously, the white-furred rat was still quite likable, and if one's apprentice was replaced by a new will, that attitude would be a different story. Xiao, are you okay? Quickly answer me. Yi Junlin secretly transmitted his voice anxiously, suspended in midair. Bai Xiaoshi's eyes were cold and indifferent, but when this voice transmission broke into his mind, it inspired a violent fluctuation in the spirit of his being. Master is calling for Mouse. Mouse can't sleep. Bai Xiaoshi's eyes struggled and her body shook like a sieve. Finally, its eyes gradually became animated and its brain returned to its original sanity. Master. Bai Xiaoshi obediently landed beside Yi Junlin, arching his hand in a decent manner. It's good that you're fine. A touch of relief flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes as he reached out and gently touched its head. What? The great Luo immortal tree actually worshipped the human as its teacher. The 100,000 aborigines were dumbfounded and their worldview was violently shocked. Noticing this change, Yi Junlin had a plan in mind and secretly transmitted his voice to Bai Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, you now do as your master says. Bai Xiaoshi listened in a plausible manner. After a while, Bai Xiaoshi coughed lightly a few times and spoke in a deep voice to the major foreign races. The collapse of the secret realm this time was caused by the heavenly Tao. But don't panic, everyone, you are all my people, and I will never give up on you. Words. The Fae were excited, as if they had found their backbone. At this moment, Yi Junlin spoke faintly. Heaven has the virtue of goodness. Since this is the case, let your people join my Demon Sect and receive shelter. Bai Xiaoshi arched his hand and bowed. Thank you, Master. Immortal tree, you this. That silver-winged being was stunned, not anticipating the direction of the situation at all. Are you questioning me? Bai Xiaoshi had his hands behind his back, his golden eyes staring coldly at the other party. That originally arrogant silver-winged being was immediately like ice water pouring over his head, and he lowered his head in fear. I wouldn't dare. The other foreign races also fell into silence, because after living in the Luo Tian mysterious realm for so long, their submission to the great Luo immortal tree was engraved in their bones. In their view, even the great Luo immortal tree, which regarded Ruo as the heavens, was willing to listen to its dispositions, and there was even less of a need for them, as subjects, to question it. The crisis of this riot was thus promptly nipped in the bud. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Issuing the reward sundial. Sundial, open the cultivation space. 100 years inside is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. The system beep sounded in his head. Yi Junlin's eyes flashed with brilliance as he said inwardly, it worked. This time, it was really thanks to the disciple he had taken in, and he hadn't really expected that it would play such a big role at the critical moment. As for the rewards given out, Yi Junlin was not particularly surprised because looking at the description of the function about the sundial, it was at best a cultivation room with a time difference. At first glance it looks very powerful. In the inside closed cultivation for 100 years, the outside world is only a day's time. But this is for his kind. With a strong golden finger in case of strength, this thing is actually quite chicken ribs. Since he had traveled to this world, he was here to enjoy life. With the help of the system, they just need to lie flat on the line. The realm of cultivation will rely on touching the porcelain. Why should they stay in the sundial bitter cultivation? But just because he doesn't need it doesn't mean others don't. Yi Junlin thought, well, the sundial can be used for those around him. Anyway, his own realm is always higher than others. I'm not dreaming, am I? These powerful beings are going to join the Xian Heavenly Sect? Patriarch Void Yunyan was almost knocked out by happiness, his hands shaking with excitement and tears in his eyes. There were thousands of transformation spirits alone, and there were more than 60 in the harmonization realm, and the rest were Yuaning like a forest and Jindan like rain. Such a huge scale of power, and all of them are to be incorporated into the Xian Sect today? Patriarch, from now on, our Xian Sect is going to be located in one of the top 10 immortal sects in the eastern region. A peak master said with a face full of excitement. The Xian Sect disciples were ecstatic. This meant that the sect would be incomparably prosperous. That's okay? Ouyang Fong was dumbstruck, shocked by the Xian Sect's overall power surge. Too strong. I knew Yi Tianjun would be able to solve the crisis. The crowd of desolate state cultivators were in awe. The existence that even the strongest of the foreign races obeyed at their word was actually only the disciple of someone else. Yi Tianjun. It's not even convincing. Master, Mouse Rat did it. They really all listened to Mouse Rat Pinch. Bai Xiaoshi secretly transmitted his voice. Well done. The master is pleased. Yi Junlin said with concern. That said, the will of the great Luo immortal tree, will it affect you in any way now? Bai Xiaoshi said. No. After Mouse came to her senses, there was no more movement behind it. So, Yi Junlin nodded. It seemed that inheriting a portion of the great Luo immortal trees was not a bad thing for this disciple of his. At least it was somewhat binding on this group of foreigners. Next, the crowd all hit the road one by one to digest the events of the day. The Xian sect, on the other hand, was in a tight schedule and was also busy settling down this group of foreigners. Qingzhou, the golden flying boat, rushed into the feathered sect. The mentally drained Shenlang was helped out, causing many disciples of the sect to stare in amazement. In their impression, this new saint's son is so spirited, as if a round of sun is on the rise. How to go to the deserted state after a trip? Will be hit by the listlessness? Holy son, what are you? The law enforcement hall elder rushed forward. He noticed that several important faces were missing from the group, and his heart thumped as an incredible thought crossed his mind. I want to see my master, said Chen Ling, his lips white and breathless. Greetings, saint's son. Venerable giant's son is in seclusion. The elder of the law enforcement hall cautiously said, Dare I ask the holy son what is happening here? Where are Elder Yen and the other few fellow disciples? Chen Lord smiled miserably and did not respond. The man beside me cried out in grief. Dead. All dead. What? Not only was the law enforcement hall elder alarmed, but the other nearby feathered sect cultivators also changed their faces drastically. That's 9 elders of the inner sect. Ah, a clear color of the merging realm of the strong. Such a powerful scale. Actually all buried in the small deserted state? Holy son, just who did this? Quickly tell me, so I can report this to the clan. The law enforcement hall elder anxiously said. Chen Lord raised his head, his eyes covered with scarlet blood, his face hideously twisted, and he gritted his teeth. Xian sect. Yi Junlin. Chapter 34 Fame. When this matter was reported to the sect, the feathered sect's interior exploded. How is this possible? Even Elder Yen and the others were killed by the enemy. Damn! Daring to kill an elder of the feathered sect, and even the saint's son almost fell. This is not taking us seriously at all. Declare war. War must be declared openly. Bloodwash that backward barbarian land. Uproot the sects involved. Roars came one after another, and a terrifying killing aura rose up to the sky, crazily stirring the wind and clouds of the vast sky. This immortal sect that had stood for endless years, the pilgrimage place of countless cultivators in the eastern region, was currently erupting with earth-shattering fluctuations in its aura. The living beings of Qingzhou were silenced, casting horrified gazes. In the meantime, this news also swept through like a storm, causing great shocks in the other Dao states of the eastern domain. After all, there were as many outside cultivators on the scene as there were stars, and they naturally passed on what they saw and heard when they returned. Sell the paper. Sell the newspaper. The latest powerful news from the eastern region's cultivation world has come out. One serving only costs 2 lower-grade spirit crystals. Give me one. Me too. In all the major restaurants and tea houses, many people looked at the Cultivation World daily newspaper in their hands, their eyes staring almost falling out, muttering, this, the title is extremely eye-catching and conspicuous. Shocked, the holy son of the feathered sect was defeated by a mysterious woman in red. The feathered sect lost 9 harmonization realm powerhouses, and the murderer is from the Misty Peak master of the Xian sect. Exposed. The Xian sect is an ancient immortal sect hidden in the deserted state. Heavy news. The feathered sect has officially declared war on the Xian sect. Obviously, this incident had brought about a great deal of influence and had recently become a hot topic of discussion amongst cultivators in the eastern region. The desolate prefecture, which once had the weakest presence and was relegated to a poor countryside, had officially made a name for itself because of the Xian sect. As for the Xian sect, its status in the eastern region had also risen. As for Misty Peak Master Yi Junlin, he was the center of attention. This feeling was equivalent to a pond full of shrimp suddenly drilling out a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Doubly shocking. My goodness, the world has changed. We won't dare to mock the people of the desolate state as country bumpkins anymore. Their side even dares to kill the strongest members of the feathered sect. The Xian sect has a few tricks up its sleeve, but if it's up against the feathered sect, I don't think there's any suspense in this battle. Yes, that's a top cultivation power. An immortal holy land that has given birth to true immortals in the distant past. Its heritage is terrifying. Various sects, imperial dynasties, lineages, or the folks scattered cultivators, all agreed that Xian sect would surely die, and that guy called Yi Junlin would definitely end up in a very miserable state. In the 14 states of the eastern region, no one could withstand the wrath from the feathered sect. Florida, Hanging Temple. A core group of monks sat cross-legged with their hands folded. The aura on their bodies was ethereal, carrying the zen of the great completion and the great self. Amitabha Buddha. Since the feathered sect has initiated a declaration of war, I, the Hanging Temple, will also punish the evil and make the Xian heavenly sect pay for its blood. My Buddha is merciful. Soon, the Hanging Temple also released news to the public. They directly declared the Xian Tian sect to be an evil sect, while labeling Yi Junlin as a white-haired devil, and called for aspirants to go on a crusade. As the top Zen cultivation power in the state of Buddha, the appeal was self-evident, and many Zen cultivators were filled with righteous indignation and were ready to slay the devil to prove the way. The eastern domain was filled with intense battle intent, and countless cultivators were frightened to death. They were about to witness, with their own eyes, a large-scale war that would be rare in 100,000 years. Deserted states. Ever since the Luo Tian mysterious realm had shattered, the highly concentrated aura had leaked out crazily. As the saying goes, a whale falls and everything grows. This originally desolate and barren dojo began to glow with vitality. Many living beings benefited from this and their cultivation skyrocketed. After all, the previous desolate state's heaven and earth aura was thin, leading to the generally low realm of the cultivators here, and there were very few who could cultivate to Jindan, and if they reached Yuanying, they were even more rare. But in the future, this phenomenon will change radically. Xian Tian sect. Since incorporating 100,000 alien beings into the sect, the overall strength had ostensibly skyrocketed, and had gone from malnourished to big fat in one bite. However, after learning the news from the outside world, the Xian Tian sect senior management were all sad. This move is holding them over the fire. In a few days, the feathered sect will be hitting us, and those old vultures from the Hanging Temple, actually defining us as evil devils? Truly their hearts are execrable. Strange. It's been several days since I've seen the Patriarch and the Peak Masters. Where have they gone? It's rumored that they're in closed-door cultivation. AI. Peak Master Yi is so strong and still cultivates so hard. It's all for the sake of our Xian Tian sect. My Xian Tian sect. It's a great fortune to have Peak Master Yi around. Many people exclaimed. Ethereal Peak. There was a black-robed youth lazily sitting on a reclining chair. A head of long silver-white hair scattered around his waist, his eyes covered by sunglasses, with a perverse sense of modernity combined with antiquity. At this moment, he was quietly sunbathing with his eyes closed. At the back workbench, a 1.5 tall white-furred rat was excitedly pounding away at something, and when it was done, its nose went over and sniffed, revealing a satisfied smile. Master, Mouse has succeeded. The supreme invincible boo-boo milk tea you wanted is finally done. Bai Xiaoshi held the milk tea in her hand and ran over excitedly with her little feet open. Yi Junlin's expression moved. Quickly insert the straw. Here. Bai Xiaoshi inserted a straw and handed it over. Yi Junlin sucked in a mouthful of milk tea and let out a sigh of admiration. Cool. This is the flavor. Recently, I completed the system's daily check-in task and got a book of milk tea making. There are 99,999 recipe practices just about different types of milk tea. If this were in a previous life, it would definitely be a highly classified business secret. The kind of brand that can create a world-class milk tea store in minutes, where even the Snow King has to pass you a cigarette when he comes, willing to be a little brother. This almost made Yi Junlin happy, and he hurriedly made his second disciple Bai Xiaoshi practice it. Bai Xiaoshi found it very novel, prepared the ingredients on the recipe, followed the steps and started pounding, finally making the finished product of authentic-tasting milk tea. No, this supreme invincible boo-boo milk tea is one of the more difficult types in there. Giggle. Yi Junlin continued to suck on the milk tea. Xiaoshi. Well done. Master allows you to make another 50 cups of new products, but this time you can pick any cup to reward yourself. Really? Mousy, thank you, Master. Bai Xiaoshi was excited and ran off to make milk tea. Tisk. Seeing this scene, Red Thousand Leaves secretly despised it inwardly. This rat is so stupid too. He'll count the money when he's sold someday. Red. Look how motivated Xiao is. You're not as good as a rat. Yi Junlin shouted. Where's my spicy squid kebabs? Why isn't it ready yet? A trace of unhappiness flashed in the bottom of Hong Qianya's eyes, which was then replaced by a smile. Master, apprentice will serve it to you right now. Then, carrying a whole plate of spicy squid kebabs, he came to Yi Junlin's side, and Hong Qianya half kneeled on the ground. Please enjoy. Master. Aha. Yi Junlin slowly picked up a skewer and put it in his mouth and ate it, making a barfing sound. Looking at the way he ate, Red Chiba inwardly castigated him. But the smile remained on his face. Master, is the fire still satisfactory? Does the spiciness still need to be adjusted? Yi Junlin said indifferently. Keep it up. Yes, Master. Red Thousand Leaves thought of something and continued tentatively. Master, could you grant my apprentice the qualification to travel to the sundial to train? The disciple really wants to progress too much. This is the 5th time he's opened his mouth. Ever since learning about the sundial's powerful functions, and the fact that the patriarch and the others all went to the sundial's inner space to cultivate. The thoughts in his mind were like weeds, and the entire person became desperate to go in and raise his cultivation. However, the other party repeatedly refused his requests. Exasperated, Red Chiba inwardly freaked out. If it wasn't for the reason that he couldn't fight, Red Chiba would absolutely have to tear his face off and make a grab for it. But unfortunately, it could only exist in fantasy at the moment, and he would still have to continue to endure the humiliation and develop obscenely. Faced with the humble request of this chief great disciple, Yi Junlin gulped and sucked in a mouthful of milk tea, and said in a bad mood, "Look, it's urgent again." Chapter 35, by Shoshure's human form? Hot eyes. Senior, I want to become stronger so that I can protect the clan, Red Thousand Leaves said. It's okay, the clan has me. Then I will also become stronger and share my worries for Master. You can pull it off. Red Thousand Leaves could sort of see that the other party was doing it on purpose, preferring to let those few mediocre people in rather than giving him a chance. Damn it, I think you're afraid that this seat's cultivation will surpass yours, Red Chiba said with secret chagrin. Senior, since Senior Red wants to go so badly, you should let him go, and leave his share of the work to Mouse. Suddenly, came by Shushure's tender voice. Yi Junlin sighed. Master is afraid that you are too busy. It's okay, just leave it to Mouse here. Think about it. Yi Junlin lightly coughed a few times. Alright then, my master grants you permission to go to the sundial to cultivate. The sundial holds an extremely limited number of people, consumes a lot of resources to open at once, and is not without any restrictive conditions. Most of all, he didn't want to give up such free labor but since Bai Xiaoshu was competent, Yi Junlin agreed. Thank you, Master. Red Chiba was inwardly delighted. Why thank me? It's your senior brother you need to thank, Yi Junlin reminded. Hong Qianye stood up and arched his hand at Bai Xiaoshu. Thank you senior brother for pleading for me. Hey, Bai Xiaoshu's fingers scraped her cheeks, a little embarrassed. Next, Red Chiba turned to leave. His mouth curled into a sneer, and there was booming, exuberant ambition within his chest. Just wait, the day when this seat leaves the gate will be the day you, Yi Junlin, will bow down. Looking at Red Thousand Leaves departing back, Yi Junlin shook his head, not putting it on his mind at all. Yi Junlin certainly knew what this Demon Sect master was thinking. It's nothing more than a desperate attempt to get stronger and then stage a turnaround of the surf singing. It's just a shame that he's strong when he meets strong. Don't worry about it at all. Mouse has finally made 50 cups of new products. Which one to pick to treat yourself? Just this cup of roasted sencha. Bai Xiaoshu picked up a cup of milk tea, inserted a straw and sucked it up, a look of satisfaction emerging on her face. Xiaoshu, come over here and let Master touch it. Good. A 1.5-meter tall white-furred rat took the initiative to put his body over. Yi Junlin felt the furry touch and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Everyone else is jerking a cat, but to me it's jerking a rat. Cats? Where's a cat? Rats are most afraid of cats. Bai Xiaoshu looked around in shock, looking very funny. Yi Junlin couldn't help but laugh. This Dala immortal body is a waste on you, and you have so many fighters underneath you. What's the point of being afraid of cats? Being burdened with the strongest immortal body in the heavens and the allegiance of 100,000 strong foreigners. If this kind of condition was put on any person, it would directly open up the path of invincible hegemony. Mouse is just scared. Bai Xiaoshu scratched his head. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. Why don't you follow to the sundial to practice? 100 years inside. Only one day has passed in the outside world. Oh, Bai Xiaoshu said. Mouse don't want it, even if only one day has passed outside. But Mouse will have not seen Master for 100 years inside. Mouse will be sad. Besides, cultivation is really boring. Mouse likes to follow Master Teacher and eat delicious food. Hear that? Yi Junlin laughed out loud. This white-furred rat, it really suited his nature. Unlike that dark demonic sect leader who kept thinking of replacing him all day long. Right. Yi Junlin suddenly thought of something. Didn't you say that the demon race is able to take shape when they cultivate to the point of transforming into gods? Why have you never been seen turning into a human form? Just because he didn't care didn't mean he wasn't curious. Yi Junlin was still looking to see what this naive white-furred rat looked like after it transformed. Bai Xiaoxi froze, because Mouse forgot. It had always maintained the image of its original body, and with the realm rising too quickly, its mind had not had time to change, so it had been slow to transform into a human. Then you change now. Yi Junlin laughed bitterly. It really was a naive mouse. Yes, Bai Xiaoshu obediently did as she was told. Swish, a milky white light erupted from its body, and in the shroud of this light, a petite figure in a halter white dress gradually appeared. Yi Junlin had just sucked in a mouthful of milk tea, and after seeing what it looked like clearly, he couldn't help but puff out, his expression dumbfounded. exclaiming, what the hell is this? Petite and delicate soft body, skin is smooth and tender as milk, two slender jade legs straight, exuding a youthful and lively atmosphere, properly standardized petite lowly young body. In a previous life, it would have been at least life imprisonment and at least the death penalty. But now, Junlin had a very diabolical feeling in his heart. Only in this petite and delicate lowly figure. On the top of the neck was a rat's head, eyes dripping and rolling, and a nervous and childish voice coming out of her mouth. Doesn't the rat look good? Junlin. More than unattractive? It is also too scary. Such a perfect lowly body, but a rat's head on its neck, even if you can tell that it's female. But according to human aesthetics, it's downright weird. Xiao Shi, you're deliberately tricking master, aren't you? Junlin said in a depressed manner. Absolutely not. Mouse is already working very hard to change. Bai Xiaoshi hastily waved her hands. Then, it lowered its head with some loss. But I don't know why it just has to stay like this. And Mouse is so aggravated in his heart. The corners of Junlin's mouth twitched a few times. It seems that this cheap disciple of his is indeed missing a string in his brain. Can't expect much from it. No, it's fine. Then you change back. Junlin rubbed his sore brow. As far as that goes, it might as well have stayed the way it was. Aha! Bai Xiaoshi clenched her pink fists and took a deep breath from her mouth. Half an incense stick passed, and the cawing of a crow came from the sky. You change back instead, Junlin shouted as he collapsed. Bai Xiaoshi had a bitter face. Master, mouse suddenly won't. Junlin, are you sure the body is a mouse, not a pig? This IQ, it's intoxicating. Don't be anxious, master. Mouse will definitely be able to change back if he tries more in the next few days. Hey, you try. Junlin felt heartbroken. He shouldn't have started this bad. Who would have thought that the result would be so outrageous? Master, do you want to keep petting Mousy Mouse? Bai Xiaoshi took the initiative to come over, her dripping eyes full of anticipation, looking at this strange thing with a rat head and body in front of him. Junlin all of a sudden felt that even the milk tea in his hand didn't smell good anymore. You go away. I want to be quiet. Ha! Bai Xiaoshi was hurt inside, feeling as if she was being disliked. It had to run all the way to the edge of the lake, scrutinizing the reflection of the lake's appearance, and its tender little hands scratched the rat's head. Puzzled. Strange. Isn't this quite nice? In the 2 days that followed, Junlin had to accept Bai Xiaoshi's new image out of sheer helplessness. Just get used to it. This little thing gets more chic the more you look at it. Behind his back, Junlin reassured himself. Boom! And at that moment, the entire eastern region was thrown into shock. Countless cultivators casting shocked gazes at the sky-shadowing fleet of warships, unstoppable and voluminous, heading for the desolate state. The target was aimed straight at the Demon Sect. Undoubtedly, the large-scale battle that was rarely encountered in 100,000 years was officially kicked off at this moment. Chapter 36 Red Chiba is going to rebel? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Warships that looked like overflowing rivers traveled through the void, and the churning clouds were torn to shreds. As far as the eye could see, the forest of battle flags hunted. The group of warships were all 9th-grade treasures to begin with, containing multiple powerful formations and radiating a brilliant radiance throughout their bodies. A fully stored energy cannon was fired, and the Yuaning stage vaporized on the spot, and even the transformation god almost fell. Each warship was filled with feathered sect cultivators standing in strict formation, densely packed in number and filled with a terrifying aura of solemnity. A boundless sense of oppression enveloped the surroundings, and the entire living beings of the desolate state trembled. It was terrifying. This was the feathered sect's conquering army, as if silently proclaiming to the world, those who stand in my way, die. Ha ha ha, the Demon Sect is going to be finished. There's simply no one who can withstand the wrath of the eastern region's #1 immortal sect. How domineering that surname Yi was in the beginning. How miserable he's going to die this time. It's probably going to be scared to death this time. The natives of the desolate state should now understand that there are some people who are destined not to be offended. The buzz was overwhelming, and all the forces in the eastern domain were paying close attention. Reiju, in a certain luxurious compartment, along with the heart-rending screams coming out, the whole bed and couch was shaking violently. Within the white drapery were the vague outlines of 2 human figures, and on the ground around, lying down 7 or 8 women like mud. They do not have an inch on their bodies, thin as skin and bones. The essence of the body was sucked clean. Young master, it's a fight. It's a fight outside. There were urgent shouts from outside the house. The attendant rushed to push open the door of the room and looked at the unconscious female cultivator who fell on the ground, so frightened that he couldn't help but have a jolt of fear, secretly smacking his lips and saying, "The young master is really fierce." The screams came to an abrupt end. A huffing voice came from within the curtains. "Dog, You'd better make it clear who's fighting outside, or else this prince will rip your head off and throw it into a cesspool to feed the maggots. The attendant's scalp went numb as he hurriedly said, "Yes, it's the Feathered Sect. Just a moment ago, the Feathered Sect's army has attacked the desolate state." "What did you say?" The curtain was lifted by large hands, and Shwetiani stepped out with a face full of surprise. As the young master of the Shwe family, the top dude of the Eastern Domain Spirit State, ever since he returned in defeat in the desolate state, he secretly held a grudge against Yi Junlin, hating him for planting a big heel. "It's true, young lord. It's all over the place. The Feathered Sect is getting real this time, and is bound to cut Xiantian Sect down to the roots. This is to establish authority." Words. The corners of Shwetiani's mouth rose crazily as he felt a sense of vengeful pleasure inside. "A lowly native of the district is even wilder than me. He deserves retribution." This eunuch knew that he wouldn't live long. After saying that, Shwetiani turned around and returned to the bed. And once again, miserable screams came from within the curtains, but they were interspersed with ha-ha laughter, and the bed shook even more. "Why are you still standing there? Get lost." "Yes." The squire's throat swallowed and he retreated with his head bowed and his fists clasped. Deserted states. Miles of sky were gray and gloomy. The atmosphere was oppressive, and people everywhere had a tightening in their chests and a feeling that they couldn't catch their breath. The Feathered Sect's fleet of warships marched forward recklessly, and that vast pressure was like a storm enveloping the 8 directions. What a powerful lineup! How many cultivators did this send out? This time, Xiantian Sect. Can it still be stopped? Yi Tianjun. Run away! The faces of the cultivators in the desolate state turned pale as they looked up at the unstoppable army, and the blood in their bodies felt like it was freezing to the bone. Although he had heard about it for a long time, after witnessing the strength of the Feathered Sect with his own eyes, the little illusion in his heart was instantly dashed, and replaced by a deep sense of trepidation and despair. Moving Mountain Sect. Ouyang Fang's pupils contracted. His old face was covered in shock, and his hands were trembling slightly. Deep inside, there was a fear like no other. Ask, with such a huge scale of marching, would he still dare to face it frankly with his sword alone like last time? Ouyang Feng didn't dare to think about it. Yi Tianjun, I implore you not to show off this time. If you really can't, let's escape. In everyone's opinion, Yi Junlin was the #1 strongest person in the desolate state, the spiritual leader of all the native cultivators, and if he was wiped out in this way, it would undoubtedly be a great loss. Even if it's woefully inadequate, it's understandable to live with it. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of the drums was like heavenly thunder exploding, spreading over 1,000,000 miles in every direction. The vast procession of warships, carrying an unrelenting momentum, soon intruded into the boundaries of the Xiantian Sect's dominion. Dang! The urgent Dao bell echoed throughout the sect. The enemy has arrived. All hands on deck. The disciples who had long been standing by in a tight formation held back the trembling of their hearts, holding their magic treasures and looking out with vigilant eyes. It would be a lie to say that I didn't panic. After all, what they were facing now was the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region. Where are the patriarch and the others before the great enemy? A group of elders anxiously said. Just then, strong energy fluctuations came from the back of the mountain, and several figures walked out of the inner space of the sundial about the same time. The hidden sword peak master sighed. After 500 years of bitter cultivation, I'm clearly close to breaking through the harmonized body, but I've never been able to find the feeling. It seems that burying one's head in closed-door cultivation has limitations. You can be satisfied. Fortunately, we have the Gongfuan pills gifted by senior brother Yi. Otherwise, not to mention 500 years, even if our lifespan is exhausted, it would be difficult to break through to Yuaning in this lifetime. The heavenly fragrance peak master rolled her big beautiful white eyes. Where's the patriarch? Didn't he come out? The other peak masters wondered. These 7 peak masters, after 500 years of bitter cultivation at the sundial, had all reached the perfection of the transformation spirit in their cultivation. Boom! A vortex appeared. Void Yunyan stepped out with his hair full of wildly dancing hair, the thunderous light of his eyes superb, and the lurid lightning lingering around his body. His cultivation level had already reached the early stage of the harmonization realm. Sovereign, you've broken through the harmonization realm. The crowd was pleasantly surprised. Hey, which came to pass? Void Yunyan was not half happy, but instead had a worried look. If it were before, the harmonization realm was definitely at the level of a big brother. Even in the other Dao states of the Eastern Domain, they all had face. However, now that the Feathered Sect was raging, what was his little achievement worth? A great battle is coming. Our generation can only fight to the death. Void Yunyan's eyes filled with conviction as he spoke in a deep voice. Swish! Suddenly, the sundial stopped running and a figure was forcefully transported out. Anyone else? Void Yunyan and the others were a bit surprised. Shasta. A terrifying might fiercely enveloped them, and Void Junlin and the others were instantly chilled all over, their insides furious. This is, inside the field of view, Red Thousand Leaves with both hands behind her back, stepped out, her absolutely beautiful face with a clear and cold. Her body had a kind of inhuman temperament. Between his eyebrows, the vermilion flame mark added a few points of a different and unique charm. Typical male body and female face. At this moment, he walked one step at a time. Each footprint had burning flames, and as he appeared, the temperature around him was rising rapidly, as if he had the feeling of being in a magma. Ha ha, who did I think it was? It turns out to be senior apprentice brother Ye's eldest disciple. The hidden sword peak master greeted him warmly with a smile on his face. It's true that a tiger father doesn't have a dog son. Your master and disciple's talent is just perverted. Quickly tell your uncle. What realm have you reached? The father of the tiger? Red Thousand Leaves felt humiliated. His forehead exploded with veins. His gaze was incomparably cold, swished and stabbed away, chillingly saying, "How dare you? What are you babbling about?" Put. The hidden sword peak master's chest felt like he had received a heavy hammer, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth as his figure fell back a few steps in a wretched manner, and he felt a great sense of fear within his heart, as if he was approaching the brink of death. Senior brother Jian. The crowd rushed to support him, looking at Red Qianye in shock and anger. This disciple of Master Ye's, his temperament is too well behaved. The heavenly fragrance peak master's willow eyebrows rose up as she said in dissatisfaction, "Red Thousand Leaves, your elder uncle Jane was just slurring his words. We are after all in the same sect. Why should we vilify him? A fellow disciple? Oh." Red Chiba sneered. "I am at least a giant of the devil's way, a true immortal level powerhouse, and I'm not something that ants like you can climb up to?" From beginning to end, in the sight of Hong Qianye's heart, the entire Xiantian sect was all insignificant little people except for Yi Junlin, who was worth paying attention to. If it wasn't for that guy, he wouldn't have stayed here on false pretenses. What kind of attitude are you having? Be careful that I'll go and complain to senior brother Yi. The heavenly fragrance peak master was so angry that he stomped his feet, his chest shaking. Whatever. This seat doesn't give a damn about him. And now that guy can't protect himself anyway. Red Chiba clasped his arms with a teasing smile on his lips. Such treacherous words caused the people present to look at each other in dismay, and the shock in their eyes could be seen in each other's eyes. Was this still the disciple who usually obeyed his words in front of Master Yi? Chapter 37, You've got a lot of taste. Void Yonyan's face was filled with gravity. Nowadays, he was at the early stage of merging, but in front of Red Thousand Leaves, he had the feeling of being a small witch. This, coupled with the other party's uncharacteristic words and actions, gave Void Yonyan an ominous premonition in the bottom of his heart. Red Thousand Leaves didn't bother to pay attention to these few people and turned his head to look deeper into the Forbidden Land, his eyes flashing with biting essence. This kind of supreme treasure, instead of leaving it here to be wasted, it would be better to give it to this seat to use. Saying that, he fiercely probed his hand, and the red fiery hand coalesced into shape, about to take away the sundial in the Forbidden Land. Bold, what are you doing? The scene drew a shocked and angry stop. All of you, get out of this seat. An icy and merciless voice came out from his mouth, and a terrifying cultivation aura instantly erupted. Several peak masters had horrified faces as they were crushed to the ground. As transformers, they didn't even have a chance to get up. As for the early stage of the harmonization realm, Void Yonyan, this was just barely able to maintain a half-kneeling position. His forehead was filled with bean-sized beads of sweat sliding down. His face filled with disbelief as he said with great difficulty, "This person is so strongly demonic. This disciple that senior brother Yi has taken on. What exactly is his origin?" Bunch of rabble. Red Thousand Leaves snorted and was about to force the sundial away. Suddenly, he froze. No matter how hard he tried, the sundial remained motionless, as if unaffected by external forces. What's going on? A wave of irritation rose up in Red Chiba's heart. If Yi Junlin had seen it, he would have laughed out of the goose. This sundial was a special prize gifted by the system, and apart from him being able to dispose of it as he wished, no one would be able to take it away without authorization. Red Thousand Leaves, you are senior brother Ye's disciple and the clan's most outstanding heavenly pride. The clan will surely cultivate you vigorously, so why do you need to do this kind of underhanded trick? Void Yonyan gritted his teeth. His body released terrifying thunder-ons, and he even hardened himself against the pressure, standing up a little bit and staring angrily. Asshole, and what are you? This seat needs you to teach it? Red Chiba impatiently flung down his sleeve robe and chided. Boom! Void Yunyan's figure slid backwards a dozen feet, then covered his chest and half-kneeled on the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with horror. What kind of training is this? With just one random strike, he had no chance to fight back at all. At this moment, Void Yonyan's heart trembled as he looked towards that fiery red figure. It's horrible. Compared to before he entered the sundial, his opponent today is simply unfathomable. Sovereign, the crowd cried out anxiously. They didn't expect that Master Ye's disciple would turn against them at a critical moment. Humph. A mere mole cricket. How dare you tell this seat what to do? Not killing you just now was already the seat's greatest mercy. Red Thousand Leaf's voice was cold and unfeeling, his eyes full of contempt, and his posture was lofty, as if all beings were dust in his eyes. The scalp of the several people in Void Union was numb, and they had a vestigial feeling of facing a giant of the Devil's Path, and panic surfaced within them. However, right at this moment, a murderous bellowing voice came from outside the sect gate. The feathered sect's army is here. The head of the scourge, Yi Junlin, still doesn't hurry up and get out to die. Words. Void Yonyan and the others changed their faces. Red Chiba, on the other hand, sneered. It's time to show down with that guy. Swish, the entire person disappeared into place. Patriarch, we are. Now, said the hidden sword peak master bitterly. Follow it over there and check it out. Void Yonyan couldn't let go of his heart and quickly moved to follow him. Ethereal peak. The silver-haired youth's right hand was propped up on his head, his posture lazily lying on the side of the bench, a long straw bent in his mouth, and as he sucked on it with a big gulp, the milk tea placed on the tabletop flowed down the straw. Those half-squinted eyes showed a cozy look. Yi Junlin burped and sighed. Milk tea freedom is just awesome. Swish, not far away, a figure with a powerful aura flashed and appeared. Looking at Yi Junlin's pose, a look of contempt appeared on Red Shinya's face. This guy, what a disgrace to the cultivators. What kind of immortality can one cultivate with such a rotten style? How can we compete with the great Tao in the future? Sure enough, it was simply the traitorous luck, obtaining supreme opportunities from a certain relic, which allowed him to come up with coveted techniques and heavenly treasures. But now, these will go to him. At this point, noticing the arrival of Red Xianye, Yi Junlin didn't even bother to move, still maintaining the position of lying on his side, his mouth sucking on the milk tea vaguely. Good disciple, the master can miss you. Think of your sister. Red Thousand Leaves resisted the urge to storm out and said coldly, the outside is about to fight in to take your life. I didn't expect you to be so weary. Could it be that you're not afraid of death? What? Yi Junlin rolled over and sat up, his face blankly saying, already called? How come I didn't know? Red Shiba frowned and seemed to think of something, waving his hand with a dark face to remove the soundproof shield that was shrouding the airspace above his head. Shasta. The sound of drums outside shook the sky and had a tendency to attack. Yi Junlin froze and hastily released his divine sense. When he saw the vast warships, his expression was very odd. Oh, so it's going to be a war. Looking at this unperturbed fellow, Red Shiba inwardly became a bit depressed and said in a hardened tone, you've seen the current situation, but as long as you hand over the proceeds to this seat can consider making a move to save your life. What the hell? Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. Oh, don't give this seat to play dumb? We are all smart people. Open the window to say bright. What the hell is that? Before Red Thousand Leaves could finish his words, he glimpsed a strange being running over, a pair of dainty phoenix eyes widening in surprise, unable to stop his mouth from spitting out fragrance. Just see the other side of the body, petite and delicate, wearing a white halter dress, bare skin delicate and smooth, snow-white arms like jade lotus root, two thin legs round and well-proportioned. On the neck, however, there was a rat's head very abruptly. At this moment, it came running in a flash, holding the plate with both hands, an excited sound coming out of its mouth. Master, this is the Orleans chicken wings that you explained to Mouse to make. Spicy flavor, oh, quickly taste it. Then, it saw that Hong Qianye was present and ran over in surprise. Ha, seen your brother Hong. You're out of the customs so soon. You stop. Red Chiba's scalp tingled and he couldn't help but take 2 steps backwards. Is this the white-furred mouse? What happened? What a spooky look. Thoughts turning, Red Thousand Leaves looked fiercely at Yi Junlin, a vicious chill running through his heart. Damn it! I didn't realize you had such strong tastes. Yi Junlin froze. What does this look mean? I'm a decent man and you can think wrong? Malice, full of malice. Senior Red Brother. Bai Shaoshi lowered its head in aggravation. It knew that its appearance was disliked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures landed on Misty Peak. Adverse disciple. What are you going to do to your own master? Senior Brother Yi. Be careful. A few people from Void Arising Years anxiously said. At this time, their gazes have been attracted by that strange figure. Their eyes were so shocked that they were about to fall out, and they said with a shocked face, This is, don't be afraid, everyone, it's Mousy Me. Bai Shaoshi explained. So it's Master Ye's second disciple. This look is truly thunderous. Void Yonyan had an odd expression on his face. Not only is senior brother Ye's talent overwhelming, even his taste is beyond our reach, the other peak masters lamented. Will play, really will play. The more Yi Junlin listened, the more he felt wrong. Why do I feel that you guys are undermining me? Chapter 38, this seat can save your life. By the way, what did you guys just mean? Yi Junlin hurriedly changed the topic, fearing that his reputation would be in jeopardy if he continued. Senior apprentice brother Yi, your eldest apprentice brother is plotting against us. He actually tried to take the sundial just now, and even took a shot at us. The crowd was anxious. My good disciple, is what they said true? Yi Junlin's gaze flickered as he looked meaningfully at Hong Qinya, being gazed at by the silver-haired youth. Red Chiba's heart trembled, but he quickly regained his composure. Now he was not what he used to be, so why should he be afraid of this person anymore? It's time to turn over a new leaf. Red Thousand Leaves lightly lifted his jaw, his tone almost commanding. So what if it's true? What can you do with this seat? Now that the army is coming and your death is imminent, don't you understand the situation at hand? Darn it, Wolfish, senior brother Yi has treated you well. Void Yunyan and the others were so angry that they were shaking and chided. For all sects, the most taboo thing was a disciple betraying his master, as it would pose a great threat to the internal stability of the sect. What do you know? Red Chiba's face was like frost. What honorable status of this seat? Actually by a junior wantonly amusement. What shoulder rubbing and leg pounding have to personally? The most detestable is also to wash the feet. Every time I think about it, I feel humiliated. Retribution. This is all retribution. Faced with such a situation, at this time Yi Junlin felt devastated and muttered with a lost soul. Don't even blame him. It's my bad. It's me who neglected my disciples' feelings on weekdays. It's all my fault. I really regret it. Yi Junlin's eyes were red, and his expression was sorrowful as he pounded his chest, with an appearance of extreme self-reproach and remorse. Master, Bai Xiaoshi's nose turned sour. Yi's senior brother Yu, Void Yonyan and their faces were incredulous, having never seen the silver-haired youth like this before. Pretend. Keep pretending. Red Thousand Leaf's face showed contempt. If not for the time spent together and seeing the other party's face clearly, he really would have been fooled. Little Red. Red. Chiba's beloved disciple. Master really knows it's wrong. Can you forgive Master? After all, Master and disciple. Let's start all over again, shall we? Yi Junlin's eyes were hopeful as he carefully pleaded. Hiss. Red Chiba huffed backward, goosebumps rising all over his body. How can there be such shameless people? It really refreshed his eyes. Don't even think about it. You make this seat sick, Red Chiba said in a disgusted tone. What a thought. Yi Junlin was relieved and his face became cloudy, a far cry from his previous behavior. At the corners of his mouth, a smirk of triumph curled up. No one knew that a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Rewarding the indestructible overlord body determination. Indestructible hegemonic body decree, a supreme technique that combines force and physical body. Cultivated to the top level, it can forge an indestructible hegemonic body that will shake the ages. The rewards are okay. It's not in vain that the laborers have made a scene and completed the option quest issued by the system. Yi Junlin secretly said inwardly. Just a moment ago, he triggered the system's temporary option quest. The first option, which was to face the betrayal of his disciple Red Chiba, who as a master teacher broke his defense on the spot and raged with righteous indignation, would be awarded an immortal ranked body tempering pill. The second option, actively admitting one's faults, requires that one must invest all of one's emotions in a way that resonates, and upon success, one will be awarded a copy of the indestructible overlord technique. First of all, immortal body tempering pills were rare, but if they were compared to the indestructible overlord skill, which had a much greater value, the efficacy would seem very small. This was because the grade of the undying overlord body technique was definitely more than immortal class. Cootie, all know what to choose. Therefore, Yi Junlin directly chose the second one and began to soar with his acting skills in front of the crowd. Now that the gongfu was successfully in hand, Yi Junlin naturally tore off his disguise and reverted back to his previous cloudy appearance. He sat lazily in the recliner, picked up the milk tea with the straw in his mouth, and took a big gulp. Red Chiba frowned. What was this guy up to again? Void Yonyan and the others looked at each other with extremely strange faces. Everyone, is senior brother Yi under too much pressure and a bit mentally split? The hidden sword peak master muttered in a low voice. Shut up. The heavenly fragrance peak master didn't have the good sense to say. Shio. Master. Mouse is here. Come over here and rub my shoulders. Yes. Bai Xiaoshi ran over and obediently rubbed Yi Junlin's shoulders. Yi Junlin comfortably squinted his eyes and faintly said, Little Red. You're in sundial seclusion for 200 years, and now you come out and think you're good again? Words. Red Thousand Leaves snapped. Cut the crap. Hand over everything you've gotten to this seat, and this seat can step in and pull you along. But if you won't, you'll just wait here to die. To know, the cultivation world is cruel. Killing and taking treasure and whatnot is very common. Red Thousand Leaves think that as a devil cultivator, already in this matter to do benevolence to the end. As long as he could get what he wanted, he could step in to repel the enemy army, and after torturing Yi Junlin severely, take out all the anger he had suffered before, and then go his separate ways from then on. Sovereign, listening to this, it seems that this person is willing to help and has some conscience, a peak master quietly said. After all, the Great War was imminent, and they knew the strength of Red Thousand Leaves, so if they could obtain the other party's help, then the Xian Heavenly Sect might actually be able to get through the predicament. In this matter, it still depends on what senior brother you wants. Void had a young cough a few times. To say that he wasn't moved would be a lie. From the Gongfu and pills they had obtained earlier, as well as the sundial that could change the flow of time, they had long since decided that Yi Junlin was in possession of a great opportunity, but just due to the relationship with his fellow disciples, they didn't ask more questions. Now that Red Thousand Leaves was directly asking for it face to face and had made conditions, it made the group curious as to how Yi Junlin should choose. Yi Junlin naturally knew what Red Qianya meant. However, this was simply impossible because he was bound to the system. The main thing was that Yi Junlin didn't put the current crisis in his eyes at all. Are you so sure that you are stronger than me now? Yi Junlin said with a smirk. Exactly. Red Thousand Leaves said smugly. Although you have been suppressing this seat and wasting this seat's precious cultivation time, this seat has been cultivating at the sundial for 200 years, and has long since surpassed today's you in both cultivation and strength. Then his tone was full of lessons. Counting. Yi Junlin, you've come this far. It's your lack of progress that has ruined you. Cultivators of my generation should strive to be strong and compete with the great Tao, and not something like you who do nothing all day and loiter. So hand over everything you have and let this seat carry it forward. This seat is better suited to inherit this chance than you are. At this moment, Yi Junlin used a kind of look at a little cutie gaze, looking at the former Demon Sect master in front of him. He has a system and he still needs to work hard to cultivate? Doesn't swinging smell good? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Do you still want this seat to take it by hand? Red Thousand Leaves took a step forward with his hands in the air, his eyes erupting with a vicious essence. Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the 8 directions. Senior Red Brother. Bai Shaoshi shivered in fear, feeling that the man in front of her had become unfamiliar. Senior Brother Yi, don't be brave. Cold sweat broke out on Void Junyan's forehead as they tensed. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion from outside. The Xian Tian Sect's mountain protection formation was shattered hard, and the majestic energy currents raged crazily, scraping countless disciples and elders to fly out backwards, screaming miserably. Immortal Tree Sama, the enemy's attack is too fierce. We can't resist it at all. One of the harmonization realm foreign race beings hissed, a stream of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and there were shocking wounds all over his body. Even the 100,000 aborigines of the Luo Tian mysterious realm, with thousands of transformation spirits and more than 60 harmonization realms, were having trouble resisting the attack of the Feathered Sect's army outside, so it could be seen how critical the battle situation was. Bai Shaoshi looked flustered. Master, what can we do about this? Yi Junlin, you still refuse to hand it over? Or maybe you don't believe that this seat will help you? Red Thousand Leaves said in a cold voice. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying energy blast penetrated the sky, carrying a destructive aura straight into the netherworld peak. Unbridled, Red Thousand Leaves swung his hand violently and bellowed. Swish! The energy cannon with terrifying power was altered in trajectory by the sudden powerful external force, and rushed towards the roiling silhouettes with a hard turn. Rumble! Brilliant clusters of light bloomed and screams tore through the air. Who did this? Get out and die! Angry shouts came out in droves, and at least a few dozen divine senses of the harmonization realm swept in, converging in unison on the ethereal peak. Humph! Red Thousand Leaves' figure rose up in the sky like a comet, his hands behind his back. His aura was unfathomable, his gaze was disdainful, and he coldly said, This seat did it. What can you do with this seat? Chapter 39, The Might of the Demon Sect Master. How dare a woman be so arrogant? Let the old man clean you up. A voice as old as a flood bell rang out. There was a withered old man wearing the inner sect elder's costume with a cruel smile on his face, and his speed was like that of a ghost as he probed out his palm. Ungrateful Griffin. Hearing that he was referred to as a female, Red Chiba's forehead erupted with veins as he laughed back in anger. The screams were dismal. The withered old man's face was filled with horror as a terrifying black flame emerged from his body. his body rapidly burning out in midair. A great man at the late stage of the harmonization realm was just effortlessly exterminated. What? The other feathered sect cultivators' faces changed drastically as they looked at the long red figure. A flash of extreme shock flashing across their eyes. Red thousand leaves full of hair flying. Looking straight at the roaming army of cultivators, his tone was not to be questioned. Now give you half an incense stick of time. All of you give this seat to get out of the desolate state. Or die. The icy voice kept echoing, resounding deep within the crowd. Many elders showed scorn, but they seemed to think of something, and in the twinkling of an eye, they were replaced by thick killing intent, and they rebuked. How arrogant! Just you dare to order the Eastern region's #1 Immortal Sect. Everyone, kill this woman. Wash the Xian sect in blood. Swish, swish, swish. 60 to 70 harmonization realm elders made their moves, either making use of spiritual weapons and talismans, or casting their own mastery of divine abilities. In that case, this seat will go on a killing spree. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were cold. His hands pinched, and countless channels of ghostly green flames emerged from his body. In an instant, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling rose up in all directions, making people's bones creepy. Then, the dense skulls coalesced in unison, each the size of a millstone, surging away with a sharp whistling sound. It's as vast as a netherworld. Ah, my hand! Get out of the way! Never get bitten. It can be poisoned. Block it! Block it! This group of harmonization realm elders were beaten into a series of defeats, and it was only in a single glance that a third of them died. That wasn't all. Red Thousand Leaves felt it wasn't too much, maneuvering a large number of ghostly green skeletons, like locusts crazily ravaging the battlefield. Wherever they went, one after another, huge warships were shrouded in flames, and many disciples inside were directly burned to death. Screams, wails, and cries for help, incomparably noisy, filling the sky. Don't panic. All of you, work together to dispel the evil fire. A rather prestigious middle-aged elder shouted angrily, holding a bushel fan surrounded by aura in his hand, and one after another behind him, his fellow disciples assisted him, pouring a steady stream of mana towards him. The middle-aged elder swept away violently with a bushel fan in his hand, whipping up a horrifying hurricane that covered the sky to fight against this terrifyingly loud skeleton. Suddenly, there was a curling sound of chanting in the sky, and the brilliant Buddha's light shone on the earth, giving people the idea to rely on the Buddha's door. Ba. On a flying boat with an ancient shape, countless Zen cultivators folded their hands together and recited Buddhist slogans. A monk with a powerful aura and a robe said solemnly, "Fellow monks, the Hanging Temple has come to support you." Humph, there's another sender of death. Red Thousand Leaves said disdainfully, "You demoness, don't go wild." The Zen cultivators rose up in the air and cast spell seals to strike. Bunch of ing vultures. Red Thousand Leaf's face was like frost as he raised his hand and pinched his hand to cast a spell. Clattering and clattering, all the remaining skeletons, like streams converging on the sea, coalesced crazily, and then rapidly expanded away. Swish! Skeletons of incomparable size appeared, emitting Jia frightening laughter. Ordinary people are as small as grains of rice in front of it. A terrifying sense of oppression spread like a wave. Go, play with them, Red Thousand Leaves sneered. Boom! The oversized skeleton covered the sky like a moving fortress, covered in burning ghostly green flames at an unimaginably high temperature. Ba! It's coming over! Ah! Killing howls rose and fell. Ridiculously, the Hanging Temple's meditation team, right out of the gate, was dealt a huge blow. Tens of thousands of monks were swallowed up by the huge skeleton. The scene was extremely visual. You devil! The Buddha will not forgive you. Venerable Huiji, the head protector, was enraged. He, who was at the perfect level of the harmonization realm, bloomed with an infinite amount of golden light, lifting his hand to strike out the Lohan palm seal of Buddha's blazing light, and was determined to kill that lawless fellow. Even if Buddha comes, this seat will still slaughter you. Red Thousand Leaves looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye and probed his hand to grab it. Terrifying fiery hands formed, hard blocking the Rohan palm prince, and then transformed into several flaming dragons with teeth and claws, frantically approaching towards Venerable Master Huiji. Sinner! How dare you! Hearing this, Venerable Huiji was so furious that his lungs exploded as he exerted all his strength to get rid of these fire dragons. As a result, in less than 2 seconds, the entire person was burned to ashes and dissipated forever in the heavens and earth. Chief, the monk from the Hanging Temple grieved. Unite all forces and kill this demoness, the feathered sex elder hissed. Shasta, the men and women of the two major forces cast out all sorts of artifacts and aptitudes, enveloping the sky and earth towards Red Xianya. The colorful light blazed like a sea of bright stars. The large skeleton that was burning with spectral flames all over its body was just blown out in midair without any suspense. This, Void Yonyan's mouth was dry and chilled all over his body. Facing the joint attack of the Feathered Sect and the Hanging Temple, he would definitely be crushed into pieces at the first moment. With such a majestic energy impact, any harmonized realm would have to fall. However, Red Thousand Leaf's face was not panicked, and with a cold smile, he raised his hand and strangled to strike out his latest mastery of the Fire Divine ability. Buzz off. Flames as black as ink burned the void, like the giant mouth of the abyss devouring all comers. Vast energy fluctuations swept through, and then slowly dissipated, as if nothing had happened just now. How can that be? Countless cultivators had incredible expressions and lost their voices. What a bizarre fire technique. Simply unheard of. One of the elders was filled with horror. See, even if you all add up, you're no match for this seat. All of you go to hell for this seat. Red Thousand Leaf laughed wildly. His murderous nature was on display, and the sky crumbled and the sun was eclipsed when he raised his hand. It was unimaginable that the cultivators of the two major powers were retreating. Blood was flowing in rivers, and millions of corpses were lying in ambush. That fiery red invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the minds of countless people. This barren state. All trembled for it. The Red Fairy is invincible. Long live the Red Fairy. Worthy of being a disciple taken in by Peak Master Yi. What terrifying strength. In that case, the Xian Heavenly Sect is worry-free. The disciples and elders of the Xian Tian sect were stunned. All the alien beings, their faces were shocked. No wonder the Immortal Tree Lord led them to station here. The strength of this woman alone was extremely terrifying. And the most frightening thing was that the other party was still only the disciple of that Peak Master Yi. If there was some doubt within this group of beings before, it was now completely gone. One is submissive. Senior Brother Yi, your sinful disciple's natural talent is too terrifying. My Xian Tian Sect's temple is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like him. Void Yonyan was scared to the point of cold sweat and laughed bitterly. Yes, if it's really not possible, let's try to satisfy him with whatever he wants. Don't ever go against him. Saving our lives is important. The Hidden Sword Peak Master couldn't help but feel a pang of fear in his heart when he thought of how he had unintentionally offended the other party earlier. Although Red Thousand Leaves betrayed his master, which was a stain, but at the same time fought off foreign enemies and guarded the Xian Tian sect, this merit and faults were balanced out, so they had nothing to complain about. The main thing is that you can't fight even if you're very angry. What else can we do? At this point, after seeing Red Shiba's performance, the crowd's thoughts changed. Senior Brother Red is so powerful. Cheer for Senior Brother Red. Bai Shaoshi waved her pink fists and cheered with a ratty face of excitement. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. No wonder this guy dares to be so wild. Dare to kill a merged body like a dog. He could sense that the aura of cultivation exposed by Red Thousand Leaves was neither in the realm of the harmonization realm nor at the level of the Mahayana stage, as if it was somewhere in between. Open the eye of insight. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered as he stared at the powerful figure in the distance. At once, a virtual character panel appeared in front of you. When he saw that on the column of cultivation, the display was half-step Mahayana. Yi Junlin instantly came to a realization. Half-step Mahayana. No wonder. After all, Red Thousand Leaf's base battle power was already strong, plus having the realm to take advantage of it. It could indeed easily sweep through an army of cultivators. This is good. If he comes to deal with me, then won't I be able to break through as a matter of course? Yi Junlin secretly said inwardly. When the leeks are fattened up, do they still have to cut a wave? Rumble. Just then, a vast and boundless terrifying aura erupted, instantly dropping into the battlefield in the depths of the celestial dome. Swish! 18 powerful figures stood in the void with their hands in the air, their bodies covered with a bright and blazing light, and their mouths and noses were able to induce the heaven and earth's spiritual chi for 10,000 miles in a radius between their breaths. From afar, it looked as if 18 rounds of golden-colored sun stretched across the sky, shining brightly in the world. Chapter 40 Yi Junlin. You'll wait here to die. The Feathered Sect's cultivators looked up as if they were grasping for a life-saving straw and excitedly cried out. Look! It's the core elders coming to help us. Core elders? Each of them in the sect's status is as heavy as a mountain. Is the pillar of the sky that supports the Feathered Sect, is the existence of countless disciples' worship. Now in order to suppress the Xian Tian sect and show the world the depths of the #1 immortal sect in the eastern region, the 18 core elders had even descended in person. Welcome, honored ones. Those harmonization realm elders who usually had a head in the sect. At this moment, all carefully arched their hands in obeisance, their eyes filled with awe. It was the same elder, but the status in the Feathered Sect was 100,000 miles different. After all, these were the handful of people closest to the top level of the sect. At this point, when the 18 powerful figures appeared, the entire desolate state fell silent. The birds and beasts were trembling in fear, and there was an unspeakable fear within them. Misty Peak, Void Yonyan and the others were horrified. not daring to believe. Zune. Zune sure? One must know that a Mahayana realm cultivator, in the outside world, was known as an honored one, which in turn carried the meaning of supreme. A Mahayana can live for 50,000 years, put into other sects. That would be a real old monster. Compared to the harmonized realm, the difference between the two is like the difference between a firefly and the white moon. Unexpectedly, the feathered sect had directly sent a full 18 Mahayanas for the sake of this battle. What kind of horrible underpinnings are these? No wonder it was claimed to be the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region that would never be immortalized. Compared to the others who were scared to death, Yi Junlin's eyes lit up. Good fellow, compared to a half-step Mahayana, it has to be the real Mahayana realm that is more tantalizing. In the face of the feathered sect's practice of sending experience packs for thousands of miles, Yi Junlin silently nodded his head at this. A bunch of useless trash. The face of the feathered sect has been disgraced by you all. Among them, a white-haired old man with a short stature, shaped like a midget, stormed out with a face full of anger. The loud voice was like a heavenly thunderbolt, shaking the cultivators underneath to the point of dizziness. The army of the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region was beaten by a female child. If we hadn't personally come to supervise the battle, wouldn't you have made the whole world snicker? The one who spoke was a silver-haired old woman wearing a golden robe and holding a snake-headed walking stick in her hand. She stared coldly at Red Qianye, and when she saw the other party's flawless appearance, jealousy instantly rose up from the depths of her heart. Damn, it's even more beautiful than when I was young. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes chilled. Where did you pluck the old onion from? How dare you show great disrespect to this seat? What did you say? The silver-haired crone's voice raised violently, her eyes wide with rage. It was an insult to her. Venerable golden snake, you can't afford to bother with a person who is about to die. A middle-aged man with a figure as tall as an iron tower and a strong sense of oppression, with a lofty posture, faintly said. These three, the most prestigious of the group of core elders, were also the ones with the strongest cultivation and strength. Just with you guys, you want to kill this seat? What a heavenly joke. Red Thousand Leaves snorted. Back then, he was surrounded by a sky full of immortals and was able to kill his way out. Nowadays, this kind of small scene was not even in his eyes. Humph, that Yi Junlin is so big, actually letting his disciple come out to deal with us. It's too much of an underestimation of the feathered sect, isn't it? A core elder coldly said. Since that's the case, let's kill his female disciple first. This venerable one would like to see if he'll be heartbroken when he hides inside? Another fellow disciple said meaningfully. Get out. This seat has nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Red Thousand Leaf's face was as cold as 10,000 years of immutable ice, and he said in a stern voice, Oh, it's really a master and disciple. Which one of you go and capture her for me? The old woman, I'm going to disfigure her face, and then pull out her tongue. Venerable Golden Snake revealed a sinister smile. I'll do it. A core elder wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to express himself, drumming up the surging mana in his body and raising his hand to strangle. Rumbling, the void was like a mill wheel turning. A large hand emitting green light stretched out. The width of the palm stretched for 10,000 meters, carrying a thick sense of oppression as it slapped down towards its target. The one who struck out was an early-stage Mahayana powerhouse, which was trying to suppress Red Thousand Leaves with a single blow. Swish! Red Chiba sneered and flung his sleeve at the sky. Countless purple flames instantly soared away, containing terrifying might, disintegrating the giant spirit palms that pressed in from overhead. Wow! Starbursts pattered. Ha! That core elder was stunned, and his gaze towards Red Qianye changed. How could it break so easily? Is this person's cultivation not at the harmonization realm? Elder Wu, I've come to assist you. Another fellow disciple stepped in and executed the golden flare turbulent fist. All of a sudden, densely packed golden fist prints rushed forward as if they were rushing torrents. Just by you? Red Thousand Leaves stored up his strength and blasted out a palm. The flaming palm prints covered the sky. The temperature was going to melt the earth's surface. Rumble. Both sides produced huge energy fluctuations. The golden fist mark gradually annihilated, and the scene shocked the crowd. That demoness, actually blocking an attack from a venerable? On the battlefield, there were cries of alarm. Feel that? This person is a half-step Mahayana. The gnome old man's eyes narrowed slightly. To block the Mahayana realm with a half-step of Mahayana? I didn't expect that there would be such a world-rare heavenly pride in this remote and barren land, the burly man said in a deep voice. Damn it, this girl child can't be kept even more. All of you, kill her! Venerable Golden Snake screamed. The other core elders knew that they would lose face if they dragged on, so they immediately shot out to kill Red Thousand Leaves. The majestic and boundless energy flow was so vast that the void along the way was almost fragmented. The sight was appalling and horrible. This seat would like to see how capable you can be? Red Thousand Leaves' feet stepped on the earth and sky. A fiery red robe flicked, and between his hands plucking, dozens of fire dragons roared out, roaring. As the two sides engaged in battle, the sun and moon were lost, and the mountains and rivers shook. Great tablet palm, shattering dome one finger, star picker, Voltron combat technique, soul destruction seal. All sorts of divine techniques were at hand in the hands of a group of core elders. Their faces were murderous, determined to kill this great enemy in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of fire dragons crisscrossed the landscape. Their dragon chants were high and impassioned, but they were broken by these core elders one by one. The ones who made a move were 9 early Mahayana stages and 6 mid-Mahayana stages. Red Thousand Leaf's gaze was cold, looking around at the gradually approaching silhouettes, frantically mobilizing the mana in his body, and with a swish, the crimson flames that surrounded his body transformed into a pitch-black, ink-like inflammation fire. The black flame, bubbling with wisps of black gas, looked bizarre to the extreme. This is the silent demon flame, which has the power to devour, kill. Staring at the bizarre layer of black fire, the crowd forced themselves to hold back the discomfort in their hearts and struck out in unison to execute their killing moves. Humph! Red Thousand Leaves unfolded his arms, his long black hair dancing about, and the silent demonic flame around him suddenly boiled, like a black hole devouring the incoming spells around him. Buzz! The energy fluctuations were extremely violent and mind-blowing. What? The 15 core elders who had struck out all changed their faces. The lanky man watching the battle shrugged and moved, resisting the attacks of 15 Zunas with one's own strength. This is what a half-step Mahayana can do. Such natural talent. Even the old man has never seen it before. The pygmy old man said gruffly, "Are you all blind? This is definitely an evil technique. We must get rid of this demoness as soon as possible. Otherwise the consequences will be endless." Venerable Golden Snake shouted angrily, holding a snake-headed walking stick in his hand to outline an arcane runic formation, and then pointed it at Red Chinya. With a loud boom, there was a thick serpentine-shaped pillar of light that shattered the void and impacted on top of the bizarre black flames. Do it! The other two couldn't hold back and cast their respective means. With these three on board, the pressure is instantly 1,000 times greater. Damn! Red Thousand Leaves clenched his teeth. Bean-sized beads of sweat emerged from his forehead. Although the silent demon flame had the power to devour, at this level of consumption, the mana in his body would soon reach the bottom. By then, unable to utilize his spells, his own battle power would fall to the bottom. That's a problem. Damn it! It's all Yi Junlin's fault for not handing over the secret treasure to this seat earlier. Red Thousand Leaves cursed inwardly. The devil knew that the feathered sect would make such a big deal, directly sending out 18 Mahayana realms just to deal with a small sect in a barren land. It's really killing the chicken. Break me! A loud shout resounded through the sky like thunder, only to see that lanky man's body was covered in white light, converging on top of his fist and then exploding out. Sonic booms pierced and roared, and the power of the fist ran through the sky. Zune rank intermediate divine ability. Bastard fist. Boo! As a huge ball of light exploded, there was a fiery red residual shadow that flew out backwards from high altitude and ruthlessly crashed onto the netherworld peak. Rumble. Mushroom clouds of smoke rose, and the entire mountain trembled violently. Cough cough cough. Red Chiba's gray head, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His body struggled to stand up in a sorry state. Senior Red. By Xiaoshir worried. Yi Junlin shook his head inside as he held the Orlan's barbecue wings in his hand. My good disciple, didn't you say you could repel them? How come you're being beaten like a dog now? Master is really too disappointed in you. Words. Feeling the other party's words full of mockery, Red Chiba's forehead veins popped up and his cheeks flamed as he gritted his teeth. How dare you talk sarcasm? This seat can at least retreat in one piece, while you wait here to die. With that, he made up his mind and wanted to cast a secret method to escape far away. After all, the feathered sect's goal was mainly this guy. As for this group of insignificant ants, let's keep them to bury this shameless guy. Chapter 41. How much are you hiding? None of you will be able to leave here with the old man here. Suddenly, an ancient bronze-colored compass wrapped in streams of light flew into the depths of the firmament, followed by the release of arcane and incomparable energy fluctuations. In an instant, it was as if this piece of heaven and earth was imprisoned, and a hazy curtain of light could be vaguely seen forming. The pygmy old man sneered, "Be a good boy and suffer death. Don't waste your energy." Looking at the 18 Mahayana realm powerhouses in the sky, despair rose within the hearts of the Xiantian sect cultivators. How can this be a fight? AI. Yellow sorghum dream. I originally thought that Xiantian sect would rise from now on and move towards the path of splendor. Who knew that it would not be able to escape the fate of extinction after all? Void Yonyan looked up to the sky and sighed in a sad tone. Patriarch, let's fight them. The crowd roared with red eyes. Red Thousand Leaf's face was ugly. Damn it, do we have to accompany these mole crickets to their deaths? This seat is not willing to do so. glancing at Yi Junlin, who was eating chicken wings in a beautiful manner. A strong resentment rose up in the bottom of his heart. Eat, what time is it? Obviously sitting on a large amount of cultivation resources, actually indulging in low-grade fun all day long. If it were this seat, it would have long been invincible in the world. To die with such a person would be a disgrace to this seat. Ruwashi. Master, Mouse is here. Next time Master wants to try the honey flavor. Ah, Master, do we have a next time? Bai Xiaoshi froze, looking at the 18 oppressive figures in the sky, his furry rat face showing awe. Yi Junlin did not respond positively and his eyes moved away from the remaining 6 pieces of Orlan's barbecue wings fondly. Hey, just as well. I'll eat it when I'm done with it. Swish. In the midst of countless stunned gazes, the black-robed youth directly took a step into the sky and confronted the 18 figures from afar. Yi Junlin, you're finally willing to come out. The burly man's eyes shot up and he said in a deep voice, you guys beat my no-good disciple like a dog. As a senior I certainly have to stand up for him. Yi Junlin puffed out his chest and said in a righteous manner, it's just that there's a dark undercurrent of undermining in those words. You big master. Red Xianya couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, his chest aching with anger. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Red Thousand Leaves felt that his own cultivation had already surpassed Yi Junlin's, and if even he was defeated, the other party would only be worse off. Your downfall is already predetermined. The old man will skin and bone you as an example to others. The gnome old man said with a cruel smile. The culprit Yi Junlin has appeared. Why don't you all go and take him down? Venerable Golden Snake said in a sinister voice. She was cautious, although she sensed that Yi Junlin was at the perfection of the harmonization realm. But even her disciple had reached the half-step of the Mahayana. Was there an intention to hide her clumsiness? The rest of the core elders who were being made to feel a bit of a nuisance knew that this was taking them to test the waters and play the lead. However, this silver-haired crone was stronger than them and had more say in the clan, so even if she was upset, she had to do as she was told. Kill! A roar came. The dozen or so core elders moved to transform their anger into biting killing chances. Swish! A streak of azure-colored swordlight tore through the sky, slashing fiercely towards Yi Junlin's head. Ding! The host has been detected to have encountered an attack from an enemy in the early Mahayana realm, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering strength, gaining a cultivation in the middle of the Mahayana realm. In an instant, Yi Junlin crossed over from the harmonization realm of perfection to the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. Boom! An incomparably powerful and vast aura rushed towards the firmament, shattering the clouds. The smear of azure-colored sword aura was easily annihilated with a raised hand. At this moment, Yi Junlin had a head full of long silver-white hair flowing. His face was plump and handsome, and his eyes were glittering. Cool. It's so damn cool. That's what it feels like to gain power all at once, with this golden finger. Who's still practicing? In an instant, this sudden change in aura immediately shocked everyone. Senior Brother Yi is a Mahayana realm powerhouse. Void Yonyan and the others first had stupefied faces, then lost their voices. Are you kidding me? It turns out that my Xian heavenly sect, early on, had a venerable one sitting in it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Red Thousand Leafs had almost exploded as his figure staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with shock. This feeling, just like you study hard on weekdays. Full of confidence, the results to the test results announced. Found that the first place is actually that class often sleep. Do not hand in homework is to play the student. Damn it, just how much more cultivation have you hidden? Have you ever played like this? Red Chiba's eyes were covered in blood. His fists crackled in a death grip, and his body was shaking with anger. Suddenly there was a feeling that his intelligence was being held down and rubbed against the ground. He had never seen, so fond of hiding his clumsiness. When we met, we were Yuaning, but now we've all become Mahayana. That stash is 1 billion dots. Bah! Shameless! Mahayana! So you've long been a Mahayana. The group of core elders were shocked and furious. To your disappointment, I am not in the harmonization realm. Yi Junlin teased. Having said that, the figure suddenly disappeared. Then, appearing right above the head of a core elder, Yi Junlin raised his palm and slapped it violently, his head full of silvery white hair fluttering about, his tone undeniable. Give the laborer death. Ah! Before the man could resist, his body exploded with a bang into a bloody fog. Yi Junlin flashed and swept away again, his fist carrying surging true essence and force, blasting at another core elder. No! What body protection magic treasure! All became rags. This core elder full of despair was hit in the airburst. The spirit of the spirit is silent. At this moment, Yi Junlin was like a ferocious beast possessed by a swarm of ancient beasts, and with the divine great void technique, he charged left and right under the siege of a dozen or so Mahayana realms. A fist, a palm, A foot and a finger all drove the vastness of the spiritual chi in the heavens and earth, forming a terrifying killing move that could not be broken by anything. One after another, the core elders died tragically. Either their bodies were pierced through, their heads were blown out, or they were slapped into flesh. In a flash of lightning, Junlin killed 9 Mahayanas with his bare hands. The other 6 mid-Dhyana core elders were terrified, their eyes filled with fear. They had never seen such a simple and brutal way of fighting. Most notably, each of the Mahayana realm powerhouses was in existence that reigned over the eastern region. He could have escaped even if he wasn't good enough, right? He was killed with his bare hands just like that. How could there be a devil like you in the desolate state? Perhaps mentally stimulated. A white-browed old man roared hysterically, maneuvering the 16 purple gold swords to drag streams of light whistling away. Dang! Junlin's body exploded with large clusters of sparks, clearly a body of flesh and blood, but he let out a series of sounds of gold and iron striking each other. How is that possible? The skinny elder lost his voice in horror. Each of his 16 purple gold swords was a 6th grade spiritual weapon, and if all of them hit their targets, their power would be extremely terrifying. Who would have thought that he couldn't even break his opponent's body? It's okay, it hurts a little, Junlin said seriously. Ever since obtaining the indestructible Overlord body technique, his physical body had been refined by thousands, and just now, he just wanted to test the strength. Boom! A vast golden yellow fist aura flashed, and the skinny old man was so scared that his hairs stood on end, and the terrifying impact was going to tear him to shreds. A blast of explosions. The expected mist of blood did not appear. Junlin raised his eyebrows, only to see the skinny elder sigh in relief, arching his hand in obeisance. Many thanks to Venerable Hongwu for making a move. In front of him, it was the lanky man. At this moment, Venerable Hongwu crossed his arms across his chest, and an ancient beast-shaped seal emerged, revealing a few barbaric meanings. It was this seal that blocked Junlin's attack. Interesting, you were able to block my serious punch? Junlin was interested. Hongwu Venerable surface as stable as an old dog. The actual inner has long been set off shock waves. There is even bruised blood gushing out of his throat, but was silent and secretly swallowed. Body refining is my strong point, and with the addition of the beast soul seal, it turns out that just now I was actually almost broken by a punch to break my defense? Venerable Hongwu inwardly doubted life. Chapter 42, Invincible Crush. Hoo. At that moment, the harsh wind whistled loudly, and there was a terrifying energy aura raging. The pygmy old man's body's might climbed rapidly, his head full of white hair fluttering about, his eyes bursting out with a divine aura that cracked the sky, and his pale face was not angry. In the next second, countless huge white astral blades staggered and chopped away. Even the emptiness along the way was torn out with hideous cracks. That's Venerable Wind's mixed breath great destruction. The other core elders winced. This move was an intermediate level divine ability of the Zun rank, but most of all, it had been cultivated by the gnomish old man to the realm of transformation. The power that erupts can be 1,000 times stronger than a beginner. It was with this move that he had established a considerable reputation amongst the Mahayana realm powerhouses. Wifey, I'll come along for the ride. The golden serpent Venerable One held a snake-headed walking stick in her hand. Her golden robes were windless, and terrifying energy gathered at the top of the walking stick, exuding a heart-stoppingly terrifying aura. Abruptly, a head of huge snake shadow emerged, with 6 pairs of pitch-black eyes, a forked tongue hissing and spitting out, and feathery wings that covered the sky flapping on its back. Swish! This serpentine silhouette twisted its body and rushed away with monstrous might in an instant, surrounded by an unknown black mist that contained intense poison. Seeing his companion's power, Venerable Hongwu raised his hand and pinched out an ancient fist seal, his body rippling with circles of blazing light. Then, he raised his fist and violently exploded. The surging fist power was like a volcano erupting, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Bastard fist. All of a sudden, 3 late Mahayana realm powerhouses joined forces to attack, wanting to completely crush their targets between heaven and earth. Facing the oncoming surging killing machine, Junlin, instead of being afraid, revealed a hint of a playful smile. Ding! It has been detected that the host has encountered an attack from an enemy in the late Mahayana realm, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering strength, gaining the cultivation of the peak of the Mahayana realm. Boom! The aura on Junlin's body surged once again, even more powerful than before. Not good. His cultivation. The 3 wind venerable masters' faces changed drastically, and their eyes exuded disbelief. Junlin coldly laughed as he lifted his palm and struck, the golden-colored palm aura blazing and eye-catching. Rumble! A huge exploding ball of light surfaced. In the eyes of countless fearful eyes, the 3 silhouettes flew out backwards in unison, barely stabilizing their forms before they all spat out large mouthfuls of blood. their breath somewhat withered. Venerable Golden Snake's face was ugly. The clan's information is wrong. Yi Junlin is at peak Mahayana cultivation. Damn it, we've all been tricked. Venerable Hanwu said sadly. Venerable Wind wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. As things stand, we can only use the clan's secret method to kill this person at all costs. Agreed. This battle must be won. The face of the feathered sect is at stake. Words. The few core elders behind them all revealed looks of awe as they thought of something. Looks like it's going to be that trick. At this point, feeling the power in his body that had skyrocketed again out of nowhere, Yi Junlin's heart couldn't mention how painful it was. It turned out that just now, Venerable Hanwu had blocked his attack without triggering the mechanism of encountering strength because the conditions for triggering it had not been reached. If the mechanism is to be successfully triggered, it will only work if the opponent makes an active attack in the first place. Suddenly, Yi Junlin sensed something and frowned. Buzz off. At this moment, Venerable Wind, Venerable Hongwu, and Venerable Golden Snake's auras were subtle and incomparable, releasing even more powerful energy fluctuations than before. One after another, silver runes emerged on the surface of the skin, spreading to the neck then all over the face, and finally forming inverted triangular vertical eyes on the forehead. A brilliant silver-white light filled the surroundings with an air of sanctity and inviolability. Heavens, how did those three honored ones become like this? Could it be that what they're performing is the rumored unique secret technique of the Feathered Sect? The Feathered Ascension Decree? I know. I heard that this secret method must be cultivated only by the more promising ones in the core elder lineage. This secret method was created by the founding ancestor of the sect, and is the foundation of the Feathered Sect's foothold. Those who execute the Feathered Ascension resolve will have their battle power elevated to a new level. The army of cultivators boiled over. This was the underlying strength of the Feathered Sect that had lasted for ages. Red Thousand Leaf's face surfaced with gravity. What a subtle secret method. It's no better than those great sects in the central region. The person who pioneered this method had a talent comparable to that of a demon. Rumble. At the edge of the sky, three powerful figures sprawled across the dome of the sky, divine silver-white radiance rippling throughout their bodies, as if they had the posture of becoming immortals. Venerable Hongwu's eyes flashed with a hint of exuberance. Is this the state of performing a secret technique? I feel my body filled with infinite power. Seize the moment. You all know what the cost you will face the longer the secret method lasts. We have no way back. Venerable Wind said in a deep voice. As long as I can blood-wash this sect. What's wrong with me, old woman? Even if my cultivation regresses and my foundation is destroyed. Venerable Golden Snake's face was maniacal as she roared lowly. Kill! The roar cut through the sky. They launched their attacks with all their might, casting out artifacts that were 100 times more powerful than before. With the addition of several other core elders, an airtight stranglehold was formed. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. It wasn't until now that he started to get a little squared away. Boom, boom, boom. Intense popping sounds rang out. Yi Junlin's fists and palms exchanged. One person facing 9 Mahayanas, but of course more. He was fighting with those 3 strongest Zunas. Yi Junlin clearly felt that his pressure had increased all of a sudden. The art of great destruction. The Wind-Exalted One was covered in silver-white runes and lifted his hand to execute a crushing killing move. Prickly. A white wind like a tornado swept tyrannically, to tear Yi Junlin to pieces. Go to hell. Venerable Hanwu and Venerable Golden Snake, under the augmentation of the Feathered Ascension Decree, exerted terrifying strength as if they were gods, forming a pincer attack and approaching frantically. Boom! Right at this moment, a huge pressure spread like the surging waves of the sea, and behind Yi Junlin, a lofty shadow that covered the sky emerged. He was seen wearing an imperial crown on his head, his eyes indifferent and cold, standing quietly with his hands behind his back, as if he was standing on a long river of time. This is... Everyone's faces were horrified, and a feeling of wanting to submit arose in their hearts. It's the phantom that appeared in the secret realm at that time. Red Thousand Leaves breathed in sharply, her Danfang eyes wide. Yi Junlin, who was carrying the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma phase on his back, instantly became majestic in his aura, as if he had changed into a different person. He raised his hand, and an infinite amount of power rushed forth, breaking through all sorts of killing moves at once and shaking those core elders backward. This is the Dharma phase divine power. Venerable Wind was shocked. But I've never seen this kind of phallic appearance before, Venerable Hongwu said in shock. In front of this gigantic Dharma phase, they were as small as ants, and they couldn't wait to worship it. Look, the next one is the main event, Yi Junlin said in a cloudy manner. Venerable Golden Snake held back her inner throbbing and growled lowly. Who are you scaring? What big scenes have I not seen before? Old woman? Ha! Yi Junlin laughed coldly and slowly lifted his hand up, extending his index finger to point at the center of her eyebrow. Boom! The heavens and earth were eclipsed, and the only thing that remained was Yi Junlin's finger that contained the great Tao. Venerable Golden Snake felt unspeakable fear. The fingertips in front of his eyes were rapidly expanding, and the crisis of death loomed over his heart. The most frightening thing was that her body was suddenly difficult to move. The space around her was frozen, and her aura could not even flow. Endless golden finger-ons detached from the fingertips, like golden divine swords of vast light, tearing through the heavens to form twisting ripples. The heaven-stopping finger. Ah! The golden snake venerable emitted a mournful wail, desperately casting spells to resist, but all of them could not ultimately avoid the fate of being exterminated. The others were so scared that their hairs exploded in horror. Then, Yi Junlin raised his fist and struck it blatantly. His fist force was domineering and overwhelming, shaking the ancient world. With a rumbling sound, the fist seal carried a whirlpool that looked like a black hole, crushing over with a fierce momentum, and those several core elders wanted to scatter and dodge away. But to their horror, they found that they couldn't even control themselves, and instead, they took the initiative to get closer like moths to a flame. Help me! Help me! No! Subsequently, those few people were torn into pieces, their gods and souls extinguished, forever dissipating into the heavens and earth. Venerable Wind and Venerable Hangwu were horrified inwardly, glancing at each other as they turned around and fled in separate directions. The terrifying strength displayed by Yi Junlin directly shattered their belief in fighting. Still trying to escape? A teasing voice resounded through the miles of sky. Venerable Wind and Venerable Hongwu realized with horror that behind them, each had a large white hand emitting blazing light grabbing at them. Across a distance of 10,000 meters, it clutched them directly. You devil! The feathered sect will not let you go. Venerable Wind hissed as his 7 orifices bled and he struggled frantically to no avail. A great devil has come out of the wasteland state. A great devil! Venerable Hongwu's face was desperate as he shouted hysterically. Hey! Why bother? Yi Junlin shook his head and clasped his hands firmly. Boo! Boo! These two were then pinched at the same time. Instantly, countless gazes looked shockingly at the invincible figure that stood above the sky dome, as well as the vastness of the Dharma phase that dominated the heavens and the earth behind it. The entire heaven and earth were dead silent. Chapter 43, A Move into the Soul. After a long time, exclamations of surprise followed one after another. The battlefield was thrown into a huge uproar. Hiss, 18 core elders, all killed by Yi Junlin alone. What are we still fighting for? Retreat! Escape! The vast army of cultivators began to stage an unprecedented great escape. In front of their eyes, all of them were fleeing figures, as if there was an overwhelmingly ferocious demon behind them. Well, there's still 60% mana in my body this time, so why don't I just try the new divine ability that was rewarded earlier? Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. After the cultivation level was raised, there was also more mana. If the situation was reversed from the last time, this would probably be the bottom again. Senior brother Ye's strength is simply unfathomable. Void Yonyan murmured as their hearts shook furiously. Master is so powerful. Bai Xiaoshi shouted excitedly. In here, there was no one more shocked than Red Qianye. At this moment, he was like a clay mold, dumbfounded, staring at the figure in a daze. No one knows how much it hit him. Wait, this is another. Red Shiba saw something and his face was shocked. High above, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was like an inverted funnel, converging on Yi Junlin's palm, and the body mobilized surging mana, surging and pouring it out. His palm slowly lifted up. A large mass of 5-colored light coalesced in his palm, and then wildly expanded, like a 5-colored divine sun across the sky, bright and blazing, which could be seen even by cultivators 10,000 miles away. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped, and in the shocked eyes of the crowd, the only thing that was there was that brilliant as hell 5-colored ball of light. This is the 5-pole reincarnation great destruction technique. Swish! Yi Junlin held the 5-colored light ball in his hand and gently threw it towards the front. This scene, which was like a tiny ant that lifted a 10,000-foot boulder and threw it out, made a strong visual impact. Rumble! The 5-colored light clusters landed in the army of cultivators and exploded, forming waves of energy light. The 5 colors intertwined and entwined in a beautiful way, with a sense of vision of a 5-colored ocean. Quick! Open the defense formation! A huge warship with a defensive light screen was released, but under the impact of the 5-colored light, it was like window paper being torn to shreds, and the faces of the cultivators inside were horrified as they watched themselves being devoured by the light. The densely packed cultivators of the feathered sect were all submerged, which contained countless Jindan, Yuaning, and transformation spirit, all of which were annihilated in this catastrophe. Amitabha Buddha, we should not have come to send death. This great devil is far more terrifying than rumors, said a group of Zen cultivators sitting on the flying boat, looking at the raging multicolored light and smiling miserably. With those words, the entire flying boat was swallowed up and turned into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Under the shroud of the 5-pole reincarnation Great Destruction technique, the army of 1 million cultivators directly vaporized. This scene scared the Demon Sect disciples and elders silly. Phew, Junlin's forehead was a little sweaty, and he secretly smacked his lips as he felt the exertion brought about by this move. It's worthy of being a supreme divine art. We won. After a moment of silence, cheers erupted from all over the sect, shaking the heavens. The entire desolate state trembled in fear, and the native cultivators admired them to the core. Zuni Yi, alone, destroyed an army of 1 million cultivators. Ask who could do that from ancient times to the present day? Venerable Ye's divine might is unfathomable. I am in awe. Invincible. Elder Yi is invincible. There were cries of alarm. Amidst the loud cheers, Junlin re-entered Misty Peak. Big brother, do you still lack a pendant on your leg? The hidden sword peak master hurriedly came over and said adoringly, Che, senior brother Yi doesn't want a stinky man like you. After the peak master of Tianxian Peak pushed him away with a look of disgust, she then looked admiringly at the silver-haired youth and softly said, Senior brother Yi, it's been hard on you this time. Senior sister will give you a shoulder rub. The imploring eyes seemed as if they were going to take the shape of Yi Junlin. Void Yunyan laughed bitterly. This battle has finally allowed us to see your truest cultivation, or else how much longer would you have to hide it from us? Senior brother Yi, honorable Yi. Yeah. The rest of the peak masters said excitedly. Seeing this, Yi Junlin lightly coughed a few times and said, Low key, be low key. Then he sat his butt back in the recliner, picked up the Orlan's wings and ate them dutifully. At this moment, Red Shiba stood in place. Ashamed, he had thought of escaping, but now that he was in this situation, could he escape? After witnessing Yi Junlin's strength, Red Xianya felt that the gap between the two sides, once again, was much wider. Even if he fought back to the death, it was simply impossible to overcome. What's more, today's him was in such a poor state that he couldn't even compare to a single finger of his opponent. What to do? What the hell is this seat supposed to do? Damn it, this old six is such a dog. Obviously having a cultivation at the peak of the Mahayana, but still disguising himself as a harmonization realm. This seat has never seen such a shameless person in my life. Between the ups and downs of his thoughts, beads of bean-sized sweat overflowed from Red Shiba's forehead, and the thought of the consequences he would have to face next sent a chill through his body. He hated himself so much for being so impulsive. Now exposed their own ambitions, but also publicly torn-face injured fellow disciples, not to mention whether or not to save the relationship between this master and disciple. Their own little life is still not in another awe. After finishing the 6 pieces of Orlan's barbecue wings, Yi Junlin picked up the milk tea and gulped a mouthful of it, a cozy demeanor on his face. Suddenly he noticed Red Shiba standing there like a log and raised his eyebrows. Yo, so you're still here? Void had a year and they were a little dazed. Daring to press the point, Red Shiba froze, meaning this is over? As a result, the next second he was in despair, and his body was like falling into an ice cellar. Elder brother Jane, please chop him into mincemeat right now and fertilize that sycamore tree in my yard. Thank you, Yi Junlin said seriously. The hidden sword peak master was a bit surprised. Then he nodded. Oh, good. Then, he drew his sword and was about to slash at Red Shiba. Puff! Without the slightest hesitation, Red Thousand Leaves fell to his knees and hurriedly cried out, I beg master to spare my disciple's life. I am willing to pay for my sins and ask for master's forgiveness. The hidden sword peak master paused in his steps and looked at Yi Junlin in a difficult manner. Yi Junlin said with a wry smile, weren't you quite powerful before? Why are you suddenly wimpy now? Red Thousand Leaves felt his cheeks burning hot, so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Master, this time, it's because of my apprentice's complacency. I beg you to give my apprentice another chance to reform himself. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Calm yourself, stop when I say stop. Yes. Red Shiba raised his hand shakily, gritted his teeth, and snapped and slapped at his face, hitting the corners of his mouth so hard that blood shot out. It's nothing as long as I can live. Snap, snap. The slapping sound was crisp and clear, echoing all around the peak. Senior brother Red, Bai Shaoshi was a little distressed and wanted to go forward to help him up, but was stopped by a look from Yi Junlin. Void Yunyan's gaze shifted constantly and sighed. Betrayal of the division should rightly be put to death. But Hong Qianyi did step in to protect the Xintian sect at the last minute, and is considered to be a meritorious person, so I would suggest that it is better to be sent to the back of the mountain and face the wall. As the patriarch, he valued Hong Qianye's potential very highly, although he felt that Hong Qianye's character was perverse, but as long as Yi Junlin was there, he would be able to suppress the other party, and in the future, as he continued to steer in the right direction, he believed that he would still be able to eventually integrate into the clan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yi Junlin spoke. Since this is the case, a mortal sin can be avoided and a living sin cannot be escaped. Next you get lost and go face the wall. Red Qianye stopped, his cheeks swollen into a pig's head, looking extremely comical and ridiculous. At this moment, he stood up and deeply arched his hand in obeisance. Disciple Red Qianye, thank you master for your forgiveness. After saying that, he stumbled out of ethereal peak in a staggering figure. This disciple of yours, you really don't let people worry about you. Void Yonyan shook his head. In our place, only senior brother Yi can subdue him. If not for senior brother Yi, these few of us are nothing in his eyes. The hidden sword peak master snorted coldly. After all, he was already highly talented, and our Shin Tian Sect's ability to keep him isn't all thanks to senior brother Yi. The heavenly fragrance peak master covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Yi Junlin sighed. It's all because of my lack of discipline during the weekdays that I allowed him to be this reckless. Don't worry everyone, I will continue to temper him. He just loved watching this disciple of his, who was clearly already upset, but had to hold his tongue and force a smile. Ruwashi, Mouse is in. Master wants to eat hot pot. Okay, Mouse is getting it up. Senior brother Yi, is a hot pot a pot with fire? Can this thing be eaten too? Ha ha, if you guys are so curious, why don't you stay and give it a try? Okay. Back on the hill, a red figure stood silently, looking at the swollen, pig-headed face reflected on the pool of water. Hong Qianye's eyes were moist, her body was shivering slightly, and she felt incomparably heartbroken. He never imagined that the road to reversal would be so difficult. I don't believe that you can keep springing up. As long as I cultivate hard, I will soon be able to reach the Mahayana as well, or even surpass it. Yi Junlin, you wait for this seat. Chapter 44, Signing In, Hanging Mount. It didn't take long for the results of the battle in the desolate state to be passed on, sweeping through the remaining 13 Dao states like a storm. Holy, Yi Junlin of the Shin Tian sect is actually of the Mahayana realm cultivation? Even the 18 venerables sent by the feathered sect were killed by him? What? The entire army of 1 million cultivators has been wiped out? Sinning, my brother is still inside. Hey, looks like my sister-in-law can only be left in my care. With such a thirst for killing, the white-haired old devil will be punished by heaven. Simply the #1 executioner in the eastern region. Everywhere in the state of Florida, there are monks with sad faces, chanting sutras to pray for the souls of the departed in faraway places. The hanging temple, which was originally loud and clear, was dead silent after learning the news. And in a certain attic in the spirit state, an incredulous cry of shock came from it. Impossible, that native of the desolate state is actually this strong? I'm afraid this is a reincarnation of an immortal realm powerhouse who has been reincarnated and remodeled? Shui Tiany's intense movement was interrupted again, and after hearing his men's report in a moment of irritation, his evil face was filled with a stunned look. The guard said bitterly, "Young lord, it's true, Shui Tiany was really scared. His back was creepy and cold. It was lucky that he didn't do anything that day, otherwise even his father couldn't save him. Quickly, find a few more female cultivators for this Gongzi. This Gongzi wants to suppress the shock." Ha, why are you still standing there? Don't you understand? If you're told to go, you go, or you can drag your mom over here to make up the difference. Words. The guard looked flustered and retreated hurriedly in fear. He did not want his old lady to be tortured to death by Shui Tiany. Shui Tiany exhaled heavily and viciously pounced on the bed to continue plowing. Inside the curtains, once again, a murderous howl rang out. At this moment, after hearing the news of the defeat, the entire feathered sect was thrown into a huge shock, and both the disciples and the elders felt a great sense of incredulity. How many years has it been since the feathered sect lost a foreign battle? This is the first time, right? Especially with 18 core elders losing their lives. This was undoubtedly something that had shaken the foundation of the sect. To know, each of them on the bottom of the people, have the power of life and death, usually in the sect like a god, the status of the high and mighty. As a result, all of them are gone this time. Dang! The funeral bells tolled and echoed overhead. The atmosphere inside the sect was depressing, and sobs rang out from everywhere. You're telling the truth? Inside the Hall of True Transmission, Chen Lord, who was originally recuperating from his injuries, was struck by lightning, and his body staggered as he stood up, his eyes full of horror. Holy Son, old me is truthful in every sense of the word. Now that this matter is all over the eastern region, our feathered sect has lost completely this time. Elder Mo of the law enforcement hall's eyes turned red as he cried out. Chen Lord staggered back and fell to the ground, smiling miserably. Yi Junlin, you have a deep heart. You are obviously already a Mahayana, yet you are concealing your cultivation. Is it a deliberate attempt to tease the saint's son? He had originally thought that if he worked hard to cultivate to the harmonization realm, he would possess the capital to fight against Yi Junlin. But I didn't realize that reality had slapped him in the face so quickly. That guy wasn't an amalgam, but a Mahayana. Saint's son, you must not be discouraged. That white-haired old devil is an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise how could he have such a profound cultivation? You're still young. It's too early. The Mahayana is the end for him. But for you, it's a necessary stage. After all, you have the stature to become an immortal. Seeing that Chen Lang was lost in thought, Elder Mo quickly spoke out to encourage him. Chen Lord's bleak eyes gradually brightened. That's right. This saint's son is going to cross the threshold to become an immortal in the future. How can I just admit defeat like this? Isn't it just the Mahayana realm? I can break through sooner or later. That's right. Elder Mo nodded. Suddenly, as if he had made some sort of decision, Chen Lord gritted his teeth and said, Elder Mo, please inform the higher-ups that I have decided to refine that supreme yang object ahead of time, just to raise my cultivation and strength as soon as possible. What? Saint's son you want? Now? Elder Mo's face was full of shock, almost suspecting that his ears had heard it wrong. That thing of the sun, called the sun true fire, rumored to be 1,000,000 years ago from the sky dome fell down, making the Qingzhou Red Land thousands of miles. The people of the people. At that time, a lot of great powers want to subdue it, but by the hot sun true fire burned to the soul of the gods, just at the time of the situation. And finally it is the Fei Huata sect ancestor to take the initiative. Will be the sun true fire with the great magic power to seal in the depths of the sect forbidden land. It wasn't until Chen Lord, who was bearing the sun immortal body, appeared that the sect's senior management remembered that this item of supreme yang was suitable for Chen Lord to use. However, due to the fact that the might of this object was too overbearing, even though it was a good fit with the sun immortal body, due to the fact that Chen Lord's current cultivation was insufficient, he could only postpone the refining. In the sect's view, one must at least reach the Mahayana realm before they would be willing to feel comfortable handing it over to Lord Chen for refining, because the refining can be very painful and difficult. A higher cultivation level would alleviate this feeling and be more certain of success, but if they failed, the backlash would surely kill them. Now, Chen Lord, who was not yet in the harmonization realm, actually took the initiative to refine the sun true flame, which made old man Mo feel very difficult. After all, Chen Lord was an existence whose talent and physique could be considered supreme in the feathered sect for millions of years, and was the best candidate to attain immortality in the future. If anything happens in this, it's not worth it. Saint's son, the old man understands your feelings, but you'd better calm down. Elder Mo, please believe me, I just want to become stronger now. The sun true flame is for me. It's something that has been destined in the underworld for a long time. Chen Lord's eyes were firm as he said word for word, this saint's son will be reborn in nirvana. Infected by the youth's conviction, Elder Mo's heart was greatly shaken, his eyes showing deep admiration as he sighed. Alright, I will report truthfully, and I also asked the saint's son to be mentally prepared. Looking at Mo Lao's back as he left, Chen Lord resat on the futon with his knees crossed. His thoughts were enlightened, and he had the feeling of not breaking, not standing, and placing himself on death's doorstep. In his mind, recalling that red-clothed silhouette, Chen Lord felt a sense of shame of being defeated within his heart, and a look of resentment surfaced on his face as he said in a chilling voice, next time, this saint's son will take your life. If you want to solve your father's murderer, start by killing his disciple. The matter of the Battle of the Desolate State was a big deal in the eastern region, and the Xin Tian sect's status soared wildly. Not only was it officially located in one of the top 10 immortal sects, but it also smoothly broke into the top 5. And Yi Junlin, naturally, the prestige of the skyrocketed. After a variety of good people made up, what white-haired old devil, white-haired killing god, white devil, Yi devil and so on nicknames, all rested on his head. His reputation for ferocity is so widespread that even wailing babies stop crying when his mighty name is mentioned in the middle of the night. After all, slaughtered millions of cultivator army, died in his hands Jindan Yuaning countless. What the transformation of the spirit of the merging is also well documented. Even called the venerable Mahayana realm, there are a full 18 fell. With such a horrible and appalling record, who dares to look on the bright side? The 14 Dao states of the eastern domain were in a state of debate, and countless forces were in awe of Yi Junlin. At the same time, they couldn't help but cast their eyes towards the feathered sect, wanting to see what reaction the feathered sect would make externally. But surprisingly, the feathered sect, perhaps because of the attrition this time, was truly hurtful, so it did not take the next retaliatory move. A few months later, Xian Tian sect, Misty Peak. The sun is high in the sky and the birds are squeaking. Yi Junlin wore sunglasses and sat comfortably on a recliner, picking up a highball glass made of 1,000-year glaze, and pretending to say, Mr. Red, please give me a glass of 82-year-old Lafite. Yes, Mr. Yi. Red Chiba looked like he was already used to it. His face was very calm. He reached out his hand to his chest and gently bent down to salute. Then he took out the bottle made of obsidian and slowly poured the red liquid towards the goblet. The red liquid smells mellow and mesmerizing. It was brewed from 10,000-year-old blood grapes, and was very beneficial to the practitioner's body. Yi Junlin gently took a sip, a mesmerized look on his face as he exclaimed, very good. Red Thousand Leaf's expression was calm, but inwardly he belabored, oh, it's gone crazy again. This guy's brain is really sick. When will this miserable day of this seat be the end? He was speechless at Yi Junlin's demeanor, but forced by the lewd might could only obediently cooperate with the performance. Yi Junlin didn't bother with Red Chiba's eyes that were like looking at a retard. At this moment he was shaking his red wine glass, his eyes were closed and his mouth was lightly humming a small tune, immersed in his own world. At this time, the system beep sounded. Ding! The number of sign-ins for today has been refreshed. May I ask if the host is signing in? Sign in. Yi Junlin's heart stirred as he meditated. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his great outburst of good fortune, obtaining a supreme level mount. Tinkerbell! The glass fell to the ground, spilling a puddle of red wine on the floor. Apprentice Sun knows his mistake. Red Thousand Leaves was startled, hastily bending down and bowing his head in a conditioned reflex, thinking that it was because of himself that he had caused the silver-haired youth in front of him to be displeased. But Yi Junlin's mind was fully focused on the rewards. He breathed a little sharply and asked with secret anxiety, Tuanzi, to be complete, what kind of mount is it? Chapter 45 Ancient Divine Beast recognizes its master. Ding! It's a Koan Pong O. It's just currently in its juvenile stage, but it's also in the Mahayana realm. Please treat it well. Koan Pang, an ancient divine beast with unlimited growth potential. One of the strongest creatures in the heavens and the worlds. It can fly freely in the air and swim freely in the ocean. Words. Yi Junlin was in an excited mood. How could a cultivator as handsome as him go out without a gorgeous mount? It's a little too shabby to fly by yourself alone. Fortunately, the system was quite competitive and compensated him with an ancient divine beast Koan Pang as a mount. It's really a great way to go out and fight and pretend to be a good person. Red Chiba raised his head full of suspicion, and was very depressed inside when he realized that this person was acting very happy, and did not look angry at all. Damn! What's wrong with you? A shocker. Master. Suddenly, a rat-headed being came running with gusto, holding a red invitation in his hand. It was seen wearing a pink jacket dress, with snow-white, smooth and delicate skin, and a delicate and petite lowly figure, overflowing with youthful vigor. But the only thing that stood out was the neck, the white fluffy rat's head, and the rat's face in an anthropomorphic grin. Xiaoshi, what's this in your hand? Yi Junlin asked strangely. Bai Xiaoshi waved the invitation in her hand and said excitedly, this is the invitation that Patriarch gave to Mousie, saying that it's to be forwarded to you. Master. Yi Junlin took the invitation and opened it, and when he saw the contents inside, an odd look appeared on his face. As it turned out, it was the old ancestor of the Shui family of the spirit state, who had successfully emerged from seclusion after many years a while ago, breaking through from the Mahayana to the transition realm, shaking the eastern region. The Shui family was so happy that they purposely issued invitations for the outside world, allowing cultivators with dignified names to attend the banquet, the meaning of which was self-evident. That is, they wanted to take advantage of this old ancestor's breakthrough to cross the threshold and increase the influence of the Shui family. It was well known that the Mahayana realm could be referred to as a venerable one, but once one broke through to the transition, they had the name of Void Immortals. After all, to be able to relate to the word immortal, there was no need to say how powerful this realm was, because one step higher was the rumored true immortal realm. That was an immortal who had truly realized transcendence, an existence that stood at the top of the cultivation world, a realm that countless cultivators aspired to and wanted to reach. At this point, Yi Junlin rubbed his chin and said with interest, inviting the Xian heavenly sect to the banquet at this juncture. It seems that they want to knock the mountain and shake the tiger as a means of accomplishing the prestige of the Shui clan's ancestor. Void Immortal? Is it powerful? Believe it or not. I'll show you in a minute. Ding! Randomly triggering a new task. The host takes the new mount to the Shui family for a banquet, and shocking the whole place successfully, will receive a special reward. Oh! The system beep sounded. Tuzi, this mission of yours came at the right time. My heart for pretending is already stirring. Yi Junlin gave a crooked smile. Can you afford to not go out and show off your newly acquired mount? Senior, are we going? Bai Xiaoshi asked. We're leaving now. Yi Junlin secretly said. Tuzi, summon me the supreme level Mount Koan Pang immediately. Ding, this will summon the host. Rumble, In the depths of the endless dome of the sky, a terrifying and majestic pressure swept in. The bright light was like a starry river hanging down, and a behemoth slowly drilled out of the clouds, revealing its vast 10,000-meter body. It was a giant creature that traveled above the 9 heavens, looking like a deep-sea whale with wings flapping on each side. The heaven and earth aura within 100 miles radius was instantly disordered, and the vast astral winds covered the sky. Boom! The Xiantian sect was thrown into a huge shock. All the reared spirit beasts were lying on the ground, feeling the unprecedented suppression of their bloodline, shivering in fear and urinating. Countless disciples and elders were horrified, looking up at the sky in disbelief, their bodies as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and their bodies were chilled. What's going on? Is it a demonic beast attacking the sect? Shouts of alarm filled the area and panic spread everywhere. Swish, swish, swish. Void Yunyan and the others swept out from the major main peaks in a flash, looking at the huge and boundless giant creature, their eyes showing a flash of extreme shock. Patriarch, this is actually a Mahayana realm supreme-level demonic beast. Why did it appear here? Could it be sent by the feathered sect? As a matter of urgency, I think it's only right to open the clan protection formation. Quickly, open the clan protection formation. Void Yunyan cried out anxiously. Boom! The protector formation hidden in the Xiantian sect was activated, and countless blazing halos rose up like densely packed stars suspended in the heavens. The aura intertwined and encircled, forming a divine and inexplicable star map that was about to defend itself against the giant creatures that were getting closer and closer. After Yi Junlin's alterations a while ago, the Xiantian sect's protector formation had a brand new breakthrough, enough to block an unusual Mahayana realm attack. But now, in front of that terrifying creature, the sect protector formation was actually trembling as far as the naked eye could see, as if it was struggling to even withstand its pressure. Ah, the demon is coming. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoshi was so scared that she crouched on the ground with her hands on her head, her rat face full of fear. Could this be? Red Xianya felt incredulous and breathed sharply. With his eyesight, he naturally recognized the identity of this giant creature. This is one of the rumored strongest ancient beasts, the Kuan Pang. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered as he nodded in satisfaction. This Kuan Pang was still only a juvenile, but it had such a terrifying might. Even the 18 core elders from before, it was estimated that they would be easily torn apart by it. If this were to grow further, how terrifying the strength would be. At this moment, Red Chiba took 2 steps backward, with the gesture of hurrying to run away if the timing was not right. Just kidding. An ancient divine beast of this level suddenly parachuted in to attack this sect, and he would definitely lose his life if he was caught up in it. Red Thousand Leaves glanced at the silver-haired youth again, and secretly said in his heart, "See, this is your retribution." He didn't think that Yi Junlin would be able to fight the Kuan Pang, even if they were in the same Mahayana realm. As one of the strongest ancient divine beasts, their battle prowess was certainly unquestionable. Just as people were on edge, Yi Junlin pulled himself up into a rainbow light and rushed into the sky. Look, Yi Fengmao is going to make a move. A disciple shouted in surprise. Senior brother Yi, be careful, Void Yunyan and the others said nervously. Right now, the only person who could fight that demonic beast was this Misty Peak Master, the facade bearer of the Xiantian sect. What did he expect? Yi Junlin directly waved his hand to remove the clan protection formation, then waited motionlessly for the Kuan Pang to arrive. The Kuan Pang roamed the skies, exuding a kingly aura that oppressed the living world, and after seeing Yi Junlin appear, his speed steeply accelerated and rushed over with monstrous waves of air. Hoo. Seeing the Kuan Pang getting closer and closer to Yi Junlin, many people were shocked and appalled. Is he sending him to his death? Red Chiba muttered in a daze. Next, seeming to see a sight that would be hard to forget in this lifetime, the pupils of Red Shenya's eyes contracted sharply, his pupils trembling violently as he lost his voice and said, how is this possible? In the gazes of countless stunned eyes, the Kuan Pang that came in a rage was not as ferocious as it had been when it appeared a moment ago, but at the moment, it was like a docile cat, gently rubbing its head against Yi Junlin. The demeanor is very intimate and goes against the massive size. Good boy, really good boy. From now on you'll follow me. Yi Junlin stretched out his hand and patted it with a smile on his lips. The Kuan Pang shook his body excitedly and opened his mouth to let out a loud and clear sound, looking very cheerful and lively. Seeing this scene, the Xiantian sect was dead silent. Countless faces were stupefied and mouths were wide open. What's going on here? Did I see it right? Peak Master Yi raised his hand and subdued it? The disciples were filled with incredulity and spoke in awe. Sovereign, that demonic beast seems to know senior brother Yi? The hidden sword Peak Master said in shock. Ah! Screams rang out, causing them to look over. Senior sister Kai, what's wrong with you? The heavenly fragrance Peak Master covered her full chest and looked at the behemoth. her beautiful eyes showing shock. Everyone, this demonic beast resembles an ancient divine beast named Kuan Pang that I read in an ancient book before. The kunai, ancient beasts. The hearts of the crowd were twitching at the sound of these two epithets. When senior sister Kai said that, I also remembered. It's just that according to the description in the book, the adult Kuan Pang is so vast and boundless in size that it can swallow planets alive and travel the heavens and the worlds. But this Kuan Pang is obviously too far from the rumors. Void Junlin throat swallowed. I think it's because this Kuan Pang is still in its juvenile stage. Hiss. The crowd gasped backward. Such a rare ancient divine beast had actually appeared in the Shin Tian sect, and was still obedient to senior brother Yi. What's going on here? Chapter 46, Traveling to the Spirit State. Yi Junlin turned around and introduced himself with a smile. Don't panic everyone, this is my Mount Kuan Pang. This statement caused a huge stir. Holy, this ancient divine beast is actually willing to be senior brother Yi's mount? The few people from the Hidden Sword Peak Master were dumbstruck, their hearts envious. Void Yunyan lamented. Senior brother Yi really is even favored by the heavens. Perhaps this is fate. And at the ethereal peak, Red Thousand Leaves, who was at a much higher cognitive level, was even more drastically impacted psychologically. He was once an immortal, and being in the center region of the Kunlun realm, he had come into contact with much more secret stories than ordinary cultivators, and based on what he had learned, the divine beasts of this world were already extinct, not to mention the descendants of the ancient divine beast Kuan Pang. But now, not only did the descendant of the Kuan Pang suddenly appear, he also took the initiative to act as a mount for Yi Junlin, which made Red Qianya feel very outrageous. According to the rumors, there are those who are blessed with a great fortune of heavenly destiny who will obtain many unimaginable chances, and even divine beasts may come after them just to recognize their masters. Could this guy really be that kind of being? Associated with what she had experienced before, Hong Qianya's breathing almost stopped, her heart was like waves rising, and the way she looked at Yi Junlin was different. Possessing a treasure trove suspected to be an ancient relic, reaching the Mahayana realm at a young age, and mastering all sorts of subtle great magical abilities. Now even the descendant of the ancient divine beast Kuan Pang has taken the initiative to show up and recognize his master. Isn't this the one who is endowed with great fortune? On what grounds? Why should even God favor him with such a daily swinging, self-sacrificing piece of like him? And this seat, this kind of groping, hard-working devil cultivator, is going to have his dignity trampled on wantonly. When he thought of the grievances he had suffered during this period of time, Red Chiba resisted the urge to shed tears as the sadness in his heart flowed backward into a river. In midair, Yi Junlin patted the Kuan Pang's head and lamented, I'll call you Ah Kuan from now on. Upon hearing this affectionate name, the Kuan Pang swung its body cheerfully and swept up a vast gale that shook the cultivators underneath. Yi Junlin thought about it and always felt that it was almost something. He raised his hand and pinched his fingers and pointed them somewhere. Rumble. Under the effect of the mana, an imposing palace rose up from the mountain peak and gently landed on the Kuan Pang's back amidst countless shocked gazes. Not bad, so I can lie down inside. Yi Junlin nodded with satisfaction. The Hidden Sword Peak Master's jaw dropped as he looked at the empty site of his Hidden Sword Peak, holding his head in both hands as he let out a groundhog-like cry. Ah, that was my home. Put. Seeing this, the other Peak Masters burst out laughing. Sect Master Void had a few young coughs and solemnly said, Senior Brother Jane, I understand your feelings. Although Senior Brother Yi moved your house, the sect will build you a bigger one as compensation. The Hidden Sword Peak Master regained his composure and scratched his head and laughed. That's good. Not far away. Yi Junlin shouted. Apprentices, come up quickly. Master, I'm setting off. Okay, Mouse is coming. Bai Xiaoshi glanced at Hong Qianye, who was bowing his head to the side, and poked out his little finger, carefully saying, Senior Red Brother, Master called us to leave. Red Thousand Leaves slowly raised her head, her face bland. Aha! He looked at Yi Junlin's silhouette. The bottom of his eyes flickered with a lingering essence as he secretly said inwardly, Humph! This seed admits that people who are burdened with great chi are indeed formidable, but this seed is partial to not believing that it will always be in the wrong hands. As long as this seed is patient, sooner or later I will be able to plunder your chi and turn it into my own. It is no wonder that Red Thousand Leaves would think so, because he was first just a small beggar who was starving and freezing, and then it was through his tenacious beliefs that he grew up step by step to become the mighty Demon Sect leader of the world. In his eyes, practicing hard and fighting hard, anything is possible as long as you don't give in. Rumble. The Kuan Pang vibrated its huge wings and rode the majestic air currents to the sky, disappearing from view. Say, will it really be alright for Senior Brother Yi to go to the Xue family's banquet? After all, the Xue family's old ancestor is a void immortal. The Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master was worried. Don't worry. What's wrong with having an ancient divine beast as a companion? So what if it's a void immortal? As long as senior brother Yi doesn't make a mess, I'll be thankful. Void Yunyan put his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth lifting up in a meaningful smile. The Shui family deluded themselves into knocking down the mountain to shake the tiger, but this tiger happened to run over there in person. So I think the Shui family will definitely regret it. Reiju. Over the miles and miles of sky, the clouds rolled in. Suddenly, there were scattered floating islands appearing, varying in size, with houses lined up on top of them. And between each of these floating islands, there were arcane iron cold chains interspersed with each other. At the center was a huge floating island of vast size, surrounded by small islands like stars surrounding it. On this floating island, the aura was the most dense, and all the buildings were magnificent and even more spectacular. If you look closely, you will see that the place is decorated with lights and there is a joyful atmosphere everywhere. That's right. This is the Shui family's territory. All of the floating islands were owned by the Shui family, living generations of Shui family descendants. As for the largest giant floating island, it was naturally where the Shui family's main residence was located, and the Shui family members who could live there were the honorable first line of the lineage. But today was different. Because the Shui clan's old ancestor had successfully broken through and left the gate, the Shui clan had specially organized a large-scale banquet to allow the clansmen of the Shui clan's branches to be qualified to ascend to the main island to dip into the joyous atmosphere. Swish, 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 sky. Countless streams of light of different colors traveled through the void, heading for the large and imposing floating island. Male and female cultivators in different costumes, either in flying boats, with flying swords on their feet, or riding flying war beasts, were invited to come to the banquet from all the great states of the eastern domain. One must know that after the Shui family's old ancestor was promoted to void immortal, it also meant that the Shui family's status had risen, and the Shui family's people followed the chickens and dogs, and the Shui family, which already had the title of the #1 cultivation family in the spirit state, had now become even more seated because of this incident. Regardless of the purpose, all the major powers had to sell face and did not dare to offend the Shui family that was gaining momentum. The Shui family's main residence. There was a steady stream of guests and crowds. Congratulations! The Shui family has produced a void immortal, and for the next 300,000 years, the Shui family will have the shelter of void immortals. What envy! A great elder from a certain sect arched his hand in congratulations. Hey, what are you talking about? Don't look at the current void immortal. In the future you might break through to become a true immortal. That's an existence that can survive for millions of years. Mr. Shui, do you see that I'm right? A certain imperial dynasty prince fawned. Mr. Shui is the first son and grandson of the Shui family. Wouldn't his status be even higher now? Not to mention in the spirit state, even the entire eastern region can walk sideways. Another famous sword cultivator picked up his wine cup and said with a smile on his face, Yeah, take care of us from now on. The guests around them shouted. Well. The brocade-clothed man's face was evil, with a smug smile at the corners of his mouth, shaking a fan in his hand, his feet floating. Those who could come here were all the great states of the eastern domain, dignified figures, and at this time, the way they flattered together made Shui Tiany's vanity greatly satisfied. By the way, I wonder if the Shui family has sent invitations to the Tian sect. Suddenly, a guest mentioned. Abruptly, the clamor fell silent. Curious gazes were cast from all around, converging on Shui Tiany. Ever since the end of the Battle of the Desolate State, it was now the Tian sect's reputation that was the loudest in the entire eastern region. Even the feathered sect suffered a big loss because of an intelligence error. 1 million cultivators were killed and many elders lost their lives as a result. Hell knows that Yi Junlin was actually an honored one. This banquet, if even someone from the Xian heavenly sect were to attend, the significance it would bring would be extraordinary. Shui Tiany's eyes flickered as he sneered. Of course there is. I just don't know if that Tian sect dares to send someone to the appointment. Don't just find a random nobody to fool my Shui family, or else you won't even get in the door. What if it's Yi Junlin himself? A guest shouted. Hear the name. When Shui Tian thought of that black-robed figure, some beads of sweat overflowed from his forehead, but a look of arrogance surfaced on his face, and the fan in his hand gently shook. Then let him. This country bumpkin from the countryside. See the depths of my Shui family and spirit state. Chapter 47 Embarrassment. Mr. Shui is domineering. At that, the crowd gave an excited thumbs up. One of the guests fawned. Even though the Yi Junlin is an exalted one, when he sees our Duke Shui, he has to obediently come over and toast. After all, Duke Shui's old ancestor is a void immortal. After all, no matter how powerful an exalted one is, can it be compared to a void immortal? Ha. Yes, there was laughter all around, being touted by the crowd one after another. Shui Tiany was about to float up to the sky. His heart was full of smugness as he secretly said, Yi Junlin, So what if you're famous? In front of this Gongzi, even a dragon has to be coiled. As the number one dude in the Eastern Domain spirit state, everyone else was going all out with their fathers, silently spelling out their fathers, but Xuetiani was different, directly looking up to his old ancestor. Just then, cries of horror came from outside the mansion. Oh my god, what's that? Rumble. In the sky, a majestic kingly pressure spread like a wave, enveloping the group of floating islands occupied by the Xue family. Especially the smaller floating islands were trembling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless residents were scared out of their wits, their expressions horrified. They stared wide-eyed in horror, their eyes flashing with an extreme sense of shock. On the surface of the vast clouds, a behemoth of 10,000 meters in length was drilled out, looking like a giant whale of the deep sea, with its sky-shadowing wings flapping slowly, and endless streams of energy whistling. Those gorgeous treasure ships and flying boats nearby all involuntarily avoided them, and the cultivators staying on them were dumbfounded and stared blankly. What kind of demonic beast is this? I sensed the aura of an honored one. Someone had a face of fear. Among them, there was a green-clothed old man sitting on the back of the rockbird, who was struck by lightning when he saw this behemoth and exclaimed, This is a Kuan Pang. Kuan Pang? I've heard of it. That's an ancient divine beast that's rumored to have disappeared for a long time. Many cultivators who knew the origin of it showed shocked faces. This time, the Xue family held a big banquet and a Kuan Pang actually appeared. Could this be an auspicious omen? Wait, look closely guys, there's a palace on its back. This Kuan Pang has an owner. I don't know who shouted. There was a hissing and retching sound from all directions. A kunai as a mount? What kind of bigot is this? In the entire eastern region, is there anyone so fierce? Just as cries of alarm rose, the Kuan Pang charged towards the Xue clan's main residence on that giant island with a monstrous might. The Xue clan members on the island, men and women, young and old, were all frightened by this divine beast of powerful origin. Mr. Xue, look, a great power is riding a Kuan Pang to attend the banquet. My goodness, the one who took a supreme grade divine beast as a mount. This compulsion is also too big. Who exactly is the other party? Could it be that he has a friendship with the Xue family's old ancestor? Guests speculated. Xuetiani, face stagnant, suddenly thought of something, coughed lightly a few times. That's right, this visitor and my family ancestors have had friendship. My parents once also told me, in my birth that will be the time. He also deliberately showed up to accept me as a righteous son. Only later, my parents feel that this karma is too big, so politely rejected him. Now think about it. Really emotional. Saying that, Xuetiani looked in the direction of the Kuan Pang, his eyes surfacing with the color of remembrance. And that, hearing these words, the faces of the crowd swished dramatically, and the fear of the Xue family deepened quite a bit in their hearts. Even such a great man who used the Kuan Pang as a mount had friendships with the Xue family behind him, and even had to accept Xuetiani as his righteous son in his early years. The strength of this Xue family was truly terrifying. Dare I ask which fellow Daoist has traveled thousands of miles to come to the banquet? This friendship is received by me. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out from the Xue family like a great bell, clearly landing in everyone's ears. Swish! A tall middle-aged figure appeared in a flash. A head of long purple hair hanging down his waist, his gaze as deep as the sea, his body filled with an unfathomable aura. He stood above the void with his arms folded, as if even heaven and earth were dominated by him. All of the Xue clan members, after seeing this person, all respectfully arched their hands in obeisance and said, Greetings, old ancestor. That's right, this was the Xue clan's old ancestor, a newly promoted void immortal of the transition realm. A void immortal, possessing the might to penetrate the heavens and the earth, could not be compared to even more Zunis combined. This was also the reason why the Xue family dared to make a big fuss to build up momentum, because it was truly qualified to do so. At this point, due to the Kuan Pang's aura being too large, it directly attracted the Xue clan's old ancestor over. He was still wondering in his heart, which big man was traveling with such a rowdy appearance. Under the gaze of countless gazes, that Kuan Pang slowly descended to a low altitude. The palace carried on its back, from which three figures emerged. Demon Sect, Yi Junlin. A clear and crisp voice suddenly came out, and the one who spoke was a handsome youth wearing a black robe embroidered with gold and long silver white hair. Only Yi Junlin was seen with his hands behind his back, stepping in a calm and relaxed manner. Boom! Shasta! The whole place went into a huge boil. As the saying goes, a man's name is a tree's shadow. The battle of desolate state that shocked the eastern region a while ago was led by this person in front of him. Now, this master had personally appeared, and was also riding a supreme-level Kuan Pang, which simply stole the limelight from the Xue family. It's rumored in the outside world that Demon Sect is an ancient sect. I had my doubts before, but now I truly believe it. Even the Kuan Pang was used as a mount. so it can be seen how terrifying the underpinnings are. Someone couldn't help but say, this. The one who was most shocked was definitely Shui Tianyi. When he saw Yi Junlin step out from the back of the Kuan Pang, his head suddenly felt like it was going to explode. Immediately afterward, an unprecedented feeling of shame and indignation welled up from deep within. After all, just now he had revved up and made up a fuss about his friendship with this big brother. Who would have thought that this big brother was Yi Junlin? Mr. Shui, you before. Many guests have odd faces, and even some of them vigorously covered their mouths to hold back the urge to spurt with laughter, making snorting noises, which can be seen as how difficult it is to hold back laughter. Shui Tian's entire face was so red that it was dripping blood. It was simply a large social death scene. After a long time, he exhaled deeply and said in a chilling voice, "Did my lord say anything? I advise you all to think carefully again." The crowd's hearts thumped as they hurriedly shook their heads in denial. No. Mr. Shui didn't say anything. We didn't hear anything either. On the surface, but behind his back, he was cursing. This dog thing, his face skin is really ing thick. Ha! Shui Tianyi laughed coldly, his eyes casting a resentful gaze towards Yi Junlin. At this point, the Shui clan's old ancestor subconsciously froze upon hearing this name, and after combining it with the rumors he had recently heard, his eyes became obscure. He was truly surprised that the person who could harness the Kuan Pang was actually a junior. If it wasn't for the fear of the Xian Tian sect and the origin of that Kuan Pang, he would have wanted to make a move to rob it himself. After all, that was the descendant of an ancient divine beast. The bloodline is pure and the potential is terrifying. But now, since the other party had arrived, he had to make face no matter what, and in the meantime, further test this person's bottom line. So it's esteemed Lord Yi who has come to visit. It really makes my Shui clan look bright. The Shui family's old ancestor revealed a smiling face and arched his hand. According to reason, he was at the level of a void immortal, and a mere venerable was not worth it. But Yi Junlin was more special, and it was worth him lowering his stance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewarding all the avatar techniques with a 50-fold increase in automatic cultivation speed. The system beep sounded. It's really good. It seems that having a pulling mount is good. Yi Junlin secretly lamented. He looked toward the Shui clan's old ancestor and arched his hand in a polite manner. On behalf of the Xian Heavenly Clan, Mr. Yi congratulates your excellency on your breakthrough in transmigration. The Shui clan ancestor nodded and gestured. Please. Afterward, Yi Junlin and the others stepped into the Shui family residence with a flourish. The surrounding guests gazed in awe and whispered. That group of stinking monks in the Buddhist state all said that he is a white-haired old devil, but when people saw him today, they found that he looks quite handsome. Not at all as scary as the rumors. Compared to the name of the white-haired old devil, I would think that the white-haired god of murder would be more apt, as too many people have died at his hands. Quickly look, the woman in red next to her. Is Yi Junlin's great disciple? The outside world calls her the Red Fairy. Hiss, it's so beautiful. It's really the best color on earth. The focus of many of the guests was initially on Yi Junlin and then shifted to Red Qianya. After all, it was hard not to attract attention with Red Chiba's eye-catching red dress, as well as her unique cool temperament, and that exquisite and flawless face. As for Bai Xiaoshi, because it was afraid of being pointed out, it purposely wore a drapery hat this time, with its entire rat head covered, only revealing its delicate and petite body, because it followed Yi Junlin's ass. It was considered a personal child. Bai Xiaoshi looked around with her dripping eyes through the veil of the drapery, and when she realized that there were all sorts of precious fruits and snacks, she excitedly waved her little hands. Wow! So many delicious ones! Elder brother Hong, look! The corners of Red Chiba's mouth twitched a few times, speechless at this nervous rat. Yi Junlin laughed. Ruoshi, if you want to eat, go ahead and eat. Really? Then Mousy is welcome. Bai Xiaoshi's eyes lit up and she ran over with gusto. At this point, Shui Tianyi's eyes narrowed slightly as he decided to take the initiative to retrieve his offense. Then, he shook his fan in his hand and walked over in a dashing manner, with a smile on his lips. Brother Yi hasn't come back well. Yi Junlin twisted his head to look at him, looking up and down with an odd expression on his face, secretly saying in his heart, who is this? Familiar with me? Chapter 48. A good show is coming. Seeing that the other party was unresponsive, Shui Tianyi's smile stiffened a bit and he added with a few dry coughs, I am the Shui family's young master, and I am in the same direct lineage as the Shui family's old ancestor. The implication is that my son is very noble. Why don't you guys come and hold me up quickly? Yi Junlin said indistinctly. So that's how it is. It's fine. It's not too late to know. Shui Tianyi wore a smile on his face as he prepared for the flattering words that followed. None of Raoul's business. Yi Junlin left this sentence and walked away without looking back. Shui Tianyi's smile instantly disappeared from his face. his back teeth clenched in death as he looked towards Yi Junlin's back, his eyes covered in scarlet blood, his heart screaming madly. I'm the young master of the Shui family, the heir to the future Shui family head. My family's ancestor is a void immortal. How dare you natives be so rude to me? How dare you And the guests who witnessed this looked stunned. That's a little too disrespectful, isn't it? After Shui Tianyi touched the wall, he had no choice but to hold back that anger and readjust his state for the sake of the occasion. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Red Shiba. It's her, the supreme pride that defeated the holy son of the feathered sect that day. It was also the chief great disciple under Yi Junlin's seat, because this time it was at a banquet. Shui Tianyi had more time to slowly appreciate it, and the more he looked at it, the more fascinated he became. His heart was like a deer in headlights. It's beautiful. This face, this temperament, the group of rouge and vulgar powder that my son played with has no comparison. This male is suave and elegant. How many female cultivators are deeply uncontrollable? I believe that as long as I go up and strike up a conversation, I will surely be able to take her down by virtue of my personal charisma. Shui Tianyi secretly said. He had toyed with too many women, and he had also rated all kinds of self-esteem female cultivators, and now with the aura of the grandson of a void immortal on his head, Shui Tianyi didn't believe that Hong Qianye could still remain calm. He had a bad taste and wanted to pry Yi Junlin's female apprentice so that he would have more pleasure of revenge, and the thought of what it would be like to be pressed up against you after you've had your way. Shui Tianyi got a little hot under the collar. Meanwhile, Red Shiba stood in front of a delicate vase, frowned, reached out and took out a bouquet of flowers from it, and each petal has star-intertwined patterns and radiates a brilliant bright light that is mesmerizing. The red fairy likes flowers? Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind him. Shui Tianyi stepped forward, elegantly shaking his fan. His voice gentle. This flower is called the Yutua flower. It is the most suitable flower for ornamental purposes, but this kind of flower is very rare. My Shui family has only searched for 6. As the saying goes, a precious sword is given to a hero. A good flower is given to a beauty. If Fairy Red likes it, feel free to take it. It's a little bit of small token of appreciation on my part. Shui Tianyi was very confident. He had taken this kind of flower to pick up girls in the past, and it was indeed very effective. After all, this kind of flower is rare in the world, and the flowering period can last for thousands of years. In the night color is even more beautiful and eye-catching. Ask which girl can refuse? Words. Red Thousand Leaves showed contempt and put the flower in his hand back, inwardly saying, stupid pig. This is known as the starflower in the central region. It can be used to make pills to increase mental power. This material is a rare top quality, and here in your place it's actually being used to put in a vase? Sure enough, your country bumpkins. Seeing that the other party did not appreciate this, Shui Tianyi said tentatively, Red Fairy? Red Thousand Leaves couldn't listen anymore. Don't call me a fairy. This seed is male. Shui Tian froze. Then his face piled up a smile and said, Red Fairy, you are so humorous. This person is so beautiful, and also so good at telling jokes. Can you please show your face and follow me to the compartment, to exchange ideas on cultivation? Hearing this, Hong Qianye's face was like frost. Get lost. Shui Tianyi was dumbfounded. So direct? The surrounding guests' jaws dropped, and then they looked meaningfully at Shui Tianyi, as if they were looking at a clown. Shui Tianyi did not die, squeezing out a smile. Red Fairy, I pester this seed again. Die. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were cold as he released his mighty pressure to envelop the past. Boom! Shui Tianyi's head almost exploded. His eyes were wide open. His forehead swished with cold sweat. His back was wet with cold sweat, and his legs were shaking a little. It was as if he saw a fiery red blurred figure standing with its arms folded on an endless mountain of corpses and sea of blood, surrounded by monstrous world-destroying demonic flames that brought about a shocking sense of oppression. Puff! Shui Tianyi's knees went weak and he directly knelt down in public. The guests gasped. Mr. Shui is too crazy. Actually kneeling down for Fairy Red. Is this the latest way of courting these days? A female cultivator covered her mouth and said in surprise. The crowd pointed. Shui Tianyi ignored it. At this moment, he was shivering, still immersed in that horrifying scene and could hardly extricate himself. It felt like even the void immortal level Shui clan ancestor was an ant in front of that blurry red figure. Rebellious son, the face of the Shui family has been lost to you. The Shui family head came with a gloomy face and chided. The flooding voice fell on Shui Tianyi's ears like a thunderous explosion. Shui Tianyi snapped awake, stood up with trepidation, and mumbled with his lips, Father, snap, a resounding slap in the face. Half of Shui Tianyi's cheeks were swollen and hot and painful. Disgraceful thing, the Shui family head said with hatred. He was a Mahayana realm powerhouse. If this slap was really hard, the harmonization realm's Shui Tianyi would have been smacked to death a long time ago. Ha! Red Shiba clasped his arms with a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. The Shui family head's gaze turned to Hong Qianye and said solemnly, Fairy Red. It's all my fault for not disciplining my canine son properly. Red Thousand Leaf smile disappeared and he emphasized word for word. This seed is male. The Shui family head froze, then dryly laughed a few times. Fairy Red. You're so humorous. Red Shiba. He resisted the urge to storm off and turned away decisively. At this time, Red Qianye, incomparably desperate to improve his strength, so that he could be like what he once was in the central region. As long as there was half a bit of displeasure, he would directly kill, and live very much as he pleased, without moral baggage. It's not like now, when your hands are tied. When the Shui family head saw this, his brows furrowed, but he didn't bother to take anything into account. After all, the other party's master was Yi Junlin, and even his own old ancestor had to treat him with courtesy, so he was even less qualified to be offended. Sweeping his gaze towards his uncontested son, the Shui family head snorted coldly and whisked his sleeves away. Shui Tiany's face was ugly, and when he heard the whispers around him, there was a blazing fire of anger burning in his chest, and he was so angry that he was trembling all over. Damn it, my family ancestor is a void immortal, and this Gongzi is of direct lineage. What gives you two masters and disciples the right to treat me like this? Shui Tiany's heart was roaring with anger and resentment towards Yi Junlin and Hong Qianye. Afterward, holding his fire, he went to the other side of the table and picked up the wine jug, tilting his head back to drink under the stunned gaze of the crowd. The wine that could be used to entertain cultivators was naturally not an ordinary thing, and if a mortal were to dip a single drop into it, he would be torn apart by the raging power of the wine, killing him on the spot. Mr. Shui, you, a guest opened his mouth, but was immediately dissuaded by his sensible companion. Hush, Mr. Shui is drinking a mulled wine. We don't want to touch his mold at this time. At this point, there was a clamor from the other side. The crowd looked over, their expressions astonished. Holy, what the hell is that? A petite figure in a pink jacket with snow-white delicate skin was seen holding a large gourd in both hands and pouring wine frantically into her mouth. As the drapery hat fell to the ground, revealing a grotesque white fluffy rat's head, obviously a petite Lolita with a rat's head around her neck. The combination is a hot one. After drinking, Bai Xiaoshi hugged the big gourd and lay on the ground. His rat face was a bit flushed with color. Drunken, and burped. Good drink pinch. Not far away. Yi Junlin let out a bitter smile and secretly transmitted his voice. Little Red, go and take a look at your senior sister Bai. Yes, master. Red Shiba responded. He walked over to him coldly, wondering what a pain in the ass this rat was. Right at this moment, Red Qianye seemed to have a feeling and looked towards the direction of the source. There was a middle-aged man with a bucket hat and a beard standing quietly in the corner, intentionally or unintentionally looking at Shui Tiany, who was drinking strong wine. Those bloodshot eyes were filled with a murderous intent that was suppressed to the extreme. After Shui Tiany finished his drink, he felt that it was not enjoyable, so he greeted a few of his attendants and walked towards the outside of the hall. The man in the bucket hat also collected his breath and followed silently. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes narrowed slightly. The other party was like a ferocious beast that was about to explode in his eyes, wanting to choose someone to devour. Oh, looks like there's a good show on. Chapter 49, The Mysterious Assassin, Small Bridges and Pavilions. When Shui Tian thought of the scandal he had made at the banquet, the anger within him was burning, and it was particularly hard to hold it in, and he desperately wanted to find someone to vent it out on. Through his drunkenness, he yelled lowly to his men, "Get some women over here for my lord. My lord needs them now." Sensing the other party's violent mood, the men knew that another female was going to be tossed to death, so they arched their hands and bowed their heads in fear and said, "Yes." Shui Tiany was drunk and staggered a bit, when one of his attendants came over and tried to assist him, but he flung his hand away with a bad attitude and cursed, "Get lost, get lost." Seeing this, the attendant retreated in panic, deeply afraid of being killed by this temperamental young lord. Shui Tiany walked alone on the green pathway, feeling the breeze blowing, the depression within his heart slightly relieved. Suddenly, a killing machine was locked onto him. Swish! The terrifying ink-colored blade shattered the void, wanting to split Shui Tiany in half from head to cross. The person who made the move could be said to be fast and precise. Almost in the blink of an eye, the blade had already arrived at the top of the target's head. Buzz! Right at this moment, a bright purple light erupted from Shui Tiany's body, stiffly blocking this ink-colored blade aura and even forming a dominating force that reverberated back towards the one who had made the move. Ah! A muffled grunt sounded. The man spat out a large amount of blood, his figure falling back several feet, his eyes filled with extreme unwillingness. By the sudden attack, Shui Tiany's originally muddled brain was instantly startled awake, and he violently turned to look. It was a middle-aged man with a bucket hat on his head and a bearded face. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, and he was staring at him with a hateful death stare. At this moment, the man in the bucket hat's heart set off shocking waves. He hadn't thought that Xuetiani had some sort of secret treasure on his body that could be used to save his life at critical moments. One must know that as an early stage of the harmonization realm, it was reasonably easy for him to crush a transformation spirit, but it turned out that the person didn't kill himself but was seriously injured. You have big dog guts. How dare you attack my lord in the Xue family? Xuetiani was shocked and furious. This was his Xue family's territory, and there was a void immortal level ancestor in attendance. So who would have thought that in this kind of environment, there would actually be a madman who dared to make a move to assassinate him? Is this too much to live for? At the same time, the commotion that occurred here also caught the attention of the guards in the Xue clan. Swish, swish, swish. In all directions, there was a dense convergence of divine sense, and a powerful aura was rapidly approaching. Who is causing trouble here? Angry shouts came one after the other. Seeing the escorts arrive, Xuetiani sneered a few times and was about to say something before suddenly goosebumps popped out all over his body, sending chills throughout his body. The man in the bucket hat in front of him, his aura became extraordinarily terrifying. The low voice sounded like it was ringing in hell, revealing endless killing intent. As long as I can kill you, even if I can't live forever. So what? Boom. As if he was activating some sort of secret method, Li Wujiao's blood chi was burning, holding a long knife towards the terrified Xuetiani. No good. Xuetiani's scalp was numb, and he held the folding fan in his hand to store up his strength to resist it. The folding fan, which was a rare spiritual weapon, in the hands of a spirit transformation cultivator, it was definitely a weapon that belonged to the super specification category. In other cases, if it was any other spirit transformation cultivator, the magical treasures would be at the level of treasure weapons. Swish, the green light exploded and flew away with terrifying might, but it was directly cut down by the ink-colored blade. Xuetiani desperately threw out protective magic treasures and talismans, wanting to use this to stall for more time, but the ink-colored blade aura, which was very terrifying under the urging of the man in the bucket hat, broke through all kinds of obstacles, skywalking steps. At the critical moment, Xuetiani utilized the Xue family's strongest stance, as if penetrating through the void to dodge the blade awnings that looked like gangrene. Pust! An arm flew up with blood and flopped down into the lake. Xuetiani covered his broken arm and let out a miserable scream, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain. The thought of escape spurred him to run desperately. Escape? Where do you want to escape to? The man in the bucket hat had a fierce face and continued to chase after him with his long sword in hand. Somebody, help me! Xuetiani was scared out of his wits. Don't hurt my young master. A large group of guards rushed in shock and anger. Among them, a few of the leaders were even in the harmonized realm, exerting all their strength to intercept this bold assassin. Those who block me die. A raging aura erupted from the man in the bucket hat, ignoring the injuries on his body to kill his way out of the blood. Although he had been seriously injured by the backlash at the beginning, he had regained much of his strength by activating the secret method, and now he was forcibly hardened and was about to decapitate Xuetiani. Even if his body would be in great pain during the process, he was fearless. Quick! Stop him! Protect the young lord! The scene was chaotic with the sounds of shock and anger. From time to time, some guards were decapitated, and their mutilated corpses and broken arms dyed in blood fell to the ground, and the strong smell of blood was very pungent. Boom! Several guard leaders were shaken out several feet away, looking at the blood-covered silhouette with shock on their faces. How has this madman sustained himself so far? The man in the bucket hat was badly injured, dripping with blood, and in several places there were even white bones exposed, which was very gruesome. However, his gaze was ferocious and tyrannical, staring at Xuetiani's back with a maniacal face as he growled. Dog, don't run if you have the guts to do so. I'm going to chop you to death today. Sensible killing aura swept over. Xuetiani's face was as colorful as earth and his voice trembled. This good man, who the hell are you? This Gongzi didn't mess with you. Why do you need to chase after this Gongzi and chop? Just the sins you've created. You won't be able to pay them back in this lifetime. I swore that I would absolutely kill you. Luckily the heavens opened their eyes and let me wait for this opportunity. The man in the bucket hat said in a cold voice. He dragged his heavily injured body as if he was an evil ghost that chose to devour people. To drag this evil dude into hell. Don't you come over Xuetiani's voice was tinged with sobs. He had never been so scared in his life. It's a madman. A complete and utter lunatic. Because the commotion was so loud, it caused the Xue family residents to shake. What's going on out there? Is someone fighting? Who's the one who stepped out of line on such an important occasion? Have you guys heard about this? An assassin just now laid hands on Mr. Xue. The Shui family's guards are stopping him. Holy, it's really not true. Hear this. The feast exploded as the guests fishtailed out of the room. Yo, there's actually such a thing? Yi Junlin rubbed his chin, suddenly noticing Red Chinya's playful expression. His smile was meaningful. Little Red, have you already discovered something in advance? Upon hearing this, Red Thousand Leaves was stunned and hurriedly lowered his head and arched his hands. Master, disciple is just guessing. Ha, Yi Junlin smiled, seeing through it. Anyway, this was someone else's family banquet, and he originally thought that it was just a simple matter of eating and drinking and bragging and pretending to each other. But now that he had this kind of good show to watch, he naturally wanted to go and join in the fun. Bring your white senior sister with you, Yi Junlin said indifferently. Yes. Red Thousand Leaves extended his hand and carried by Xiaoshi right behind him. Mouse still wants to drink. Still wants to drink. Bai Xiaoxi's face looks drunk. Her mouth is talking nonsense. At this point, the news that an assassin had assassinated the young lord was making waves in the Shui family residence. Boom! A majestic and terrifying might rose up to the sky, and the entire clear sky was instantly blackened. Who dares to cause trouble in my Shui family? The Shui clan's old ancestor flashed and appeared in the sky above the mansion. A cold aura shot out between the opening and closing of his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible force spread out. Crap! The man in the bucket hat's face changed drastically. Even though he was struggling desperately, he was forced to move farther and farther away from his target. Finally, being suppressed on the ground, he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His spirit wilted, and gritted his teeth. Void Immortal, young lord, are you alright? Clattering and clattering, the guards hurriedly clustered around the stunned Shuetiani, and among them, there was a Harmonization Realm headguard who walked forward and asked nervously. Snap! Shuetiani gave him a hard slap, causing the headguard's eyes to glaze over as he angrily cursed. Grass your mother! Didn't you see that my lord almost died, and lost an arm? Blind dog slave! The man lowered his head, not daring to resist. And you guys, you're all losers. I'll get you all later. At those words, the guards' faces were bitter, and they secretly screamed inwardly. Tianer, how are you doing? The Shui clan's head swept in with a flash and hurriedly came forward to inquire with concern. Shuetiani's voice trembled and said, Father, the child is fine. It's just the child's hand. Chapter 50, Sword Demon. Night without hijacking. The Shui family head looked at his son's bloody broken arm and said with heartache, It's good that he's fine, as long as we find that hand of yours and reattach it again. Where is your young lord's hand? Answer me. The Shui family head twisted his head toward his men and questioned. Reporting to the family head, the young master's hand seems to have fallen into the lake. The henchman said in a trembling voice, What are you waiting for? Why don't you go look for it? Yes. The Shui family head's face was grim as he gazed at the lingering, blood-drenched man in the bucket hat. The other man's eyes were full of resentment, and he could see his heart thumping. Swish! The Shui clan's oldest ancestor came to his side with his arms folded and said coldly, If I hadn't stepped in, your incompetent son would have died long ago. Greetings, old ancestor. The Shui family head arched his hand and respectfully said, Thank you, old ancestor, for saving my life. Tiani will never forget it. Shuetiani said excitedly, Come on, it's all our own. The Shui family ancestor waved his hand, his icy gaze gazing at the man in the bucket hat, his voice revealing an irresistible majesty. Say, who sent you? How dare you make trouble at my banquet? You simply don't take me seriously. He broke through the void immortal and made it known to the world, but as a result, someone actually came to assassinate his first grandson in a dignified manner at this juncture? It's a naked provocation. No matter which forces were behind the push, he was bound to carry out retaliation with thunderous means. Who sent this? Ha ha ha. The man in the bucket hat's face laughed maniacally, his laughter filled with mockery, which, in turn, is mixed with a bit of sadness. This dog has done so much evil that heaven will not tolerate it. It's a pity that you made a move. Otherwise I would have definitely slaughtered him. The man in the bucket hat roared. By the looks of it, it's obviously a personal vendetta. The Shui clan's oldest ancestor frowned. Tiani, you know him? Shuetiani said indignantly. Old ancestor, he's this madman. I don't even know him. Tama's brain is sick. He had to hack me to death before he would give up. In Shuetiani's opinion, this was an unmitigated disaster. Humph, my son doesn't know you. Where exactly are you from? The Shui family head was so angry that he flung his sleeve and rebuked. The man in the bucket hat spat out a mouthful of bloodied spittle and said viciously, Listen up. Your grandpa doesn't change his name when he walks. He doesn't change his name. Li Wujia. What? Your knight Wujia? Exclamations of surprise came from the crowd of onlookers. One of the guests muttered, He's the Blade Demon Knight Wujia. Knife Devil Li Wujia. In the eastern domain several Dao states is still very famous. because his knife skill is fast and accurate, acting without any rules to speak of. As long as it is the person he does not look happy, will draw the knife to kill, no matter what background you have, what status. Even once, when he was in Yunzhou, he went around like a madman looking for strong people to cut and hone his blade way, and often those who were approached were unlucky and almost ended up losing their reputation. For a long period of time, it caused a lot of cultivators in Yunzhou to be on edge, deeply afraid of being targeted by Li Wujiao. Hence, the title of Knife Devil. I didn't expect that this master would actually come to assassinate the Shui family's young master. This is definitely powerful news if it gets out. Damn it, how could our Shui family's invitation be sent to the hands of such devilish cultivators? The Shui family head's face was ugly as he shouted angrily at a group of his men. Don't shout, it was snatched by labor, Li Wujiao sneered. In response, the Shui family head was dumbfounded. Blade Demon Knight Wujiao? Shui Tianyi said indignantly. My lord has heard of you, but I've never seen you before. I have no grievances or enmity with you, so who are you to come and risk your life to assassinate me? No grievance? Li Wujiao's emotions almost went out of control as he yelled lowly. My sister died at your hands. Your sister? Shui Tianyi froze. My sister's name is Li Xiaofei. She grew up with me as a child, and then we embarked on the path of cultivation. Brother and sister ventured into the eastern region together. That year my sister broke through the Jindan, and planned to travel through the spirit state, saying that she wanted to see the best-looking sea of flowers in the eastern region, and as I had gained some sort of chance at that time, and was engrossed in practicing my sword, I didn't go along with her, and as a result, a few months later, the jade slips that she had left for me shattered, and it was only then that I realized that she had an accident in spirit state. Li Wujiao's eyes were covered with blood, his tone filled with deep remorse. I rushed to Lingzhou in a hurry, inquiring all the way in many ways, and almost dispersing my family's wealth, which led me to obtaining a key piece of information, that is, my sister, who once had a verbal altercation with you in the drunken immortal house in Anyang City, and was later captured by your Shui family's guards and never appeared again. Everyone in Anyang City knows that your Shui family's young master, Shui Tianyi, is extremely greedy for female sex. There are even rumors that you were cultivating the evil method of nourishment behind your back, and many innocent female cultivators were tortured to death by you, and my sister, who is a Jindan cultivator, must have fallen into your clutches at that time. I can't imagine the inhuman abuse my sister suffered before she died. It was all because of you, Shui Tianyi. From then on, I swore that I would take revenge, no matter what the cost. Later on, I cultivated even harder and went around looking for people to spar with to improve my strength, and finally broke through the harmonization more than 100 years ago, and then I started to wait for an opportunity to take revenge. But I found out that every time you traveled, there was a group of powerful guards following you, and if I ventured out, I would surely fail, so I could only hibernate and constantly look for opportunities. And this time, your Shui family hosted a banquet, and that was the time for me to assassinate you, the best time. As the saying goes, the most dangerous is the safest. And that's where I'm going to make my move on you in the Shui family's territory, because that's when you're at your most lax, and my success rate will be higher. But I didn't expect. Speaking of this, Li Wujiao hissed unwillingly. You have a really hard life. Really damn hard to kill. I was so close. Almost Hearing the ins and outs, many of the guests' faces showed dawning realization, and their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Li Wujiao. They all knew that the Shui family's young master was notorious outside, known as the first dude in spirit state. There had long been rumors that he had picked Yin to make up for Yang, doing all the wicked things, but just because of his powerful background, he walked horizontally in spirit state, and no one dared to mess with him. Although Li Wujiao was a fearsome sword demon, he was not much better in terms of reputation than goods like Shui Tianyi. Unfortunately, this mighty and renowned blade demon was going to fall in the Shui family residence today. Drunken immortal house, Knight Xiaofei. Shui Tianyi calmed down and frowned into recollection. Then he looked at the bruised and battered Li Wujiao. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a playful smile. I see. This Gongzi remembered. That little chili pepper is your sister. There were countless female cultivators that he had scourged, and basically with the passage of time, the general process would be forgotten. But there were always some more impressive female cultivators that were worth recalling even after many years. For example, Knight Wujiao's sister was one of them. My lord still remembers to this day that she has a bombastic figure, but unfortunately her temper is like a cannonball that explodes at the slightest point. But with this kind of woman, the more fulfilling it is to tame her. At that time, this male son in the wine fairy building to find her accosted. The results of her do not know how to appreciate. And then this male son let his man go to take her captive, tied to this male son's bed. At that time, her expression is very angry. To this male son is a stinking scolding, and then this male son to her to do things. so that she cannot hold out directly crying and begging for forgiveness. That voice is really beautiful. Shui Tianyi seemed to be reminiscing as he said. That mare is really strong enough, but in the hands of this Gongzi, all of them will eventually be obediently tamed and allowed to gallop at my whim. Don't say it again. Don't say it again. Li Wujiao's face was agonized as he shed 2 lines of tears. The more the other party was like this, the more excited Shui Tianyi became. My lord tortured her for 3 days and 3 nights. At that time, she had lost all her cultivation and was already delirious. My lord found it uninteresting, and in passing, he snapped her neck, and in a very merciful way, ended her life. Li Wujiao, I've been so good to your sister, and you're willing to kill me? Shouldn't you be thanking me? Ha 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 ha. Boom. Words. Li Wujiao completely collapsed. Tears flowed hysterically hissed. You 1,000 dagger, why didn't people like you die? Why can still live? I'm going to kill you. Kill you Chapter 51, Are you crazy? Seeing this scene, many guests with a conscience showed sympathy and were very disgusted by Shui Tianyi's shameless approach. However, due to the Shui family's power, they all wisely chose to ignore it. Red Thousand Leaf's face was icy cold, and there was a surge of killing intent inside. He didn't have any friendship with Li Wujiao, and he didn't have any feelings about his sister's death, because the cultivation world was supposed to be cruel, and the weak could only be trampled on, with no so-called human rights to speak of. Not to mention the fact that he had seen countless dark and subversive things during his time in the central region, and had long been accustomed to this kind of thing. The reason why Red Thousand Leaves was motivated to kill was purely because he was displeased with people like Shui Tianyi. Sweeping his gaze towards the Shui clan ancestor, Hong Qianye frowned slightly, holding back the killing intent within him. After all, that was a void immortal level powerhouse, and there was an essential difference between that and the Mahayana realm. Not to mention that he was currently only a half-step Mahayana. Humph. Blade Demon Knight Wujiao, you're a devil cultivator. What are you barking at my Shui family? The Shui family had stepped forward to defend his son, saying righteously, if you ask me, you're just a devilish cultivator, and your sister was used as a furnace by my honor, so this life can be considered as atonement for her sins. Furthermore, your sister has a cheap life. How could you try to kill my Shui family's Qilin child for her sake? Just for this, you, Li Wujiao, deserve to die. This statement was made. Li Wujiao emotionally out of control stormed, roll. Compare my sister to this. You are not worthy. You are also an old son of a. Shui Tianyi said with righteous indignation. Shut up. How dare you insult my father? Your sister's death at my hands was her honor. As for you, everyone's demonic cultivator, you deserve to speak out here? With that, he made a wink. The men around him understood and shouted, Li Wujiao, it's worth it even if you die for your sister to be favored by the young lord. Don't you dare to take advantage of it. Support the young lord. What honorable status is the young lord? Is it something that a filthy devil cultivator like you can slander? What you lost was only your sister, but my young master, what he lost was a hand. The cries were loud and clear. In the crowd, there were even some guests who wanted to curry favor with the Shui family who sided with Shui Tianyi and spoke up to accuse Li Wujiao of his barbaric ways. See, it's clear who's right and who's wrong. The Shui family's father and son sneered. As for the Shui clan's old ancestor, he was expressionless, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions within him. You guys, Li Wujiao was enraged, struggling to stand up but collapsing helplessly, so angry that he spat out a large mouthful of blood, interspersed with the shattering of his internal organs. He hated it, hated that he was too weak. On the void, Yi Junlin stood with his arms folded and laughed coldly. It's absurd that a person who was bent on avenging his sister's death and acts without any rules and regulations is labeled as a devil's way cultivator, while a young master of an illustrious family lineage, who is doing dirty and sordid deeds behind his back, is able to hold the halo of a righteous way cultivator on his head. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the option quest. Option 1, the host will intervene to protect Li Wujiao and take him as his disciple, and make the Shui family ancestor willingly eliminate Shui Tianyi with his own hands. And after this is accomplished, the Shui family ancestor will also be grateful to the host and reward him with a supreme fist technique, the Holy Fist of Battle. Option 2, the host chooses to remain silent in the face of injustice, rewarded with 10 lower-grade spirit crystals. Hear the system beep. Yi Junlin froze. What? It wasn't just the triggering of the option quest that surprised him, but the content of the option quest. 10 lower-grade spirit crystals for keeping silent? What a huge amount of money. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. Unified son of your whole family, stepping on the horse to send out the beggaret. This small amount of money, Yi Junlin definitely can't look at it. Right now there is only the first one to choose from. Having him step in to bail out Knight Wujiao and accept the other party as his disciple was actually quite normal when viewed from the front. but the latter is gradually outrageous, letting the Shui family ancestor willingly kill Shui Tianyi, and then also be grateful to him. What kind of tawdry operation is this? At this point, seeing that the fire had arrived, Shui Tianyi revealed a cruel smile. Knight Wu Jiao, it's all over. Grow some memory in your next life. He snatched the long sword from the guard's hand and took a step towards Li Wujiao, his face murderous, wanting to cut off this man's limbs and chop him into mincemeat as a warning to others. Hey! Many of the guests present shook their heads and sighed. There's no way around it. It's an arm-twisting thing after all. Li Wujiao faced miserable smile. Sister, is brother useless? Brother, this will go down to accompany you. Just as Shui Tianyi's face was full of grimace and he swung his sword to fall, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Lifting his hand and flexing his fingers, a powerful force erupted. Dang! The blade clicked and broke. Shui Tianyi's figure staggered back a few steps, his face stunned. You? What do you mean? The crowd reacted, dumbfounded. The one who struck out was none other than Yi Junlin. What's going on? The one from the Xian sect actually stepped forward. This is to preserve the blade demon Li Wujiao? He's a devil cultivator. Is that the point? The point is that this is the Shui family's territory. Isn't this slapping the Shui family in the face? The crowd erupted into an uproar. The Shui family head's face was ugly as he said, Venerable Yi, what do you mean by this? Why are you stopping my family's honor from executing this demonic cultivator? Yi Junlin snapped his fingers and said indifferently, on a whim, I decided to take this man as my disciple. Any of you who move him are moving me. Words. The entire Shui family residence exploded. Countless people couldn't believe it and almost suspected that their ears had heard it wrong. This guy is crazy. Isn't he? How dare he say such a thing? Senior, you, looking at this back figure that blocked him, Li Wujiao's face was filled with shock. As a cultivator of the Eastern Domain, Li Wujiao had of course heard of Yi Junlin's deeds and knew that this was a legendary figure who had been in the limelight recently. But what he didn't expect was that this one actually dared to risk the world to take him as a disciple. The Shui clan's old ancestor's face darkened. He had never seen such a wild junior who dared to act recklessly under the nose of one of his void immortals. Yi Junlin. You have to think clearly about the consequences. If you leave here now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. The Shui family ancestor's tone was full of warnings, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, as if the entire sky was trembling. The surrounding cultivators were trembling with fear, their faces white with terror. The anger of a void immortal was not something that anyone could withstand. Elder, go now. I appreciate the kindness. If there is fate in the next life, I'll be an ox and a horse to repay you, Li Wujiao anxiously said. At this moment, Red Xianye was also startled by this sudden scene, and a look of astonishment spread across her delicate and flawless face. This guy, what's he smoking? He doesn't think he's invincible, does he? All the cultivators in the whole world have to sell in face? This is a void immortal of the transition realm. In Red Chiba's eyes, if he risked his life to stand up for a stranger because he sympathized with him, this kind of behavior was simply stupid. Yi Junlin thought of something and looked at Red Xianye with a playful gaze. Little Red, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you stand with your master and protect your new senior brother? This seat de your ancestors. What the hell is wrong with you? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Red Thousand Leaves was 1,000 times unwilling in her heart, but forced by Yi Junlin's obscene authority, she could only harden her head and silently go over. Well, the children are teachable. Yi Junlin nodded with satisfaction. The corners of Red Chiba's mouth twitched, so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Humph, you pair of master and disciple. Do you really think that my Shui family is easy to bully? The Shui clan's old ancestor's eyes shot cold glints of light, and his angry roar was like heavenly thunder rolling through the sky, reverberating continuously in the 10,000 miles of sky. All the living beings on the floating island were trembling in fear. When a void immortal was angry, it was like the might of heaven. Boom! Red Thousand Leaves felt the Tarzan-like pressure on his body, and the mana in his body almost stopped flowing as he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, this is the gap. Mouse doesn't drink anymore. Mouse Rat will never drink again. Bai Xiaoshi was scared right out of his dazed state and came to his senses, and at this moment, waving his tender little hands, he shouted with a rat-faced horror, facing the oppressive feeling of the void immortal level. Instead of being afraid, Yi Junlin was very excited inside and secretly looked forward to it. That's right, that's it, come on and take a shot at me. Whether or not you can complete the quest is another story, but the upgrades are definitely solid. Suddenly, the sky was eclipsed and another majestic aura rumbled and spread. The powerful might made the mountains and rivers lose their color, hardening the Shui family ancestor. Who is it? Cold sweat overflowed from the forehead of the Shui clan's old ancestor as he said in shock. The visitor was surprisingly also a void immortal, but his aura was even stronger than his. Where is Yi Junlin? The majestic voice was cold and indifferent, emotionless as it came from the sky. Who's barking? Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows as he sensed strong hostility. Chapter 52, The Giant Yang Void Immortal comes. Swish! A powerful figure appeared above the dome of the sky, radiating a vast blazing brilliant light, like a golden sun shining on all beings, with a kind of sacred and inviolable meaning. In an instant, cultivators from all over the 5 lakes of the eastern domain had shocked faces and feelings of submission welled up within them. This was much stronger than the Shueclan's oldest ancestor, who had to bring an aura. Dare I ask what kind of Taoist friend? The Shueclan ancestor's eyes were filled with scorn, and the feeling in his heart was hard to describe. He had managed to break through the void immortal with great difficulty, and wanted to dominate this banquet, enjoying the worship of all the cultivators from all directions from on high, only to have an even more powerful and strong person suddenly appear and steal all of his limelight. The most difficult thing was that the other party's cultivation was similar to his own, the same newly promoted early stage of transitional succession, but the difference in aura between the two made it feel like he was more of a counterfeit. In the dome of the sky, the big golden sun was getting closer and closer, as if it was the second sun in the world, radiating countless rays of 10,000 lights, making the mouths of many of the island's inhabitants dry and unable to open their eyes. Senior, quickly put away the divine power. Pleas for mercy came one after another. The crowd felt doubly blinding, and even their souls were scorched. This light seemed to carry some sort of disruptive substance, specifically targeting cultivators with cultivation levels present. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is pretending? Yi Junlin took out his special sunglasses and put them on himself, and only then could he barely see the figure shrouded by the great sun. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe, with a thick head of blonde hair, tied into dense pigtails that fell down over his chest and behind him, and an unfathomable aura of destruction permeated his body. This seed is from the feathered sect, down number Ju Yang. The magnificent and majestic voice echoed in the sky, as if it was a god above the 9 heavens transmitting. This statement was made. Many people's faces changed drastically. I know, he's known as the most powerful venerable of the feathered sect, and is said to be the master of the feathered sect's saint son. Venerable giant son? Nah, we have to call him Giant Yang Void Immortal now. Now that he's come to the door, I can see that he's going to do it himself. I'm afraid Yi Junlin is in danger. The Shueclan's old ancestor came to a realization and secretly sneered inwardly. This Xiantian Sect's Yi Junlin is really digging his own grave. It seems that I don't need to personally take action. This son will be accounted for here today. This is good. The responsibility lies entirely with the feathered sect, and my Shue family will be able to get away with it. Between the turns of the thoughts, looking towards the radiant golden figure, the Shueclan ancestor attempted to draw closer, arching his hand with a smile on his face. Congratulations to fellow Taoist for breaking through the tribulation and being located in the void immortal realm just like me. This seed has come here to look for Yi Junlin. I heard that he has also come to attend your Shue family's banquet. The giant Yang Void Immortal coldly said, not putting the Shueclan ancestor in his eyes at all. In his opinion, the same Void Immortal, the difference in strength was sky high, and this kind of Shueclan ancestor was just third-rate goods. Yes, this person is also on the scene, so just feel free to deal with private matters, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, the Shueclan's old ancestor laughed dryly a few times, feeling irritated in his heart, but he could only force himself to endure it, because he could feel that giant Yang Void Immortal was very strong. The guests looked at each other, knowing that someone had leaked the information. Yi Junlin had a disinterested look on his face. Wearing large sunglasses, he directly aimed at the golden figure in the sky and raised his middle finger, arrogantly saying, "Little master, I am right here. What is your business?" Words. The guests had horrified expressions and looked at Yi Junlin with a look of madness. Clattering, the original crowds, instantly like frightened birds and beasts dispersed, like avoiding the plague as far away from Yi Junlin. Even Knight Wu Jiao, who was lying on the ground, had his scalp tingling as he thought about crawling farther away. He thought he had been wild and crazy enough since his debut, but compared to this one, it was really nothing. It's over, Red Chiba muttered as he froze in place. The Shue family ancestor hadn't been resolved yet, and now there was another existence stronger than him. It would be hard not to die now, right? Boom! A destructive pillar of light ran through the vastness of the sky. Giant Yang Void Immortal's face was full of anger. His golden yellow hair fluttered, and his eyes were as bright as the scorching sun, making it difficult for people to look directly at him. Yi Junlin! Angry shouts resounded in all directions. The entire floating island group shook violently, and many men, women, and children's eardrums stung, slowly oozing out blood and rolling on the ground with agonized faces. In the face of appalling sound, Yi Junlin pulled out his ears and impatiently shouted, "What are you barking at the dog? I'm asking you, what are you barking at? Asshole, you're going to die for me now. Giant Yang Void Immortal's emotions fell into a state of fury as he raised his hand to condense a golden ball of light and then struck out decisively. Swish! The golden ball of light rapidly expanded and expanded in the air, emitting a blazing and dazzling light, with countless runes intertwined and entwined throughout its body, as if it were the sun falling down towards Yi Junlin's location. The pressure that surged like waves enveloped 100 miles in a radius. Not good. The golden ball of light in front of his eyes rapidly enlarged, and Red Xianya was chilled all over, wanting to move to retreat, but found it difficult to break free, as if the space around him was blocked. This is the power of the Void Immortals. Fellow Daoist, you, and the Shui family's old ancestor who was watching the show. The corner of his mouth twitched. If this golden ball of light falls down, ask the Shui family residence is still there? But in the current situation, we can only let the other party kill to vent their anger. Rumble. The huge golden ball of light above his head rapidly approached, and Yi Junlin instantly felt the blood in his body ignite. Ding! The host has been detected to have encountered an attack from an enemy at the early stage of the transitional realm, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering strength, gaining a cultivation at the mid-stage of the transitional realm. As the system beep sounded, an extremely powerful cultivation energy erupted like a volcano, and Yi Junlin's entire person underwent a sea change. The skin all over his body emitted luster like white jade, looking honorable and noble, and his eyes were filled with brilliant divine aura, as if they contained the stars of the universe. That long silver-white hair, each strand of which was crystal clear, was like a gorgeous river of stars hanging upside down. At this moment, this black-robed youth's body exuded a celestial-like ethereal aura. You're also a Void Immortal? Sensing this terrifying aura, Red Thousand Leaf's head buzzed with disbelief. Sculpture. Yi Junlin raised his hand with a cold smile and gently flexed his fingers. Boom! An invisible and terrifying force instantly erupted, bouncing the huge golden ball of light out as if it was a glass ball. What? The giant Yang Void Immortal's eyes bulged as he lost his voice. Rumble! The golden ball of light exploded in the air, the blazing and radiant light massed round him, and a terrifying energy current raged. Seeing this scene, the crowd was like clay molds frozen in place, their mouths wide open, their expressions full of incredulity. Chapter 53. Compare whose is harder. What? Mid-transition cultivation. The Shui clan's ancestor was stunned, his heart shaking furiously. This person was silent, and his cultivation level was even higher than his. The Shui family's father and son were like falling into an ice cellar, so scared that their faces were bloodless as they trembled. A Void Immortal? How could he be a Void Immortal? Especially Shui Tianyi, whose mindset directly collapsed. The reason why he felt that he was nobler than Yi Junlin was all due to the Void Immortal level Shui family ancestor behind him. I didn't realize that people were virtual immortals themselves. Guests' jaws dropped and their perceptions took a huge hit. Asterisk. Yi Junlin isn't actually a venerable, but a Void Immortal with a profound Tao. No wonder he was so wild just now. So he was emboldened. This is fooling everyone. If there wasn't this banquet today, how much longer would he have to hide it? If you ask me, the Feathered Sect is definitely the worst victim. Cultivators from all over the 5 lakes of the eastern region were shocked at Yi Junlin's true cultivation, while at the same time expressing their silence at the giant Yang Void Immortal who had come to their door. Swish! The light mass instantly annihilated, and a golden figure stood in the void. The giant Yang Void Immortal had a head full of golden hair fluttering about, his eyes staring at Yi Junlin in death, his facial muscles twitching madly. Is this making a monkey out of him? Obviously. He had long been in the middle stage of the ferrying cultivation, but he was still disguised as a Mahayana realm cultivator, fooling the entire Feathered Sect. The giant Yang Void Immortal, who had broken through to the threshold a while ago, wanted to take the opportunity of this Shui clan banquet to get rid of this big problem with a thunderous strike after hearing about the recent blow that the sect had suffered. After all, with a Void Immortal, wouldn't it be easy to tackle a venerable? Who would have thought that, contrary to his wishes, his true cultivation level was even higher than his? Careless. The more Zhu Yang Void Immortal thought about it, the more angry he became and indignantly rebuked. Shameless man, empty of a Void Immortal's cultivation and still hiding it. You've disgraced the face of my generation of cultivators. Injustice. I also just broke through. It was really the Mahayana realm before. I can swear to the heavens. Yi Junlin had a sincere face and swore. Full of nonsense. Do you think this seed is a 3-year-old child? The giant Yang Void Immortal was so angry that he was about to spit out blood. He had never heard such a clumsy lie. Hey, forget it if you don't believe me. Yi Junlin shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched, sweating at the silver-haired youth's thick skin. Roar! At this time, the giant Yang Void Immortal let out a long whistle. releasing countless 10,000-foot lights all over his body, and immediately after that, he stored up his strength to strike out imposing golden palm prints that contain terrifying energy fluctuations. Swish! A golden palm print about 1,000 feet wide appeared in the firmament, with countless golden runes intertwined throughout its body. In the center of his palm, there was also a supergiant ball of light suspended in the center of his palm, and the vast heat flow spread out to the sky, causing his mouth to go dry. As a result, Junlin clasped his arms with both hands and stood motionless in the face of the attack, a teasing smile on his lips. Die! When Giant Yang Void Immortal saw that the other party was so arrogant and didn't put him in his eyes, the anger within him increased and his face hissed with a murderous aura. Rumble! The exploding ball of light was brilliant and dazzling, and the energy flow reversed and disrupted the entire sky. Shui family ancestor forehead cold sweat. The same as the early stage of the transition realm. How can the gap between people be so big? With this move alone, if he were to take it on himself, he would be in grave danger. Not to mention standing still for a beating that would absolutely vaporize you on the spot kind of thing. Humph. Relying on one's high cultivation level, one has no one in sight and deserves to suffer a loss at the hands of fellow Taoist Zhu. The Shui family ancestor laughed coldly, but in the next second, his eyes widened wider than copper bells and he lost his voice. How is this possible? Only to see Junlin still standing in the void with his arms wrapped around him, the smoke curling up and dissipating all over his body, without a trace of injury, unharmed. I'm sorry, no blood loss at all. A weakling who also wants to kill me single-handedly offline? Junlin snorted. With the undying hegemony body techniques enhancement, as well as his cultivation taking the advantage, his physical body defense could be considered extremely terrifying. If it was an ordinary mid-transition cultivator, receiving this killing move hard would inevitably result in a heavy injury. The Giant Yang Void Immortal was shocked and furious. That move just now wasn't half watered down, and it was actually blocked by the other party with his physical body. Instantly, the assessment of Junlin's strength rose to a new level. Obsidian Wheel. The Giant Yang Void Immortal raised his hand, and a metallic circle made of red gold appeared, emitting a bright light as bright as a brilliant sun under the surging infusion of mana. This was clearly a rare Xian weapon. Although it was only the lowest grade amongst the Xian weapons, it was far better than the sum of 100,000 ninth grade spirit weapons. One must know that once a spiritual weapon is promoted into an Xian weapon, it is like the difference between a mudfish and a dragon. The two are not at the same level at all. This Xian weapon that the clan has made with great effort. Even cultivators at the late stage of the ferrying succession have to deal with it carefully. This seat would like to see if it's you or this seat that's hard. The Giant Yang Void Immortal laughed harshly and urged the Sun Yao Wheel with all his might. With a buzzing sound, the Sun Yao Wheel blossomed with an infinite amount of divine aura, swishly tearing through the void to chop at Junlin. Ha! Junlin laughed coldly and secretly operated the Undying Overlord body technique. Boom! The aura of his body instantly loomed like a mountain, and the white astral energy rushed up like a tsunami. Dang! 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 A piercing clang echoed out. The Sun Obsidian Wheel spun rapidly, all of which were blocked by Junlin raising his arm, and large clusters of streaming fire fell, capable of scorching the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. The images are spectacular and dazzling. Damn it, this seat doesn't believe you're so hard. The Giant Yang Void Immortal roared. Swish! The Sun Obsidian Wheel shot out a blazing light, its power instantly intensifying dramatically, containing an impenetrable force, ruthlessly cleaving towards Junlin's head. The scorching hot strong wind whistled, and feeling the sharp tearing intent, Junlin's eyes slightly condensed, and only then did his heart pay a little attention. He raised his hands, as if they were pincers, and grasped the rapidly rotating wheel of the sun, causing sparks to erupt. See this scene. Cultivators from various sects were dumbfounded. Is this a human being? He dares to catch a weapon with his bare hands. This fellow, it can't be a transformed ancient ferocious beast. The Shui family's old ancestor muttered in a cold sweat. With such a terrifying defense, if it were him, he would have long been strung into bloody foam by the solar wheel. How is that possible? Giant Yang Void Immortal's face changed drastically. You can't envy my hardness, Junlin said with a little bit of pride, having a general judgment in his mind about the extent of his physical body at this stage. Boom! He stored up his strength and slammed his fist out fiercely, shaking the Sun Observation Wheel straight out. The Sun Obsidian Wheel was forced back into the hands of the Giant Yang Void Immortal, whose heart was filled with shock at this moment. This was a metaphysical artifact that was second only to the Xiantian artifacts below the immortal artifacts, containing an extremely terrifying power, and it was a great killing weapon that was specifically designed to target the cultivators of the transitional succession realm. As a result, the other party resisted with their flesh and blood? He'd never seen anyone so hard. Junlin shook his head inside. AI. For the sake of you helping me make a breakthrough, I can give you another chance to play with your life. Words. The giant Yang Void Immortal only felt that he was being teased, and had a sense of shame that his pride was being trampled on. His body exuded a tyrannical and horrifying fierce aura, and his eyes were bloodshot and red to the point that they were particularly frightening. Yi Junlin. This seat will not rest in death with you. Buzz off. The skin began to emerge silver-white lines. The silver luster was extremely bright and shiny. The giant Yang Void Immortal was filled with a divine atmosphere, as if he was going to fly up in the white sun in the next second. Oh, I recognize this move of yours. What's it called? The chicken feather flying decision. Yi Junlin teased. Shut up. Don't you dare insult my feathered sex secret method. Giant Yang Void Immortal's eyes almost spewed fire as he angrily shouted. At this time, he had an inverted triangle pattern on his forehead. His pupils were bursting with silver light, and his body's aura was unknown how much more powerful than before. Kill. A stern roar. The sun Yawil bloomed with 10,000 feet of light, and under the rapid rotation, it split into thousands of shadows, enveloping Yi Junlin like a whirlpool. At this moment, Yi Junlin truly felt the threat, only to see him mobilize the surging sea-like mana in his body and lift his hand to execute the seal of the People's King, which crushed a large number of the Sun Observatory Wheel's shadows. Then, it suppressed towards the giant Yang Void Immortal. Don't you dare! The giant Yang Void Immortal roared hysterically, resisting the mark with all his might. Every pore on his body was erupting with brilliant golden light. Rumble! The seal of the human king was cancelled out. 9 days burning heaven. The giant Yang Void Immortal was covered in blood. His expression twisted as if he were insane, and he was desperately mobilizing the feathered ascension technique. His skin covered in lines gradually cracked a bit, but the power in return was unimaginable. Swish! Round after round of golden-colored great suns stretched across the sky, as if the sky suddenly had 9 more rounds of blazing suns, endless light spreading across the earth, heat waves in the sky, a horrifying sight. Ah! Countless residents on the island were covered in smoke and let out mournful wailing sounds. Giant Yang Void Immortal is going to fight for his life. Many guests' scalps tingled as they hurriedly offered up their magical treasures to defend against the light's red roast. I recognize that your excellency is very strong, but if this seat uses this move, how should you respond? The giant Yang Void Immortal laughed. Chapter 54 Top-Level Understanding. This was his strongest stance, and with the addition of the sect's secret techniques, there were definitely few opponents within the transition realm. 9 rounds of golden great suns were suspended in the air, and the sense of oppression was overwhelming and frightening. Open your dog eyes wide and watch. Yi Junlin seemed to smile, reached out and slowly raised his hand high above his head. A large mass of 5-colored light instantly coalesced, and then expanded at an unbelievable speed. Boom! A vast and boundless 5-colored divine sun rose from the dome of the sky, its 5-colored rays shining through the ages, eternal and immortal. The 5-pole reincarnation great destruction technique. This, giant Yang Void Immortal's face was shocked, but it was quickly taken over by ferocity. His face was twisted and green. His blood was on fire as he hissed, "Today, it's either you die or I live." As soon as the words fell, 9 rounds of golden balls of light that covered the sky crushed away in unison. Just you are worthy? Yi Junlin snorted and struck the 5-colored ball of light in his hand. The 5-colored ball of light carried a monstrous might, 10,000 feet of light as bright as it was, and began to collide with the 9 rounds of golden balls of light. Rumble! The 5-colored divine awns were like vast oceans, devouring the golden balls of light one by one, and the boundless energy, ragingly spreading towards the giant Yang Void Immortal. Seeing this sight, giant Yang Void Immortal was first stunned, then pulled his hair with both hands and laughed maniacally. Fake! It's all fake! Who would have thought that a newly promoted Void Immortal would be struck down to the point of insanity? Soon, in the horrified gazes of countless people, the figure of the giant Yang Void Immortal was engulfed by the 5-colored divine awns that covered the sky. After a long time, the sky was cloudless and the sun shone brightly, as if nothing had happened. Just like the giant Yang Void Immortal who had completely disappeared. Hey, it's not so blinding after all. Yi Junlin removed his sunglasses and glanced meaningfully at the middle-aged figure. At this moment, the Shui clan's old ancestor was still immersed in shock, when he suddenly noticed Yi Junlin's eyes. His face turned as white as paper in fear, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "Yi Void Immortal has great powers. I am in admiration. Are you kidding me?" Even such a powerful ferrying realm cultivator as the giant Yang Void Immortal had been lightly destroyed by this fellow in front of him. With his little strength, how many moves can he block? Take advantage of the situation and concede the point. Swish! Yi Junlin flickered beside the Shui family's old ancestor, raised his hand to fearfully pat his shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Little Shui, you don't have any opinion about my accepting a disciple just now, do you?" Hearing this, the Shui clan's oldest ancestor froze and half resisted. his forehead breaking out in cold sweat as he laughed bitterly. Ye void immortal. How could I dare? You can take away the person as much as you want. Ha! Yi Junlin's palm exerted force, and half of the Shueclan ancestor's shoulder clicked as a huge pain suddenly struck him. Yi Su Xian. Spare my life, Yi Su Xian. The Shueclan's old ancestor grimaced in pain and was terrified inside. With the previous lesson, he didn't dare to resist at all, and could only allow the silver-haired youth to arbitrarily take hold of him. My disciple, Li Wujiao, was bullied like this by your Shui family. It is only right that I, as a master, should take the heat for him. Do you think that's reasonable? Yi Junlin said indifferently. Reasonable? Very reasonable. It's just that I don't know how exactly Yi Su Xian is going to do it, the Shueclan's ancestor said in a bitter tone. No way. Right now, he was a lump of clay that could only be pinched by the other party at will. I want you to personally kill the Shui family members here. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone steeply cold, revealing a killing intent that lowered the temperature all around. What? The Shueclan's old ancestor was struck by lightning. This request, is it excessive? Yi Junlin said indifferently. The Shueclan's old ancestor's face was extremely ugly. This request was not excessive. It was simply worse than a beast. There were at least tens of millions of Shueclan members living in the floating island cluster, and now for him, the one who was the oldest ancestor, to kill all of them. Ask if this was like that? Ye void immortal, can you lower your demands? Many Shueclan members are innocent. The Shueclan's old ancestor bowed low and begged. Humph, what you lost was only your clan, while what my disciple lost was his sister. You old man, do you have any compassion? Yi Junlin said with righteous indignation. You are right. The Shueclan's old ancestor's face muscles twitched. Why did he feel that this was a strange thing to say? The pattern is even bigger. Now that you have broken through the void immortal, your lifespan is hundreds of thousands of years. Is it not enough for you to remarry and have children to start a new family? Yi Junlin continued to bully. The Shui family ancestor cried out. If he really did this, he would definitely be plagued by a heart demon when the time came. Would he still be able to cultivate properly in the future? I beg Ye void immortal to be merciful. Little Shui, I really can't do it. Wow. The Shui family's old ancestor begged bitterly. Yi Junlin stared at him for a long time, and finally, as if he had made some sort of decision, he let out a long sigh up to the sky and shook his head. That's fine. Whoever made me reasonable. Since that's the case, you'll get rid of the culprit. Words. The Shui family ancestor froze, then was ecstatic, arching his hand gratefully. Thank you, Yi Su Xian. From slaughtering the entire Shui family to atoning for their sins by killing only one person. This definitely couldn't be better. Then, the Shueclan's old ancestor's gaze was icy cold as he twisted his head to look at the middle-aged man in the distance. Old ancestor. You. The Shui family head's face was bloodless, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart, because Yi Junlin had long ago soundproofed the conversation. Everyone in the outside world could only see the surface. Die. At this time, the Shui family's old ancestor decisively probed his hand, slapping the Shui family's head into a bloody mist on the spot with a bang. Master of the house. The Shui family members were horrified. Shui Tianyi froze for a full few seconds, and when he reacted, he let out a heartbreaking cry. Father. He really didn't expect that his own old ancestor would suddenly make a move and slap his father to death on the spot. Why? Why did you do this, old ancestor? Shui Tianyi questioned as his eyes turned red. The Shui family ancestor didn't pay any attention to him and asked tentatively. Ye void immortal, does it still look satisfactory to you? Yi Junlin blackened his face. Satisfied my ass. Are you a pig? I asked you to kill that. Why did you kill his father? The Shui family's oldest ancestor had an innocent look on his face. You're talking about the culprit. What I'm thinking is that the son doesn't teach his father. So doesn't the responsibility lie with his father? Yi Junlin. Awesome. Top-notch understanding. Yi Junlin didn't have the heart to say. Fine. Make a pair. Please kill him too. Yes. Shui Tianyi, who was still in grief, suddenly felt the enormous pressure surging all over his body. The bones in his body clicked. His internal organs were like burning. His face rose into a pig liver color, and his eyes almost fell out, not daring to look at the person who struck with disbelief. Why? Old ancestor you. Shui Tianyi's three views were turned upside down. He never thought that one day he would die at the hands of his proudest backer. Asshole, you almost made the whole clan follow you to the grave. Die for me. The Shui clan's old ancestor's tone was filled with disgust as his palms clenched violently. Boo! Ah! Shui Tianyi's entire body directly exploded, and a large mass of bright red blood mist drifted into the air. Countless people were dumbfounded, feeling that the scene in front of them was very magical. Alright, the previous matters are written off. Yi Junlin nodded his head. The Shui clan's ancestor was filled with gratitude. Many thanks to Yi Su Xian. On behalf of the entire Shui family, I thank you for your great kindness. At this point, ha 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 ha, Li Wujiao these years the knot in his heart finally unraveled. Joyful tears up to the sky laughed, sister, did you see it? This finally got retribution. Swish. Yi Junlin flashed in front of this blood-covered silhouette and said with a serious face, Li Wujiao, now that your revenge has been avenged, are you willing to be my disciple? Li Wujiao was stunned. Looking at this silver-haired youth, tears couldn't stop sliding down his face, perhaps because he was too excited. His voice was trembling. And, I, Li Wujiao, am willing to worship under you. From now on, this cheap life of mine is yours. Whatever you want me to do, feel free to do it, even if it means death. I will never frown. If I betray my division, let me, Li Wujiao, die without a burial place. The voice contained infinite determination, and the tone was resounding. In full view of everyone, Li Wujiao struggled to maintain his kneeling position, willingly knocked his head heavily on the ground, and cried out with all his strength, Apprentice Li Wujiao, greetings to master. Aha! Yi Junlin revealed a smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with a supreme fist technique, the Holy Fist of Battle. The system beep sounded in his head. Chapter 55 Activating the Mad Demon Bloodline. Ding! The qualification of the host's disciple has been detected, and the system offers free upgrade service packages. Ding! Reward for the Supreme Blade Technique, Chaos Heavenly Blade Decision. Ding! Rewarding a Qian Yuan Blood Burning Elixir. Activating the potential Mad Demon Bloodline in the host's disciple. Crazy Demon Bloodline, an extremely rare physical quality in the world of the heavens. The owner can greatly increase combat power for a short period of time, but the spirit will fall into chaos, just like a crazy demon, and if it's serious, it will even lose itself, and keep on making killings until its life comes to an end. I didn't expect to really let me pick up a treasure. Yi Junlin was a bit surprised. It seemed that the reason why Li Wujiao acted wildly and without inhibitions was because he himself possessed a potentially insane bloodline. If this bloodline was activated, strength could soar wildly in a short period of time, but the downside was that it couldn't be maintained all the time for a long period of time, or else the spirit would be severely affected, becoming a machine that only knew how to destroy and create killings. Between the turns of the thoughts, Yi Junlin stretched out his finger and gently pointed. Li Wujiao, master will teach you the new Tao of Blade technique this time. Hear that? Li Wujia's breath hitched. What he was currently cultivating was the Zun rank primary blade technique, originating from the blade Tao inheritance left behind by a certain Mahayana realm senior, and this newly worshipped master of his own was at the transition realm, so he didn't know what level of blade techniques he would impart. In fact, Li Wujiao was vaguely worried because in his eyes Yi Junlin was not a sword cultivator and was afraid that he had a half understanding of the Tao of the sword. So would there be a cognitive gap? After all, as the saying goes, it's called a specialty. But in the next second, Knight Wujiao realized that he was wrong. Within the sea of consciousness, a golden scroll surfaced, with several large words on it that were arrogant and unruly, with a domineering aura that cut through the ages. Li Wujiao's body shook as he inwardly chanted, Chaotic Heavenly Blade Decision. The scroll slowly opened. Countless channels of information flooded into his mind. All kinds of exquisite and incomparable sword techniques transformed into villainous images and demonstrated quickly. Li Wujiao was like a sponge greedily absorbing the moisture of knowledge. In just a few seconds, Li Wujiao was greatly shocked. His face was so red that it was dripping blood due to his overly emotional state, and he said with shortness of breath, What grade of blade technique is this? It's really too strong. Knight Wujiao, who had focused on the Tao of the blade for his entire life, was instantly immersed in it with his entire body and mind after seeing the chaotic heavenly blade decision. Previously, he had thought himself to be quite accomplished in the Tao of the blade, but now he only felt crude and childishly ridiculous. Apprentice Li Wujiao, thank you master for granting the Dharma. With tears in his eyes, Li Wujiao excitedly cowed out again. For a sword nerd like him, a good sword technique was more important than his life. Cough. Suddenly, Li Wujiao coughed out dark red blood. His breath shriveled to the extreme. As if he was thinking of something, his face showed bitterness. Previously, in order to fight for his life, he had cast a secret spell without regard to the consequences, causing his body to be on the verge of collapse and his foundation to be severely damaged. Even if he managed to retrieve a life later on, his path of cultivation would surely be hindered in the future. Master, I'm afraid that my disciple will have to fail you. Li Wujiao sighed regretfully. Yi Junlin laughed. What are you talking about, silly words? Eat this elixir first. You will have unexpected changes. With that, he took out a box containing pills and handed it over. Li Wujiao carefully received it, and after opening it with anticipation, his eyes showed a stunned look. This elixir was in a miserable shape. black and emitting a foul odor, somewhat like the vestigial feeling of a pile of dog. If you take it to any auction house, it will 100% be recognized as the kind of thing that comes to make trouble and get kicked out straight away. This is for me to eat? The corners of Li Wujiao's mouth were twitching. If Yi Junlin hadn't given it to him with his own hands, he would have really thought that he was being teased. Yi Junlin also froze in place. I didn't expect that this elixir given by the system would actually sell so poorly, and it was also mixed with an unpleasant stench. Tuzi, you're not fooling me, are you? This can really help my disciple activate the mad demon bloodline? Yi Junlin secretly asked. Ding, the host even doubted the business level of this system. This system is really sad. Oh, in his head, the system's soft and sticky lowly voice rang out, with the sound of a small cry after being bullied. It seems that even the speaking style has shifted after the implantation of the Lori voice pack. Alright, I believe you, Yi Junlin said helplessly. Then, he looked at Li Wujiao, who had a difficult face, and said seriously, what do you mean? Are you not believing in Master? Where is the oath you just made? Words. Li Wujiao was very self-condemning inwardly. How could he question his master? So what if it's really as long as it's an order from Master? Master, it's the apprentice's fault. The apprentice will eat this. Ah no, it's a potion. Li Wujiao forced himself to endure the discomfort, stuffed this pill into his mouth and swallowed it, and in an instant, the medicinal power kicked in steeply in his body, turning into a scalding hot current rushing through his limbs and bones. Master, I'm so hard. Abruptly, Li Wujiao felt like his entire body was burning up. His skin was as hot as a red-hot iron. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing. His eyes gradually became scarlet. His face was twisted and hideous. His white teeth were salivating, just like a ferocious beast that had lost its mind. Roar! A shocking roar emanated from his mouth, shaking countless people into covering their ears and showing pained expressions. Heavens, what's wrong with Blade Demon Knight Wujiao? Feeling the odd aura on him, I suddenly have a very scared feeling. Watch out everyone. Something's very wrong with him. The crowd was shocked and their scalps went numb. At this point, Li Wujiao's aura was extremely terrifying. His hands were pulling at his hair. He was hysterically letting out roars. His eyes were bloodshot and incomparably red, and he seemed to have lost his mind. This is already activating the mad demon bloodline? Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. Ding, yes but the activator will fall into a brief period of mania unless a powerful force forcefully suppresses him. The system explained. Die, all of you. Li Wujiao's cultivation was climbing, breaking through from the early stage of the harmonization realm to the consummation, only one step away from the Mahayana. At this moment, his eyes erupted with horrifying blood aura as he roared. Boom! He released a terrifyingly monstrous might all over his body. Gusts of surging airwaves ravaged the 8 directions, and many cultivators were shaken backward, their faces horrified. Ye void immortal. This is... The Shui family's oldest ancestor's face changed. One should know that the other party was only at the early stage of the harmonization realm, but it gave him a sense of fear deep down, as if what was in front of him was not a human being, but a crazy demon that was born to kill. What the hell did that guy feed him? How did he suddenly become like this? Red Chiba's face was filled with incredulity. He had never seen such a bizarre state of increase before. Kill! A bellowing cry. Li Wujiao's face was maniacal as he instinctively held his long sword and directly executed the chaotic heavenly saber decree's basic saber technique. At that moment, the pale saber chi shot straight up into the sky, and the overbearing saber momentum was unrelenting, with the momentum of decimating the heavenly Tao. Not bad. After activating the bloodline, it is simply like a tiger adding wings, Yi Junlin said with satisfaction. Suddenly, the strong wind in front of his eyes whistled and came, only to see Li Wujiao eyes blood red, holding a long knife to his head ruthlessly chopped. Chapter 56, Bootlicking on a Horse's Leg. Dang! A resounding metallic trill echoed through the sky, and the flattened transparent ripples were so vast and boundless that cracks surfaced in all the major buildings. The long sword that Li Wujiao had swung out with all his might was shaken away by Yi Junlin's flexed finger. Roar! Li Wujiao's figure retreated a few feet and let out a furious roar as he was about to once again store up his blade to launch an attack. Boom! In the void, a large blazing white glowing hand fell down. Palm lines must appear, filled with divine splendor of the runes, as if suppressing Sun Monkey's 5-fingered mountain. Li Wujiao, who had fallen into a frenzy, was directly held down. The earth shook and rolling sand filled the air. Li Wujiao roared hysterically, trying vainly to break free from the big hands, but his strength was worthless in front of Yi Junlin. How is it possible for a mere harmonization realm to exert this kind of strength? There was a certain supreme elder of a famous sect on the scene, and at the peak of the Mahayana realm, he was so frightened that his forehead broke out into a cold sweat. His mouth went dry, and he had a feeling of powerlessness that came from the bottom of his heart after he saw the means that Li Wujiao had executed. If that knife had been him, even if he had exerted all his strength, it would have been difficult to avoid the fate of death. Li Wujiao, Master commands you to come to your senses immediately. Yi Junlin's face was serious and his voice contained great magical power that was transmitted into the other party's ears. After hearing his master's voice, Li Wujiao was first stunned. His expression began to change crazily. The dense fury all over his body gradually dissipated, and the crimson of his eyes gradually faded away, revealing a bewildered look. Master, what just happened to me? Li Wujiao was terrified inside, and he vaguely remembered waving his sword at the silver-haired youth in front of him like he was crazy. At that moment, it was as if he had lost himself and was filled with thoughts of killing, even if he was the enemy of the whole world. Examine yourself well and see if there is any difference from before, Yi Junlin said. Upon hearing this, Li Wujiao hurriedly checked himself, and said with surprise on his face in the middle of the day, "My realm, I've broken through to harmonization perfection." This was not all. The various hidden dangers that existed in his body before, as well as the damaged foundation were all resolved, and became even stronger, simply regaining a new life. Li Wujiao was thrilled, knowing that this was all due to his master. Apprentice, thank you, Master. Yi Junlin nodded and secretly transmitted his voice. Li Wujiao, you are burdened with the mad demon bloodline. Once you stimulate this bloodline, it will bring unimaginable power, but it must not be maintained for a long period of time, so you must know how to grasp the balance. Li Wujiao was shaken, thinking of the state of insanity he was in just now. A sudden realization appeared on his face, and he immediately responded, "Yes, my disciple has remembered the teachings of my master." Seeing this scene, the cultivators present showed envy. They knew that the blade demon Li Wujiao had obtained a heavenly creation, and this creation was bestowed by Yi Junlin. Congratulations to Yi Su Xian for accepting a good disciple. The Shui clan's oldest ancestor was all smiles and enthusiastically came over to get close. Why don't you go in and have a drink on this happy day? Seeing the Shui clan ancestor's demeanor, the crowd's faces were odd. Who would have thought that this guy just got two of his own people killed with his own hands? Yi Junlin glanced at him faintly. Isn't this clamoring for the main event? After all, this banquet was organized by your Shui family, mainly to celebrate your breakthrough through the tribulation. There's no harm. It's good to add joy to joy. The Shui family ancestor had a thick skin and cast a kind gaze at Li Wujiao, cordially saying, "Little friendly, what do you say?" Li Wujiao sneered a few times, not bothering to take care of this old dog. He had a feeling of disgust towards Shui's family from the bottom of his heart. After all, it was the other party who made a move to stop him from killing Shui Tianyi. Alright, the matter has been dealt with. There is no point in staying any longer. You Shui family go on to celebrate. Turn around and remember to organize the funeral. Let's go. Yi Junlin turned around and left. Greetings to Void Immortal Yi. Seeing this, the surrounding guests respectfully arched their hands in obeisance. The Shui clan's oldest ancestor was all smiles as he said, "Yi Void Immortal, come often when you have time. My Shui clan's door will always be open for you." Rumble. Summoned. The Kuan Pang flew out from a certain deep mountain, carrying Yi Junlin and the rest of them straight up into the sky, roaming the heavens. As he watched the group of people go far away, the smile of the Shui family's old ancestor gradually disappeared, and when he thought of the storm that he had encountered today, he was so angry that his face turned blue, and his originally great mood was ruined. Master of the house. House master. The young master's hand has finally been found by me. Suddenly, excited shouts came from the distance. One of the guards came rushing in, holding his severed arm in both hands and holding it high above his head in excitement. The others forced their laughter and held their faces red. Where is the family head? The guard froze, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit odd. Take this sinner's hand and throw it to the backyard to feed the dogs. The Shui family's oldest ancestor burst into a rage and bellowed. Yes, the guards were trembling in fear, not knowing why this one was so angry. Old ancestor, then this banquet, a Shui family elder said tentatively. Dismissed at once. Get out of here, all of you. The Shui clan's old ancestor directly broke his defense and roared as his emotions almost went out of control. Farewell. The guests present had their scalps tingling as they hurriedly flew away from the Shui clan's floating island as if they were fleeing. This grand and luxurious banquet was hastily wrapped up, and regarding this occurrence, a sensation would form in multiple Dao states in the eastern domain as the group of cultivators spread the word. The sky is blue and the clouds are rolling in. A huge Kuan Pang, roaming the void. Li Wujiao stood on top, feeling that everything was like a dream. Suddenly, his eyes rested on the fiery red figure, only to see its delicate features and picturesque eyebrows. Not like the beauty that should be found in the mortal world, with snow white and delicate skin, a natural beauty. Just standing there, there was an aura of pouring over people. In an instant, Li Wujiao secretly sighed. Red Fairy. It is really as beautiful and touching as rumored. Right now, in the outside world, the most discussed person in the Xiantian sect, other than Yi Junlin, was his disciple, Red Thousand Leaves. Some say she is misogynistic and doesn't give a good look to any strange male who strikes up a conversation, while others say she is so discerning that only a unique male can conquer her. Hesitation half the time. Li Wujiao made up his mind and decided that he should go over to say hello. After all, he was a fellow disciple, and in the future, he would raise his head but not see his head. Ahem. Li Wujiao dryly coughed a few times and walked over with a smile on his face. Senior Sister Hong not only has outstanding talent, even her beauty can be described as stunning. In the future, in terms of cultivation, I would like to ask you to teach senior brother more. Red Shiba looked at him with sidelong glances. When he saw Yi Junlin blasting the giant Yang Void Immortal, Red Shenya's mood was already bad, which meant that the gap between him and the other party had widened once again, and now that he had received a new senior brother with a special physique, Red Shenya inexplicably felt a sense of crisis within his heart. Humph. Red Thousand Leaves snorted coldly and directly whisked his sleeve and twisted his head to walk away, leaving behind Night Wujiao who stood messy in the wind. The corner of Li Wujiao's mouth twitched. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, he did not expect this woman to be this high and cold. What's wrong with what I said? You don't like it when I say you're pretty? It's true that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Hello there, new senior knight. At this time, a tender and cute voice rang out from underneath, and Li Wujiao lowered his head to look and realized that it was a rat-headed lowly-bodied being that was greeting him in a friendly manner. Greetings, senior sister Bai. Knowing its identity, Li Wujiao arched his hand in a respectful manner. Being shouted at as a senior sister, Bai Xiaoxi's heart was very happy. Her furry rat face revealed a koi color. Her hands intertwined a bit squirming. With the rat I don't have to be so outgoing, Li Wujiao said in a deep voice. Senior sister Bai, there is still a need for etiquette. Okay. Bai Xiaoshi nodded and said seriously. Mousy is actually here to tell you that Master's senior apprentice is actually a male, and you have to call him Red Senior Brother or he'll get angry. Oh, what? Hearing these words, Li Wujiao looked like he was struck by a shocking thunder. Thundering to the outside, his face expression full of shock, his mouth wide open. If Bai Xiaoshi hadn't said it himself, if he had been someone else he would have drawn his sword and chopped away angrily, feeling that it was a naked slander. Rumor had it that the famous Red Fairy was actually a man. Is this melon ripe? I see. No wonder all the males who curry favor with him, he treats them with cold eyes. I dare say they are male. Li Wujiao scratched his head and laughed bitterly. Then what I said just now wasn't a slap on the horse's leg. Chapter 57, Creatures of the Stygian Abyss. After figuring out the truth, Li Wujiao had to accept the fact that Hong Chenyi was a man. Upon seeing the direction of advancement, Li Wujiao was a bit puzzled. Senior sister Bai, this isn't the route to the desolate state, is it? Bai Xiaoshi tilted his head, seemingly reorganizing his wording, and opened his mouth. Master said that he wanted to go around, travel the 5 lakes and experience the vicissitudes of the world. Li Wujiao was stunned, then sighed. Master's realm is just different. Such a great freedom and ease of mind is truly a model for my generation. Ha ha, yeah. Bai Xiaoshi scratched his head, a little embarrassed, because it was just embellishing Yi Junlin's original words. The original words actually went like this. Pinch mama, labor's mount is so racy, it's definitely the right thing to go around pretending to be a bully. Koan, charge me. While the Koan Pang was roaming for several months, the story about what happened at the Shui family banquet also caused many cultivators in the eastern domain who had learned the news to go straight to Num. Yi Junlin is not a venerable? Rather, he is a void immortal. The feathered sect's venerable giant son broke through the tribulation and purposely sought out Yi Junlin only to be killed in return? This is fishing. Who would dare to mess with him in the future? I've been in the cultivation world for many years, but I've never seen anything so outrageous. Expressing a moment of silence for fellow Daoist Juyang. If we want to blame Yi Junlin, it's because he's too shameless, concealing his cultivation 3 times. Is this old 6 ever finished? Can't we keep some sincerity between people? The tea houses, the taverns, were all talking, and many cultivators even felt that Yi Junlin was an old monster who had lived for a long time, and had come to gain the world this time. As for his currently exposed transitional cultivation, some people had already begun to boldly speculate whether it was also explicit. In short, it can't be viewed in a normal light. Sangzhou, the aura is strong and rich in resources. Great Zhou Dynasty, Granite City, at this moment, is facing an unprecedented crisis. The war drums thumped and the shouts shook the sky and the earth. 100,000 soldiers clad in metal battle armor, riding on alien beasts that looked like tigers and leopards, raised their swords in their hands and charged like a meteor shower. In an instant, a solemn momentum swept away. This was no ordinary mortal army, but the mighty tiger-leopard cavalry of the Great Zhou dynasty. Every soldier inside had a Jindan realm cultivation, belonging to the elite of the elite. Swish, 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 they were as fast as lightning on their tigers and leopards, communicating with each other's mana when they set up their battle formation, and wielding the terrifying blade awnings that had a superimposed increase effect. Such a well-trained 100,000 tiger and leopard riding. Even if the Yuaning cultivators see all have to retreat, less trapped and no longer come out. At this point, the ones fighting against them were not the armies of other imperial dynasties, but a group of ugly beings with gloomy auras and strange shapes. This is the Ghost Nation. Kill this group of humans. A large group of ugly-looking ghost race beings with different skin tones rushed towards the tiger-leopard riders in a furious manner. The grueling battle began. 100,000 tiger-leopard riders. It didn't take long to lose more than half of them. On the contrary, even if the ghost race beings were seriously injured, with the help of the black smoke that filled the back, their injuries would slowly recover. The battle was fought with blood and bodies everywhere. Defend Granite City to the death. Some scarred soldiers, holding long swords to slash at the ghost race beings, roared, "Kill!" The eyes of their fellow soldiers were red, and they charged without fear of life or death. The only thought in their minds was to guard this city behind them. Granite City, filled with panic, women sobbing with their children in their arms, young strong men filled with grief. 10,000 meters away, the Koenping happened to pass by. "Master, there are ghost clans underneath attacking the city." Li Wujiao swept in with a flash and reported with an arch, "Eat you!" An airy bellow. Yi Junlin reached out and picked up his side's cannon and rook pieces and landed them directly on the enemy's marquee pieces. And Red Chiba, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, had the corners of his mouth twitching madly. In his entire life, he had never seen such a shameless person, whose gun rook chess, hard across the entire boundary river, ignores the various pieces in the way ahead, and knocks out the marquee pieces right on the first move. During this period of time, in addition to cultivating, Red Thousand Leaves also had to serve Yi Junlin when he had time, cooperating with him in all kinds of play. For example, in this chess game, he originally thought that with his skillful chess skills, he could enjoy his abuse to the fullest, but it turned out that this guy ignored the rules 3 times and directly ate his marquee pieces. "So dog, this seat still play a hammer ah, little Red, you're too much of a dish. Master just put in less than a single effort and you've already lost the whole game." Yi Junlin threw away his pieces, arms hugging his chest, and sighed. Red Chiba held back the urge to curse and smiled sarcastically. "Master, the gun carriage is to set up the platform, and the displacement distance is limited. This 3-year-old child knows the truth ah." Yi Junlin glared and said righteously, "Master, this is a mortar. Can't it work?" "Your mortar. Wait, what's a mortar?" Red Chiba was so angry that he was about to faint, thinking that this was another new word that the other party had made up just to win by cheating in a grand manner. "It looks like you're very unconvinced. Is it questioning Master's chess skills?" Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows, his tone containing a warning. "Disciple wouldn't dare." Red Chiba lowered his head in fear. Although he had broken through the Mahayana during this time and felt that he had no enemy within the Mahayana realm, he knew that he was still too weak in front of this person. "Ruashi, what do you think of Master's chess skills?" Yi Junlin twisted his head and asked the droll mouse face behind him. Bai Shaoshi was seriously rubbing Yi Junlin's shoulders, and after seeing this scene, she nodded her head directly without even having to think. "Mouse thinks that Master is just the most powerful." Red Qianya looked on and inwardly slurred. "This dead rat, he can really kiss ass. Hey, still Ruashi knows my level." Yi Junlin looked relieved. Then his gaze went to the bearded middle-aged man. "Shaoli, what did you just say?" Looking at these two masters and disciples, Li Wujiao forced himself to resist the urge to laugh. During this period of time he has already seen his own teacher. Unlike the outside world rumors like old monsters like ancient plate majesty, but on the contrary, the style is more strange. The idea is different from the ordinary people. Poor Senior Red. He became the biggest victim. What the apprentice said is that a group of ghost clans have been spotted attacking the city not far away. The situation is precarious. Ghosts? Yi Junlin looked up his brain's memory and instantly had relevant information. The ghost race, one of the great races belonging to the dark races, came from the ancient forbidden land of the eastern domain known as the Underworld Abyss, which was the lair of many dark races. According to rumors in the ancient times, the Stygian Abyss creatures tried to invade the outside world, then the human cultivators united, and they broke out a large-scale battle, and then the Stygian Abyss creatures were defeated and retreated back again, and since then the well water did not offend the river water. and there was no trouble. Unexpectedly, there were actually ghost troops attacking human cities. Did this mean that the deadlock maintained for millions of years had been broken? In that case, let's go and take a look. Yi Junlin commanded. Ah, Koan, go over and help. The kunai let out a whale-like cry and joyfully vibrated its wings as it rushed forward. The bottom was filled with smoke. Shouts of murder resounded in all directions, and the battlefield was devastated. Jia. Don't put up any fearless resistance. Taking this city is just the beginning. All the other fortresses will be attacked by my ghost race, and the entire dynasty will soon be overthrown. The leading ghost race general had a ferocious face and sneered. It rode a white bone horse that burned with green spectral flames and held an ancient lance with interwoven runes, with an extraordinary and oppressive aura. Shut up, you guys don't want to have your way, the middle-aged commander roared, riding a foreign beast and chopping away with a large sword in hand. With his yuaning cultivation, along with the increase brought about by the battle formation, he was able to exert a very strong strength that could be considered to be at the level of the clan's pride. Dang! The sound of metal clashing was dense and incomparable, and raging waves of air spread out. The ghost race general held a long spear and fought back and forth with the middle-aged commander, but as the black mist was absorbed, it was getting better and better. On the tiger and leopard rider's side, because of the dwindling number of personnel, the battle formation's enchantment was also shrinking, causing the middle-aged commander to gradually fall behind. Giggle! The ghost race general held a long spear, trailing a pitch-black colored evil aura, storing his strength to shatter the void and hit the Nyen commander directly in the chest. Not good. The middle-aged commander hurriedly crossed his sword to resist, but the impact was too strong, shocking him and sending him flying backwards from his mount, spitting blood from his mouth. Commander Wang! The rest of his men were enraged and rushed up to protect Wang Defa, but they were all blocked by the ghost race beings with a sardonic smile on their faces. Holding a long black and gold sword, Wang Defa stood up from the ground with great difficulty, looking at the terrifying figure riding a white bone horse getting closer and closer, and feeling very powerless in his heart as he heard the roars gusting in his ears. At this rate, not only will the brethren die out, but Granite City will fall as well. And if it was really as the ghost race general had said that this level was just the beginning, then the great Zhou dynasty must be in dire straits this time. Lowly human, kneel down for this general, the ghost race general said in a condescending manner. Wang Defa's gaze was like a torque, angrily shouted, I am the commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry authorized by the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Representing the face of the Great Zhou, how can I give you this kind of kneeling? If you want to kill or die, just let your horse come over. Very well, this general will do as you wish. The ghost race general laughed back in anger, holding a long spear that pierced through the sky. His aura was extremely powerful, wanting to nail Wang Defa directly to the city wall. Suddenly, the sky resounded with a loud rumbling sound. A terrifying kingly pressure instantly swept over the entire battlefield, and all the soldiers who were still fighting, or the ghost race, were like clay molds that didn't dare to move around. Looking at the depths of the sky dome, the huge figure that pierced through the clouds, their eyes all revealed a deep look of shock. Then, what is that? The ghost race general lost his voice. Right at this moment, an unimaginable attractive force erupted from the Kuan Peng's mouth, and the faces of the ghost race beings present were horrified, realizing that they couldn't control themselves at all, and they all flew towards that abyssal mouth. No! The ghost general tried to escape, but he was sucked in as well. Panicked voices rang out one after another. It didn't take long for the Kuanping to be eaten cleanly, only to see it shake its body mischievously before letting out a shocking belch. The defenders of Granite City were so dumbfounded that they almost suspected that they were hallucinating. Is this a divine beast from the heavens, coming to shelter my great Zhou? Wang Defa murmured as he obliviously forgot the pain on his body. Chapter 8, Something is wrong. Rumbling, the Kuanping rode in on a vast stream of air, and the defenders lowered their weapons and knelt in worship. Thank the divine beast for sheltering the people of Great Zhou. The shouts were like a mountain of voices. Now that the ghost race is attacking and it happens to appear at this time, could this be the auspicious beast of my Great Zhou? Just as Wang Defa was speculating about the origin of the Kuanping, a clear voice came out from the Kuanping. Come up someone, tell us what the situation is. Instantly, the boisterous cheers fell silent. The defenders looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment. It turns out that this divine beast has a master. Wang Defa was startled, and suddenly reacted. So this was someone's great power that happened to be passing by, which made a move to help them. At that moment, Wang Defa held back his excitement and pulled himself up towards the Kuanping and swept high up in the air. Swish! Wang Defa landed on his broad back and saw an opulent palace, as well as 4 figures. He didn't dare to be slow, bowing his head and arching his hand in a respectful tone. Junior Tiger and Leopard Cavalry Commander Wang Defa, I've met all of you seniors, Answer me. Which imperial dynasty does this place belong to? And why is this ghost army attacking you? Yi Junlin lazily sat on the recliner, took the milk tea handed by Xiaoshi and gulped it down with the straw in his mouth. Wang Defa's gaze was aghast. He knew that this one sitting here was the one with the highest status among these four. This aura, this demeanor, proper big brother level. Reporting back to senior. This place is the territory of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, and I don't know why they are attacking Great Zhou, but according to the dead ghost race generals, in a little while Great Zhou will be subjected to a full-scale attack by the ghost race. When the time comes, it's bound to be a vicious battle. Words. Yi Junlin frowned. The Stygian creatures attacked the human kingdom with such fanfare. Weren't they afraid of causing another crusade from the human cultivators? After all, the ghost race was the great race of the Stygian abyss, and even it had blatantly done so perhaps the rest of the dark races had the will to do so as well. Li Wujiu mused. The ghost race prefers heavy in-chi in humid environments. What exactly are the benefits of taking down Great Zhou? Red Thousand Leaves said indifferently. What's the point of thinking so much about it? If they come they will be destroyed directly. Hearing these words, Wang Defa was inwardly delighted, looking towards this heavenly beautiful red-clothed figure, arching his hand and tentatively saying, "This fairy, are you trying to help my Great Zhou tide over its difficulties? I am here first to thank you for your great kindness on behalf of the people of Great Zhou." Ha! Red Thousand Leaves laughed coldly, his eyes flickering directly away, with an air of unconcern. Wang Defa face embarrassed, but under careful consideration and feel understandable. After all, Ping Shui met. Others why trip this mess? Yi Junlin rubbed his chin, vaguely feeling that there was a hidden mystery behind this, when a familiar system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission to rout the ghost army invading the Great Zhou dynasty. You will receive a nice reward upon completion. Alright, in that case, let's use this place as a stopping point for now and see if we can force any clues out of the ghost race. Yi Junlin inwardly made up his mind, cleared his throat, straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "The foreign races are scourging and killing innocents indiscriminately. As a great power of the human race, I cannot see death and save the innocent. Inform down there that I'll be making a move." Wang Defa first thought it was hopeless, but the other party's words made his eyes light up and he excitedly half-kneeled on the ground and cupped his fists. "Senior, Great Zhou will always remember your kindness." He felt that this would be a real peak. Even this supreme-level foreign beast was used as a mount. So how powerful should the owner who harnessed this divine beast be? With this one making promises, the world will be safe. Li Wujiao admired. Master is wise. He actually wanted to stay and help Great Zhou, simply because he was a cultivator born and raised in the eastern domain and was very resistant to the invasion of the Stygian abyss creatures. Red Shiba skimmed his lips and said darkly, "How nosy. By the way, I don't know how to address senior? Where is it from?" Wang Defa asked cautiously. "Xian Tian Sect." Yi Junlin gulped and sucked in a mouthful of milk tea. Boom! Wang Defa was like being struck by lightning, and his head buzzed. Combining the rumors he had heard before, as well as the other party's image features, he then realized that the one in front of him was the white-haired god of slaying who had recently gained popularity and fame, the ruthless man who had taken the face of the eastern region's #1 Immortal Sect and repeatedly stepped on it and rubbed it under his feet. "Yi, esteemed Lord Yi, my little one worships you." Cold sweat broke out on Wang Defa's forehead as he squeezed a smile on his face, his heart trembling with fear. An atmospheric and solemn embroidered gold and black robe, coupled with striking silver-white hair. It was no wonder that he always found this pairing inexplicably familiar. It was just that Wang Defa had a preconceived notion that Yi Junlin, who was rumored to be feared by everyone, was imagined to be an old monster with a head full of white hair. Never would have guessed that the real likeness was so young. Honorable one? Yi Junlin's face looked a little odd. It seemed that it was due to the fact that the news in this place was lagging behind, and he still did not know about what happened to him at the banquet. But it doesn't matter. It's just a term of endearment. Come on, take me to your saint. Yes, rumble. The Koanpang swept through Granite City, and the common people underneath knelt down and thanked the divine beast for its shelter. Wang Defa was in an agitated mood, holding a flag with the words Great Zhou, standing at the front and responsible for opening the way. And while the crisis in Granite City was lifting, one after another cities around the world were attacked by the ghost race's armies, and the flames of war burned rapidly at an unbelievable speed. Thousands of miles from the capital, 600,000 of the most elite Great Zhou troops are stationed there. The ground was densely filled with giant bronze elephants, on which sat armored men emanating a silver glow, carrying a lance with a metallic luster. The warships covered the sky with a sense of oppression, and countless archers bent their bows and pulled their strings, their arrows having a stormy energy condensation. With this kind of lineup, all the transformation gods have to die if they come. and all the great powers of the conformity realm have to weigh it up. At this moment, this great Joe army was already standing by, ready to fend off the upcoming ghost race army. Inside the army tent, looking at the red dot marked on the map, several great Joe generals clad in armor were discussing the battle. Just a moment ago, there have been multiple units of ghost race troops that have broken through the defenses set up by our side along the way, and are following the nearest road with the intention of taking the capital city of my great Joe directly. I can see they're going for the quick kill. According to the battle reports coming in from all over the country, multiple ghost generals suspected to be in the harmonization realm have already appeared, and we can't even rule out a ghost marshal in the Mahayana realm sitting in on the scene. Speaking of which, their expressions were filled with gravity. At this time, one of the generals hesitated for a long time and spoke. This time, the Ghost Clan has suddenly made a big fuss and insisted on occupying my Great Joe Palace. Could it be that there is some treasure in my Great Joe that has attracted their covetousness? When these words came out, several other colleagues' faces changed slightly. Quietly, he looked over at the powerful man next to him, clad in golden battle armor and a red cape over his shoulder, with a great instrument. This is the Crown Prince established by the Great Joe and the successor of the Joe Emperor. The Crown Prince murmured, "This Highness knows what you all mean, but unfortunately, I, who am the Crown Prince, am not sure." Your Highness the Crown Prince. It was the last general who was abrupt just now. The general who opened his mouth had an embarrassed face as he clasped his fists and admitted his mistake. The Crown Prince waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "There is no harm. This time the ghost race is attacking in force. All we have to do is to resist as much as we can. If we really can't, then we will protect more of the people to evacuate the country. As long as the people are still here, there is hope for everything. For the Crown Prince to be so mindful of the people is truly a blessing for my Great Joe." The generals exclaimed. The Crown Prince sighed. "AI. This is just the worst case scenario. When the time comes, I hope that the other forces in Sanjo will be able to lend a helping hand to help my Great Joe defend against the ghost race, for the sake of being of the same human race." Just then, there was a sudden cacophony outside the military tent. Chapter 59, My Apprentice Gaga Messi Kills. Strange, could it be that the ghost race has fought over? A general's face was startled. The words just fell. An adjutant general rushed into the military tent in a fiery hurry and exclaimed, reporting to the Crown Prince, "There is a new situation outside. You should go and take a look." Could it be that the ghost race is up to something again? The Crown Prince's heart sank slightly as he led several generals out of the military tent. When they saw a huge head of a strange creature in the sky, riding a majestic air current swooping down, in an instant, their faces changed drastically, not daring to believe it. What kind of foreign beast is this? A general's scalp went numb as he anxiously said, "Why would something like this appear in my Great Joe? Quickly order all the generals to prepare for battle and block it. Don't mess around. This is the divine beast Koan Pang." The Crown Prince scolded sternly, his gaze looking towards the behemoth in awe. But what shocked him most was the sight of Wang Defa. "Someone is up there raising the flag of my Great Joe. I recognize him. That's Commander Wang of the Tiger Leopard Riders." A general almost thought that he had misread it, and after double-checking, he exclaimed, "What?" The crowd was dumbfounded. Wang Defa held up a flag in his hand, which was fluttering in the wind, so he could be described as being in the limelight, and he was very happy inside. As Koan Pang arrived above the army tent, Wang Defa immediately flew down to the ground, kneeled on one knee and respectfully said, "Commander of the Tiger and Leopard Riders, meet your Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince quickly asked, "Commander Wang, what's going on? Could it be that this divine beast has a connection with my Great Joe?" Wang Defa said in a deep voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this divine beast has a master, and that one has promised that he will step in to help my Great Joe." Hiss! The crowd gasped backward. Using a Koan Pang as a mount, who in the entire eastern region is so bullish? The prince was also shocked by this, but it was the information revealed in the second half of the sentence that caused him to feel the greatest emotional turmoil. "Commander Wang, is that true? That senior is really willing to help my Great Joe tide over its difficulties? 1,000 times over." The Crown Prince was happy to have such a powerful aide, and suddenly felt that there was hope for the Great Joe. What is this senior's name? After this is accomplished, Great Joe, will surely repay him. Reporting back to your Highness the Crown Prince, that senior is called Yi Junlin. Words. The Crown Prince froze first, his heart thumping as he tentatively said, Yi Junlin? Is that the white-haired killing god of the Tian sect? Wang Defa was startled and hurriedly lowered his voice. Your Highness the Crown Prince, be careful what you say. Venerable Yi is actually a very easygoing person, not at all as ferocious as the rumors. The crowd swallowed saliva in their throats. The word easygoing doesn't seem to fit him, does it? The feathered sect had lost an army of 1 million cultivators because of him, which also included 18 core elders of the Mahayana realm. That's all real. The prince adjusted his breathing and made a few steps forward, arching his hand in a respectful tone. Crown Prince of Great Zhou, meet Honorable Yi. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. If people were upset, they would probably level the capital city with their hands. I'm afraid that the 600,000 troops in my own hands are not even qualified to give others a warm-up. Rumble. Suddenly, on the distant horizon, the overwhelming black fog spread like a wave. 800,000 sinister beings rushed out, wearing mottled battle armor and wielding various weapons, their ugly faces full of ferocity, their eyes bursting with bloodthirsty red light. Jia jia jia, you human race, if you're sensible, you should obediently surrender and fall into the sacrifice of my ghost race. A teasing sardonic laugh echoed across the sky. The prince's face huffed, and he was just about to open his mouth to say something when he saw a slightly irritated voice coming from the Kuan Pang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You too, go finish them off. Yes, master. Swish. Immediately afterward, Red Thousand Leaves and Li Wujiao respectively rushed and swept away, turning into rainbow light to meet the vast army of ghosts. At the rear of the ghost race, 10 ghost marshals who emitted a terrifying aura, hidden within the black mist and secretly observing, communicated with each other by voice. Ridiculous, capturing this human kingdom called Great Zhou actually requires us to need to utilize so much power. Everyone, don't be careless. It's said that this kind of imperial dynasty is different from clans, usually possessing a national fortune to add to it, and the Ghost King is also out of caution, wanting to test the bottom line of that Zhou Emperor. Either way, 800,000 against 600,000. The advantage is mine. Most importantly, is that this time the 100 races of the underworld abyss come out together? My ghost race must seize the first opportunity. This is a major event that concerns the rise and fall of the entire race. That's right. Anyway, it's only a matter of time before this world falls, and when the person in charge of the eastern domain changes, we'll also have a certain amount of say because of our merit. In the meantime, Red Thousand Leaves and Li Wujiao landed not far from the ghost race army and watched as the vast ghost race beings came surging in. Senior brother Red. Senior brother. I'm clumsy with my sword skills, so I'll make an offering first. Li Wujiao gazed ahead, the corner of his mouth rising crazily. The killing intent within him had long since pressed on, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of the blade, violently pulling out the long, black-colored blade. Swish! At this moment, the aura on Li Wujiao's body changed abruptly, from the unrestrained Jianghu swordsman to a devil who seemed to want to slaughter the living. Chop! The cold voice echoed in all directions. Giving a giggle, the black-as-ink blade swept away, turning into a giant mouth of the abyss to devour a large number of ghost race beings. Aha! The screams tore at his heart. Many ghost race beings were scared out of their wits. Which human powerhouse had made this move? With just one slash, he killed 100,000 enemies. Li Wujiao exhaled heavily, recalling the move he had just made. He always felt that it was still a bit less than perfect. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura like a volcanic eruption came from the side. The temperature around them instantly drew up insanely high, leaving one's mouth dry. Red Thousand Leaves drummed the surging mana in his body, his head full of black hair fluttering and flying. His aura was very powerful. He pinched his finger with one hand and pointed both fingers remotely. Ah! Wherever the area was covered by the red-gold flames, there were bursts of mournful wailing sounds, and countless ghost race beings were burned to ashes. Not good. Quickly block it. Among them, dozens of Harmonization Realm ghost generals were alarmed, releasing boiling ghost chi all over their bodies, joining hands to exert their power to resist, trying to save the situation. But their struggles are destined to be of no avail. Soon, one by one, they were entangled in the flames and fell on the spot. 700,000 ghost clan troops, and in the blink of an eye, 400,000 were gone. It's simply horrible as hell. Li Wujiao sighed. Senior Red Brother is so strong. Senior Brother admires him. Ha! The corners of Red Thousand Leaves' mouth curled imperceptibly, slightly self-satisfied in his heart. Even if that shameless guy took in a freak, I, Red Chiba, am still the strongest senior brother. Let's have a quick battle. Don't let people see the joke, Red Thousand Leaves said indifferently. Swish! In the next second, he was surrounded by monstrous flames and swept straight away with a terrifying might. The sight of scorched earth all along the way was shocking. Li Wujiao nodded and said solemnly, Senior Red is right. We can't disgrace our master. Holding a long sword, he flew and executed his sword technique. Falling into the Ghost Tribe's army was a messy kill. Under the attack of these two people, the Ghost Race army did not take long to suffer heavy deaths and injuries, and their numbers plummeted at an incredible rate. At this rate, they'll all be extinguished soon. To see such a ferocious scene, All the great Joe generals were so scared that their faces were bloodless and their hands and feet were cold. Good. So strong. Several generals swallowed saliva in their throats, and beads of sweat broke out on their foreheads. The prince's hair was even more numb and his face muscles were twitching. Worthy of being the disciple of the white-haired god of slayers, he had indeed inherited his style. I thought it was going to be a bad fight, but I didn't expect it to be so clean. Damn! Who are these two humanoids? Within the black mist at the large rear, the 10 ghost marshals were shocked and angry, and what was happening in front of them directly made them anxious. Popping up at this juncture, it seems to be a strong person offered by the great Joe dynasty. We must make a move to quell him, no matter who it is. No one can stop my ghost clan's plans. Go! At this point, Red Thousand Leaves flickered in the air, raising his hand to exterminate thousands of ghost race beings. Suddenly he sensed something and looked after the source, laughing coldly. Interesting is coming. Boom! With a loud rumbling sound, 10 mighty figures emitting majestic ghost aura swept towards the sky, covered in ancient battle armor painted with runes, each holding various swords, clubs, halberds and other weapons. What a strong aura! This is a ghost marshal of the Mahayana realm, the prince and the others exclaimed. The weakest, all had mid-Mahayana stages, and the strongest was peak Mahayana. Both of you humanoids, go to hell. A green-haired ghost marshal in the mid-Dhyana stage took the lead, holding a pitch-black halberd and stabbing fiercely. Ha ha, just in time for me to practice. Li Wujiao's face was excited, just in time to try out his upper limit, and he couldn't wait to execute his blade slash. Swish! The blade shattered the void, carrying an aura that cut through the heavens. Put! The green-haired ghost marshal couldn't believe it, and watched as the halberd in his hand broke off, and there was a tearing pain in his chest, followed by a spike of green blood. Inside of it, it's full of fear. When did the human race's harmonization realm cultivators become so strong? This kind of battle power across great realms. There weren't many of them in the entire underworld abyss for millions of years. Ha! One slash didn't kill you? Then I'll do it again. Li Wujiao felt that he couldn't save face, and he swung his long sword with full strength to chop out again. Swish! A destructive blade flashed by. Rumbling, the green-haired ghost marshal didn't even have time to scream miserably before he was annihilated under this terrifying blade. How can it be? The 9 ghost marshals were struck by lightning. The crown prince's jaw dropped as they murmured, "Are all of Elder Ye's disciples this fierce?" Chapter 60, Emperor Zhou. Ha ha, what a ing pain in the ass. Li Wujiao laughed and carried his long sword to continue chopping towards the other ghost marshals. Kill this guy. The purple-haired ghost marshal in the lead shouted angrily, holding a trident that stabbed out fiercely with a sinister wind. The other several ghost marshals executed killing moves, and terrifying baleful chi surged out, covering the sky and the sun with an appalling might. Rumble! Being hit by 9 energy blasts filled with evil aura, Li Wujiao's face changed, realizing that he was still pushing too hard. How about trying to utilize the mad demon bloodline? Li Wujiao thought to himself and clenched his teeth. His eyes had a tendency to gradually become crimson. Swish! At that moment, searing heat filled all directions, and countless green flames containing a divine aura surfaced. Green jade glazed fire. Red Thousand Leaves violently flung his sleeve, and countless green flames swept out, forcibly interrupting the attacks of those ghost marshals. Ah! There were 6 mid-Dhyana ghost marshals screaming miserably. Their bodies were rapidly scorched by the green-colored flames, and they were annihilated in the air in no time. Human woman, I want you to pay for your life. The purple-haired ghost marshal was furious, holding his trident high above his head and releasing vast energy fluctuations. On the trident, a tyrannical baleful aura shot up into the clouds, and the entire sky dome darkened, as if a terrifying natural disaster was about to descend. The purple-haired ghost marshal was at the peak of the Mahayana, and if he erupted into an attack at full strength, there was almost no one in the whole of the Great Zhou who would be able to defeat him. Cold sweat overflowed from Li Wujiao's forehead, and he hastily withdrew far away, looking at the purple-haired ghost marshal with eyes filled with pity. Ha ha, it's too late to be afraid now. You and this stinking woman both have to die. Seeing this, the other 2 late Mahayana stage ghost marshals had cruel smiles on their faces, rather like they were about to turn the tables. Hiss! Hearing this, Li Wujiao even drew in a cool breath and stormed back a few hundred meters once again. Fruity, an unimaginably terrifying aura erupted, causing one's heart to tremble. Red Thousand Leaves was full of hair fluttering about. His face was cold as frost, and his eyes were murderous. The cold and merciless voice was full of killing intent and echoed in the vastness of the sky and earth. You guys die for the seat. When he raised his hand, infinite black fire surged out of the void, carrying the power to devour everything, sweeping towards those several figures with boiling ghost chi. No, those 2 late Mahayana stage ghost marshals, the fear in their eyes almost overflowing, were swallowed up by a weird black fire. What is this? The purple-haired ghost marshal's face was horrified, and he ran through with his trident in his hand in the heat of the moment. Giggle. The trident released countless dark purple lightning bolts, each containing extremely strong destructive power. The dreaded phenomenon happened. Countless dark purple lightning bolts bombarded the black flames, and in turn, they were devoured. This can't be. The purple-haired ghost marshal was scared out of his wits, and after seeing this scene, he lost all fighting spirit and turned around to flee the scene. But alas, it was too late. The black flames fell on it, and the purple-haired ghost marshal felt that all of its flesh and blood, including its soul, were being crazily absorbed, an unspeakably great pain. The screams tore at his heart. In just a few seconds, the purple-haired ghost marshal disappeared completely. As for the remaining ghost race beings, they were also engulfed by the black fire, and on the devastated battlefield, only the whimpering of the cold wind could be heard. The great Joe generals looked on in disbelief, their hearts filled with deep awe at the flaming red-robed figure. Fairy red is truly heavenly. The prince's lips mumbled for a moment before he spat out these words with difficulty. Why do I think this is a female devil? A general muttered in a low voice, and was frightened by his fellow officers and stabbed his elbow, signaling to hurry up and shut up. At this point, Red Thousand Leaves' face gradually eased as he coldly laughed. Griffin who doesn't know how to die. Red Thousand Leaves twisted his head and swept a glance at Knight Wujia who was hiding far away. He didn't say anything and moved to go back to resume his orders. Li Wujio sighed. After the rage, Senior Brother Hong is simply invincible in the same realm, worthy of being the earliest disciple that Master Zun accepted. In the next second, Li Wujiao thought of something. His right hand tightly gripped the hilt of the knife. The corners of his mouth insanely rose. The bottom of his eyes flickered with exuberance. This is also good. If it is a duel, I will be able to insanely chop him up. Red Thousand Leaves seemed to feel something. His back was creepily cold. He violently twisted his head to look, and realized that Li Wujiao had silently followed him. He suspiciously turned his head and secretly whispered, could it be that just now it was an illusion of the seat? When the two of them landed on the Koan Pang, they bowed their heads and arched their hands. Master, according to your instructions, everything is settled. Results. No response was ushered forward. Li Wujiao said inwardly with apprehension. Oh no, could it be that Master is not satisfied? What's this guy up to again? Red Sheba raised her head tentatively, almost getting so angry that her nose went askew, only to see that on the recliner in front of him, a handsome young man was lying on his back unimaginatively, his eyes with sky-blue blindfolds, his mouth drooling, and he was falling into a sound sleep, a thunderous look, completely out of step with the outside world. Master, wake up, Bai Shaoshi called softly in his ear. Yi Junlin woke up slowly and removed his blindfold smoothly. Already solved? Yes, the enemy army has been completely annihilated by us. Red Sheba resisted the urge to rush up and beat him up violently and gritted his teeth. Yi Junlin stretched his back and came between the two of them, stretching out his hand to pat their shoulders respectively, in a tone of leadership praise. Good job, keep up the good work. Then, straightening his back, he walked away with his feet carrying the wind in his negatives. Thank you, Master, for the compliment. Li Wujiao was thrilled. Red Thousand Leaves skimmed his mouth and secretly slandered, saying that you're going to make a move, but together you still have to make us do the work. At the bottom, the prince was apprehensive within them. At this time, a black-robed young man was seen walking with his arms folded, a head of silver-white shoulder-length hair, roots of hair crystal bright, face of abundant god handsome, body exudes as if exiled immortal-like temperament. Greetings to esteemed Lord Yi. The crown prince looked startled and hurriedly arched his hand in greeting. All of them arched their hands in unison and said, greetings to Honorable Yi. Now that the crisis is lifted, you great Zhou shall not entertain me properly? Yi Junlin smiled. The crown prince respectfully said, esteemed Yi, you are our most honored guest. Great Zhou will surely treat you warmly. Yi Junlin nodded. He made a point of walking down here to experience the local fireworks and, the group of people rose up into the clouds and arrived at the bustling capital city. And the news about the overthrow of the Ghost Race's army had already been sent back to the city early. The people of the capital city cheered and rejoiced. Quickly look, that one is esteemed Lord Yi. It's rumored that it was he who made the move to exterminate the Ghost Clan's army. A tea house owner exclaimed. Esteemed Yi is above. Please accept my humble worship. Many people rushed in a swarm, worshipping excitedly. Countless praises followed, all about Yi Junlin. In short, praising him to the skies. Yi Junlin sighed. AI. This is clearly the work of my disciple. How can it be described as mine? Cough cough. The prince's face was embarrassed. This street is almost finished. You just mentioned this? Hearing this, Li Wujiao said without thinking, as disciples, our merit is the merit of our master. Red Sheba's face was contemptuous. This person was so spineless. Little Red. What do you think? Yi Junlin asked seriously. Red Thousand Leaves immediately said solemnly. I think Senior Brother Knight is absolutely right. Ruzi can be taught. Master didn't love you for nothing, Yi Junlin said with relief. Inside the palace, the whole court is looking forward to it. Greetings, esteemed Lord Yi. Upon seeing this silver-haired youth accompanied by the crown prince, they all instantly understood his identity and immediately arched their hands in admiration. This is a ruthless person who single-handedly destroyed the feathered sect's army of 1 million cultivators, and when looking at the entire country excluding the Zhou Emperor, there is absolutely no rival. The crown prince said in a deep voice. Esteemed Yi, father is inside to greet you. Oh, Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. This old boy was quite a stand-up guy, sitting inside just waiting for him to come over. At that moment, a mellow voice came with apologies. Esteemed Yi, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you from afar. It's really a physical inconvenience. Yi Junlin walked into the main hall, his expression stunned. There is a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a flat sky crown in front of him, sitting on the dragon chair with a majestic face, emitting a circle of blazing white halo all over his body, invisibly shrouded by some kind of power, seemingly convalescing his injuries, or adapting to the state. This was the contemporary Zhou Emperor of the Great Zhou. Chapter 61, A Bizarre Inside Story? Emperor Zhou, what are you? Yi Junlin's gaze was slightly condensed. From memory, this type of imperial dynasty was different from clans and lineages in that it possessed a mysterious power known as the national fortune as a killer. The effects of the national luck were very mysterious, and could assist in cultivation, as well as heal one's own body and enhance one's power. And the world's people are the basis for the formation of the nation's fortunes. If a ruler wants to be blessed with national fortune, he has to be recognized by the general populace. Therefore, a mutually beneficial relationship is formed between the two. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. At this time, the Zhou Emperor, it looks like the situation is not very good, is using the national fortune of this great Zhou to heal. There are a few points of a bird of prey. The meaning of storing up the momentum. AI. Letting esteemed Lord Yi see the joke. Emperor Zhou laughed bitterly. The first time he saw Yi Junlin, he was a bit surprised by Yi Junlin's young appearance. After all, based on various rumors, it made Emperor Zhou subconsciously think that this was a twilight, pedantic and old-fashioned white-haired old man. Most of all, Emperor Zhou realized that with his cultivation level of the perfection of the Mahayana realm, he could not actually see through Yi Junlin's exact realm. Could it be that this person has used some sort of cultivation concealment technique? Emperor Zhou was somewhat puzzled. Even so, judging from the Battle of Desolate State, Emperor Zhou had great respect for Yi Junlin, because excluding himself, the one who carried a country's qi, there was no one in the entire Great Zhou who could pose a threat to him anymore. Yi Junlin said, Emperor Zhou, can you tell me what happened in this? Emperor Zhou pretended to dryly cough a few times, and the crown prince understood and signaled the civil and military officials to exit the hall, leaving only a few people behind. The ghost race of the underworld abyss, for no apparent reason, launched an offensive against my Great Zhou, something that my Great Zhou could not have anticipated. And in response to this, many ministers in the courtroom are speculating that there is a treasure within the palace that the ghost race covets, and this is what has caused them to make such a big deal out of it. Emperor Zhou sighed helplessly, but the problem is that even I, the Lord of Great Zhou, am not sure what this treasure actually is. Yi Junlin was a bit speechless. Dare I say you are also confused? And how did you get this injury? In the whole of Great Zhou, who could hurt a cultivator of the perfect Mahayana realm? Not to mention this Zhou Emperor who carried the monstrous fortune of the country. Esteemed Yi asked to the point. Before the ghost race army formally attacked Great Zhou, my ancestral tomb was once invaded by a mysterious person, and then it was me who immediately rushed to the scene and used my national fortune to add support, which repelled that mysterious person. The Zhou Emperor's face was filled with deep scorn as he spoke of this matter. Strangely enough, I can accurately feel that the mysterious man was clearly very strong. Even I am not his opponent, but he retreated with his hands tied and some scruples, and then after a while, the ghost race began to launch an attack on my Great Zhou. Words. The prince's face was in shock. He originally thought that it was his father's use of the national fortune to forcefully repel that mysterious person who invaded the ancestral tomb, but he didn't realize that there was this thrilling inside story. To know how powerful is the power of the national fortune, with his father's cultivation to use the national fortune plus, enough to fight against the best in the transitional succession realm, but even his father personally admitted that he was not defeated, so you can imagine how terrifying the other party's strength is. The most unbelievable thing was that the man just retreated. The invasion of the ghost race's army began right after the incident, so there must be an inevitable connection. It seems that the problem lies inside the ancestral tomb. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered. From Emperor Zhou's description, the ghost race was instructed by that mysterious person, which was why they attacked Great Zhou, wanting to take this ancestral tomb completely. There are definitely huge interests involved behind the scenes, or else they would never do such thankless things. But the strange thing was, since the mysterious man had the strength to crush Emperor Zhou, but why did he suddenly stop and retreat? And what exactly was worth exploring in this ancestral tomb? There's a lot of doubt. The more he thought about it, the more Yi Junlin's interest grew. He was originally crossing into this world of cultivation, and has the golden finger of open hanging, no need to cultivate lying flat on the line, so holding the game of the world, eat, drink and have fun mentality. He thought that the days would pass like this, but he didn't expect to find out that there was a hidden mystery behind it, which made him feel even more interesting. There is even such a strange thing? Li Wujiao frowned. Next to him, Red Thousand Leaf's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of biting essence flashed in his eyes, as if he recalled a certain rumor he had heard back then in the central region. Emperor Zhou, if you don't feel presumptuous, could you take me to the ancestral tomb? Yi Junlin opened the door and said. Emperor Zhou sat in the dragon chair and fell into silence. How presumptuous. After all, for the king of a country, how important is the ancestral tomb? Is it something you, an outsider, can see whenever you want? The crown prince could see his father's difficulty, and said very politely, Elder Yi, the ancestral tomb is the place where my ancestors have long slept, and I'm afraid that if you go in with your precious body, you will be contaminated with something bad. Then he turned his words around and respectfully said, Your Excellency Yi has come to visit us and helped us repel the Ghost Clan's army, so he deserves to be warmly received by my great Zhou, and the state banquet prepared by the Imperial Cuisine Room is about to begin, so why don't you move to the Heavenly Harmony Hall to enjoy it now? The Zhou Emperor also spoke at this time. Esteemed Yi, please forgive me for not being able to fulfill this request. The ancestral tomb of my great Zhou royal family is not something that can be opened casually, but as your most honored guest, I will give you the most generous treatment, and you can take your pick of the treasures in the treasury as you please. It was evident that Emperor Zhou was still very sincere. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. I'm a man with a system. Just by signing in every day, I can be rich as a nation. Will you lack that little thing in the national treasury? Although Great Zhou was one of the immortal imperial dynasties in the eastern domain, and the treasury would certainly have many treasures that would drive the outside cultivators crazy after years and years of accumulation, there was simply no attraction in Yi Junlin's eyes. He was just simply a bit curious about the mysterious man's intentions of invading the ancestral tombs. Since he wasn't willing to open it and take a look, Yi Junlin wouldn't force himself. He was already a rather spontaneous person. Just as well. Yi Junlin waved his hand. The crown prince secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, I knew that esteemed Lord Yi is a reasonable man. Gentlemen, this way please. The crowd then proceeded to the state banquet. At this point, at a distance beyond the land of Great Zhou, there's a mountain with an eerie setting where the sun's rays don't shine in half as much as they should on a bright sunny day. Every bit of the way, one could see a few ghost soldiers wearing battle armor and holding spears standing guard, their faces expressionless and exuding a dense aura. Deep in the mountain peaks, there is a palace made of white bones. The table was filled with plates of processed flesh and blood, various human organs, and black and white eyes. The smell of blood filled the air. A body complexion gray, forehead born with a one-horned ghost spirit, sitting on a throne covered with human skin. Bushy palms grabbed a large pile of eyeballs in the air, then threw them into the mouth and chewed them up. The ugly face appeared to be cozy. Great king, here is your wine. At its feet, there was a cloaked, unclothed, bruised human female cultivator with trembling hands holding up a bronze three-legged cup filled with bright red, sticky blood. This is the blood of a newborn baby. The one-horned ghost king took the cup and drank it all in one go, and after throwing it away, he forcefully wrapped the female cultivator in his arms and laughed loudly. Painful. It was excited to be able to lead its clan out of the Stygian abyss to conquer the outside world, without having to live that dark and boring life. How many years has it been? Finally waiting for this opportunity. This king must seize the opportunity to perform well. If we successfully capture the Great Zhou dynasty, this king's prestige in the Ghost Clan will be higher. Most importantly, as long as we obtain the approval of those few, there might be a spot for this king in the future East Domain's wordmasters. The one-horned ghost king rubbed his chin and sneered. The female cultivator's body was shivering. Her pretty face was filled with despair. She was a Jindan loose cultivator in Sangzhou, and then unfortunately was captured by the other party, suffering from pain day and night. During this period, she also saw too many inhumane sights. Her spirit has collapsed. Very much want to die, but the other party's cultivation is too high. Was done a bit of tampering, resulting in her not even qualified to commit suicide. It's been so long, How come no news has come yet? With the strength of Kunta and the others, it's enough to force the Zhou Emperor's hand. What this king is most afraid of is the guy who carries the fate of the country. The one-horned ghost king had a fierce gaze. Just then, a strange black mist floated into the hall. A mysterious man wearing a black robe and hood stepped out, and a low, hoarse voice emanating from beneath the brim of the hat, containing uncontrollable anger. Waste! What are you still doing here? Words. Unicorn Ghost King nonetheless not annoyed. On the contrary, his face was horrified. From the throne of bone flopped to kneel on the ground. Trembling voice, the little one to pay homage to the Lord Messenger. Chapter 62 Thou vulgar man. In the face of the mysterious man's angry rebuke, the Unicorn Ghost King's heart was filled with trepidation, and he didn't dare to have the slightest complaint at all. Because this person in front of him was one of the masterminds behind the scenes, an existence that all the creatures of the underworld abyss had to look up to, and the fate of all the races would be in their hands in the future. Now that all the 100 clans of the underworld abyss are making moves for the Holy War, while you as the Ghost King are hiding in the big backwaters to have fun. Can I understand that the Ghost Clan has given up? The black-robed messenger said coldly. Wrongfully accused. I have already dispatched an army to attack the Great Zhou dynasty. I believe that the Zhou Emperor will soon be forced to make a move, and when that happens, his details will be exposed, and I will be even more certain to deal with him. The one-horned Ghost King's heart trembled in fear as he hurriedly explained. If this caused a misunderstanding and delayed the future of the entire ghost race, wouldn't the rest of the Ghost Kings join together to tear it apart to vent their anger? The black-robed messenger laughed back in anger. Fool! The 800,000 troops you sent out just a moment ago have long since been annihilated outside the capital city. It had no effect on Emperor Zhou. How can it be? The Unicorn Ghost King's head buzzed. His face stunned. This 800,000 strong army. There are dozens of ghost generals of the harmonization realm alone, and there are even 10 ghost marshals of the Mahayana realm sitting in the town. So if the Zhou Emperor does not come out, he will definitely be able to turn the Great Zhou upside down. As a result, they're all dead without even hitting the capital? This Great Zhou dynasty, it's actually so powerful? The one-horned Ghost King's face was ugly. The black-robed messenger coldly said, the one who overthrew your 800,000 strong army was not the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, but a cultivator who happened to be traveling through Great Zhou, and the people of the capital city at the time shouted out to him as Zuni Yi. Venerable? The one-horned Ghost King froze, and then became infuriated. A foreign Mahayana cultivator dared to disrupt its plans. It really had lived an impatient life. Although it was surprised at the strength of the other party, to the transitional realm, a mere Mahayana was nothing at all. As a precautionary measure, this plutonium pill is for you. Make sure you take down Great Zhou for me. I won't allow you to fail again. The black-robed messenger's voice was cold and heartless. A purple pill densely covered in mysterious patterns slowly floated in front of the Unicorn Ghost King. The one-horned Ghost King knew that this was its last chance, and immediately made up its mind and said in a deep voice, I will go this time, and I will definitely do as the messenger wishes. Ha! The black-robed messenger laughed coldly and disappeared in a cloud of black mist, as if he had never appeared. Who? The Unicorn Ghost King let out a sigh of relief and raised his hand to wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. Thinking about how the plan was almost ruined this time, he was furious inside. Boom! A terrifying baleful aura violently erupted, and the entire mountain trembled. The one-horned Ghost King twisted his head and glanced at it, raising his hand and grabbing that female cultivator huddled in the corner over to him, his eyes glaring ferociously as he growled lowly, Did you think that this king's performance just now was ridiculous? Say it. The female cultivator was so scared that her face turned pale and she said in horror, Great king. The youngest daughter definitely didn't. You're lying. Boo. The one-horned Ghost King was furious as he grabbed her and exploded, then flashed and swept into the sky. His roar was like heavenly thunder reverberating in all directions. All generals, march with the king. Yes. Subsequently, countless ghostly shadows followed the one-horned Ghost King, wrapped in black mist and headed straight for Great Zhou, the temple of heavenly harmony. Several courtesans of top quality, veiled, moved beautifully and danced with the wonderful music played by the geisha, which was a unique experience. At this moment, Yi Junlin and the others were enjoying the highest standard state banquet of Great Zhou. These ingredients are not ordinary things, either rare birds and beasts or taken from heavenly treasures, so each dish is worth a lot of money and contains many benefits. Ordinary cultivators can even break through in situ after eating it, and benefit a lot. Li Wujiao picked up the wine jar, tilted his head back and gulped it all down. His face was a little tipsy red, and he exclaimed, This wine is really strong. Bai Shaoshi clamped a piece of meat in her mouth and chewed it, her rat face showing a happy expression. Yummy pinch. Hong Qianye slightly tasted a few mouthfuls, then did not move his chopsticks again. This action made the Crown Prince's heart race in his throat, and he tentatively said, "Fairy Red, is it something that is not to your taste?" Red Qianye wrapped his arms around himself and closed his eyes. He just didn't have an appetite for these so-called mountain delicacies. Seeing this, the Crown Prince's face was embarrassed. Yi Junlin said, "Ignore him, he's on a diet." "I see. Fairy Red is really self-disciplined." The prince sighed. "This seat reduces your sister's fat." The muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched as he forced himself to hold back his inner rage. But at the moment, he had to turn a deaf ear and hold his tongue. The Crown Prince picked up his wine cup, stood up and toasted to Yi Junlin, saying aloud, "Honorable Yi, it is an honor for me to be able to represent Great Zhou in entertaining such a distinguished guest as you. I'll drink first. Feel free to do as you please." The words were finished in a single drink. "Good point." Yi Junlin nodded, and the reason why he remained here was to see if the ghost race had made any new moves, because the previous mission released by the system had not had any rewards issued until now, which made Yi Junlin realize that the mission had not been completed satisfactorily. Snap! Suddenly, the Crown Prince clapped his hands and all the palace maids retreated. An old man dressed in grey robes with a bland face, carrying an ancient zither, stepped into the hall. "This is the Nangong Master. Is from my Zhou deservedly the first musician? In Sangzhou many places have a very high reputation. He played the tune is not only beautiful, but also contains some kind of deep Taoist meaning. To the cultivator is an excellent experience. Once there is a life expectancy will end of the Yuaning cultivator. 1,000 miles to listen to him play the tune. Directly have some enlightenment. On the spot breakthrough of the transformation of God." The prince introduced himself. "Old me, Nangong Changfeng, meet you all." Nangong Changfeng was not humble. Arching his hand and bowing lightly, between his hands and feet, he revealed an unspeakable arrogance. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. "How does this old guy look like?" "Master Nangong, please begin," the prince said in a respectful tone. Nangong Changfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the guzhang on his knees, his fingers slowly plucking the strings of the zither, emitting a wonderful sound that resounded through the qiankuan. Clang! The sound of the song was very coherent and smooth, echoing leisurely in all directions, and seemed to be able to wash one's soul. The whole process, Li Wujiao's face moved a little, and he listened carefully with his side ear. Bai Shaoshi was mesmerized and couldn't help but gently rock her body. Red Chiba, on the other hand, was expressionless, not even bothering to raise his eyelids much. As for Yi Junlin, when he heard the second half, he even let out a long yawn, propping his head up with one hand and drifting off to sleep. Nangong Changfeng took it in his eyes, his old face becoming increasingly gloomy. "What do you mean? Is this a defiance of the old man's piano skills?" How many cultivators heard him play a tune and were grateful as if they had been given a treasure? But how did it become a lullaby here? Nangong Changfeng felt that his self-esteem had been thwarted, and holding his breath he finished playing, stood up and coldly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, in the future, if this is the case, there is no need for you to invite me. I can't afford to lose this person." The Crown Prince coughed dryly a few times. "Master Nangong, what do you mean by this?" Nangong Changfeng reached out and pointed at Yi Junlin on the main seat, saying indignantly, "Ask him." The Crown Prince cautiously said, "Eminence Yi, could it be that the tune played by Master Nangong makes you feel dissatisfied?" Yi Junlin pulled out his ears. Sloppy. He liked tunes with high tunes. Nangong Changfeng's playing was too tame. Plus it was a smelly old man. Yi Junlin was not interested at all. As for the slight Dao meaning contained in the sound of the zither, it did not have the slightest effect on him, a person who usually lay flat in swings, and whose cultivation was all based on touching the porcelain. The Crown Prince's face was embarrassed, not realizing that even the tune played by Grandmaster Nangong was rated as sloppy. This gave the Crown Prince a very absurd feeling. He had just listened with fascination. The Crown Prince's mind moved, and then looked at Red Qianye, who still had her eyes closed, and secretly said, "See, even Fairy Red is immersed in it." Reminiscing with her eyes closed. After receiving this evaluation, Nangong Changfeng was so angry that he was about to spit out old blood. This was a naked humiliation for the high-minded and renowned man. It was a trampling on his personality. "Shut up, you vulgar fellow. You don't know anything about Qin music." Nangong Changfeng angrily rebuked in public. Boom! A biting murderous aura erupted. "Old thing, you already have a way to take your death." A cold aura erupted in Li Wujiao's eyes. Gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist, he violently stood up, with the intention of pulling out his sword and chopping at Nangong Changfeng. As long as his master granted him permission, he would immediately cut down Nangong Changfeng. Chapter 63. It's alright to have hands. Cold sweat broke out on the Crown Prince's forehead. How come he's going to make a scene for a good reason? His heart was extremely regretful. Had he known there was no need to be redundant and invite Nangong Changfeng to play a song live, What a botch-up! Locked by the terrifying killing intent, Nangong Chongfeng's sweaty hair exploded all over his body and his face changed drastically, but he didn't beg for forgiveness. Instead, he stalked his neck and stared angrily straight at Yi Junlin. Obviously, he was very unconvinced. Eminence Yi, Master Nangong's temper is just like that. He doesn't really mean anything else. He's just straightforward. The prince wiped his cold sweat. Your Highness the Crown Prince, old me can't stand this insult. Even if I die, I will say that this fellow doesn't know anything about music. He is a rough man who only knows how to fight and kill. Who is he to say that Lao Fu's zither skills are sloppy? Nangong Chongfeng pointed at Yi Junlin and rebuked in agitated fury. You, hey! The Crown Prince shook his head helplessly. He only hoped that Nangong Chongfeng would die a decent death when the time came. After all, he was the #1 musician of the Great Zhou. At this point, the scene was tense. Li Wujiao's eyes were unkind as he stared dead at Nangong Chongfeng, and while Red Chiba's eyes were closed and his face was calm as usual, the subtle curves that curved up at the corners of his mouth revealed his true inner thoughts. Good scolding. This seat watches over you. Although the playing is really mediocre. After all, Red Thousand Leaves had once served as a cultivator of the central region, and coming from a large place, he had seen a wider range of things. For example, a level like Nangong Chongfeng was at best at the lower middle level there. Yi Junlin sat in the main seat, feeling speechless, and just wanted to open his mouth to say something. In his mind, a system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the option mission. Option 1, host becomes infuriated and orders Nangong Chongfeng to be put to death. And after the deed is done, 10 top-grade spirit crystals will be awarded. Option 2, the host personally plays a song that puts Nangong Chongfeng to shame. Rewarded with a superb pet animal feed * 10 bags, milk flavor. Extreme favored beast feed, the more you eat, the faster you grow. Ha, there's actually an option quest at this time? Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. Option 1 was simple, but the reward was too small. Now he could eat a meal for more than 10 million top-grade spirit crystals. Moreover, to have him order the execution of Nangong Chongfeng, this would seem like exasperation to others. It would tarnish his perfect image if it got out. Option 2, on the other hand, was to personally play a song to punch Nangong Chongfeng in the face, and upon success, he would receive 10 bags of extreme favored beast feed. According to the item's description, it can give pets up cultivation experience and has the effect of accelerating growth. Nowadays, his mount, the Kuan Pang, had a cultivation level of early Mahayana stage, and relying on the pure bloodline of ancient divine beasts, he was almost invincible in the same realm. However, if you can break through further, you will shine even brighter when you take it out to pretend. If there was an extreme pet beast feed, the cultivation level would increase a bit faster, and there was no longer a need to wait for it to grow slowly. Between the turns of the thoughts, looking at the angry, brazen Nangong Chongfeng underneath, Yi Junlin slowly rolled up his sleeves and smiled crookedly. Isn't it just playing a tune? I have hands on it. The crisp voice echoed through the hall, and the others froze. Nangong Chongfeng was so angry that his face rose to the color of pig's liver. With hands? What an arrogant thing to say. When he was young, he worshipped under a famous teacher and worked hard to improve his zither skills, and after a few thousand years, he didn't dare to say that he was at the top of the zither path. But when looking at the entire eastern region, he was one of the few. As a result, this guy in front of me, he actually dared to make a big deal out of the fact that he had hands on the line? A murderous fiend indeed. Simple-minded and four-legged. The Crown Prince's face was odd, and he said darkly, "That's too full of words, isn't it? If it's true that a hand is all that's needed, then where in the world would there be any masters? As the saying goes, there are specialties for practitioners. After all, no matter how strong you are, you can't be omniscient, right? There are bound to be areas that involve blind spots of knowledge." The Crown Prince felt that Yi Junlin was pretending a little too much. In a word, it's better to be killed than insulted. People Nangong Chongfeng at least is a master. In words offended you, you kill it. Who let you higher status strength stronger? But now you say big words like this. It's quite a status loss. Master is right. It's fine if you have hands. Li Wujiao puffed out his chest and said proudly, although he didn't know why he was complacent. But in short, whatever his master said, he, as a disciple, was right to brainlessly hold it up. Come, you have the guts to come. I'll lend you the Fuyaqin to play. Let's see what amazing tunes you can play. Nangong Chongfeng laughed back in anger. How about it? Don't dare, right? Ha ha ha, I knew you were talking big. If you could play it, even a sow would get up a tree. For a cultivator like you who only knows how to fight and kill. What the hell do you know about Zither Dao? The Crown Prince lowered his head, scared to death in a cold sweat. Originally thought it was just a simple meal and drink, but did not expect things to evolve to this point. He stole a glance at the silver-haired youth, really afraid that the other party would break his defense on the spot and be so angry that he would just go on a killing spree. Surprisingly, Yi Junlin didn't get annoyed, but smiled and said, "Alright, then I'll give it a try." "Humph, take it." Nangong Changfeng was first stunned. Then he sneered, looking forward to seeing this arrogant person make a fool of himself. The Fuyaoqin floated in front of Yi Junlin, each string emitting a crystalline luster, appearing extremely extraordinary. Yi Junlin gently stroked the body of the zither, and inwardly said, "Tuzi, how many levels is my zither skill at?" He remembered that when he signed in before, he had opened an experience pack about learning musical instruments, which was equivalent to not needing to learn hard and practice hard, but just upgrading with a single click. Ding! A warm reminder that the host's zither skills are currently at the top of their game. The system beep sounded. Skill levels, respectively, are beginner, ascendant, distinguished, exceeding, and peak. Like Nangong Changfeng, who had studied hard for almost a lifetime, had barely reached the level of Denjiang, but even so, in the acreage of Tsangzhou, he was able to enjoy a reputation and was sought after by countless cultivators. Now, Yi Junlin's zither Dao skill, however, had reached the peak without a word, and it was simply terrifying as hell. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Nangong Changfeng's face showed contempt, thinking that Yi Junlin was playing a trick. "Shut up, my master is looking for sensation." Li Wujiu had a thick skin and said in a solemn voice. The prince rubbed his brow, feeling intolerant. He could already predict what kind of unpleasant tune Yi Junlin would play. He only saw Yi Junlin pressing the strings with his left hand and taking the tone with his right hand, exhaling deeply and plucking the strings flexibly with his fingers. Clank clank clank. The sound of the zither suddenly rang out, the tune stirring and staccato, with a wide-open murderous aura. There was more of a sense of looking out of the corner of the eye and surrendering to the world. Swish! Red Qianya snapped his eyes open, a flash of unbelievable shock in his eyes. This is... Clank clank clank. Yi Junlin's aura was all over the place. The fingerings he played became more and more furious, and the melody became more and more passionate, simply rippling. The tune he was playing was none other than the previous life's power over the world. Chapter 64, The Miserable One-Horned Ghost King. Nangong Changfeng first stroked his beard and laughed coldly, then frowned, and finally pulled off his beard in fear. His jaw dropping, the prince's spirit was shaken, and his blood boiled within his body as he breathed in sharply. Li Wujiao's face flushed red, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest, beating as if it were a drum. Burning? What a burn! Yi Junlin was immersed in the state. His fingering was so fast that it was a blur, leaving a trail of residual shadows on the strings of the zither. A head of long silver-white hair fluttered in a flurry. His eyes flowed with a radiant godly aura, and his skin exuded a luster that was crystalline like a diamond. The crowd suddenly all had the illusion that it was as if a swift god king was playing a supreme zither in front of them. How did he play such a marvelous tune? This high level of skill is at the top level in the central region. No one dares to compete with it. Red Thousand Leaf's face was shocked, sensing a certain meaning of the great Tao contained in the zither's sound, and after combining it with his experience of reigning supreme in the central region, he had a new realization. Boom! The aura on Red Thousand Leaf's body climbed upward. From the early, middle, late, peak, and then consummate stages of Mahayana, it was just one step away from the transition realm. Li Wujiao was as frozen as a clay mold and also entered the state of epiphany. Click! The bottleneck shattered. The realm broke through from harmonization to Mahayana. An aura hundreds of times more powerful than before was released from his body. His head full of black hair flew, and his eyes were as cold as electricity. He looked at Yi Junlin, his eyes filled with fervor. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Yi Junlin's body. The prince's heart and mind shook dramatically as he lost his voice and said, "Mid-transition realm, Your Excellency is actually a void immortal." With his cultivation boosted, in addition to his peak zither skills, Yi Junlin played power over the world like a god. Clang clang clang. A strange ripple spread out, communicating with the great Tao to form a resonance, and the sound spread to 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The common people who live in this land are bathed in the washing of the lyre. Those poor people who were seriously ill and bedridden for years were refreshed in spirit. The old diseases in their bodies disappeared, and they excitedly ran out of the house, fit as a fiddle and cheering. The generals of the Great Zhou, including cultivators from various sects, had epiphanies one after another, and their cultivation levels broke through. It's a miracle. A miracle. Heaven blesses my Great Zhou. The crowd was grateful and chanted. Buzz off. Invisibly, Great Zhou's national fortune was rising wildly. Xianzheng Hall. Emperor Zhou was shrouded in white light, and he suddenly seemed to sense something, And with the help of his national fortune as well as his accumulation over the years, he directly broke through the shackles in his body that had been there for many years. As of today, Emperor Zhou was officially promoted to the transition realm, becoming the only void immortal ranked state lord amongst the major immortal imperial dynasties in Sangzhou. Just which senior is helping my great Zhou? Listening to the source of this zither sound, it seems to be coming from the Heavenly Harmony Hall, Murphy's. Emperor Zhou was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with awe. In the meantime, the ghost race army that broke into the Great Zhou's territory, led by the one-horned Ghost King, was raging all the way to kill the capital city. But to my surprise, the tables have turned. The exciting and staccato sound of the zither echoed in the sky, containing a power that was subtle to the extreme. For the human race, the benefits of the zither sound played by Yi Junlin were immense. But if it were to be replaced by a creature of the underworld, it would be a fatal injury. Within the large mass of black fog that covered the sky, there were screams that came out one after another. Many ghost spirits were covered in white smoke, and their flesh and blood were rapidly melting away. Even running mana to resist it wouldn't do much. This kind of damage is like a curse. Great King, save us, save us. The minions wailed with agonized faces. The one-horned Ghost King was shocked and furious, releasing a stormy fury all over his body as he raised his voice to the sky. Who is making the move? Roll out for this king. What kind of skill is it to hide? The roar made the mountains crumble and the sky almost collapsed. Unfortunately, the sound of the zither continued to reverberate, without any semblance of interruption at all. In just a few breaths, the densely packed ghost race beings flew to ashes, and the original 200,000 ghost race army was sharply reduced to less than 10. Several ghost marshals were struggling to hold on, their bodies almost melting, releasing information through weak spiritual fluctuations. King, retreat quickly. The human race has a great power sitting in the town. Then, one by one, they went up in smoke. No! The one-horned Ghost King's eyes were wide with rage as he let out a sorrowful roar. His entire body was bruised and battered, shocking to the eyes, only because he had the cultivation of the early stage of the transition realm to back him up. He was minimally affected and barely lasted until the end. But for the Unicorn Ghost King, the whole process was nothing short of agonizing. Who is it? Who the hell is it? The Unicorn Ghost King hissed harshly. It didn't choose to retreat there, but instead held a tyrannical anger in its heart and charged forward with a hard head. The Unicorn Ghost King knew that there was no way back, leading millions of troops to attack Great Zhou and ending up with a total loss. If we don't do something, even if we go back, we will be judged. Soon, the white smoke on the one-horned Ghost King's body zipped, and the pain was heartbreaking and deep into the bone marrow, and even the divine soul was trembling. No! At this rate, the one-horned Ghost King gritted his teeth, and a purple elixir appeared in his hand, permeated with an evil aura. This is the meditative elixir given by the messenger. It's come to this, we can only eat it. Even if this king pays any price, he will find that powerful person behind the scene. The one-horned Ghost King swallowed the elixir and let out a long whistle to the sky, his eyes bursting out two beams of dark purple divine aura that cracked the sky. It only felt the power within its body raging and burning as its cultivation level crossed over from the early stage of the transitional tribulation to the late stage of the transitional tribulation. Rumble! The one-horned Ghost King's aura became extraordinarily terrifying, covered in dark purple light, just like a demonic meteor sweeping into the distance. Wherever they passed along the way, the people underneath were appalled. The one-horned Ghost King could feel that as its cultivation level increased, the zither sound became less influential to it. Everything comes from that meditative elemental pill. The Unicorn Ghost King knew that this should be temporary, and perhaps there would be unimaginable side effects behind it, but it had no way back, and it had to complete the task the messenger had given it. Kill, kill, kill. The one-horned Ghost King's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was murderous. As long as there was still a breath left in it, it was going to break into the capital and go on a killing spree, and it was clear that this had become the one-horned Ghost King's obsession. Clank! Just then, the stirring zither sound entered its climax, releasing more and more intense arcane power. All over the Great Zhou, there were visions manifesting one after another, shocking the world. The sea rises to the moon, a picture of a beautiful mountain and river. The stars dazzle the green sky, the sun and the moon are the same, the dragon and the phoenix are in unison. The entire Great Zhou was abuzz with cheers that shook the heavens. What? The one-horned Ghost King was horrified, and his body fell to the bottom of the valley as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, setting off a vast cloud of dust and ash. The Unicorn Ghost King's face was in agony as he let out a mournful scream, like a wild boar in a mud puddle constantly rolling over. The blood aura of his body was fading rapidly, revealing the eerie white bones, and even the bones were densely cobwebbed, as if they were going to crumble in the next second. Who the hell did this? Who was it? If you have the guts, come out to this king. The one-horned ghost king completely collapsed. It only begged to see the player behind the curtain, not wanting to die in such an unexplained manner. Unfortunately, even that thought has become a luxury. The human race has a great terror. The unicorn ghost king has a face of fear. It was resentful. Very resentful. The king of the ghost clan who was in the transition realm didn't even know who he was killed by until he died. It's really good to be a loser. Finally, in despair, the one-horned ghost king's body collapsed into dust and dissipated, and even his consciousness was forever silenced in the darkness. In the heavenly harmony hall, Junlin's fingers plucked the strings of the zither. His fingering was not as wide open as before, and the aura on his body began to tighten. After a while, Power Over the World was played. The room was silent. You can hear a pin drop. Junlin exhaled heavily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was so enjoyable to play just now that it reached a state of oblivion. The tune Power Over the World was really powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for routing the Ghost Race's army, rewarding the immortal 5 elements spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth. In the back of his head, a system alert tone playfully sounded. Junlin? Chapter 65, The Stargate. What's going on? Did I do something? From the beginning to the end, I haven't seen half a ghostly being except for playing a tune. What is there to say about crushing the ghostly army? Junlin joked. Tuanzi, you're not malfunctioning, are you? Ding! The ghost army that broke into the Great Joe just a moment ago has been overthrown by the sound of the zither played by the host. This system is a professional. Please do not question this system. Beware of this system crying to you, calling. The system provides an explanation. Junlin's face snapped. So that's how it is. Then, he felt the changes occurring within his body. It was the extremely rare immortal grade 5 elements spiritual root. With such a spiritual root, elemental type Dao arts were at hand and would be even more terrifyingly powerful when unleashed. Take the 5-pole reincarnation Great Destruction technique for example. If Junlin continued to perform this move, the overall killing power would increase drastically. One shot was like a natural disaster. It's so nice to hear. Master is too awesome. Bai Xiaoshur was the first to return to her senses and shouted excitedly. Junlin pretended to cough lightly a few times and said with a face full of indifference. As I said, it's fine if you have hands. Swish! The fuzzy Yao Qin floated back to Nangong Changfeng's eyes. At this moment, Nangong Changfeng was trembling all over, his eyes red, shedding 2 lines of tears of remorse as he murmured. What a wonderful, wonderful divine comedy this is. Marvelous, marvelous. He felt that his whole body and mind had been washed, penetrated from the inside out, and his whole soul had been sublimated. Compared to this godly zither skill, his little level was not worth mentioning at all. Poor him. He was still complacent, boasting that he was a master of the Qin Dao and rightfully receiving the admiration of 10,000 people. But in reality, he was just sitting in a well and watching the sky. Senior is right. My playing is indeed sloppy. What's ridiculous is that I actually went out of my way to rebuke Senior as a coarse person who doesn't understand music theory. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Nangong Changfeng was so ashamed that he fell to his knees, hugging his beloved Guqin and bawling, his cries full of mourning. Master Nangong. The crown prince was dumbfounded. No, I don't deserve to be called a master. Senior is the one who deserves to be called a master. I am just a clown. A complete and utter clown. Nangong Changfeng broke down and cried out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the option quest and obtaining 10 bags of extremely high-quality favored beast feed. The system beep sounded and Junlin knew that the objective had been achieved. Void Immortal. May I ask what you are going to do with him? The Crown Prince's attitude became even more respectful after realizing that Junlin was a transition realm powerhouse, and he asked cautiously. Junlin waved his hand. Tell him to stand down. Anyway, he had already succeeded in punching his face, so he was guilty of not bothering with the other party. Words. The prince's heart grew in admiration as he arched his hand and said, Su Xian has a broad mind. I admire that. He turned his head to look at the disoriented old man and sighed. Men, take Nangong Changfeng down. 2 guards with swords rushed in and just dragged away the painfully crying Nangong Changfeng. Li Wujiao coldly grunted. Count this old thing lucky. Otherwise, I would have had to chop him to death. Then, he looked at Junlin with a face of adoration and said excitedly, Master, thanks to your tune just now, my disciple has already broken through to the Mahayana. Aha! Junlin nodded, glancing at red thousand leaves from the corner of his eye and realizing that this person was already a Mahayana perfection. Junlin's heart felt a small sigh of emotion as he said, this one who has become an immortal is just not the same, and is about to break through to transition so soon. Red Shiba pretended to be calm, but inwardly he had already turned over. He didn't expect Yi Junlin to have this kind of ability, directly sparing him thousands of years of bitter cultivation with just one song. Is this the means possessed by people of great fortune? It's really horrible. Wait, isn't this a good thing? This seat can use him to recover his cultivation faster. Red Thousand Leaves thought for a second and regained his confidence, secretly saying, Yi Junlin, just wait, this seat will soon surpass you. Someone like you who spends all day swinging and lying down doesn't deserve to bear such a great amount of chi. And the humiliation that you brought to this seat will surely double it back to you. At this time, the Red Qianye has already thought of all kinds of fancy ways to torture Yi Junlin, such as letting Yi Junlin in turn wash his feet, and then drink all the foot washing water, and be thankful afterward. Just imagining that kind of scene made Red Shiba's body tremble with excitement, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift upwards. Swish! At that moment, a dragon-robed figure appeared in the hall, releasing a terrifying aura of the transition realm all over his body. Father, you've made a breakthrough. The Crown Prince exulted. With a true void immortal level powerhouse in town, Great Zhou's position in Sangzhou would be even stronger. And with this monstrous national fortune to add to it, how many of them would be his father's rivals within the transition realm when looking at the world? Which is why, when Emperor Zhou looked at the silver-haired young man sitting on the main seat, he threw himself on the ground without the slightest hesitation and worshipped in a loud voice. On behalf of the people of the Great Zhou, I would like to thank Immortal Yi Shushin for playing the divine comedy and blessing the people. The prince was dumbfounded. The king of a country, a great power of the transition realm, yet he lowered his stance to such a level? Then Xian Sect this one. Just how strong should the strength be? Get up. It's your skill to be able to break through the tribulation. Yi Junlin waved his hand. Emperor Zhou stood up and said in a reverent tone, Yi Void Immortal is joking. Because of the divine song you played, the Great Zhou's national fortunes have reached an unprecedented peak, and it was only by taking this opportunity that I managed to make a breakthrough. Previously, his realm was a Mahayana perfection, and he talked about a kind of fear towards Yi Junlin, but it was limited to that, thinking that even if the other party was stronger, he would still be able to suppress him with the help of the national fortune that had been added to his body. After all, this was the Great Zhou, his home turf, not a desolate state in a remote place. But now, through sensing that zither song that contained the sound of the Great Tao, after his cultivation breakthrough, Zhou Huang's eyes were suddenly enlightened, and he finally saw the terror of this misty peak master of Xian Sect. It turns out that what we saw before was just the tip of the iceberg. The gap in strength between him and others could by no means be bridged by relying on national fortune to add to it. Realizing this, the Zhou Emperor hurriedly came out to state his position, leaving behind the face of the king and directly putting his posture to the lowest level. Hug your thighs first before you talk. Yi Junlin was thoughtful. It seems that you are truly grateful to me. Yes, as long as Yi Void Immortal gives the word, I, Great Zhou, will absolutely cooperate fully with anything that can be done within my power. Emperor Zhou said in a deep voice. Okay, then take me to visit the ancestral tombs. Okay, this way please, I'll show you the way ahead. Prince, ancestral tomb. It is the most heavily guarded place in the entire palace, and the burial place of successive Great Zhou lords. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Zhou removed all sorts of prohibitions and then led Yi Junlin as they walked into the ancestral tomb. The interior of the ancestral mausoleum was spacious and had a welcoming, ancient atmosphere. In fact, other than the burial objects inside the ancestral mausoleum that could be of interest to grave robbers, the rest of the place is mediocre. And even I can't figure out why it would be targeted by that kind of existence, and even encourage the ghost race to raise an army to attack Great Zhou, just to occupy this place. Emperor Zhou said helplessly. These days, there are just a lot of strange things. Li Wujiak scared, until a few people walked to the end of the passage. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows and indeed did not find anything strange. Forget it, just go back the way you came. Just as Yi Junlin shook his head and prepared to leave this boring place, behind him, Red Shenya's eyes narrowed slightly as she pinched her knuckles with one hand and tentatively struck a spell towards the front. Rumble. The sound of a millstone rolling in the void was heard. Gradually, an ancient and vast stargate manifested, exuding a mysterious and unpredictable aura. This is... Zhou Huang stared wide-eyed, not expecting this at all. Why would there be such a thing in the Zhou clan's ancestral tomb? It was surprising that he, as the Emperor of Zhou, had no knowledge of it. Yi Junlin twisted his head to look at Red Qianye who had triggered this scene and realized that the other party's face was equally surprised. Wow! This door is so beautiful. Bai Xiaoshi's eyes shone brightly as he looked around the stargate curiously, and when he reached out his tender little hand to touch it, he realized that it had penetrated through, as if what he had seen was just an illusion, and that the stargate didn't exist at all. However, Yi Junlin knew that this stargate absolutely existed, It just did not materialize in the real world at the moment, and there might be some kind of price to pay if he wanted to activate it completely. Emperor Zhou, how long has this dynasty existed as of now? Yi Junlin asked. Emperor Zhou's face was a bit arrogant, reporting back to Void Immortal Yi. My great Zhou has existed for 1,200,000 years. A cultivation power, no matter what kind of situation it exists in, as long as it can maintain for millions of years, it is qualified to be called an immortal Taoist system, because it means that every generation has a Mahayana sitting in the town, and it must be uninterrupted from generation to generation. And once it loses its Mahayana, it is possible to get rid of its name from the immortal Taoist system. As for Emperor Zhou, as a transition realm powerhouse, he was also the only void immortal rank state lord among the several immortal imperial dynasties in Sangzhou today. Before the Great Zhou, were there any other countries? Yi Junlin continued to ask. Emperor Zhou froze and truthfully said, according to the existing historical records, there are at least dozens of them, and even some of them are no longer available. In an endless period of hundreds of millions of years, a million-year-old immortal imperial dynasty like Great Zhou was actually just a drop in the ocean. Yi Junlin frowned. In that case, this Stargate had to be traced back to an even more distant period of time. Perhaps there was a record of this Stargate previously, but after going through all kinds of turmoil, it had long been buried in the dust of history. The ancestral tomb, coincidentally built in this location. Even the successive rulers of the Great Zhou had no knowledge of it, but simply felt that the feng shui of this place was better. Looking towards his eldest disciple whose face was changing, Yi Junlin said in a meaningful tone, Little Red. Ah, tell the master if you know something? Chapter 66, Off the Great Record. Swish swish swish. A gaze focused on Red Chiba. Red Thousand Leaves hesitated for a long time before speaking. Regarding the origin of this Stargate, disciple is just hearing about it, and has no real evidence. It's fine, but there's no harm in saying it. Yi Junlin waved his hand. According to rumors, in the distant ancient times, there were many teleportation nodes all over the Kunlun realm at that time, which could directly reach the Great Thousand Worlds, and countless Kunlun realm cultivators could travel through the universe with it without any problems. And then I don't know what happened, but these teleportation nodes were sealed by the sages, and they were never opened again. Words. The crowd was shocked and looked at the illusory Stargate. This thing actually does that? There were legends that the Kunlun realm was a huge cultivation planet, and there were many other planets like this, spread across the boundless universe. And in the past, cultivators were free to come and go, and as long as they were God-realizing cultivators they could fly out of the Kunlun realm and travel the cosmic void. But I don't know when. But there is an invisible force restricting the Kunlun realm cultivators, making them unable to fly to the universe, and they can only live in this world until they die. The only way to crack it was to transmigrate to become a true immortal and then logically ascend to the immortal realm. And only through the immortal realm would one be qualified to go to the universe. But how easy is it to cross the threshold to become an immortal? So for 99% of the cultivators, they could only stay in the Kunlun realm in this life. And right now, this Stargate was able to ignore this restriction and easily go straight to all parts of the universe, which would surely cause an uproar if it was spread. The Crown Prince said excitedly, Father, this will allow my Great Zhou to expand its territory externally. This is a rare opportunity. In his imagination, the universe must contain many valuable cultivation resources, and if Great Zhou could take the lead in opening up extraterritorial expansion, then the country's power would surely increase rapidly, creating untold numbers of powerful people. That's right, Emperor Zhou's heart was also moved. This was a great temptation for any ruler that was hard to resist. Stupid assholes, you guys are thinking about farts. Yi Junlin sneered. Hearing this, the father and son blushed in embarrassment and mumbled, Yi Void Immortal, what do you mean by this? Are you guys so sure that Great Zhou has this ability to open up interstellar expansion and not in turn be invaded by an extraterrestrial alien race? If it was truly beneficial to the development of the Kunlun realm, why would these types of stargates be sealed by the sages? Why did that mysterious person, for example, go to the trouble of sending the ghost race to occupy this place? Use your brains. Yi Junlin's series of rebukes was like ice water dousing the ambitions of this pair of father and son. And when they thought about the recent storms, they instantly thought carefully. So far, many cultivators in the Kunlun realm had always thought that this heaven and earth was a cage, and that they would never see the outside scenery in their lives. But in hindsight, it may have been a protection in disguise. Besides, do you guys know how to open it? Yi Junlin despised. Father and son shook their heads again, feeling their cheeks burning with shame. Yeah, not even knowing the method to open the Stargate and still fantasizing about foreign territorial expansion is simply laughable. Alright, you guys keep up the good work. I guess as long as there is this Stargate, the good days of this Great Zhou are still ahead of us. Yi Junlin turned around and left the ancestral tomb. Originally, he had thought of exploring, but now that his curiosity had been satisfied, he was naturally too lazy to stay longer. We can only take strict precautions. Emperor Zhou's face was bitter, realizing that the future of Great Zhou would be bumpy. It was good that he was currently in the transition realm, and relying on the huge national fortune to boost him. Even if the Ghost Race army committed another offense, he thought that he would be able to crush it. After all, the current Great Zhou dynasty was in its unprecedented heyday of national strength, and for that, the Zhou Emperor was still very confident. Master, if it's really according to what you said, that group of dark creatures from the underworld abyss really deserve to die. They actually willingly betrayed the Kunlun realm and fell into the claws and teeth of the extraterrestrial foreign races. Knight Wu Jiao, who was behind him, said, his eyes erupting with an awe-inspiring murderous aura. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered. What interests me the most right now is what exactly happened in the Kunlun realm in the first place. I'm afraid the answer to this will have to be sought from the immortal realm. After all, only by ascending to the immortal realm could one be qualified to cross the universe. And from this point of view, it definitely had something to do with the bigwigs of the immortal realm. The immortal world. Li Wujiao stood in awe. It was a place that countless cultivators dreamed of. It is rumored that the aura of the immortal world is so rich beyond imagination that even if you throw a stinking stone from a latrine pit into it, it can open up its spirit and embark on the path of cultivation after a long time. The immortal realm is also a place of the weak and the strong. It will only be even more brutal than the lower realm. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes flickered with essence, secretly sneering. Back then, when he crossed the threshold to become an immortal, he didn't choose to ascend to the immortal realm at the first opportunity, but continued to stay in the central domain and hone himself, just because he heard that the immortal realm was highly hierarchical, and that he would even lose his freedom. These days, which one who can cross the threshold to become an immortal is not a demon with an unparalleled talent, who calls the shots in the Kunlun realm and enjoys the worship of countless cultivators. As a result, it was hard to ascend to the immortal realm, but one could only start climbing up from the bottom. How many people could endure this sense of disparity? There is a saying that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If one had a background in the immortal world, it would be fine, and there would be seniors to guide them when the time came. But if one didn't, the situation would be even more difficult. And Red Thousand Leaves was the one who started from nothing and became a true immortal level bigwig purely on his own by groping his way up, because he had incurred too many hostile forces in the central domain. If Red Xianya were to ascend to the immortal realm, he was afraid that he would be hunted to death by the people above him. Staying in the central region, at least you can still save your life. After all, immortals above the immortal realm couldn't just come down, causing true immortals to be sealing combatants in the lower realms. Unfortunately, the cultivation environment in the lower realm is so poor that it is difficult to support true immortals to break through their cultivation. So I can only say that there are advantages and disadvantages. It was also for this reason that most of the cultivators who had successfully crossed the threshold to become immortals would choose to stay in the lower realm, unless they were forced to ascend to the immortal realm because their lifespan was running out. Next, the crowd rode the Koan Pang and left Great Zhou, greeting the bright sunshine. Yi Junlin rested his hands on the back of his head, his whole body relaxing as he leaned back on the recliner, thinking about all the things he had encountered in the Great Zhou, thoughts turning in his mind. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the underworld creature's sudden launching of a foreign conquest was driven by a dark hand behind the scenes, and its purpose was to occupy the Stargate and make the extraterrestrial foreign races invade the eastern domain. And sooner or later, in the other four major domains, they will also face this situation. A crisis against the Kunlun realm was quietly descending. To this, Yi Junlin's heart didn't feel much, because he was originally the one who crossed over, and also had an open-ended system. If something threatened him, and his friends and family around him, it would be better to move his finger to exterminate it. The principle that Yi Junlin practiced was to lie flat when it was time to lie flat and pretend to be a pussy when it was time to pretend to be a pussy. Don't have an extra sense of urgency and don't put pressure on yourself. Life is about doing what you want. Right, I almost forgot about this. Yi Junlin thought of something and took out a bag of feed from his system backpack. It snapped open and filled with a rich, creamy flavor. That's right, this is the ultimate favored beast feed. Ha! It smells so good. Bai Xiaoshi's nose twitched slightly, and when she saw the feed bag in Yi Junlin's hand, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly ran her butt over to it. Master, can Mouse taste it? Looking at Bai Xiaoshi with a look that she was about to drool, Yi Junlin couldn't help but laugh. This is for the favored beasts. A favored beast? Bai Xiaoshi cocked her head, but a rat is a beast. Words. Staring at the furry rat head in front of him, Yi Junlin was dumbfounded, almost forgot. This disciple of his was in essence a little white mouse, and when he first took it in he wanted to keep it as a pet, which fit perfectly into the category of favored beasts. Okay, This pack is for you to eat as a snack, Yi Junlin said. Good Thank you, master. Bai Xiaoshi took the feed with both hands and held it above her head like a child, shouting happily. Red Qianye, who was sitting on his knees in the distance, inwardly despised. This stupid rat doesn't cultivate all day long. All he thinks about is eating and eating and eating. A stinking virtue like that one surnamed Ji. Red Thousand Leaves could see that Bai Xiaoshi's physique seemed to be very powerful, but ever since he had joined the master's sect he had been doing nothing all day long and had willingly become Yi Junlin's #1 little follower. Up until now, it had only remained at the early stage of transformation. To him, this waste of talent was a waste of life. Bai Xiaoshi reached out and grabbed a large handful of fodder. The size of each one was like a milk date, emitting a white luster. Then, began to throw it into his mouth and barf it up, his eyes squinting into slits in enjoyment. Yummy pinch. Bai Xiaoshi ate with gusto, and the more she ate, the more addicted she became, and she simply couldn't stop. Soon, its body exuded a radiant luster, and pure essence erupted from every pore in its body. In the next second, the energy in his body erupted with a roar, and Bai Xiaoshi's cultivation level was rapidly soaring. Middle stage of transformation, late stage, peak, perfection, breaking, harmonized realm. That wasn't all. As Bai Xiaoshi ate more and more, his cultivation level continued to climb. After the entire bag was eaten, its realm directly broke through the Mahayana. This. Red Chiba was stunned with fear. His inherent cognition was shattered by the impact of this scene, and he suddenly realized that he couldn't understand this world at all. It's outrageous. Chapter 67 From the care of Brother Red. The snacks given by Master are delicious pinch. At this moment, Bai Xiaoshi was still immersed in the deliciousness of the fodder, and it wasn't until he came back to his senses that he realized that there was a change in his realm. It's really the kind of thing that rubs off on you without you realizing it. How did Mouse break through? Bai Xiaoshi's eyes widened, his dull, mousy face a bit bewildered. Yi Junlin felt very surprised and did not expect a bag of extremely high-quality favored beast feed to bring about such an exaggerated effect. From the early stage of transformation spirit, he directly soared to the early stage of Mahayana. What if I take a couple more bags? Wouldn't you just become immortal in place? Senior sister Bai Yu, Li Wujiao, who was originally drilling his sword technique, almost dropped the sword in his hand in shock when he noticed this scene. It's that bag of snacks that's doing the trick. Red Shenya's eyes erupted with a refined aura, staring at the bag Bai Xiaoshi held in his hand. His heart was like a raging wave. This seed is really curious as to what level of treasure trove this Yi Junlin is in possession of. So much so that he is always able to come up with such astounding goodies? Red Chiba's insides were stupid. If he hadn't considered that he couldn't beat them, he was really tempted to step in and take everything from the other side. Ruashi, do you still want to be eating? Yi Junlin asked. Bai Xiaoshi's eyes were bright and she nodded like garlic. Yes. Mouse wants to eat it again. Yi Junlin had 4 more bags of favored beast feed in his hand, and he wanted to see if Bai Xiaoshi could really continue her breakthrough. Seeing that there were 4 packs of snacks with sufficient portions, Bai Xiaoshi was instantly happy. It hastily took it and opened one of the bags, sniffing it with its nose with a delighted expression. Then, Bai Xiaoshi reached out and kept grabbing the feed and stuffing it into her mouth to chew it, her cheeks bulging in a cute manner. Yi Junlin paid close attention to Bai Xiaoshi and realized that even after eating the 3rd bag, his cultivation level had only crossed over to the late stage. Yi Junlin now understands. Continuous repetitive more than one. The effect will be greatly reduced. The more to the back of the more difficult, and finally must be piled up in quantity. But Yi Junlin felt it didn't matter. It was just a kind of pet fodder for him anyway. Then, Yi Junlin took out another 5 bags of extremely high-quality favored beast feed and shouted at the behemoth at his feet. Ah, Cohen, you've been working hard lately. Here's a snack for you. Swish. 5 bags of extreme favor beast feed hovered in the air, emitting a brilliant luster as they flew in front of the Kuan Peng's eyes. The kunai was delighted and opened his big mouth to suck it in. Logically, so little was not enough for it to stuff its teeth. But this kind of system rewarded fodder was very special, the essence of which was a kind of energy release that could satisfy the appetite of the mouth and stomach in equal proportions. After eating 5 bags of extreme favored beast feed, circles of bright blue luster bloomed on the Kuan Peng's body. Perhaps because of the purest divine beast bloodline, its cultivation rose from the early stage of Mahayana to perfection. The Kuan Peng let out a joyful cry, conveying joyful mental fluctuations to Yi Junlin, happy like a small child who had been rewarded by his parents. Ah, this! Li Wujiao's Dao heart was almost unsteady, and his eyes stared almost falling out. Damn it! Just eating that little bit of food. The realm rises like a joke. Master teacher is truly profound. Li Wujiao let out an exclamation and looked at the silver-haired youth with even more admiration. Red Thousand Leaves was first stunned. Then his face showed indignation as he secretly said, "Is this way of raising cultivation fair to those who have worked hard to cultivate? I will strongly condemn it morally. Most importantly, this definitely has side effects. I wouldn't eat it even if I were given it." Although that was what Red Chiba thought in his heart, his eyes remained fixed on the bag of feed in Bai Xiaoshi's hand. At this moment, Bai Xiaoshi didn't want to continue swallowing the dates in one gulp, but began to put them into his mouth one by one, slowly chewing and savoring them, enjoying the delicious taste brought by the new snacks. Red Thousand Leaves flashed behind a sycamore tree near the palace and secretly transmitted his voice. "Xiaoshi, come over here for a moment." Bai Xiaoshi froze the lord and followed the source of the sound to see Red Chiba waving gesturally at it. Its senior red brother calling Mousy Mouse a. Bai Xiaoshi was very happy because a lot of the time, this red senior brother had an indifferent attitude towards it, and even the few times it had gathered the courage to come over and strike up a conversation before, it had been drank back with a look of disdain. This made Bai Xiaoshi feel a little lost in her heart, but now Red Thousand Leaves took the initiative to call out to it, causing Bai Xiaoshi to feel accepted. Bai Xiaoshi took his short legs and came running in a rush of excitement. "Senior red brother, is there something you're looking for, Mousy?" Red Chiba stared at the stupid rat face and inwardly sneered. "That stupid rat." He coughed lightly a few times and said in a serious manner, "I was trying to say that what master gave you out is poisonous." "Ha?" Bai Xiaoshi froze, then shook her head frantically. "That's impossible. Master teacher wouldn't harm Ratmouse. And the rat's cultivation is still rising by the minute he eats it. Humph. There are two sides to everything. Even the pills that a cultivator swallows will have residual medicinal properties in their body, and they need to refine the residue afterward, or else it will affect their foundation. So most cultivators who rely on pills to pile them up will have very poor foundations." Red Thousand Leaf's arms encircled, gently lifted his jaw, and said in a tone of educating his juniors, "And this thing you're eating? It seems to be helpful in breaking through the realm, but in actuality, it's just uprooting the seedling, and maybe a large amount of toxins will still build up in the body, and eating it again is tantamount to chronic suicide." Bai Xiaoshi froze at hearing this, the chewing motion in her mouth stopped, and after swallowing it down with difficulty, she weakly said, "But the reason why Master Zun would take it to Mousy, this means that there is no problem with the snacks." "Elder brother Red, are you misunderstanding it? And Mouse doesn't feel that there is the slightest bit of hardness in his body." Words. Red Chiba frowned and reached out to place his hand on Bai Xiaoshi's head, sensing it with his eyes closed. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoshi's body, the entire body's meridians were intact, with an extremely strong foundation, and there was even a strand of pure and incomparable innate essence chi that continuously traveled in all parts of the body. Red Chiba was shocked. There really aren't any side effects. It's better than getting high. The moment all of the previously fixed perceptions were overturned, and Red Chiba stared at the bag of fodder in Bai Xiaoshi's hand, his eyes letting out a thieving light, mixed with a hidden sense of greed. Being stared at with such eyes, Bai Xiaoshi felt uncomfortable and carefully said, "Senior Red brother, if there's nothing else, Mouse will leave first." "Leave the snacks," Red Thousand Leaves said with a compelling aura, looking directly into Bai Xiaoshi's eyes. Bai Xiaoshi looked at the snacks in her hand and whispered fondly, "Senior Red brother, Mouse hasn't eaten enough yet. Come on, I'm your senior. You have to listen to me." But this is what Master gave Mousy. Seeing that this rat disobeyed his order, out of the desire to enhance his cultivation, Red Chiba was directly evil from the bottom of his guts, and with a sardonic smile, he reached out and snatched away the packet of fodder. Bring it on you. Chapter 68, The Fairy's Fart Smells So Good. Bai Xiaoshi froze in place, crystal tears welling up in her eyes at the sight of the snatched snacks. Red Xianya weighed the feed bag in his hand. The corners of his mouth smiled even more, and when he saw Bai Xiaoxi's aggrieved appearance, he scolded, "What are you crying about? Give me to hold back. Also, this matter is not allowed to tell the master. Do you understand?" Red Xianya's aura was so compelling that Bai Xiaoshi shrunk his neck in fear and weakly said, "Good. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and disappear from my sight." Red Thousand Leaves said impatiently, "The sight of this stupid rat makes me angry." Bai Xiaoshi forced back her tears, twisted her head and ran away. The senior brother took away Mouse's snacks, and Mouse's heart was so bitter. Looking at that fleeing back, a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Red Thousand Leaf's mouth. "Little rat, this seed takes you directly." Red Chiba looked down at the feed in his hand, and there was a fine light flickering in his eyes. "Humph. Next, it's the moment to break through the tribulation in one fell swoop, lest it be in vain." Without saying a word, Red Chiba poured the entire packet of feed into his mouth with a clatter. Well, the milky flavor is very strong, sweet, melting in the mouth, and quite tasty. After eating it, Red Shenya's brows twisted into lumps as a flash of suspicion flashed across the bottom of her eyes. "What's going on? Why do you have a queasy feeling in your stomach? What Red Thousand Leaves doesn't know is that this is the feed that is specially given to the pet beasts, and if a human eats it, a repulsive reaction will be formed in the body, and there is no effect of half a bit of cultivation increase at all. At this moment, a mass of refined energy was running wildly amok in Red Shinya's belly. Not good. In this way, Red Chiba's face changed greatly, so frightened that cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. If he let this energy run rampant, his body would break down. Measures to address the situation must be taken quickly. Between the turns of the thoughts, Red Chiba decisively took a horse stance and guided the direction of the energy within her belly. Her originally white face rose as red as an apple. Bean-sized sweat beads swished down, and her breathing was rapid. Put! A loud farting sound was emitted, and a powerful stream of energy was released with a bang. Now on the back of the Kuan Pang, in addition to the palace that Yi Junlin had moved, there were pavilions, courtyards and bridges, sand and vegetation placed during the period, and from a distance it looked like a small vacation island. The commotion brought about by this fart was like a bomb detonating, causing a large amount of sand and dust to fly in the woods to Suff. Red Chiba only felt that an invisible force erupted under his buttocks, supporting his body to pull up and fly into the air. Ever since the snacks were snatched away, Bai Xiaoshi had been moping around. Yi Junlin was leaning back in his reclining chair and enjoying a sunbath as usual when he noticed Bai Xiaoshi walking in a low mood and said suspiciously, "Xiaoshi, what's wrong with you? Usually, this rat is the one who is heartless and full of energy all the time. Why is he so absent-minded now?" Bai Xiaoshi wanted to open her mouth, but once she thought of the consequences it would bring, she had no choice but to swallow the words that came to her mouth. Mouse is bitter in his heart, but Mouse doesn't talk about it. Bai Xiaoshi felt that if she told her master teacher about this, he would definitely chastise senior red brother, and she would definitely hate it even more then. Bai Xiaoshi silently came to one side and picked up the milk tea on the table to gulp and suck it up. When you're in a bad mood, drinking something sweet is very self-healing. Yi Junlin frowned and was just about to open his mouth to ask a follow-up question when he only heard a loud bang and the entire island shook a little bit slightly. What's going on? Yi Junlin sat up violently from the recliner and opened his eyes wide. Just then, he saw a red-clothed figure scurrying up into the sky, out of the Kuan Pang's flight path. Yi Junlin probed his hand and his palm erupted with a terrifying suction force, directly pulling the other party back from 1,000 meters away. Swish! Red Xianya staggered down to the ground, her delicate and flawless face so red that it was about to drip blood, so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. The Demon Sect master actually farted just now, and a supersized, super loud fart. Enemy attack. Master has an enemy attack. Li Wujiao rushed over in a fire, carrying his sword and shouting anxiously. Yi Junlin, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit odd, Knight Wujiao froze in place, his face a bit bewildered. Isn't it? Yi Junlin dryly coughed a few times and stared at Red Xianya seriously. Little Red, tell me, what's going on? In front of the eyes of this silver-haired youth, the strength that Red Chiba had just now vanished, replaced by a kind of apprehension and uneasiness. Stammering, are you deaf? Master is asking you. Yi Junlin's gaze was like electricity as he chided. Boom! A powerful aura erupted, like heavenly might descending. Disciple knows he's wrong. Seek forgiveness from Master. Red Shenya's mental defenses collapsed as he subconsciously fell to his knees and cried out with his head lowered. He knew that the guy in front of him, usually the most loved, is that stupid rat. This if the matter of robbing things is learned, he will be skinned even if he doesn't die. Yi Junlin touched his nose, a little depressed. It's just a fart. Why are you so scared? Could it be that he had really treated his disciples too harshly? Aha! Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Red Chiba's forehead. The muscles of his face were twitching, and his body was shaking uncontrollably, as if he wanted to try to hold something in, but it was difficult to do so. You're... Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. Dash! A loud farting sound rang out, and the vast airflow spread violently, scraping Yi Junlin's long silver-white hair in disarray. His face filled with shock. Red Chiba catapulted out again and was crushed into the sky by a fart. Senior brother Hong, Li Wujiao said in shock. Bai Xiaoshi's nose sniffed and his rat face showed surprise. Senior red brother's fart. It smells so good. That's right. The gas released by the Red Thousand Leaves, instead of having a slight odor, was filled with a rich milky aroma, which made people feel good after smelling it. Yi Junlin was confused. What the hell was going on? Why did a Mahayana cultivator suddenly fart in good reason? And this fart, it's also strangely fragrant. Suddenly, Yi Junlin associated something, turned his head to Bai Xiaoshi and inquired, that guy, did he snatch your snacks? Bai Xiaoshi's face was tense as she carefully said, yes, it was Mouse who gave it to him, and senior brother Hong said that he wanted to taste it as well. Ha! Yi Junlin sneered. He instantly guessed that it must have been Red Qianya who saw the efficacy of the extreme favored beast fodder and had the evil intention to snatch it directly from Bai Xiuxi's hands, and as a result, the favored beast fodder was only for beasts and did not apply to the human race, which caused the current scene. Even robbing the things of a fellow disciple's sister. There was indeed a devilish nature in his bones. It seemed that he still had to be properly tempered. Bai Xiuxi weakly asked, Senior, are we going to help Senior Red? Ignore him, purely deserved. When he finishes farting naturally, Yi Junlin coldly snorted, leaning back lazily on the reclining chair, smelling the milk scent that filled the air. Yi Junlin's expression was somewhat intoxicated, suddenly reacting violently. His face darkened. Holy, what is this? He, the master, is actually sniffing his disciples' farts? Yi Junlin flung down his sleeves with a dark face, and the milk scent that filled the air was swept away, which eased his face a lot. Li Wujiao stayed where he was, confused from beginning to end, because what happened today was so bizarre that it left him a bit puzzled for a while. Hey, slip away, go practice your sword. At this point, Red Thousand Leaves clenched his teeth, still digesting the energy in his stomach, and every now and then a stream of gas erupted from behind his buttocks, fueling him as he swept across the mountains, rivers, and seas, chasing after the direction in which the Kun Ping had disappeared. Finish your fart, then roll back and obediently receive your punishment. In the distance, a cold voice transmission fell on the ears. Yes, master. Red Thousand Leaf's face was bitter, and he was very remorseful inside. Luckily, this scene was not seen by the former enemies, or else they would really have no face to live in this world. Look guys, what a beautiful fairy. In a certain remote village, the villagers raised their heads and looked at the Red Thousand Leaves that swept through the sky from above, shouting gleefully. There's a strange sound. Someone perked up their ears and opened their eyes wide in curiosity when they heard a poofing sound. Why do I think? It sounds like a fart. A cowherd boy was surprised. Nonsense. How could such a good-looking fairy fart? The old village chief held a walking stick in his hand and knocked the cowherd boy's head chidingly. Immediately afterward, he looked toward the magnificent red-clothed figure in the sky and shouted excitedly, This is the fairy descending her immortal energy, blessing my Heba village. Everyone, quickly suck in the immortal chi. Quickly suck it. Immortal chi? So this is immortal chi. No wonder I smell so good. Quick. The entire villagers of Heba village were boiling, scrambling after the direction of Red Chiba, their noses inhaling vigorously, their faces overflowing with excitement, as if the more they inhaled the greater the benefits they brought. And this incident, the future will also become the legend of the village. Rumor has it that in a sunny morning, a beautiful red fairy happened to pass by the village of Heba, because the local villagers to see the simplicity of the goodness of the village, deliberately descending auspicious fairy gas. The villagers at that time so benefited from the villagers. One by one, they are alive and well and healthy to walk as fast as possible. Chapter 69, The Imposter Appears. 3 months later, the sun was shining and the clouds were rolling in. A luxurious treasure ship rode the air currents towards a certain place, and the ship was just like a large vacation inn, with many cultivators from all over the world, staying in it. Some of them were cooking wine, some were discussing gossip, some were showing off their backgrounds to each other, and some were eating and drinking. I really want to hurry up and get to Wuzhou. It's rumored that the Pilking Valley there is about to open. I don't want to miss this rare and good opportunity. Hey, the competition will definitely be fierce then. Look at this whole ship of ours, all going to Wuzhou. That's right, I heard that over there in the heavenly boxes. All of them are seated with transformation gods. Foundation shrimp like us are only worthy of standing outside and blowing the wind. That's nothing. It's said that further up the Taoist box, there are a dozen more heavenly monarchs from the immortal Taoist system. Hiss, heavenly monarch? That's a big man of the harmonization realm. The Pilking Valley's reputation had been filled with fantastical colors in the eastern region since ancient times, where it was a supreme treasure land filled with opportunities. Legend has it that the earliest owner of the Pilking Valley was known as the Pillfather. His medical skills are extremely high. In the ancient times, highly respected by the world's cultivators, and the Medicine King Valley planted a variety of famous medicines. There is also a super large spirit gathering formation in it, directly absorbing the spiritual chi of half of the martial state to cultivate. Inside casually a common treasure medicine thrown out, can cause the outside world's bloody storm. Logically speaking, this kind of place would definitely be coveted by all forces, but Pilking Valley managed to stand alone. Not only because Pillfather would heal the sick and save the people, and make a wide range of good karma, but most of all because his strength was also terrifying, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Later, The medicine zoomed to medical evidence of the road, crossing the tribulation to become immortal, using great power to transform the Medicine King Valley, laying down all kinds of magic formations. After doing so, dashingly ascended to go, leaving the world with endless legends. From then on, the Pill King Valley was opened every 100,000 years, and it was opened for a limited amount of time, and the number of people going in was also limited, and no matter who it was, as long as they wreaked havoc on the environment in the Pill King Valley, they would be obliterated by the power left behind by the Pillfather. The Pillfather was doing this to bless the people and give his descendants a chance to change their destiny, and on the other hand, to maintain the normal operation of the Pill King Valley and not let all the precious medicines inside be spoiled. And just in these few days, it happened to be the time when the Medicine King Valley opened again. For this reason, countless cultivators had heard about it and couldn't wait to arrive in Wuzhou, waiting with bated breath for the Pill King Valley to open. This was definitely a good opportunity for ordinary cultivators to turn over a new leaf for grassroots. And as for those dignified bigwigs, they naturally wanted to further their cultivation. Treasure ship. There was a lot of noise. Right at this moment, an old and icy voice suddenly came out, carrying an unquestionable dominance. Up ahead. Stop for me. The treasure ship, which was originally advancing at high speed, violently braked sharply and came to a halt, causing the several thousand cultivators inside the ship to stagger, their faces so gloomy that they were about to drip water. His grandma. Who is it? So wild? A beast-skinned stout man roared angrily, a yuan-ing cultivation bursting out from his body. What the hell is going on? Why did you stop just like that? A male in a long robe with a jade-like face chided, his eyes murderous. Even a clayman has 3 points of fire, let alone they are cultivators who can call the wind and rain. Right now, this treasure ship was stopped out of the blue, causing many people present to be disgruntled and wanting to find a vent. Fellow Taoists, take out whatever is worthwhile in your hands. Don't force the old man to do it himself. Up ahead, the pale voice continued to ring out. What? It's actually a robbery? Inside the treasure ship, a clamor erupted. Who is so bold? Dare to intercept halfway in plain sight? Humph. We have a heavenly monarch on this ship, and ungrateful dogs dare to come and cause trouble. Steward, just run him over. Angry shouts rang out everywhere. Whether it was the Heavenly Hall or the Dao Hall, all of them released a terrifying killing aura. Rumble. The sky was dark and cloudy, and there was a vague threat of lightning and thunder. It's a big deal. Boat owner, why don't you turn on the formation and just exterminate the bandits in front of us? The guests are all having a big problem with us right now. A henchman hurriedly ran to complain. No, never. Beams of sweat overflowed from the shipowner's forehead as he mumbled. If we really do this, all of us will be finished. This, the henchman exclaimed. It should be known that this treasure ship was built as a spiritual weapon, and the formations contained within it were set up by a formation master, and when it exploded at full strength, even heavenly monarchs of the harmonization realm would have to drink their hearts out. So it was definitely an excellent weapon that could escort the guests. What's more, there are also cultivators from all over the world on board, more or less with a certain background. Who on earth has such a great means to dare to get them all killed? Dare I ask your excellency, what is your name? The owner of the building walked to the bow of the boat and cried out with a tentative arch, as if he wanted to verify his suspicions. In the distance, surrounded by clouds and mist, an old man wearing a black embroidered gold robe, with a head full of long white hair dancing about, stepped on an immortal crane, his hands behind his back, his gaze like electricity, and said with a calm demeanor, Xian Heavenly Sect, Yi Junlin. And next to him, there were 3 figures standing. There was the tall, young woman in a fiery red dress with pale, jade-like skin, who had her arms folded, her breasts quite spectacular in size, and her stance high above the rest. There was a tall, burly man with a bucket hat on his head, his right hand gripping the hilt of the knife at his waist, his eyes fierce, his face full of horizontal flesh, like he was about to pull out a knife and cut someone at the drop of a hat. There was also a dwarf-like, short figure, clearly manly in build, but wearing a pink jacket that somehow defied the norm, and wearing a white drapery hat that did not allow him to see his face. These figures resembled the rumored foursome, especially that white-haired old man. When he opened his mouth and confessed his identity, he directly stunned the building owner, and the conjecture in his mind was verified. Still, it's really him, white-haired god of murder Yi Junlin. This statement was made. The guests who were originally furious were like being doused with ice water all over their bodies. They couldn't help but shiver. Their bodies were shivering, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked ahead. As for the treasure ship, the so-called those heavenly compartments, and even the Taoist compartments, the killing machines released were all converged and dissipated in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Everyone cringed and regretted what they had just said. That was the white-haired god of murder whose reputation resounded through the eastern region. The big brother who had the blood of millions of cultivators on his hands and trampled the face of the feathered sect under his feet. Even at the Shui family banquet a while back, the giant Yang Void Immortal who had broken through the tribulation went looking for trouble, and was countered by the other party on the spot. It was also at that time that many people realized that Junlin of the Shin Tian sect was not an exalted, but a genuine Void Immortal. Now, this one is actually stopping and robbing in broad daylight? Say, is it really him? I always thought that that person wouldn't do such a thing, so it should be a fake, right? Are you blind? Can't you see those guys standing next to him? It's exactly like the rumors. That's right, the woman is the red fairy. The man is the blade demon knight Wujiao. And the one with the shortest stature is the white-haired slayer god's personal child. With this lineup, you still think it's fake? I am truly convinced of your intelligence. Don't drag us along if you want to seek death. Chapter 70 Fox and Falsehood. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the crowd hesitated for a long time and spoke. But there are also rumors that that person's mount is the ancient divine beast Koan Pang. *******. You believe this too? Another youth snorted. That kind of divine beast went extinct in the Kunlun realm a long time ago. How could it possibly appear for him to use as a mount? Yes, it must be blown out of proportion by good people. Even if Yi Junlin was more powerful, there's no way he would take a Koan Pang as a mount. I would advise those who think it's a fake not to involve the group before they die. The white-haired old devil is very brutal. Hey, I should have known to go out and read my fortune first. The people were downcast, like frosted eggplants. Yi Junlin's ferocious reputation was out there, and with the usual blackmail, his image had long been demonized in all sorts of ways. So when it came to this kind of thing, the cultivators on the ship, even if they had misgivings, but due to the deterrent effect, as well as the influence of the companions around them, they had to hold their breath and give up resistance. After all, if you look away, won't you lose your life here? I'm not afraid of anything. It's better to break the bank. See this scene. A meaningful smile appeared at the corners of that white-haired old man's mouth as he coughed a few times and pretended to be serious. Li Wujiao, Master, Apprentice is here. The man in the bucket hat respectfully said, why don't you go and accept the good intentions of all the fellow Taoists? Yes. The man in the bucket hat turned around with a fierce smile on his face, drew his long knife and rushed to the treasure ship, as if he were a vicious bandit, and bellowed, those who are sensible, all hand over their valuable things. Don't force your Li Master to chop people off. The cultivators on the deck dared to be angry, and one by one had to pull out their storage rings. The man in the bucket hat carried a knife and walked with a strut, his gaze so fierce that the people along the way didn't dare to meet their eyes. Rumor has it that the blade demon, Li Wujiao, chased after the Shui family's young master at the Shui family's banquet and chopped him up. So it can be said that he was bold and shaped things without any rules and regulations. Seeing the arrogant man with the cocked hat, the group's heart is even more convinced that this is true, deeply afraid of messing with the other side. Be chopped to death by random knives. Li Wujiao collected their storage rings, and went to the major compartments and kicked the door one by one. Cursing, horse, people are dead inside? All of you give your master Li roll out. Soon, a bunch of transformation gods came out of the heavenly box, and a dozen harmonizers came out of the Tao box. They blushed hard and dutifully pulled out their valuable belongings. The man in the bucket hat received lightly, and came to the treasure ship specifications of the top luxury rooms, raised his foot to kick to. The ship owner saw the situation, rushed to, smiled and said, Knight Master, 10,000 cannot be. Inside there are 2 guests from the Gongzhou. That is a great deal of money. You see, the man in the bucket hat had a ferocious face and said, even if you're more powerful, you'll have to sell my master's face. If you're sensible, roll out obediently. Otherwise, when my master's father strikes, you'll all have to die. Upon hearing this, the owner of the boat turned white with fear. At that moment, the door burst open. Inside, there was a middle-aged man wearing black and white attire, with his head pulled back in a Dao bun and a goatee, standing with his arms crossed with a grim face, his body emanating a cultivation aura of the Mahayana realm. Sitting next to her was a yellow-clothed woman with skin like gelatin and a shapely figure. At this moment, her almond eyes were round and her delicate face was filled with anger. The man in the bucket hat froze in place. There's actually a real venerable man here. After a short period of blankness in his brain, the man in the bucket hat quickly returned to his original form, raised the long knife in his hand and pointed it at the middle-aged man, arrogantly saying, you damn well want to make a move, don't you? Believe it or not, my master will kill you. Boo! The yellow-clothed woman was simply Missy's temper, getting up and directly slapping the table made of 1,000-year immortal wood to pieces, glaring angrily, with the intention of making a move. Behind her, hidden star shadows emerged, wanting to illuminate the world. and a terrifying pressure swept across the entire compartment. At such a young age, he had already cultivated to the harmonization realm, and it looked like he was also burdened with some kind of special physique. His future was boundless. The man in the bucket hat's heart trembled, almost pulling his legs out and running away. But thanks to his skillful acting, he was able to stabilize his mind and forcefully smiled coldly. Dead girl peace. Are you playing rough with your master knight? Who are you calling a dead girl? The yellow-clothed woman was furious. Her fists were filled with bright starbursts, and she was about to blast towards the man in the bucket hat. The back of the man in the bucket hat was cold, secretly saying that this time he was really going to fall. A close call. There was a large hand that grabbed the yellow-clothed woman's wrist, and that middle-aged man in black and white attire said in a deep voice, "Miss, don't be impulsive. Leave this matter to me, Uncle Fan." And Meowie was reluctant. Fan Dijing shook his head and arched his hand at the man in the bucket hat. "This fellow Daoist, we are from the questioning sect of the tribute state. Can you make it easy for us this time? And I will definitely pay a visit to your Xian heavenly sect on another day. Ask the sect." The man in the bucket hat's eyelids trembled. This was an existence that could be ranked within the top 10 immortal sects in the eastern region, and it was said that several immortals had been produced in the ancient times. Holy crap, this is a real kick in the pants. Wait, what am I afraid of? I'm now the disciple of the sword demon knight Wujio and the white-haired god of murder, Yi Junlin. Ask the sect. Is it great? Suppressing the vibration in his heart, the man in the bucket hat sneered a few times. Let's talk about the future later. Now hand over everything of value. Fan Dejing's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the man in the bucket hat. He didn't expect that he couldn't stop this guy in front of him even after he brought out the name of the questioning sect. Sure enough, it was the Blade Demon Knight Wujia who acted without any scruples. Perhaps behind this, there is his master, Yi Junlin, directing him? As the thought turned, Fan Zhengde was suddenly understandable again. After all, people even dared to offend the feathered sect, let alone his questioning sect. The man in the bucket hat was stared at so much that his back was chilled and his sweaty hair stood straight up, but out of professionalism, he was still full of sardonic smiles and ferocious gazes. In fact, he regretted in his heart, why not just point to the end? If the other side broke the can, his life can be accounted for in this. Damn, I should have known not to get too deep into the drama. Right at this moment, Fan Dezhang looked like he had made up his mind and pulled out his storage ring with some flesh pain, squeezing out a smile and saying, "This is the storage ring that I carry with me. Inside there are 5 million extremely high-grade spirit crystals and a few pieces of spirit weapons that are barely usable. I also ask that you please take it and then relay it to Yi Shushan and tell him that it's a little bit of my ask the sect's intention." A storage ring that emitted light floated away and landed in the hands of the man in the bucket hat, who was breathing a little sharply and was ecstatic inside. "Wealthy. This is rich. Uncle Fan, what are you?" And Meowie was so angry that she stomped her feet, feeling that this kind of behavior was very humiliating. Fan Dejing exhaled deeply and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist, are you still satisfied?" The man in the bucket hat pretended to be calm and accepted the storage ring, and grunted coldly, "Count on your good sense. I'll go back and report to my master truthfully." When he finished speaking, he swaggered out of the room with the knife on his shoulder. As he descended the stairs, the man in the bucket hat's legs were shaking a little. His face was red with excitement, and he secretly said inwardly, Hey, it's so exciting to run away after pretending. See, even the venerable master of the questioning sect has obediently paid up. Hiss, I told you it was true. Just now there are some disbelief. Fortunately did not make a big disaster. The crowd whispered and felt grateful. With a joyful mood, the man in the bucket hat flew out of the treasure ship to the white-haired old man, and pretended to arch his hand and said, "Master, the goodwill of all the friends of the Tao, my disciple has accepted all of it." The white-haired old man's face was not angry. A solemn and atmospheric black robe hunted. His eyes opened and closed with a cold aura as he slowly opened his mouth. "Well, very good. It seems that there are still people who are willing to sell my Yi Junlin's face. Go. Yes." Swish, swish, swish. The group sailed away on a crane and disappeared into the churning clouds. On the treasure ship, the group was relieved and upset about what had just happened, and the owner even cried tears of joy, feeling that he had survived the robbery. Inside the top floor compartment, and Meowie crossed her arms, her delicate face disgruntled as she questioned, "Uncle Fan, you disappoint me too much." The corner of Fan Dezhang's mouth twitched as he said in a depressed manner, "Miss, I'm also trying to protect your safety. If I don't give face, with Yi Junlin's cruel and murderous nature, he will definitely get us all killed. And as you can see, his disciple doesn't take our questioning sect seriously at all. If anything really happens to you, I'll be the sinner of the questioning sect." And Meowie was still angry and said indignantly, It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. This Yi Junlin is too much. By what right can he be lawless? To do whatever he wants in the eastern region? Chapter 71, Doing a Big Job. Fan Dijing shook his head and said helplessly, who made his cultivation unfathomable? A while ago he even killed a feathered sex void immortal. We must know that that person's Dao name is called Giant Yang. He is the feathered sex Saint Sun's teacher. Hey, pity him for rushing all the way over there, thinking that he could single-handedly kill Yi Junlin. Who would have thought that that guy deliberately hid his cultivation? And in the end, Zhu Yang was tragically killed in return. Moreover, it is said that Yi Junlin is extremely protective of his shortcomings, and after accepting the blade demon Li Wujiu as his disciple, he even forced the Shui family's old ancestor to personally kill the Shui family's father and son. Such a ruthless person. Do you think that I can't be afraid of him? A temperamental madman like him, doing robberies on a whim? I would find it quite normal. This grand elder from the questioning sect was usually highly respected in the sect and had an extremely high status. But at this moment, when Yi Junlin's deeds were mentioned, his words were filled with deep fear, and Miaoi was so angry that her chest continued to rise and fall, pacing back and forth in the room, gritting her teeth and saying, "Damn it, how could there be such an evil person in the world?" Fan Dijing looked at the angry yellow-clothed woman, seemed to be thinking of something, and said in a serious tone, "Miss, work hard on your cultivation. With your talents sooner or later, you will be able to break through the tribulation, or even certify to become an immortal. Don't forget that you are the one who is carrying the star immortal body, and this kind of physique isn't much worse than the feather sex Saint Sun's immortal body." Upon hearing this, and Miaoi's eyes were filled with determination. "Don't worry, Uncle Fan, I'll work hard on my cultivation, and when I'm strong enough, I'll definitely get rid of the demons and defend the way. I will get rid of this kind of scum with my own hands." Fan Dijing smiled bitterly. Although the patriarch's daughter was very progressive, she was just a bit childish in her thoughts, and did things too impulsively, as well as being easily emotional. "Hey, there's no way. Take your time. Hopefully this trip to the Medicine King Valley will lead to some growth." At the top of a certain mountain in the distance, several figures were sitting on the ground, dividing up the spoils of this battle. "Hey, this Yi Junlin's name is really good. These days all we need to do is rob, and all of them are successful without exception." That dwarf-like short figure removed the hood on top of his head, revealing his thieving face, and laughed lewdly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just now could scare the laborer half to death. Almost revealed. Fortunately that asked the sex venerable. Forced by Yi Junlin's name, the back or obediently yielded. The man in the bucket hat said excitedly, "That's an exalted one. Ah, a big man who usually stands tall. I didn't expect that I would have to be respectful to me. Ha ha, this feeling is really cool. Che, you don't take a piss and look at yourself. Is that being respectful to you? That is to the knife demon Li Wujiao. And who are you? Just a small character." The one who spoke was a woman in red with a hot figure, rolling her big beautiful white eyes and taunting. The man in the hat looked at him angrily. "Who are you talking about? Aren't you also a who was ridden by 10,000 people? You're a whore, aren't you? How long have you been at Fengchun House? You really think you're the Red Fairy? I poo. I'm going to rip your mouth off." The woman in red was so angry that she stood up, her chest fluttering. Come, I'll hack you to death. Pheasant." The man in the bucket hat carried a long knife and said aggressively, "All be quiet." Right at this moment, the white-haired old man's eyes flashed with a cold, chilling aura as he bellowed. From his body, a powerful transformation god perfection aura emanated, directly suppressing the few people present. Compared to these few water bodies, the white-haired old man's strength was unquestionable. And, also, he put together the team. Most of all, the white-haired old man had mastered the technique of hiding his cultivation, which made it possible to create an illusion of unfathomable cultivation to the target every time he acted. The white-haired old man laughed coldly. He, you all think you've grown capable? You don't even know how much you weigh? Let me tell you, you are not irreplaceable. The big deal is that I'll kill you too and find a suitable replacement. If you're sensible, you'll be smarter than that." For this bold planner, the man in the bucket hat and the rest of them were in awe, and they were all silenced. The white-haired old man collected the aura on his body, and the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. As the saying goes, those who support the bold starve the timid. Cultivation not only relies on talent and hard work, but also requires a huge amount of cultivation resources for support. As a casual cultivator, he has been crawling all the way through the process, but he is still stuck in the harmonization of God perfection for many years, and to make a breakthrough, he has to do something about it. And this time, the Valley of the Medicine King is a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the opening of the Pill King Valley and pretending to be Yi Junlin's identity to woo the people was the best time to cut the leaks. Because this is the period when the flow of people coming and going is at its highest and most productive. Just sit back and enjoy it. Fortunately, Yi Junlin's fierce reputation, coupled with his complete team, the targets of the audience all directly gave up resistance and obediently paid money to buy peace. Now that he had made a fortune, it made the white-haired old man inwardly feel how brilliant his strategy had been. As for the fact that doing so would add to Yi Junlin's negative impact in vain, for this the white-haired old man simply felt half guilty. After all, this kind of roadblock robbery was just a drop in the bucket compared to exterminating an army of 1 million cultivators back then, right? After the last vote, everyone is dismissed. The white-haired old man's eyes revealed a brilliant light as he sneered. But before that, we're going to play even bigger. Rumble. Suddenly, the clouds in the distant sky churned crazily, and the huge body of tens of thousands of meters swept by, scraping up vast air currents. That terrifying pressure caused one's heart to palpitate even from a long distance away. What is that? The white-haired old man's scalp went numb. His body was like falling into an ice cellar, and his eyes showed extreme shock. Too terrifying. What kind of demonic beast is that? The man in the bucket hat swallowed saliva in his throat, his face turning white. Ah! The woman in red's delicate body trembled, so frightened that she was almost about to become incontinent. It was only when the huge figure disappeared that these few people breathed a sigh of relief, their backs long dampened by cold sweat. In the meantime, on the Koan Pang, there was a huge mana shroud, and inside, there were rockery mountains and flowing water, pavilions, beautiful and spectacular scenery, just like a vacation island. Yi Junlin sat in the eunuch's chair and reached out to pick up the chess piece, looking deep in thought before landing it on the chessboard. Master teacher, here's the swirly ice cream you asked for. Chocolate-flavored Bai Xiaoshi held the freshly finished product in her hand and ran over in excitement. Well, put it there. Okay. At this point, Red Thousand Leaves flicked up the chess piece and put it down with a calm demeanor. The corners of his mouth lifted up in a faint arc, and inwardly he felt that he was winning. Somehow, seeing his opponent being killed and retreating, his desire for victory and defeat was at its peak at this moment. Yi Junlin didn't react, but instead flicked up his pawn and rightfully crossed the boundary river, as well as the obstacles of multiple targets, and landed on his opponent's general's pawn. Eat you! You've lost this game again. Red Thousand Leaves froze, clenched his fists tightly, and gritted his teeth. Master, soldier chess can't do this. I'm sorry to say, but this is special forces, Yi Junlin said with a serious face. Red Chiba? Goddamn special forces. Another one of your new words? Red Chiba was so angry that his heart was twitching. He shouldn't have held such unrealistic expectations, actually fantasizing that he could defeat his opponent fair and square. Even the rules of the game were arbitrarily changed by this guy, and his own exquisite chess skills were not at all useful. AI. Mr. Yi but seeks a defeat. Yi Junlin threw away his pieces and sighed to the sky. His tone had a despondency that no one could beat. The contempt in Hong Chinya's eyes grew even more, and inwardly she said, Bah! Stinking shameless guy. Yi Junlin shrugged his shoulders and picked up the finished ice cream that Bai Xiaoxi had made, looking down at it with an expression as if he were an old subway grandfather looking at his cell phone in his previous life. Heck, it's shaped like a pile of poop. It's also black. My good apprentice. You worked hard. As a reward this is for you to eat. Ruashi, make me a cup of vanilla flavor. And as for the shape just replace it with a ball. Yes. Red Chiba looked at this godlike defense with an expression like constipation. Is this for people? In the end, Red Chiba forced herself to hold back her inner discomfort, scooped up a mouthful with a spoon, and slowly brought it into her mouth. Shasta. Red Chiba's eyes lit up, and she didn't resist so much. It's cold and melts in your mouth. Is this ice cream? It's pretty tasty. Senior, we've arrived in Wuzhou, and it's rumored that the Pilking Valley will be opening in a few days. Li Wujiao ran in excitement. His gaze then shifted to Red Qianya who was eating black ice cream on the side with an odd expression. Red Master looks like he's eating. At this point, Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. What is the Medicine King Valley? Ding! Detected the host entering Wuzhou, hereby refreshing the sign-in location. Please complete the sign-in at the Valley of the Medicine King, and you will receive great benefits. In his head, the system's beep sounded. Chapter 72 Dragon Gate Inn. All our masters. Exempt. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. Since he had come all the way here, why don't he just make a trip to the Pilking Valley? There are benefits to take anyway. Master, your vanilla-flavored ice cream. Bai Xiaoshi came running with her short legs. Yi Junlin took it, took a spoon and took a bite, and praised with satisfaction. Well done. There is progress. He. Bai Xiaoshi scratched his head with a sense of accomplishment in his heart. By the way, Master wants to give you a task. Yi Junlin took out a thick book with the complete guide to pastry making written on it. which was a freebie obtained by signing in daily, covering various pastry recipes. This book is an absolute trade secret and could have created a pastry empire in a previous life. Master hopes that you can learn more useful ones, not only for me, but also for yourself, Yi Junlin said seriously. Bai Xiaoshi flipped through the thick book and was dazzled by the various and varied illustrations of pastries inside, her eyes shining brightly and the corners of her mouth on the verge of drooling. I can't tell you how happy I am to think that it can eat from the top as well. Sure enough, it's still Master Teacher who treats Mouse the best. Go get busy. Aha! Holding the thick books, Bai Xiaoshi energetically ran to the workbench, ready for practical exercises. Seeing this kind of shameless behavior, the red Chiba on the side was dumbfounded and felt that her perception was once again refreshed. It's obvious that you want to eat it, but you have to make excuses. The most outrageous thing is that the stupid rat actually believed it. Looking at the petite figure busy at the workbench, Red Chiba had a rare feeling of pity. A Mahayana realm powerhouse, not only is he burdened with a special physique, but he also has 100,000 capable minions underneath him. With such conditions, even if he puts it in the central domain, he will be able to dominate a party, establish himself as the king, and open the road to hegemony. As a result, it was willingly reduced to a cook, obviously doing the work of serving people, but also feel particularly happy and contented, just as Hong Qianyi was feeling miserable about Bai Xiaoshi's fate. Yi Junlin, who was sitting across from him, had already set up the chessboard at some point and smiled. Good disciple, let's continue. If we lose again, there will be a punishment. Oh. Looking at the silver-haired youth with a smile on his face, Red Chiba clenched his fists in anger, wanting to punch hard and make a mess. Dog, if you want to torture this seat, just say so. Why go through the motions of playing chess? What? You don't want to accompany your master to spar in chess? Yi Junlin's smile gradually grew morose. Master, you are joking. Red Thousand Leaves fumed inwardly and smiled sarcastically. It's my disciple's honor to be able to play chess with my master. There was no way. Even if he was holding back, he could only shelve it in his heart. At this time, Red Chiba suddenly felt that compared to that stupid rat, it seems to be his situation that is more pitiful. Li Wujiao, who was practicing the chaotic heavenly saber decision from afar, glanced at the two chess-playing figures who were getting along well under the willow tree. A flash of envy flashed across his eyes, and he sighed with emotion. Indeed, it's still Senior Red Brother who is the one that Master Teacher loves the most. Sky Spirit City. Since the nearby Pill King Valley was going to open in a few days, a large number of cultivators from all over the world had gathered here. Both the inn and the tavern were basically full. Casually walking down the street, it was common to see one foundation establishment in 5 steps and one jindan in 10. Although there were occasional clashes between cultivators during this period, they were quickly extinguished because there were too many hidden bigwigs here, and there was a fear of inadvertently rushing into anyone and crossing the street. Dragon Gate Inn. The crowd was buzzing. 4 hooded figures stood in front of the store looking at the plaque. Master, this is the largest inn in 100 miles, Li Wujiao respectfully said. We can stay here for a few days and wait until the Pill King Valley officially opens before going in. The upright figure at the head of the group had dense silver-white hair hidden inside, and under the brim of the hat was a bountiful and handsome face with eyes as bright as starlight. Yi Junlin nodded. Okay, this is the one. Although it was possible to stay on top of the Kuanpang, it was a bit tiresome after a long time, and if you stayed in this inn, you could also take in the local customs and inquire about the interesting things that had happened recently. Several guests. Inside please. The store assistant extended his hand and said. Yi Junlin and the others walked in, and since they were wearing hoods to hide their appearance, none of the guests paid much attention to them. The main reason for this was because he was afraid of affecting the order around him. After all, in the entire eastern region's cultivation world today, Yi Junlin and the 4 of them were too recognizable and it was hard to get together without attracting attention. Master, why do we have to cover up? Red Thousand Leaves, who was following behind, hesitated for a long time before gathering the courage to speak. In the view of this Demon Sect master, their line of people have absolute strength. Why should they care about the outside world's eyes? Whoever dares to chew the dust, directly kill is. Hey, now that I'm so famous, I'm sure to have a lot of fanatical fans. If my identity is exposed, they'll all rush to find me for autographs, right? This way I'll be very distressed. Yi Junlin sighed. Words. Red Chiba looked like he was choking, his eye muscles twitching. Along the way, he'd thought of a million reasons, but that was the only one that hadn't occurred to him. Sure enough, this seat should not have tried to figure out his intentions by thinking like a normal person. It was this seat that was wrong. A big mistake. Red Chiba took a deep breath, his expression full of self-reproach as he was re-psychologizing. Junior, are there any recommended dishes here? Yi Junlin picked a seat on the second floor and sat down, his fingertips gently knocking on the tabletop as he asked. The shopkeeper came running nimbly, smiling. This customer, you can be considered to ask the right person. Small to recommend to you a few of the store's signature dishes, to ensure that the flavor, really called a local authentic. Saying that, he flipped the menu and introduced. Look at this dish. It's called braised lion's head. The lion's head here is taken from a whistling wind frenzied lion at the yuaning stage, and our cooks chopped off its head and baked it repeatedly over geomantic fire. The outer skin is crispy and refreshing, and the meat is fresh, tender and fatty. There is this sweet and sour carp. This carp is not immortal. The body contains a trace of dragon bloodline. Eat up the thief while refreshing. Fragrant Lu, as well as this explosive stir-fry beef. The ingredients are taken from the heavenly green cow of the god of transformation cultivation, and after eating it, it will have endless strength and have an enhancing effect on the chi and blood. The store assistant introduced these signature dishes while secretly observing Yi Junlin's expression, because the price of these dishes were very expensive. Although there was more foot traffic these days, basically no resident cultivators could afford to eat them, and they were all persuaded to leave after seeing the prices labeled on the menu. But this time, it seems a little different. At this time, Yi Junlin was not bluffed by the sky-high price of the menu. He was someone who had seen big scenes. After all, when the state banquet prepared by Great Joe, any dish was worth a lot of money, in which even the ordinary scrambled eggs with tomatoes used the eggs of the golden-winged rockbird. As far as the ones introduced by the shopkeeper were concerned, it could only be said that they were a bit of a novelty, but not to the point of being particularly exaggerated. What about this one? Mouse thinks this is delicious, eh? At this moment, Bai Xiaoshi pointed at the menu, a dish called snowflake jade pork, and curiously said. The store assistant laughed. This customer, you can really have a discerning eye. The ingredients of this dish are taken from the extreme ice rat. The extreme ice rat comes from the cold far north, likes to drill into the glacier to live. After our cook's professional treatment, the meat will be very fatty. Cut out each slice of meat, like snowflakes, crystal clear, and thus get the name. It is recommended that this side of the fireplace to shabu shabu meat to eat. Bai Xiaoshi, who originally still had an appetite, was so frightened that she almost planted herself on the ground with a myocardial infarction after hearing this brutal description. This customer, do you want this dish? The store assistant said tentatively. Don't. Mouse don't want it. Bai Xiaoshi waved her hand repeatedly, her voice tinged with tears. The shopkeeper looked odd. Why did this little girl react so much? Wait, why do I think I see a furry rat face? Chapter 73, a sharp turnaround in Wind Reviews. Cough cough. Excluding the snowflake jade meat, I'll take all the ones you mentioned earlier. One by one. Yi Junlin pulled out his storage ring and slapped it on the table with a rich and generous slap. The store assistant was startled and immersed his divine sense, seeing the mountains of top-grade spirit crystals piled up in the space. He only felt his mouth dry and his heart beating like a drum. Good lord, this is dirt cheap. This customer, please wait for a while. I'll inform the back kitchen to make it for you. The store assistant shivered in fear, then flew away from the scene. Yi Junlin shook his head. Just the amount of spirit crystals that he had accumulated and received from signing in during this period of time was enough for him to buy an ordinary imperial dynasty. And what was spent just now was just a hair's breadth. Oh, the rat is so cute. Why do you want to eat the rat? Bai Xiaoshi held his head with both hands, his eyes tearful, feeling sad for what happened to his kind. Yi Junlin stroked its head and found it a bit funny. Boom! Right at this moment, a pale and majestic aura spread and impacted the entire Dragon Gate Inn. Fortunately, the Dragon Gate Inn was very solid and the materials used to build it were all metaphysical iron, so it only shook a little bit slightly. What's going on? Yi Junlin looked after the source. The aura of a Yuaning? Which fellow Daoist has broken through? An aged Jindan cultivator said enviously. Swish! A huge figure with a fiery red body flew out from upstairs and landed on the table with a thud. A few guests seated around the table were startled and dumbfounded. At once, densely packed divine sense converged over. Only then did the crowd see clearly that it was a fertilized lobster monster, only to see that it was 3 meters tall, with a shell as red as a flame, a pair of large pincers that were extremely formidable, and 2 eyeballs pivoting back and forth, observing the surroundings, with eyes that showed a sense of panic. To the surprise of many, this lobster monster was of early Yuaning cultivation. Turns out, it was the one that broke through just now. Just as this lobster monster, which had just broken through the Yuaning, was about to build up the momentum to swipe up and escape from the Dragon Gate Inn, a flash of brilliant blade like a pike came and ruthlessly chopped on its body. Pust! The lobster monster let out a miserable scream and collapsed limply onto the table. His eyes dulled and his breath gone. The owner of the knife light appeared. It was a middle-aged chef wearing a high hat, with an apron tied around his body, carrying a cold and flashing kitchen knife, full of flesh with an apologetic smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry. I was going to do the spicy crayfish. The result is that this lobster monster witnessed his companions killed one after another, and at the time of despair, actually broke through the shackles to break through the yuaning, and only then did it fight its way out from under my knife, and out. But it's good that it was remedied in time. If it caused trouble to all of you guests, this store is here to make amends. Then, the middle-aged cook dragged away the corpse of the lobster monster, all the way with a smile on his face and a very sincere attitude, only that his face was too fierce, coupled with the strength he had just demonstrated, causing many cultivators who had originally had grievances to swallow them back hard. Fierce, too damn fierce. This dragon inn. Are even the cooks so fierce? Since we opened, I don't think anyone has dared to eat a king's ransom, right? The few cultivators at that table who had their dry rice interrupted looked at the rice bowls that had been kicked over by the lobster monster and each looked at each other. The leader of the boss reacted, thumped the table, and shouted angrily with a lot of anger, his grandmother, give the brothers a plate of stir-fried lobster for dinner, and the ingredients will be the same big lobster that was just used just now. The ingredients of a yuaning-level demonic beast must be very expensive, but it couldn't be helped that these few people just wanted to take a bite out of their anger. Okay Lou. The store assistant was very happy, put the towel on his shoulder and shouted excitedly, to these guests, come with a plate of stir-fried lobster. Seeing that the storm had subsided, the dragon gate and returned to business as usual. Junlin withdrew his gaze and laughed. This kind of an run by cultivators is quite interesting. Li Wujiao wrapped his arms around him and commented with experience. Well, in my humble opinion, that cook's knife skill is very good. His sword is fast and vicious, and he cultivates the rigid and domineering knife method. It is that his breath was a bit unstable just now. It should be caused by being too hasty. He was a sword cultivator and even more of a sword nut. Shoo, listen guys, it seems like someone is talking about us. Red Thousand Leaf's gaze slightly condensed. Normal. My fans are many, Junlin said in a pretense of calmness, actually perking up his ears and listening carefully. The chatter at the inn was all over the place, and it was centering on one topic. What a sin. A while ago I met that damn Junlin. The spirit crystals that I had worked so hard for most of my life were robbed by him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Me too. Not only the spirit crystals, but also 6 7th grade treasure weapons, 30 Xian ranked talismans, and 5 earth grade pills, all of which were snatched up by him. The bastard with the 1,000 knives. Wow. Looks like all of you have been robbed. I thought I was the only one so unlucky to get caught by that old dog. AI. Seeing that all of you Taoists have suffered, for some reason my psyche is much more balanced all of a sudden. Intense murmurs filled the surroundings. 80% of the victims of the entire Dragon Gate and came forward to denounce Junlin as a shameless, despicable villain. It was comparable to a large-scale anger venting scene, and it was a scolding to Junlin, which could be described as a group of passionate and righteous indignation. It was as if the Junlin in their mouths was an unforgivable thug who deserved to be killed by heaven and earth, thrashed to ashes, and sent to the 18 layers of hell for eternity. Snort. Red Chiba lowered her head, her shoulders shaking in a fit as if she was forcibly stifling her laughter. At this moment, this demon cult sect master, who was simply happy inside, heard this group of guests cursing and frantically denouncing Junlin. He only felt that heaven's justice was clear and retributive. Every pore in his body was stretching, and even the soul in his body was about to go out of his body. Ha ha ha, all of you heroes and heroines, good scolding, cursing out all the words in my seat's heart. Junlin, you also had a time when you were spurned by millions. See, this is what the people want. As Red Chiba, who was also a victim, there was a feeling of substitution from the bottom of her heart when she heard this group of people cursing Junlin in indignation. Pure and simple reality mouth replacement. Cool. Painful. Li Wujiao was filled with shock, not having anticipated this situation at all. In his impression, his own master teacher didn't look like someone who had done this kind of deed. Immediately afterward, Li Wujiao's face was replaced by killing intent. His right hand firmly grasped the hilt of the sword, and he rose up to pull it out for a killing spree. Insult my master. Die. At that moment, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder, holding Knight Wujiao back hard. Li Wujiao's eyes flashed with consternation. Master, Junlin shook his head. Don't be impulsive. Listen to what they are saying. It's obvious that someone is impersonating me in their deception. Being inexplicably scolded would be upsetting to anyone else. It's really true what they say. People sit at home and pots come from heaven. Junlin tried his best to stay calm. His face was a bit ugly. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at his eldest disciple who was beside him and a lowered head, and said meaningfully, Xiao Hong ah. Laugh if you want to. Don't suffocate your body. Hearing these words, Red Chiba's back went violently cold, and bean-sized beads of sweat overflowed from his forehead. Then, he quickly adjusted his state, and when he raised his head again, his face was filled with anger, his eyes almost spewing out flames of fury as he clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it, these mole crickets really deserve to die. Master, as long as you give the order, my disciple, will immediately strike, not leaving half of them alive. Yi Junlin, ha. Chapter 74, Red Chiba, eating melon to myself? Yi Junlin knew that this person's dark nature. Seeing him scolded, his heart may be how happy, just short of the original form. A moment of excitement also followed to join in, and that blade demon knight Wujiao. The dog is really not human. Under the banner of his master, Yi Junlin, he is foxing around in front of us, forcing us to be obedient. That's right. At that time, looking at his arrogance, I wanted to cough up a mouthful of phlegm and spit it in his face. Then I would have pointed my finger at his nose and cursed him. Bah! Who the hell are you? Why weren't you killed at the Shui family banquet? Humph. In my opinion, he's just a crazy dog raised by Demon Yi, specially released to bite people indiscriminately. Suddenly, one after another, there were victims around who shifted their spearheads to Li Wujiao, and their words were all kinds of affectionate greetings, the kind that could turn the genealogy over and scold them. At this moment, Li Wujiao, who was still feeling angry at his masters being criticized, became even angrier after hearing those words. What the hell? How come even I have to be scolded? Dare I say I have an imposter too? And by the sound of it that guy wasn't doing too bad? Yi Junlin lightly coughed a few times. Shao Li, it's alright, there is still master to accompany you. Li Wujiao's face rose to the color of pig's liver. His mouth held for a long time before he spat out a sentence. Damn it, don't let me catch that guy, or else I'll have to chop him up alive. Although he himself has the title of the Sword Devil, and is notorious for his ferocity in multiple Dao states, but they are all fought out in a dignified manner. As a result, there are actually thieves now, using his identity to solicit and rob ill-gotten gains. This kind of shameless operation is still the first time he has seen it. Red Chiba's back teeth were almost clenched, his eyebrows knit into lumps, and his fists in his sleeves clenched. I can't, it's really too funny. At this rate this seat will have to suffocate internal injuries. From just now until now, Red Thousand Leaves was looking on as a melon eater. Whether Yi Junlin or Li Wujiao was scolded, it didn't make much of a difference in his heart. The only hard part is that one can't laugh out loud. Just then, a tall, burly man thought of something and waved his hand. Let's not mention that crazy dog Li Wujiao. Let's talk about Yi Junlin's great disciple. Rumor has it that Fairy Red has outstanding beauty and a cool and peerless temperament, which makes countless men admire her. But when I saw her with my own eyes, I found that there was a big discrepancy with the rumors. Even though the face value is also quite high, but for some reason, it gives a very strong dusty taste, just like a woman from a greenhouse. Another man with a short stature like Wu Dilang expressed his approval, only to see him rubbing his chin and sked. What your excellency said is not false. With my many years of experience in hanging out in the land of fireworks, the red fairy is considered to be a medium to high grade at best. I really don't know why the outside world is exaggerating. It is really true that what you hear is not true, and what you see is not true. This fellow Daoist, the evaluation you gave is already very objective. When I saw the red fairy at that time, I almost drooled. It was really rippling there. Looking at it, little brother, I really want to get my hands on it and play with it. Another man laughed with a lewd face. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, the crowd laughed loudly. The anger washed away quite a lot at once, and the atmosphere was suddenly active. Many male cultivators do not say on their mouths, eye contact with each other. All know in their hearts. Words. Red Shenya's expression stiffened, and the laughter within him vanished, replaced by a monstrous rage. He was so angry that his body was trembling, his teeth gritted, and his eyes were practically cannibalistic. Listening to the various colorful remarks from outside, Li Wujiao sitting next to him had an odd expression on his face, and his eyes intentionally or unintentionally flicked to this eldest senior brother's flat chest. This small act directly poked Red Chiba's sensitive nerves, which caused his anger level to nearly break through the tipping point. Senior Knight, what are you looking at? Red Thousand Leaves laughed, and the smile was terrifying and chilling. Swish! Li Wujiao's sweaty hair stood up all over his body, and he had the feeling of being stared at by a great terror, as if there was a ghastly demon in front of him. Red, elder brother Red, I was actually blown into my eyes by the sand. You mustn't misunderstand. Li Wujiao hastily rubbed his eyes and pretended that he didn't see anything. Only his poor acting skills and excuses gave Hong Qianye a feeling of being intellectually humiliated. Just as Red Qianye continued to press the issue, Yi Junlin pretended to dryly cough a few times. His tone had a derisive undertone. Little red be generous. Besides, they are discussing about that imposter and it's still a female. Are you a female? What's the hurry for you? A male? Red Qianye was like eating a fly. His expression was ugly to the extreme, the corners of his eyes twitching madly. Even though he had 1,000 words to retort, they couldn't hold up the ironclad facts. To be reasonable, the group of people's words offended the windswept woman. So what did it have to do with him? A man? It's not even close. Yi Junlin poked Red Qianye with his elbow, his smile playful. Hey, have you completely accepted the name Red Fairy? Or else why are you reacting so greatly? Red Chiba's face stiffened, and she hastily shook her head, her tone decisive. I didn't. Really? Yi Junlin asked again. I really didn't. Red Chiba was so anxious that she almost jumped up and denied it desperately. Ha ha, for the master to believe. Yi Junlin waved his hand. Red Chiba was furious, but could only endure it. Strangely enough, the cultivators present were only talking about Yi Junlin, Li Wujiao, and Hong Qianye, leaving out Bai Shaoshi, the simpleton. It seemed that in their eyes, Bai Shaoshi was not worth mentioning at all, the existence with the weakest sense of existence. Several guests. Here are the dishes you ordered. The store assistant smiled fawningly. Then, plates of specialty delicacies were served, bubbling with a hot, mouth-watering aroma. Bai Shaoshi originally didn't have much of an appetite, but after seeing this scene, her nose twitched and her eyes lit up. Wow! It smells so good. It picked up the chopsticks made of ivory and darted in and out of the food to its mouth, eating with a happy frown on its face. Looking at this nervous rat, Yi Junlin couldn't help but smile. His inner depression was much reduced. Picking up chopsticks he greeted. Eat? Anything later? Yes, the other two nodded. Luckily, this storm of denunciation didn't last long, and the topic shifted back to the Peking Valley, with many admiring cultivators full of longing, expecting to take advantage of this opportunity to realize a reversal of fortune. Some of them either wanted to obtain precious medicines to impact their realm and soar to the heavens from then on, or they were medicine dealers who wanted to make a fortune by selling famous medicines. In short, the Peking Valley at that time would definitely be a place where dragons and tigers fought. The other side, in a higher corridor, a curvaceous yellow-clad woman clasped her arms with both hands and sneered. Uncle Fan, did you hear that? Everyone is scolding Yi Junlin and the others. If you ask me, this is what the hearts of the people want. Fan Dezhang sighed. Miss, they are just presenting their mouths, and a strong person of that level will not be swayed by the gossip of the outside world at all, even if 1,000 people point their fingers. So what? Uncle Fan, why do you always have to speak for that big asshole? And Miaoui stomped her foot in anger and complained. Fan Dezhang laughed bitterly. Okay, I won't say anything, okay? You go to the room and see what else is lacking. I'll ask the shopkeeper to add more immediately. And Miaoui let out a delicate hum and twisted her head into the exquisite compartment. Hey, this kid. Fan Dezhang shook his head. Chapter 75, Dream Killing. Soon, after a sumptuous meal was finished, the other three were sullen except for Bai Shaoshi, who was content. Several people. This way please. The store assistant extended his hand in a warm manner and brought them to their respective compartments. Yi Junlin and the others, coincidentally, passed by Fan Dezhang again. Van der Zhen looked at the distant backs of the hooded figures, and his heart inexplicably stuttered. Uncle Fan, what are you looking at? And Miaoui walked out of the room with her small hands behind her back. I can feel that the strength of those people are all unfathomable, especially the one in the lead. It actually gives me a feeling of powerlessness from the bottom of my heart. Fan Dezhang's face climbed with a tinge of gravity as he said in a deep voice, how can it be? And Miaoyi's beautiful eyes widened, her pretty face full of disbelief. You have to know. In front of you, this is the great elder of the questioning sect. A cultivation has reached the Mahayana consummation, but also mastered several ancient secret arts of the sect. The strength is terrifying. As a result, even such an existence was jealous of those few people just now, especially of the one in the lead, who had to feel ashamed of himself. Just ask, how powerful should that person be? Could it be a false immortal? Thoughts flashed through her mind, and Miaoui swallowed throatily and then dismissed the ridiculous idea. Please, that's the fairy realm. Putting it inside any power in the eastern domain, it was a towering existence. Even in the questioning sect, one of the 10 major immortal sects, there were only a handful of powerful people in the transitional succession realm, and none of them easily revealed themselves, either in closed-door cultivation or choosing to slumber. In addition to the white-haired old devil who had led the robbery of their fleet before, and Miaoui didn't think it would be so coincidental to run into another one. Uncle Fan, why raise others' aspirations and destroy your own? And Miaoui said softly. Fan Dezhang laughed bitterly. Miss, when we go out, it's better for us to be careful. After all, it's just when the Pill King Valley is about to open. And this inn doesn't know how many powerful cultivators are pouring in. Even if there are seniors who are stronger than I am, that's still quite normal. Oh, and Meowie could only nod her head, but still felt that Uncle Fan was being overly concerned. Late night, the bright full moon hung high in the sky, radiating a cool moonlight. Junlin stood with his arms folded, looking out the window at the beauty of the bamboo forest, his handsome face showing some emotion. It's been almost a year since I crossed over to this world. Fortunately, it was not a bad day with Unico's attentive service. Ding! Detecting that the host is very lonely. This system can provide free voice service. Please ask whether to open the experience? Just then, the sweet lowly voice rang in his head. And yes, it was the system. Junlin was speechless. Unico, you're pretty good at picking your moments. Should I praise you? Or should I compliment you hard? No need. Junlin decisively refused. Talking to the system voice to burn. What kind of anticlimactic operation is this? If this gets out, where will my Chinese traveler's face go? Ding! The host actually refused. This system is so sad. Calling. Junlin. Knock knock. A soft knock sounded on the door. Master, it's Mouse Me. A tender and clear voice rang out. Come in. The doorway was pushed open. Bai Xiaoshi walked over with a plate and picked up the cup and placed it on the table. Master, this is your cappuccino. This cup of coffee, patterned with a childlike smiley face, bubbles with hot, steaming gas and a rich, aromatic flavor. Of course, the raw materials used in the production are not the kind of mortal material in the previous life. If ordinary people drink, the body is afraid that it will be difficult to bear. There is the possibility of bursting blood and death. Junlin picked up the cup and took a light sip. The aroma filled his lips and teeth. It was the ultimate enjoyment for his taste buds. Well, it tastes good, but you can add less sugar next time, Junlin commented. Yes, Bai Xiaoshi nodded heavily, keeping his heart in mind. Go back, and the master will reward you for making yourself a cup. Thank you, master. Feeling that her labor had been rewarded, Bai Xiaoshi gleefully turned and ran out. AI. It's really a good fortune for a disciple to have a generous master like me. Junlin took another light sip of coffee and lamented. At first, he was still thinking that he would cultivate this white-furred rat into a super fighter. After all, with a Dala immortal body and the support of a top-level gongfu, he should be able to push across the world. But now it seems that this path has gone completely askew, turning it into an existence that is able to get into the hall and out of the kitchen. Even so, this white-furred mouse enjoys himself, reveling in the uncontrollable sense of accomplishment that comes from making food, and maintaining his pure and innocent character. That's fine. Anyway, if you're fighting and killing, just leave it to the other two disciples. The other side. In one of the shadowed corners of the Dragon Gate Inn, a dozen or so bizarre figures with snake heads and bodies came out, the pupils of their eyes taking on a dark purple color, their mouths hissing and spitting out forked tongues, and their bodies taking on a particularly evil aura. The gazes of each one looking towards the inn were filled with tyrannical and hideous killing intent. Venerable priestess, are you sure you want to act now? A subordinate asked respectfully. Wearing a silver crown and ornate robes symbolizing his status, Yegigu held a staff inlaid with emeralds that emitted an ethereal green mystical glow in the night. It hissed and spat out its tongue. Its eyes were cruel and vicious, and its cold and gloomy voice sounded as if it was ringing from hell. In order to weaken the resistance of the human race, tonight's massacre plan will start from this inn. All for the holy war of Stygian Abyss. The men behind him murmured. That's right, this group of beings was from the evil serpent clan among the 100 clans of the Stygian Abyss, and this time, they were led by a high-ranking ritualist of the clan, who had purposely infiltrated into the heavenly spirit city to carry out an assassination mission. They understood that because the Pill King Valley was about to open, this city would gather cultivators from all over the eastern domain, and among them, there was no shortage of human greats with high cultivation levels. Since this was the case, it would be better to simply take advantage of this time to clear out a portion of the stalwart forces, and lay a solid foundation for the Stygian Abyssal Army's counterattack on the eastern domain. Of course, they naturally had something to fall back on because they dared to do so. And now, the Dragon Gate Inn was being targeted by Yelagu and the others due to the largest number of people staying there. Take action immediately and start setting up the Illusory Dream Formation, Yelagu said in a cold voice. Illusory Dream Grand Formation. This was an extremely ancient formation. The outside world had almost lost the relevant records about it, but it was still well preserved in the evil Snake Clan. This formation allows a person to fall asleep silently and enter a dream world made up of desires until the spirit is worn out and reduced to an empty shell of a walking corpse. It must not be interrupted during this time or risk failure. Ancient and obscure patterns gradually took shape, exuding an extremely bizarre aura, and the entire body flashed with a demonic purple glow. Invisibly, a mysterious and strange power silently enveloped the Dragon Gate Inn. A dozen or so evil snake race beings were maintaining the formation, not daring to be the slightest bit weary, and they were fully concentrated, deeply afraid of the slightest mistake, because if there was a mistake, it would create a loophole, causing individual sleeping cultivators to awaken and disrupt the entire plan. The mana in Yelagu's body surged and boiled, madly infusing the staff in his hand, and the emerald emitted an intimidatingly brilliant light. Yelagu believed that with its cultivation at the Mahayana realm, along with the other dozen or so backbones of the clan at the harmonization realm, it would be enough to cause all living beings below the transitional succession realm to fall if it were to fully execute the illusory dream formation. Many of the cultivators who stayed at the store began to sleep without realizing it, some lying on the table with saliva flowing from the corners of their mouths, some maintaining their meditation posture, but their spirits had already fallen into dreamland. At this time, they are all dreaming beautiful dreams in which they realize the wishes they have been waiting for. On the shattered battlefield, cultivators from all over the Kunlun realm were desperate, watching the alien army bloodily wash the 8 directions. The scene was extremely miserable, just like the end of the world. Heaven is going to kill my Kunlun, a white-haired old man cried out mournfully. The alien army ravaged like locusts, slaughtering cities and exterminating clans wherever they went, and there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. Right at this moment, a shocking blade was like divine punishment descending, splitting in the alien army to set off a devastating impact. Countless alien races were screaming miserably, and their Yuanshin was silenced. Which powerful person struck? The alien general's face showed fear. It's me! A loud and majestic voice echoed across the sky. Above the firmament, there stood a magnificent figure with a full head of hair fluttering about, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, a cold aura that cracked the air was shot out, and holding a 40-meter-long sword. His posture was domineering and incomparable. It's him! It's him! Blade God Knight Wujiao! Countless men and women cried out in joy. The savior of the Kunlun realm had appeared. Blade God? You are the Blade God, the strongest blade cultivator known in the Kunlun realm, the first person in the Blade Dao throughout the ages? The alien general's face was horrified and he was so scared that he almost shouted his throat out. Humph! Li Wujiao's gaze was like electricity, and his tone was undeniable. Anyone who commits a crime against my Kunlun will be executed. After saying that, he swung out his 40-meter-long greatsword and slashed it so hard that the entire heaven and earth was cut off. The cosmic stars and rivers were eclipsed, and even the great Tao was worn out. The group of alien beings wailed and were annihilated by this earth-shattering blade, turning into nothingness. Blade God Knight Wujiao, you are our great hero. Boiling cheers resounded everywhere in the Kunlun realm as everyone knelt down to worship in gratitude. Kunlun realm, I will guard it. Li Wujiao's face was solemn as he raised his 40-meter-long greatsword and let out the strongest voice of the heavens. In another illusion, on the high throne, a slender silhouette sat up, and as far as that pair of disdainful gazes went, all the strongest people in the whole world submitted, obediently kneeling on the ground like slaves, not daring to say a word. Red Chiba lightly raised his chin, the corners of his mouth lifting into an evil smile. Now that all of his former enemies had long been put to death, there is no one in this world who is his opponent. This seat hereby declares that the era belonging to the rule of the fire-worshipping Demon Sect has arrived. The cold voice echoed all over the Kunlun realm, as if the gods were transmitting, and it lasted for a long time. The sect leader's power is boundless. Billions of devotees chanted with frenzied faces, their voices shaking the heavens and the earth. Sitting on the supreme throne, Red Chiba tilted his head and let out a loud laugh as his ambition was satisfied. Chapter 76, The Dancing Serpent. It's a world of childlike fantasy. The mountain streams flowing down are not water, but sweet and savory cream. Each blooming flower, respectively, represents a variety of flavors of candy. The dirt is made of chocolate. The rocky interior is actually a cake. Roast chickens are flying, boiled cows are running, and even flying animals are ready-made food, ready to come over obediently for your enjoyment at your beck and call. A lot of colorful elves, hand in hand with the sound of joyful laughter. There is no fighting and killing. There is no deceit. There is no bloodshed and strife. Everywhere full of calm and peaceful atmosphere. Bai Shaoshur was enjoying the delicacies in a beautiful way, traveling between the mountains and fields, switching whenever he got tired of eating, and discovering new and strange foods every time. Swish! Bai Shaoshur pulled up and landed on the soft clouds, which were made of cotton candy and were soft and comfortable to lie on. It's so nice here. Bai Shaoshur smiled sweetly and fell asleep in dreamland after eating and drinking enough. The entire inn was full of snores, and everyone was immersed in their respective dream worlds uncontrollably. But there is only one exception. At this point, Junlin looked at the bright moon outside the window and felt a little depressed inside when he remembered that he had taken the blame for no reason. He originally thought that with his face value and also his strength, he had already made a heck of a name for himself, and would have a huge number of fans in Wuzhou. I didn't realize that the whole petal was black powder. All of this is a treacherous thief in the making, using his banner to cheat, smearing his perfect image of wise and mighty, tall and invincible justice. Yi Junlin sighed. AI. It's really the world that's not as good as it used to be. Ding. It is detected that the host has not signed in for a total of 2 months. Is the signing in completed? The system beep sounded. Sign, Yi Junlin said. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 million extreme spirit crystals. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 top-tier Inferno Explosion talismans of the Zune rank. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bags of extremely high-quality favored beast feed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first flute in all the worlds, the Flute of Eternal Life. Any rewards earned by signing in have been automatically deposited into the system space. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. Eternal Life Flute? Tuzi. What grade is this thing? Ding. There is no grade. The power of the flute depends entirely on the host's skill in playing the flute, as well as his own cultivation, the system thoughtfully replied. Yi Junlin suddenly remembered that his flute-playing skills seemed to be at the top level as well. Feeling the long night, as well as remembering the storm he encountered today, Yi Junlin had no reason to want to play a song to relieve his inner depression. Swish! Light flickered in his hand, and a green-colored flute appeared, with a turquoise light flowing through its body, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. This is the Flute of Immortality. Yi Junlin held the flute with both hands and put it to his mouth to play. Shasta. The sound of the flute was clear and melodious, echoing with an ethereal meaning. Yi Junlin also did not use his cultivation. He simply relied on his senses to blow the flute. Even so, it released a circle of divine ripples, forming some kind of resonance with the heaven and earth. Hoo 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 hoo. Indoor no wind from the wind. Yi Junlin's silver-white long hair fluttering, eyes bright blazing, body temperament ethereal out of the dust, as if it is a relegated fairy above the 9 heavens to play the flute. What's that noise? The dozen or so evil snake race beings' faces changed, lest someone make a move to interrupt their formation. Strangely enough, they did not receive any damage, as if it was just a simple tone. Extraordinarily euphonious. What wonderful music. It reminds me of my life in the tribe when I was a child. One of the tribesmen was filled with intoxication, his mouth hissing out his tongue, and his body couldn't help but twist and turn, dancing in a delicate manner to the rhythm. Tulu, what are you doing? Jericho sensed something was wrong and scolded sternly. As a result, that clan member ignored it and danced to the sound of the flute, perhaps having the characteristics of a snake with an extremely flexible body. This wasn't the end of it, as one after another evil snake race being gave up on maintaining the dream formation and immersed themselves in their own worlds. They were obliviously dancing, either twerking or shaking their hips in a very spicy scene. You, Yelagu was shocked. His eyes were round. He had never seen such a bizarre sight in his life. Soon enough, Jericho realized that it was all this wonderfully melodious flute sound that was at work. The sound of the flute is able to stimulate the characteristics of the snake and make its people dance to the sound of the flute. Who on earth is making a move? Roll out for this priest. Yelagu's face was ferocious, his sharp fangs flashing coldly. Suddenly, the pupils of its eyes gradually lost focus, and its hands came together to make a flower propped on top of its head, fantasizing that it was a sunflower, its body swaying in the wind, a bewildered smile on the corners of its mouth. As they all danced, the illusory dream formation stopped functioning. Inside the Dragon Gate Inn, Van der Zhen woke up with a jolt of fear. I just got caught in a trap. Van der Zhen knew very well that a cultivator of his level would not fall into a dream state for no reason. There must be a black hand behind the scenes manipulating it. No good. Van der Zhen thought of something, and his figure disappeared in place, directly breaking into the compartment on the other side, in front of his eyes, and Miaoi sat cross-legged. Her face was quiet and peaceful, her eyes were closed tightly, there was no sign of coming to her senses, and at the corners of her mouth, there was still a smile, if any. Obviously, it's a dream come true. Miss, wake up! Fan Dizhing pinched his hand with one hand and struck out a stream of light that did not enter the yellow-clothed woman's brow, and Miao Yi's delicate body trembled, her long eyelashes fluttered, and after her beautiful eyes opened, she revealed a puzzled color. Uncle Fan, how do you do it? We've been tricked, Fan Dizhing said gruffly. Hit, and Miao Yi wrinkled her agaric nose, as if she was thinking of something, and palpitated. No wonder I have a feeling that I don't want to wake up, and the deeper I fall into it, the more mentally exhausted I become. If I'm not wrong, the enemy has laid down the illusory dream formation, which is one of the rumored ancient and evil formations that can make people fall into a deep sleep unknowingly until they die silently in their sleep. Fan Dezhing's face was grim as he said, Even a Mahayana perfection powerhouse like him was deeply trapped in it and had difficulty extricating himself from it. If he really dragged on, his life would really have to be accounted for here. There was no sign of a struggle, just a silent death. Thinking of this, Fan Dizheng's back shivered and secretly felt grateful, and Miao Yi couldn't believe it. What an outlawed mind. What is the purpose of them doing this? Could it be to kill and rob? Miss, don't run around. I'll go outside to check the situation, Fan Dizheng said in a deep voice. Whoosh! The figure was gone in an instant. In an instant, it came over the inn. Fan Dizheng's pupils shrunk. Stygian creatures. In the meantime, Jericho and the others weren't dancing anymore, as the sudden interruption of the flute sound allowed them to regain their senses, their expressions all in disbelief. Lord Priest, a clan member's scalp tingled with concern over the odd phenomenon that had just occurred. Is this program still going to work? Yelagu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he said in a chilling voice, although it was interrupted just now, most of the human cultivators, because of the beauty of their dreams, will choose to continue sleeping, so as long as they remedy the situation in time they still have a chance. Stop! A furious cry rang out. Chapter 77. Is this a new type of provocation? Fan Dezheng's figure flashed and swept in, his gaze as electric as he huffed. The sinful beasts in the underworld abyss, how dare they strike out against our human race? Yelagu's eyes showed scorn as he coldly said, so what? My Stygian army is bound to sweep through the eastern region, so it wouldn't be too much to kill your group of cultivators in advance first, would it? You guys are so bold. This is my human race's territory. Fan Dezheng waved his big hand, the 3-foot green blade in his hand, the sword's aura shining like a star, exuding a divine aura. Human Mahayana cultivator, don't think that this priest will be afraid of you. Even though there was a difference of 2 small steps, Yelagu was still very confident and emboldened. Humph, who did the laborer think it was? It turns out to be the monster from the underworld abyss. Not far away, Li Wujiao's eyes were as sharp as a falcon's, and he appeared with a long sword in a furious manner. Immediately afterward, there was also an icy voice filled with killing intent that came out. With dirty and lowly creatures like you, how dare you assassinate this seat? Swish! Red Thousand Leaves appeared in a flash with his hands folded, only to see this Demon Sect master, delicate and flawless stunning face, covered with intense killing intent. Danfeng eyes burning with golden divine flames, as if to burn all things. The body's aura no one can compare. 2 more Mahayana cultivators? Now! Cold sweat overflowed from Yelagu's forehead. The 2 Taoist friends. Fan Dezheng's eyelids jumped. Whether it was the middle-aged man carrying a sword or the woman in red, both gave him a sense of total oppression. Most of all, what's with this inexplicable familiarity? Van Derzhen thought that these 2 looked like they had met somewhere before. Red Thousand Leaves and Li Wujiao apparently also took advantage of the gap when the formation stopped and realized that they were caught in a trap, and only then did they reluctantly leave the dream world. After regaining their sobriety, they felt very annoyed. On the one hand, they hated the other party for using this kind of tactic. On the other hand, they had a sense of fallout of having their beautiful dreams shattered and reverting back to the cruel reality. So, simply blame the fault on the Yelkova them. Priest Lord, the men were scared and trembling. After all, the other party had 3 Mahayanas. Yelagu was first startled, then regained his composure and said in a deep voice, pour all of your power into me, quickly. Yes, the henchmen immediately did as they were told, and a surge of power was injected into Yelagu. Boom! Yelagu's eyes were wide with anger. His body released a strong evil aura, holding the staff in both hands and raising it high above his head. The emerald at the top of the staff was vibrating violently, and then it clicked covered in tortoise marks, and a huge ghostly green-like mass was released, enveloping Yelagu and the rest of them. Yelagu's heart was like dripping blood, because it knew that its most valued weapon was ruined, but the good thing was that it was worth it to get back the chance to escape. Not good. They're trying to escape. Fan Dezheng's face changed as he swung his sword and was about to stab with all his might. Don't even think about it. Red Thousand Leaves and Night Wujiao were about to intercept. It's useless. This staff of mine is a holy relic given to me by the patriarch back in the day. Even if the transition realm were to make a move, it would be hard to keep me. Not to mention you guys, Yelagu said smugly. The ghostly green ball of light blazed brightly, about to vanish into the void without a trace. A close call. The sound of the flute came again, but this time it was rich in rhythm and contained some kind of irresistible Taoist meaning. The Red Thousand Leaf trio unconsciously stopped their hands, their faces showing astonishment. No, Yelagu realized something. The smug smile disappeared and turned into a sad and angry desire. This flute sound, why does it make me feel like dancing when I hear it? Li Wujiao touched his nose. His insides were stupidly excited. Red Chiba frowned, instinctively thinking it was that guy who did it. Then his eyes looked ahead. He seemed to be seeing some kind of spicy image, and the corners of his eyes were twitching. What? What is this? At this point, the ghostly green light mass annihilated, revealing a dozen or so enchanting figures. The serpent-headed beings were either shaking their hips or writhing, their forked tongues hissing and spitting out of their mouths like they were indulging in a rave party. And Yelagu was even more outrageous, only to see it holding the staff straight on the ground, and then dancing boldly and hotly, sometimes rotating around, sometimes making difficult movements, as if the hand holding not a staff, but a steel pipe. Asterisk. Is this provoking us? Li Wujio revealed a disgusted expression, and the knife gripped in his hand tightened. Red Chiba's scalp tingled and goosebumps rose all over his body, and as he watched the dozen or so snakes dance, he felt like rushing to rinse his eyes out with water. It's the sound of this flute. Fandijang was first dumbfounded, then reacted, his heart shaking greatly. The rhythm of this flute is light and fast, seeming to resonate with the Great Tao and implying a return to the basics. One can't help but get deeper into it by listening to it. The most frightening thing was that there wasn't any cultivation added. It was purely the use of musical notes to communicate with all things in the underworld. What level of skill has been achieved by those who can do this? I'm afraid that I can already stand alone in the world and be regarded as the leader by the musicians in the eastern region. Fandijang knew that without this senior, the cultivators of the Dragon Gate Inn were in danger. Sure enough, this inn hides crouching tigers, Fandijang lamented. Inside the compartment, and Miaoi's beautiful eyes lit up as she listened with her side ear and said in surprise, "Who is this playing the flute?" The sound of the flute is subdued and very light. The more Miaoi listened, the more delighted she became, thinking that someone who could play such a tune must be a very interesting person. And outside, Yelagu, their hot dancing continues. Hot, too hot. Looking at the Red Chiba trio, their little hearts thumped. Grrrrrrrrr. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to hack them to death right now. Knight Wujiao collapsed and rushed forward with his sword. All of you disgusting sinful beasts. All of you give this seed death. Red Thousand Leaves was deeply disgusted, storing up his energy to transport his palm and slapping it out fiercely. Poor Yelagu was first hacked to death by a random sword, and then slapped into flying dust. The rest of the henchmen, one after the other, have laid in its wake. Van Derzhan is dumbfounded. Is it that fierce? He hasn't done it yet. The other side. Yi Junlin played his flute. The reason why he stopped halfway just now was because he wanted to change to a new style and try to change his mood as well. Feel the effect is good. Nothing to play the flute. Can cultivate sentiment? Enjoy the body and mind. As for the storm that was happening in the outside world, Yi Junlin naturally knew about it, but he was too lazy to care about it, and had two disciples to deal with it anyway. After a while, Yi Junlin finished playing the flute and seemed to feel something. Stepping over and opening the doorway, there stood before her eyes a dainty yellow-clad woman with a fair and lustrous complexion. Originally, and Miaoi was still immersed in the sound of the flute. When she saw that the door suddenly opened, she was so frightened that she took a few steps backward, her hands nervously intertwined, her watery eyes as clear as a spring, reflecting the handsome young man in front of her, who had a head of long silver white hair falling down to his waist. That dusty and misty temperament was like an exiled immortal descending from the top of the clouds, and Miaoi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, not realizing that this musician was actually heavenly. Originally articulate and smart-mouthed, when she saw Yi Junlin, a faint blush appeared on her face, and she stammered, "Former, senior, I'm sorry to bother you, I actually want to." Yi Junlin's eyes lit up as he immediately pulled her in and slammed the door. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Yi Junlin excitedly urged, "Hurry up and give me the pen." Ha! And Miaoi suspected that her ears had misheard, and her brain instantly went blank. Chapter 78. Go for it. I believe you can do it. Quick, give it to me. Yi Junlin had an anxious look on his face and stretched out his hand as if to demand something, and Miaoi's pretty face swished red, her head spinning. As the daughter of the questioning sex patriarch, she had seen too many young talents from her childhood using all sorts of tricks and means just to win her heart in order to please her. But like tonight, without beating around the bush and getting straight to the point, it was the first time Miaoi had seen a boy like this. Although she was attracted by Yi Junlin's flute and was a little moved by his handsome image, but to make such a request just after meeting, and Miaoi felt that it was too much of a monstrous thing to do. It just kinda defeats the purpose. As her thoughts turned, and Miaoi pushed away the silver-haired youth in front of her and shook her head. "This gentleman, please show some respect. I'm not that kind of casual woman." It was Yi Junlin's turn to be confused. "What do you mean? I just want a pen." "Do you have to be so serious? This girl, are you sure you don't want my autograph?" Yi Junlin said tentatively, and Miaoi froze, her brain spinning rapidly. Only then did she figure out that she had thought wrongly. Instantly, her face became even redder, like a big red apple. But soon, and Miaoi adjusted her state in time and asked with a puzzled face, "Why do I need your autograph? Are you famous in the eastern region?" Yi Junlin was choked. Dare this girl not recognize him? The sound of the flute you play is very nice. You are obviously a musician and must be famous in your region. However, I have never seen you before this. Just now I was just attracted by the sound of your flute, so I had the audacity to come over and pay a visit. And Miaoi explained. Yi Junlin was a bit embarrassed. So it's like this, it's me being abrupt. However, meeting each other is fate. My name is Miaoi, a local from Guangzhou. May I ask what this gentleman's name is? And Miaoi was generous, arching her hand and politely saying, "Hello Miss N, my name is Yi Fan." Yi Junlin paused his tone for a moment and said, "From the desolate state." Yi Junlin had a premonition that this time the Pill King Valley had gathered heroes from all over the world, and that group of imposters would surely take this opportunity to do another big job, so he thought that it would be better to conceal his real identity first, to avoid extraneous problems in case the wind was leaked in advance. "You're from the desolate state?" And Miaoi's beautiful eyes widened as she lightly covered her delicate lips and said, "Yeah, why, Prince Yi, actually, I used to have a very bad impression of the desolate state. My elders said that it was a backward and barren place, the most non-existent Dao state in the eastern domain, and that it was hard enough to even produce a single transformation god." And Miaoi said truthfully. Yi Junlin was not angry and nodded. Indeed, in the previous desolate state, a Yuaning could walk sideways, let alone a transformation god. But now, the appearance of the Xiantian sect has refreshed my perception of the desolate state, and I suddenly realized that it's a place that's been severely underestimated. And Miaoi said. Yi Junlin laughed. "So, your impression of the desolate state has changed for the better now?" "No, it's worse." "What?" Yi Junlin froze, and Miaoi crossed her waist and said angrily, "The Misty Peak master of Xiantian sect, Yi Junlin, relying on his high cultivation level, he does no evil, and during this period of time, he even brought his disciples to the Wuzhou to ransack all kinds of cultivators, and even Uncle Fan and I have been victimized. Avoid Immortal of the transitional sedition stage would actually do this kind of underhanded thing. It's really a disgrace of the eastern region's cultivation world." Ahem. Yi Junlin coughed dryly a few times and said solemnly, "Miss N, I think there must be some misunderstanding. In the eyes of our people in the desolate state, Yi Junlin is a perfect male that is unrivaled in the world. Not only is he strong and of good character, but he also has an impeccably handsome face that will explode in all directions without any dead angles. And even I, a man, almost fell into it when I saw it." "You say, how could such a good man do something like that that corrupts his reputation?" Not so. Words." And Miaoi's face was odd as she stared straight at the silver-haired youth in front of her. If she hadn't seen Yi Junlin with her own eyes, she would have really been fooled before this. The point of strong strength, she definitely believed in, but good character, as well as good looks. And Miaoi scoffed at that. "Sir Yi, there's no one else here, so you can be honest with me and don't have to worry about the content of your speech leaking out and attracting revenge from the white-haired old devil." And Miaoi's beautiful eyes flickered as she said in a sincere tone. The corner of Yi Junlin's mouth twitched. "Miss N, you have a rich imagination. AI, judging from Lord Ye's behavior, it's enough to prove how unforgivable the white-haired old devil is. He oppressed the people of Wasteland State with brutal means, forcing you to open your eyes and speak blindly. In fact, your fear of the white-haired old devil is deep in your bones, and you should be living a very hard life on a regular basis, right? Don't be afraid. Good will eventually triumph over evil. I'll work hard to cultivate and become stronger. Then go and take the life of the white-haired old devil's dog and rescue the suffering people of the desolate state." And Miaoi waved her fists with a look of righteous indignation. Yi Junlin said. He could sort of see that this woman was full of hatred for Yi Junlin, but full of sympathy for him, and Miaoi furrowed her brows. "Mr. Yi, what kind of expression are you making? Could it be that what I said was wrong?" Yeah. Yi Junlin gave a thumbs up. "Go for it. I'm very optimistic about you. Defeat Yi Junlin and save the desolate state." "I will." And Miaoi nodded heavily, not hearing anything wrong with that statement in the slightest. Yi Junlin, by the way, Mr. Yi, you have to be careful. This inn has been hit by. And Miaoi sensed something before she finished her words, and decisively opened the door and walked out. "Uncle Fan, I'm here." Swish. Fan Dezhang swept in with a flash and said solemnly, "Miss, why did you run here? Didn't I tell you to stay well in your room?" And Miaoi scraped her cheeks with her fingers. "A little less than kind. Just now I heard someone playing a flute and thought the tune was very nice, so I followed the source to find this place." "Wait, are you saying that you found the owner of the flute playing?" Fan Dezhang's eyes lit up with excitement. "This is a real big shot, defusing the crisis of the entire inn." Chapter 79, The Medicine King Valley opens. Yeah, here it is. And Miaoyi pulled Yi Junlin out with one hand and introduced. His name is Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, I admire your methods. Fan Dijing's face changed slightly as he arched his hand. Somehow, his heart inexplicably thumped when he saw Yi Junlin's personal image. Yi Junlin laughed. Well said. It's just a bit of a handful of stunts. Seeing Uncle Fan's complimentary demeanor, and Miaoyi felt a little strange. Swish, brush. At this time, the two of them, Red Thousand Leaves and Li Wujiao, respectively landed beside Yi Junlin. Greetings to the two fellow Taoists. Fan Dijing didn't dare to be slow. After all, he had seen how strong these two were. Red Thousand Leaves opened his mouth, and the word master was about to be uttered, when he suddenly heard a dark voice transmission, causing him to hold it back stiffly, and said with an odd expression on his face, Yi, brother Yi, the problems outside have all been solved. That's good. Yi Junlin smiled and nodded. These two are. And Miaoyi's beautiful eyes widened, her eyes almost focusing on Hong Qianyi, marveling at this person's face value and temperament. So pretty, like a fairy. Yi Junlin said seriously. This one in red is called Wang Suihua, while this one with the knife is called Li Taidang. Red Chiba cast a disbelieving gaze. What are you guys smoking again? Goddamn Wang Suihua, that's not my name. As a result, when contacted with Yi Junlin's meaningful eyes, this Demon Sect master, who was so powerful back then, was defeated like an eggplant in frost, and lowered his head and said with difficulty, yes, my name is Wang Suihua. When that name was uttered, Red Chiba suddenly felt a bit ashamed and her dissatisfaction with Yi Junlin rose to a new level. Li Wujiao scratched his head. Yes, my name is Li Taidao. Li Wujiao didn't care. As long as it was his master's order, he would listen to it 100% and without any complaints. Greetings to you two fellow Taoists, and Miaoyi nodded her head, especially surprised by Red Shenya's name that was grossly inconsistent with her image. So good looking, but turned out to be called Wang Suihua. A pity. Next, the few people were polite to each other for a while before Miaoyi was pulled back by Fan Dijing. Master, you were, just now, Li Wujiao said tentatively. Yi Junlin had one hand behind his back, one hand holding the flute in front of his belly, pretended to cough lightly a few times and solemnly said, this is how the master feels. That group of imposters should still make a move. It is best not to leak any news in these few days in order to prevent spooking the snakes. Master is wise, Li Wujiao complimented. Hong Qianye's heart slandered. The words were like this, but what right did he have to be called Wang Chuihua? Are you a naming ghostwriter? The other side. Fan Dijing sighed with emotion. That Lord Yi, he's quite something. He didn't show his face tonight, yet he was able to use the sound of his flute to control the enemy, defuse this crisis, and play that group of Stygian abyssal creatures in the palm of his hand. Admiration. Admiration. Uncle Fan, is it so exaggerated? And Miaoyi was surprised. Moreover, I can see that the other two, throughout the entire process, vaguely honored him, which further convinced me of the fact that Lord Yi is powerful. Fan Dijing's gaze was deep in thought, and for some reason, those people gave me an inexplicable sense of familiarity when they came together. Uncle Fan, don't think too much. Mr. Yi and the others are good people. When the Pill King Valley opens, you can consider pairing up with them, and Miaoyi said. Fan Dijing said seriously, Miss, no people. You stayed in the questioning sect for too long since you were a child. You don't know the perils of the outside world. If you ask me, these people reveal a kind of eccentricity. We still need to be cautious. After all, Uncle Fan, why are you getting more and more preachy like my father? I just can't stand my father's nagging. That's why I thought of running out. I'm sleepy now. I'm going to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. And Miaoyi slipped into the room with fire and slammed the door with a bang. Fan Dijing was dumbfounded, then shook his head inside. Patriarch, your precious daughter is really hard to bring up. Early morning, the occupants of the inn were waking up one by one, not knowing anything about what happened last night, and even content with the dreams they had last night. Senior, this is your tiramisu. Bai Shaoshi carried a plate and placed the newly made dessert, gently, on the table. Yi Junlin picked up the spoon and took a shallow taste, a satisfied smile on his face as he complimented. Ruoshi, you're truly a natural genius at making food. He. Actually there isn't one. Bai Shaoshi scratched his head, his body squirming as he heard his master's praise, his heart very happy. By the way, did you sleep well last night? Yi Junlin deliberately asked. Hearing this, Bai Shaoshi's eyes brightened and she excitedly said, Master, Mouse had a beautiful dream last night. In the dream there were lots and lots of yummy food and everything. After Mousy ate and drank her fill, she laid down on the clouds and had a beautiful sleep. Yi Junlin laughed. Ha ha, that sounds interesting. Sure enough, This white-furred rat had no heart, and could still sleep even in his dreams. Master, could there really be a world like the one described by Mousy? Mouse Rat wants to go and see it so much, Bai Xiaoshi said longingly. Yi Junlin stroked its head. The universe is so big, perhaps there really exists the kind of world you are talking about. If there is a chance, Master will take you there. Good Bai Xiaoshi jumped up happily, like an innocent child. Just then, 100 miles away from Heavenly Spirit City, a valley guarded by a mysterious taboo formation erupted with a huge commotion. Rumble, a dazzling and radiant pillar of light shot up into the sky, and countless runes circled overhead like tadpoles as the entire valley released an irresistible aura. In an instant, the cultivators from all parties who were keeping an eye on the movements had their faces changed greatly, and then their eyes were filled with surprise. The Valley of the Medicine King has opened. The Medicine King Valley has opened. The cries of alarm rose and fell, shaking the heavens and the earth. This news, too, spread to Heavenly Spirit City in flames. Boom! Sky Spirit City immediately erupted into a sensation. Whether it was the streets and alleys, or the inns and taverns, or even the greenhouses, one could see cultivators moving quickly, taking to the air and stepping on flying swords to sweep away. Swish! 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 The sound of breaking wind was sharp and piercing. In mid-air, densely packed cultivators were rushing to the Pill King Valley, dragging out countless trailing ons of varying colors. Strange, it doesn't coincide with the rumored prediction. This time it actually opened so suddenly. In the corridor, and Miaoi looked at the vast silhouettes of cultivators in the sky and smacked her lips. Go! Fanda's face appeared solemn, pulling up and Miaoi to flash and disappear from the spot, and after a while, the two of them were already 10,000 meters away. Master, it's time for us to depart. Red Thousand Leaves and Li Wujiao appeared, arching their hands and speaking in a deep voice. Yi Junlin finished the tiramisu unhurriedly and held Bai Xiaoxi's hand as he walked out of the room. Let's go! To Medicine King Valley. Chapter 80, The Hidden Truth of Medicine King Valley. At this moment, the Pill King Valley was surrounded by a mysterious hazy energy mist, and the fragrance of medicines wafting out from inside was refreshing to the heart. Countless cultivators had intoxicated faces and inhaled vigorously through their noses, as if their cultivation would grow greatly if they inhaled just 2 more mouthfuls. Ha ha ha, I can already feel that there are countless heavenly treasures waiting for me inside. If I can obtain an extremely precious medicine, I'll be sure to break through from harmonization to Mahayana and achieve the name of an exalted one. And from then on, I'll live for 50,000 years and be free in the world. Extreme treasure medicine? This fellow Taoist really dares to think. As long as I can successfully obtain an ordinary treasure pill, I will be satisfied. He. This is the famous Pill King Valley. Not to mention the rare treasures of the world. Even the Pill King must have them. If we can obtain a Pill King, it will be more than enough to break through the tribulation. Hiss, you said Pill King? This kind of extremely rare medicinal material, I'm afraid that even the big brother of the transitional realm will have to fight to the head, the kind that you and I, such a small character, can covet? There was a lot of noise and clamor all around. Looking around, a large number of figures had gathered at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, and the ground and the sky were all crowed. Cultivators from all over the world were very excited, filled with the idea of obtaining strange encounters and soaring to the heavens. After all, the Medicine King Valley was opened once every 100,000 years, and it was important to know what a long time 100,000 years was. Even for the vast number of cultivators, it was unimaginable. Even the Mahayana realm powerhouses that were called supreme could only live for 50,000 years, and if they missed one, they couldn't even wait for the next opening. Therefore, what a blessing it was for many cultivators to come across this opportunity to open. In the crowd, many people were whimsically expecting to obtain more precious pills, and some even put their thoughts on the Pill King. As we all know, there are also 3, 6, 9 classes of medicinal herbs, which are spiritual medicine, treasure medicine, king of medicine, great king of medicine, and immortal medicine. The middle is subdivided into the lower to the very best. In the cultivation world, it is all about spirit medicine, and wherever it reaches the ranks of treasure medicine, a major auction will be held to attract the forces of all parties to fight for it, and if it is casually thrown out to the outside world, it is a matter of opening up the head to flowers. The Pill King, but also extremely rare, the eastern region of the tens of thousands of years, have rarely heard of the Pill King traces this famous medicine. Not to mention the Mahayana realm cannot sit still, even the ferrying realm will be read. Uncle Fan, can the Medicine King Valley accommodate so many people in at once? That's too much competition. And Miaoi looked around and was surprised. According to the records, there is a limit to the number of people and time in Pill King Valley. and cultivators will also be transported out by the Pill King Valley's formations if their lives are in danger. On the whole, the Pillfather's arrangement back then was already very proper, and there's really no way for us latecomers to return the favor we were able to receive from him. Fan Dezheng carried his hands behind his back, his face showing emotion and admiration for that ancient sage's approach. Grandpa Pillfather sure is a great man, and Miaoyi laughed. Suddenly, Fan Dezheng sensed something and had a warning sign in his heart. Scanning around the vast sea of people, his gaze filled with deep scorn. Uncle Fan, what's wrong with you? And Miaoyi curiously said. Fan Dezheng said gruffly, Miss, you're right, the competition will be really fierce this time. When you go in later, you must not act without authorization. You must follow me at all times. Just now, he sensed that at least a dozen strong auras existed, not inferior to him, a Mahayana perfection cultivator. Even, there was no lack of hidden ferryman powerhouses among them. One could only say that this time, the Pill King Valley, the attraction it brought was really too great. At this point, a group of monks clad in robes, chanting sutras with their heads bowed under a sycamore tree, with golden Buddhist light permeating their bodies, filling them with an aura of serenity and peace. And at the head of the group was an old monk with a lean figure and a long thin white beard that was going to hang down to his neck. He folded his hands, closed his eyes and settled down, like a clay sculpture standing quietly. He is not like the group of monks behind him covered with Buddha's light all over his body. On the contrary, he seems to be flat. Even the most basic Zen is not there. It is very ordinary. The group of monks behind him, however, had a very respectful attitude towards him, because they knew that this one's cultivation was unfathomable and was an extremely high-ranking existence in the Hanging Temple. Amitabha Buddha, with Master Burning Lamp leading us this time, we'll definitely be able to bring well enough famous medicines. An obese monk said. That's for sure. There were rumors in the Hanging Temple in the past that as early as 100,000 years ago, Master Burning Lamp had once entered the Pill King Valley alone, obtaining a not-so-small creation and advancing his strength even further. A companion said enviously. Good, good, good. With Master Burning Lamp's hand, the Pill King Valley will be in my Hanging Temple's pocket. A few people looked at each other and smiled. This group of monks transmitted their voices to each other, and naturally, they could not hide it from that old monk. Master Burning Lamp slowly opened his eyes. A color of helplessness flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and an imperceptible bitterness flowed from the corner of his mouth. The Hanging Temple all knew that he had entered the Pill King Valley as early as 100,000 years ago, and when he came out, he immediately went into seclusion and had a breakthrough in his cultivation, and thought that he had gained a creation from inside. In reality, this is not the case. The Medicine King Valley was far more than what it appeared to be, with hidden mysteries that were simply unimaginable. Back then, after many cultivators came out, they almost broke their Tao and died without mentioning what exactly they encountered inside. One by one, the truth of the Pill King Valley's inner workings was concealed. Among them, there are individual virtuous people who, in the latter days, are unable to bear it, and want to reveal what they experienced inside, as a warning to the latecomers to go forward with caution. As a result, they were silenced by the know-it-alls who touched the door. It is as if what I have suffered, those who come after me must also suffer all over again. There's certainly no shortage of people with iron heads who want to write and publish a book about what they see and hear inside. Who would have thought? This news leaked out. That night there are a number of former participants in the fire speed to come. Directly that person alive. Ashes are given to the young Luo, but also with the person's descendants are cut to death, as an example to others. So far, the truth of the Pill King Valley is concealed. Plus every 100,000 years to open the interval is too long, leaving only a mysterious color. So each time it will attract a lot of uninformed cultivators, scrambling to run over to pursue the opportunity, and then in the inside of the beaten, into self-imposed isolation, and then conceal the insides of the cycle of repetition. Master Burning Lamp was well aware that there were very few people left who knew the inside story so far. After all, if one could live past 100,000 years, they were all in the transitional realm without exception, and all the things that he experienced at the beginning, even when he thought back, he felt doubly humiliated and bashful inside. After I went back that time, I practiced even harder, knowing the shame. After many years, I have made up for my shortcomings. My strength has soared. Even if I face that group of little things from Pill King Valley again, I think I will be able to handle it with ease, and even suppress them all. Master Burning Lamp's eyes were shining as he secretly said, he wants to make up for that year's psychological trauma with a clean slate. Chapter 31. All men are equal and are treated alike. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures descended as streams of light. Master, this is the Pill King Valley. It is said that the valley is planted with a large number of heavenly treasures. And a precious medicine that is extremely hard to find in the outside world abounds inside, Li Wujiao said excitedly. If he could refine a few precious pills, it would be very helpful for him to break through his cultivation level. Interesting, Red Thousand Leaves' eyes flickered. Interested in this pill King Valley. According to the description, even if this kind of place was set aside in the central domain, it would cause fierce competition amongst the major immortal Dao lineages. After all, there wasn't a single cultivation power that would mind having too many cultivation resources. Yi Junlin shrugged his shoulders. The reason why he wanted to go in was simply to go through the motions and complete the system's sign-in task. No matter how rare the medicinal herbs were, they had no value with him, as he himself did not need to resort to such, to enhance his strength to break through his cultivation. Right at this moment, a strange change occurred at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley as a vortex visible to the naked eye quickly coalesced and then began to expand wildly. Come on, get in there, charge. Many cultivators looked like they were pumped with chicken blood and moved to rush into the vortex. Miss, let's go. Fan Dezheng pulled in Miaoi with one hand, erupting the majestic aura of the Mahayana realm, overturning many of the cultivators who blocked the way before fearlessly rushing in. Among them, Master Burning Lamp exhaled deeply. This was a nightmare place that he could hardly forget, but now he had to face it again. And this time, if he did not lose, he would surely be able to achieve immortality in the future. A few of you, stay behind to take over. The rest, go in with the old man. Yes. Master Burning Lamp made a foolproof plan and then led his men into the Medicine King Valley. The other side. Yi Junlin's face was calm as he dashed and swept into the whirlpool with a few disciples. In an instant, it only felt like the sky was spinning and countless strange runes were flashing around. Soon, it appeared in a clearing of birds and flowers. The seasons here were spring-like. The sun shone brightly, the lush vegetation flourished, and the surrounding aura was unimaginably dense. Yi Junlin stood at the head of the cliff and looked away with their eyes. The winding and circling mountain range was like a huge dragon that was sleeping soundly, and the whole valley was surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland in the sky. So this is the internal scene of the Pill King Valley. It's spectacular, Li Wujiao lamented. Red Thousand Leaves was first stunned and frowned. Then his face swished dramatically and he lost his voice. What's going on? My realm. He was shocked to find that his original cultivation level of Mahayana perfection had somehow regressed to the most initial Qi practicing realm at this point. Moreover, it just happened to be stuck at the 9th level of Qi practicing. Me? Mine too. Knight Wujiao reacted. Startled. For a powerhouse of the Mahayana realm, anyone whose cultivation had fallen to the Qi practicing realm would find it hard to accept. It's like a rich businessman who was as rich as a country and then turns around and becomes poor and equivalent to a beggar on the street. Yi Junlin's face was incredulous as his mid-transitional abstraction cultivation had similarly dropped to the 9th level of Qi practicing. It was something he had worked so hard to cultivate. Ahem. Okay. Admittedly a little overplayed. Soon, Yi Junlin's complexion returned to normal, not feeling any heartache at all. To him, realms and whatnot were just for show, and as long as he took on a strong person of the transition realm again, his cultivation would immediately recover. Moreover, the reason for the regression in cultivation was definitely unrelated to the Medicine King Valley. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin and tasted playfully. It seems that it's that pill dignitary who is up to no good. This is to forcefully suppress our cultivation and then compete in this valley. The destructive power of a mere 9th level Qi practitioner was indeed relatively small. And even if everyone completely let go and fought, they would not be able to cause any impact on this valley. But it's inevitable that you'll still be a little uncomfortable when you go from being a big shot to a rookie in one fell swoop. Pillfather, his old man, is deeply righteous. He must have done this for the sake of fairness and justice. Since we are all at the same 9th level of Qi cultivation, there is no suppression in cultivation, as well as in magic treasures. Li Wujiao shook his head inside. AI. But in that case, the sword I'm carrying won't be able to be used either, as the realm gap is too great to catalyze it. That ink blade of his was a 9th grade spiritual weapon. With just the Qi practicing realm, it couldn't be used at all. Luckily, I have it with me. In Knight Wujiao's hand, there was an extra modeled kitchen knife that looked old. However, judging from the faint aura fluctuations, it was evident that this was a magic weapon. Yi Junlin curiously said, until now, you still have this most ordinary magic weapon? The magic weapon, the lowest level of all magic treasures, and then the treasure weapon, the spirit weapon, the Xian weapon, and the immortal weapon. Li Wujiao was embarrassed and said, Master, I'm not going to hide it from you. This is the first magic weapon I acquired when I set foot on the path of cultivation. This chopper, once accompanied me from the weakest moment, even until now, I still have it. Li Wujiao reached out his hand and gently rubbed the mottled blade, his eyes showing remembrance as he murmured, Old buddy, I didn't expect that we would be able to fight side by side again. As a sword cultivator, how can you do without a sword? Having a weapon in your hand is the only way to exert strength. Otherwise, what's the difference between not having a knife in and cutting off your own arms? Yi Junlin nodded. So that's how it is. Ding! The host's arrival at Medicine King Valley has been detected. Is it time to sign in? The system beep sounded. Sign in, Yi Junlin said inwardly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large pot of the finest enlightenment tea. If you have nothing else to do, you can make tea and drink it. Extreme enlightenment tea. Cultivators will have an epiphany when they drink it, and both their cultivation and techniques will improve by leaps and bounds. Yi Junlin shook his head. It was simply chicken ribs for his kind. Never mind. It's good to quench your thirst. At this point, Red Thousand Leaf's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at this silver-haired youth, his hand hidden in his sleeve quietly operating his palm power. In the past, he would have been wary of his opponent's cultivation, but now, with everyone at the 9th level of chi cultivation, it was very fair. If you see your chance and give it your best shot, you can't still fail to beat it, can you? Red Xianya has already thought about how to fancy torture this person, such as tying to a tree and whipping hard, burning his ass with fire. But the next sentence from Li Wujiu directly dispelled Red Xianya's thoughts. By the way, I've heard that when cultivators fight amongst themselves in the Pill King Valley, they'll be automatically teleported out if their lives are in danger, so we don't need to worry about it. Just do our best, Li Wujiu hesitantly said as he held a kitchen knife in his hand. The corners of Red Chiba's mouth twitched. If that's the case, you're sure to get a fall on your hands when you get out. With the previous painful lesson, if there is no full certainty, he would not dare to take the risk of tearing his face off. Yi Junlin caught a glimpse of this great disciple's dissimilarity out of the corner of his eye and inwardly sneered, knowing what this person was thinking. Doesn't matter, just keep tuning up. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the grass. Bai Xiaoshi sensed the movement and stretched out her finger, her rat face full of surprise. Ha! Look there! Chapter 82 The True Face of the Medicine Duke. In the grass, drilling out a plant will move herbs. Some are long leaves, a star river reflection, with coiled roots climbing. Some are shaped like a sunflower, emitting a brilliant light, powerful. Some are dogwood that, shaking his head, they contained pure medicinal power in their bodies, enough to prove that they were all clear-colored precious medicines. To know, spiritual medicines possess spirituality and are among the more common herbs. The precious medicine, on the other hand, had opened up its spiritual intelligence, and had been able to learn to think like a human, and even move around freely. Ha ha, the heavens have helped me. There are actually so many precious medicines personally delivered to my door. Li Wujiu laughed out loud. Red Thousand Leaves frowned. These lower-grade treasure medicines are at the 9th level of chi cultivation just like us. The chi practicing realm, in total, is divided into 1 to 12 levels. For the treasure medicine to have cultivation, they were not rare. Generally treasure medicine opens the spirit. Naturally we'll try to cultivate. But even so, the basic combat power would be inherently weaker than human cultivators, because the medicinal herbs themselves were not suitable for fighting, possessing the advantage of a long lifespan, and as long as they hid in some hidden corner, they could slowly simmer to death the cultivators who coveted them. This is a big part of why it's so hard to get the precious medicine. At this moment, a clover emitted a mental fluctuation, forming a general meaning in Yi Junlin's mind in their minds. Guys, old Grandpa Pill Dignity is sending us playthings again. We can capture this group of humanoids and torture them severely like we did a few times before. Another sunflower revealed an evil smile. Jie's laughter was extraordinarily demonic. I'm going to strip them naked and make them run around the valley. Ha ha, what's the fun in that? I think it's only interesting to let them run upside down. Let these human races feel what it's like to be humiliated in this Pill King Valley. Another precious medicine shaped like a dog's tail grass was so excited that its entire body was shaking with excitement. These audacious remarks made Yi Junlin's eyelids flutter when they heard them. Li Wujiu said with an odd expression on his face. Asterisk. When did even precious medicines dare to float like this? If they were outside, they would all be hiding, afraid of being captured and swallowed and refined by the human cultivators. How could you dare to be so wild as you are now? Red Thousand Leaves sneered. Really don't know how to die. He waved his hand casually, and a ball of purple flame flew off, trailing brilliant arcs of light. Swish! Dogwood shook his head and shot out blistering blades of wind. Boom! The wind blade and the flame ball exploded, rippling out no small amount of energy fluctuations. What? Red Chiba was a bit surprised, because he was afraid of burning these precious medicines into ashes. He had only used 40% of his power for this strike just now, but even so, the power was quite considerable, enough to take down most chi practicing realm cultivators. As a result, it was actually blocked by a dogwood? This Knight Wujio almost thought it was an illusion. Even he had to fight hard to receive the move. And it was just easily dissolved? This Pill King Valley's precious medicine doesn't seem simple. Good wow. You stinking woman. You actually dare to make a move on me. Let's see if I don't strip you naked and hang you from a tree to beat you hard. The dogtail grass emitted strong mental fluctuations. Seeing that it was very angry. Words. Red Thousand Leaf's forehead veins popped out as he said in a chilling voice. You seek death. A mere precious medicine. How dare you speak out against him? It's a real travesty. This time, Red Thousand Leaves summoned the mana within his body, and his palm slapped out raging red-colored flames with an extremely frightening sound. Bitch, come again? I won't spoil you. The dogtail grass shook its head crazily, shooting out countless blistering wind blades, tearing out crisscrossing gullies on the ground. Rumble. The scene was amazing. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between those at the 9th level of chi practicing. Red Thousand Leaves felt ridiculous that he had actually gotten into a stalemate with a precious medicine. Immediately, he frantically increased his attack. The dog's tail grass can't stand it anymore. Falling back and being burned by the fire. What are you guys still waiting for? Why don't you come and help me? I'm going to be burned to death by this stinking woman. The other dozen or so precious medicines let out playful laughter as if they were watching the show. But after all, they were in the same camp and couldn't see death. So they all made their moves to attack Red Thousand Leaves. Swish, swish, swish. Several powerful elemental energies shot out, and the originally raging flames immediately showed signs of being hindered. How can? Red Chiba's face was ugly. Now that he was in a low realm, he couldn't use many of his moves, and his own advantages were greatly weakened. Yi Junlin frowned. Although this disciple of his is dark and has a backbone in the back of his head, but at least he has the assistance of a heaven-defying gongfu, as well as the immortal fire spiritual root to add. Even if his cultivation regresses to the 9th layer of chi cultivation, he can hang on to a foundation cultivator when placed outside, and he is extremely ferocious. Now, but fighting with a dozen or so lower-grade precious medicines, this doesn't feel normal no matter how you look at it. Senior brother Hong, I'll assist you. Li Wujiao carried a chopper and performed the basic blade technique of the chaotic heavenly blade decree. Although the power was a weaker version of it, it was also one of a kind in the chi practicing realm. In an instant, the battle changed again. With Li Wujiao joining in, Hong Qianye completely let go of her hands and struck out initial level fire attribute spells one after another, pressing towards those precious pills. Go senior brother Hong! Go senior brotherly! Bai Xiaoshi waved her pink fists and shouted excitedly. Yi Junlin sked. Interesting, too interesting. Is this the Pill King Valley? It is true that medicine is the king. He knew very well that with the qualifications of Hong Qianye and Li Wujiao, even if their cultivation regressed to the 9th level of chi cultivation, the two of them teaming up to sweep across the foundation establishment would be a breeze. But now they were unable to take these precious medicines immediately. Was this because they were not strong enough? It's the precious medicine itself that has oddities. You can't imagine that every single one of these precious medicines put outside would be a heavenly pride, capable of crushing most human cultivators. The power contained in the basic moves that were casually sent out were surprisingly terrifying. This is so unreal. After all, medicinal herbs were naturally not good at fighting, which was a recognized fact in the cultivation world, so they could only hide in the east and avoid fighting with human cultivators. But right now, one by one, they were displaying extraordinary fighting qualifications, which was really outrageous to the extreme. Could it be? Yi Junlin's brain was wide open and suddenly thought of something, looking up at the sky above the Pill King Valley and noticing a flash of faint golden ripples. If I'm not mistaken, the fact that these precious medicines can exert such strength is all due to the array enchantment here, and the master who set up the array is none other than the Pillfather of that year. This is where the truth comes out. Everything was the work of that awful old man, Pillfather, suppressing our cultivation, but exaggeratingly enhancing the strength of the herb itself. What exactly is the intent of this move? Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. If you want to say that suppressing the cultivation level of all participants just for the sake of fair competition is understandable, but to also deliberately elevate the strength of medicinal herbs and let these herbs ride on the heads of human cultivators to do their bidding is a bit excessive, isn't it? This is clearly a protective operation. Yi Junlin began to have reason that the Pillfather's purpose of opening the Pill King Valley was to attract a group of great injustice seeds every 100,000 years and then let the herbs here abuse them like crazy. The most outrageous thing is that none of them had previously told the truth. It's as if they were unspoken to each other, deliberately trying to trap the later. Good man. I dare you to tear up other people's umbrellas too because you've gotten wet. Chapter 83. It hurts. It hurts too much. In the meantime, this battle is about to come to a close. A dozen or so precious medicines were killed without a single piece of armor, and one by one, They were all knocked out of their senses and fell to the ground horizontally. Don't burn it! Don't burn it! This fairy sister! Spare me! The dog's tail grass was burned by the blazing fire. Its body quickly scorched black, emitting a burst of refreshing medicinal fragrance. It was emitting spiritual fluctuations begging for forgiveness, completely devoid of its previous high and mighty stance. Die for this seat! Which would have thought that upon hearing this name, the killing intent on Red Thousand Leaves' face intensified, and a brilliant flame of fury erupted from the palm of his hand, completely burning this dogwood into ashes that drifted away with the wind. Old woman, you'll get what's coming to you, the sunflower shouted when it saw its companion in such a miserable state. Oh, yeah? Red Thousand Leaves laughed back in anger. His palms lingered with horrifying flames as he swept away, lifting his hand towards the sunflower and slapping it down fiercely. The sunflower stored momentum to shoot out a blazing golden aura, enough to tear through the earth and pierce through the rocks, but in the end, it was still no match for the Red Thousand Leaves. Ah! The sunflower let out a miserable shriek, and its entire body was slapped into pieces, permeating this mountain forest. Swish! Li Wujiao's stance was agile, the chopper in his hand flipped dazzlingly fast, and a precious medicine was chopped to pieces, the cut-off smooth and flat. Soon, it was all settled. Pack up and clean up well. You can boil it into soup later, Yi Junlin said. Yes, master, Li Wujiao said. Ha, this is still moving eh? Bai Shaoshi squatted on the ground, looking at a withered vine that had obviously been cut, but was still twisting like a snake, and curiously poked it with a branch. The withered vine seemed to know that there was no hope of staying alive, and exerted all its strength to drum up the last of its life force, blooming at the end like a flower, and then releasing a ball of brilliant silver light into the sky. Swish! The sharp whistling sound of breaking wind rang out, then the silver ball of light exploded in the air, and a silver axe pattern appeared in the sky. After doing so, the withered vine eventually collapsed powerlessly, never moving again. Li Wujiao frowned. This is... Looking at the brilliant silver axe pattern, Yi Junlin looked odd and couldn't help but say, could this be the axe gang's distress signal? He counted on seeing that due to the precious medicine being born with a spirit, after so many years of staying in the Pill King Valley, it would also gang up like a human being. That withered vine was obviously calling for someone to come over. In other words, they were about to face a siege of a bunch of precious pills? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Red Thousand Leaves sneered. Even if more helpers come, I'll burn them all to cinders. Li Wujiao lightly coughed a few times and said, Senior Red Brother, take it easy, these are all precious medicines. My side suggests that it's just a matter of burning them. Humph. Red Shiba skimmed his face. Depends on the mood. Yi Junlin laughed. You guys must have discovered something while you were fighting. Both nodded at this statement. Master, this is not at all the power that herbs can exert. If we follow this trend, I'm afraid that the ones that appear behind will become stronger and stronger. Most of the cultivators who enter the Medicine King Valley, it is estimated that this will be. Li Wujiao's words deliberately stopped and did not continue, but the meaning of the words is already very obvious. Even they had to go through some trouble to suppress the precious medicine. So how many of the group of cultivators would be able to cope with it? It was estimated that this time, there would definitely be many people who would suffer, unfortunately falling into the plaything of this group of precious medicines, being trampled on with dignity and humiliation. Red Thousand Leaves said, I seriously doubt that pillfather must be playing this way on purpose. Where is this something that a human sage would do? It's obvious that he's trying to favor the herbs of this Pill King Valley, and he even made the whole thing about opening it every 100,000 years to make the outside world think how generous he is, but it turns out that he's here to pit his own people against him. As a former true immortal, Red Thousand Leaves despised Pill-Honored's approach. Li Wujiao frowned. No way. Rumor has it that Medicine Zun is kind and charitable. His medical skills are excellent. He can have the skill of bringing people back to life. He was renowned in the ancient times, and was a highly praised great power in the eastern region. I don't think he's going to set up a trap. It should be out of love for the herbs. That's why he'll give preferential treatment to the herbs here. Do you know what you're talking about? If you really love herbs, then why open Medicine King Valley? Why don't you just close it down permanently and pull this whole stunt? Hypocritical. Red Thousand Leaves directly disliked him back, his tone very sharp. Aha! Li Wujiao was speechless, because he is also well aware that he can't stand on his own 2 feet with this claim. Yi Junlin waved his hand and said indifferently, well, let's take one step at a time. He didn't have any sense of crisis at all. Instead, he felt that this place was full of novelty, since he had come here. Let's see how great the medicinal herbs of this Pill King Valley were. The other side, on the throne interwoven by vines, a palm-sized being with a body like a ginseng sat with its roots and whiskers cocked, its body like gold, radiating surging life force. This is golden ginseng, an existence beyond a precious medicine, a true king of medicines. Any medicinal herbs that reach this level, even the transition realm would have to be moved by their hearts because of this kind of thing, which was greatly beneficial to them. At this moment, this golden ginseng towered over the others like a boss, its tone full of majesty. Did a member send out a distress signal just now? Reporting back to the Senator King, it is indeed true, a henchman said. Humph, just who dares to mess with my axe gang? Could it be the other waves of forces entrenched in the Pill King Valley? The golden ginseng coldly said, it shouldn't be. After so many years of peace and quiet, who would strike against our axe gang? A precious medicine shaped like a kapok flower emitted a doubtful mental fluctuation. Could it be that group of people? After all, counting the time, today just happens to be when the Medicine King Valley opens. Impossible. The human race is so weak. How could it threaten our noble medicine race? That's right. Every time the human race comes in, they get wildly abused by us. And they're the only ones who still want to eat us. It's really stupid. At once, the other precious medicines all questioned this possibility one after another, generally agreeing that the human race was very weak and could not possibly pose a threat to them. All be quiet to the king. A strong mental fluctuation swept through, and the precious medicines on both sides were silenced. The golden ginseng moved, its roots standing like legs. Anyway, the Medicine King Valley has already opened, so I might as well take advantage of it now and catch some humanoids to have some fun. And on the way, go and see who is so bold as to dare to make a move against the axe gang. Saying that, it pulled out a silver axe from nowhere, which was clearly a magic weapon used by cultivators, and then raised it high in the air, with all the momentum of a gang leader. Depart. At this very moment, many of the cultivators who had entered the Pill King Valley had gone from being excited at the beginning, full of excitement and longing, to being skeptical and full of despair, in less than half a day. They could not have imagined that their cultivation had been suppressed to the 9th level of chi cultivation, and even more unexpectedly, the herbs here were each so strong that they were perverted. Slap. Among them, there was a mature willow tree that threw up its willow strips and viciously whipped the cultivators who were lying on the ground, and they were bruised and screaming. There was also a superb treasure medicine shaped like a large bonobo melon, emitting the aura of the 12th level of chi cultivation, which landed on the middle-aged man's back and smashed him to the ground, forcing the middle-aged man to carry it and then learn how to crawl like a dog. The middle-aged man's inner heart was incomparably humiliated, knowing that he had once been a spirit transformation cultivator. There were also a few good-looking female cultivators who were stripped naked, crying and dancing on the fire pit, surrounded by some precious pills that were bouncing around because of their excitement. There were grotesque and absurd sights everywhere, as if everything had been turned upside down. The human race, which called the shots in the outside world and had the most enormous power, had become a vulnerable group that could be bullied at will in the Pill King Valley. Don't fight. I beg you to stop fighting. Run away. Medicine King Valley is a scam. A heavenly scam. Oh, why has no senior ever mentioned the truth hidden within this Pill King Valley? Why are these precious herbs so strong? I used to be at least one of the top 10 ranked celestial pride of the clan, but as a result, I can't even beat a single herb now? Is this normal? Begging for mercy, cries, and wails resounded one after another throughout the vast Pill King Valley. This inhuman encounter is destined to cast an indelible psychological shadow on them. Chapter 84 Master Burning Lamp's Dependence. While most of the cultivators were being wildly abused, a group of monks were swimming in the Pill King Valley. Vultures, gird your loins. Halfway up the mountain, several differently shaped precious medicines leaped out, launching lingering attacks. Dang! A low chime echoed out. A large golden bell emerged, its body haunted with Sanskrit characters like tadpoles, exuding an indestructible meaning. The head of the burning lamp master cast the golden bell shroud protection, easily blocked the attack of the several plants of precious medicine, then raised like a glazed palm, the body swept away, one by one slapped on the several plants of precious medicine body. Bang! 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 Several precious medicines were immediately struck by lightning and fell to the ground, losing their movement. Master Burning Lamp is just awesome. With his old man leading us, I think we will definitely return home with a full load this time. A fellow disciple bumbled over, his face full of joyful smiles as he picked up those precious medicines and put them into his storage bag. The Zen practitioners of the Hanging Temple were excited and looked at Master Burning Lamp with deep admiration, treating him as if he were a god. At first, everyone was very frightened and uneasy after they came into the Medicine King Valley. It was because they realized that their realms had all regressed to the 9th level of chi practicing, and the precious medicines that had appeared were all ridiculously strong, able to easily hang them up and beat them. But soon, this highly respected old senior of the Hanging Temple dispelled their inner worries with his powerful strength. No, along the way, had already made a move to suppress at least dozens of precious pills. and then pocketed them all. In response, the people of the Hanging Temple couldn't be happier. After all, in normal days, a single precious medicine was extremely hard to find outside, and this was such a great harvest after only coming in for a short period of time, which made them even more excited for the adventure that lay ahead. If this trend continues, it shall not empty the Medicine King Valley of all its precious medicines? Even the Pill King could have a chance to capture it. Yes, all thanks to Master Burning Lamp. When we go back, the Hanging Temple will also honor us. This trip really wasn't in vain. The group of monks were happy and full of joy. Amitabha Buddha Master Burning Lamp folded his hands together and habitually mouthed the Buddha's name, an imperceptible glint flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Inside, he was filled with smugness. Sure enough, the preparations made by the old lineage in front of me were worth it. Last time I was suppressed in my realm, exposed all kinds of shortcomings, and was miserably ravaged by this group of little things, while this time I was finally able to raise my eyebrows and get what I wanted. Subsequently, Master Burning Lamp and his group continued on their way. Seeing that some cultivators were bullied by precious pills and forced to do all sorts of spicy behaviors. Some of them were the royal relatives of a certain imperial dynasty, some were the supreme elders of a certain sect, and some were the family heads of a certain cultivation family, and their identities could be described as various. All of them were local dignitaries and high-powered existences, but now, they were being oppressed by a strain of precious medicine, each one of them being used as slaves, and even if they had the intention to resist, there was nothing they could do about it. Looking at their grimy faces, bleary eyes, and a wretched look of doubt and near collapse, the Zen cultivators of the Hanging Temple couldn't help but feel fearful, secretly thankful that they had the shelter of Master Burning Lamp. See this ridiculous sight. Burning Lamp Master's surface is calm, but in actuality, he is empathetic, because as early as 100,000 years ago in the Pill King Valley, he was also reduced to a poor man who was bullied. But the good news is that it all died in the dust of history. Now that he had changed his face and set foot in this place again, he had come here to suppress the Pill King Valley. Yoo-hoo! There's a group of old vultures here. Pals, come over and take them down. A precious pill said excitedly. Unbridled, Master Burning Lamp shouted angrily, raised his hand and probed out. A golden palm formed in the air, like a Buddha striking out, slapping this precious medicine into the ground, with the juice splashing everywhere and the medicinal scent coming out of his nose. In the surroundings, one after another, a strain of precious medicines arrived, raging, releasing their respective moves. Swish, swish, swish. Energy fluctuations raged and swept up vast clouds of dust and smoke. It's good to come. Save me the trouble of looking for you. Master Burning Lamp laughed coldly and met him brazenly and fearlessly. In the next second, he was wrestling with a group of precious medicines. During this period, Master Burning Lamp was wearing a golden bell shield, and he was hardened against all kinds of strange and bizarre moves. That wasn't all. The fists and palms he swung out were wrapped in powerful force, knocking down the active precious medicines one after another. This old bald ass's turtle shell is really hard. Don't be discouraged. Everyone, focus your attacks. In this Medicine King Valley, we're the bosses. That's right, go for it. Soon, the golden bell shroud was covered with shatter marks, followed by a brainstorming smash. Seeing the situation, the rest of the precious medicines were excited, increasing their attacks more and more desperately. As far as they were concerned, the old buzzard would soon suffer. Strangely enough, Master Burning Lamp was not half flustered. Instead, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom boom boom. Within the exploding mass of light, a thin figure stood. How is that possible? The small things around them were surprised. This was beyond their knowledge. Only to see that the surface of Master Burning Lamp's body, filled with a layer of golden halo, the texture of the skin had a precious light flashing, as if it was all natural. Any external force could not cause damage. Within the smoke, the old voice came out slowly. In order to deal with you all, during these long years, Lao Di painstakingly practiced the art of refining the body to patch up the weaknesses, during which time he traveled to famous mountains and rivers, used all means, and spent a great deal of resources casting his body. To this day, Lao Di's Vajra unbreakable body has reached the most complete stage, just one step away from the legendary realm of transformation. Even if my cultivation is suppressed to the chi practicing realm, so what? With my strong physical body, you guys still can't help me. Master Burning Lamp clasped his hands together and stepped out, the bottom of his cloudy eyes flickering with essence. Then, he relied on his Vajra unbreakable body to fend off the attacks of the precious pills while striking out to counter them one by one. Gradually, most of the precious medicines were suppressed, leaving behind a small portion of precious medicines that fled in fear and disappeared without a trace. The nearby cultivators who had been rescued all cheered, and many of them cried tears of joy, kneeling down and kowtowing to say thank you. Thank you, Master, for coming to the rescue. Your favor is something we'll remember for the rest of our lives. We can't repay you for your great kindness. The master pulled us out of the water and the fire. It is simply a great merit. The living Buddha is alive. Shouts rose and fell, all with gratitude. Master Burning Lamp, who was out of his element, put on a sad and compassionate demeanor inside. Good, good, good. This is what the old lineage should do. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators became even more admiring, unanimously viewing him as an accomplished monk. In the Hanging Temple's team, each Zen cultivator was filled with redness, looking at each other with a look of triumph in their eyes. Burning Lamp Master lightly coughed a few times, and immediately there were a few fellow disciples who understood. Hand and foot nimbly put those spilled precious medicines into the storage bag. That's all trophies. Scanning this group of grateful cultivators, Master Burning Lamp was amiable on the surface, but secretly disdainful in his heart. The reason why he struck out was naturally for the precious medicine. What I said just now was just window dressing. Master, can we follow you? We don't want anything, we just want to follow you. A cultivator was afraid that after leaving, he would be captured as slaves by the precious medicine again, and tentatively opened his mouth. Master Burning Lamp wore a smile on his face. Amitabha Buddha, monks are compassionate. I know what you are all worried about, but there is no need to be afraid. As long as you follow me, I will protect you. Once these words came out, the surrounding cultivators were so happy that they were close to crying, and they once again sent out all sorts of rainbow farts, almost holding Master Burning Lamp higher than Buddha. Master Burning Lamp pretended to be calm, but in actuality, his heart had already fluttered. He knew that when this incident was over, he would be able to gain both fame and fortune, and his status in the Hanging Temple would rise. Amitabha Buddha, I would like to see what else in this Medicine King Valley can threaten me. At this time, with several previous victories, Master Burning Lamp's self-confidence was bursting, and he led the crowd to the depths of the Pill King Valley with great vigor. Chapter 85 Bundle of Shame. On the other side, there were two figures fleeing in a sorry state. The middle-aged man's majestic image was gone, replaced by a gray head, with multiple torn gaps in his robes, not at all the appearance of the questioning sect's grand elder. The yellow woman's skin is snowy, her pretty face is pink. Originally it is the character of the sky is not afraid of the ground. Now it is also like a frightened white rabbit. The corner of the eyes and eyebrows are showing a few points of panic. Yes, this is none other than Fandijing and Inmeowie. Fandip precisely really did not expect this Pill King Valley actually hidden mystery. No matter what the previous cultivation, are uniformly suppressed to the 9th level of chi practice. Simply do not tell any reason. Poor him, a hallowed Mahayana perfection powerhouse. His strength fell to the level of chi practice back then, rather like a tiger turning into a cat. Even so, Fan Dojun, as someone who had seen a lot, was able to accept the sudden change. This was because he was confident that even if his cultivation was at the chi practicing realm, he would still be able to sweep the 8 directions as the Ask Sect's supreme pride back then. After all, which of these days heavenly prides couldn't cross the border to challenge? Just as Fanda was calming down, a few precious medicines emerged from the jungle, directly hitting him with skepticism. It was only then that Fanda Zhangshur realized that any herb that opened its spirit here was ridiculously strong, a world away from the kind outside. Just when this great elder of the questioning sect, a powerhouse of the perfection of the Mahayana realm, was about to be dragged to the grove and viciously ravaged, the always protected Inmeowie stepped forward and exerted all her strength, which saved her Uncle Fan. Ridiculously, Fandijing's advantage over Pill King Valley was nowhere near as great as Inmeowie's. Outside, due to the disparity of the realm gap, the difference in strength between the two sides was not normally large. However, in a special place like Pill King Valley, the special physique of the daughter of this questioning sect's patriarch successfully came in handy. Inmeowie, who possessed the star immortal body, even if her cultivation was suppressed to the chi practicing realm, she was able to erupt with a power far beyond that of a cultivator in the same realm. In this way, Inmeowie took up the heavy responsibility of protecting Uncle Fan as he fled all the way away from the clutches of those precious medicines. The two of them were hiding in the woods, so to speak, half in the wind, their spirits strained to the utmost for fear of being attacked. Although all participants do not have to worry about dying in the Pill King Valley, because the Pill King Valley has a rule that once there is a danger to their lives, they will be automatically teleported out of the outside world. But here's the thing, it's only when your life is in danger that it's called life-threatening, and since that's the case, it's better to torture and humiliate you, to insult you in terms of your personality, to destroy you mentally, and to trample on you in terms of your dignity. In that case, what cultivator can stand it? All fearful of being caught by the deranged herps and then forced to accept their various heavy-handed play. Even if you live, what's the point? Do you know what it means to be worse than dead? and with a broken Taoist heart. The path of cultivation is broken. That was why Miaoi and Fan Dezheng were so winded, and at this moment, they were looking forward to the Pill King Valley closing earlier so that they could teleport out and smoothly escape this calamity. Miss, I'm sorry, it's Uncle Fan who's useless, to have to ask for your rescue at a critical moment, and now I have to drag you down. Uncle Fan is a burden. Van der Zhen's eyes reddened as he blamed himself. It was hard to imagine that the great elder that everyone in the questioning sect admired would also reveal this disheveled appearance, and Miaoi looked in her eyes and felt heartbroken. It's not. Miaoi has never blamed Uncle Fan. Besides, this time when I came out from the sect, it was also Uncle Fan who took me, and now that there is a bit of trouble, it's naturally my turn to protect you. It's what juniors are supposed to do. Miss, Fan Dezheng was greatly touched inwardly, and his eyes were slightly moist. If you ask me, I blame this Thai place. The herbs here are all so strong. It's obviously not normal. And Miaoi angrily swung her fist at the air and complained. Luckily, I thought before, that old Grandpa Pill Dignity was a good person. But now it seems that this is a stinky old man with evil intentions. Fan Dezheng smiled bitterly, wanting to open his mouth to defend himself, but when he thought about it, he really had nothing to say, because the strength of the medicinal herbs here is far beyond the normal level. Casually picking out a plant and throwing it out can sweep a large area of the same realm of human cultivators. If you say no one's behind this, who'd believe it? The Pill King Valley, on the other hand, was Pillfather's territory, so this matter couldn't be unrelated to him. The most detestable thing was that the Medicine King Valley had been opened so many times, and not a single warrior had come forward to tell the inside story? It's so pitiful. Thinking of this, Fan Dezheng was inwardly suffocating. Just now he was almost stripped of his clothes by a few precious medicines and hanged on a tree to beat him. If this was known by the people of the questioning sect, where would he put this old face? Just as the two hurriedly escaped, a blue vine tumbled like an earth dragon, rolling up voluminous dust and ash before lightning like wrapping around Miaoi's ankle. Damn it! The sudden attack took Miaoi by surprise at all. Raising his jade hand, the starlight in his palm shone. Swish! And Miaoi fought to strike the starburst, trying to break the vines wrapped around her ankles. As a result, the surface of the vines rose with azure lightning aura, not only blocking her attack, but the electricity generated also electrified her to the point that she was tingling all over her body. And Miaoi was electrocuted all over her body. Her hair stood up, followed by being dragged back by the vines without any resistance. Miss, Fan Dezheng was shocked and choked to condense several Genjin sword chi, chopping at the vines in unison, but it couldn't do any damage. Fan De was in a hurry and wanted to continue his attack, but he was smacked in the chest by another blue vine, and with the explosion of thunderons, his entire body flew out backwards and fell to the ground. Uncle Fan, save me, and Miaoi came back to her senses and cried out in terror. Damn! In the end, which herb is out of the hand? Fan Dezheng struggled to get up, clenched his teeth and swept after him. Within moments, the sight before him stunned him. It was a tree with a combined hug of 10 people thick sky-high tree, with lush branches and leaves, with more than a dozen blue vines wrapped around the body, intertwined with each other. The vines emitted azure-colored light all over the body, and at a closer look, there were also arcane patterns covering it, making it look divine and extraordinary. Could this be? The Nine Tribulation Thunder Vine. Fan Dezheng froze, his back oozing cold. This was because it was clearly a medium-grade Pill King. Cultivation was coming to the middle stage of foundation establishment according to the hierarchy of the Pill King Valley. This also meant that the strength bonus it conferred far exceeded the sum of many precious medicines. Fan Dezheng's mind collapsed. He couldn't even up an ordinary precious pill. How could he be capable of dealing with this kind of Pill King? Let go of me. Quickly let go of me. And Miaoi's pretty face was horrified as she realized that there were a few vines that were like swimming snakes, binding her solidly. Then there was the sound of zippy electricity. And Miaoi's face was filled with pain. No! Fan Dezheng was in a state of anxiety as he cast his sword skill to launch an attack. Swish! The sword chi swam around crazily, but it was easily blocked. And then the pupils of Fan Dezheng's eyes contracted as he saw a few vines viciously draw in. Snap! Vander was being jerked around without any power, and as each vine landed on him, it exploded in large clusters of lightning. The Grand Elder of the hallowed questioning sect was being wantonly tortured by a medicinal herb, like a wild boar in the mud constantly rolling over. Fun! Really fun! Spiritual fluctuations with a sense of exuberance came from the Nine Tribulation Thunder Vine, landing in their minds in teenage-like jeers. Fan Dezheng was cloaked in hair and in a sorry state, even though there was endless anger in his heart. It was of no help at the moment, so he could only soften and beg for forgiveness. This Pill King, please be magnanimous and spare us, or let this child go. I'm willing to suffer in her place. Uncle Fan. And Meowie gradually regained her consciousness and choked a little when she saw the situation. It was so hard to get you guys here. Do you think I'll let you go? You human races. Why are you so naive? Look at this woman. How much she enjoys being electrified by me. The Nine Heavens Thundervine continued to power up. Zip, zip, zip. Ah, ha ha, it hurts. See this scene. Fan de Zhang was so furious that he sprayed blood out of his mouth, his eyes staring angrily at this Nine Tribulation Thundervine. Yo-ho, it looks like you're very unconvinced. The Nine Tribulation Thundervine was playful and extended a few other vines that crackled and bloomed with lightning. Van der Zing was beaten again once more, whipped to his knees and covered in charred, blackened smoke. Don't worry, I know the rules. I won't put your life in danger. These are just extra skin pains. I know that this woman must be very important to you. I want you to see with your own eyes how I torture. Even if you are teleported out afterward, you will look back after many years and feel the fear of having been dominated by this great master. The Nine Apocalypse Thundervine was arrogant and looked like it was familiar with it, as many people had already been toyed with like this by it in those long years in the past. Ah! And Meowie was electrocuted again and let out a miserable scream, suffering from pain and agony inside. Fan de Zheng was so angry that his body was trembling, and he had never suffered such a strange shame in his life. Fun! So much fun! The human race is the best thing to play with. The Nine Heavens Thundervine was excited. Just then, a few figures approached. Master, I hear a woman screaming. No need to ask. It must have been tortured by the herbs. Ha, there's lady there tied up. She looks like she's in pain eh? Yi Junlin followed the sound and froze in place. Oh gosh, what a terrible picture. Chapter 86 No underestimation of Mousy, in Yi Junlin's eyes. At this moment, and Meowie was intertwined and bound by a vine. Her petite body stood out at this time. Inexplicably, she had a sense of shameful vestiges. In conjunction with the electric currents released from time to time, and the bouts of screams, it was hard not to want to be crooked. Fan de Zheng sensed that someone was coming, and when he turned his head to look, his despairing eyes instantly blossomed into a bright light, as if he had seen a great savior, and he hurriedly begged for help. Fellow Taoists, please also come to help. After this is accomplished, the questioning sect, will definitely repay your kindness. For some reason, he felt the men were reliable, and Meowie's face was in pain, foaming at the mouth from the electricity. Save me. Essence erupted in Red Thousand Leaves' eyes. This is the Nine Tribulation Thundervine. Good fellow. This is a medium-grade pill king. Li Wujiao carried the kitchen knife. His eyes surfaced with exuberance. His heart was dumbfounded. Whether they saved the people or not, they wanted to take this medicinal plant, because the benefits that come with it are real. Yi Junlin was indifferent, but since it had come to this point, why not just let these two people try out the strength of the Nine Heavens Thundervine? Immediately, Yi Junlin had a serious face and drank in a deep voice. Mizan and I are destined to be together, so how can I stand by and do nothing? Go on, Wang Suihua and Li Taigui. The tone was rather like a summoner ordering a favored beast. The corners of the eyes of the Red Shenya's eyes twitched, secretly cursing at this guy, and greeting all the 18 generations of his ancestors. What's the matter with you? What kind of a person would you call someone like that? Li Wujiao adapted to his role and rushed off with the chopper, and before he left, he even dropped a line. Wang Suihua, remember to cover for me. Red Chiba incredulously wide-eyed. You dog legs still come to the force, right? Taking a deep breath, he struggled to raise his voice and shouted, Li Taigui, I'm coming to help you. Swish! The two figures rushed away as streams of light. Noticing that a cultivator had come to his aid, the Nine Heavens Thundervine rejoiced instead of being angry. Ha ha ha, this is a new plaything for this great master. When you are roasted by fire later, this seat will see if you can still laugh. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were glittering with murderous intent, and his right hand pinched his knuckles to shoot out a brilliantly intense flame ray, tearing through the air along the way, with a power that could pierce through gold and stone. Swish! A blue vine drew in with the sound of breaking wind, wrapped in azure-colored thunderons. Extremely terrifying. Boom! The vine smoked black and charred. Ah! Damn human race! How dare you hurt this great lord? Feeling some stinging pain, the Nine Hijack Vine was instantly enraged and moved to attack in unison with several other unused vines. Each vine blossomed with a superb light of thunder, as if it was guided by heavenly thunder, and its might was very extraordinary. Humph! Li Wujiao executed his blade technique. His blade awnings crisscrossed across the board, battling against several vines. Red Thousand Leaves searched for the right moment and continued to pinch and cast spells, and in the void, instantly several ice blue flame spheres flew off and landed on those vines to form a thick frost, which also came with the effect of slowing down and freezing injuries. This time, The 9 Tribulation Thunder Vine was forced into a frenzy, loosening the vines that bound in Meowie's body before launching a brainstorming attack. Obviously, this Pill King was going all out. Take advantage of the chaos. Fandijing hurriedly pulled up in Meowie and withdrew far away. Looking at the two figures that were entangled with the 9 Tribulation Thunder Vine, their hearts were like waves of shock. Strong, too strong. It was clearly the same realm, but the gap was still so large. Among them, and Meowie was the most shocked. One must know that she was the strongest heavenly pride of the questioning sect, and had spent her childhood in endless praise. Everyone envied her and admired her, and many of her fellow disciples took her as a role model. Even at the Dragon Gate Inn, when she met Red Thousand Leaves and Li Wujiao, she instinctively felt that it was the disparity caused by the realm, and that if she herself had cultivated to this realm, her strength might even be stronger than theirs. Unexpectedly, the scene that happened in front of her eyes directly shattered her inner pride. Similarly, at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, she was equipped with the Star Immortal body, and she could only barely deal with ordinary precious medicines. People, on the other hand, had been able to fight the Pill King. This would be a real cutie if you couldn't recognize the gap before. I'm sorry, Uncle Fan. You and Father are lying to me. I'm not as talented as you say I am. And Meowie was frustrated inwardly and spoke in a low tone. Van Derzhan was speechless. In fact, he had initially asked for help from Yi Junlin's few people only out of the attitude of beating a dead horse. But he really didn't expect that the other party would force the 9 Heavens Thunder Vine into such a state just by sending out 2 people. This strength, this potential, it's ridiculously strong. Where exactly did they come from? It's impossible that I haven't heard of such a powerful strength, Fandijing said in a deep voice. And Meowie lost her head and said, Lord Yi told me that they came from the desolate state. Deserted states. Fandijing was stunned, first looking at the two fighting, then looking at Yi Junlin and Bai Xiaoshi on the other side. After combining the familiarity he felt at the beginning, and what he had seen and heard now, this Ask Sect elder was struck by lightning and muttered, It can't be. At this point, the 9 Heavens Thunder Vine was furious. It had spent so many years in the Pill King Valley, the first time it had seen such a difficult human cultivator. This lord swears that he will absolutely tie you all up later and electrocute you hard, until you can't breathe. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen or so thunder vines snaked around like spiritual snakes, releasing terrifying electric awnings, turning into a cage to trap Hong Chenya and Li Wujiao. The two were like trapped beasts, looking very tough. Crap, not even them? And Meowie's heart rose to her throat. Van Derzhan frowned into silence. The other side, Bai Xiaoshi said anxiously, Senior Brother Hong and Senior Brother Li are in danger. Mouse is going to save them. With that, it swept away. Ruoshi? Yi Junlin, who had been observing this situation, was a little surprised to see this white-furred rat suddenly strike. Is it finally time to realize that fighting potential? And the two who were surrounded by a dozen or so thunder vines looked pretty bad. Damn it, I still underestimated the Pill King's advantage in this place. It's hard for us to deal lethal damage to it. Li Wujiao gritted his teeth. He tried to mobilize the mad demon bloodline, but the result was no half response. Could it be because his cultivation was suppressed? Red Thousand Leaf's face was blue. This was even more suffocating than being bullied by that guy. After all, that guy was at least the son of Qi. If he couldn't beat him, he couldn't beat him, and now he even dared to ride on his head with a medicinal herb. Something that was used as medicine outside was actually so powerful in this hole. That stinky old man called Pilduke. Don't let this seat meet you in the future. Suddenly, Red Thousand Leaves sensed something and said in surprise, Why did this stupid rat come here? Li Wujiao said anxiously, It's dangerous here. Senior Sister Bai should leave. With you this little thing also dare to come and join in the fun? Or do you think that this great master will be gentle with you? The 9 Tribulation Thunder Vine laughed coldly, mobilizing one of its vines to haunt the thunder light and viciously draw it away. Swish! Bai Xiaoshi released a brilliant golden light all over his body. With a sense of holiness that could not be desecrated, it stretched out its tender and white little hand, surprisingly grabbing the terrifyingly powerful vine, and then violently and vigorously pulling it. No underestimating Mousy. Snap! The vines were violently ripped off, spewing green juice. The 9 Heavens Thunder Vine emitted a violent mental fluctuation that landed in the minds of the crowd, and it was a scream similar to a pain scream. Serves you right. Who made you so bad? Bai Xiaoshi was protected by golden light, which was particularly dazzling, and its punches and kicks seemed to have no rules, but in reality, they turned complexity into simplicity, and contained some kind of avenues of rhyme and meaning. In an instant, the originally sturdy lightning cage was broken open hard by this rat-headed lowly. A vine was beaten to the point that it was bursting with juice, and it was missing. The 9 Heavens Thunder Vine screamed miserably. Red Chiba's face was stunned. Fake, right? Is this the same stupid rat who spends his days following people's asses, as well as just pouring out food? Li Wujio throat swallowed saliva. Bye. Senior sister bye. Did it turn out to be this strong? When he first worshipped under the door, he had really thought that Bai Xiaoshi was a pet that his master had kept out of interest. Hiss dash. And Miaoi and Fan Dijing sucked in cool air, their scalps tingling. In the eyes of the two men, that petite girl in a jacket with a drapery hat on her head directly beat the 9 thunderbolt vine with her bare hands to the point where she couldn't take care of herself. Yi Junlin sked. Is this the power of the #1 immortal body in the heavens and the worlds? It really is extraordinary. With the blessing of the great Luo immortal body, in addition to the aid of supreme feats, Bai Xiaoshi exploded with terrifying fighting talent for the first time. Chapter 87, Not Worthy of a Professional. With Bai Xiaoshi's breakthrough, Red Qianya and Li Wujio had divine help. The raging flames were like waves lapping, the sharp blade light flashed in a shocking flash, and the 9 heavens thunder vine was completely devoid of life breath, and landed on the ground softly. Good we won, Bai Xiaoshi said happily. This little lowly ran to Hong Qianya in a rush of excitement, hands intertwined on tiptoe, her droll mouse face full of anticipation, obviously wanting to let her big senior brother praise it. Humph. Red Thousand Leaves snorted coldly and whisked his sleeves away. Seeing this silly rat turn out to be so strong, this high-minded and proud Demon Sect master felt bad, and now that he saw Bai Xiaoshi running over, he thought that he was here to show off. So naturally, he didn't give a good face. Seeing eldest senior brother ignoring himself, Bai Xiaoshi lowered his head in aggravation. His eyes had crystallized tears welling up. Did Mouse do something wrong? Ahem. Li Wujiao pretended to cough dryly a few times and said with a sincere expression, Senior sister Bai, you were so powerful just now. He had always thought that Bai Xiaoshi was just a mascot, but he didn't realize that it was all just the surface. As expected, no one who could worship under the master's tutelage would be simple. Hearing someone praise it for being powerful, Bai Xiaoshi's heart was very happy, and she was embarrassed all of a sudden, wriggling and saying, actually there isn't any law. Mouse is just trying to help. Uncle Fan, let's go say thank you. And Miaoi came back from her shock and pulled the middle-aged man and ran over. Many thanks to the few fellow Taoists for their help. Miaoi is grateful. This girl doesn't have to be polite. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. Li Wujiao arched his hand and said. As for Red Chiba, he was cold and didn't say anything. And Miaoi's gaze landed on Bai Xiaoshi, because through this drapery hat, it was also impossible to see the real face. But Miaoi guessed that it must be a very cute little girl. May I ask how this fellow Taoist is addressed? Bai Xiaoshi froze and pointed her finger at herself, a bit flattered. This sister, are you talking to Mousy? Mouse? Hearing this self-proclaimed name, and Miaoi found it amusing and laughed. Of course, you're great. I admire you very much. Words. Bai Xiaoshi was so happy that she jumped up in place and shouted excitedly. Master teacher, did you hear that? This sister adores Mousy. Mouse Rat is also being worshipped. Master? Fan Dijing's eyes flickered as he looked at the handsome-looking silver-haired youth, unable to resist the chills that flooded his heart. More and more, he thought, it looked a lot like the rumored pair. Is it possible that what we encountered before was a fake? Fan Dijing's heart was in turmoil and his face was very ugly. Yi Junlin stepped forward with a smile on his face, reached out and gently patted Bai Xiaoxi's head. Alright, see how proud you are. He Bai Xiaoshi scratched her head. You are this little girl's master? And Miaoi was surprised. Just what kind of existence would have such a powerful disciple? Yes, it's one that I've worked so hard to cultivate, and it's cost me a lot of effort, Yi Junlin said in a fervent manner. Red Chiba rolled her eyes. How do you have the face to say such things? Whose master lies flat like a waste every day, just waiting for his disciple to make all kinds of delicious food to feed him? And what do you train it for? To train it to be a good cook? Oh, forget I said that. Yes, master teacher is very good to Mousy. Bai Xiaoshi nodded heavily with a look that it was indeed true. That way and Miaoi's eyes scanned over these four figures, always feeling familiar. But after the crazy electric shock just now, her brain became a bit short-circuited, and she didn't turn the corner at once. Seeing this, Yi Junlin secretly lamented. This woman is full of wisdom from head to toe. Suddenly, there was a cacophony of voices not far away. Senator King, there's a human race here. The battle fluctuations just now were emitted by them. I remember this as Thunder King's territory. In the woods, densely packed small things swept in sharply, looking strange and exuding a strong medicinal scent. Every plant thrown out there can fetch a high price. So many precious medicines. Vanderface showed his horror. In the past, if he had seen it, he would have simply gone crazy with joy. But now, because of all the things he had experienced in the Pill King Valley, it caused Fan Dijing to subconsciously be scared when he saw the precious pills. I guess it will take a long time to heal even if you go out. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed an extremely strong aura amongst this alternative treasure pill team. Soon, hundreds of different precious medicines arrived in front of their eyes with great vigor. At the head of the group was a superb pill king whose body was golden in color and resembled ginseng, and whose cultivation level was foundation establishment perfection. Compared to the 9 tribulation thundervine, that was far too powerful. The golden ginseng released a strong spiritual fluctuation that contained a wave of shocked anger. You few humanoids, you actually took out Little Ray. Little Thunder. That's the 9 happening thundervine. It's clear that the relationship is strong. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were glowing and he was not calm. This is a really good place, actually letting us come across a pill king of this quality. If he could obtain this item, he could even hope to break through the transitional succession. Li Wujiao's gaze was deep. This can be even more powerful than the last plant. I don't know if we'll be able to eat it. Bold, lowly human race, how dare you covet this king? The golden ginseng held a silver-colored axe and shook with rage. It decided that it would torture these few ungrateful humanoids by means of lynching. So it's that gang from earlier. Seeing the other party flashing their axes, Yi Junlin was dazed. Senior sister Bai, can you still help us? Li Wujia asked tentatively. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoshi felt important and instantly patted her chest, her childish and clear voice full of determination. Well, Mouse will do her best. Give it to the king. Take them. With a command from the boss, a large pile of precious pills attacked. It's here. The medicine is here. Fan Dezhing's scalp was numb and his body was shaking like a sieve. It was still in Miaoyi next to him who comforted him, and only then did this great elder of the questioning sect feel a little better. Yi Junlin's face was odd. This Taoist friend's mental state was worrying. Immediately after, Red Thousand Leaves and Night Wujio stepped out to meet this group of precious pills. The golden ginseng wielded a silver axe and came swinging in a bandit-like fashion with a babbling swing. Dang! A crisp sound. The golden ginseng froze, and in its way was the petite figure with the drapery on its head. That tender little hand had a golden aura covering it and looked indestructible. Your opponent. It's Mouse Me, Bai Xiaoshi said seriously. Just you? The golden ginseng was furious. The surging life force erupted. The whole body was golden, as if enveloped in the great sun. The breath was sacred. Invisibly, there was an invisible force that added itself to the plant, making the might of this extreme pill king incomparably strong. This scene made Fan Dezhing and Miaoyi's hearts skip a beat as they watched. According to the standards of the outside world, this pill king was not only capable of fighting Jindan across the ranks, it was even able to fight against Yuaneng. It's simply horrible as hell. Swish swish swish. The golden ginseng's body transformed into a flash of golden light, winding around by Xiaoshi, occasionally laying down a vicious blow and swinging a silver axe. Leaves are falling and dust is sweeping in. After blocking a dozen moves one after another, Bai Xiaoshi's footsteps were a bit weak. His head was dizzy, and he waved his hand and said, "No more fights. Mouse doesn't fight anymore. Mouse is so dizzy, he wants to vomit. Humph. Fighting with this king, your Dao is too shallow." The golden ginseng laughed coldly, building up its momentum to viciously chop out its axe, slashing it Bai Xiaoshi's neck. Madaka! A low metallic trill rang out. You! The golden ginseng froze, inexplicably a little hairy, as if the face in front of him was an ancient ferocious beast. There were only 2 fingers, gently holding the axe. Snap! The axe burst into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. This magic weapon was directly scrapped. Yi Junlin stretched out his 2 fingers, comparing them to the gesture of yeah, and said with a smile, "I say, this ginseng of yours is too complacent. It seems that you have to be boiled down into ginseng soup in order to be honest." Bai Xiaoshi stabilized her stance and raised her head to look at the silver-haired youth, her tone a bit lost. "Master, it's Mouse who has embarrassed you pinch." Yi Junlin stroked its head and laughed. "Don't think too much. Go and help them with their endeavors. Just leave this place to master." "Okay." Bai Xiaoshi ran off in a huff to help Hong Qianye and Li Wujiao. "Uncle Fan, Mr. Yi is going to make a move." And Miaoyi was looking forward to it. Fan Dezhing's gaze was dead set on that black-robed figure, his eyebrows protruding. The other party gave him the feeling that it was unfathomable. Milky human brat, dare to talk big in front of this king. Let's see if this king doesn't teach you a good lesson. The golden ginseng root was so long that it stood as if it were a small person, and then it shot away as if it were an arrow, exploding craters in its place. Roots transformed into fists and punches blasted. A blazing, dazzling golden light. Boom! There was a big explosion of air along the way, and the sound was extremely terrifying. Yi Junlin was just about to make his move when a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The host has been detected to have encountered the attack of an enemy of Foundation Establishment Perfection, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering strength. gaining the cultivation of early Jindan. Immediately after that, the cultivation that had originally been suppressed to the 9th level of Qi cultivation inexplicably broke through the obstacles at this moment, and hardened to the early stage of Jindan. Yi Junlin. Nice guy. That works too? Chapter 88 Crafty Human. You lied to me. In the next second, Yi Junlin casually and gently slapped out his hand. His palm was like a flying dragon soaring into the air, his strength surging endlessly. Boom! An explosion went off. Golden ginseng such as a lightning strike. The roots seemed to leg straight into the ground, hard sliding backwards out of a dozen feet. Deep grooves of smoke. The body has a silk juice out, filled with a rich medicinal flavor. Its mental fluctuations were violent and it felt very shocked. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's cultivation was once again suppressed from the early Jindan stage to the 9th level of Qi practicing. It was as if what had happened before had never happened. Ha! Yi Junlin froze. It can still be played like this? Uncle Fan. Just now, Mr. Ye's realm. Did he raise to Jindan? And Miao Yi's beautiful eyes widened as she murmured. Van der Zhen's eyes froze and he said in an uncertain tone. It seems like it, because now, he could clearly sense that Yi Junlin's realm was still stuck at the 9th level of Qi practicing. As for the Jindan cultivation that had just erupted, it was almost a momentary event, and even Fan Dezhen was wondering if he had misread it. At this time, the golden ginseng adjusted its state, and said in astonishment, You human, what in the world did you move? As a head-to-head encounter, it was 100% certain that there was an oddity in this silver-haired youth's cultivation, because just a moment ago, the other party had soared to the Jindan realm all of a sudden, which was the level of the Pilking Valley's ceiling. It was important to know that all the herbs that were active in the Pilking Valley raised their cultivation levels according to their quality. For example, starting with the lower-grade treasure pill, it was the 9th level of Qi cultivation, the very high-grade treasure pill was the 12th level of Qi cultivation, and the Pilking level, it was the foundation establishment realm, and so on, and for so many years, all human cultivators who broke into the Medicine King Valley would have their realm suppressed to the 9th level of Qi cultivation, without exception. But right now, there was such a foreigner. Just now when he fought with it, his cultivation suddenly increased to the early Jindan stage, and he casually repelled it. Golden Ginseng is confused. What the hell is going on? I'm just a tiny Qi practicing cultivator now. What can I do here? It's obviously because you yourself are too weak. How about, you try to hit me again? Yi Junlin's face was sincere. He wants to test a certain conjecture. Words. The golden ginseng felt humiliated, and immediately turned his beard into a fist, and his body erupted with a golden light like a sword, which was very dazzling, and his body exuded an extremely strong aura. Human child, taste this king's golden fist. Swish swish swish. A small fist entwined with roots and whiskers struck quickly like a skyhorse meteor fist. The fist wind was incomparably volatile. The fist force was surging horribly, just from the breath. It gave people a kind of oppressive sense of momentum. Fan Dezhen was shocked. So strong. Such strength was enough to sweep away all Qi practicing cultivators, judging from his vision, with the golden ginseng at full strength. According to the equivalent proportion of conversion, even the Jindan cultivators in the outside world would be beaten to the point of being unable to take care of themselves, not to mention a bunch of suppressed Qi practicing cultivators in the Pilking Valley. Sir Yi, and Miao Yi's heart trembled with fear, hoping to see a miracle. If even that one fell, according to the way this group of herb perverts played, one could only imagine what would happen to him or her. In the face of the dense golden fist prince, Yi Junlin did not move, his face unperturbed. In his head, the system beep sounded once again. Ding! The host has been detected to have encountered the attack of an enemy of foundation establishment perfection, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering strength, gaining the cultivation of early Jindan. Subsequently, Yi Junlin's original cultivation at the 9th level of Qi practicing was raised to the early stage of Jindan. True enough, the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth lifted up a smile. Then he took the opportunity to backhand the human king seal. Boom! A magnificent emperor's shadow emerged behind him, and a terrifying pressure spread like a tidal wave. The dense golden fist prince collapsed, and the golden ginseng seemed like it was hit by a huge force, flying out backwards like a kite with broken strings and falling heavily to the ground. In the meantime, Yi Junlin's aura dropped steeply and sharply, regressing from the early Jindan stage to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. That's right, Yunakye's realm just now was indeed elevated to the early Jindan stage. Fan Dezheng's face was filled with shock, feeling that his cognition had been turned upside down. How did this happen? Could it be that he has a unique secret method? And Miaoi lightly covered her delicate lips, her beautiful eyes glowing with a strange color. The golden ginseng is covered with blood. To put it bluntly, it is juice, only to see it dying on the ground. using its last breath to say, "Cunning human race. You lied to me. Heaven and earth are kind. The current me is indeed in the chi practicing realm." Yi Junlin had an innocent look on his face, like an honest man who had been wronged. Through the collision that had just occurred, Yi Junlin understood that the reason why the cultivation level had been raised was because he had triggered the passive effect of encountering strength, which had forced him to the early Jindan stage. And why it came down again? It was because of the suppression of the Medicine King Valley. Sure enough, the system is professional. The other side. The commotion that occurred here naturally drew the attention of other precious medicines. When this group of little things saw that their boss had been defeated by that human cultivator, they were so frightened that their mental fluctuations were almost disorganized, and they were communicating frantically with each other. Impossible. The human race is actually this strong. After all these years, this is the first time I've encountered this. Oh, is Pill King Valley going to be in big trouble? Worthy of being a master teacher. Even if his cultivation is suppressed to the same level as ours, his strength is beyond our reach. Li Wujiao's face showed admiration as he said from the bottom of his heart. Red Chiba was dumbfounded and mentally shattered. He was completely able to feel how strong that extreme Pill King was. Even if he were to confront it one-on-one, he would only be suppressed in his current state. But now, that guy casually struck out and defeated him effortlessly. The difference between the two is too great. Obviously, everyone is at the 9th level of chi cultivation. Why can you be so showy? On what grounds? Red Chiba hissed inwardly. The most ridiculous thing was that he had wanted to plot against him at first, but fortunately he had dispelled this impulse in time. Otherwise he would be the one to suffer. Human race, I hate you. The spirit of the golden ginseng issued the last word similar to gnashing teeth in his dying breath. Then, there was no more movement. Run away. The remaining little things that were left, completely lost their fighting spirit, and one by one, they fled in all directions in panic. Even so, there were many dazzling treasure pills lying on the ground. Li Wujiao's mouth was about to crookedly smile. This wave was a big bounty. Lord Yi is so powerful. If he can continue to grow, he will definitely be able to defeat the white-haired old devil, to rid the people of evil. And Miaoi clenched her pink fist and looked at the figure adoringly. Fan Dojun, who was at the side, froze, his lips moving slightly to say something, but in the end, he silently swallowed back. With this IQ, it's better to keep it in the questioning sect in the future. Just as Yi Junlin was about to ask his disciple to count the loot, a dense sound of breaking wind suddenly came from not far away, and it seemed that there was a large wave of people arriving. Look everyone, there are so many precious medicines on the ground. My goodness, who was this all knocked down by? Could it be that other than Master Burning Lamp? There are other seniors in Pill King Valley who can do this. There's a couple of them up ahead. Looks like they did it. Murmurs rose. Countless cultivators came to the scene and looked at the colorful precious pills all over the place. Their gazes became extremely fiery, but after reacting, there was even more deep awe, because they knew how capable the Pill King Valley's precious pills were, and to be able to defeat such a large number of them in one go, the person who made the move must have been a person of superior strength, so wanting to plot was impossible. Master, look at this, said the fellow disciple of the Hanging Temple tentatively, Master Burning Lamp's gaze, sweeping the treasure land all over the place. Then noticing something, his eyes were dead set on that golden ginseng, his mouth sucking in cool air. That's an extreme Pill King. Boom! The crowd clamored. They knew in their hearts how rare the Pill King was. That was something that even the transitional realm would be jealous of. And right now, there was an extreme Pill King. If it were outside, those old monsters hidden in the eastern domain would have to make a move to snatch it. Swish! A Hanging Temple elder moved to go and pocket that golden ginseng. As a result, the powerful blade chi shot out, and that elder was injured by the blade chi, with streaks of blood soaring out of his body, followed by an unceremonious kickback. Is it yours? How dare you take it? Scram! Li Wujiao scolded viciously. Elder Huitong. There were cries of alarm from the Hanging Temple's team. They couldn't imagine that someone would actually attack their elder in public. Master Burning Lamp examined that elder's injuries, and his cloudy eyes erupted with a cold aura as the temperature in the air plummeted by a few points. Master Burning Lamp clasped his hands together and looked away with a somber expression. Ba Buddha. Goodness gracious, does this sure know that the person who hit was a person from my Hanging Temple? He purposely bit the Hanging Temple. The 3 words very heavily. Chapter 89 One Punch. Li Wujiao looked askance. So what if I know? Do I still have to sell you bald ass's face? Hit it lighter? Not to mention that he has someone behind him, even if he did not worship the master before. It is all taboo. The main knife on the cut, just now did not directly cut off the other side of the head, has been very astringent. Asshole. Arrogant. Don't know what's good for you. The Hanging Temple team let out a furious voice. Master Burning Lamp narrowed his eyes. killing intent surging within him, and coldly said, "Sure, master. This is too much." Li Wujiao weighed the kitchen knife in his hand, looked up and down and teased, "Old bald donkey, it looks like you're very upset. Do you want to practice?" Master Burning Light did not say anything, but a fellow disciple behind him stepped forward and chided, "Sinner, who do you think you're talking to? You have to know that this is a true transition realm powerhouse. Have you thought about the consequences of offending him?" This statement was made. The room erupted into gasps of surprise. Countless cultivators cast gazes of awe. Although it had long been anticipated that this one's true realm would definitely be high, it was not expected that it was actually a genuine void immortal. Sparingly, in the Pill King Valley where the group of heroes gathered, there was no lack of big names with noble status among them, but in front of the transitional succession realm powerhouses, they were all as small as ants. In the entire eastern domain, the transition realm was the top level, an existence that could walk horizontally anywhere. After all, this was a battle power second only to true immortals. Even though they were in the Pill King Valley and their cultivation levels were all the same, there would always be a time when they would be teleported out, and at that time, whether they were dragons or worms, they would each return to their respective places. Therefore, when informed of Master Burning Lamp's true cultivation, the cultivators behind him didn't even dare to breathe a word, trembling with fear and trembling. The transitional realm? Li Wujiao was stunned, then snorted, "So what? Don't say it's here, but outside. I'll still chop at you." The room was silent. The crowd was full of incredulity. Was this guy crazy? A trace of astonishment appeared at the bottom of Master Burning Lamp's eyes. The other party still dared to speak up even after learning about his realm, so it seemed that he was by no means an idle person outside. Thinking of this, Master Burning Lamp said in a tentative tone, "Dare I ask the name of this master?" Li Wujiao sneered, "Listen up. This grandpa is called Li Taidao. Li Tidong?" The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They hadn't heard of this powerful figure actually daring to call out even the transitional succession realm. Burning Lamp Master saw his fellow disciples shaking their heads, convinced that this is a rash person who does not know how to die, and immediately his old face was gloomy and terrible. "Scholar, your hostility is too heavy. Let the old lineage enlighten you." Saying that, this white-browed old monk swept away, clasping his hands together to form a lotus-like seal, like a discharged cannonball striking out. This move is powerful and heavy, extremely horrific. Unusual foundation realm if it is hit by non-death that is disabled. Good timing. Li Wujiao became excited. To be able to fight with a transition realm powerhouse, this was simply a rare and good opportunity. Jab. The blade on split yin and yang, and the blade chi stirred the 8 directions. The pupils of Master Burning Lamp's eyes shrunk slightly, feeling a compelling pressure. Boom! The air exploded. Master Burning Lamp retreated 2 steps back, his face somewhat ugly. This wasn't the end. A bright as day blade light slashed at him. The blade intent was overbearing and overwhelming, but also concealed subtleties. Burning Lamp Master did not dare to be slow. His right hand pinched and slammed out. The palm of his hand had a golden swastika, and the sacred meaning was revealed. The two sides fought fiercely and fought to a standstill, leaving the watching cultivators stunned. They didn't expect that this Li Taigui was so strong that he could fight head-on against this Master Burning Lamp. Over the top. Over the top. Li Wujiao's eyes flashed with exuberance. The kitchen knife in his hand chopped away like a raging storm, seemingly unstructured, but actually coarse and fine. Master Burning Lamp's heart was getting more and more irritated. With a strength of his own level, he couldn't even take down a junior? Fortunately, Master Burning Lamp transformed his fighting style and put one hand up in front of his chest, as if he was standing on the ground, and his body erupted with an infinite amount of golden light, and his entire body was as if it was made of gold, all natural and flawless. Dang! The sound of crisp metal clashing was so dense that it shook the eardrums of the crowd. Li Wujiao was shocked to realize that no matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not cut through the opponent's flesh. The blades that were wielded were all blocked by that golden halo. Master Burning Lamp's face was smug as he said, "Scholar, don't do anything useless. Even if you chop for 3 days and 3 nights, you can't help my old lineage." Seeing the situation, Li Wujiao directly coughed up a mouthful of phlegm and spat on him indignantly. He too sins. Master Burning Lamp was furious, feeling strangely humiliated, and with full force stored up he blatantly threw a punch, the wind of his fist tearing through the trees. With his adamantine body, he was indeed invincible, but that's as far as it goes, because he couldn't defeat Li Wujiao. Li Wujiao couldn't hurt him, so both sides couldn't tell the result even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. The crowd went from being frightened at first to being bored, and some of them even yawned. Boo! A heavy pop. The two figures tacitly pulled away. Li Wujiao coldly grunted, "Old bald donkey, are you a cuckold?" Master Burning Lamp was very upset in his heart, but out of his own status, he pretended to be profound, folded his hands together, and said faintly, "Scholar, why are you so bitter? After all, we are here only temporarily." His tone, darkly threatening. "You think it's cool to fight me back and forth here, don't you? Have the guts to stay here for the rest of your life? But if you get out, you're a rash bastard waiting to die." Li Wujiao was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly heard a voice transmission in his ears, so he closed his mouth and respectfully retreated next to Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin snapped his fingers. His tone was glib. "I took down this pill king. You people from the Hanging Temple coming over to snatch it is just being insensitive, and you deserve to be beaten up." Master Burning Lamp narrowed his eyes. "This monk, from the moment you struck out, the nature has changed. Moreover, who stipulates that if it falls on the ground, it is yours? Lao Di believes that only what you get your hands on is yours." Subsequently, this white-browed old monk took a step forward. His body was radiant with golden Buddha light, and his body was surrounded by countless tadpole-like Sanskrit scriptures, and the sound of chanting came from all directions. His direction was clearly that extreme pill king. This was to rely on his strong defense and directly ignore Yi Junlin as they took it by force. "Old bald donkey, you seek death." Red Thousand Leaf's eyes ignited with rage. He had always been displeased with the Buddhist sect, and at this moment, when he saw that Master Burning Lamp was so arrogant, he had the intention of striking out. Master Burning Lamp took a step of 10 meters and said with a bland face, "As compensation, this pill king will be owned by my old lineage." Just then, a slender figure with a dusty temperament appeared in front of him, only to see the other party clenching his fists and invoking the chi and blood in his body. The aura in a 500-meter radius was pulled, and behind him a blurry golden wheel of light was formed, exuding an aura of ancient vicissitudes. "Old bald ass, do you really think no one can cure you?" Boom! Yi Junlin laughed coldly, and punched out violently, with the momentum of overturning the 9 heavens. Invincible. This is the holy fist of battle. Chapter 90, The Demon of Social Fear. Ha! This punch made Master Burning Light's insides furious, and his body couldn't help but tense up. He sank his chi into his dantian, frantically operating his mana, and his body was filled with sacred Buddhist light, brilliant and dazzling, as if he was enveloped within the sun. Yi Junlin's fist, which contained a fierce and domineering force, solidly blasted at Master Burning Lamp's chest. Dang! It was as if it had smashed on a large bell, and the heavy bell chime echoed out, shaking the chi and blood within the crowd as it churned, making it very difficult to bear. Swish! Master Burning Lamp's body slid out hard and backwards, his feet plowing 2 long furrows in it, sending out rolling smoke. Then, he barely managed to stand on his heels, his vicissitudes of old face unreadable. The air fell silent for a moment. The crowd was wide-eyed and holding their breath. Seeing this, a Zen cultivator from the Hanging Temple sneered, "With such carvings as yours, you dare to show off in front of Master Burning Lamp." The fellow disciple next to him called out, "That's right, it's really thunderous. If you have the guts to try again, you bald donkey, what kind of bull **** are you putting out?" Li Wujiao could hardly endure this provocation, and with a kitchen knife in hand, he was about to rush and swing. As a result, Yi Junlin reached out and stopped him. "Master!" Li Wujiao was shocked. Yi Junlin gazed straight at that white-browed old monk with a playful smile. "That punch just now, how does it taste?" Master Burning Lamp's face was ancient, silent for a long time, and sighed. "My Buddha is merciful. You do well for yourself, scholar." With that, he turned away decisively. The crowd froze. "It's over?" The Zen practitioners of the Hanging Temple looked at each other in disbelief, but they had no choice but to follow them when they saw the situation. As for the large group of onlooker cultivators, they cast pitying gazes at Yi Junlin's few people. After all, who is not good to provoke, but to provoke a great power of the fairy realm? If this goes out of the Pill King Valley, it is difficult to protect even the life of Ah. Therefore, lest they get into trouble, they all stayed away as if they were avoiding the plague, choosing to follow in the footsteps of Master Burning Lamp. In their opinion, it is wise to hold on to this thigh. The scene quickly cleared up a lot. Yi Junlin snapped his fingers and laughed coldly. "Count on you, old bald ass, to be sensible." Because his cultivation had been suppressed, the battle holy fist he had just struck out had not even utilized 1/10,000,000th of the power it should have had. Most of all, due to the special environment of this place, there was no point in fighting even if it was going on. After all, no one could die here. In the distance, after retreating, Master Burning Lamp, his face was ugly all the way. He stretched out his hand to hold down the part of his chest that had been beaten. His eyes flashed with some pain. That punch from the other party just now really made him feel threatened. If he took a few more hits, even if he wouldn't die, he would definitely make a fool of himself. Therefore, Avoiding the front line for the time being is the best option at the moment. At the same time, Master Burning Lamp was wondering in his heart, just what kind of immortal is this? Even in this Pill King Valley, he had this kind of strength. Could it be that the age of great strife has arrived, and even the old lineage can't keep up with the times? Master Burning Lamp's cloudy eyes showed uncertainty, but then they were replaced by a biting killing intent. That's just it. Monks are compassionate. When the old lineage goes out, I'll definitely transcend you with my own hands. As long as he was teleported out of the Pill King Valley, he would be able to regain his cultivation at the peak of the transitional succession while outside, with all sorts of powerful Buddhist aptitudes at his fingertips, and even his undefeated Vajra body would be able to function to its fullest perfection, which would be like just now, tied up and losing face. But for now, it was better to focus on picking herbs, and this account would be settled with them later. It didn't take long. Due to the rise of the two groups of people, Yi Junlin, as well as Master Burning Lamp, a huge storm soon ensued in the Pill King Valley. These little things got wind of the situation and were terrified and upset. In the past, every time a human cultivator came in, he would be reduced to a plaything of the Pill clan, being easily suppressed and toyed with, and they very much enjoyed this cat and mouse fun, as well as getting used to this feeling of dominating the human race in the Pill King Valley. But, this time it's different now. The situation took a 360-degree turn. There was news that the human race was sweeping through large quantities of precious medicines along the way, and many of their compatriots had been tragically killed. Even as strong as the Thunder King and the Ginseng King, two Pill Kings that had existed for a long time and had a high prestige, had lost their lives in the hands of the cultivators of the human race, which caused a great deal of panic to the rest of the Pill races in the valley. At this moment, they are really scared. What to do? I'm so afraid I'll be captured by those humanoids and made into soup. Didn't we say that any human race that enters the Medicine King Valley can be toyed with as we please? What's going on now? Heavens, even the Thunder King and the Ginseng King were taken down. Let alone a medicine clan of our level? Partners, hurry up and take cover. Now we can only wait for the Pill King Valley to automatically close and this group of terrifying humanoids to be teleported out. A mental fluctuation spread through the Pill King Valley. Harboring emotions of panic and anxiety, the Pill clan was in a state of internal disarray, as it had never encountered such a situation before. In the view of the Surrender faction, the safest thing to do at the moment was to hide in a secluded place to avoid being targeted by the human race. Of course, there was also a small portion of the main warring factions that couldn't swallow their breath and felt that if they united, they could retrieve the scene and suppress this group of people again. I'm not convinced. By what right should I hide? This is our medicine clan's territory. For so many years in front of us, the human cultivators were enslaved by us, and with just this one loss, we're retreating? Companions, stand up and resist. Shouting, is a body showing the color of blood, but also like a glazed glossy bamboo. This is the blood jade inflammation bone bamboo. With this thing made of medicinal soup, can unlock the world of all kinds of strange poison. That's right, we are the masters here. If we surrender and give in this time, we will surely become a disgrace to the medicine clan. Among them, there was a palm-sized, full-body red-colored Lingji that was bouncing and jumping around with great emotion. This was the red essence Ganoderma lucidum, a high-quality material suitable for making healing pills. However, the human cultivators that came in this time are very strong. With the Pill King level of combat power alone, it might be able to be difficult to carry out a counterattack, or even risk being suppressed. Another cold spirit spectral lotus, which was shaped like a lotus flower with magnificent ice blue petals, expressed its misgivings. It was a supreme holy medicine for ice spirit root cultivators. Words. The major Pill Kings present at the meeting fell silent. They weren't willing to just tolerate it, but they were afraid of the strength of the human cultivators. After all, even the boss of the Axe Gang was gone. According to the members who managed to escape, the one who made the move was a silver-haired young man who defeated the Senate King with just one move, which was as terrifying as it was. This meant that no one within all the Pill Kings would be his opponent. Why don't we go and ask it to come out? A Pill King was silent for a long time and proposed. Is that reliable? The other Pill Kings froze and quickly realized who was being referred to. In the entire Pill King Valley, there's no one more qualified than it. After all, it's an existence that followed the Pill Exalt back then. But, with his nature, I'm afraid he'll reject us. As you know, he's a bit humph. Now that the Pill King Valley is facing extinction, as the first successor of the Pillfather, is it going to leave us behind and stay out of the world? Can it stand up to its compatriots? I think it's reasonable. How can we know if we don't try? Let's go. Let's go find it and explain the situation. I don't believe it will see death and save us. Having made up their minds, the Pill Kings present moved off, heading to that one's place of residence at fire speed. The deepest part of the Medicine King Valley was a narrow tunnel. The surrounding area was so dark and gloomy that you couldn't see your fingers. It was very humid and cool, and if you stayed here for a long time, no matter how sunny and cheerful you were, your personality would go to autism. At this point, a group of little things bounced and weaved their way through this tunnel, wistfully, to the end of the canyon. Swish, they all redirected the energy in their bodies, and a soft halo of light erupted from their bodies, colorful rays of light flickering and illuminating the dark place. What met his eyes was an ancient stone pillar entwined with countless vines, on top of which was a large, black and uninteresting mushroom, about a meter high, with a plain and ordinary appearance. Only the Pill clan in the Pill King Valley knew how great this one's seniority was, and it could be said that he was the oldest in seniority. At this time, it was motionless and lifeless, as if it had been reduced to a dead thing. The Pill Kings looked at each other in dismay, and then released violent mental fluctuations, as if a magic voice was pouring into their heads, making frantic noises in this mushroom's ears. Quickly wake up! Quickly wake up! Great Mushroom King, wake up! Soon, the black and unruly mushroom had a movement, like an ancient life awakening in the world, releasing an extremely terrifying pressure. Look, the Great Mushroom King is awake. Greetings to the Great Mushroom King. Please, Great Mushroom King, save your compatriots. A bunch of Pill Kings were bowing down, acting excited. The spirit of the Great Mushroom King was reviving. His body contained vast life force, and the aura he emitted was terrifying, a ground that a group of Pill Kings could only look up to. This was the longest surviving ancient spirit of the Pill King Valley, once witnessing the glorious scene of the Pillfather's ascension to the immortal realm, and was also the most powerful existence here. It was one step away from morphing into an immortal medicine. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the surroundings instantly dissipated, and the Great Mushroom King's body trembled violently, surprisingly falling high from the stone pillar. And the other Pill Kings were shocked and hurriedly tried to come forward to check. Who knew that the Great Mushroom King was like a frightened bunny, whooshing behind a stone pillar, only poking out half of his round head. His mental fluctuations transformed into intermittent words, similar to a nervous and timid voice like a teenager's. You guys, don't come over here, just stand there and talk about what's going on. Chapter 91, Forced to Operate. See this scene. The rest of the Pill Kings looked at each other, feeling helpless. Ever since the Pillfather had ascended to the immortal realm, this one had long been the master of the Pill King Valley. It has always been very autistic, afraid of contacting new things, not good at communicating with others, and its favorite thing to do is to be silent and alone, isolated from the world without being disturbed. Until the Pillfather left, it went into a long period of slumber, passing the long vicissitudes of years without a sound. Honorable Great Mushroom King, Medicine King Valley needs you to save it. The human cultivators have already attacked. They're going on a rampage to capture our compatriots. We have to fight back or we'll just have to sit back and wait for death. King Mushroom, please. The Pill Kings were excited and spoke in tongues. Behind the stone pillar, that round head slowly peeked out. The Great Mushroom King was very shocked, organizing his wording to carefully say, how is it possible? As long as it's in the Pill King Valley, it's impossible for a human cultivator to defeat the Pill clan. It vaguely remembered that back then, the Pillfather swore that there was no possibility of a human cultivator entering the Pill King Valley and still posing a danger to the Pill clan, unless the other party was the #1 heavenly pride of the ages, so strong that it was unprecedented. But now, it is hearing this news. The Great Mushroom King is a little scared, and even more so, he doesn't want to get into this mess. It's true, many of our compatriots have already been poisoned, and now you're the only one who can save Medicine King Valley. You're the strongest and have the highest seniority. As long as you step in, the Medicine Clan will surely be able to unite and fight against the invaders this time. The Medicine Kings chirped. No, I can't. The Great Mushroom King's head shook like a rattledrum, finding it difficult to take on this important task, and said in a low voice, partners, I just want to stay here quietly. Besides, there is a time limit for the opening of the Pill King Valley, and by the time it closes, that group of humanoids will have been teleported out. And during that time, it's better for you guys to stay hidden. It said so many things in a row, and by the end its voice was getting smaller and smaller. The Pill Kings were getting antsy. Was this trip going to be for nothing? Among them, the Red Essence Chi had a bright idea. Great Mushroom King, you're thinking too simply. Do you think the cunning human race will let you go? You're the oldest existence in the Medicine King Valley. They'll definitely come over to find you. You're just dreaming if you want to stay out of it. Ha! There will be a lot of humanoids coming for me? Hearing these words, the Great Mushroom King became even more frightened, itching to just find a crack in the ground to burrow into, not wanting to come out even if it was the end of the world. Chi Jingji continued, if you were captured by them, they would definitely crowd around you, figuring out how to get their mouths off of you. or bring you out for auction, so that more human races out there would recognize you. Don't say it. The Great Mushroom King's spirit was almost broken, and his body was trembling. The thought of being caged and surrounded by people makes it want to die in place. Great Mushroom King, the solution is actually quite simple. Within the human cultivators this time, there are a few particularly difficult fellows, so as long as you step in and help us suppress them, we'll just leave the rest to us. Seeing that the time was ripe, Red Jingji said, yeah, helping us is the same as helping yourself, and after it's done, you can continue to return here to slumber, and we won't bother you again. The other Pill Kings said one after another. The Great Mushroom King lapsed into silence, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a while, it compromised. Alright, I'll only go out and deal with a few of the most powerful humanoids, and leave the rest to you. Great Mushroom King, thank you. The Medicine Kings jumped up and down and were about to gather around to express their gratitude. This move scared the Great Mushroom King, his body shrinking behind the stone pillar once again, his voice trembling. All of you stay away. Keep a good distance from me. When I adjust my state, I'll go out. Oh, the Pill Kings had no choice but to retreat in silence. Among them, a companion sighed. Hey, looking at it, is it really capable of suppressing those few human races? I always feel that it's a bit unreliable. Don't underestimate it. According to the rules of the Pill King Valley, an existence at the level of the Great Mushroom King can exert an unimaginable amount of strength. Besides, a mere chi practicing cultivator, how much stronger can it be? It's just that it can beat a foundation establishment. Can it still fight a Gene Dan? Makes sense. All this spread the news and unite the Pill Clan against that group of human cultivators. At this point, the Great Mushroom King finally dared to step out of this dark tunnel and see the light of day only after repeated psychological construction. The moment he was hit by the sunlight, the Great Mushroom King had a feeling of not quite getting used to it, as if he was a prisoner who had been in jail for many years and isolated from the world for too long. And when he was re-released from prison and saw the bustling scene of the traffic, he looked very formal and timid. Pillfather, how are you now? The Great Mushroom King looked at the sky above his head, lost in thought. Great Mushroom King, follow us. Yes. In the jungle, Master Burning Lamp and the others were moving forward in great numbers. The cultivators following behind were very relieved, no longer needing to be afraid of being captured and tortured by the Pill Clan. Instead, the precious pills along the way fled in fear when they saw them from afar, as if they were gazelles encountering tigers. Master Burning Lamp, I am the Sunset Sect's Supreme Elder. After we go out to the Pill King Valley later, can I purchase a few precious pills from you? Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. A grey-robed old man took out his jade pendant to reveal his identity and said in a respectful manner. He had thought of secretly transmitting his voice, but we are all at the 9th level of chi cultivation, so who could he hide from by transmitting his voice even more covertly? It would be better to say it boldly. It seems to have sincerity. Master Burning Lamp clasped his hands together and said meaningfully, Amat Ba Buddha. Meeting each other is destiny. My Buddha only grants those who have destiny. As long as you have sincerity, I believe you will get what you wish for. The grey-robed elder was overjoyed at his words. Many thanks, Master. At once, the crowd was noisy, and one cultivator with a big head of steam was scrambling to be the first to book the precious medicine from Master Burning Lamp. Master. I want the lightning strike wood. Name your price. I want the dragon's blood herb. Master. The Zen practitioners of the Hanging Temple were in an excited mood, and it seemed that they could take advantage of a profitable wave. Master Burning Lamp looked compassionate and sighed. Goodness. It's an honor for you all to need my help. Just then, the change was steep. A large pile of small living things came around, all of which were various rare and precious medicines, radiating surging life force. Master Burning Lamp. There's an ambush. Someone exclaimed. Master Burning Lamp was first stunned. Then he sneered. Very well, I was worried that I didn't know how to find you guys, but you guys sent yourselves to the door. Old bald donkey, don't get too carried away. A Pill King jumped out and said indignantly. Master Burning Lamp's eyes narrowed slightly, the bottom of his eyes flickering with greedy essence. This is a great opportunity given by our Buddha. How great a benefit would it be to take them all? Stubborn, let the old lineage overtake you. Master Burning Lamp's steps were filled with golden Buddha light that shone brightly, permeating a divine aura. Watch the move. The Pill King's presence swarmed. The raging energy sweeping through the room was mind-blowing. Rumble. A large area of smoke filled the air, and a golden figure slowly stepped out, with an unshakable pace, as if it were an old monk seeking scriptures from the western sky. What a great defense! The Pill Kings were surprised. Great Mushroom King, it's your turn. Suppress this old bald ass. Red Essence Chi shouted. Begged the Great Mushroom King to take action. suppress the human race, the medicine clan beings prayed. Upon hearing this title, many cultivators were so frightened that their scalps went numb. Demon? There is actually a demon king hidden here? What? Could it be that there are still devil cultivators sitting in this Pill King Valley? Master Burning Lamp was in disbelief. As a result, the one was slow to show up after 1,000 calls. Seeing the situation, Chijingji had to rush over and squeeze the Great Mushroom King out hard. It's your turn to make a move. Don't let us down. The Great Mushroom King was cowering, extremely reluctant, and when he saw that there were densely packed cultivators staring ahead of him, he was even more trembling and almost turned around and ran. Isn't that a mushroom? The crowd froze, then burst into laughter. So this is the Great Mushroom King you all talk about. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the jeers, the Great Mushroom King became even more uncomfortable, lowering his head and not daring to respond. If he could see his face, it would definitely be redder than a monkey's butt. This is... Master Burning Lamp stared carefully at the Great Mushroom King, his expression going from puzzled, to bewildered, to shocked, to finally ecstatic. In the ancient book of the Hanging Temple, there was a record of an ancient medicine that looked like a mushroom and was covered in black, called the Immortal Chaos Mushroom. According to records, if a cultivator will be refined and swallowed, the strength will be unprecedented surge. Life is able to extend 1,000,000 years. If used to boil into soup, can shape the body to strengthen the meridians. If it is a long time to drink, and even have the posture of the immortal. Master Burning Lamp was trembling with excitement, and his breathing was incredibly ragged. If he were to obtain this ancient medicine, becoming an immortal would simply be a breeze. It's a heavenly opportunity. It must have been the sincerity of the old lineage that moved the Buddha, and that's how it gained such a blessing. My Buddha's mercy. Chapter 92, The Feces-Throwing Army. Master Burning Lamp could not resist the impulse, and poised himself to raise his palm and grab it. The golden light was splendid, as if the Buddha had struck out to suppress the demons and evils. Swish! The golden hand descended from the sky and heavily pressed down on the Great Mushroom King. For a moment, the sand and dust rolled in. Master Burning Lamp is mighty. The crowd cheered. Master Burning Lamp said solemnly, this ancient medicine has a destiny with my Buddha, so I will take it first. Boom! At that moment, the golden hand was shattered to pieces. This is too much. Why did you slap my head? The aura on the Great Mushroom King's body was terrifying. Feeling aggravated with a surge of anger. Heavens, this is the extreme Great Pill King. The crowd was horrified. The other party's cultivation aura was clearly Jindan perfection. Master Burning Lamp had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, Sins, don't be outrageous. Great Mushroom King, he's trying to capture you for auction. A Pill King shouted. The Great Mushroom King first froze, then his anger skyrocketed. I won't let you have your way. Watch the move. Swish! The Great Mushroom King leapt up as if he were a Tarzan, and then smashed towards Master Burning Light. The light unleashed was extremely terrifying, and even Yuaning cultivators were chilled. Master Burning Lamp held back his inner unease, his hands raised above his head. His mouth was frantically chanting sutras. His body was covered in sacred Buddhist light, as if he wanted to become a Buddha on the ground. The old line has a Vajra body. You are unable to. Ah! Rumble! 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 The explosions shook the sky. The crowd came back to their senses and were dumbfounded, only to see that underneath the Great Mushroom King's buttocks, there was a white-browed old monk pressed to death, and he was spitting out blood, his face in agony. After all, this was a medicinal spirit that was second only to the immortal pill level, and was the well-deserved master of the Pill King Valley. Even though Master Burning Lamp had cultivated an adamantine body, in front of the Great Mushroom King's Tarzan pressure, it was like window paper that broke at the first poke. Let you pat my head. Let you slap my head. The Great Mushroom King was in a very emotional state, his body repeatedly jumping up and down, heavily slamming against Master Burning Light, obviously venting his heart's dissatisfaction. Ah! Master Burning Lamp was smashed to the point that his body convulsed, his eyes glazed over, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would have been teleported out long ago if he had been subjected to this level of attack. But Master Burning Lamp was different. His physical body defense was extremely perverse. Even after enduring such a huge attack, he was not yet at a point where his life was in danger. Therefore, in this situation, he could only make a fool of himself, having his body repeatedly jumped and trampled by the Great Mushroom King, and he had no power to resist. Master! The crowd cried out in sorrow. Master Burning Lamp's face looked like a mask of pain as he gritted his teeth and said, Sinner, you have the guts to let me get up. Upon hearing this, the Great Mushroom King obediently got off of him, and waited until Master Burning Lamp trembled as he tried to stand up, and then sat down on his butt again. Ah! Master Burning Lamp was smashed. His heart was angry and anxious. He could not wait to be teleported out immediately, so as to save himself from being humiliated here. Great Mushroom King, give this old bald donkey to us and let him taste our power, a Medicine King suggested. Yes. The Great Mushroom King summoned 2 turquoise vines to firmly trap Master Burning Light's hands and feet as a precaution, as this was a power that belonged to it, and Master Burning Light was unable to break free. You, what do you want? Buddha will not forgive you. Master Burning Lamp realized what was about to happen, and goosebumps rose all over his body as his back oozed with coldness as his mind thought of the last time he was in the Pill King Valley's unforgiving images. He originally thought that this time, he would be able to wipe out his previous shame and would not repeat the same mistake. But it turned out that a great Pill King was killed halfway, suppressing him with ease. It's so humanly possible. Go on. Strip him of his clothes. The Pill Kings were filled with righteous indignation and rushed over to tear at him indiscriminately. Stop. I am a Buddhist monk. You will be retributed for doing this. Master Burning Lamp was shocked and furious. His body chilled, his expression ashamed and angry. The male cultivators present had odd faces, and the female cultivators had a look of contempt. Hang the old buzzard. Yes, soon. Master Burning Lamp was suspended from a bamboo, like an exhibit for all to see. Feeling the countless strange eyes, Master Burning Lamp's old face flamed, and his inner feelings of grief and anger reached its peak. Next, it's your turn. A group of Pill clansmen approached towards the group of cultivators with an aggressive air. Masters of medicine, it's none of our business. Please be magnanimous. We just came in for a visit. Why fight? Give it a shot. The crowd went pale with fear and panic. As the saying goes, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Seeing what happened to Master Burning Lamp, they were also afraid of becoming the next one. If he was really humiliated like this, he was afraid that he would develop a heart demon and live in the shadows for the rest of his life. Red Essence Chi had a bright idea. I have a good idea. Let this group of human race rub dung balls to smash the old bald donkey. Whoever smashes hard will be fine. The other Pill Kings were surprised. King Jing, you're a ing drug genius. I'm impressed that you can come up with such a damaging trick. But where did this turd come from? Words. Red Essence Chi shook his head and said smugly, have you guys forgotten? In the territory I manage, there are a bunch of spirit horned cows living there, producing a large amount of stinky poop every day, which is enough to be used for dung ball rubbing. The Essence King is so generous, or it has the most stinky poop, a companion exclaimed. One must know that the Medicine King Valley grows many medicinal herbs, and the stinky poop emitted by the spirit beasts is the best thing to fertilize, and the two sides are in a mutually beneficial relationship. Therefore, Red Essence Chi proposed to smash the old bald donkey with stinky poop, just like outside. The cultivator used spirit crystals to smash people as broad and atmospheric. The crowd looked at each other and secretly cried out, isn't this letting them offend a transition realm? Soon, a large number of black objects fell from the sky, landing on the ground and piling up like small mountains, emitting a gust of unpleasant cow dung odor. The medicine clans on the scene were all agitated. This was a gift of nature for them. You, hurry up. Red Essence Chi instructed a Confucian-shirt youth, signaling him to hurry up and do as he was told. The Confucian-shirt youth took 2 steps back, waving his hands in fear. I don't dare. Then you'll be stripped naked and hung up like him, Red Essence Chi added, and tied to a piece. The sticky kind. Hiss dash. The crowd sucked in their breath and felt a vicious chill. Tough. Too tough. The Confucian-shirt youth's hair tingled, naturally not wanting such intimate contact, and gritting his teeth, he said, the others, will they be the same as me? Of course. Then I'll throw it. The courteous young man went out on a limb. After all, there were so many victims present, and with such a huge number of people under his belt, his own impolite behavior would seem as light as a feather. Subsequently, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, this Confucian-shirt young man forced himself to hold back his nausea, rubbed out a standard round ball of feces, and tremblingly lifted his hand, aiming it at the withered figure that was hanging from the bamboo. Master Burning Lamp's face was ugly as he reminded, scholar, please follow your inner guidance and don't be coerced by external forces. That's all floating clouds. Floating clouds. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The Confucian-shirt youth was relieved and said with a respectful face, you are right. Follow your heart. Master Burning Lamp breathed a sigh of relief and had a kind face. Well, the children can. Snap. The next second, the ball of dung hit the face so hard and squarely that from a distance it looked like a black flower in bloom. Master Burning Lamp's expression stiffened on his face, and all he inhaled into his nose was the smell of cow dung. Bah, you really have the guts to smash it. Master deserves to be a master, not caring at all about my offense. This is a true attained monk. The Confucian-shirt youth was grateful. Good. Who will go to hell if I don't? Master Burning Lamp pretended to be spontaneous and laughed, thinking in his heart that after he went out, he would slaughter this kid. The crowd was shaken inwardly at the sight. What is the realm? That's it. Master. Much obliged. Seeing that the Confucian-shirt youth had made a start, the cultivators behind him scrambled to be the first, rubbing balls of feces and throwing them vigorously towards Master Burning Light. Snap. Then, countless balls of fecal matter landed on the white-browed old monk at a parabolic angle with precise and perfect accuracy. From head to toe, it's intimate with cow poop. Why don't you guys? Why don't you throw? Is it because you want to be like him? Red Essence Chi threatened. The Zen cultivator of the hanging monastery had a difficult look on his face. Everyone, it's better to throw it, while there are more people, a fellow disciple carefully said. I believe that Master Burning Light will understand us. A few others sighed and said compassionately, my Buddha is merciful. Then, excitedly, joined the feces-throwing army. Master Burning Lamp was struck by the dung balls like a blizzard, and was extremely sad and angry inside, but could do nothing about it, which was even more humiliating than the last time he had suffered. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the Medicine King Valley. Enough! 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 Oh! Burning Lamp Master just want to roar. Two voices, do not know who threw the dung ball so accurate, all of a sudden flew into the mouth. Throat subconsciously make a swallowing action. Pungent and disgusting stench choking his face rose into pig liver color. The corner of his eyes out of 2 lines of turbid tears. The flavor, it's so powerful. Chapter 93, The Angry King of Mushrooms. The Other Side. With a brief engagement followed. One tall ancient tree was beaten to the point that its roots and whiskers were bent to its knees, like a human, like kneeling and begging for mercy, and its leaves shook and clattered. Several seniors, don't fight. I was just passing by unintentionally. There's no intention to strike at you guys. Really? 1,000 wows. Feeling the killing intent on its body, this ancient tree trembled in fear. Ha! What kind of fruit is this bearing? It looks so pretty, and Meowie's beautiful eyes flashed. Fan Dijing fixed his eyes on it and was overjoyed. Miss, this is the star heavenly yuan fruit. It's greatly beneficial to your physique. Only on the branches of this ancient tree, there were dozens of bright and luscious fruits that were crystal clear, and on a closer look, there were also miniatures of stars on the surface. Star celestial yuan fruit. The taker can increase the power of the stars. Out there, a single one can fetch a sky-high price. When the questioning sect searched the entire tribute state, they couldn't find any trace of the starry heavenly yuan fruit. Today, however, this ancient tree bears dozens of them. Here you go, all of it. The ancient tree was very sensible and hurriedly shook off the fruits on its branches. Anyway, in another 5 or 6,000 years, it can produce a bunch of fruits again, for it is a matter of sleeping. Moreover, this thing used to fall on the ground and rot in the mud, and no spirit beasts were willing to eat it. Miss, did you see that? This is truly a heavenly chance, Fan Dezheng said excitedly. Uncle Fan, we didn't come in vain. And Meowie was happy. As long as she swallowed and refined these fruits, her star power would be able to rise to a new level. A few of you, can the little one go? The ancient tree said tentatively. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin. You were sneaky just now. Were you following us? Asking you. Li Wujiao carried a kitchen knife and stood aside viciously. Red Thousand Leaves gently twisted his fingers, brilliant flames jumping at his fingertips, and coldly said, give a truthful account, or else. The ancient tree trembled as much as it did, its leaves rustling. Heaven and earth are kind. I was just curious, and didn't have the slightest intention of harming anyone. Fine, get lost. Yi Junlin waved his hand. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. The ancient tree was like an amnesty, carrying its roots and running like 2 legs, disappearing into the dense forest in a few breaths. Mr. Yi, do you see something here? Fanda's face showed solemnity. Yi Junlin said, I always feel that the medicine clan here is not dying and wants to build up their strength to strike at us. Just that ancient tree just now is secretly following us and ventilating us in real time. What? If that's the case, then why let it escape? I should have chopped it alive just now, Li Wujiao said indignantly. Yi Junlin shrugged his shoulders, his face full of indifference. Let it go. Just in one pot. Just then, violent air currents whistled, and the sound of dense footsteps came not far away, as if 1,000 armies were rushing toward this place. Something's up. Soon, the crowd saw the scene before them. This is? Fan Dezheng was dumbfounded. Oh my god. And Meowie reached out to cover her delicate lips in disbelief. The muscles in the corner of his eyes were twitching. His expression was extremely wonderful. I'm going to. Interesting. Too interesting. Red Chiba clapped his hands in admiration, his face filled with excitement as if he had seen some interesting sight. Master, that black thing looks so familiar. Bai Xiaoshi tilted her head. Curious. Yi Junlin's eyes widened and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. How long has this been going on? And how did that old bald ass become like this? In his eyes, the burning lamp master, body naked, was hanging high on the bamboo, covered with black poop, exudes a pungent and unpleasant stench, surrounded by small insects that can fly around. At this time his expression was lifeless, his eyes were bleak, and the opposite of the previous look of a virtuous monk. And around them, densely packed cultivators were kneeling on the ground, crawling forward as if they were mounts, each carrying an ancient medicine that had become refined on their backs, as if the medicine clan was their master. This would be a very explosive sight if it were on the outside, but in the Valley of the Medicine King, it just really happened. Bosses, the human race you're looking for is them. The ancient tree that had already run away a moment ago now jumped out again, emotionally identifying them. Well, there's nothing more for you to do. Return to the line. Yes. Red Essence Chi swept Yi Junlin several times. You few. It's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, if you're too late, that old bald donkey behind me is what you'll end up with later. No way. That old bald donkey was really subdued by these pill kings? Li Wujiao said in astonishment. He had fought with Master Burning Lamp and knew how terrifying the other party's physical defense was, so it was impossible to take down this person with just these pill kings. But now, the scene in front of him overturned Li Wujiao's perception. If even the other party was screwed up like this, would there be any room for him to resist? Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Red Shiba's expression gradually became grave. He didn't want to be hung up and splattered with manure. This was simply killing people. Yi Junlin said with interest. I would like to see. Who gave you such great courage? The ability of the Burning Lamp Master. He had also seen it. According to reason, was able to walk horizontally in the Pill King Valley, and now that he was miserably suppressed, there must be a more powerful existence behind this. This statement was made. All the Pill clans were furious. This human race was too arrogant. Cultivators present as a mount. The inner mixed feelings, originally thought that after throwing dung balls toward the Burning Lamp Master, can be spared. I did not think that it is still inevitable humiliation. Have no choice but to obediently submit. After all, we've all suffered. So it's somewhat comforting to look back on it in hindsight. As for Yi Junlin, they all couldn't help but sigh secretly, feeling that this silver-haired youth who dared to try to resist, I'm afraid that his end would be even worse than Master Burning Lamp. In this Pill King Valley, the human race was the bottom of the heap. Can't change that. Bear with it and the wind will calm down. Anyway, when they waited until after they were teleported out, they would be able to hold their chests out again. So why bother in trying to fight back, angering this group of medicine race beings, and being subjected to even more perverted humiliation? As for the experience, the crowd will take heart and bury it forever in the deepest recesses of their memories. After all, it's just too much to look back on. At this point, Master Burning Lamp, who was hanging from the bamboo, felt that his face had been disgraced, and his mouth was filled with a bitter taste, before all kinds of revenge and hatred, ambition, all thrown to the back of his mind. He is now thinking of hurrying to leave this hell of a place. This life will not step into this place. Upon seeing Yi Junlin confronting the Pill Clan, Master Burning Lamp revealed a cold smile. Kid, enjoy your time as a human being now. When you are tortured by them later, you will regret why you were so naive. The losses he had suffered, the humiliation he had endured, long for Yi Junlin to bear it 100 times 1,000 times over, because it's the only way he can feel good. As for this group of fellows, when we get out, old lineage will also have to transcend them all. Master Burning Lamp looked at the kneeling crowd at the bottom, and a fierce killing intent flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He was a great power at the peak of the transitional succession, an ancient existence that had traversed the eastern domain for a long number of years, and today he was actually being crazily slammed with dung balls by this group of juniors. How absurd is this, may I ask? It's absolutely impossible to swallow. As a Buddhist monk, he had to do his best to send all of this group of fated people to the western paradise of ultimate bliss. Human, I know you're the strongest here, but don't think you can do whatever you want here. In this Pill King Valley, we, the Pill Clan, are the masters, and you guys, you're only worthy of becoming playthings, Akatsuki Chi said excitedly. Fellow countrymen, please welcome our Great Mushroom King to the stage. The Great Mushroom King, the Great Mushroom King, the Great Mushroom King. All of the medicine clan let out a shout, and their emotions were very fervent. Demon King? There's actually such an evil and dangerous existence here? Fandijin was startled and exclaimed. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were full of suspicion. His eyebrows jumped. Even he didn't dare to call himself a great demon king in his heyday. What exactly was the other party? Hearing such a domineering title, Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows, knowing that the visitor must be a person of high cultivation. But it doesn't matter, because he's strong when he meets strong. I'd really like to see what kind of person the great demon king you guys are talking about is. In the midst of 1,000 calls, That demon still hasn't shown up. Breathless, Akatsuki-chi jumped over again and pushed out the black mushroom, who was hiding in the group, as hard as he could. King of the great mushrooms, this is the strongest bad guy, and you're the only one who can defeat him at the moment. Looking at this 1 meter tall, oversized black mushroom, Yi Junlin and the rest of them froze in place, their minds filled with question marks. Hopefully, they're the ones who misunderstood. The great mushroom king was still very uncomfortable with the feeling of being in the limelight, but there was no way around it. The situation demanded it. It really hated being in the limelight, and when it was done with this kind of thing, it was going to immediately return to its own lair and sleep quietly for millions of years to make up for the trauma of the mind brought about this time. You are the strongest being in Medicine King Valley? Yi Junlin sked. This was just a big, black mushroom. The great mushroom king gathered his courage. No, that's right. Red Thousand Leaves looked like he recognized something. His eyes exploded with essence. This is actually an immortal chaos mushroom. Wang Suehua, what did you just say about mushrooms? Yi Junlin was curious. Red Thousand Leaves resisted the urge to hit someone and said in a deep voice, "This is called the immortal chaos mushroom, and those who consume it can enhance their strength and longevity. The wonders are endless. It is an ancient medicine that is rumored to be the closest to an immortal medicine." Just close to an immortal medicine? Doesn't that mean? Fan Dijing's heart thumped, and there was no greed in his eyes, only deep fear. It was an extremely high-quality king of great medicine. According to the strength division of this Pill King Valley, it was the cultivation level of Jindan perfection. It's over. It's over. Boom! Terrifying waves of air erupted violently, shaking the surrounding woods. Everyone be careful. Li Wujiao's scalp was numb. The energy fluctuation released by the other party was something that the current him could not even fight against. It's not even in the same order of magnitude. No wonder Master Burning Lamp was easily suppressed. The great Mushroom King was furious. You are so bad. You all think of eating me. Why are you all bothering me? Why? Swish. The great Mushroom King's figure disappeared into place. Shasta. An aura as majestic as a mountain crushed in. Ah! The crowd was struck by lightning and staggered back. Red Thousand Leaf's face was unsightly, sensing that the gap was simply too great. At that moment, he saw a black-robed figure in front of him, still standing as steady as a mountain. In the next second, the pupils of this Demon Sect master's eyes contracted, his expression filled with disbelief. Ding! It is detected that the host has encountered the attack of an enemy in the Jindan realm of perfection, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering the strong, gaining the cultivation of the early Yuaning realm. The system beep sounded. The cultivation aura on Yi Junlin's body exploded from the 9th level of Qi practicing to the early Yuaning stage. At this time, he had a head of long silver-white hair fluttering about, his eyes blossoming with a cold aura like electricity, his body haunted with a terrifying might like a dragon scroll, and his clear and crisp voice echoed in the sky above the Pill King Valley, shattering the clouds. Good timing. Chapter 94, Not Even Mushrooms? Boom! An impact like a meteorite impact was shaken back by Yi Junlin's hard backhand. Click, click, click. Trees snapped and rose, crumbling rocks 100 meters away, covered in spiderweb-like craters with mushroom-shaped objects deeply embedded in them. The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop. Great Mushroom King! The Pill Kings exclaimed, unable to believe the sight before them. As the strongest existence of the Pill King Valley, he was actually slapped away by a human? Uncle Fan. Yunakia's cultivation level. This has been raised from Jindan to Yuaning again. And Miao Yi murmured. Fan Dezhang said enviously, what a powerful means. Actually being able to ignore Pill King Valley's suppression. What kind of unique secret method is this? Red Thousand Leaves was even more shocked inwardly, with a strong look of disbelief in his eyes. This doesn't make sense. How did he do it? From the very beginning until now, Hong Qianye gradually figured out the structure of the Medicine King Valley. The reason why this place was so powerful for the Medicine Clan, where even the qualities were divided according to cultivation, as well as the human race being forcibly suppressed in their realm, were actually all rules made by the medicine dignitary. The rules here are means that are unique to immortals. As long as one enters this range, they will be affected by the rule. Unless there is an existence that compares to or surpasses the spellcaster, they can manage to ignore or even break this rule. And Red Chiba was well aware of the terrifying nature of this particular power, as it was something that only immortals could master. Like what cross-level challenges? There would exist a Mahayana who could defeat a transitional realm, but there was absolutely no transitional realm that could defeat a true immortal, because as long as it was within the scope of the rules set by the immortals, any more transition realms would be like fish and meat on a chopping board, to be slaughtered wantonly. This is the difference between immortal and mortal. Those who don't become immortals are all ants. And nowadays, the Medicine King Valley was just enveloped by the immortals' rules, and everything in here had to develop according to his wishes. Any how deep you have outside the cultivation, is the merging realm or the Mahayana realm, or is away from becoming immortal, just one step away from the perfect transition. As long as it comes to the Pill King Valley, is the dragon is a tiger have to lie down, all down to practice Chi 9 layer of the cultivator. As a result, right now, there was actually someone who was able to break this rule and forcefully raise their cultivation level? How did this happen? Did Red Thousand Leaves thought of something? Cold sweat overflowed from his forehead as he stared at the slender figure, then subconsciously shook his head in denial. No, it's impossible. He can't be that kind of being. If that was the case, it would be horrible. Was there any chance one could get out of the clutches? Wang Suehua, are you alright? Li Wujia asked tentatively. Red Shiba was in a state of distraction, and with a black face, he said in a rude manner, "Get lost." Knight Wujiao froze and resentfully stopped talking. At this moment, Master Burning Lamp, who was hanging on the bamboo, was expecting to see Junlin being strongly suppressed, but he did not expect the scene that happened behind him, which scared him so much that his eyes almost glared out, and his mouth directly opened into an O shape. Ba, what the hell is going on here? Due to the fact that he had previously received a punch from Yi Junlin, it made Master Burning Lamp's heart as clear as a mirror, feeling that with Yi Junlin's strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat the Great Mushroom King in his state of anger. After all, the Great Mushroom King's Jindan perfection cultivation, as well as having invisible added strength, was enough to beat down all Yuaning and heavily damaged transformation spirit cultivators. In that context, it's only natural to not be able to beat it, right? However, Master Burning Lamp did not expect Yi Junlin to whip away the Great Mushroom King with a single slap. It almost didn't scare him half to death. Strange, why didn't he use this kind of power when the old man was against him before? Master Burning Lamp was puzzled. With this slap, if he were to fling himself, he would 100% be teleported out of the Medicine King Valley. Wait, could it be that he's intentionally letting the old man stay on and letting this group of medicine clans catch and humiliate him? The more the Burning Lamp Master pondered, the more likely he felt it was. Raising his head to look at the black-robed figure once again, his eyes showing a deep color of resentment, gritting his teeth in hatred. Damn it, it's all because of you. This account you must repay. Inside the shattered pit, the Great Mushroom King was dazed, only coming back to his senses at the shouts of his companions. Am I being knocked off my feet? The Great Mushroom King was shocked. It clearly sensed that Yi Junlin had exploded his Yuaning's cultivation in that instant, breaking through the restriction of the Pill King Valley. It shouldn't be. Back then it was Pillfather himself who laid down the means, and even swore to me that no one below true immortal could break it. What's going on now? Could it be that too much time has passed and it has failed? On the opposite side, Yi Junlin's cultivation level once again fell to the 9th level of Qi practicing, as if the outburst just now was all a bluff. But to outsiders, this silver-haired youth was unfathomable. Big Mushroom, do you have any other skills? If not, I'm going to take you down and make mushroom soup. Yi Junlin's smile played with flavor. He intentionally used a provocative method to provoke the other party to take the initiative to attack. Only then could he trigger the system's mechanism. Boom! The Great Mushroom King staged a surge and flew out. The surrounding air currents were surging, then quickly disorganized, and the violet energy magnetic field caused the stones on the ground to rise, then thump 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 and burst into pieces. You could tell it was very angry. You villain! I won't let you get away with this. On each side of the Great Mushroom King, there were large turquoise hands coalesced by vines, shattering the void when they punched, with a force that could turn a river. Ding! It is detected that the host has encountered the attack of an enemy in the Jindan realm of perfection, and now triggers the passive effect of encountering the strong, gaining the cultivation of the early Yuaning realm. The system beep sounded in his head. The aura on Yi Junlin's body once again climbed from practicing Qi to Yuaning. Facing the fists like a raging wind and rain, he raised his hand and clenched his fist without panicking, meeting the attack with ease. Boom boom boom. The sound of fists clashing against each other was incredibly dense, and the flattened air rippled vastly. The more the Great Mushroom King fought, the more he was shocked that the other party could really ignore the rule, suppression and raise his cultivation to the Yuaning realm. Jabla! The fist it had condensed was torn apart by a terrifying force, and the Great Mushroom King, chilled all over his body, offered up a wooden shield with flickering runes in a vain attempt to block the other party's imposing attack. Yi Junlin had the indestructible hegemony technique protecting his body. His physical strength was extremely strong, and he even directly smashed the wooden shield. And then he threw out another slap fiercely, slapping the Great Mushroom King into the mud. Boom! Large clouds of smoke rose to the sky. Within the shattered crater, the Great Mushroom King felt the gap in strength and simply doubted the mushroom life. At the same time, It felt that Pillfather was very unreliable, making rules that were actually broken by a human cultivator. The Great Mushroom King has lost. Our Medicine King Valley is going to be finished. Panic erupted in the Pill Clan, and the scene was a mess. The Red Goblin King was scared. Run away. It had truly never thought that even the Great Mushroom King would lose in the hands of the other party. The crowd almost thought they were hallucinating. That silver-haired youth really did it? The Great Mushroom King felt very sad and felt that his life was coming to an end. At this time, it looks back on a long and boring life with ups and downs. From the fear of death, and then gradually to calmness. There's no point in living anyway. So just die. In my next life, I don't want to be a mushroom. I want to be human. At this point, Junlin was a bit puzzled. Why didn't this thing jump out yet? Suddenly, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the disciple acceptance quest, successfully accepting the immortal chaos mushroom as his disciple, and gaining access to the supreme divine ability. One breath transforms 3 purities. One breath transforms 3 purities. You can split into 2 doppelgangers and have the same cultivation and strength as your main body. Junlin froze. Unico, are you serious? Not even mushrooms. But the thing is, the great divine power rewarded this time is very tempting. If he could master the 1 chi transformation 3 Chang and manifest 2 doppelgangers, plus himself would be 3 people, this combat power would directly explode. Between the turns of the thoughts, Junlin swept to the top of the pit, looking at the Great Mushroom King in a state of grief underneath. He pretended to cough dryly a few times. Want to live? I can give you a chance. In his opinion, this mushroom was so afraid of death that when it heard this, it would definitely agree immediately. Big Mushroom King, I refuse. Junlin. Chapter 95, Pill Dignity Secrets. Why? Junlin was dumbfounded. He hadn't even said what the request was, and the other party just rejected it? You really don't want to live? Yeah, I don't want to. No, you want to. I really don't want to. Are you sure? Okay. Junlin was speechless. Was the reward going to slip away this time? But this is the one breath that transforms the 3 purities. Such a handsome and practical move. He didn't want to miss it just like that. Junlin moved his little mind. His face changed into a kind smile, which was like a spring breeze, revealing 8 snow-white teeth, and said in a cordial manner, then can you do me a favor before you die? What? Promise to be my apprentice. Big Mushroom? It has never seen such a brazen and shameless person in all its life. In this world, how could anyone be asked to be a disciple before they died? The request itself was outrageous. Not to mention it's just a mushroom. Wow. Brother Mushroom, do me a favor and fulfill me before you die. Don't worry. If you are striking out at me later, I will definitely use all my strength and beat you until you burst out of your juice, making sure that you die without pain and go very peacefully. Junlin had a gracious smile on his face, but the words he uttered were ferocious. The Great Mushroom King found it unbelievable. Listen, is this human language? This is right? Sorry, I'm not interested. The Great Mushroom King was annoyed and turned his back, directly refusing to communicate with Junlin. Kill or be killed, as you wish. Seeing the situation, the corners of Junlin's eyes were twitching. The smile on his face gradually transformed into a grimace, like a demon emitting a jia laughter. Fine. In that case, I'll just throw you into a pot and cook it into a mushroom soup or kill a few more chickens to make a small chicken stew with mushrooms. Don't worry, I'll eat you dry and not waste any of it. Saying that, he pulled out a big black pot from nowhere, tapped it vigorously with a spoon, and laughed fiercely. Come up here and squat here honestly. Don't you want to die? I'll fulfill you. The Great Mushroom King shivered as he listened, his voice breaking. Give a chance. You don't want to die? No. I still want to salvage it. Yes, that's if you're my disciple first. Good. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting his disciple, rewarding him with a supreme aptitude. 1 breath transforms 3 purities. Ding. The disciple's qualifications have been detected, hereby rewarding the cultivation of a supreme technique, the Green Emperor's everlasting technique. Junlin rejoiced inwardly, finally getting what he wanted. Then, he looked at the Big Mushroom King hiding in the corner, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like looking at a dish. Ding! Warm reminder, the host cannot do unloading things, or this system will withdraw the avatar. Oh, as if the system cutie could see through Junlin's crooked mind. He purposely reminded. Junlin's smile quickly tightened as he righteously said, Tuzi, with my noble character, do you think I would do such a thing? You need to be ashamed of yourself for your unwarranted questioning just now. System. Next, Junlin looked at the pitiful Great Mushroom King at the bottom and said in a good-natured manner, come up here. From now on you will be my disciple and you will address me as master. The Great Mushroom King said weakly, you You really won't eat me? Seeing this temperamental human, the Great Mushroom King always felt that there were oddities revealed everywhere. Yi Junlin had a stern face. Since you are my disciple, I will cover you, only to see him put his fingers together, pointing out a green starburst that disappeared into the Great Mushroom King's head. This is the gong method bestowed upon you by your master. Watch and practice. Boom! The Great Mushroom King's head almost exploded. The Green Emperor's eternal life technique, a technique that contains supreme mysteries, unfolded like a scroll at its sea of consciousness, and for a moment, the Great Mushroom King's body trembled like a sieve, and its mental fluctuations were incomparably strong. It was thrilled. What a marvelous feat it was. It's well known. The medicine race was weak by nature and not good at fighting, with the advantage of having a longer lifespan than the human race. However, if the shortcomings could be remedied, this would be a heavenly good for the Pill Clan beings. And this Green Emperor's longevity decree was the one that could make up for the Medicine Clan's general lack of battle power, as well as their slow cultivation. As an extreme Great Pill King, an immortal chaos mushroom with extremely high potential, possessing this technique would completely realize the metamorphosis, which was just like a fish leaping through the Dragon Gate, soaring into the sky for 10,000 miles. Now, the Great Mushroom King was truly convinced of Yi Junlin's bull ******, and heartily said, Master, please accept my disciple's obeisance. It jumped up from within the pit in the ground and bowed respectfully before Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin nodded with his hands behind his back. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd, was like being struck by a shock of lightning, and each one of them was like being petrified. What's going on here? Fighting, and this guy suddenly takes on a disciple? And, it's a mushroom. What kind of weird fetish is this? Li Wujiu was first stunned, then deeply impressed. See, this is the pattern of the master. We can never understand it. Ha! Hearing this, Red Chiba rolled her eyes. Inwardly, he murmured, this asshole, is he obsessed with taking on disciples? Battles between cultivators have always been to the death. However, there had never been a situation where people were taken as disciples while fighting. Ah, could it be that this guy is trying to cultivate it into a legendary immortal medicine, and wait until the time is ripe to swallow and refine it? Red Thousand Leaves exerted his devilish thinking and couldn't help but speculate. It was entirely possible. He thought, after all, this guy is usually inappropriate. The main thing is, according to the growth potential of the immortal chaos mushroom, there was a real possibility that it could metamorphose into an immortal medicine. With the value of the immortal pill, even immortals would have to fight and brawl. Hooray! Mouse has a little senior brother again. Bai Xiaoshi danced happily as this was one more person calling her by senior sister. Master Burning Lamp, who was hanging from the bamboo, had a skeptical look on his face. This world, it had evolved to the point where he couldn't see it anymore. So you've become the biggest victim from beginning to end? At this point, Yi Junlin carefully sized up the Great Mushroom King and said seriously, since you are worshipping the master, you need to have a proper name. This name of yours is easy to misunderstand. Master, as you wish, said the Great Mushroom King with some anticipation. Shaped like a black mushroom, and with the fate of the Qing Emperor, the growth potential is extremely high. Summarizing the above, let's call you Little Black, Yi Junlin said in a serious manner. The Great Mushroom King was speechless. It wanted to refuse, but did not dare to, and thought about it. In fact, Xiao Hei is also quite good, low profile and unpretentious. By the way, let me ask you, why did the Pill King Valley's master, the Pill Father, set up all sorts of means to suppress human cultivators back then, and instead sheltered your Pill Clan? Yi Junlin remembered something and asked seriously, with regards to that Pill Father from the ancient times, he really couldn't figure out why he wanted to screw the later one so much. Obviously generous to open the Pill King Valley, let the human cultivators come in to pick. The result is also to make all kinds of names, so that the medicine tribe here rode on the head of the human tribe to make a fuss. This is simply pit people without negotiation. It's a shame that so many years have passed and the people out there who were kept in the dark still respect him so much. Don't know at all. This damn place is the human race's Shura. No matter how powerful you were before, as long as you step into this place, you have to obediently be a grandson. Having full generations of human cultivators, it was simply the biggest scam in the eastern region. Face the query. The Great Mushroom King didn't even think about it and blurted out, because the Pill Father, its old man, is himself a member of our Pill Clan. What? Yi Junlin froze. It wasn't just him, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 96. What does it mean to be inspirational? This is, the Great Pill Father of the ancient era's true identity was actually the Pill Clan. That is to say, its original body was an ancient medicine that relied on its own cultivation to break through into immortality. That's awesome. The odds are slimmer than the human race. What is the Pill Father's original body? Yi Junlin asked. It's the unicorn medicine, the great mushroom king added. At that time, it was already at the immortal medicine level, and it was a very rare kind. Kirin medicine. Red Thousand Leaf's pupils contracted, and his heart was greatly shaken. Rumor has it that it is an immortal medicine that captures the creation of heaven and earth, and looks like the ancient divine beast Chilin. Whoever refines it and swallows it, even a dying person can instantly get a new life, obtain many rare magic methods, and from then on the battle strength is unparalleled, and the path of immortality is open. Yi Junlin said in an unkind tone, let the Pill King Valley open every 100,000 years. Attracted how many later rush, earn enough reputation at the same time, but also fooled the big guys. Will play, really will play. The faces of the people were sad and angry, for they were the victims. Noticing that the atmosphere wasn't quite right, the great Mushroom King shrunk his head and weakly defended. The Pillfather was actually forced to do so. Back then, many forces wanted to get their hands on the Pill King Valley, and were eyeing the Pill King Valley's resources, while the Pillfather was eager to go to the immortal realm, and in order to be on the safe side, he made concessions on the surface, and outwardly declared that the Pill King Valley would be opened once every 100,000 years, but behind the scenes, secretly, they have moved to not only suppress the realms of outsiders and enhance the power of the Pill race beings, but also set rules to divide the cultivation level of the Pill race according to quality. For example, if my quality is an extreme great Pill King, I am a Jindan perfection cultivation, and there is no breakthrough beyond that. In this boring and monotonous environment, what many of my companions look forward to the most is the opening of the Medicine King Valley, because it means that there will be a lot of human races pouring in to add fun to their boredom. Words. Many of the cultivators present were in pain, chagrined as to why they had to get into this mess. Isn't this pure and simple abuse-seeking? So it is. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered, unable to judge this behavior. After all, the Medicine Clan had always been weak, and the Pillfather was only trying to protect his own people. The reason why he opened the Pill King Valley was that he was forced to make a compromise, but behind the scenes, it didn't prevent it from intentionally digging a pit, with its own cautionary tactics. As for dividing the realm according to the quality of the ancient medicine, it should be to ensure the stability of the internal structure. It can be very well thought out. Harem. Thanks to me, I always thought that Pill Dignity was a human sage from the eastern region. After all, it was rumored that Pill Dignity was kind and charitable, hanging on to the world, helping many cultivators during the ancient times, and had an excellent reputation. So together, this is all a lie. Li Wujiao laughed bitterly. The great Mushroom King said seriously, no, this is all true. The Pillfather did help some of the human race's great powers at that time. It's just that the situation wasn't what you think it was, but rather he was forced to use his own medicinal power to heal them, or else he would have been divided up into his own body, with no possibility of living again. For example, back then, a green-clothed sword immortal who claimed to be invincible, in order to save his dying Taoist couple, demanded a piece of unicorn horn from the Pillfather, who was forced to take the initiative to chop it off and give it to him. I remember there is a guy. The Taoist name is called Jin Guang Jusher, because of the cultivation of the Gongfu error, resulting in the body meridians have damage. Went to ask for the help of the Medicine Zune. The Medicine Zune was annoyed, cannot stand. Simply will be there own that night-soaked foot-washing water, loaded into the gourd for him to drink. Jin Guang Jusher drink. Instantly healed. At this point, the great Mushroom King spoke at length, telling many inside stories of that year. The crowd's faces were odd, and they inexplicably felt some sympathy for Pill Dignity. So that's the truth. What kind of charity? Hanging pots to help the world. Are later labeled. The real situation is that the Medicine Zune sandwich to survive, forced to use the body to pave the way for themselves. In a way, the Pillfather hadn't really done anything wrong. Moreover, the Medicine King Valley also had a unique protection mechanism, where any cultivator with a life-threatening condition would be immediately teleported out. So after so many years had passed, there had been no deaths in the Medicine King Valley, and the uninformed masses of monks who glorify it are merely wishful thinking. They weren't really qualified to complain about Pill Dignity. Uncle Fan, that golden light dweller is so stupid. He actually even makes mistakes in his cultivation, and he even ran off to drink Pill Honor's foot-washing water exclusively, and Miaoi laughed her ass off. Fan Dezheng was expressionless. Miss, that golden light dweller is the ancestor of your father's lineage, known as the golden light sheltering body. Invulnerable. It's just that it's in conflict with the star technique that you're cultivating, so your father didn't pass it on to you. And Miaoi's large teeth that were showing immediately retracted, only to feel her cheeks burning hot. She muttered inwardly, no wonder I thought this person sounded familiar just now. Listening to the great Mushroom King's description, Yi Junlin let out an exclamation. It's really inspirational. It is worthy of being a rare unicorn medicine in the world. The whole body is a treasure. In this situation, the top bigwigs from all sides were staring at it and would seek help whenever something happened, and Pill Dignity didn't have the qualifications to refuse. Over time, everyone acquiesced to its existence, as there was no guarantee that anyone would be able to fully possess it. The Pillfather then walked all the way in silence and eventually certified as an immortal. Boom! Just then, radiant light coalesced over the Pill King Valley, then transformed into a huge mottled vortex. The crowd felt an attraction. This was the impending closure of the Medicine King Valley. They were going to be teleported out. The next time it would be opened would be 100,000 years later. Ha ha, we can finally leave. The hell with this place. Whoever likes to come. Long live freedom. Cheers rose and fell. Many cultivators were elated, and some even shed tears of excitement. After all, any stronger cultivation was pressed down to the cheap practicing realm, and there was a whole bunch of precious pills riding on their heads to do their bidding. This kind of humiliation in terms of personality and dignity, just ask how many of them could endure it. It's a relief to be transported out now. Amit Ba Buddha. The old lineage is about to go on a killing spree. Master Burning Lamp, who was naked, dirty, and filled with the stench of feces, slowly folded his hands together, and a bitterly cold aura flashed in the bottom of his eyes, his chest filled with an uncontrollable rage. The more it burns, it's like it's going to burn all over your body. A great power at the peak of the ferrying realm was humiliated in such a way. Even though many of the cultivators present had backgrounds, at this moment, he was already overwhelmed by hatred, and wanted to hurry up to export his grievances, and use blood to wash away the shame he had suffered in the Pill King Valley. Swish, swish, swish. The densely packed silhouettes were tugged and their bodies involuntarily flew towards the mottled vortex. Laughter and cheers filled the air in all directions. Everyone, we should go, Knight Wuji shouted. With that, his body rose off the ground and rushed towards the vast vortex above his head. The red thousand leaves several people also flew off in droves. Yi Junlin stretched out his hand and tried to bring the great Mushroom King up, only for the large black mushroom to take 2 steps back. Little Black, don't you want to come with us? Yi Junlin froze. The great Mushroom King was caught in a dilemma and stammered. According to its original idea, it was to resolve this crisis and return to its original lair to stay there and continue to fall into an endless slumber. Unexpectedly, things took a major turn for the worse, and he was inexplicably accepted as a disciple, and was also transmitted supreme feats. If it continued to stay here, limited by the rules of the Medicine King Valley, its cultivation would not be able to rise, but it would be able to live a calm and peaceful life just like before. Is it really necessary to get out of your comfort zone? Seeing the great Mushroom King look like he was cowering, Yi Junlin just smiled. Master respects your choice. If there is a chance, Master will come back to see you again in 100,000 years. In all fairness, he had only been tempted by the rewards released by the system when he accepted the great Mushroom King as his disciple. And as for this cheap disciple's subsequent failure to follow him, Yi Junlin felt that he had nothing to lose. See you later. Swish. Yi Junlin's figure rose off the ground and flew towards the mottled vortex. The great Mushroom King stared blankly, a sudden empty feeling in his heart. Chapter 97, The Imposter 4 reappear. At this moment, there was a voice in the back of his mind vaguely urging the great Mushroom King to follow that silver-haired young man out of the Pill King Valley, or else he would regret it for the rest of his life. However, the thought of stepping out of this place and facing more unknown and unfamiliar landscapes made the heart of the great Mushroom King both apprehensive and terrified. It is very disturbing as it goes from side to side. Just a few seconds, the great Mushroom King looked back on its long and boring life, and then finally thought of its old friend who had long ago ascended to the immortal realm. Its heart suddenly exploded with courage, breaking through the layers of shackles, with an indescribable strength in its body. The world is so big. I want to see it. With a loud boom, the great Mushroom King shot off like a cannonball, charging straight at Yi Junlin in the sky above. Master, take me. Yi Junlin was very surprised. This mushroom actually figured it out? Okay, then from now on, Master will take you flying. He reached out his hand and carried the great Mushroom King, accelerating with all his might straight into the vortex. All over the Pill King Valley, the little things were looking up and seeing that this group of human cultivators were about to all leave. They all became giddy. Essence King, look, why did the great Mushroom King leave with him? The companion beside him exclaimed. Their jaws combined as they watched the great Mushroom King take the initiative to charge up into the sky and fall into the clutches of that one human cultivator. Red Jingji was also confused. Yeah, why is that? Soon, the colorful vortex quickly shrunk, then completely disappeared into the sky. Swish! Outside of the Pill King Valley, Many cultivators were teleported out one after another, feeling that their realms were restored as before. Their faces were instantly filled with excitement as they looked at the blue sky and white clouds above their heads and greedily breathed in the fresh air. It's so freeing and full of sweet smells. Look, they're coming out. Looking at this group of people, they must have reaped a full harvest in Pill King Valley. Too envious, but I hate that I didn't have the time to go in. Hey, no more chances in this life. The original batch of cultivators who didn't have the time to go in and waited outside. When they saw the people inside come out, each one of them looked up to the sky and even shed tears. Inwardly they were all kinds of envious and jealous. It doesn't take much guessing to know that it's definitely a big deal in there. This fellow Dioist, can you reveal whether or not this Pill King Valley is really full of cultivation resources as rumored? Among them, a middle-aged man came forward to arch his hand and politely inquire, and many people behind him also perked up their ears, full of curiosity. The cultivator who was asked was first stunned and said through clenched teeth, "There are precious medicines all over the place inside, and there are quite a few Pill Kings. It's simply a boon for my generation. All I can say is that it's the biggest regret of your life that you didn't go in there. Treasure medicine everywhere, and quite a few medicine kings." Upon hearing this, many people pounded their chests and felt pain, which was indeed the biggest regret in their lives. AI, if we want to blame it, we should blame it on the fact that we don't have this life and can't enjoy this kind of blessing. That middle-aged man stifled his wrists, like he had lost several $100 million of extremely high-quality spirit crystals. Ah yes, 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 you are not blessed. We have. Ha ha ha. As if stimulated, the cultivator threw back his head and let out a loud laugh, laughing and whimpering. A scene so out of character that it left many people dumbfounded. At once, there was even more envy within. Look at people. They're all excited and crying like this. Just how great of a benefit should there be inside this Medicine King Valley? As for other informed victims, no matter how much they were pressed by others, they kept their mouths tightly shut and refused to disclose a single bit of information. This move also caused good people to speculate and have a stronger yearning for the Medicine King Valley. Among them, Master Burning Lamp, who had been teleported out, immediately used his spells to remove the filth from his body and coalesced a brand new robe, seemingly resuming his appearance as a virtuous monk before he moved. But the difference was that there was a tyrannical killing intent lurking at the bottom of his eyes, and the anger in his chest was about to erupt like a volcano. "Master, how was the harvest this time?" The few hanging temple elders who had met them outside hurriedly ran in and curiously said, "Then there's no need to ask?" With Master Burning Lamp leading the way, "Our hanging temple is sure to reap a full harvest," one person said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Master Burning Lamp's forehead veins popped out, and the bottom of his cloudy eyes were covered with scarlet blood filaments as he said in a chilling voice, "Are you mocking my old lineage?" Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the other party, that monk was scared to death and lowered his head in a cold sweat, not realizing that there was an offense in that statement. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Any guy who enters the Pill King Valley, stand still for labor." The crowd frowned and looked away. The one who shouted was a middle-aged man with a head wearing a bucket hat and a stout figure, with a fierce and arrogant eye. A few others, the woman wearing a bright red dress, her chest rippling, her pretty face thickly made up and charming, as well as a short figure wearing a drapery hat on his head, unable to see his face, and in the very center was the old man wearing an embroidered gold and black robe, with white hair, his hands behind his back, and his face was ancient and unruffled. Seeing this familiar foursome, there were quite a few cultivators who had been looted of their money and were subconsciously scared, trembling. "It's the white-haired old devil in them. No way. Is this another robbery? God, what a shame. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't you want to get killed by shouting so loud?" There was a lot of talk. Many onlookers had the sense to stay away and hide far away, drawing a line with the group of people who had entered the Pill King Valley. "My master said that anyone who dares to resist is working against him. There will be consequences." The man in the bucket hat carried a big knife and was full of banditry, arrogantly letting out harsh words. The white-haired old man's face was expressionless, pretending to be inscrutable, but in actuality, he was very excited in his heart. He was prepared to do a big job before calling it a day, and that was to ransack all the cultivators that came out of the Pill King Valley. After all, the Pill King Valley was a supreme treasure land, and those who went in definitely reaped a great harvest. Robbing this group of people was definitely a solid profit. Looking at the frightened and trembling crowd in front of him, the corners of the white-haired old man's mouth lifted up in a subtle arc. This feeling of being a fox and a tiger is a great feeling. Yi Junlin's name was just as good. In the meantime, cultivators who had entered the Pill King Valley almost all collapsed their batch faces. This was too much bad luck, right? How can they have herbs in their hands when they're being suppressed? Now, how should I turn into the white-haired old devil? Damn it, it's these people again. and Miaoi was so angry that she clenched her pink fists, her almond eyes glaring roundly. Fan Dezheng's eyes were shining, and the answer in his heart was calling out, but he didn't venture out, instead secretly glancing at the other four. See this scene? Yi Junlin laughed back in anger. Good, now you've caught me in the act. His eyes, dead set on that white-haired old man. Pinch of numbness. How dare you impersonate me? As handsome and suave as I am, you can't even imitate a billionth part of my demeanor. The pupils of Red Thousand Leaves' eyes burned with rage. His fists pinched and crackled as he said in a chilling voice, "Damn it, actually found a female to impersonate this seat?" Especially seeing the other party's chest waves. This Demon Sect master had a feeling of his personality being humiliated right to the depths of his soul. Holy, that kid is even crazier than me? Li Wujiu was first stunned. Then he hated his teeth. His right hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. He's a fearsome sword demon, and he's ended up being played like a bandit by this traitor. The Great Mushroom King shrank its head, looking at the unfamiliar environment outside, as well as the sight of a sea of people. Its social phobia was back, and the courage it had managed to muster up was gone. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoshi beside her stretched out her tender little hand and gently patted the mushroom head of the Great Mushroom King, softly comforting, "Senior brother, don't be afraid." The Great Mushroom King's body trembled. In fact, it was very resistant to someone patting its head, but this innocent girl in front of it inexplicably gave it a kindred spirit. "Please, may I ask what I should call you?" "Masa's name is Shira. So it's Senior Sister Bai. Nice to meet you." "Geez, you don't have to be so polite." Hearing the new junior brother call it Senior Sister, Bai Xiaoshi happily spun around in place. "Senior Sister Bai, what is the situation now? Why are those people dressed in a way that looks similar to you guys?" The Great Mushroom King asked curiously. Bai Xiaoshi naively said, "Oh, those people are impersonating us and are now preparing to blackmail and rob us." The Great Mushroom King was stunned. "Still, you people know how to have fun." However, right at this moment, a majestic and terrifying might rose up to the sky. The pressure of the peak of the transitional succession realm instantly spread like a wave. Countless cultivators felt chills all over their bodies. Their scalps almost exploded, and their bodies could hardly move anymore. Golden Buddhist light shone brightly as an old white-browed monk walked towards the sky with lotus flower steps, his thunderous and lightning-like eyes sweeping in, enveloping those four figures. The old voice echoed in all directions, containing an undisguised killing intent. "Several monks, are you sure you want to do this?" Master Burning Lamp was on the verge of a violent rage, and at this moment, when he saw someone bumping into him, he immediately couldn't help but explode. Boom! The white-haired old man four's heads were about to explode, covered in cold sweat, their eyes wide with disbelief. How dare you? How dare anyone resist this time? Chapter 98 Yi Junlin will take full responsibility. What do we do? He doesn't seem to be afraid of us? The aura of the transition realm. This is a void immortal. What's the point of panicking? I've heard that Yi Junlin once killed a void immortal of the Feathered Sect, and is known for his ferocity. So as long as I hold my aura steady, I'll be able to bluff this old bald ass. A few people were passing the word in the dark. As the core figure of this combination, the white-haired old man forced himself to hold back his inner panic, hardened his skin and sneered a few times, and said with a proud face, "Apprentice, there's nothing for you to do here. Back off." "Yes, master." The man in the bucket hat was as if he had been pardoned, and he hid behind it in fear and trembling. "This fellow Daoist, do you know who I am? What I want to do? There really aren't many people in the entire eastern region who can stop me." The white-haired old man's eyes were as cold as winter, and his tone was full of warning. Master Burning Lamp raised his eyebrows. In his eyes, the other three people in the realm of low, but only this white-haired old man cultivation cannot see through, like a layer of mist as mysterious. And in the look of this situation, could it be that there is really a big head? Grandmaster, he is the god of kill. Yi Junlin. Previously, he overthrew the Feathered Sect's million-strong army, and in that battle, our Hanging Temple also lost quite a few elders and disciples. A fellow disciple nervously said. Burning Lamp Master's eyes exploded with essence. A while ago when he was out of the gate, he did hear about this. I didn't expect to meet this person at this time. It was said that even the newest giant Yang Void Immortal of the Feathered Sect was killed by the other party with his bare hands at the Shui family banquet. But cultivation was unfathomable and extremely strong. The white-haired old man's heart stuttered. This old bald donkey is actually a senior monk of the Hanging Temple. We must know that in the original battle of the Desolate State, the Hanging Temple also suffered a loss in the hands of Yi Junlin. What's the point of having a fight when enemies meet? This is a real kick in the ass. It's still a barbed wire. Who would have thought that Master Burning Lamp would reveal a hint of a smile? The terrifying aura released from his body gradually converged and his attitude became much kinder. Amitabha Buddha. It turns out that it's Sect Master Yi. I have heard about you for a long time. The white-haired old man froze, and his heart burst into ecstasy. It seemed that Yi Junlin's name was still good. Even this high monk of the Hanging Temple had to give face. The cultivators present looked at each other, and deep shock could be seen in each other's eyes. This Yi Junlin, was he already powerful to this extent? Even Master Burning Lamp had to treat him with courtesy, showing signs of currying favor. It's clearly an enemy. Master, this old bald donkey really sells your face? Li Wujiao secretly transmitted his voice. He was also surprised by the change in Master Burning Lamp's attitude. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was thinking of some kind of possibility, and he sneered, "Don't be fooled. This old bald donkey is holding back a bellyful of bad water. Have a good look." If there was no mistake, this person was going to use these few impostors for his own unseemly purposes. Ahem, this fellow Daoist, you also came out of the Pill King Valley? When the white-haired old man saw that Master Burning Lamp had lowered his stance, the fear in his heart decreased a lot, and he appeared even more cloudy. Exactly. It can be a really good place filled with true beauty on earth. Master Burning Lamp wore a smile inside. As the words were uttered, anger boiled within his chest. Upon hearing this, the white-haired old man secretly rejoiced. Being able to receive such a lofty appraisal from this senior monk meant that this Pill King Valley was indeed a supreme treasure. Then this group of people who came out from inside must have a lot of precious medicines in their hands, and it was estimated that even the Pill King had them. Between the turns of the thoughts, the white-haired old man made up his mind, and his tone revealed a toughness. Since this is the case, meeting is destiny. The next thing, please do not interfere. Otherwise, with that, he violently flung down his sleeve robe in a very domineering gesture. The other few companions were silenced, secretly saying that this fellow was truly a great artist, daring to stomp on a transitional succession realm powerhouse. Seeing this situation, instead of being angry, Master Burning Lamp was still smiling. I completely understand what Master Yi means, but this is not well thought out. It's better to let me help you. Swish, he strangled one hand and made a seal, and a large copper-colored bowl was instantly formed in the sky above his head, and then rapidly expanded at an unbelievable speed, as if he wanted to cover all of this heaven and earth. Soon, this large bowl was all natural and flawless, as if it was a cage covering all the cultivators. Not even a fly could fly out. The surface of the large bowl was also densely covered with light golden Sanskrit inscriptions, and the sound of chanting from the temple was faintly heard, full of peaceful and sacred atmosphere. Everyone was in the middle of it, each with an expression of astonishment. Inside their hearts, there was a vague sense of foreboding. Fellow Daoist, what are you? The white-haired old man's expression froze, and he couldn't help but drum in his heart. The other party's sudden move was completely out of his expectation. What's this for? At this moment, in the midst of countless shocked gazes, Master Burning Lamp showed compassion inside. Goodness, 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 meeting is destiny. I have decided to transcend all of you, so that you can travel to the pure land of ultimate bliss as soon as possible. Amitabha. This white-browed monk folded his hands together and mouthed the Buddha's name with equanimity. These words sent shivers down the spine of everyone in the room. Among them, one of the cultivators realized something and tremblingly raised his finger to go. I see. You bald donkey are clearly trying to take revenge on us. The other people who came out from the Pill King Valley were angry and anxious, knowing that Master Burning Lamp was trying to settle scores, and immediately shouted in an emotional manner. We were also forced to do something. Why are you blaming us? Isn't it just being thrown a dung ball? How dare you, a senior monk, be so narrow-minded? Master, let me go. I promise I won't tell. Aren't monks practicing compassion? You're discrediting the Hanging Temple. Reprimands, pleas for mercy, and angry shouts instantly filled the air in all directions. Master Burning Lamp broke his defense, his forehead veins protruding, his face roaring with violent anger. Shut up, you group of sins. I am a great power in the transition realm, but I was actually thrown a dung ball by you all? How can I swallow this breath? The old lineage just wants to transcend all of you, to make up for the crimes you committed before. The roar was infused with infinite mana, immediately overpowering the noisy clamor and shaking the ears and minds of many cultivators. The group was dumbfounded, looking at this terrifying old monk with a hideous face that looked as if he wanted to devour people, and for a while, they felt incomparably unfamiliar. Throwing balls? What's going on here? The onlookers who were originally kept in the dark, even the dumbest of them, knew that things were far from simple. But the problem was that they were just melon eaters, and now they were also enveloped by this large mantle. Together this was to exterminate them all. Many strong men had ugly faces and made tentative strikes at the large bowl, thumping it to no avail. Master Burning Lamp realized that he had lost his temper and quickly regained his composure as if he had changed his face, and said without any sorrow or joy, Don't waste your efforts. No one can go out without the permission of the old lineage. This senior. I am the imperial son of the great Yen dynasty. Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? A young man in brocade clothes took out his unique royal jade pendant and shouted angrily. I am a core elder of the Qianquan sect. If something happens here, the sect will definitely investigate deeply to the end. Another immortal old man holding a duster with a majestic face said. Humph. Even though we don't have as much cultivation as you do, if you insist on putting down your killings, the forces behind us will never let it go. And the Hanging Temple will surely have to pay a painful price at that time. A Mahayana realm powerhouse stood out, glaring angrily. That's right. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation and tried to force Master Burning Lamp to back off. The elders of the Hanging Temple were also frightened, thinking that white-browed old monk's idea was too crazy and would bring trouble to the Hanging Temple when the time came. Master Burning Light, how about it? A fellow disciple hardened his heart and tried to dissuade. As a result, Master Burning Lamp raised his hand, and a large golden hand swiftly appeared from the void. The man was firmly grasped, the bones of his entire body crackled, and a horrible squeezing sensation came over him, causing his face to rise into a pig's liver color, and he cried out in horror. Burning Lamp, have you gone crazy? Lao Di remembered that you had a part to play at that time. Master Burning Lamp's face was expressionless. The man secretly grumbled and begged for mercy. Burning Lamp, you and I are from the same sect. Why should we kill each other? Besides, I was forced to do so. Boo! In the next second, this Buddhist Zen cultivator of the harmonization realm was instantly clawed and exploded into a bloody mist, his soul destroyed. Hiss! The crowd viciously sucked in cool air. Their hearts were cold. This old bald donkey was ruthless enough to kill even the same door. So did they still have a way to live? Bah! Master Burning Lamp's face showed pity and great regret, but a flash of bloodthirsty light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. White-haired old man scalp numb. Originally intended to do the last vote. On the pot of gold, take the recently robbed resources. Concentrate on closed-door cultivation. Not a few hundred years absolutely not come out of the activity. Who knew that things would evolve to this point? Turning his head to look at a few others, he saw that they had long been scared out of their wits and were casting helpful glances at him. The white-haired old man sighed darkly. It's still up to me after all. Then, quickly adjusting his state, his face was as gloomy as rain, and he said in an unkind tone, This fellow Daoist, could it be that you want to get rid of even me? At once, the crowd's minds were alive. This white-haired old devil, but there is the name of the god of killing, backed by the suspected ancient immortal sect Xin Tian sect. Even the Feihua sect is not in the eyes. If the Burning Lamp Master is bent on doing so, these two people will certainly fight, and at that time, they will have the possibility of survival. Between the ups and downs of their thoughts, many cultivators changed their original stance and pinned their hopes on this white-haired old man. Even the victims who have been robbed have to see him as a savior. Master Burning Lamp wore a smile on his face. Fellow Yi, how could that be? I am a great respecter of your character, but I also have a favor to ask. I hope that fellow Yi will give it some thought. The white-haired old man grasped the point and said tentatively, What is it? Yi sure master figure wealth. Old line figure life. Afterward I hope you can be more generous in this matter. Old line appreciate it. Master Burning Lamp said in a meaningful tone. The white-haired old man froze. Good old bald donkey. The abacus is playing. This is to let me. Oh no. Is to let that Yi Junlin take the blame. The people's faces were ugly, and they said that it was really a good plan. If this matter spreads out, the Hanging Temple will be able to stay out of it, and according to that white-haired old devil's mentality, perhaps he really doesn't care about this point of fame. After all, his hands were already stained with blood before. Killing them this point of people is just a hair's breadth. Master Burning Lamp did not make a sound and quietly waited for the white-haired old man's reply. Through what he had just learned, this person was extremely greedy for possessions. The big deal was that he was gifted with more favors afterward, and as long as he was willing to take on the charge, then himself and the Hanging Temple would not be affected. Right at this moment, the white-haired old man stood with his hands on his back, tilting his head and letting out a loud, ha-ha laugh. Master Burning Lamp's heart sank slightly, thinking that the negotiation had failed. Just as he was about to open his mouth to add leverage, the other party's sentence directly exceeded his expectations. Fellow Daoist, go ahead and do as you please. I, Yi Junlin, am willing to take full responsibility externally afterward. Chapter 99, The Honored One makes his appearance. Boom! When these words came out, the entire room was instantly in an uproar. Burning Lamp Master froze. Did not expect this promise so painfully. Really, even the feathered sect dared to offend the ruthless. But that was fine. Just what he wanted. Master Burning Lamp's smile was amiable and his attitude was a few more points closer. Bah Buddha. I am here to thank you, Master Yi. Although the other party had once made a move to exterminate his fellow disciples and belonged to a hostile relationship with the Hanging Temple. But in this world, there were no eternal enemies. As long as they conformed to the interests of the relationship, they could all shake hands and make peace. Most of all, it was the rumors about this fellow that had simply gotten more and more evil before. Some said that he was an old monster that had lived for an unknown number of thousands of years, and there were even more outrageous ones that said that he was a suspected true immortal-level ancient powerhouse. Who would dare to tear his face off and fight with him under these circumstances? It is wisest to avoid head-to-head encounters as much as possible. White-haired old devil, you shall not die. Ye devil, you're 8 generations of ancestors. It's even if you robbed us before, but now you're colluding with this old bald donkey. Are you still a human being when you step on the horse? The crowd's accumulated grievances erupted, and a flood of invective rose in all directions. Uncle Fan, this Yi Junlin is simply heartless and improper. And Miaoyi was so angry that she stomped her feet. Miss, keep your voice down. Fan Dijum was startled, afraid of being heard by that one. In the face of the bottom of the noisy scolding, the white-haired old man's eyes like electricity, beard and hair are open like an angry old lion. The momentum of the stormy drink. All shut up. I, Yi Junlin, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to you? Seeing that the god of slaying was enraged, many cultivators turned white with fear. Seeing this scene, Master Burning Lamp became more and more convinced of this person's identity. This Yi Junlin. What a bully. It's a good idea to make friends. This fellow Daoist, please. The white-haired old man stretched out his hand, his posture high and lofty. The other 3 companions behind him were impressed with the acting skills and guts of this one. Talent. You're not really the god of murder, Yi Junlin, are you? Even the man in the bucket hat and the others were under the illusion as if this person in front of them was Yi Junlin's true self. Good, good, good. Good. Old lineage is going to start overcoming the dead. Master Burning Lamp clasped his hands together and silently recited the scriptures, releasing a piercing golden Buddha light all over his body. A huge lotus seal bloomed in the sky above, and many people began to feel uncomfortable. Panic overflowing? No. The scene was filled with a strong aura of despair. Master, as you instructed, I've recorded the entire process on the shadow retaining sphere, Li Wujiu said in a deep voice. Yi Junlin laughed coldly. It's not in vain that I waited until now. With this evidence in hand, this time, I definitely want to hammer the Hanging Temple to death. I'd like to see what this group of vultures full of compassion have to say. Boom! Yi Junlin's body transformed into a stream of light and swept away. His body erupted with a terrifying aura of the transitional realm. He raised his hand and pointed both fingers violently, and the lotus seal was shattered by a powerful force. Who? Master Burning Lamp was shocked and furious that there were actually other great powers of the transition realm on the scene. In mid-air, the black-robed youth stood with his arms folded, a head of long silver-white hair fluttering in the wind, sword brows and starry eyes, handsome and rich, just like a heavenly man's posture, causing the stars to be eclipsed. Shen Tian Sect, Yi Junlin. The clear and crisp voice resounded like iron, echoing continuously in the ears of the crowd. What? He said he's Yi Junlin? Hearing this, the cultivators present were dumbstruck. Wait, isn't he the one from Pill King Valley? What a powerful aura. And with this iconic white hair and this black robe, 80% it really is him. If he's Yi Junlin, that means the one just now was actually a fake? Swish, swish, swish. Countless angry gazes gathered on the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's eyes were so wide that they almost fell out, and his mouth was so wide open that he could stuff an egg. Immersing himself in role-playing for so long, only to have the honored one watch silently from the crowd. This is too much of a social death, isn't it? What to do? What to do now? The man in the bucket hat and the others were completely flustered, trembling in fear. They were just small shrimps in the cultivation world, previously waving the banner of Yi Junlin's disciple, foxes and tigers, and now that they had been dismantled, they were instantly knocked back to their original form. Mr. Yi, that's Yi Junlin? And Miaoyi's head almost exploded as she exclaimed in shock. Looking at that handsome face, the mind recalled the previous in the inn, said those words of anger. This asked the sex heavenly pride of the girl. Pretty face instantly swished like a big apple red. Inside the bashful panic cannot wait to find a crack to drill in. When I was at the Dragon Gate Inn, I felt that this person was by no means an idle person. And when I was at the Pill King Valley, this feeling became even stronger. Fanda's face showed awe as he sighed. Indeed, he is truly as rumored. A divine dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Not something that ants like me can reach. Uncle Fan, so you already knew. Why didn't you remind me? Causing me to make a fool of myself in front of Mr. Yi. And Miaoyi blushed and snapped. Van der Zing was helpless. Didn't I warn you? It's you, miss. Who's so big-headed that you didn't even pay attention to it, right? At this point, Master Burning Lamp was confused, looking at the white-haired old man who had a face of fear and was a thief. As long as one was not blind, one could see that this fellow was a fake. How dare he just make peace with this imposter for so long? Amit Ba Buddha, you really know how to play. Sure, Master. Master Burning Lamp's skin smiled and gritted his teeth in hatred, his eyes staring at the white-haired old man with a deadly stare. The latter didn't even dare to raise his head and look directly at him, his forehead overflowing with bean-sized beads of sweat. Master Burning Lamp shifted his gaze and rested on another figure. His eyes erupted with a chilling aura that cracked the sky as he coldly said, "You sinner! You went against me when I was in the Pill King Valley. I was thinking of killing you when I came out and then taking that immortal chaos mushroom away. But I didn't think that you are Yi Junlin. No wonder you have this kind of ability. Old bald donkey, the performance you just gave is all in my disciples' retention sphere. Guess how the world will view the Hanging Temple if I publish it to the public." Yi Junlin played with the flavor. Master Burning Lamp laughed back in anger. "As long as I kill you, and then kill everyone here, who knows that it was Old Diamond who did it? Even at that time, old lineage can plant evidence to frame you." Yi Junlin said, "Oh, you're that confident in your own strength? He. 100,000 years ago when old Kasich was crisscrossing the eastern region, I hadn't heard of you. Moreover, when I was in the Pill King Valley, due to the suppression of my realm, I was unable to utilize many of my means, and even my adamantine incorruptible body didn't exert the power it should have. But now, boom, the aura on Master Burning Lamp's body climbs up, his thin white eyebrows flutter up, his face is ancient, and his body is like a glazed divine gold, bright and clean of dirt, with a brilliant treasure glow, radiating an indestructible and overbearing aura. The body is also surrounded by obscure golden Sanskrit, covering the surface as if forming a second layer of shield. One could imagine how terrifying the defense should be. Sins, suffer death. Master Burning Lamp was like a furious Vajra. Thick Zen intent flowed through his entire body. Raising his hand to blatantly shoot out, his palm had a golden glowing swastika. Just now, he sensed that the cultivation aura released by Yi Junlin was nothing more than a mere middle stage of ferrying. He himself, on the other hand, was an actual peak transitional succession. All of a sudden, Master Burning Lamp's heart was not as scornful as it was towards Yi Junlin, who was rumored to be divine and of unfathomable cultivation. All of a sudden, after all this time, you're not as good as I am? Then it's just a joke to get rid of you. The majestic sense of oppression instantly attacked, making people feel as if they were in a flatboat rocking on a big wave. At any time there was a risk of being overturned and swallowed. Oh my god! Many cultivators were so scared that their livers cracked, and they retreated violently to avoid being caught in the waves. This old bald donkey is at the peak of the transition realm. I'm afraid that Master is in danger this time. Li Wujiao was a little worried. Red Chiba glanced at him askance, then shook his head with a cold smile. Judging by his instincts, that guy must still be hiding something. After all, repeatedly being able to break through the rules laid down by the immortals, this kind of person would be as simple as it appears? The Great Mushroom King was so scared that his scalp was numb. Before, when he was in the Pill King Valley, this group of human cultivators were all suppressed in their realms and couldn't see how powerful they were. But now, after they came out, they were really stronger than one another. Within the field of vision, the golden swastika expanded infinitely, and the Buddha's light spread out to the sky, divine and incomparable. Yi Junlin smiled playfully. He was waiting for this moment. Ding! It has been detected that the host has encountered an attack from an enemy at the peak of the transitional realm, and is now triggering the passive effect of encountering strength, gaining the cultivation of the transitional realm perfection. As the system beep sounded, Yi Junlin's aura soared, instantly crossing over from mid-transition to transition perfection, only one step away from the legendary true immortal. Feeling the cultivation aura that was far stronger than his own, Master Burning Lamp, who had just felt that his victory was assured, his face instantly swished and changed dramatically, and his eyes showed the meaning of consternation. How do you? Chapter 100 A Serious Punch. Ha! Yi Junlin laughed coldly, stored up his strength and slapped out a palm. The palm print shattered the void. The sound was horrifying. Boom! The golden swastika fragmented, and the terrifying impact backfired on Master Burning Lamp's handwriting, shaking his entire arm and crackling it. Aha! Burning Lamp Master figure backward out of a dozen feet, one hand to the back of the slightly shivering, the other hand erected in front of the chest. The old face is full of heavy color, said in a deep voice. Together with the original is the old line underestimated you. What kind of strange fetish is it to hide deep in the dark when one clearly has a cultivation of a perfected ferryman? If this guy had exposed his realm earlier in the first place, the Hanging Temple definitely wouldn't have gotten involved blindly with the feathered sect. Obviously, It's a fishing expedition. To lure people in. Yi Junlin snapped his fingers. Tell me, how do you want to die? From the middle stage of the transition. All of a sudden reaching the perfection of the transition. This kind of span could rival the tens of thousands of years or even more than 100,000 years of hard cultivation of other people. So, in return, Yi Junlin graciously decided to let this old bald ass choose his own death. Master Burning Lamp was annoyed. Yi Junlin, I admit that your cultivation is as profound as rumored, but don't think that I will obediently suffer death. One must know that once one reaches the transition realm, the life force becomes extremely powerful, and unless one's body completely turns into nothingness, there is a chance of rebirth even if there is a drop of blood or a piece of flesh left. What's more, he was proficient in Buddhist techniques and had cultivated the Vajra unbreakable body. The possibility of a strong person of the same realm wanting to obliterate him was slim to none. Therefore, Master Burning Lamp felt that Yi Junlin was deliberately humiliating him. Yi Junlin shook his head. I gave you a chance. It's you who didn't cherish it. As for how you will die later, it's not up to you. Master Burning Lamp couldn't bear it. Sins, don't be wild. As he raised his hand and pinched his finger, raising it high above his head, there was a loud and clear dragon's roar that was incomparably high, and as the wind and clouds changed, a mighty heavenly dragon silhouette coalesced, with a huge body that meandered and circled around, releasing a terrifying dragon's might, and two eyes that were as high as a thunderous sun, glowing brightly. De Wei Tianlong. The roar came out of his mouth and shook the crowd. In the next second, the celestial dragon soared away with teeth and claws, a powerful sense of oppression. TSK, little mud blood. Yi Junlin probed his hand without panicking. Rumble. There is a grinding wheel rolling sound in the void, followed by a large hand emitting a blazing white light to probe out. The palm texture is clear, white as jade. A closer look, there are symbols densely covered, containing the power of destruction. Supreme bone skill. Hand of the divine. Roar. The dragon's roar was deafening. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the raging heavenly dragon was firmly grabbed by a large hand of white light, and the heavenly dragon frantically swung its body but was unable to break free. The sight is extremely visually stunning. Extinguish me. Yi Junlin lightly drank. Then, the hand of the heavens that emanated infinite divine might grabbed and exploded that silver-white celestial dragon in a clean process that did not drag on and on. What? Master Burning Lamp was surprised. The great mighty heavenly dragon was one of the Hanging Temple's best techniques, and he didn't expect it to be easily broken just like that. Swish! The hand of the heavens slapped with a terrifying pressure. Burning Lamp Master scalp numb, do not dare to have any underestimation. The body's mana like a turning river, hands strangling spells. Soon, an ancient bronze lamp emerged above his head, its golden bright flame swaying and containing unfathomable mysterious power. Buzzing. When this bronze lamp appeared, the aura on Master Burning Lamp's body climbed rapidly. His precious appearance was solemn, without sorrow or joy, as if the Buddha was personally present, sacrosanct and inviolable. He raised his hands high to the sky, surprisingly trying to resist the attack of the hand of the heavens. Rumbling, the Burning Lamp Master was slapped from the sky to the ground. The ground began to sink crazily with a huge impact. The sand and dust rolled and filled the air. The sound was very shocking. Just when the crowd was in disbelief, the Lantern Master's figure slowly rose. Only his appearance is a bit lousy. The corners of the mouth with blood flow. Body release of the bright treasure glory is far darker than before. The head of the bronze lamp. The original blazing bright flame almost extinguished. Pa 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 pa. The applause was rhythmic. Yi Junlin clapped his hands and laughed softly. Good job. Good job. This old bald ass. To be able to resist the hand of the heavens without dying is enough to see that he is somewhat capable. The corner of Master Burning Lamp's eyes were twitching, and the shock within his heart was hard to describe in words. This was already his strongest defensive stance, and in a one-on-one single combat situation, he was confident that no one in the same realm would be able to break through it. But as a result, he had just been almost beaten to the point where his physical body collapsed. Burning Lamp Master thought of something, raised his hand in the air, and a powerful suction force erupted. The few Hanging Temples and cultivators who were far away did not dare to move, and watched as their storage bags flew off one after another, and landed in his hands. It's time to put the precious pills obtained in the Pill King Valley to good use. Master Burning Lamp used his majestic magical power to quickly refine those precious medicines. A strain of precious medicines turned into refined medicinal power, surging into his body. His body's precious radiance was brilliant. His state instantly recovered quite a lot. His spirit was vibrant, and his gaze was like electricity. Yi Junlin, don't get cocky. This battle has just begun. Master Burning Lamp said coldly. Yi Junlin shook his head. No, it can be over. What do you mean? Master Burning Lamp's eyes narrowed slightly, and he had an ominous feeling in his heart. I admit that your excellency's defense is strong, But if I make this move, how will you respond? Afterwards, Junlin raised his hand and slowly set up an ancient fist gesture. In an instant, a brilliant golden divine wheel emerged behind him, containing the sun, moon, and stars, making him seem like an undefeatable god of war. The sky flashed with lightning and thunder, torrential rain and wind, and clouds churned, as if this heaven and earth were trembling at the appearance of this fist. This fist technique is? Cold sweat overflowed from the forehead of Master Burning Lamp, inexplicably feeling very familiar. You were in the Pilking Valley at that time, but you have received this punch. Have you forgotten it so quickly? Junlin carried a vast golden divine wheel. The surface of the divine wheel had all kinds of ancient scenes, exuding a vicissitude of immortality. At this time he had a head full of white hair fluttering about, the pupils of his eyes blazing with gold. The stored fist was about to be triggered, and the infinite killing opportunity was firmly locked onto that white-browed old monk. Burning Lamp Master was first stunned, forced to hold back the panic in his heart, deliberately taunted. Come to think of it, that punch was nothing more than that. It didn't hurt to my old lineage. What? You want to do the same trick again? With those words, he was already running his full power, ready to defend himself against his opponent's attack. Junlin laughed coldly. Oh, then you can watch. Boom! Junlin threw a punch. Not even any words in the world could describe this punch. The pupils of Master Burning Lamp contracted, and the pupils of his eyes reflected the horrifying sights of heaven and earth collapsing, yin and yang turning upside down, the stars and rivers shattering, and the sun and the moon being silent, and so on. The grand and invincible fist intent is submissive, and the bright golden fist print carries the power of annihilation and presses fiercely. Fighting Holy Fist. Humph. Bluff. Master Burning Lamp took a deep breath and stood with his hands together as if he were the golden body of Buddha, his posture as lofty as Tarzan, ready to receive this punch hard. He felt that he was able to catch it back in the Pilking Valley and was confident that he would be able to do the same outside. Boom! A huge blazing ball of light bloomed. The scene was like a solar explosion, releasing a 10,000-foot light that made countless people unable to resist closing their eyes. Master Burning Lamp spewed blood from his mouth. His expression was extremely painful, and there was deep horror in his eyes. This punch, how could it be so terrible? Die! Junlin pushed the fighting Holy Fist with all his might and poured it out on his opponent without reservation. Master Burning Lamp's body was like ice and snow encountering a burning fire. His body's blood and flesh were evaporating at an incredible speed. All of his previous pride was shattered by this punch. The large copper-colored mantle that had originally enveloped the surrounding area also naturally disappeared, implying the utter death of the caster. When the heavens and the earth returned to silence and the blazing light gradually dissipated, when many cultivators opened their eyes and looked in disbelief, they found that there was no more figure of Master Burning Lamp. Only the silver-haired young man with his hands on his back and an invincible posture remained. For a moment, the whole room was silent. Chapter 101, The 100 Changing Star Monarch. After a long time, only then did one after another of the cultivators reacted, and burst into cheers of excitement. We're saved! Damn! Who said that Senior Yi was evil before? It's just blackmail. From today onwards, if I meet any ungrateful goods who dares to defame Senior Yi's reputation, I'll risk my life to get him killed. Many thanks to Senior Yi for making a move. Kill the demonic monk of the Hanging Temple. The faces of the crowd were in awe as they arched their hands in deep obeisance. There were even many female cultivators with faces like peach blossoms, gazing fondly at the figure with a dusty temperament, and admiration welled up deep inside. Mr. Yi is so powerful, and Miaoyi murmured. Miss, when dealing with this kind of absolute powerhouse, it's better to use senior in terms of address. Fan Dezhen corrected with trepidation. Just based on this cultivation level of a perfected transitional apparition, he had already stood at the peak level of the Eastern region cultivation world. It is likely that in the future, he will also be certified as an immortal. Master is mighty. Li Wujiao's heart surged as he worshipped Junlin. Red Chiba looked on with a chill all over his body. With his eyesight, he could naturally see more. According to Master Burning Lamp's almost perverse defensibility, even if it was thrown into the middle domain, it would be among the rarer ones in the transition realm. Especially after reaching this realm, the life force will be very tenacious, so it is generally very difficult to kill. Even if the cultivation level is 1 step higher, or 2 steps higher, it is not guaranteed to be able to 100% exterminate the other party. So the fight between the fairy realm, although there is a difference between victory and defeat, there is seldom the concept of death. After all, even if you can't beat them, you can still escape. As a result, Master Burning Lamp was just too trustworthy and immersed in past experiences, not expecting that he would really be punched to ashes. Where exactly is this guy's limit? Red Thousand Leaf's eyes were obscure, his heart in turmoil. Seeing that Master Burning Lamp was killed, the dozen or so elders of the same sect who accompanied him were all scared white, their lips trembling, and the fear in their eyes was incomparable. Only they knew how high that one's status was in the Hanging Temple, and the death of one would be a shaking of the foundation. Quickly return to the Hanging Temple. These monks looked panicked and turned around to flee. Suddenly, a furious cry like thunder came from behind him. Bald ass, where to escape? Li Wujiao moved on hearing the wind, brazenly drawing his long sword. His blade was invincible, and his blade chi stirred horizontally and horizontally. One by one, the monks' torsos soared with lines of blood, and then to incredulous gazes, the bodies split in pieces, the cut-offs smooth and flat. In a flash of lightning, Li Wujiao turned around and withdrew his sword. The whole process was flowing and dashing. What a fast knife! The crowd swallowed saliva in their throats. Swish! Yi Junlin dodged in front of a few imposters instead. After taking advantage of my reputation, you want to run? At the same time, those few people were still holding on to the fluke of escaping, but now that they saw Yi Junlin blocking the way, their taut spirit directly collapsed, howling in fear, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing as if they were pounding on garlic. Senior Yi, spare our lives. It was our momentary confusion. Please don't see eye to eye with ants like us. It's him. It was him. It was all planned by him. The man in the bucket hat hurriedly stretched out his finger to point at the white-haired old man in a vain attempt to clear his name. That's right. This old thing is too bad. The other few people were filled with righteous indignation and crossed the river to identify it. The white-haired old man was so furious that he cursed inwardly, but now that the matter has come to this point, he didn't want to suffer, and gritted his teeth. Senior Yi, I admit that it's because of my lust for profit that I did this kind of foolishness, but you have to know that it wasn't something that I could have accomplished on my own. So please also dispose of it in a fair manner. Old thing. At the end of your life you still want to drag people us into the water. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. The man in the bucket hat said angrily. Oh, I should have known that I shouldn't have listened to your bull *********. I used to work well at Fengchunlu. I was still the head girl at that time, but I was fooled by you into doing this kind of conscienceless behavior. The woman in red with the hot figure cried and wailed. Hey, I was a spiritual plant husband before, specializing in taking care of spiritual rice and herbs for a small sect, and then I idly earned not much spiritual crystals, and that's why I moved to a crooked mind. If we turn back time, I'll definitely be diligent and honest in my farming. Another dwarf with a short stature cried out. Yi Junlin shook his head. These guys, they're really bold, but there is nothing to sympathize with. After all, one has to bear the due price for the faults one has committed, and one can't help but feel smug when one is not exposed. Yi Junlin was just about to open his mouth when Fan Dizheng rushed over ahead of him, grabbed the cocked hat man by the collar and emotionally yelled in a low voice. Asshole, the 5 million extreme spirit crystals that you cheated before. Spit it out for this venerable one. Feeling the aura of a Mahayana cultivator, the man in the bucket hat was scared to death. His lips mumbled. Former, senior, have a good conversation. I will give you all the money I have on me. And what about ours? Give us back all the spirit crystals, magic treasures, and talismans that you robbed earlier. A large group of victims angrily rushed over, their faces murderous, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The white-haired old man was sweating in fear and said, Give it back. We all give it back. Yi Junlin had wanted to step in to administer punishment, but when he saw this large group of angry cultivators, he knew that in this cultivation world of the weak and the strong, these people would end up in a miserable situation, and then he turned around and left. Li Wujiao had wanted to hack that imposter to death, but realized that the other party was just a little yakuza who didn't deserve to die under his own blade, to which he snorted coldly and followed his master's footsteps. Red Thousand Leaf's expression was icy cold, feeling that striking out at that kind of woman with big breasts would be degrading herself in turn, so she simply turned her head and left. Mizzen, what are you looking at? Yi Junlin asked with amusement as he looked at Miaoi's dumbfounded appearance, and Miaoi came back to her senses and stuck her hands in her small waist, pouting. Eunuch Yi, you lied to me before. In vain I trusted you so much. Yi Junlin shrugged. I didn't think that your mind was so pure that I didn't realize it until now. Are you calling me stupid? And Miaoi was even more displeased. No, this is called the heart of the red sun. Often, those who have this quality have a smooth path to cultivation. Mizzen, I think highly of you, Yi Junlin said seriously, and Miaoi froze, then was overjoyed, her watery eyes shining with a clear stupidity. Really? You didn't lie to me? Yi Junlin said. I never fool people. Ha ha, discovered by you. Let me tell you, don't think you're invincible. I'll surpass you in the future. And Miaoi raised her chin with a smug look on her face. Yi Junlin laughed. Then work hard. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Then he began to summon a kun. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Soon, a massive mythical creature burrowed out of the clouds and swooped down on a mammoth stream of air. The Koan Pang's aura was very powerful, emitting a loud and high-pitched sound that announced its arrival in a domineering manner. Look, it's Senior Ye's mount. Someone was shocked. The rumors are true. Senior Ye's mount is really the divine beast Koan Pang. The scene once again boiled with cries of astonishment. Yi Junlin smiled and arched his hand. Mizzen, I'll see you later. Looking at this strange yet familiar silver-haired youth in front of her, remembering the beautiful flute sound she played that night, and the misunderstanding that occurred between them, and Miao Yi's face turned a little red, and for some unknown reason more inexplicable feelings arose within her heart. She clenched her shell teeth. Well, see you again if you have the fate to do so. Yi Junlin nodded and turned to leave. The group boarded the kunai. The great Mushroom King's heart trembled in fear. This kind of ultimate creature would actually submit to the human race? It seems that this master teacher of its is really not simple. Swish! In the midst of countless shocked gazes, the Koan Pang rocketed up 90,000 miles and disappeared into the distant sky. We respectfully send off Senior Yi. Toward that direction, the crowd arched their hands and bowed deeply in awe. When they returned, they would definitely publicize this matter properly to break the rumors that had been circulating during this period of time and maintain Senior Yi's glorious image. Suddenly, a cultivator sensed something, stared wide-eyed, and lost his voice. Wait, where's that old man? Where did it go? The crowd looked in unison and their faces changed violently. How long has it been since the person disappeared from sight? Fan De was releasing his divine sense to cover the surroundings, frantically sifting through every corner from top to bottom, but he just couldn't find the white-haired old man's figure. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air. Say, where did that old man go? There was a burly man who questioned them at the man in the bucket hat. The man in the bucket hat and the others looked bewildered and confused. Who are you talking about? Wait, why am I here? It was as if the men had lost their memory, blissfully forgetting what had happened before. Fan Dejing's face was grim as he probed his hand to hold down the man in the bucket hat's head and began to roughly search his soul. Then the second, the third. The result that came out was that the men were really missing memories. At this time, after being forced to search their souls, the man in the bucket hat was delirious and they fell to the ground foaming at the mouth, their bodies twitching a few times from time to time. This fellow Daoist, what exactly is going on? Everyone looked at Fan Dejing in unison. Uncle Fan, what's happening here? And Miaoi said in surprise. Fan Dejing's eyes kept changing as he said with an ugly face. Damn it, we've all been fooled by that man. This statement was made. The whole room erupted into an uproar. Countless people looked at each other in disbelief. Don't just stand there. Even if you have to go to heaven and earth, you have to find that guy out. Fan Dejing shouted angrily. He didn't realize that he had actually been put on the spot. What exactly is the other party's origin? To be able to have such unimaginable means. Come on, get it. The crowd spread out like a tidal wave, their faces in shock and anger. I can't wait to find that person and cut them into 1,000 pieces and bruise their bones. Damn it, I haven't even gotten my money yet. How come that old guy is gone? Among them, a young man wearing a white robe, with red lips and white teeth and a clean-cut appearance, exasperatedly said, looking at the direction in which the Koan Pang disappeared in the distance. The corner of his mouth curved out in a subtle arc as he secretly celebrated inwardly. Hey, the fact that this didn't even kill me shows that my Bai Liang's life is really hard. Bai Liang's name was not well known in the Eastern Domain. However, he had an honorable name that was heard like thunder, and it was rumored over the years, leaving behind many legends. People on the road call him the 100 Changes Star Monarch. Luckily, my invisible divine skill has been cultivated to the realm of transformation, or else I would have really revealed myself just now. As for the memories of those fools, they were also tampered with by me long ago, and this time, when I was able to escape from death, I was able to rely on the wealth I had accumulated before to quickly break through the realm, which is a huge and unimaginable amount of resources for cultivation. Bai Liang was on fire inside and his breathing was a little short. From beginning to end, he is the biggest beneficiary. Those few people, just working for him, I thought the action can be successfully concluded. I did not expect the last but went wrong, encountered this sudden change. It's good to know that everything was a surprise and the winner was him after all. Noticing that there were gazes sweeping towards him, this youth converted into an angry expression again and shouted hysterically at the top of his voice. Damn old thing, don't let me find you, or else I'll have to skin you. Chapter 102 Volume 2 Volume. On the back of the kunai, there were pavilions, small bridges, and lush vegetation, just like a cozy resort mountain village. The great Mushroom King was so dumbfounded that he almost thought he had come to a paradise. Yi Junlin said solemnly, Everyone, let's welcome the new members. Applause. Pa 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 pa. Crisp applause rang out. Li Wujiao complied with the rules. Bai Xiaoshi appeared the most lively, and Hong Qianye perfunctorily clapped her hands a few times. The Great Mushroom King was a bit bashful and mumbled. Thanks everyone. Little Black, this is your eldest senior brother Red Qianyi. He is very enthusiastic. You can ask him for advice if there is anything you don't know in cultivation. Yi Junlin patted Red Qianyi's shoulder and said with a smile. Red Thousand Leaf's body trembled. Then he cooperated and squeezed out a smile, which was even worse than crying. Master is right. If you have difficulties in fourth senior brother you can come to me. The Great Mushroom King froze. This was even a male? But the expression, how it feels like it's being coerced. Not quite sure. I'll look again. Subsequently, after Yi Junlin was introduced one by one, he became a shirker and continued to go back to laying flat and swinging. Ruoshi, rub Master's shoulders. Mouse will be right there. Bai Xiaoshi took off his drapery hat, revealing a white fluffy mouse head with dripping eyes and a cute and droll expression. It ran to Yi Junlin's back, and its tender little hands kneaded it. With the right amount of strength and softness, the Great Mushroom King was dumbfounded. So senior sister Bai's original body was a white-furred rat? And why is it rat-headed? Could it be the result of a failed transformation? Red Thousand Leaves secretly breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at this fourth senior brother out of the corner of his eye as he passed by the Great Mushroom King. Boom! The Great Mushroom King's head roared. It actually caught the fiery greed from the eyes of this eldest senior brother, frightening it to the point that it took a jolt and dabbled back a few steps, inwardly in disbelief. Did he just, try to eat me? At this point, Red Thousand Leaves sat cross-legged under the sycamore tree as if nothing had happened, meditating and practicing on his own. In his heart, he had long since decided that the Great Mushroom King was an immortal medicine that had been internalized by Yi Junlin, just waiting for the day when the time was ripe to make the extraction. This kind of thing, in the Devil Road is very common. The most famous is before the death of the blood demon Shi Tianjie, is good at teaching others techniques. Wait until the other party to cultivate accomplished and then reverse devouring, to strengthen their own body. Therefore, according to Red Thousand Leaf's brain circuit, the reason why Yi Junlin had taken this immortal chaos mushroom as his disciple for no reason was to one day refine it and grow his cultivation. That guy really has an extremely deep city. If it were this seat, it would definitely be too impatient to eat it. How would it be like now, leaving it around to slowly cultivate? Red Chiba said inwardly. The Great Mushroom King was very apprehensive, hesitating to inform its master about this matter, as it was really quite afraid of being eaten, but it had no proof, lest it would cause trouble. At that moment, the Great Mushroom King saw a middle-aged man squatting in the corner, with his back to himself seemingly sneaking something to eat. That was its third senior brother, Knight Wujiao. When introduced by his master, the Great Mushroom King felt that this human race had a good attitude and was genuinely welcoming to its joining. Third senior brother, what are you doing? Li Wujiao's body stiffened and he twisted his head to look at it, his mouth still chewing on the golden root, the medicinal juice overflowing. The Great Mushroom King was struck by lightning, recognizing that this was golden ginseng of Medicine King quality. Being bumped into stealing food, Li Wujiao was a little less than kind, resentfully handing out half of the leftover golden ginseng with an awkward smile. Fourth senior brother, would you like some too? Standing in view of the Great Mushroom King, this human was eating its kin raw, and handing the corpse to it, his mouth showing white teeth. Swish! In an instant, the cold air went straight to the top of the Great Mushroom King's head. The earlier vision evaporated and was replaced by a deep fear. He's on board? Is it too late to regret it? Look at my brain. Fourth senior brother, don't mind. Senior brother, I didn't mean it. Li Wujiao reacted and hurriedly stuffed the golden ginseng in his hand into his mouth and chewed it, and squeezed out a smile on his face, wanting to appear cordial and close the distance with this new senior brother. As a result, this kind of action fell in the eyes of the Great Mushroom King, and was simply more terrifying than the evil spirits of the Shura Hell. It was scared almost out of its wits, and its body shot away like a spring, burrowing into the jungle and hiding in fear. I seem to have done something wrong, Li Wujiao said with a bitter smile. After eating the golden ginseng, Li Wujiao felt the medicinal power in his body churning and his body was unbearably hot and dry. He gritted his teeth and composed himself, pulling out his ink saber to rehearse the saber technique. The aura on his body became sharper and more irresistible, and then at the end with the vibration of the long saber, there was some enlightenment, and his cultivation level sensationally broke through the bottleneck, crossing over from the early stage of the Mahayana stage to the late stage. Hey, cool, Li Wujiao said with satisfaction. After all, with the assistance of the Extreme Pill King and the fact that he had achieved success in the Tao of the Blade, his cultivation naturally skyrocketed. Compared to senior brother Red and senior sister Bai, I still need to work harder before I can do so. It's a good thing that there's a new senior brother. I, Li Wujiao, am not the bottom of the pile after all. How can you join a division like this and not roll? He intended to continue to break through and then amaze the crowd. At this point, Junlin was enjoying a massage when he suddenly thought of something and took out a large pot of tea from his storage space. When you open the jar, it is filled with the fresh tea flavor, which is so refreshing that you can't help but smell it. Master, it smells so good. Bai Xiuxi's nose twitched, her rat face filled with intoxication. Junlin waved his hand and exquisite tea sets appeared on the table. Ruoshi, let's make some tea. Aha! Then, the master and disciple began to brew tea, and when the rich tea fragrance overflowed from the tea, Red Xianye, who was far away under the sycamore tree, frowned, and then snapped his eyes open, flashing a look of astonishment. Swish! He quickly got up and swept away, just in time to bump into Junlin as he picked up his teacup. Junlin gently tasted, between the lips and teeth of the tea aroma filled, tea down the throat straight into the belly, only to feel that the organs are much more permeable. Good tea, Junlin marveled, noticing Red Xianye standing stupidly on the side. Junlin couldn't help but flirt. My good disciple, something wrong with you? Red Thousand Leaf's face was tense. Could this be the enlightenment tea? Exactly. Upon receiving this reply, Red Shiba's brain felt like it had been struck by a shocking thunderclap, and a shocked look spread across his eyes. This kind of tea was extremely rare, and often a small handful of tea leaves could cause the top forces in the central domain to fight over it. And in the central domain, there was a great name, Upper Immortal Lingyun, whose strength was rumored to be unfathomable, and who was one of the very few immortals in the lower realm with the oldest existence. His greatest hobby in life was cultivating spirit tea, and in his tea garden, there was an ancient enlightenment tea tree. Every 50,000 years, the enlightenment tea tree would mature, and at that time, Immortal Lingyun would pick the tea leaves, and then release a limited number of slots to the public, so that both righteous and devilish immortals would be eligible to go and taste the tea as long as they obtained the slots. Back then, Red Shiba was lucky enough to get the chance to taste tea, and that one experience was simply unforgettable. That was why, upon smelling this familiar tea scent, Red Shiba acted so excited. Junlin lifted the purple sand teapot and poured a cup for this belabored rebellious disciple, generously saying, "Here, taste it. Anyway, it's a filial honor from Unico, so feel free to drink it. Many thanks to Master for the tea." Red Thousand Leaves was inwardly delighted, respectfully holding the teacup and taking a tentative sip. In the next second, Red Shiba stared at the cup of tea in his hand with wide eyes in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt a change in his state of mind and a deeper understanding of the Great Tao. The main thing was that this was surprisingly different in effect than the enlightenment tea that he had drunk in the beginning. Compared to this one, the one he drank last time couldn't be compared at all, and the spirit tea cultivated by Immortal Lingyun was directly reduced to dregs. Strongly resisting the excitement, Hong Qianyi picked up the cup of tea and drank it in one go. His whole body and mind felt fluttery. No words in the world could describe the taste of this tea. All that had gone before was transformed into a new sensation. Red Shiba closed his eyes as his figure slowly rose. What's going on? Why is this kid still floating? Junlin was surprised. Boom! The aura on Red Xianye's body violently erupted, and his cultivation broke through from Mahayana perfection to early ferrying stage. It wasn't over yet. The cultivation level continued to rise upwards, from the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and then to the peak, like a waterfall full of black hair in the roaming dance fluttering, eye-catching red clothes with the wind. That is a face like a celestial, almost beyond the world of all the colors, white skin crystal clear, beautiful collarbone delineated a beautiful curve. The Jabla, Red Thousand Leaves opened his eyes. The blood-red pupils of his eyes exuded a bit of evil, as if one more glance would cause him to fall into a sinking state, and the vermilion flame mark between his eyebrows flickered with luster. What is it? Li Wujiao came rushing in a fiery hurry, and when he saw Red Xianye's cultivation, he froze in place like he was petrified, dumbstruck. It's only in the blink of an eye. Eldest brother, you've made a breakthrough to cross the threshold? It's also the peak of the ing transition. Do you need to roll it so much? Chapter 103, A Famous Teacher Makes a Great Student. Red Thousand Leaves felt the power surging millions of times within his body. A strong confidence climbed his heart. The corners of his mouth rose madly, and then he tilted his head back and let out a ha-ha-ha-ha loud laugh. At this rate, becoming an immortal is just around the corner. This seat is going to be invincible. You're laughing your ass off. Snap! Receiving a slap on the back of his head, his magical laughter was interrupted, and Red Shiba's anger surged to his heart, violently twisting his head to look at him, his eyes boiling with murderous intent. only to see Yi Junlin smirking. You have a problem with that, don't you? Eyes met for a few short seconds, and suddenly some sort of possibility came to mind. Red Thousand Leaves couldn't help but shiver. The killing intent in his eyes instantly faded. A wave of fear welled up within him, so frightened that he hurriedly knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. Trembling, I have no intention of rushing in. Please forgive me, Master. Just kidding. It almost led to a catastrophe. Remember that old bald donkey before? The same realm as his own. Flesh defense is almost invincible, but still buy this guy a punch. Not to mention, the other party is afraid that there is hidden cultivation. In this unknown situation, the risk of tearing the face is to find death. The last time in the Demon Sect's miserable experience, he fell now still vivid in his mind. This person's degree of cunning, far beyond imagination. Therefore, one should continue to hold back until the last resort. After all, they were all at the peak of their journey. Could they be any farther away from becoming immortal? Can't be confused at this juncture. Looking at the nearly flawless, unrealistically beautiful face in front of him, Yi Junlin reached out his hand and gently cupped the other party's chin, looking straight into those heart-stopping eyes and letting out a sigh of admiration. Ah, Red, you've gotten prettier. Such a frivolous action. If this is put aside in the past, Red Xianye must be unable to endure fish death. Also want to defend their own dignity, but now, for the sake of the overall situation, he cannot endure but also have to endure. Thank you, Master, for your compliments. Yi Junlin let go of his hand as if nothing had happened, carrying the purple sand teapot and continuing to pour tea. Get up. Pay attention next time. Yes. Red Chiba secretly breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Master, allow my apprentice to take the liberty of asking, how many enlightenment tea leaves do you have left here? He carefully probed the bottom line, because the enlightenment tea that he had just drank, it was really impossible to describe its subtleties in words. And the effect of the epiphany was 100 times stronger than the kind of the Lingyun Upper Immortal. I really don't know how much of this quality of enlightenment tea is left in the world. Shouldn't it be just a little bit? Here. It's all here. Yi Junlin picked up the large hardcover canister of enlightenment tea leaves and threw it towards Red Chiba in his hand. Red Chiba subconsciously took the hand and looked down. Boom! Red Chiba felt his head almost explode. Dizzy, his eyes almost cracking out of their sockets, his mouth incredibly wide open. What did he see? A large jar of Gautama tea. That's a lot of weight. It's definitely by the pound. In the past, a few slices of enlightenment tea leaves would have made many people beg for more. But it turned out that here was a big jar full of them. Should it be so exaggerated? Red Chiba's hands were shaking as he swallowed hard. If this was thrown to the central region, it would definitely trigger a massive immortal war. It would be a heavenly, apocalyptic sight. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Red Chiba only felt that the tea canister in his hand became incomparably heavier, and his forehead overflowed with silk sweat. What are you holding the jar for? Do you still want to drink tea? Yi Junlin was a bit puzzled as to why this rebellious disciple looked irritated. Drink. I'll drink. Red Thousand Leaves carefully put down the tea canister, and then stood in a disciplined manner, waiting for his master to bestow tea. When once again received the cup of tea, sip and shallow taste, this time there was no special change in turn, because the function of the enlightenment tea is to make the tea taster have an epiphany, so as to achieve rapid breakthroughs, and the Red Thousand Leaves as a former true immortal level giants, so the effect will be more significant, but there will not be any more progress in a short period of time. Even so, savoring this quality of enlightenment tea gave Red Chiba a heartfelt sense of enjoyment. Yi Junlin looked at the middle-aged man standing stupidly in front of him and beckoned without any good humor. Shaoli, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Come over and taste it. Li Wujiao returned to his senses and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. He wasn't blind and could see that the credit for senior Red Brother having such a rapid breakthrough was all due to the tea that Master Teacher had taken out. Immediately, he bumbled over and blearily watched as the silver-haired youth finished pouring the tea, and the strong aroma of the tea overflowed, intoxicating his mind and soul. My disciple thanks Master for the tea. Li Wujiao mid-air. Solemn pick up the teacup, like drinking plain water like grunt a drink. Can be described as a rough man style. Red Thousand Leaves showed disdain. Do you know what it means to savor tea? At this point, after Li Wujiao finished drinking the tea, the tiger's body shook, and his eyes snapped round, as if his whole body and mind had been cleansed, and the whole person entered into a state of metaphysics. Boom! Soon, Li Wujiao was enlightened. His body's aura was like the sharpness of a sheathed sword. His blade intent was incomparably refined, and he had advanced a great deal further in the Tao of the sword. Along with this growth, at the same time, there was also his cultivation. From the late, peak, and complete stages of Mahayana, a hard breakthrough to the early stage of transition. Li Wujiao's hair was full of strands of hair fluttering about. The pupils of his eyes were bladed and sharp to the point that it was difficult for people to look directly at them. And when he felt the power within his body that had skyrocketed out of thin air, his inner self-confidence instantly swelled in an extreme manner. Transitional realm? I've actually broken through to the next level? Li Wujiao's heart surged, and he tilted his head back to let out a hearty laugh that was filled with bravado. Ahahahaha. Snap! The back of Li Wujiao's head was heavily slapped. His laughter was directly interrupted, and an impatient angry scolding sounded in his ears. Laugh a chicken hair are you? You tread horse. Li Wujiao dizziness stabilized his mind. Tiger eyes burst out of the cold aura of cracking the air. Big hands subconsciously hold the waist knife handle, want to draw the knife to chop people. However, after meeting eyes with the youth in front of him, all of the anger that filled his heart was reduced to nothing. His face changed from annoyance to fear, and he fell to the ground with both knees thumping. Master, I'm wrong. Li Wujiao was remorseful. He had really drifted off just now and actually dared to show great disrespect to his master. I'm trampling what? Yi Junlin asked with a smirk. Li Wujiao had a flash of inspiration. His lips mumbled. You stepping horse is really handsome. This mighty and ferocious knife devil, at this point in time, was submissive and fearful of provoking the youth in front of him to descend upon him. Yi Junlin shook his head. Although what you said is true, next time go crazy and pay attention to the occasion. Get up. Thank you, master. Li Wujiao wiped his cold sweat and let out a breath from his mouth. Red Chiba stifled his laughter, feeling bloating inside. Ha, why are you lost in thought, Ruwashi? Yi Junlin noticed the petite figure next to him and froze. Suddenly, with a boom, a powerful aura exploded from Bai Xiushir's body as his cultivation soared to the late stage of the transitional tribulation. It is covered with snow-white skin like jade, ethereal and dusty temperament, such as the gem-like pupils of the eyes gradually regained their clarity. The delicate mouse face was a bit at a loss for words, and said blankly, what happened to the mouse just now? Turning her head to look at Yi Junlin, Bai Xiaoxi excitedly said, Master, this tea is so delicious. Senior sister Bai, your cultivation level. Li Wujiao's heart was a little frustrated. Together he was still left behind. Red Thousand Leaves narrowed his eyes slightly. A strong sense of crisis permeated his heart. This stupid rat's enlightenment was so high? The cultivation level was almost catching up with him. Wait, are we still missing one here? Yi Junlin sensed something and frowned. Li Wujiao slapped his head. It's fourth senior brother. Where's that kid hiding? Bring it here and liven things up. Yi Junlin didn't have the good sense to say, okay. Li Wujiao immediately moved and disappeared in place. 2 seconds later, he was back at his original spot once again. With a black mushroom half a man tall in his hand, the great mushroom king landed on the ground, feeling confused, not yet reacting to what had happened, but seeing everyone staring at it, panic welled up inside. You guys, Blackie, you try it too. Yi Junlin carried the teapot and poured it on its mushroom head. The tea was fully absorbed. The great mushroom king originally resisted, but then when the tea was absorbed, his body stiffened and his mind entered into a metaphysical state. The comprehension of the gong method rose multiple steps in a row. At the same time, the cultivation level also dabbled and skyrocketed. Boom! From Jindan, he broke through Yuaning, followed by transformation of God, into harmonization, and soared all the way to Mahayana perfection before stopping, being the most distant immortal pill in existence, as well as cultivating the Green Emperor's longevity skill. Along with the assistance of the extreme enlightenment tea, the great mushroom king's breakthrough in cultivation was a breeze. Seeing this scene, Li Wujiao secretly said, Fortunately, with the fourth senior brother at the bottom, my face as a senior brother is still passable. The great mushroom king felt the earth-shattering changes within his body and was so frightened that his mental fluctuations were intermittent. This, with its character, it didn't immediately swell, but instead felt frightened. Yi Junlin sked. Good guys. How come each and every one of you has broken through? Why didn't he move at all after he finished his tea? Could it be because he is so poorly enlightened? Yi Junlin was puzzled, and in the end, he shrugged his shoulders and inwardly relieved. Forget it, it doesn't matter. It's not like I need to practice anyway. Just then, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! In view of the host's disciple's rapid breakthrough in cultivation, he has now reached the Master Teacher achievement. Rewarding. Chapter 104, Going to the Hanging Temple to sign in. Ding! In view of the host's disciple's rapid breakthrough in cultivation, the Master Teacher achievement has now been reached, rewarding the 9th grade metaphysical artifact, the Song Yuan Sword. Song Yuan Sword, a mysterious and ancient flying sword, possessing unimaginable and terrifying power. It will accompany the user's realm and correspondingly improve its own quality. Yi Junlin had an odd expression on his face. This unlocks the master-teacher achievement? It's like I'm just having tea and blowing off steam with them. Ha! But this Song Yuan sword seems pretty powerful, so I can try my hand at it sometime. The fact that a 9th grade Xian weapon was an immortal weapon further up was enough to prove how powerful this Song Yuan sword was. Little Black, you are now in the Mahayana realm. Why don't you quickly take on a human form for my master to see? Yi Junlin thought of something and commanded. The crowd looked on in unison. All curious. The Great Mushroom King said cautiously. But I prefer to stay in my native form. Yi Junlin did not have the good sense to say. Master just wants to take a look. The rest of the time is free for you to play as you please. Do you not even give face to your master? Okay, fine. The Great Mushroom King held back his nervousness and began casting spells to transform his form. Swish! With the flash of milky white light, a juvenile-looking figure appeared. Standard pot head. Thick eyebrows. Big eyes. Skin as dark as chocolate. The 10 fingers of his hands were intertwining. Not daring to look up and look directly at people. Looking very rushed and uneasy. So it is. Yi Junlin looked up and down curiously. 4th senior brother. None of the people here are outsiders. You don't need to be so nervous, Li Wujio said with a smile. The Great Mushroom King stared blankly at this middle-aged man. His mind recalling the way he had just chewed on the golden ginseng, he became even more timid inwardly, and hastily took a few steps back. Knight Wujiao touched his nose, a little embarrassed. The Great Mushroom King changed back again once more, which made his heart feel much better, because the mushroom form of it is more vested and secure. Little Knight, the shadow retention orb is on you, right? Yi Junlin asked. Don't worry, Master, I'll keep it safe. Alright, then make a trip to the Hanging Temple. My master will raise an offense and ask for an explanation from these bald asses. Words. Li Wujio was first stunned, then agitated. As long as it was a cultivator born and raised in the eastern region, they all knew how heavy the weight of the Hanging Temple was. It was the supreme sanctuary of all Zen cultivators, and it was the existence of the top 5 within the top 10 immortal sects, and it was hard to imagine what was going to happen when his master actually had to personally come to the door to find fault. Red Thousand Leaves had always had no good feelings towards people of the Buddhist path, and when he heard that Yi Junlin wanted to go to the Hanging Temple, he was instantly interested as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new quest. Please go to the Hanging Temple and complete the check-in. You will receive a great reward. The system beep sounded. Yi Junlin exclaimed, the one who knows me is Unzi. Ding! The host is so talkative. Love love love. Afterward, the Koanpang then reversed his direction and headed to the Buddha state, one of the 13 Dao states in the eastern domain. The Koanpang's speed was very fast, especially since it had been fed pet beast fodder on the way and its cultivation level had broken through to the transitional realm, and all aspects of its body had significantly improved. Nowadays, it was already a genuine void immortal level mount. This was a very explosive existence when looking at the 5 great domains, because in the general cognition, as long as the immortals were not yet out, the transition realm was the ceiling battle power, possessing the terrifying power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and it was an important underpinning of any top power. Moreover, great powers of this level had a strong arrogance, and it was rare for them to be willing to obediently submit to others, let alone take the initiative to be a mount. The clouds churned, and the Koanpang sped through the wind, quickly entering the range of the Buddhist state. The state of Buddha, the world of Zen cultivation in the eastern region, was the highest status of Zen cultivation. Any country or sectarian power here is heavily influenced by Buddhism, and monks can be found everywhere. Even an ordinary citizen can recite to you a passage from the Buddhist scriptures and have a superficial insight into reincarnation, cause and effect. Master, according to the map, we are in the extreme west of the Buddha state, a relatively remote location, a long distance from the center where the Hanging Temple is located. Li Wujio held the sheepskin scroll and said seriously. Yi Junlin nodded, releasing his divine sense to spread infinitely. The mountains, the woods, the birds and animals, and the villages with their smoke along the way, all the nuances of the place were at his disposal. Yi Junlin was amazed to find that the Buddhist state deserved to be called the Buddhist state. Every inch of space here was drenched in Buddhism, revealing an ineffable Zen charm everywhere. Suddenly, 300 miles away, a particular situation caught his attention. A group of Zen practitioners with exposed chests, muscular muscles, and wearing yellow monk's clothes, burned, killed, and looted unscrupulously in a certain city. The local officials and soldiers tried to stop them, but they were beaten to death, and many young and beautiful women could not escape from the clutches of their clutches. The scene was unsettling, with cries and pleas for mercy ringing out everywhere. Mother, a 6-year-old child, full of terror, was dragged away by a tall, fierce monk, and the child's mother, kneeling and begging on the ground with tears streaming down her face, prayed not to take away her child, only to be smashed to pulp by that monk with his precious staff. You demon monks! There will be retribution! A middle-aged man roared angrily, grabbing the weapon in his hand to resist, but was swung by one of the monks and blew his head off, his neck-broken body collapsing in a pool of blood. My Buddha is merciful. At the head of the group, a middle-aged monk with a skull strung around his neck, a face full of cross-flesh with scars, and a stout figure, recited the Buddha's name with one hand erected on his chest and his eyes closed. Stop! You Hanging Mountain are too unbridled. This is the land of the Lushan Kingdom. How can you be allowed to do wrong here? Morong City Lord led his elite soldiers to charge in aggressively. Along the way, City Lord Morong swung his sword and chopped. His sword energy streaked across the landscape, and many monks along the way were killed. Swish! The middle-aged monk opened his eyes. His eyes exploded with a ball of light. His belly-sunken chest bulged violently, and then he opened his mouth and let out a roar. Rumble! 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 The sound waves visible to the naked eye swept like a hurricane, shocking City Lord Morong and the others back and forth, and many soldiers spat blood from their mouths and screamed miserably. Morong City Lord held back the chi and blood that was churning in his body and said scornfully, Demon monk, I've already reported this matter to my superiors, and reinforcements will soon come to the rescue, so I'd advise you to leave quickly, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. The middle-aged monk said coldly, Reinforcements? Does your country lord dare to offend my Hanging Mountain? On the contrary, it is this monk who has antagonized the poor monk 3 times. The patience of the poor monk is limited. Asshole, you Hanging Mountain bully people too much. Every few years, you have to take captive boys and girls from all over the world, and this recent period of time has become more and more frequent, causing the people's grievances to boil over and the people to suffer. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Morong City Lord angrily rebuked. Good, 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 good. Those children have a destiny with the Buddha sect, possessing wisdom roots, and under the teachings of the great compassionate mountain lord, they will travel to the pure land of ultimate bliss in the western heavens at an early date. And it is you, a mere mortal, who would be committing a great sin by stopping them. The middle-aged monk crowned. Morong City Lord laughed in anger. Bull ****** mountain lord. It's just a sinful animal in a robe. How dare it talk about Buddhism? To put it bluntly, it just wants to satisfy its appetite. Those children you took must have gone into its stomach, right? For you, a human being, to be driven by it, and for it to do such unconscionable things, is the true crime. These words, no doubt, irritated the other side. The middle-aged monk instantly became furious. His hands wrapped around the cloth belt clenched into fists. Blazing light clusters blossomed in his fists, blazing eyes incomparable. Immediately afterward, he struck out his Luohan fist and ran straight at Morong City Lord with a raging momentum, his voice shaking the long sky with a murderous intent. Bold! How dare you insult the mountain lord? Today you must pay the price for these words and actions. Chapter 105, Hanging Mountain? Hovering Temple? Boom! The air exploded in a big explosion, and the surging waves of air rolled over and shook the people. The middle-aged monk's punches were rigid and uncast, as if they were a blistering wind and rain. Both sides were at the Yuaning cultivation level and fought with great difficulty. Monk, I advise you not to make any mistakes. As long as you gather all 800 boys and girls, you can keep the city safe for years to come, and your position as the head of the city can be secure. Otherwise, if the poor monk is late in handing over his duties, the mountain master will be furious, and will condemn you to the kingdom of Laksan. The middle-aged monk said in a chilling voice, think about what happened to the several city lords before you. The people are like ants. Why do you care about the deaths of ants? City Lord Morong rebuked. Crooked reasoning. If I were afraid of your Hanging Mountain, would I still come to serve as the city lord? You're a member of the Buddhist sect, yet you've fallen to this level. Only you're even worse than a pig or a dog. Obsessive. Poor monk will transcend the scholars this time. The middle-aged monk had veins protruding from his forehead. His face twisted, and he gritted his teeth. The fist was wrapped in a golden ball of light, brazenly striking out as if it were a swimming dragon. The fist prints crisscrossed the mountains and the seas. Bo sword technique. Morong City Lord's wrist flipped, sword shadows cascading over each other. His sword intent transforming into a continuous stream of water, using softness to overcome hardness. The two fought fiercely. City Lord, I've come to assist you. A furious voice like thunder rang out. There was a burly man clad in pitch-black treasure armor, each of his hands carrying a copper hammer as he rushed in, his face murderous. Commander Yang, you came just in time, Morong City Lord said excitedly. The visitor was the City Lord's Palace's Forbidden Guards commander, and although the other party's cultivation was slightly inferior to his, he could play a crucial role at this juncture. After Commander Yang joined in, the battle was immediately reversed, and the middle-aged monk was suppressed to death. Demon monk, why don't you tie your hands and surrender? Morong City Lord shouted. Cultivator Yang, how much longer do you want to hide? The middle-aged monk's face did not panic and his tone was meaningful. A ball of essence exploded in the eyes of Commander Yang, and he saw the right moment to smash towards Morong City Lord's back. Boo! Morong City Lord flew out backwards, crashing through multiple houses and collapsed heavily into the ruins, dust rising up all around him. His face was agonized as he stood with difficulty on his sword, and with a wow sound, he spat out blood, interspersed with the shattering of his internal organs. Surname Yang, you? Morong City Lord clenched his teeth and angrily stared at this usually bold and bright, emotional and righteous man, with the anger of being betrayed in his heart. Swish! Two figures fell in front of him. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar Morong looked surprised. The middle-aged monk folded his arms and mocked. Morong, hi. It's you who made a fool of yourself and had to go against the high priests of Hanging Mountain. Commander Yang tore off his disguise and laughed coldly. You secretly colluded with Hanging Mountain and killed the lord of a city. If the court pursues the matter, you won't be able to escape. Morong City Lord said angrily. Ha ha ha, you can be really childish. Lashan country has long been infiltrated by the power of Hanging Mountain. Even the country's lord has to turn a blind eye. It's just a one-track-minded guy like you that has to act for the heaven, and spoil the good thing of Hanging Mountain's lord. If the lord of the mountain blames it down, how much of a catastrophe will it cause to Lashan country when the time comes? Commander Yang laughed coldly. To tell you the truth, the previous city lords were all killed by my cooperation with Hanging Mountain because of their obstinacy. But until now, no one from the imperial court has ever investigated me. Can you guess why? Words. Lord Morong City thought carefully. Turns out, it was all a negotiated deal and he was nothing more than a victim. Monk Morong, the poor monk had already warned you, but you just insisted on going against Hanging Mountain, and spoke ill of the poor monk, and even denigrated the mountain master. Just based on that, your death is not unjust. Morong, hi. Kill yourself, it's the only decent way for you to die. I hope the next city lord will have a long memory. At this moment, Morong City Lord's heart was as if he was dead. His right hand trembling as he raised his longsword and crossed it over his neck, blood dripping down the blade. Just as he was about to cut his own throat, a heavenly thunderous rumble suddenly came from the sky. In an instant, a majestic and terrifying pressure swept over everyone, and everyone had a feeling of fear from the bottom of their hearts, as if even their souls were trembling. Throughout the city, the cacophony fell into silence. The group of vicious demon monks were all frightened and fell to their knees trembling. A huge creature that looked like a giant whale. Its wings were like clouds hanging down from the sky, and it swept in on the turbulent air currents. A loud and clear voice came out of his mouth, high and resounding. That's a supreme demon of the transition realm. The middle-aged monk and Commander Yang were shocked, and their bodies were as cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The transition realm was honored as a void immortal, and existences that reached this realm could compare to the sun and the moon, possessing divine abilities that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. And this great demon, if it wished to, could directly swallow the entire Lashan kingdom alive. Could this be the Kuan Pang? A flash of extreme shock flashed through Lord Morong City's eyes, recognizing this creature as the king of the demon race, an ancient divine beast rumored to have long disappeared from the Kunlun realm. Kuan, give me all the bald donkeys underneath. On the Kuan Pang, a young man's voice was heard. Boom! The crowd was thunderstruck. This great demon of the ferrying realm was actually the mount of a certain senior? A void immortal level mount? Are you kidding me? The Kuan Pang opened his huge mouth like an abyss and sucked it up fiercely at the bottom. Many people were surprised to find that they were not half affected, but the group of yellow-robed monks were uncontrollably flying away one after another, and their faces let out exclamations of horror. Spare my life! Elder, spare my life! The middle-aged monk looked horrified, and his body was sucked up into the sky, even if he fought back to no avail. In the crowd's shocked gaze, this group of inferior demon monks all failed to enter the abyssal maw and were buried in the belly of the Kuan Pang. The Kuan Pang was suspended in the vast dome of the sky, blocking out the sun and leaving half of the city in darkness. Commander Yang was dumbstruck. The blood in his body felt like it was freezing, and he was trembling like a sieve. He felt fear like never before. Morong City Lord's heart shook and his throat swallowed saliva. This was a scene he could never forget in his life. Swish! The two suddenly felt the sky spinning, and when they reappeared they had already been taken to the back of the Kuan Pang. What comes to mind is a beautiful scene that looks like a vacation island. A young man wearing a black robe embroidered with gold, his long silver-white hair recklessly strewn about, its roots crystalline and radiant, his posture lazily seated on a chair, one hand propped up on his head, his mouth holding an indolent smile. Around them, there were several other standing figures that were clearly honoring him. Tell me, What happened here? Why did those vultures burn and loot? Former, Senior, I am the Wuchang City Lord of the Lishan country. The group of demonic monks just now are the minions of the Hanging Mountain. And this time, they are specially here to forcibly capture 800 boys and girls for the enjoyment of the Lord of the Hanging Mountain. Morong City Lord held back the panic in his heart and said in a trembling voice, Hanging Mountain? Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. Listening to this name, could it still have something to do with the Hanging Temple? Give me a detailed account of the origins of this Hanging Mountain. Yes. Seeing that this big brother was interested, Morong City Lord hurriedly said, Hanging Mountain was established 200 years ago in the land of the extreme west. On the surface it is a Buddhist force, but in actuality it is internally manipulated by demons. And the mountain lord of Hanging Mountain is rumored to be a black bear spirit, with 4 great Vajra under his seat, all of which are demons, and in command of 48,000 small demons. Moreover, that black bear spirit also makes a big effort to recruit the outlaws who are wanted by the bounty. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground, and enter its Hanging Hollow Mountain to be able to prove the fruition of Taoism. So it has attracted a large number of Zen practitioners with ulterior motives from various countries over the years to rush to the Hanging Hollow Mountain to seek refuge. Then every few years, the Hanging Mountain will send people to all over the world to search for boys and girls. The 36 countries in the extreme west, including my Lishan country, have been poisoned to varying degrees, especially in this bout of time. The Hanging Mountain's actions more and more frequent. That group of defected to the Hanging Mountain of the demonic monks, in the name of organizing the affairs on behalf of the mountain, to go around the world to run roughshod over the world, to do all kinds of things that go against the Buddha's door. Words. Li Wujiao was furious. Grass. This group of scum actually went to sell their lives. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered. So many years have passed, and the 36 kingdoms have just allowed Hanging Hollow Mountain to wreak havoc in this place? Have they never thought of joining forces to fight back? This Lishan country is also an ancient country of cultivation, although it is not as good as the Great Zhou dynasty that level, but the depth is estimated to be barely enough to see. If the 36 countries are united and twisted into a rope, this force is very considerable. Hey, seniors, guess, why did that black bear spirit set up his own mountain and call it Hanging Mountain to the outside world? The answer is already obvious. Morong City Lord said bitterly. People have backgrounds. Chapter 106, Who is the devil? Oh, you mean it has something to do with the Hanging Temple? Yi Junlin sat up straight and came to say. Morong City Lord nodded. That's right. Rumor has it that the black bear spirit early years as the abbot of the Hanging Temple was nudged to listen to Buddhism, subject to incense offerings, and then somehow sneaked out and set up his own mountain. Pity the children who have been brutalized over the years. Obviously a black bear raised by his old man. And then in the end it is the turn of the innocent children suffered. The countries are also scrupulous about the background of the black bear, can only tolerate the situation. Of course, during this period, one after another, the lord of the country sent emissaries to the center of the country, trying to find the abbot of the Hanging Temple to take away the black bear spirit. But in the end, they were nowhere to be found, and even the emissaries didn't come back, so they must have met with an untimely end. Because of the lack of any constraints, Hanging Hollow Mountain became a tumor in the land of the far west, and any villains who were wanted for breaking the law would end up fighting to their deaths and fleeing to Hanging Hollow Mountain to seek refuge. And over time it became a purgatory for criminals from all countries. To this day, we don't have any effective way to do this. We can only rely on our passion to maneuver with them as much as we can. After listening to Morong City Lord's words, all of them knew the situation of this place like the back of their hand. Humph. According to that group of vultures' temperament, they must have turned a blind eye to the sins that their abbot had created. In addition to the monks underneath fearing that this matter would be spread out and ruin the reputation of the Hanging Temple, so they simply took a shot in the dark and made those emissaries disappear from this world. Red Thousand Leaves had a deep hatred for those in the Buddhist sect, and at this time, seeing the opportunity, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and spoke his opinion in passing. Makes sense. Yi Junlin agreed with this statement, combining it with the fact that the burning lamp master that he had met before had dared to directly exterminate his mouth in order to vent his anger. So according to the internal style of the Hanging Temple, he could not rule out this possibility. Red Chiba froze, then inwardly smug. The corners of his mouth imperceptibly raised gently. This seat is gifted. Even you have to admit it, right? This. Morong City Lord was shocked by this statement and didn't dare to pick up on it carelessly. After all, the Hanging Temple is the top power of the Buddhist state. The head of many halos, is the holy land of the eastern region of Buddhism. What subdues demons, supernatural spirits, all kinds of legends or various, is the storyteller's favorite to use to make up the material. In the eyes of outsiders, the Hanging Temple is the light of righteousness in the Buddhist state, and the abbot of the Hanging Temple is the spiritual leader of the world's Zen cultivation. Where can he allow the others to say anything? At first, the Morong City Lord really did have this conjecture, but all just dared to rot it in his stomach. After all, there were a certain number of Zen practitioners in each country, and the practitioners were basically based on the Zen path. So even the country's lords didn't dare to talk about the hanging temple, fearing that it would cause great strife and shake their rule. Yi Junlin's gaze rested on the cold, sweaty and trembling body of Commander Yang with his head lowered next to City Lord Morong, stretching out his finger to point it away with a playful smile. This person seems to be colluding with Hanging Hollow Mountain? Yes, this dog colluded with Hanging Mountain behind his back and brutalized several previous city lords of Wu City. If it wasn't for Senior's timely appearance, I would have followed in his footsteps. Morong City Lord raised his sword and looked angrily at the stout man next to him with a face of hatred. Commander Yang was so frightened that he fell to his knees and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Spare my life, Senior. I was just confused for a moment. Yi Junlin sneered. If I'm not wrong, that black bear spirit is up to something, right? Or else it would have sent people to take children captive so frequently this while? Young Commander stammered. Yes, it is the Mountain Master. Oh no, it is that damn head. Recently want to hold a big birthday banquet, so arrange to the people underneath. The task is a little heavier. For a small city, you want 800 boys and girls. How many children will the entire country of Lishan lose? On top of that, there are 35 other countries. How huge would the total number be? The sins that you, Hanging Mountain, have created are really heavy. City Lord Morong angrily rebuked. I'm ghostly, but the fault doesn't lie with me. The power of the Hanging Mountain is too huge, and the background is so hard. Who dares to mess with the entire land of the extreme west? That's why I, said Commander Yang slyly. Yi Junlin shook his head and flexed his fingers. Swish! Commander Yang only felt himself being catapulted out, the wind whistling in his ears, and then he saw the kunpeng opening its mouth and sucking him in hard. Ah! The screams echoed in his mouth, then fell into silence. To the kunai, it's a little snack from his master. Do you know where Hanging Mountain is located? Reporting back to Senior. It's just 1,000 miles away in the southwest direction. Originally it was called the Stinging Ridge, and since it was overrun by that black bear spirit, it was renamed as the Hanging Mountain. Yi Junlin nodded. Okay, I'll go take a look later. Upon hearing this, the Morong City Lord was thrilled and said, many thanks to Senior for stepping in, saving the 10,000 people from the flames. You are truly a great benefactor. The merits and virtues are immeasurable. With this big shot, what's the worry about getting rid of Hanging Mountain? A great benefactor? Yi Junlin couldn't help but laugh when he heard this comment. He just thought that he could bring a special meet and greet gift along with him on this trip to the Hanging Temple. Most of all, he was curious what a steamed bear paw tasted like. Suddenly, Morong City Lord said tentatively, dare I ask the name of this senior? Demon Sect. Yi Junlin. So it's Senior Yi. Wait. Morong City Lord was just about to pay a few compliments. Then his brain felt like it had been struck by a shocking thunderbolt. Reacting violently, his eyes instantly rounded. You. Go you. Yi Junlin waved his sleeve and a great magic power enveloped over, teleporting the man below in the blink of an eye, healing his injuries in the process. Kuan, turn around and go to Hanging Mountain. The kunpeng let out a joyful cry and rode the voluminous air currents into the sky. The pressure that enveloped Wu City gradually disappeared, and the common people then felt much better and were filled with awe. Standing on the ruins, Morong City Lord looked on with a dull expression. The Morong City Lord couldn't believe that the handsome young man who had stepped in to help them was the white-haired old devil who was so ferociously famous that he was known as the god of murder a while ago. It's the opposite of the image that circulates in Florida. Ever since the Hanging Temple had suffered a loss in that expeditionary battle, it had made even more of a big effort to smear and demonize Yi Junlin's image. Mentioning him had to be tied to all negative words, and now it had long been a household name in the state of Buddha. And even if, for example, a child of any family didn't listen to the rules, the adults would scare him by saying that the devil of Yi would be coming to eat you at night. In this environment of public opinion, Morong City Lord was also influenced by people who thought that Yi Junlin of Demon Sect was bloodthirsty and ruthless, bathing in blood and crazy. But never did he expect that this senior who had stepped in to help Wu Cheng today was him. And one praises the other as a great benefactor without knowing it? Morong City Lord wanted to laugh, but couldn't, and had a very absurd and sad feeling in his heart. The Hanging Temple, which used to be known as the holy place of Buddhism, saving the suffering of the people of this place, did not care about the death of the people of this place, and condoned that black bear spirit to act wantonly, while that Yi demon head, who had been smeared and denigrated, was willing to take the initiative to help them to solve their difficulties. The contrast between the two reputations formed a strong contrast, forming a huge impact that shattered the inherent cognition of Morong City Lord. Morong City Lord's eyes reddened. Her nose turned sour, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down along her face as she murmured, "In the end, who is the devil?" A few seconds later, Morong City Lord emotionally lost control of himself and yelled up to the sky, as if questioning the towering Buddha. "The Buddha? Who the hell is the devil?" The men who hurriedly arrived were stunned. "City Lord, you..." They were shocked by the perverse behavior shown by this highly respected City Lord. Morong City Lord gradually calmed down, then aimed at the direction where Koan Pang was far away and made a deep bow with both hands. Nothing was said, but it seemed like everything was said. Chapter 107. The Black Bear Spirit was scared and confused. The black and boundless cliffs, such as the knife and axe like the top of the mountain range, winding and circling, majestic and majestic. But if you go deeper and deeper, there will be more and more subversive horror scenes. If the timid people look at the first glance, I'm afraid that they will be scared to the point of ting and peeing, and then straight to the ground foaming at the mouth, only to see piles of skeletons on both sides, a carpet made of human skin in the center, a muddy ground mixed with human flesh and blood, bloody human tendons hanging upside down from the trunks of the trees, fluttering in the wind from time to time. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, and compared to the springtime scenery outside, this place was a dark hell. Along the way, small demons could be seen everywhere, which could be described as a demonic aura and demonic mist. But the most alternative is that this group of strange-looking goblins, even dressed in all kinds of monks' clothes, wrist-wearing Buddha beads, have the board to learn the style of the monks, meet and deal with the mouth, but also said Ba Buddha, pulling a few words such as the Buddha's day. At first glance it looked novel, but when combined with this eerie and panicky environment, it instantly gave people a strong sense of discomfort, and they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. And here, it is the Hanging Mountain. Inside the valley, white human skulls piled up like a small mountain. There is a huge black bear like a man sitting cross-legged on it, forehead with a golden tight ring, covered with black hair shiny, also wearing an oversized bright red robe, eyes closed like an old monk meditating. There were incense burners placed around the area, and the smoke curled up, combining with the environment of this place had a kind of unorthodox and weird feeling. Mountain Lord, according to your orders, the disciples have already traveled to various countries to lobby, and I think that for the birthday banquet 5 days from now, we will definitely be able to gather 66,666 boys and girls. A silhouette wearing 5 colored feathered clothes appeared, with a few chicken feathers on his forehead and a sharp beak, and his hands were folded in a respectful manner. In its essence, it was a colorful chicken king. There's another identity, one of the 4 great Vidra of Hanging Mountain. At this time, the black bear spirit indifferent, such as clay molding lines did not move, as if transformed into a statue of Buddha sitting in the temple, subject to incense offerings. The 5-colored chicken king understood and was about to retreat on his own. Suddenly, another lanky figure that looked like a tower of iron appeared. The monk's clothes were wide open in front of his chest, revealing a sturdy chest. His forehead had curved and sharp bull horns, his nostrils wore a nose ring, and his skin took on a magma-like reddish color that was indestructible. The low voice exploded like spring thunder, shaking the gravel on the ground. Mountain Lord, news has come that the monks who attacked Lishan Country's Wu City were all wiped out, and it is said that flying behemoths appeared in the sky at the time, and with their mouths open they swallowed all of the monks and soldiers into their bellies, and then sailed away. This is the Red Bull King, the head of the 4 Vidra, Ba. The black bear spirit slowly opened his eyes, and at the bottom of his eyes there was a refined aura flowing out, which made people not dare to look directly at him. In a tone devoid of sadness or joy, he said, "Could it be that there are other great demons existing in this land of the extreme west? Mountain Lord, there shouldn't be any. Old 2, Old 3 and Old 4 and I have been here for thousands of years. We know this place well. Before you came, we were each the king, with our cultivation being the highest, and we haven't seen any other great demons around here." The Red Bull King's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of white gas and said in a deep voice, "Ooh, I think it should be an out-of-town demon, not our local one." The colorful Chicken King made his customary cock-a-doodle-doo and said seriously, 200 years ago, the 4 great demon kings each divided their territories, which had been going on for thousands of years until the black bear spirit appeared, and the 4 great demon kings were taken under their command and changed their faces to become the 4 great Vajra. The black bear spirit coldly said, "According to you, even if that behemoth is a foreign demon, why did it specifically target the monks and soldiers, instead of just devouring the entire populace of the city on a whim? This is clearly going against my Hanging Mountain. Yeah, really blind, to actually dare to offend Hanging Mountain." The 5-colored Chicken King said angrily, "Since the establishment of the Hanging Mountain, the integration of the demon forces in the extreme west, as well as absorbing the Zen cultivators from various countries who have defected, it can be said to be an extremely strong base. sufficient to steal the allied forces of the 36 countries. The most important thing is the leader of their mountain master Black Bear Spirit, but also with the abbot of the Hanging Temple also has a little relationship. Just ask this background. Look at the whole of the Buddha state who dares to provoke. But right now, there was actually a demon race from out of town that dared to blatantly provoke them. You don't know who's the toughest fighter here, do you? However, just at this moment, an anxious and blistering voice came from outside. Mountain Lord. Something big is wrong. There is an unknown demon race invading the Hanging Mountain. My Buddha is merciful. The Black Bear Spirit's eyes shot a cold aura as he slowly said, "You guys follow me out and welcome this Taoist friend who has come from afar to celebrate his birthday." Calm words, full of morose killing intent. Yes, Mountain Lord. The Red Bull King and the colorful Chicken King followed out, their faces murderous. At the same time, the interior of Hanging Mountain was thrown into chaos. This was because in the distant sky, an extremely terrifying pressure spread out, and that black dot was rapidly expanding, bringing with it a powerful sense of oppression. This group of sinful beasts, actually spoiling the living like this. Li Wujiao's gaze was ferocious as his divine sense swept the situation below. All sorts of horrifying sights were clear. Yi Junlin laughed coldly. Hanging Mountain? It will cease to exist from today. The Koan Pang continued to fly towards the front, recklessly releasing the aura belonging to a king, overwhelming all beings. In the sky above the valley, two other figures flashed into existence, one looking like a gazelle and the other a fat black pig, the White Sheep King and the Black Pig King of the Four Great Vajra respectively. The Black Bear Spirit pranced into the clouds, one hand erected in front of his chest, his brightly colored robe whisking, his face ancient and unperturbed as he said, "How's the situation, Mountain Lord? The other party is coming on strong." The other two Demon Kings said with gloomy faces, "Humph, if it dares to come over, I'll create it to death headfirst later." Old Ox, the Red Bull King shouted angrily, "Ooh, Big Brother is mighty." The colorful Chicken King said excitedly. Anyone who could be called a Demon King was at the Spirit Transformation Realm cultivation level, and the Black Bear Spirit who took them in. His realm is the stage of merging, and he is known as the Demon Emperor in the Demon Clan. Above the Demon Emperor was the Mahayana stage Demon Exalt. Look, it's the Mountain Lord and the Four Great Vajra. The demons at the bottom boiled with confidence. Hanging Mountain is now dominating the land of the extreme west, not putting anyone in its eyes. Since there is an alien demon race provoking it, let it have no return. As that aura became more and more raging, the group of demons went from the initial clamor to the silence at the back, and every one of them was frightened, until the Kuan Pang approached with supreme might. The demons' faces were stagnant and their bodies were chilled. Mountain Lord. The four great demon kings who were arrogant a moment ago are all scared to the point that they are sweating coldly at this moment, and their faces are fearful. Looking at the two pupils of Kuan Pang's eyes that were as blazing as the sun, the Black Bear Spirit could no longer remain calm, his scalp numbly shivering. Dao friend, may I ask what is the purpose of your great visit? This selling look of the other party gave it a feeling that it was not to be messed with, especially with this realm. It's impossible to see through it. Boom! Kuan Pang wings vibration. Will cultivation unreservedly released? The entire Hanging Mountain are enveloped in it within the pressure. Grass and trees are still. Time is like frozen. I'm going. The four great demon kings were so frightened that they fell to the dust, shaking and rumbling. The Black Bear Spirit was no exception, falling down from the clouds, tilting his head up to look incredulously, his brain buzzing, losing his voice. This is a demon emperor of the transition realm? Namo Amitba. What had it done to actually provoke a demon emperor? Chapter 108, The Great Mushroom King. I'm panicking. The Black Bear Spirit's heart is full of panic. The reason why it ran all the way to the extreme west, a big reason is because this place is relatively remote. I have not heard of any powerful strongman sitting in the town. With their own merging realm cultivation is enough to set up their own house here. The king of the world. Together with the layer of tough background from the Hanging Temple, it could play these human kingdoms into the palm of its hand. As a result, it never expected that a demon emperor of the transition realm would come to trouble it. The Black Bear Spirit was remorseful, had known not to sneak out. Turns out the world out there is so dangerous. Suddenly, perhaps sensing Kuan Pang's powerful and dangerous aura, the tight band on the Black Bear Spirit's forehead emitted a golden glow that was brilliant and dazzling. Tay Grandma Buddha, what's going on here? The Black Bear Spirit was in disbelief. Swish! The tight band released a terrifying energy wave. In the dome of the sky, a shadow as high as 10,000 feet slowly emerged. It was a withered old monk in a robe with kind brows, twirling Buddha beads in his hand, without any sadness or joy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was an aura like the release of mountains and seas, directly and fiercely suppressing the Kuan Pang that was like the sun in the sky. Abbot, the Black Bear Spirit was overjoyed. did not think that this tight band on the head, containing Qianquan, hidden mysteries, the one who had manifested and emerged as a shadow was the abbot of the Hanging Temple. It was only a spiritual imprint that he had deliberately left behind at the beginning, which could be used to exert some of his own means when the black bear spirit encountered a critical situation. The Kuan-Peng's aura stagnated, and a look of scorn passed through his eyes. This old bald donkey, he's quite protective of his calf, Yi Junlin sneered. Just then, the abbot of the Hanging Temple slowly raised his hand, and a swastika shone on his palm, with a terrifying might that overwhelmed all beings. Boom! The golden palm print struck out, expanding infinitely in the air, as if the palm contained a small world within it, with billions of monks chanting sutras. This strike contained the aura of a transitional perfection, so strong, Li Wujiao's face changed slightly. The kunai felt the oppression coming on, and an uneasy yelp escaped his lips. With you, how dare you pretend to be a bully in front of me? Yi Junlin's face showed contempt. Clenching his fist, he gathered momentum and punched straight out. Sonic booms rang out, the air exploded in a big bang, and golden ripples blossomed from the fists, shattering the void along the way and causing an unimaginably terrifying sight. Rumble! The large palm with brilliant Buddha light was annihilated in the air by this punch. The vast energy air current rages and rages, directly shocking the many small demons underneath to death, and miserable screams rise and fall. After the move was dissolved, it seemed to lose its power support, and the abbot of the Hanging Temple's shadow gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The black bear spirit was so scared that his bear's bile was about to crack, his eyes glaring round, his face full of horror. If it wasn't mistaken, there was a human power presence on this demon emperor, which meant that this demon emperor was at best a mount. These days, even demon emperors of the transition realm had become mounts? It's crazy. The other 4 demon kings were so scared that their faces were filled with stagnation and they were lying on the ground, not daring to move. In their worldview, demon emperors such as the black bear spirit of the harmonization realm were already super dominant on one side. As for the demon elder, it was even more unthinkable, let alone the topmost demon emperor in the demon clan. Unexpectedly, the demon emperor, whom they regarded as a god in their eyes and who stood high above them, was actually just that human's mount? What exactly is the other side? Senior, I don't know where my little one has offended you? The black bear spirit was sweating profusely and cringed. Yi Junlin appeared in a flash, standing with his feet in the void with his hands in the air, a head of long silver-white hair dancing in the wind, his sword brows and starry eyes, and a handsome god. His gaze, like 2 beams of sword-ons, stabbed the black bear spirit underneath, and the black bear spirit's eyes ached, not daring to look directly at it. If you want to blame it, you should blame it on your bad luck to build your dojo here. Yi Junlin seemed to be smiling. The black bear spirit was so frightened that his insides flared up, and he hurriedly said, Senior, I will withdraw overnight, and I will never set foot in the land of the extreme west again. I guess you are going back to the Hanging Temple? Yi Junlin snapped his fingers. The black bear spirit was stunned, then nodded frantically. Yes. Then, it had a plan in mind and pretended to be deep. Amitabha Buddha, I have a great relationship with the Hanging Temple. If I didn't go back, the temple will definitely send someone to track down to the end. If seniors have time in the future, you can be a guest of the temple. The abbot's favorite thing is to sit down and discuss with a great power like you. Seniors. This black bear spirit was frantically knocking Yi Junlin between his words, implying in every word that he had a background, and that if something really happened, the abbot of the Hanging Temple would not be willing to let it go. The black bear spirit knows that this level of big brother, privately there is a circle, as long as the identity and background is indicated, basically we'll stop there. To give the backing behind a face, Yi Junlin's tone was meaningful. It just so happens that I'm also going to be a guest at the Hanging Temple, so why don't you let me take you there on my way? The black bear spirit was overjoyed. It seemed that his words had worked. Sure enough, the reputation of the Hanging Temple was just fine. The 4 great demon kings inwardly envied. This is good to have a background. Even this big brother had to sell his face and even condescend to escort him all the way. Little knight, go chop off this stupid bear's head. I'm going to take it to the abbot of the Hanging Temple as a meet and greet gift. Yes, master. The black bear spirit almost suspected that its ears had misheard it, and before it could let out a scream of terror, a line of blood surfaced on its neck, and the entire head fell off, blood spurting from the broken neck. At an unknown time, Li Wujiao stood beside the corpse with his ink knife and snorted. Stupid bear, really think you can go back alive? Mountain Lord. The 4 great demon kings cried out in horror as things shifted too suddenly. Yi Junlin's gaze swept towards these 4 figures and sked. Good fellow, with extra chickens, cows, sheep and pigs attached? This is too polite. The four great demon kings hugged each other and shivered. Li Wujiu understood and raised his sword to slash. The four major demon kings were hacked to death on the spot, each revealing their own bodies, each of which was large enough to feed an ordinary family for several months. Cassoulet, steak, roasted whole lamb, braised pork. At this point, Junlin had already started to make up on, and finally pointed at the corpse of the black bear spirit and added, and steamed bear paw. Perfect. The two returned to the kunai. Junlin patted Red Xianye's shoulder. Good disciple. I'll leave the rest to you to clear the scene. Red Thousand Leaf's eyes flashed with essence. Yes. He pinched his hand with one hand, and countless channels of terrifying red-colored flames were injected into the ground, and then spread out like a tidal wave raging in all directions. The tens of thousands of demons couldn't even escape before they were engulfed by the fire in despair. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scene was very scary, as if the end was coming, until the flames gradually dissipated. The various horrific sights from before had disappeared, and all that was left in their place was a scorched earth, smoldering with hot smoke. From then on, the demons of the far west became a thing of the past, and the hanging mountains ceased to exist. And that group of monks and soldiers sent to various countries will surely have a very good look on their faces when they come back in a hurry to resume their duties. Without the shelter of the hanging mountain, they were like lost dogs, and their fate would only become more miserable. At this point, the Koanpong traveled through the void and rushed towards the middle of the Buddhist state. On its back, a gastronomic feast is being organized. Li Wujiao held the roasted leg of lamb in his hand and ruthlessly tore off a piece of meat, chewing it in his mouth with relish. The meat was tender, juicy and very crispy. He gave a thumbs up and praised. Senior sister Bai's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Bai Xiaoshi was so happy to hear that. She scraped her cheeks with her fingertips and said not too kindly, "Not really, Mouse is just doing her best." Red Chiba's face was expressionless as he picked up a piece of braised pork and gently put it into his mouth. At once, an incomparable explosion of deliciousness hit his taste buds, and after chewing carefully, he swallowed it, a shocked look appearing in his eyes. Is this stupid rat cooking so good now? Even the top spirit chef in the central region is nothing more than that, right? Of course, Red Xianye would not show it. It would appear to be very unlike a big senior brother. Instead, he ate slowly and silently. Only the speed of his chopsticks pinching the meat was getting faster and faster. Junlin savored the delicacy of steamed bear's paw, which was really melting in the mouth. Slippery but not greasy, and after eating it, his body was permeable and refreshed. So much meat here. Make some whole vegetarian soup to drink. Words. Bai Xiaoshi blushed. Master, Mouse forgot to pull the wild vegetables. Junlin flicked its little brain and said in a bad mood, "What wild vegetables are you pulling? Don't we have ready-made ones here? Learn to be flexible." The crowd froze, then looked in unison. The figure of a teenager who lowered his presence and ate mountains of food in silence came into their sight, because he was pulled to enjoy a piece of it. The great Mushroom King had to turn into his human form to eat at the table. Originally his heart was more resistant, but he didn't expect the meat of these demon races to be so tasty after Bai Xiaoshi's culinary treatment that he almost forgot that it was a medicinal race. At this moment, sensing that a gaze was focused on him, this simple boy with a pot head and thick eyebrows asked apprehensively, What are you guys looking at me for?" Junlin wore a smile that was like a spring breeze. "Little Black, please change back. Master wants to drink mushroom soup." King Mushroom? Chapter 109, so good it's explosive. 2 minutes later, the great Mushroom King had done his thinking well, and without being coerced, he voluntarily transformed back into his body and jumped into a big black pot. "Ruoshi, come over and add water." Junlin couldn't wait to rub his hands together, wanting to taste the fresh mushroom soup, although he sympathized with this little senior brother. But after all, the master's orders, Bai Xiaoshi had to obediently pour water into the big black pot and comforted. "Senior brother, don't be afraid, just stay inside for a while, the master won't do anything to you." The great Mushroom King was so sad and angry that it had really gotten into the boat of thieves. Junlin excitedly said, "Little Red, start adding fire." "Yes." The corner of Red Thousand Leaf's mouth lifted up in a blade-like arc as he secretly said, "As expected, accepting this mushroom as a disciple is a fake, and eating it in the end is the real thing." Then, he choked with one hand and injected raging flames towards the bottom of the big black cauldron. The flames contained horrifyingly high temperatures of energy. Fortunately, this big black cauldron was a system item, otherwise it would have been melted long ago. "Fourth senior brother, is the water temperature okay?" Bai Xiaoshi asked with concern. "Hot. So hot." The great Mushroom King was in boiling hot water that gurgled and bubbled. It was so uncomfortable that it wanted to jump out immediately, but an invisible force was suppressing it, making it stay in the black pot. It didn't take long for the air to fill with the crisp smell of mushrooms. The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. This is a fresh soup made by taking the very best king of great medicines. Li Wujiao looked puzzled. The fragrance is quite fragrant, but junior brother looks very uncomfortable. Red Thousand Leaves played with the flavor. Oh? It said that the soup made from the immortal chaos mushroom, no matter who drinks too much of it, can improve their physique and have the posture of becoming immortal. Hiss! Li Wujiao viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The gesture of becoming an immortal. Anyone who hangs out in the cultivation world, who doesn't hope to become immortal one day? And now all it takes is a mouthful of soup. So where can one go for such a good thing? Li Wujiao immediately changed his face to a serious one and spoke in a neutral tone. Junior brother, hold back. The poor king of big mushrooms, enduring the hot water steaming in the black pot, was unbearably hot, and even showed signs of fainting. After all, the one who added fire to it was Red Sheba. If there wasn't a black pot outside to insulate the flames, I'm afraid the great mushroom king would have been roasted in the first place. Ding! A warm reminder to the host. If something untoward happens to your disciple at this time, this system will take back the rewards previously issued to you. Oh, even the system ran out and reminded Yi Junlin not to go too far, deeply afraid of really killing this poor disciple. Yi Junlin was stunned and said angrily, Tuzi, you are questioning my character. I, Yi, am a good teacher, and all of this is to sharpen it, to give it a will of steel. With that, Yi Junlin transmitted his voice to the great mushroom king inside the black cauldron. Little Black, run the Green Emperor's everlasting resolve for me. Remember, to death. The great mushroom king, who was about to be unable to stay up, subconsciously immersed his mind into sensing the technique when he heard these words. In this particular environment, the great mushroom king hovered between life and death, repeatedly jumping sideways as if he had forgotten time. The so-called way of wood is the way of life, as well as the way of time, so that it can be continuous, endless and eternal. As it came to its senses, the wood essence around it became more and more active, and the surface of its body blossomed with a radiant green light, with words vaguely visible flowing from it, which was the general outline of the Green Emperor's eternal life technique. The water began to boil at a frantic, aromatic temperature. What's going on? Red Thousand Leaves and the others were shocked. Swish! A huge pillar of cyan light blossomed from the great mushroom king with an invisible aura of majesty. Its realm broke through and came to the early stage of the transitional tribulation. Li Wujiao was stunned. No way? You can break through even like this? This is much more powerful than drinking enlightenment tea to have an epiphany breakthrough. As the third senior brother, he had a sense of crisis in his heart. For what one is so rolled ah? Yi Junlin carried his hands behind his back with an inscrutable look. Tuzi, see, that's what I intend to do. System. After the great mushroom king's breakthrough through the tribulation, his patience had also improved a lot, and he began to be able to slowly adapt to the temperature, which wasn't as uncomfortable as it was just now. Damn it! Red Sheba was inwardly displeased with the feeling of being slapped in the face, and then continued to increase the power of the flames. Before the great mushroom king had time to be happy, he suddenly felt the water temperature continue to soar, and was directly confused. What the hell is going on here? Snap! Yi Junlin gave Hong Qianye a slap on the back of his head. You really want to cook your senior brother before you give up, don't you? Red Thousand Leaves had to stop and said sheepishly, Apprentice is just trying to make the flavor of this soup fresher. The great mushroom king was secretly relieved to see that the black pot was no longer heating up. Finally escaped. Mushroom soup is here. Bai Xiaoshi walked with a brisk pace as she carried a serving of mushroom soup. The soup was fragrant, and there was a golden luster on the surface, which gathered and separated at times, looking very mysterious. Li Wujiao spooned himself a bowl of soup, then picked it up and gulped it down. Ah! Li Wujiao put down the bowl, tilted his head back and couldn't help but let out a moan. The sound of moaning. His body was light and airy, with a kind of floating pleasure. The crowd's faces were odd. What's a guy like you doing with so much drama? Li Wujiao reacted that he had lost his temper and coughed dryly a few times in defense. It's really good. I didn't lie to you. Master believes in you. Yi Junlin also dried a bowl and instantly felt that there was no exaggeration. The flavor of this mushroom soup was simply fresh to the point of bursting. Wow. Red Thousand Leaves slowly put down the bowl and shrugged. Just now after drinking this bowl of mushroom soup, it actually made him reminisce about the free days when he became an immortal as an ancestor. In one word, absolute. Mouse thinks it's good to pinch. Bai Xiaoshi's face was full of intoxication and she couldn't help but spin around in place, feeling overwhelmed with happiness. Everyone was impressed by the flavor of the mushroom soup. Another bowl. Me too. Yi Junlin and the others scrambled for the mushroom soup. Fourth senior brother, come and taste it too. Li Wujiao greeted with bravado. I'll forget it. The great mushroom king felt uncomfortable, feeling very ridiculous. Your own bath water, is it that good? There's one thing to be said for substituting the vision of the great mushroom king, and it's really quite diabolical. 2. Finally, the meal was swept away by the crowd. Li Wujiao took the bowl in his hand and was licking the bottom of the bowl vigorously, because he remembered that senior brother Hong said that if he drank too much of the mushroom soup, he would have the posture of becoming an immortal. Yi Junlin stared earnestly at this third disciple and finally concluded in a serious manner. Shao Li, you are especially like a licking dog like this. Li Wujiao's face stiffened and he smiled bitterly. Master, I'll take that as a compliment. Central Florida, Pure Land. This was the most powerful country in the Buddhist state, possessing the strongest Zen cultivators in the entire eastern region, simply because the famous Hanging Temple is set up inside. Every state master of the Pure Land Kingdom was selected from the Hanging Temple, and had no small say in the courtroom, and even the state master had to treat him with respect. There was even an early folk saying that the Hanging Monastery had the final word on whether the Pure Land Kingdom was in chaos or not. And today is a special day. Inside the bustling royal capital, monks dressed in all sorts of garb gathered, dusty and traveling in the same direction, Mount Vandu. With each step, they would put their hands together, kowtow and get up again, take another step, and kowtow, over and over again. In addition to this, many ordinary people followed suit and followed this group of monks to Vandu to express their devotion to the Buddha. This is a very common thing in the land of Pure Land. On the top of the mountain, an ancient solemn temple towers, revealing the vicissitudes of the ages. The place is full of incense and a steady stream of visitors. Abbot, the Dharma altar will be opened later. The disciples have already finished preparing. There was a little sannyasi who folded his hands and respectfully said, in the temple, a withered figure sitting cross-legged on a futon slowly opened his eyes, which were as deep as the sea, making people feel that the vicissitudes of the sea were nothing more than that. Well, stand down. Yes. After a while, the abbot sighed. AI. Just who on earth was it that was able to dissolve even the means of the old lineage? A few days ago, he suddenly had a sense of mind, when the seal of the tight band left on the head of the black bear spirit was activated, and then cut off. He knew that the black bear spirit was afraid of encountering bad luck. The tiny land of the extreme west actually has that kind of existence? Perhaps a Taoist friend who came from another Tao state just happened to pass by to take a hand in suppressing that sinful animal, because in the entire Buddhist state, there are only a handful of people who can indirectly fight with Lao Di, and all of them would choose to stop after knowing what's at stake. The abbot's eyes narrowed slightly. This sinful animal can't stand the atmosphere of the temple to sneak outside for wrongdoing, now being suppressed, is also regarded as karma. Just hope that the person who made the move can stop. If it is a great deal of publicity, if it's unfavorable to my Hanging Temple, he's been feeling bad about everything lately. Previously from the Hanging Temple out of the burning lamp elder, inexplicably fell. At that time the life of the jade slit broken, caused the Hanging Temple high-level huge vibration. Only this news was the first time blocked, did not leak out. And now, there was a suspected foreign fairy realm big shot, not selling face insisting on going against him. These two things put together made the abbot feel very disturbed. Amit Ba. The abbot habitually recited the Buddha's name silently, before standing up and slowly walking out. Today is the day he opens the altar. Every time there will be a vast number of Zen practitioners will come. This matter cannot be sloppy. It is related to him and the face of the Hanging Temple. Looking at the red sun above his head, the abbot's right eyelid suddenly jumped. His footsteps slightly stalled, and he said in astonishment, strange, why does the old line feel that something big is happening? Chapter 110, How dare he? At this time, the Van Duo mountain was bustling with activity, and many people's faces were wildly enthusiastic, looking at the temple standing at the top of the mountain with a pilgrimage mentality. It's the day when the Hanging Temple opens its method altar again, and this time I'll make sure to properly comprehend Master Abbot's Buddhist teachings. Master Abbot is truly a great man, this belly and mind, worthy of being the spiritual leader of the world's Zen practitioners. After all, that's the closest existence to a true Buddha. There was a lot of talk, and many people were lamenting. One of the men stretched out his finger and said in surprise, could those people be members of the Pure Land Kingdom's royal family? They also came to listen to Master Abbot's lecture? The crowd looked in the direction. Only 2 men and 1 woman were seen walking along the stone steps towards the top of the mountain, wearing gorgeous costumes and royal tokens on their waists, and from their temperament, they were a far cry from ordinary people. Behind them, there was a group of elite guards following at all times, all with chi and blood like dragons and powerful cultivation. This kind brother, you are an outsider, aren't you? You know, every time the abbot of the Hanging Temple opens his altar, the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom asks his children to come and learn, and after so many years, it's already a must-do for members of the royal family. So it is. The people were not talking, and they were focused on stepping up the ladder. This is the rule of the Hanging Temple. In order to go to the temple to burn incense and pray for blessings, or to listen to the Buddhist teachings, you need to walk through the 100,000 steps of Mount Vandu. If one is not patient and ventures to swipe up longitudinally, one will be considered insincere and be turned away by the monks of the hanging monastery. Ever since that time when I listened to the abbot master's lecture, I've gained a rather thorough comprehension of the Buddhist golden body. So even if I face an attack from a demon emperor, I think I'll be able to fight against it with my physical body. The one who spoke was the Grand Prince of the Pure Land country, with a relatively stout and imposing body, hair standing up like steel needles, and a glowing gaze. It's still Big Brother's enlightenment. The second prince next to him laughed, holding a folding fan in his hand and gently shaking it, like a graceful, jade-like male. Second brother, didn't you just tell little sister a while ago that your mastery of the 6-character truth had advanced even further? And you even told me that you were certain that you could suppress a demon emperor. Princess Mingyue's bright eyes and teeth joked. She was wearing a purple dress. Her hair was smooth and silky hanging down. Her body was curvaceous, especially her upper body, which seemed to stand like a mountain peak, and her body exuded the charm that made people want to stop. The second prince's forehead was sweating as he laughed dryly. Little sister, you heard wrong. Big Brother said that he could resist the demon emperor, but as a result, he said that he could suppress the demon emperor. Doesn't this show in disguise that he was able to beat Big Brother? The eldest prince frowned. Second brother, it seems that your strength has seen an increase. After we go back, let's practice as brothers. Big Brother, you mustn't listen to your little sister's nonsense. What virtue or ability can I compare to you? The second prince's head went big as he hurriedly said, if this was pulled to accompany the training, he himself would probably have to lie down for 10 days and a half months. Look how nervous you are. I just want to enhance the bond between brothers. Besides, how long has it been since we practiced? If you dare to refuse again, Big Brother will think you're looking down on me. The eldest prince directly wrapped his arm around the second prince's shoulders, extending his fist and squeezing it to crackle, with a look of madness suggesting that you have to think about the consequences. The second prince collapsed his batch face. He was going to be beaten up anyway, so he might as well agree to it before saying anything, and then he could be beaten up a little lighter. Good. That's right. Worthy of being my good brother. Second brother, don't worry. I'll be cheering you on from the sidelines. Princess Mingyue hid her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyebrows arched. Looks like you're really something. Even your little sister is cheering you on, so I must go all out then. The Grand Imperial Prince said indignantly. The second prince cried out, little sister, don't add more fuel to the fire. Second brother treats you well on a regular basis. Seeing this, Princess Mingyue almost bent over in laughter, her chest jiggling, causing many people to look straight in the eyes. A few of you, this is the Vandal Mountain. Please also pay attention to the royal face. The head of the guards reminded in a low voice. At once, the three stopped jostling and put on a proper attitude. In 2 months, it will be Father's birthday banquet. I hope that I can take this opportunity to open the method altar and realize new Buddhist principles from it, so that I can please Father. Princess Mingyue secretly said, one after another. Many people climbed to the top of the mountain and headed to the temple to listen to the Dharma. The monks folded their hands and looked solemn. On the lotus seat, the abbot of the hanging temple sits cross-legged, twiddling his thumb with his middle finger as he teaches the Dharma to the devotees underneath. All bodhisattvas and mahasattvas should subdue their minds in this way. All sentient beings and the like. If oviparous, if fetal, if wet, if incarnate, if colored, if colorless, if thoughtful, if thoughtless, if non-thoughtful, I will cause all of them to enter non-surpassing nirvana and perish them, and in this way perish them infinitely, 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 and there is no one who can perish all sentient beings. Subhuti, if a bodhisattva has the appearance of me, human beings, sentient beings, or lifetimes, he is not a bodhisattva. The old voice was full of calm and peacefulness, resounding continuously in the hearts of the crowd, and each one listened as if they were mesmerized, as if even their souls had been washed. Many meditators who had come from the outside world were there to listen carefully, fearful of missing half a word. My Buddha is merciful, the first and second emperors murmured with reverence on their faces. Princess Mingyue also folded her hands with a pious expression. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices sounded outside. Princess Mingyue twisted her head to look, and her beautiful eyes instantly widened. A few silhouettes swept longitudinally to the front of the temple, not at all bound by the 100,000 steps. At the head of the group was a black-robed youth with a full head of silver-white hair color, with a handsome face, sword brows and starry eyes, and a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that there was not the slightest reverence for the Buddhist holy places, rather like coming to pick a fight. Several monks, you have disregarded the rules. Please quickly leave Mount Vatican. You are not welcome here. The faces of a group of monks were grim as they pulled back, and the middle-aged monk in the lead released his harmonization realm cultivation and spoke in a warning tone. In all my years, I've never seen a rash so unruly. What did you say? Give her. I say. Snap. Yi Junlin slapped that middle-aged monk out. Did labor give you face? Senior brother Hueda. The crowd of monks were shocked. Where did this arrogant person come from that actually dared to come to the hanging temple to beat up others? Take him and wait for the abbot's judgment. The group of monks swarmed angrily. Just by you guys? Li Wujiao coldly laughed as he took a step forward, swishly pulling out the ink knife he wore on his waist. The knife aura was overwhelming and severe. Ah! A group of monks flew out backwards, blood spiking crazily from the corners of their mouths, their eyes rolling white and losing consciousness. What's going on out there? The commotion was so great that it caused the crowd listening to the Dharma in the square to look at each other in disbelief. Yi Junlin probed his hand. His palm erupted with a terrifying suction force, and the hanging temple's plaque was forcibly removed. This plaque's precious light flowed and was engraved with the three big characters of Hanging Temple, and after endless years of baptism, as well as the refining of successive generations of monks, the plaque itself had even reached the threshold of a spiritual weapon. This is the face of the Hanging Temple. No one is allowed to desecrate it. Red Chiba's face was odd. What did this guy want? Immediately after, in the gazes of countless shocked eyes, Yi Junlin swaggered in carrying the Hanging Temple's plaque, and then smoothly raised his hand and threw it into the air, the plaque cutting through a graceful arc. He then mimicked the classic moves of a certain kung fu father superstar from a previous life, wiping his nose and letting out a grunt from his mouth as he sidestepped and hit the plaque with a beautiful flying kick. Ah, fight! At this moment, this plaque, which had been baptized through the ages and engraved with the three big characters of Hanging Temple, instantly exploded with a bang, splattering pieces in all directions. Yi Junlin landed on the ground in a dashing manner, his hands behind his back, with the demeanor of a supreme superior. Shasta. Everyone stood as if they were petrified, with expressions of disbelief. Princess Minghue's beautiful eyes are full of shocked colors, murmuring, "Oh my god, who is this person? How did he dare?" Chapter 111. The evidence is overwhelming. The crowd's jaws dropped as they watched the plaque symbolizing the Hanging Temple being shattered by that youth of unknown origin with a kick. An absurdity welled up within them, almost thinking that they were dreaming. Who is this man? How dare he come to the Hanging Temple looking for trouble? The Grand Emperor's face was stunned. Then he said indignantly, "Big brother, don't be impulsive. It's better for us to wait and see what happens," the second prince said nervously. Not to mention the fact that the other party dared to blatantly break into the Hanging Temple. Just this kick that shattered the spiritual artifact-grade plaque was enough to prove how terrifying the strength was. Just ask. Without any fluctuation of mana throughout the entire process, with just pure physical body and strength, he was able to directly shatter the spiritual weapon with a kick. How many cultivators can do this? I'm afraid that even the Mahayana realm couldn't do it. Where did the sins come from? How dare you break into the Hanging Temple in broad daylight? Countless angry shouts came from within the temple, and the crowds of dense monk-clad figures came clattering in, all glaring angrily, their eyes almost spewing out fury. Under the sunlight, one bare head was like a briny egg, glowing with a brilliant halo. Whoever dares to continue forward, dies. Knight Wujiao's cold voice rang out. Swish! The biting blade chi passed in an instant, leaving a deep gully on the ground in front of them, and on this gully, the remnants of the overbearing blade intent was like a moat separating the monks from each other. Feeling the dreadfulness of this blade, the monks were frightened and pale, not daring to act rashly. Humph! A cold smile hung at the corner of Li Wujiao's mouth. What a strong blade intent! This person is already at the forefront of the blade Dao. He's certainly not a generalized person in the eastern region. Wait, ever feel that they give off an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they've heard of them somewhere? This kind brother. When you say that, I feel the same way. Crowd whispers. The abbot, who was seated on the lotus platform, had a flash of coldness in the bottom of his eyes. He had never seen such an arrogant person in his life. How dare he commit such a nasty act in the Hanging Temple? But today's day was very special. There were Zen cultivators from all over the world gathered here, and the more at this juncture, the more in his position he had to behave calmly. Amit Ba. The abbot's face was devoid of sadness or joy, and he said lightly, "Where did I offend the several monks of the Hanging Temple? I hope that you will give me a satisfactory answer, or else you will stay forever and repent to the Buddha for what you have done." In the face of this situation, the leader of the Hanging Temple, instead of being furious, had a light-hearted face, maintaining the demeanor of a Buddhist monk, which made the crowd couldn't help but feel admiration. Look at that, that's the pattern. Yi Junlin laughed coldly. Pretend. Continue to pretend for me. All of you vultures of Hanging Temple are so good at acting, aren't you? At these words, the monks glared angrily, furious at the man's great disrespectful words and actions. The abbot calmly said, "This monk, it seems that there is a deep misunderstanding of my hanging temple, but no matter what, everything in this world is about a word of reason. The old line opens the altar of the method today and teaches the Dharma, and you guys barge in for no reason, destroying this rare tranquility, and also physically attacking the old line and many of his fellow disciples, which is really not in the range of reason, and I hope that this monk can give an explanation." "Oh, well, you'll just have to watch with wide doggy eyes." Yi Junlin laughed coldly. He really couldn't stand to see the face of this old bald donkey. "Bring out the stay ball." "Yes, master." Li Wujiao took out the shadow retention orb, and after injecting mana, the shadow retention orb sent out a curtain of light towards the sky. The background of the image was clearly outside the Pill King Valley, and there was a familiar surplus figure that stood out. This is Elder Burning Light." A disciple let out an exclamation of surprise. This elder's status was so high that he was only second to the abbot in the hanging temple. Burning lamp. Abbot's eyes showed essence. His heart was like setting off a turning river. A while ago, the burning lantern's original life of the jade slit broken in the hanging temple high level caused a huge shock. In the way of the impact had to block this matter. So many people do not know that he has fallen. After all, that is a peak of the Buddha's great power of the transition. Look at the eastern region. There are not a few can threaten him. The result of a trip out of the house, on the death of no reason. Ask this who can accept it? Not only the abbot, but also the executives of the hanging temple who knew the inside story were all shaken at the moment, because the shadow retaining orb that the other party had taken out might be able to reveal what had happened before Burning Lantern's death. In the picture, Master Burning Lamp was confronting a white-haired old man, and from just a few words, one could infer that the cause and passage of that time, that's the white-haired old devil Yi Junlin. By the looks of it, it's trying to rob the cultivators coming out of the Pill King Valley, a hallowed ferrying realm powerhouse, and he still does this kind of thing. His character is really corrupted. Fortunately, a senior monk from the hanging temple came out to stop it. My Buddha is merciful. The crowd abhorred Yi Junlin and held the high priest of the hanging temple in the highest esteem. Ever since that battle in the desolate state, the Zen cultivators and the Buddhist state hated Yi Junlin. And of course, a large part of this was with the hanging temple behind the scenes. Demon Yi is ferocious by nature. Although the high priests of the hanging temple came out to stop it, I'm afraid that a sinister fight is going to happen. The first and second emperors clenched their fists. Seeing the situation, the abbot looked sad and compassionate and sighed. Good. Monks are compassionate. What Elder Burning Lamp has done is very much in line with the philosophy that my hanging temple has always carried out. He was thinking in his heart, could it be because of this incident that he was killed by the white-haired old devil? Burning Lamp, you're confused. Why don't you just run away? What's the point of sticking up for those mole crickets? The picture continues, only to see Master Burning Lamp's attitude undergo a 180-degree transformation after learning the identity of the other party. Suddenly, he turned on his own people, became emotionally hysterical, cast a spell to imprison all the cultivators, intending to kill and silence them, and, in order to get out of it afterward, made a request for cooperation with the enemies of the hanging temple. Boom! The whole room was in an uproar. What's going on? Master Burning Lamp is actually working with the white-haired old devil? Where's the promised compassion? The people who had just supported Master Burning Lamp and held the hanging temple in high esteem were all stuck in their throats at this moment. The reversal came so fast it almost twisted their backs. The abbot looked like he was choking, only feeling that his old face was on fire, being slapped in the face in general. Princess Mingyue was dumbfounded. Indiscriminate killing of innocents, hypocrisy and cunning. Is this still the virtuous monk she knew? Moreover, that one was still in a very high position in the hanging temple. That's not all. The most explosive scene appeared. On the screen, the real Yi Junlin appeared. Like a heavenly god he punched out and blasted Master Burning Lamp and saved everyone. That invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the minds of the cultivators on the scene. Hiss dash. The sound of pouring cold air resounded around them. The figure in the picture was the real white-haired old devil rumored to be the real white-haired old devil? Wouldn't that be? Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes once again gathered on the silver-haired youth, filled with shock, awe, nervousness, trepidation, and so on. The god of murder, Yi Junlin, actually climbed to the top of Mount Vanity today, combined with the actions just now. Is this a case of coming to rise to the occasion? So, he is Yi Junlin. After watching the image of the shadow retaining ball, Princess Mingyue was conversely not so scared of this one, and even mixed with a hint of curiosity. Little sister, quickly hide behind big brother. The Grand Imperial Prince pulled Princess Mingyue behind him, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead and his eyes filled with fear. What is to be done? Should we inform father? The second prince's scalp went numb with fear. The famous white-haired god of murder, right now, even appeared in the Pure Land Kingdom? This kind of existence, even if one poured out the power of a country, it would simply be impossible for it to fight against it, right? It's you. The abbot's expression was hard to hide the shock, and then his face looked worse than eating. Although he guessed that the death of Elder Burning Light had something to do with the other party, he didn't expect it to fall in such a form, especially after seeing Yi Junlin kill Elder Burning Lamp with a single punch. The abbot's inner assessment of Yi Junlin's danger skyrocketed. But more than this incident, the destruction of the Hanging Temple's reputation was the most terrible thing. Humph! A cold snort exploded like muffled thunder in the sky. The abbot stood up from the lotus platform and said in a deep voice, "Demon Yi, you are truly despicable. You actually tampered with the shadow retaining ball in an attempt to plant evidence to frame my Hanging Temple's elder. With such underhanded tactics, you still want to fool the world? It's too ridiculous." The crowd froze. Is there really something behind this? Retained shadow spheres can be faked. It's just extremely difficult to do so, but that doesn't rule it out. Old bald donkey, you still dare to argue, Li Wujiao said angrily. It really matches what this seat has always thought of you people in the Buddhist sect. Red Thousand Leaves clasped his arms in disgust. Yi Junlin waved his big hand and sneered. What about this? Poof! A black bear's skull rolled bony on the ground, emitting a bloody odor, its eyes wide and dead. What? The abbot was struck by lightning, and panic filled his heart. Chapter 112 Anxious. When the black bear spirit's head appeared, the crowd froze in place. What's that supposed to mean? Could it be that this demon bear is still related to the Hanging Temple? The abbot's eyes were dead set on the head, a cold sweat spilling from his forehead. It turned out that this sinful animal had encountered this person before triggering its own forbidden means hidden in the tightrope. In that case, this guy was definitely aware that this sinful animal was involved with him. Old bald donkey, I got your lost beloved pet back. Why don't you thank me properly? Yi Junlin said with a teasing smile. The abbot was so angry inside that he wanted to curse his mother. And with a deep gaze, he said, "Don't talk nonsense. My lineage has nothing to do with this sinful animal. Oh, this stupid bear, relying on the fact that he has you behind him, has established himself in the far west, calling himself Hanging Mountain, and has been doing wrong and making mischief all these years, brutalizing how many innocent people. You dare to say that you, the master, know nothing of all this?" Yi Junlin questioned. Boom! The whole place was like a pot exploding, and the surrounding area was suddenly noisy. How is it possible? The abbot master would so condone the evil behavior of a sinful animal? I remember. The Hanging Temple did keep a black bear, and I seem to remember seeing it in the temple a long time ago. Is there a coincidence here? I don't think the Hanging Temple would play favorites like this. Great compassionate abbot master, please give us a reasonable answer. Many of the people present were agitated and demanded that the Hanging Temple clarify as soon as possible, as this really subverted their perceptions. The monks of the Hanging Temple were too weak to speak out against it. The abbot's face was ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Ye demon, don't spit blood. This temple did keep a black bear before, but it passed away hundreds of years ago, and now you're coming up with this kind of forged evidence. It's a barefaced slander." The abbot is right. This is slander. Demon Yi, you're too despicable. Upon hearing this, the monks erupted into an overwhelming roar of anger, as if they had been wronged by the heavens. Pa 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 pa. Crisp applause rang out. Yi Junlin clapped his hands while sighing. To be able to have a thick skin to this extent, admire, admire, admire. The abbot grunted coldly. The old cassock walks right and sits right. Even though he is compassionate, he will never accept slander for no reason. Ye devil. The old cassock advises you to stop at the right time. Don't continue to mess around. Ha! Yi Junlin sneered and snapped his fingers. Shaoli, show them something else. Yes, master. With a wave of his big hand, several shadow-retaining balls swished and flew out. In mid-air, the picture was unfolded in turn. The earliest Tomorrong City Lord expounded things, as well as in the elimination of the black bear spirit. From the tight circle inspired the abbot's shadow. From beginning to end are recorded in detail. Voice action appearance are very clear and complete. Yi Junlin carried his hands behind his back. If there are still people who question that it's fake, they can go to the land of the extreme west to seek proof. Over the years, the people of the land of the extreme west have been living in misery, and throughout the process there was no shortage of people who came all the way to the Hanging Temple to ask for help. But the Hanging Temple didn't care at all, and instead, in order to avoid any repercussions, they secretly settled them. Take a good look. This is the highly respected Buddhist leader in your eyes. Yi Junlin's clear and crisp voice echoed in all directions, shaking many people's brains and minds. Ugh, disgusting. Li Wujiao viciously spat on the ground and despised it. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. In the crowd, A cloth-clothed old man hesitated for a long time, and finally went out on a limb and opened his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, I am an elder of the Heavenly Craftsman sect, and I can vouch for the honor of the Heavenly Craftsman sect here, that these shadow-retaining spheres are clearly drawn, and that there is no abnormality in the fluctuation of the mana, which means that what is recorded is the true facts. This statement was made, as if 1,000 waves had been stirred up. The crowd was in a state of shock. The entire eastern region knew that the Heavenly Artisan sect cultivators were skillful in their craftsmanship, producing all sorts of puppets, flying boats, magic treasures, and other items commonly used in the cultivation world. The retaining shadow ball, on the other hand, was also an industry chain under the name of the Heavenly Artisan sect. Therefore, when this elder of the Heavenly Craftsman sect came forward to testify, the credibility directly reached 100%. This is now completely solid. No more sophistry is useless. Oh Buddha, what is true? So it turns out that the Hanging Temple has always shown a false face, but in actuality they are all shameless people who are hypocritical to the core. You don't deserve to be the orthodoxy of the Buddhist sect. Get out of the eastern region. Indignant curses split the air like a storm. The group of cultivators present were in a frenzy, angrily rebuking, with a sense of shame within them that they had been deceived for a long time. I didn't expect that the truth would actually be like this. The Grand Imperial Prince's faith collapsed, like a deflated ball of leather, and muttered, "Poor us all being kept in the dark." The second prince laughed to himself. Princess Mingyue was surprised by this result, and then she looked at the silver-haired youth, her beautiful eyes glowing with a burst of color. This senior, really diametrically opposed to the rumors. What a lofty image. On the contrary, the Hanging Temple, which is usually shiny and glamorous, is so dirty behind the scenes. At this point, the monks of the Hanging Temple all had unnatural expressions. It's too social to die. Especially the abbot, who was on the cusp of the storm, felt that his old face was on fire, being repeatedly snapped and smacked in general. No matter how thick his skin is, no matter how well he has done the surface work, he can't stand up to this kind of lie being exposed and being criticized by 1,000 people. The scariest thing is, if this matter were to spread out, the glorious image that the Hanging Temple had worked so hard to create before would all go up in smoke in the blink of an eye, and its reputation would plummet to the bottom. Old bald donkey, what else do you have to say? Yi Junlin smiled playfully and snapped his fingers. The abbot's eyes were covered in blood, staring at this silver-haired youth with a deadly stare. The rage within him was like a volcanic eruption, roaring and sweeping through his chest. It was because of this man that he was dragged down. Damn it! Hearing the noisy reprimands in his ears, the abbot became more and more disturbed, and in his rage he issued the Buddhist lion's roar kung fu. All of you sinners, shut up! Rumbling and roaring, the roar was like a hurricane-like sound wave sweeping, shaking the entire Vastra mountain so violently that even the sun hanging overhead was roared down. Countless people had splitting headaches and their eyes almost rolled back in their heads. Master, this old bald donkey is in a hurry. Li Wujiao gritted his teeth. Humph, nothing more than a dog jumping over the wall. Yi Junlin waved his sleeve, isolating the sound wave gong and protecting most of the cultivators present. The crowd hurriedly hid behind them and bowed to Yi Junlin, their hearts palpitating as they said, "Many thanks, Senior Yi." After the previous reversal, they no longer had their hearts set on the Hanging Temple, and had long since recognized the abbot's hypocritical and ugly face. That was close. We were almost shaken to death by the sound wave gong. The Grand Imperial Prince was in shock. Could it be that just now it was to silence? Princess Mingyue covered her chest, which was about to suffocate, and a wave of fear washed over her. The second prince's scalp was numb, and he desperately urged, "Big brother, little sister, in my opinion we must evacuate as soon as possible." When it gets to this point, a huge conflict is bound to break out, and it's still unknown whether the Pure Land Kingdom will be able to survive on its own. The urgency of the delay is to withdraw in a hurry so that father can make early plans. Second brother is right. Let's go. The Grand Prince pulled Princess Mingyue and was about to retreat under the cover of a group of guards. Hurry! Quickly get out of here! The other cultivators also realized the seriousness of the problem and swept up in a panicked manner. The abbot shouted violently, "None of you will leave!" Boom! The Brahma mountain rose up with countless golden Buddhist lights, filling the air with a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. In an instant, the sound of Buddha's voice curled up and the chanting of sutras filled all directions, rendering the Brahma mountain as if it was the pure land of ultimate bliss in the western heaven. This is the Hanging Temple's mountain protection formation opening up. Old bald ass, what are you doing? Many people were shocked and angry, with ominous premonitions in their hearts. Amit Ba. The abbot slowly folded his hands, half of his face as hideous as an evil ghost, half of his face as kind as a holy monk. It looked strange to the extreme and chilling. All of you. You all have a destiny with the Buddha sect. so you'd better not think of going out, and stay obediently to receive transcendence. Chapter 113 A dog jumps over the wall. When you see this scene, anyone who isn't a cutie, all know what it means. It's obvious that they're all going to be silenced. Shameless. You hanging temple is shameless. Many of the cultivators present were so angry that they were about to vomit blood, feeling that they had really been blind before, believing in this kind of human-faced demonic monk. Where is this a Buddhist holy land? This is clearly a devil's cave that eats people without spitting out bones. A white-haired old man, trembling with anger, said with righteous indignation, "If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this Thai lecture." "You Buddha!" Another middle-aged man roared with emotion. In the face of the crowd, the abbot remains unmoved, hands together in the lotus platform, covered with a layer of brilliant halo, thick zen flowing endlessly. Boom! In an instant, the cultivation aura of transitional juncture perfection surged and spread, shrouding the entire Mount Vastra, as if it was about to freeze every inch of the void. The people who were originally still cursing angrily all looked filled with fear, feeling as small as ants. With this kind of strength, they can't fight back at all. Ah! What should we do now that Mount Vatican is blocked? Princess Ningyue's pretty face was white. The second prince hardened his head and shouted at the withered figure with brilliant Buddhist light. "Demon monk, there are so many of us here. Even if you kill all of them, how are you going to explain to the outside world afterwards? In the end, your hanging temple will not be able to escape blame." That's right. When something like this happens, do you really think you can hide it from the world? The Grand Imperial Prince glared at the tiger's eyes, his voice sounding like a bell. Words. A lot of people responded as well. So what if we exterminate them all? Paper can't hold fire. The incense burners who came to participate in the Dharma altar today were all from many forces in the Buddha state, which also included the royal family of the Pure Land country. And a sudden and bizarre death in the hanging temple at one time would surely cause suspicion and denunciation from the outside world. At that time, the hanging temple, as usual, was attacked from the back and fell from the altar. Goodness gracious. The abbot sighed. "Today, I opened the altar to teach Buddhism, but the result is encountered ye devil from the obstruction. For this hanging temple to open the mountain protection formation, I united with a group of fellow disciples, and finally killed this devil with all his strength. Unfortunately, the incense to participate in the altar of the Dharma were all killed." Amit Ba Buddha. Hear that? The guys got goosebumps and were internally furious. If that's true, then they're dead in the water. And, perhaps the prestige of the hanging temple will be furthered. "Senior, that old bald donkey seems to be saying that he wants to finish you off and then plant evidence," Li Wujio said. Yi Junlin was speechless. Nice guy, not bad for coming out of the same place. Before that burning lamp is also this kind of road. The main fight is to let him take the blame, and then he himself set aside the relationship. Continue to maintain a positive image. So this is your hanging temple's fine tradition, is it? Old bald donkey, you are too idealistic. Do you really think you can get rid of me without any problems? Yi Junlin asked rhetorically. The abbot gave him a deep look. Demon Yi, regarding your strength, Old Diamond has already seen it through the shadow retaining ball. You do have the capital to be proud of yourself. But I have to remind you, now this is in the hanging temple. This is my home ground. How much chance of victory do you think you still have? What the abbot actually said was not true. If he fought alone outside, he really had to weigh. But now it was different. Backed by the hanging temple's mountain protection formation, there was also a group of monks from the hanging temple to support them. All kinds of means were available, and their own battle power had long since reached a terrifying point. Unless a true immortal was present in person, he was confident that he would be able to profit from his invincibility. At best, the hanging temple would pay some painful price, but victory was ultimately on his side. At this point, rumbling, the mountain protector formation stirred up terrifying energy fluctuations, and the Brahma mountain was covered in golden light, with the sound of the Buddha echoing through the heavens. And this strange sight shocked the common people and princes of the royal capital. After all, Mount Vantan was the holy mountain of the Pure Land Kingdom. Today also happens to be an important day, and now that such a big event has suddenly occurred, it's hard not to attract attention. What's going on? Could it be that the hanging temple is experiencing a crisis? Should we send troops for support? Damn it, what the hell is going on in there? There was panic in the royal capital. State Lord, it's bad. The Grand Prince and Second Prince, as well as Her Highness the Princess, are all still at the hanging temple and haven't come out. That general hurriedly arrived. The Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom, a middle-aged man with a beard, wearing a glazed crown and gorgeous clothing, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan hovering in the hall when he heard this. Quickly mobilize the royal capital's garrison troops and quickly station them around Mount Vastra, always looking for an opportunity to rescue them. The Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom said eagerly. Yes, The general respectfully retired. He walked out of the temple, then turned a corner, stopping to stand in a remote corner with a wry smile on his lips, pulling out an ancient token from his body and injecting it with mana. The token emitted a silvery glow that seemed to be sending some sort of signal to someone. Van de San. The mountain protector formation was interlocked, exuding an ancient and vicissitudinous aura. Many cultivators had agonizing faces, only feeling dizzy, their minds flooded with chattering chanting, as if there were countless flies buzzing around, and their chi and blood in their bodies surged wildly, losing their ability to fight. Damn it, it's this bull ***** formation that's messing with us, Li Wujio said indignantly. Humph, actually disturbing this seat's mind. Red Thousand Leaves frowned. Even with his cultivation, he was slightly affected. Swish, swish, swish. This wasn't all. Under the blessing of the mountain protection formation, the aura of the monks of the Hanging Temple climbed upward, as if there was some sort of blessing descending upon them, and their strength in all aspects was enhanced. The abbot was also empowered by the great array. His body was as bright as gold, with a round of golden halo hanging behind his head, as if the true Buddha had descended to the mortal world, and was going to universalize all sentient beings. But his expression was really weird, half grim and half kind, and no matter how you looked at it, it felt very oozy. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Even if the burning lamp was resurrected, even if he used all his strength, he would be slapped to death with one hand. Demon Yi. Today, new scores and old scores will be settled together. The abbot's voice was devoid of sadness and joy, staring at this silver-haired youth as if he was looking at a corpse. In his eyes, the other man was the one who was going to die. Swish. The abbot swept away, storing up his strength to slap out a palm. The palm technique contains subtle points and explosive power. This is the Dharma palm. Ha! Seeing that the other party was coming at him aggressively, Yi Junlin smiled coldly and clenched his fist and punched out. His aura was like a dragon. Boo! The fists and palms collided, erupting into a shocking wave of power. In the meantime, the monks of the Hanging Temple are out in force, intent on slaughtering the outsiders here. Affected by the mountain protecting formation, the group had no room to resist and were instantly suppressed. The solemn and ancient Hanging Temple was filled with fierce shouts of murder, and the air began to fill with the odor of blood. A bunch of vultures, give Master Knight a death. Li Wujiao's body swept away, and between the flips of his wrists, ink-colored blade-ons crisscrossed across the sky, and the blade aura tore through the void. All along the way, there were crunching and messy kills and blood splatters. This seat can finally go on a killing spree. Red Thousand Leaf's absolutely beautiful face revealed exuberance. The pupils of his eyes had golden flames burning, a striking red coat hunting, his hair full of strands fluttering about, and when he raised his hand, flames swept like a pike, and many of the disciples and elders of the Hanging Temple were burned to flying ash. Good, so powerful. Princess Mingyue covered her aching head and said with difficulty, in her eyes, that red-clothed fairy was so magnificent. This is Senior Ye's famous great disciple. Fairy Red. Both the first and second emperors were infatuated, forgetting about the pain for a moment, their eyes showing admiration. Buzz off. The effect of the mountain protection formation intensified. The Hanging Temple's men got more and more brave as they fought. In a flash of lightning, the abbot and Yi Junlin exchanged a dozen moves. The surrounding void rumbled and collapsed. The air currents whistled and surged. The sight was incomparably terrifying. The abbot said coldly, Yi devil, I have a big formation to add to my power. You can't win against me. Feeling the continuously rising strength of the other party, as well as the gradual penetration of his own mind, Yi Junlin's face was not half flustered as he'd said, interesting, occupying the right place at the right time. It's no wonder you have this kind of backbone. Nowadays, this abbot of the Hanging Temple was definitely a handful of people at the very top of the transitional sinking realm. Don't be in a hurry. The good show has just begun. Pop. Yi Junlin snapped his fingers with a playful smile. Chapter 114 Exaggerated Lineup. Suddenly, in the vast dome of the sky, a huge body of 100,000 meters high broke through the clouds and appeared over Mount Vandu with a majestic momentum. In the next second, a loud and clear voice like that of a whale resounded through the sky, shaking the entire Pure Land Kingdom. Countless people cast shocked eyes, stunned. This is the Kuan Pang? The abbot had seen a lot, so naturally, he recognized the origin at a glance. His expression unbelievable. The ancient divine beast Kuan Pang, the invincible king of the demon race, had inexplicably appeared in the skies above Mount Vastra. What's going on here? And judging by the breath alone, this was still the cultivation level of the ferrying realm. It's a proper demon emperor. The Kuan Pang vibrated its wings and opened its abyssal mouth. Countless channels of terrifying energy gathered crazily, and then erupted into a vast pillar of light that ran through the heavens. Rumble. The pillar of light ruthlessly impacted the mountain protection formation, causing violent tremors on the surface. On the Kuan Pang, there was a rat-headed being that waved its tender little hands and shouted excitedly, "Master! Mouse and fourth senior brother have come to help you." Next to him, the great Mushroom King scowled, seeing the countless people pointing at the king's capital. His social phobia broke out directly, and he couldn't wait to hide right away. "Fourth senior brother, Master said that we have to go down and fight together." Oh. Bai Xiaoshi tugged on its mushroom head and said seriously. The great Mushroom King could not cry. Why did he have to bring me along when he did something? Seeing the situation, the abbot rounded his eyes and lost his voice. "This Kuan Pang is actually still your mount?" Previously, leaving the shadow ball, because of the picture, so he then didn't see the real appearance of Yi Junlin's mount clearly, only judging by the outline that it was a behemoth. But now, it's really intimidating. Only the higher one was in the height would one be more aware of how terrifying the Kuan Pang's potential was. However, this legendary existence that had long disappeared reappeared in the form of a mount. Even the abbot felt that the outrageousness was too much. He looked at the silver-haired youth who seemed to be smiling, and there were strong questions within him. This guy, how did he find it and take it in? A demon emperor of the transition realm would also submit to a human powerhouse? The abbot was puzzled. As a king bloodline among the demon race, the Kuan Pang was definitely at the level of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth once it erupted into an attack at full strength. It had done all the scavenging work before, but now that it had a chance to really show off, it was working extra hard at the moment. Rumble. A destructive pillar of light was once again ejected from his mouth, crazily impacting the mountain protection formation and setting off raging energy fluctuations. The sight was horrific and shocking. Mousy Mouse come to help too. Bai Xiaoshi clenched her pink fist and struck out fiercely at the front, her fist erupting with a golden divine aura that filled the air with a chaotic aura. Fourth brother, being urged by senior sister Bai, the great Mushroom King had to cooperate and make a move even if he was reluctant. Boom! The great Mushroom King mobilized the power of the Green Emperor's everlasting skill, and the turquoise pillar of light tore through the void like divine punishment, landing on top of the formation. Facing the combined strike of the three major transitional succession realms, the mountain protection formation finally had a problem. The surface of the formation had a click and shattered, and the curtain of light that shrouded the vast expanse mountain broke through a hole. Moment. The crowd, who had a splitting headache, recovered, and were so excited at the sight that they scrambled to escape. Run! Shouts and screams were heard and the scene was a mess. Come back! All come back! The abbot roared in annoyance, giving a giggle. A large palm print filled with Buddha's light slapped out to kill all the fleeing cultivators. Boom! The large palm seal was dispersed by Yi Junlin's wave of his hand, and pattering starlight fell. Surprised or not, Yi Junlin played with the flavor. The abbot's face was as gloomy as water, and there was an infinite amount of killing opportunities surging inside. He hated this guy. If it weren't for the other side finding fault, how would the Hanging Temple have come to this? Now, having been successfully escaped by this group of people, once this matter is spread by them, will Hanging Temple still have a foothold in the future? Good opportunity. Retreat, the Grand Emperor said excitedly. Little sister, what are you waiting for? Go! Princess Minghua looked at Yi Junlin's figure in a daze. Then she was pulled by the second prince's arm and hurriedly escaped under a group of guards. Swish! Next, countless cultivators came out in a line and fled out of Mount Vanity. Look! Someone's coming out. All the forces in the royal capital were shaken. Grand Prince, is this the Hanging Temple experiencing a demonic invasion? Should we go in to reinforce it? A middle-aged commander rushed forward to ask for instructions. The Grand Imperial Prince's anger was uncontrollable. Reinforcements my ass. They themselves are demonic monks possessed by demons. Ha! The middle-aged commander was shocked. Is this a disguised insult to the Hanging Temple monks? Such a treacherous statement. In the Pure Land Kingdom that is to kill the head. Big brother, let's quickly go back and report this to father. The second prince's heart palpitated as he looked at Mount Vandu. Regardless of the outcome, the sky is about to change in my Pure Land Kingdom. Swish! At the sight of a gap in the light curtain, Bai Xiaoshi pulled the great Mushroom King to leap from the Kuan Pang. Master, we're here. Yi Junlin laughed. Good timing. Follow my master to ruthlessly beat these shameless vultures. Aha! Bai Xiaoshi charged directly. Her pink fist clenched and struck out. The air exploded in a big explosion and gusts of air waves rolled over. In the crowd, from time to time, figures were sent flying and fell in a pool of blood. Seeing how chaotic the scene was, the great Mushroom King hid in a corner, just wanting to wait and see what happened. There's a mushroom here? Oh my god. This is the extreme great medicine king. Come and suppress it. It'll surely be delicious when boiled into mushroom soup. The dozen or so elders of the Hanging Temple had their eyes glowing and couldn't wait to rush over. Why are you guys messing with me? Upon hearing the words mushroom soup, the great Mushroom King was irritated and instantly transformed into his human form. This teenager with a standard pot head, skin as dark as chocolate, and thick eyebrows, indignantly waved his hand and shot out several turquoise vines, which pierced through these elders like chains of order gods, dripping with blood. My god! Originally, many of the Hanging Temple Zen practitioners who wanted to hit it were scared out of their wits when they witnessed this sight. At this moment, the great Mushroom King, whose mind was occupied by anger, harnessed countless vines to kill in and out. The scene was extremely ferocious. Although Junlin and his men were small, they were superior in quality. After all, they were all clear of the transition realm. It didn't take long for the battle to begin, and there were significant casualties within the Hanging Temple. Boom 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 boom. In another final collision, the two figures pulled apart. Junlin mocked, "Old bald donkey, it looks like things aren't going too well on your side." The abbot's face muscles twitched. He was truly surprised that this devil was so terrifying. And the disciples underneath were all at the transitional plateau realm, with extremely terrifying battle power. This lineup, it's really exaggerated. Chapter 115, The Three Saints of the Hanging Temple. The transition realm, known as the Void Immortal, was only one word away from being a true immortal, and a great power that countless people in the cultivation world looked up to, even if it was put into the top forces of the 5 domains. It was a living fossil-like existence that was not easily revealed on weekdays. But now, there were several transitional plateau realms joining forces to attack the Hanging Temple, and 4 of them were actually from the same person's division. This is outrageous. The abbot stared dead ahead at the silver-haired youth. His heart was like a river turning over. As the saying goes, a famous teacher makes a great student. Could it be that this devil is really wise and has the superior ability to enlighten his disciples? Otherwise, how could one explain that the disciples he had taken on had all ended up successfully cultivating to the transitional succession realm? For any other sect to be able to recruit one, it would already fall under the category of luck against the heavens. As a result, it came to him with a full 4. The abbot tried his best to calm down. His deep eyes erupted with 2 beams of coldness, and he coldly said, "Ye demon, do you really think that the bottom of my hanging temple is limited to this?" With that, he turned his head to look deeper into the hanging temple and said in a meaningful tone, "Both of you, please also make a move to kill this person with me." Rumble. As soon as the words fell, 2 terrifying auras erupted from the depths of the hanging temple, spreading like a raging ocean. Swish, swish. In an instant, the 2 magic treasures each came with a terrifying might. One was a black and white stick, one was a golden bracelet. At this time they were as if they had spirituality, drawing graceful arcs in the air, dragging a brilliant rainbow of light to clip Junlin. "That's the Vorpal stick and the Vajra bracelet," an elder of the hanging temple exclaimed. These 2 magic treasures, which ranked among the 3 major magic treasures of the Hanging Temple, were both at the level of 7th grade metaphysical artifacts and had been passed down for millions of years. Humph! Seeing these 2 magic treasures locking onto him, Junlin coldly waved his sleeve and a powerful force seemed to pour out like a mountain torrent. The stick and bracelet were like lightning strikes. Their breath weakened quite a bit, but they still launched fierce attacks at him. Along the way, the void was collapsing, and black and white electric awnings danced about like spirit snakes, interspersed with golden splendor. A very strange and frightening sight. Junlin raised his eyebrows, merged his fingers and pointed away, and bellowed, "Retreat!" A blast of explosions. The 2 magic treasures flew backwards with hot smoke, the body of the weapon vibrating violently and seemingly wailing. On the left, was the middle-aged monk with golden earrings, one hand erected in front of his chest, the other holding a black and white stick, unusually tall, with a terrifying chi and blood dormant in his body, and an extremely strong sense of oppression exuding from his body. On the right, a young monk with a blazing white halo hanging behind his head, a red dot on his brow, a clear face devoid of sadness or joy, and a golden bracelet suspended in his hand, glowing brightly. "Who are those 2? A little shaman asked curiously. The senior brother next to him thought of something and said with a face full of awe, "I've seen this before on a portrait. This is Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing. These 2 were on par with our Abbot Shuyun back then, and were once even known as the 3 Saints of Hanging Temple." Boom! The entire room instantly clamored. Upon learning the identities of these 2, the morale of all the Hanging Temple monks soared, as if they were excited like chicken blood. Hanging Temple 3 Saints. Back then this name shook the eastern region. The 3 strongest Zen cultivators most admired by Zen cultivators in the world. Back then, they were all top-notch Buddhist powerhouses, and they were also almost invincible in the same realm in single combat. And the most important thing was that the 3 of them practiced a special technique that could explode exponentially in lethality if they were united. It was also at that time that the 3 of them teamed up to break into the eastern region. using their strength to make all the powerful people from all sides pay homage to them, completely making a name for the three saints of the Hanging Temple. And in the minds of the world's Zen cultivators, the three saints of the Hanging Temple represented three insurmountable mountains. Later, the monk named Shu Yun succeeded the abbot of the Hanging Temple, and the other two retired from the world. Thus the three saints of the Hanging Temple became a thing of the past. Even so, all the residual power was still there, so much so that their invincible deeds were still rumored in some parts of the eastern region, making many informed cultivation forces incomparably fearful of the Hanging Temple, because back then, the three saints were as famous as the day was long, and their reputation was just too loud. Now that the other two had come out, it made the Hanging Temple's monks excited, as if they were brainwashed fans meeting their idols. Shu Yun, who was the current abbot of the Hanging Temple, had a cold flash in his eyes. He didn't like these two, but the situation forced him to ask these two partners from the past to step in. For reasons of occasion, Void Cloud pretended to see an old friend and said with feeling, "Both of you, long time no see. Void Cloud, where did you invite this kind of devil to actually repel me in Qing Jing's magic treasure with your bare hands?" Elder Longxiang's gaze was like electricity and his voice was like a bell. Sadly, the Hanging Temple hasn't suffered such a blow after many years. Shu Yun, how will you explain to the late abbot? Elder Qing Jing said with compassion. Words. The corners of Void Cloud's mouth twitched as his old face clouded over. Again, that familiar feeling. If he hadn't been forced to do so, he really didn't want to see these two. As his thoughts turned, Void Cloud's bloodshot eyes stared at Yi Junlin dead in the face, settling the score on this man's head. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered. What's the situation? This old bald donkey. It seems like he doesn't get along with these two. It seems like you have a problem with them? Yi Junlin played with the flavor. Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing froze. Void Cloud, is what he said true? Void Cloud angrily rebuked. Devil, don't sow discord. He then pinched his hand with one hand and seemed to be tugging on something. In the depths of the ground of Mount Vatican, a dusty precious staff was vibrating crazily, and then shot out and flew suspended in the air, its body surrounded by divine-colored Buddha's light, exuding a great pressure. This is the first of the three great treasures of the Hanging Temple, the ninth-grade metaphysical artifact, the Tong Tian staff. The monks were filled with shock. Holding his precious staff in his hand, with one hand erected in front of his chest, Void Cloud coldly said, to be able to make the old lineage do this, it's worth it even if you die. Ninth-grade Xian weapon, just one step away from immortal weapon, is the supreme magic treasure of the Hanging Temple. All along, it had been relying on the heaven and earth spiritual chi of Mount Fanta to nourish it, and now, in order to cooperate with the other two partners to kill Yi Junlin, Void Cloud had directly taken it out, which was evident of the great determination. Both of you, don't rush to blame Laudi first. Now that a great enemy is at hand, the three of us should unite to defend the Tao. Void Cloud reminded. Makes sense. The dragon elephant elder nodded, then moved to swing the Vorpal stick and smashed it fiercely. Devil, take your life. The shadow of the stick was heavy and dazzling. This was the voodoo stick technique, and when performed in conjunction with the voodoo stick, the power was definitely at a superb level. Giggle. On the other side, there was a blinding golden aura that tore through the void and headed straight for Yi Junlin's head, and upon closer inspection, it was the adamantine bracelet wrapped in a golden mass of light, with ancient Brahmins encircling the entire body. Sinner, suffer death. Elder Qingjing shouted coldly. These two launched a pincer attack towards their target, and right in the middle, the abbot of the Hanging Temple swung his staff and smashed his head, covered with golden Buddha's light blazing. Behind the Buddha's shadow emerged a solemn appearance. The three great transitional perfection super powerhouses joined forces to launch a fierce attack on Yi Junlin. Feel the pounding pressure come over you. Yi Junlin stretched out his hand and raised it above his head, and a flying sword with an ancient shape emerged from the void, the body of the sword covered with ancient runes, as if it contained traces of the vicissitudes of the ages. When gripped in the hand, the longsword's blade exploded with a pale light that was so dazzling that it was hard to look at it directly. Song Yuan sword. You actually have a 9th grade Xian weapon as well? Void Cloud felt shocked. Ding! Sign-in location Hanging Temple detected. Will the host receive the reward? Right at this moment, the system beep suddenly sounded. Good guy, it's only at this time that you reacted. I thought the reward had been swallowed by you. Yi Junlin spat, and in his mind he said, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Rewarded with an awesome and bombastic sword technique, killing immortal sword decision. Shasta. Yi Junlin's tiger's body shook as more information about this sword duel appeared in his mind. Out of instinct, subconsciously swinging the Song Yuan sword. Boom! Killing chi, killing intent, killing potential. In this moment, all converge. along that Song Yuan's sword burst out in the trend. The power is infinite. It was as if even the immortals roaming the heavens were going to spill blood under this sword move. What? The three void clouds were shocked. Chapter 116, One breath transforms three purities. Rumble. The heart-stopping blood-colored sword awnings went overwhelmingly, containing the terrifying power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The momentum of the three saints of the Hanging Temple was blocked, and it was only after a great deal of wasted effort that they combined their efforts to barely offset this destructive sword aura. The three void clouds had palpitations in their hearts. Demon. What kind of sword technique is this? This sword move had a kind of killing momentum that was unrelenting, as if all the immortals on high were going to be decimated. Those whose minds are not firm will even have a mental breakdown in the face of this sword, and will be reduced to a demented dullard on the spot. It was good that the three of them were all Zen practitioners who were proficient in Buddhism and had a deep creation in this area, but even so, they were all in a very sorry state in front of that sword just now. At this moment, Junlin had a head full of long silver-white hair dancing about, his eyes surging with murderous anger, his hand holding a 3-foot blade, his posture standing proudly in the world. It's really like a big devil. Listen up. This sword technique is called the donkey slaughtering sword technique, specializing in killing old bald donkeys like you. Sins, how dare you speak out of turn? The violent-tempered dragon elephant elder was furious. His body was as fast as lightning. His hand holding the demon flying stick violently swept across the sky. All the emptiness along the way was shattered. The sound was horrifying. Dang! The vorpal stick trembled violently, and a raging force was transmitted to the dragon elephant elder's arms, causing him to grit his teeth as he retreated backward, his body's chi and blood churning in an uncomfortable manner. Junlin said, "This is it?" Elder Longxiang angrily said, "What are you two still standing there for? Watching the joke?" Void Cloud's gaze was deep. "Take your respective positions and join forces to surround him," Elder Qingjing said. "That's exactly what I want." Swish swish swish. In the next second, the three saints of the Hanging Temple adjusted their state and enveloped Junlin in a triangular position, and then launched attacks in their respective directions. Even though he was surrounded by three people, Junlin still managed to cope with it with ease with one hand behind his back and that Song Yuan sword in the other. Dang! Above the Brahma mountain, the sound of gold and iron clashing was incessant, and the flattened ripples visible to the naked eye were dense and incomparable. Throughout the entire process, the three saints of the Hanging Temple became more and more alarmed the more they fought, and they froze without taking any advantage. Damn it! Back when the three of us were famous in the Eastern Domain, we hadn't even encountered this kind of difficult opponent. Which era's old monster is this? Elder Longxiang said in a depressed manner. Void Cloud, where on earth did you invite this kind of strong person from? When the old abbot was alive, he warned you not to make enemies for the Hanging Temple, and you nodded your head vigorously at that time, but now it's so bad that you've even dragged us into it. Elder Qingjing chattered. Void Cloud grew more and more enraged as he listened, forcing himself to hold back his anger without seething. His eyes were fixed on the sword-wielding figure, and his heart was greatly shaken. Logically speaking, even if the mountain protecting formation was damaged to a certain extent, it would still add to the strength. But in this situation, none of the three of them could gain the upper hand. It could be imagined that the strength of this devil was far beyond imagination. Jabla! Junlin held the Song Yuan sword and violently swung it out, the sword on spreading like waves, filled with a terrifying killing power. The three men fell back as if struck by lightning. I thought you guys were so powerful, but it turns out you're nothing more than that. Junlin shook his head. Damn it, our Hanging Temple's three saints have actually been underestimated. Void Cloud, if you ask me, it's better to utilize that power. Anyway, after accumulating it for so many years, what's wrong with consuming it? The other two were chattering away in their ears. Shut up, the old man knows what's in his heart. Void Cloud couldn't hold back and yelled at his two old partners. The two men froze, staring at each other. Void Cloud looked at the silver-haired youth in front of him. His eyes erupted with an essence that cracked the sky, and he laughed fiercely. Demon Yi, I'll let you see the biggest underbelly of my Hanging Temple next. With those words, this abbot of the Hanging Temple choked with one hand and recited an incantation with his mouth. Buzz off. Invisibly, a special power was released from the temple and seemed to be tugged as it descended on the three of them. This power is very pure, sacred and flawless. Rumble. The three of them were as if they had been blessed with some kind of blessing, and when their eyes opened and closed, golden light shone out in all directions, and each one of them had a dignified appearance of treasure, like a Buddha who rescued the suffering and saved the people. Compared to a moment ago, the aura on their bodies was at least dozens of times stronger. Junlin frowned. Not good. Master is in danger. Li Wujiao's eyebrows jutted out as he looked at the three figures with brilliant Buddha light, like a great sun across the sky, and a sense of fear permeated his heart. Red Thousand Leaf's face changed slightly, and his tone was rare and grave. This is the power of incense. The three saints of the Hanging Temple who were empowered by the power of incense. Even he had a feeling of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart. If he were to face these three people, the only thought in his mind would be to flee. Amit Ba. A Buddhist cry echoed through the sky like a great bell. That robe-clad old monk had one hand erected in front of his chest, the other hand holding a golden scepter, and his pale face had more than a little bit of sadness and compassion. However, the bottom of his eyes were filled with awe-inspiring killing intent. Damn it! I wanted to accumulate more power of incense so that I could have a chance to break through the legendary true immortal realm. But now, in order to deal with this tricky devil, I can only be forced to consume it to use it to enhance my strength. Even if he is finally killed, it will be much harder to regather the power of the incense again. After all, the reputation of the Hanging Temple has been ruined. Thinking about this, Void Cloud gritted his teeth in hatred. This was also why he wanted to silence all of that group of outsiders before. Even if it was better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. This was to avoid the news from leaking out and negatively affecting the Hanging Temple. If everyone did not recognize the Hanging Temple, naturally, there would be no incense burners to come and worship and provide a constant flow of incense power. This was undoubtedly a major blow to the Buddhist forces. And now that path has been cut. The culprit, right in front of him. Is this your bottom line? Yi Junlin stood with his sword, his eyes as brilliant as ever, his silver-white hair fluttering in the wind. The sense of oppression brought about by these three people at this moment made him feel excited from the bottom of his heart. Demon Yi, when Lao Di utilizes this power, you've completely lost your chance of victory. Die! Shu Yun's tongue exploded with spring thunder, and he moved to swing his precious staff. The other two swished and launched a pincer attack towards Yi Junlin. Rumbling and rumbling, several figures erupted in a terrifyingly fierce battle, and the energy currents released from the exchange of hands raged madly as sand and dust rolled. If it wasn't for the fact that Mount Vanduo was relatively special, sheltered by a mountain protection array, plus the fact that it had been impregnated by the Buddha's teachings and had been transformed from the inside out, it would have long since shattered into pieces under the impact of this force. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Void Cloud laughed coldly. The Hanging Temple had endured a long time, and had been subjected to the incense offerings of countless people, and the power of the accumulated incense was so huge that once one chose to enchant oneself, the combat power was incomparably terrifying. Soon, Yi Junlin then began to be deeply besieged, and even the spells he used were dissolved by the three. Suddenly, a loud and clear cry like that of a whale rang out, only to see the Kuan Pang hovering outside see his master in trouble, change his shape and rush into the Vandal Mountain from the gap, opening his mouth to eject destructive waves of energy light. Boom! The pillar of light was fiery and eye-catching, wanting to destroy the sky and the earth. However, in the eyes of today's Void Cloud, the Kuan Pang's attack was nothing at all. Humph! Sinful animal! With a lift of his hand, he crushed this pillar of light and then grabbed towards that Kuan Pang, the large golden palm print bearing a swastika, filled with a divine aura. Kuan Pang exerted all his strength, but in the end could not escape the fate of being suppressed. The golden palm print was transformed into a five-finger mountain, which made it difficult to move. You have a destiny with the Buddhist sect, so later on, let the old lineage properly transform you, and from now on become my Hanging Temple's protector holy beast. The bottom of Void Cloud's eyes flashed with greed. This was the Kuan Pang, the supreme king of the demon race, with terrifying growth potential in the future. If he could be adopted as his own, then the previous loss would be nothing. Yi Junlin's eyes chilled. Old bald donkey, you dare to touch my Akun? Kuan? What a name! Void Cloud inwardly castigated and laughed coldly. So what if you move? Do you think you're still a threat to Lao Di? There was a sense of victory in him now. No panic at all. Ha! Then try this. Yi Junlin pinched his knob with one hand and a blinding light flowed out from his body, followed by one figure after another coming out from both sides of his circumference at the same time. Boom! These two figures swung and smashed out horrendously powerful fists, combining with Yi Junlin's sword moves to directly repel the three saints of the Hanging Temple. This is... Void Cloud and the others stared with rounded eyes as they saw three identical figures in front of them, and the most frightening thing was that even their aura and cultivation were the same. Feeling that the two doppelgangers were connected to his own mind, Yi Junlin felt that the experience was marvelous. Interesting, is this the one breath transforms three purities? The other two doppelgangers that evolved were able to exert the same amount of ability as the main body, and now, he was no longer very capable of fighting. This was very capable of fighting. Yi Junlin felt that it was not too much, and his mind moved. In the hands of the other two doppelgangers, there were two more magic treasures in each of them. One is the heavenly burial coffin and the other is the flute of eternal life. 9th grade Xuanqi? How come they're all 9th grade Xian weapons? Void Cloud was filled with horror and lost his voice. In the entire hanging temple, there was only one 9th grade Xuanqi, and it turned out that this guy had a full 3 in his hands. How come there are 2 more master elders? After slashing down a dozen or so elders, Li Wujiao twisted his head to look at the sky above and was stunned. The Kunlun realm actually has this kind of subtle great divine ability? Where exactly did he learn it from? Or did he create it himself? Red Thousand Leaves murmured with a face full of astonishment. He was at least a true immortal who had seen the world, and since following this guy all the way here, he looked like a turd. At this point, in the midst of countless shocked gazes, 3 figures standing side by side in the void, the left side of Yi Junlin's shoulder against the funeral coffin, posture arrogant and domineering, the right side of Yi Junlin hand holding longevity flute on the side of the mouth, temperament out of the dust as if exiled immortal. As for Yi Junlin in the center, he was holding the Tsong Yuan sword in his hand and pointing forward, a playful smile on his lips. Go on. Chapter 117, You've lost. Void Cloud. Why don't you simply cooperate with me and Dragon Elephant to make that move? If it's that move, I'm sure it will have a great chance of winning, Elder Qingjing said seriously. That's right. To think that when the 3 of us united to perform that stance, we could be said to be unbreakable and indestructible. We were practically invincible in all the world, Elder Dragon Elephant said seriously. Not to mention that this devil is so powerful. I feel that the only way to suppress him is to utilize that stance. Words. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. Could it be that these 3 still had tricks left to play? Upon hearing his companion's proposal, instead of adopting it, Void Cloud's emotions almost went out of control as he roared. Get lost. Don't ever think that I will let Lao Di cooperate with you again. By the way, he was irritated. He seemed to be remembering something bad. You? Hey. Seeing this, the 2 partners shook their heads helplessly. Void Cloud stared deathly at Yi Junlin in the center and gritted his teeth. Yi Demon. Do you think that with 2 more of you, you'll be able to deal with us? Won't you know if you try? As soon as the words fell, Yi Junlin flew out with his sword in hand. A flash of a blazing sword on flashed by, pushing straight for his brow. The pupils of Void Cloud's eyes contracted violently as he swung his precious staff and injected it with thick mana, which emitted a brilliant light like that of a great sun. A blast of explosions. Although the sword on was blocked, Void Cloud's figure retreated backward a dozen feet, wisps of blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth, and there was a strong sense of shock in his eyes. Previously, he had combined with his other 2 partners to deal with Yi Junlin with many against few. But now that he himself wanted to go head on and tough it out, he ended up losing out in a single shot. Sins, don't go wild. Dragon Elephant Elder swung up his voodoo stick. The shadow of the stick was false and real. Then he stored up his strength and smashed towards Yi Junlin who was holding the sword. Boo! Unexpectedly, it was blocked by an ancient bronze coffin, and the club smashed hard on it with a trembling popping sound. The doppelganger Yi Junlin sneered. Your opponent is me. Well, the Dragon Elephant Elder was stunned, and chills ran straight down his back. Dragon Elephant, let me help you. Elder Qingjing raised his hand and flicked it, and the adamantine bracelet tore through the void like a spiral, trailing a brilliant arc of light that slashed straight through the body of the doppelganger Yi Junlin. The power is so strong that the ordinary perfect tribulation is hit by this thing, all to be hard churned into blood mud. Suddenly, the melodious and clear flute sound rang out, and the air was coalesced with a succession of notes that looked like substance, instantly intercepting the whirling Vajra bracelet. Xyla, the powerful momentum of the adamantine bracelet was blocked, as if it was firmly stuck by a musical note, making it difficult to advance by half an inch. Elder Qingjing narrowed his eyes, only to see a silver-haired young man playing a flute, his brows containing a mocking smile as he walked slowly. Before, you guys were fighting 3-1, now you're fighting one-on-one. It's fair, isn't it? The sword-wielding Yi Junlin teased. Saying that, he dodged and handed out a sword. Berserk sword chi swept out, and the blood-colored sword aura cleaved towards the abbot of the hanging temple. No good. The robe on Shuyun's body flicked without wind, madly drumming up the power in his body and injecting it into this 9th-grade metaphysical artifact in his hand. And the Tongtian staff erupted with infinite Buddha's light, its breath divine and peaceful. Rumble. Huge clashes erupted between the 2 sides. Void Cloud's face showed pain as he stiffened his head and struggled to resist. How many moves can you block? Yi Junlin flipped his wrist. His sword-ons crisscrossed across. Gusts of killing intent turned blood red, shaped like blood clouds floating. After resisting the fierce attacks one after another, Void Cloud finally couldn't hold back and let out blood from his mouth with a wow sound. With deep horror in his eyes, the other 2, trying to help, were unable to do so. To be precise, they are also in trouble themselves. The Dragon Elephant Elder was viciously knocked out by the burial coffin, spitting out blood mixed with the shattering of his internal organs. The doppelganger Yi Junlin held the heaven-burying coffin in one hand and pressed forward with a domineering stance. The nearby Elder of Purity wasn't much better. His proud magic treasure, the Vajra bracelet, was imprisoned by the sound notes, making it difficult to activate it. He had no choice but to give up of his own accord and cast a spell to launch an attack towards the flute-playing figure. Instantly, the sound of the flute became agitated and staccato, as if there were thousands of horses galloping, or a million lions crossing the Yangtze River. What? Elder Qingjing's expression swished dramatically, only feeling extremely painful and unbearable, as if there were 1,000 cuts all over his body. Within the field of vision, there was suddenly a vast army of ancient warriors attacking. Some of the armor-clad practitioners held halberds, some wielded swords, and one by one, they harnessed unknown ferocious beasts and launched a brazen charge. The spells cast by the Elder of Purity could not exterminate them at all, and they soon fell into them, having their bodies stabbed with weapons. There was nothing he could do, and he let out a scream. Qingjing, what's wrong with you? Elder Longxiang noticed this and shouted with a face full of incredulity. It seemed to him as if the other man was possessed, wailing alone without anyone touching him, and even making a move to hurt himself. Better worry about worrying about yourself. The doppelganger Yi Junlin laughed coldly and raised his hand to strike the burial sky coffin. This bronze coffin shattered the void and struck the dragon elephant elder directly. Boom! The vorpal stick was almost shattered. The dragon elephant elder's 7 orifices bled, and his heart was like a river turning over. Can't beat it at all. This devil, how is he so powerful? In the past, when they were still active in the eastern region, they had never heard of this character. Where exactly did this guy, Void Cloud, invite this from? When Yi Junlin executed the one breath transforms 3 Qing, the once famous 3 saints of the Hanging Temple were directly pressed. The battle is reversed. Jab! A line of blood soared from Void Cloud's chest, gritting his teeth and barely holding on. At this time, the robe on his body was broken. His body was covered with shocking injuries. His appearance was in a sorry state, without the posture of a righteous monk before. Looking at the silver-haired youth holding a sword in front of him, Void Cloud's heart trembled. If it wasn't for the large amount of incense power that had been added, I'm afraid that the current him would have been cleaved to death a long time ago. Is this the gap between people? Void Cloud's face was ugly. I am the leader of the Hanging Temple, the recognized #1 in the state of Florida. What's the point of all the hard work you've done before if you die like that? Between the turns of the thoughts. At this moment, when this abbot of the Hanging Temple recalled the various images of the past when he had endured all kinds of anger, and the moment when he finally reached the summit as he wished, enjoying the worship of the world's Zen cultivators, his eyes became covered with blood, and his face gradually became hideous. Rumble! A powerful aura erupted and went straight to the sky. Xu Yun completely went out of his way and bellowed, "Both of you, help my old lineage." Elder Longxiang spat out another mouthful of blood and cursed with a laugh. Bah, if you guy had this kind of realization earlier, would Qingjing and I still need to suffer so much? At the same time, Elder Qingjing was struck by lightning. His mouth silently recited the Buddha's teachings, and his eyes regained their clarity, which allowed him to see through the falsehood and detach himself from the illusion created by the flute. Next, the two of them quickly pinched and changed their hand seals. Swish! Afterwards, they transformed into 2 black and white light masses respectively, and disappeared into the body of the abbot of the Hanging Temple. Hissed with an agonizing intent, resounding over the Vatican mountain. This is? Yi Junlin froze. With the mishmash of light clusters in front of him, a strange-looking figure gradually emerged. 3 heads with 3 faces, with Void Cloud as the main one and the other 2 partners as the secondary ones. 3 of the 6 arms were holding the heavenly staff, the voodoo stick, and the Vajra bracelet, respectively, and they were radiating terrifying energy fluctuations under the infusion of majestic mana. This is 3 heads and 6 arms? Yi Junlin remembered the immortal arts that he had heard of in his previous life. But this strange change in front of him was clearly a departure from the traditional sense of 3 heads and 6 arms, because it's 3 people fused together with 3 heads and 6 arms. Void Cloud, we have finally entered your body again. On the left side of his head, Elder Dragon Elephant was excited. Ba Buddha. Back then, our Hanging Temple's 3 saints were invincible in the same realm with this move. On the right side of his head, Elder Qingjing lamented. Shut up, Void Cloud, who was the dominant one, was sweating profusely and his expression was agonized. This is a stunt that fuses 3 spellcasters together, making the full force of the power twisted into a rope. But one difficulty was that being the dominant one would be subjected to immense pain, especially when the other 2 were integrated into their bodies. The pain was simply beyond imagination, and every minute was an ordeal. Therefore, after so many years have passed, Void Cloud has found it unbearable to look back and will never use this move until absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, it was not to be. While this is going on, must get rid of him as soon as possible. Void Cloud's eyes were wide with rage as his 3 magic treasures erupted with brilliant light, and his other 3 hands formed hand seals, also storing up their power to cast spells. Yi Junlin's face was odd. Why did this old bald donkey have a look of egg on his face? However, sensing the terrifying and incomparable energy fluctuations ahead, Yi Junlin rarely became serious. Swish! The other 2 doppelgangers came to the sides, their gazes like moments. Today, either you die or I live. Void Cloud roared hysterically and unleashed a supreme strike. That destructive aura caused the entire Vastra mountain to tremble. It can be a terrifying sight as the ground shakes. Kill! Yi Junlin united the power of the other 2 doppelgangers and swung out a heaven-opening sword blade. Rumble! Everyone's field of vision was white, and all of them entered a brief state of deafness, as if heaven and earth had stood still, and time and space had frozen. Master! Li Wujiao's scalp tingled. Was this a sparring match between top powerhouses? Mouse is going blind. Bai Xiaoshi subconsciously covered her eyes. The Great Mushroom King was trembling in fear. Oh my god! The human race is terrifying. Red Chiba breathed heavily, as if desperately trying to beg for something. How is it going? Terrifying energy fluctuations wreaked havoc. The mountain protection formation was shattered by the impact. The entire Pure Land country shook like an earthquake, and countless ordinary people were scared out of their wits. Gradually, the wave fell into silence. The ancient temple was almost in ruins, and the elders and disciples who were lingering on looked up with confidence. But the next second, they were filled with despair and cried out sadly. No! The 3 saints of the Hanging Temple, who used to traverse the eastern region and shook the forces of all sides, were in a sorry state, kneeling and sprawling on the ground covered in blood. Only Yi Junlin's 3 silhouettes, standing side by side in the void, lightly raised his jaw and said in a cloudy manner, "You have lost." Chapter 118. Who understands? Just now that moment, both sides used all their power to send collisions, and the 3 saints of the Hanging Temple eventually could not support themselves and were forced to disintegrate. Nowadays, they were in a depleted state, and their injuries were very heavy. Although for the transition realm, it was possible to be reborn by dripping blood, but the consumption of mana and true essence was real, plus they were already at their wits' end and had reached the point of being at the end of their tether. True to Yi Junlin's words, they had lost completely. Void Cloud's heart was sad, as if he were in a different world. In this world, how could there be such a terrifyingly strong transitional successionist? To know, he himself was still fighting on his home turf. And with the help of various trickery, his strength had been stacked to an unimaginable level, far exceeding the upper limit of the strength that could be exerted by the transitional sinking realm. However, in front of this devil, it was still a defeat. This person was so strong that he felt despair. Demon, don't be complacent. With the contributions made by my Hanging Temple, there will be Taoists who will come forward to act on behalf of heaven and get rid of you. Elder Longxiang said excitedly. I didn't expect that the holy land of the Buddhist sect, which saved the lives of the people in the past, would also suffer this kind of calamity. We are ashamed of the expectations of the sages of the past generations, and it is us who failed to guard this pure land, and let down a piece of their heart and soul, Elder Qingjing said in a sad voice. The 3 Yi Junlin looked at each other. Why does it feel like they're the guilty villains? Oi. You two don't have too much drama. Just based on the hooks that the Hanging Temple has done before, it's simply unbearable. How many innocents have died tragically because of you? If this account is counted, you all have to go to hell to repent. Devil, don't you dare talk nonsense. Elder Longxian's emotions were almost out of control, as if he had suffered the greatest insult. All along, the Hanging Temple has always taken it as its duty to save the people, and every disciple is required to travel down the mountain to get rid of the tyrannical and to perform a wide range of good deeds. We understand the reasoning of becoming a king and losing a bandit, but you attempted to discredit the Hanging Temple before killing us. This kind of behavior, I feel shameful from the bottom of my heart. Ugh, disgusting. Yi Junlin snorted. Ha, said it like it's true. Damn it, what kind of expression is this? Back then, the 3 of us went down the mountain to subdue demons and protect the weak. On top of that, there were also too many good deeds done by too many of our fellow disciples of the Hanging Temple. And even now, they are all well documented. And they are by no means something that a devil like you can discredit. Elder Qingjing's face was filled with grief and indignation, with a look of a scholar who could be killed but not humiliated. Yi Junlin's smile gradually tightened. The eyes shifted back to the current abbot, only to see the Buddhist leader say nothing and fall into silence. Old bald donkey, your 2 fellow disciples seem to be kept in the dark. Do you dare to tell them what the Hanging Temple has done nowadays? Combined with the other party's wording, Yi Junlin then realized the changes that had occurred in the middle of the Hanging Temple. After all, if it had really started out so poorly, How could it have been recognized by the Zen practitioners of the world, as well as loved by the common people? This is the #1 Buddhist shrine in the eastern region. It boils down to nothing more than the upper beam is not as crooked as the lower one, and the node where the transformation occurs is in the person of the current abbot. Void Cloud. What does this guy mean by that? The two also sensed something and looked over. Void Cloud lowered his head, his insides tormented, and his lips mumbled. Don't ask. Don't want to talk about it? Or don't have the face to say it? Then let me help you. Yi Junlin sneered as he probed his hand, his palm emitting a mysterious light. No, don't. Void Cloud sensed that in his mind. Some of the memory fragments had been intercepted and copied, and cried out in horror. He wanted to resist, but right now, he had no qualifications for that. Both of you, take a good look. Yi Junlin flicked his fingers and the light masses disappeared into the eyebrows of those two respectively. Shasta. The tricks that the Hanging Temple had done behind their backs, as well as the causes and consequences of this incident, were all known to them. Elder Long Xiang's eyes flushed red and his lips trembled. How could this be so? How could this be so? This was a completely different style from the Hanging Temple memories that existed in the past, as he had always done. Void Cloud, you step on the horse this old. How many innocent people have been brought to their deaths by you over the years? Is this what a Buddhist should do? Are you worthy of the expectations the previous abbot had for you? If I had known about this earlier, I, Long Xiang, would have definitely cleaned up the door for the vast number of Taoists. Elder Qing Jing was pained. 2 lines of clear tears slid down along his face. Sins my Hanging Temple's successive generations of sages have stood up in every time of danger, and only over time have they been recognized by the people of the world. And now, because of you, Hanging Temple's reputation has been ruined. Void Cloud, what face do you have to face them? Have you forgotten the grand vow you made before the abbot back then? Hearing the two men's righteous rebuke, Void Cloud began to act annoyed, and eventually his accumulated resentment erupted as he snarled at them. Enough! Snap! Yi Junlin slapped him hard. Old bald ass, why are you yelling so loud? Void Cloud's eyes were glazed over from the beating, and half of his cheeks were swollen and asymmetrical. His heart was filled with suffocation, indignation. Back then, the three of us worshipped in the master's school. Even when I was cultivating so hard, the master had great expectations for all of you, and his attitude towards me was nonchalant. And later, in order to perform better, we fought for everything, grabbed everything, and tried to be the best in everything. Even that merging stance, I grabbed the first to cultivate the master's position, because I wanted to make a name for myself, and to become the three people the most praiseworthy existence among them. Speaking of that stunt, the muscles in the corner of Void Cloud's eyes twitched. I remember back then, during my travels out of the mountain, I just wanted to make do and cope with it, and make a show of it, but as a result, you guys always liked to cause trouble, and every time we faced an enemy, it was a great power whose cultivation was deeper and stronger than ours, so we had no choice but to perform that stunt. And did you know that every time you guys forcefully intruded into my body, I'd die of pain? Who understands this feeling? Void Cloud's old face was sad and angry, and he felt palpitations when he thought about that kind of pain that was carved into his heart. The two men looked at each other, and could see consternation in each other. Shu Yun's eyes were gloomy. Continued. Good thing is that all my efforts are rewarded. The back smoothly became the most dazzling existence among you. So much so that it was called the head of the 3 saints of the Hanging Monastery. From that moment onwards, I was even more careful in my disguise, packaging myself as a saintly monk's likeness. But I didn't expect that the gingers was still old and spicy. The master, he could tell that I was disguised, and dismissed in the council hall my succeeding to be the next abbot's proposal. I hated it. I wanted to kill the old dog at that point. I tried desperately to calm down and went to the backyard to try and question him, and he actually said that my heart was not right. Virtue is not worthy. Mentioning this, Void Cloud's face was twisted like an evil ghost, and he laughed. Good thing the heavens have eyes. He failed to impact the true immortal position, and his soul was split into pieces by the thunderbolt. Deserved, really deserved. Chapter 119 News from the Immortal World. Without this old dog interfering from it, and with some maneuvering behind me, I smoothly gained the recognition of the elders, so that the abbot had no choice but to give up his position to me. Finally, I have become the leader of the Eastern region's Buddhist sect, the object of worship for all Zen practitioners in the world. Saying that, Suyun, quite a kind of complacency, raised eyebrows, feeling like back in the year to succeed the abbot position. The monks flattered. Under my leadership, the Hanging Temple is flourishing, and as long as the surface work is done well and no one knows the truth, the Hanging Temple is the #1 holy place of Buddhism, and I, Shu Yun, am the true holy monk, the closest Zen practitioner to the true Buddha. But now, Void Cloud glared fiercely at Yi Junlin and roared, "It's all because of you guy. Why did you tear me down? You can mention the conditions if you want. Why did you have to make it to this point? It's been so hard for me, step by step, to get to this point, and it's all ruined because of you. It's all ruined. The other two were filled with shock, like they were recognizing this old partner for the first time after so many years. Obsessive. Junlin laughed coldly and raised his hand to slap him again. Snap. Blood soared from the corner of Void Cloud's mouth, and his other cheek was swollen, living like a big pig's head. Now that's symmetry. Asterisk 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 master has high hopes for you, and as a result, in your heart he is so unbearable? Elder Longxiang said angrily. Ridiculous, the same Buddhist moves. You guys just have to perform them successfully and he showers praise, while I am picked and chosen by him. Every time I put my best foot forward, I don't receive his approval. Even if I try my best to become the head of the 3 saints of the Hanging Temple, I can't even get half a good word from him. This old dog, forever prejudiced against me, will always look down on me. In that case, why should I honor him? Void Cloud's forehead was bruised as he snapped. Damn you! Elder Longxiang was so angry that his heart convulsed, and after a long while, he slowed down and said, Qingjing, go talk to him. Elder Qingjing's eyes turned red. Xu Yun, you're wrong, terribly wrong. The one that Master has always been most optimistic about is actually you. Void Cloud froze and laughed coldly. Qingjing, it's all this time, don't you dare swindle me. Elder Qingjing sighed. What good does lying to you do me? Do you remember when you first performed the Dharma palm in the bamboo forest back then? We and our master were watching you from afar, and the master himself said that you were the most enlightened and gifted Hanging Temple disciple he had ever seen. But unfortunately, you are just prone to haste, and I'm afraid that in the future, you will go astray and need to sharpen your heart. At that time, Dragon Elephant and I were envious because Master had never spoken so highly of anyone. Later on, the Master began to focus on cultivating you, wanting you to build a solid foundation. That's why he was the most strict with you. Void Cloud laughed back in anger. He, you think I'll believe it if you say that? Remember that sect competition? I managed to win first place but was suspected of cheating. The reward was cancelled. I was sent to the back of the mountain to face the wall. Where was he as the master? This was the most humiliating moment that Void Cloud had ever encountered when he became a Yuaning cultivator back then. That feeling of having no one to shelter him and being the laughingstock of the sect was still fresh in his mind until now. Elder Qingjing said, AI. The master was ordered to go on a mission that time, and it was said that he died 9 deaths, and then he returned dragging his severely injured body, and when he heard the news he was quite enraged, and directly confronted the Elder's Core, and even demanded a thorough investigation to the end by threatening to die. Then the sect compromised, and in the process of digging deeper, it was discovered that it was Elder Wuji who was meddling with the situation, with the aim of harboring his young nephew to replace you and become the first in the conference. And most of all, he thought that the master would never come back, so he dared to do so. You also know the result of the later punishment. They were all expelled from the mountain by the Hanging Temple by abolishing their cultivation. The inside story of this matter, Dragon Elephant and I were only able to know about it later when we heard the abbot mention it. It's just that the master, who doesn't put it on his mind, didn't mention it in front of us. As for the other elders who knew about it in the first place, they were even more afraid to disclose it to the public because it was a scandal within the Hanging Temple, fearing that it would have a bad impact. Boom! Void Cloud's brain buzzed as if he had been struck in the head by a shocking thunderbolt. In his heart, a sense of panic began to climb up, and he said in a loud voice, Impossible! You must be swindling me. Elder Qingjing shook his head. I can open the sea of consciousness and allow you to inquire about past memories. This matter was revealed by the abbot himself back then. Void Cloud, the master really favors you. Have you noticed that all the rewards you used to receive in the sect were more than the same level in the past? That's because the master himself secretly added on. This is what I happened to hear when I entered the room when the abbot was conversing with the master. Originally, I thought that you would eventually be able to grow up, but it turns out that as your strength grows, your mentality gradually twists, becoming even more skilled at disguising yourself and taking another irreversible path. Elder Longxiang angrily cursed. White-eyed wolf, now you know that master teacher treats you the best, don't you? What's ridiculous is that he still doesn't know that his most beloved disciple put down unforgivable sins, burying the Hanging Temple's future with his own hands. How could this happen? What in the world did I do? After learning the truth, the false cloud heart was like a knife. 2 lines of turbid tears slid down. His hands were trembling one after another. Incredulous. Why? If I had known earlier, I would not have made a big mistake. The fault is not in me. Not in me. Then, as if bewitched, Void Cloud muttered, and to this day is still running away from the self. You're making excuses. Junlin couldn't bear it and kicked him in the face. then kicked and stomped madly with the other two doppelgangers, as if they were a few street punks beating up an old man. Your master. It's because he's disappointed in you that he's becoming more and more indifferent to you, even if you achieve great accomplishments. In his heart, you are a piece of trash with a bad heart. After a good thrashing, Void Cloud's appearance was extraordinarily miserable, with a bloody nose. At this time, he was in a lot of pain inside. Just as his master teacher was concerned, he was a person who was in a hurry and was prone to go to extremes. Even when he became abbot, he remained so, treating the incoming and outgoing incense burners as pigs to be cajoled, creating a perfect image externally, harvesting a wave of incense power, not caring at all about the world's living beings, only valuing the immediate benefits, and long ago leaving the purpose of the hanging temple behind. You are right, I am indeed a sinner of the Buddhist sect. It is me who brought the hanging temple into the abyss. The withered old monk cried and laughed, like a madman in a fit. Abbot. At this time, the remaining disciples and elders of the hanging temple had long since lost the idea of fighting, and they all fell to their knees and cried mournfully. Red Thousand Leaves wanted to get all of them killed, but by Yi Junlin's voice transmission, he had to force himself to stop. Hey, why bother? Li Wujiao sighed. After a while, the old monk gradually stopped crying. At this moment, he was sitting on his knees, looking straight at the sword-wielding Yi Junlin in front of him. His face was very complicated. Scholar Yi, you are the strongest person since my old lineage has crossed paths. I will not beg you to let me go. I deserve to die for my sins, but before I die, I would like to tell you a piece of insider information. I hope that you will be able to plan ahead, and it is also the last redemption for me at the moment. Say, I'm afraid the immortal world will soon be destroyed. Chapter 120, Falling Curtain. Yi Junlin? To say that it was false not to be confused. After all, in the common man's impression, the immortal realm was meant to be the end of the road for all cultivators, and countless cultivators were unable to cross the threshold of immortality in their entire lives, not to mention going to the immortal realm. As a result, now there were actually people saying that the immortal world was likely to be destroyed in the future, and if this news were to be spread out, it would definitely be scoffed at by countless cultivators as being brainwashed. But here came the problem. The person who revealed this news was not an ordinary cultivator, but the leader of the Buddhist Holy Land, the contemporary abbot of the Hanging Temple. So, this is much more credible all of a sudden. Yi Junlin looked skeptical and said tentatively, "This melon of yours, is it fidelity?" Void Cloud froze. What is the meaning of this? Sect Master Yi? I mean, where did you get the information from? After all, you're not an immortal yet. You're just staying in the eastern region. How did you learn about what happened in the immortal realm? Yi Junlin seriously questioned. Void Cloud, monks should not be deceitful. How could this immortal realm be destroyed when it is in good hands? Where did you get this information from? If the immortal realm was really destroyed, then it's impossible that the seniors who ascended up there before in the Hanging Temple didn't make a move. Elder Longshan was obviously not quite convinced and questioned, but Elder Qingjing seemed to think of something and said with a shocked face, "Wait, could it be those seniors?" Void Cloud sighed. A look of gravity appeared in his eyes. That's right, just 2 years ago, a senior in the immortal realm cast a supreme secret method to send me a dream, revealing to me that the situation in the immortal realm is getting worse and worse. Many immortals are falling in the starry sky, and even the immortal realm's supreme fathers are having trouble defending themselves, and quite a few of the lower realms they belong to have thus perished or fallen, and that Kunlun realm will soon be affected as well, so that I can lead the monks of the Hanging Temple to make early plans. What? The crowd was in a state of shock. If that's the case, then not only will the immortal realm perish, but I'm afraid the Kunlun realm will also suffer. Hey, old bald donkey, you're talking nonsense. Li Wujiao would be skeptical and chided. Could it be that the rumors the seed heard back then were true? Red Thousand Leaf murmured as his heart shook. Back then, when he was still in the middle domain to become an immortal as an ancestor, he happened to hear the secret rumor of a suspected drastic change in the immortal world in his circle, only that most of the immortals stranded in the lower realm, including him, instinctively felt that it was mostly nonsense and scoffed at it. After all beings who have entered the path of cultivation, no matter which race they come from, in their traditional cognition, the immortal realm is high above the world, and it is impossible for there to be any changes, even if hundreds of millions of years have passed. Therefore, hearing the news that the immortal world might perish was simply a slip of the tongue in everyone's eyes. But now, the abbot of the Hanging Temple said this, causing Red Chiba to begin to face it squarely again. After all, the Hanging Temple was the holy land of Buddhism in the eastern region, and was one of the more advanced types of the immortal Tao lineage. How many Zen cultivators had ascended to the immortal realm in these long years? This kind of ancient power had a Tao lineage in the immortal world. So, credibility is high. Void Cloud shook his head and said bitterly, a man's words are good when he's about to die, not to mention that I don't have to deceive you guys at all, and the reason why I'm saying it is just that I'm not going to spit it out. If that's the case, where exactly should the path of the billions of living beings in the Kunlun realm go? Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing cried out in sorrow, their voices filled with a kind of despair. The crowd fell into dead silence, their hearts covered with gloom. But one conspicuous bag is the exception. It seems that the sky is really going to change. This is getting more and more interesting. Yi Junlin rubbed his chin and sked, combined with the stargate he had seen earlier, and the riot of creatures from the underworld. He vaguely sensed that it might also have something to do with the calamity that had befallen the immortal realm behind it. Just ask, to be able to threaten the safety of the immortal realm, then how powerful was the realm of the Black Hand behind the scenes? Luckily, he was strong when he met a strong man, and he didn't have to worry about repairing anything at all, and even had a little something to look forward to. Void Cloud looked depressed. Why was this guy in front of me still inexplicably excited? Shouldn't normal human logic be filled with worry? You know, when he was first told the news, his face was filled with despair and confusion, the kind of fear of the unknown that can't be described in words. Obviously, Yi Junlin's reaction had subverted Void Cloud's previous knowledge. It always felt that this silver-haired youth's brain circuits were out of place with the cultivators he had seen before, and simply could not be viewed in the eyes of normal people. Instead of feeling intimidated, he was also eager to try, sprouting the desire to go head-to-head with them. This kind of fight with the sky is endless. Dare to compete with the style of the avenue. Look at the entire cultivation world are really rare. No wonder this person's strength was so ghastly and unbelievably strong. First of all, from the heart, from the mind, he was not on the same level as the other. Thinking of this, the Void Cloud, who was originally confused about this, was instantly relieved, revealing a satisfied smile as he looked at Yi Junlin again with eyes filled with deep admiration. Yi Junlin was confused. How come this old bald ass was looking at him with this kind of eyes? It feels weird somewhere. Don't think that I will let you go just because you put on this appearance. Whether you admit your mistake or atone for your sins, today you will definitely die. Yi Junlin held the Tsong Yuan sword. The sword pointed at the old monk sitting cross-legged in front of him. The end of the sword flashed with a lingering cold aura. The tone was undeniable, without a hint of softness. Shu Yun calmly looked at Yi Junlin in front of him and seriously said, Master Yi, as I said, I am not thinking of escaping the chastisement. This is the karma that belongs to me. But can it be seen that, on the basis of me revealing the news to you, let me choose to end it on my own? A person with deep sins such as mine, does not deserve to die under your sword. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised by this person's candor. Fine, cut yourself. Amit Ba Buddha. Scholar Yi is truly a great benefactor. Void Cloud's eyes revealed a hint of gratitude and said from the bottom of his heart. Yi Junlin teased. That's not what you said before when you led the charge to smear me. That's a pretty quick change in tone. Cough. Sin. Void Cloud's face was embarrassed. He looked to the other two old partners, remembering those years of fighting side by side. In fact, when he thought about it, the whole process was painful and joyful. This was the purest time he had ever spent away from the struggle for power. I'm sorry I got you guys into this. Filled with apologies, Void Cloud eventually folded his hands and resolved to die. In his mind, countless memory images flashed by, as if he was walking on a horse. From the initial worship, then to the summit, with the Hanging Temple's original concept of the opposite, backdoor dirty deeds. He killed too many innocent people, can be said to be a deep sin, cannot wash, and then later defeated. Woke up, repentance is too late. Eventually, the picture is fixed in a meticulous smile, clear and serious face, as if in his eyes, cannot tolerate half a bit of sand, only right and wrong, good and evil. Master, disciple is wrong. Void Cloud closed his eyes with tears in his eyes and muttered, in plain sight. At this moment, this current abbot of the Hanging Temple, the spiritual leader of Zen cultivation in the world, and the legendary head of the three saints, slowly folded his hands together and self-immolated his body, transforming into a mutilated relic. The two companions of the false cloud are heartbroken. Abbot, the Hanging Temple was plunged into great sadness, and all the disciples and elders were in tears, feeling that the sky had collapsed. Chapter 121, A Shocking Sudden Change. Yi Junlin shook his head and put away the Tsong Yuan sword. At the same time, he snapped his fingers and the other two doppelgangers disappeared with him. Finish the job, call it a day. Yi Junlin had a disinterested look on his face as he turned around and was about to leave. This is letting us off the hook? The Dragon Elephant Elder was surprised. It was the opposite of what he expected to end up with. Scholar Yi, what are you? Elder Qingjing said in surprise. Yi Junlin walked while stretching out his hand to scratch his butt. Why make such a fuss? I am at least a person who has received 9 years of compulsory education. Belonging to the senior intellectuals, this point of right and wrong is still there, right? It's not like you guys are the culprits. You can't even be counted as accomplices. You've just been inexplicably involved. And since that old bald donkey is dead, and you hanging temple has paid the price, the rest will be left to you guys to deal with. Well, that's it. Bye. Words. The two men had stunned expressions on their faces. This front what 9 years of compulsory education. Senior intellectuals, they do not hear to understand outside. The meaning of the back is able to run clear. In short, this person does not intend to anger them. Talking about the wrongdoer has a head and a debtor has a master. Now that void cloud is dead, the hanging temple has suffered a great loss of vitality, and this is considered retribution. Looking at that dashing back, Elder Long Xiang and Elder Qing Jing folded their hands, their hearts greatly touched, and sighed. Amit Ba Buddha. Scholar Yi convinces people with reason. We admire. Bai Xiaoxi hurriedly took her short legs and ran towards Yi Junlin. Master, wait for the rat me. It wasn't interested in fighting in the first place, and now it couldn't be happier to get out of here. The great Mushroom King followed close behind as if he had been pardoned. This is the end? The muscles in the corner of Red Chiba's eyes twitched, inwardly feeling not quite so happy. If in accordance with his usual style, that is certainly to blood-wash hanging temple. The whole temple up and down the monks killed, along with the scriptures are also burned, regardless of what is right and wrong. The first cool and said, clanking, Li Wujiao decisively sheathed his sword. He would unconditionally obey any order from his master. Senior Red Brother, we have to go. You don't want to upset Master Teacher. Li Wujiao reminded out of good intentions. Humph, this seat still needs you to teach it? Mind your own business first. Red Xianya rolled her big beautiful white eyes and walked past his eyes with her hands on her arms. Li Wujiao shrugged his shoulders and stepped to follow him. Since this period of time together, he had gotten used to this eldest senior brother's eccentric temperament, not very friendly to his fellow disciples, but the only time he would face his master was when his attitude would undergo a 180-degree change. Perhaps that's what mentorship is all about. A kun, Yi Junlin shouted, but received no response. Take a closer look. The originally suppressed Koan Pang had fallen asleep at some point, not even noticing the disappearance of the five-finger mountain that was pressing down on his body. Senior, Koan is sleeping so soundly, Bai Xiaoshi said. Yi Junlin was speechless. How does one sleep at that age? A kun, Yi Junlin shouted again, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. The beautiful dream was broken, and the Koan Pang woke up with a start, violently vibrating its wings, with flying sand and astral winds around it. Good lord, that's a wake-up call. But when it was realized that it was the master calling it, the Koan Pang immediately quieted down with good sense and flew over sheepishly, rubbing his big head against Yi Junlin's arm. Alright, know what you mean. Pay attention next time. Yi Junlin didn't have the good sense to say. Then, the group of people boarded the back of the Koan Pang, and the Koan Pang joyfully called out a few times, and its body shape returned to its original size, its size covering the sky and flying towards the depths of the heavenly dome. At this point, the outside world is keeping a close eye on the situation in the Vatican. Since the battle on the mountain was too terrifying, the energy currents released tore through the void, making many people not dare to come forward, only daring to watch from a big old distance in fear and trembling. Look, what's that? Hiss, it's that fairy realm's mount. It looks like that big guy has finished coming out. Does this mean that the battle is over? My main concern is whether the hanging temple has been destroyed. The forces of the Pure Land are talking. Countless channels of divine sense intertwined and hovered outside of Mount Vanity, but they just didn't dare to extend over towards the mountain. After all, at this juncture, it's the most sensitive time. What if the hanging temple is still around? It would be an offense for them to do so. After so many years had passed, the hanging temple had stood tall, while the Pure Land country had had a few dynastic changes before. But every time a new country was established, the country's ruler would continue to honor the hanging temple. This shows the magnitude of its status and influence. Therefore, before having full certainty, all the forces of the Pure Land country did not dare to probe deeper for fear of offending this holy land of the Buddha sect. Brahma Hill. The monks packed up and cleaned up the battlefield with a sense of grief. Many of his fellow disciples died in the battle, and the temple's vitality was greatly damaged, the biggest shock it had ever suffered since its founding. But now, they no longer have any complaints. Everything is the hanging temple to blame. Everyone, although the abbot has passed away, as long as Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing are around, I believe that my hanging temple will still be able to restore its glory. An elder said out of comfort to his disciples. The atmosphere was depressing and dreary. In fact, the crowd knew inwardly that after this Dharma altar was messed up, The news about this inside story would soon spread. The reputation of the Hanging Temple was completely ruined, and the halo of the Holy Land of Buddhism was probably going to be taken off. Restoration of glory? It's not easy. Elder Longxiang sighed. Now, we have our hands full. Yes, but this bitter fruit we must swallow. Elder Qing Jing said bitterly. Actually, we are also responsible for the Hanging Temple coming to this day. If we had known, we shouldn't have left our hands behind and relied on seclusion to kill time. AI. It's too late to say anything now. Elder Longxiang shook his head, and suddenly he seemed to feel something. His eyebrows jumped, and a strong crisis filled his heart. Who's there? Get out! The dragon elephant elder violently bellowed, his voice containing the Buddhist lion's roar kung fu, shaking the sand and dust. Elder Qingjing also realized something and was shocked and angry. Someone actually took advantage of this time and dared to sneak into the Vandal Mountain? The main thing was that there was more than one opponent, and judging from the captured auras, several of them were even in the transition realm. Buzz off! A ripple came from the void. One by one, the figures stepped out one after another, and they were uniformly dressed in black robes, and under the brims of their hats, their faces could not be seen. The three saints of the Hanging Temple that shook the eastern region in the past. Now you two are the only ones left. It's really fate. The middle-aged black-robed one at the head carried his hands behind his back, his voice mellow and magnetic. Sneaking around. Where did the rats come from also dare to spread their wildness in the Hanging Temple? Elder Longxiang's voice was like a bell, holding the voodoo stick banging on the ground, lifting his chest and looking angrily ahead, but inwardly, he was secretly anxious. At this moment, his state had fallen to the bottom. How could he still have any ability to meet the enemy? It can only be done by bluffing. Master Longxiang, your temper is still as short-tempered as ever. Just like back when the Eastern Domain held a meeting of the top 10 Immortal Sect executives. You were there to spit out fragrance. Now that I think about it, it's really a change of scenery and things are different. The middle-aged black robe lamented. You, who exactly are you? The pupils of the dragon elephant elder's eyes contracted into needles. To be able to appear on that kind of occasion, he must have seen it back then, and its status was that of a high-ranking and powerful Immortal Sect senior. The middle-aged black robe sneered as he made a seal with one hand, and a huge gray curtain enveloped the Hanging Temple. In the next second, those black-robed men behind them instantly moved and pounced towards the remaining monks. A biting killing chant swept through, filling every inch of space. Stop! Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing wanted to stop them, but they were suppressed by the might released by the middle-aged black robes, and they had no choice but to kneel down and lie on the ground, their hearts filled with humiliation as they ruthlessly clenched their teeth. There was no room for them to fight now, only to be slaughtered. Miserable screams and wailing sounds filled the hills of Mount Vanity, but under the isolation of this gray curtain, these sounds could not be transmitted to the outside. The remaining elders and disciples of the Hanging Temple were mercilessly slaughtered by this group of black-robed people at this time. The blood stained the ground red, and the scene was like a Moro hell. Who are you? Why are you doing what you're doing? Could it be that I, Hanging Temple, have offended you in some way? Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing said in grief. The middle-aged black robe shook his head. Not really, even we still have an ally relationship, but unfortunately in front of the next plan, your Hanging Temple is too much of an eyesore, so we can only take this opportunity to get rid of it. Allies? Allies? The two of them were struck by lightning, their brains spinning rapidly. There was currently only one that could claim an alliance with the Hanging Temple to the outside world. The voice came to an abrupt halt. The middle-aged black robes suddenly dodged, their hands clamped around their throats, and under the brim of their caps, the corners of their mouths hooked into cold smiles. Both of you, follow that smug old man on his way. Boom! Mana as vast as the sea poured out violently. Elder Longxiang and Elder Qingjing were each shrouded in silver light. Their faces were in agony. Their eyes were filled with despair. Their bodies were covered with cracked lines, and wisps of blood chi were frantically flowing away. Boo! With a bang, both of these two men went up in smoke and completely perished in the heavens and earth. The middle-aged black robe slowly stretched out his hand, and the mutilated relic that the virtual cloud had transformed into flew off the ground and into the center of his hand. If you were still around, I might have considered bringing you in, but alas, you've been caught in the crossfire, and as for the remaining two, they are bound to stop this plan. So, the palm of his hand was clenched, and when he loosened it again, the Sherpa in his palm had long since turned into pieces and dissipated with the wind. The carnage continues. After an unknown period of time, there was no longer half a living soul in the Hanging Temple. The blood flowed and the smell of blood was overwhelming. Looking at the dead ancient temple in front of him, the middle-aged black robe carried his hands behind his back and coldly said, "From now on, there will be no more Hanging Temple. the holy place of Buddhism, in the eastern region. Zong, behind him, one of his men was about to speak, and was startled by the eyes of the middle-aged black robe who twisted his head around, and hurriedly changed his words. My lord, on the side of the Pure Land country, are we acting now? The middle-aged black-robed face was expressionless. Don't worry, a team has already gone over. The Pure Land Kingdom is part of the plan. It must be taken. With that, he looked up at the sky, his eyes obscure, his tone meaningful. Sooner or later, the Kunlun realm will fall. The eastern region is just the beginning. The old ancestor was right. The only way to survive is to follow the general trend. Even if the cards are reshuffled, our Dao lineage will still be able to continue, and even be able to flourish. So there's no mistake. Chapter 122, Inside and Outside. Father, after what happened to the Hanging Temple, is it still necessary for us to honor it? I'm afraid that the world's Zen cultivators will soon be boycotting the Hanging Temple, so I think the Pure Land Kingdom should plan ahead. In the attic, the second prince said in a deep voice to the middle-aged man. Yes, father. The name of the Holy Land of Buddhism is really spoiled by that group of vultures. I see that Senior Yi and the others have left just now. I guess this battle is lost for the Hanging Temple. If you ask me, let's take advantage of his illness. Why don't we just send our troops, and put that group of vultures in the prison, and send them to jail at a later date? The Grand Imperial Prince on the side was agitated, his fists clenched tightly, his voice resounding. In the past, the Hanging Temple was sacred in their hearts, with a high status, and they didn't dare to take any offense at all. But now, this perception has been broken, and having escaped from death, they see that the Hanging Temple is suspected of being suppressed, and they want to wait for an opportunity to counterattack and take revenge. Looking at his two precious sons, who were acting so aggressively, the Pure Land Kingdom Lord shook his head. You guys are thinking too simply. Although he was shocked at the true nature of the Hanging Temple and was furious at its abbot's actions, he would have to be asked to directly tear his face off and fight against this kind of monumental Dao lineage that had existed for thousands of ancient years. Being the ruler of the Pure Land Kingdom, the heart was actually terrified. Even though the Hanging Temple had survived the storm and suffered a great deal of vitality, he still understood the truth that a thin camel was bigger than a horse. If he really wanted to send his troops to attack Mount Vandu and eradicate the Hanging Temple, the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom thought that such an act was undesirable. What if people are talking about it and stop there? In the final analysis, it was the Pure Land Kingdom Lord who did not think that Junlin had the ability to suppress the Hanging Temple. After all, it was someone's home field, so how could the possibility of a crushing defeat exist? The reason why the Kuan Pang was driven away at the back was probably because the conditions were agreed upon and it was just a matter of calling it quits. Therefore, when he saw that his two sons were so impulsive that they wanted to turn their backs on the Hanging Temple, the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom secretly sighed. It seems that he still hasn't practiced enough. At this point, Princess Mingyue stood on the veranda, remotely checking the movements of Mount Fanta through the viewing sphere in her hand, and found that the summit of Mount Fanta was shrouded by a grey curtain that seemed to be cut off from the outside world. This dissimilarity gave her a sense of foreboding. Suddenly, there was a commotion from outside. Princess Mingyue looked up and was instantly stunned by the sight in front of her. A wave of cool air rushed down her back straight to the top of her head, as if it was going to lift her skull off, only to see that in the sky above the Imperial Palace. I don't know when there were more densely packed black-robed figures. They were like locusts swiftly flying and swept away, and the condensed killing intent spread out with a bang. There are foreign enemies invading the palace. Quickly stop them. The guards from all over the place were alarmed and grabbed their weapons, swept up and rushed towards this black-robed team. Kill, leave no one behind. The cold voice was like 9 ghosts of ice, echoing in all directions. This group of black-robed people had a powerful aura, and the magic treasures they held were all of extraordinary grade, completely crushing the palace's guards in every aspect. A bloody massacre has begun. Ah! Screams and wails were heard. There were bodies all along the route, and blood flowed in the palace. Father, this is outside. The first and second emperors couldn't believe it. The Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom was shocked and furious, and all sorts of possibilities flashed through his mind. Is it a rebel? Or a foreign invasion? Swish! Accompanied by colorful pillars of light that shot up into the sky, the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom appeared in the sky above the palace wearing a glazed treasure crown on his head and a fluttering robe. The angry voice was like a thunderous explosion, carrying the majesty of an emperor. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the palace and go on a killing spree? At the same time, the eyes of the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom exploded with golden light. Invisibly, the vastness of the country's fortunes to enhance their own bodies. The realm from the Mahayana perfection to the middle stage of the transitional realm hard to pull up. The powerful and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the palace, and many of the black-robed people who were still in rebellion were immediately shocked by the aura and could barely move. Just as the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom raised his hand to kill them on the spot, an aura not weaker than his own erupted nearby. Several majestic killing chances locked themselves firmly in place. How is it possible? The eyes of the Pure Land Kingdom's lord widened as cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. The other party actually had several transition realm cultivators? To be able to send out such a scale of powerhouses at once was definitely not a local force of the Buddha state, and was only a giant presence in the eastern region. But here's the problem. What exactly did the Pure Land Kingdom do to offend them? Do they need to go to such lengths? Rumble. The sky was suddenly overcast in black. Those four black-robed figures with transition realm auras surrounded the Pure Land Kingdom lord in four directions: southeast, northwest, and north. Beneath the brim of the hat was a face covered in murderous rage. The lord of the Pure Land Kingdom held back his inner fear and gritted his teeth. I advise you to quickly retreat. The holy land of the Buddhist sect is in the royal capital. This was moving out of the Hanging Temple in an attempt to make these few people back down. One way or another. The Hanging Temple still carries a lot of weight, which is why the Pure Land Kingdom is willing to take the lower position, as it can be disguised as receiving shelter. As a result, when hearing this, instead of feeling scorn, these few people let out a mocking laugh. Hanging Temple? It ceases to exist from today. The head of the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom was buzzing. This was not good news for him right now. What's the point of wasting words with him? Kill him and blood-wash the palace. Our mission will be complete. An accomplice sneered. That's right. Do it. In an instant, the four black-robed men of the transition realm bellowed out, casting spells and combining their efforts to surround the Pure Land Kingdom Lord. Not good. The Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom was forced to resist, his body densely covered in golden Sanskrit, the sound of Buddha curling up, and the Buddha's light illuminating the heavens. The royal family of the Pure Land Kingdom was deeply influenced by the Buddhist sect, so the main techniques were all Buddhist techniques, enhanced by his national fortune. He was barely able to maneuver around these four people, but his advantage was rapidly disappearing and he seemed to be struggling. Humph. This guy is quite tricky with a country's chi to back him up, a tall black-robed man said coldly. Step up everyone. The national luck in him is being depleted. There's no way he can hold us off back there. The companion laughed harshly. The Pure Land Kingdom Lord's face was in agony. His body was squeezed beyond measure, and wisps of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Father, witnessing this scene with their own eyes, the first and second emperors were enraged. Why? Why is it suddenly like this? Princess Mingyue was in a hurry to cry, pearl-like tears, sliding down her delicate and flawless cheeks. Quickly leave the Pure Land Kingdom. The farther away the better. Quickly! The Pure Land Country Lord roared hysterically with all his strength. You guys go over there and kill those guys. No half of them shall be left alive. This is a task given by the patriarch. The tall black-robed man said in a deep voice. Oi, we must not mention the patriarch outside. If he finds out about this, we won't be able to eat it. A companion hurriedly reminded. The tall black-robed man realized his slip of the tongue and then sneered. Don't worry. This group of people will die for sure. Swish, swish, swish. Receiving the order, a large group of henchmen swept in and rushed towards the two men and one woman in the attic. Quick, listen to Father Emperor, let's go. The second prince's eyes reddened and tears shimmered as he pulled hard on his big brother and little sister. The grand prince was so grief-stricken that his back teeth were almost clenched, but at the moment, he had no choice but to evacuate with his loved ones. In an instant, countless terrifying spells struck, and the entire lofty pavilion was broken into pieces and scattered with the wind. The men froze in place. At that moment, one of the companions exclaimed, There they are, in the sky. A purple stream of light crossed rapidly, and upon closer inspection, it was a flying purple carpet, and on top of the carpet, there were two men and one woman standing, only to see Princess Mingyue clenching her teeth and pinching her hands together, constantly consuming her mana to catalyze this flying magic treasure, surrounded by flowing purple starlight, which was very beautiful to look at. Chase! Don't let them escape! The group of black-robed men became infuriated and frantically chased in the direction of their target. The second prince forced himself to endure his grief and mobilized the mana in his body, and all of a sudden, Buddhist light filled his body and he opened his mouth to emit odd syllables. Well, it's, ba, me, un. Each font was molded out of thin air with a brilliant golden light, containing a terrifying power to suppress it. This is the 6 true words of the Buddha. Jabla. The sword awnings crisscrossed and crisscrossed, and the 6-character truth was broken in every way possible. With this skill, you still want to resist? A black-robed man with a perfected transformation spirit merged his fingers together and his flying sword hovered above his head. The second prince's face was ugly, and shame filled his heart. Then, this group of black-robed people chased after them, and issued powerful attacks. The flying carpet was very flexible, dodging one after another, and it was considered to be a surprise. Coincidentally, at this time, a halberd shot off like a thunderbolt, impartially stabbing Princess Mingyue. Little sister, be careful. The great prince used his Buddhist golden body to intercept. His body was covered in brilliant golden light, rigid and castless, barely able to withstand the halberd, shocking the corners of his mouth with blood spilling out, his face showing pain. This silly big guy's defense-type divine ability is quite a bit more like that to learn. A black-robed man waved his hand and received the halberd, playing with the flavor. Big brother, you're injured, Princess Mingyue said anxiously. Don't worry, little sister. Big brother will protect you. The Grand Imperial Prince gritted his teeth. At this point, this flying carpet of purple light swept towards a certain place in the palace. There's the teleportation formation. I have a token that can activate this formation and teleport out of the Pure Land Kingdom at the fastest speed possible. The second prince pulled out the token. Hateful. Who exactly are these people? When we escape, we must tell the world the truth, the Grand Imperial Prince said indignantly. Suddenly, just as the flying carpet was about to enter the teleportation array, an incoming spell from the rear exploded, releasing a surging and furious energy stream that swept through the area, toppling them directly out of the flying carpet. No good. The three men were alarmed. Among them, the second prince, who was fast falling into the hands of the enemy, injected mana into the token in a hurry and then threw it into the teleportation array. Instantly, the teleportation array erupted with a brilliant bright light, and the array was beginning to operate. How dare you make a move when you're dying? A group of black-robed men laughed as they struck out their magic treasures, bursting the second prince into a bloody mist. Second brother. Princess Mingyue's heart ached like a knife as she cried out in sorrow. Little sister, you must go. The Grand Prince raised his hand and grabbed Princess Mingyue next to him. His arm erupted with infinite force and roared as he flung it out. Princess Mingyue was like an arrow off the string heading straight for the teleportation array. Second brother. Big brother has come to keep you company. Subsequently, the Grand Prince was like a wild beast in a frenzy. His eyes red, the blood in his body raging and burning. There were countless cracks spreading in his body, and strands of golden light penetrated out, like a moth to a flame rushing into this group of black-robed people. Damn it, this stupid big guy wants to blow himself up. Someone was shocked and angry. Boom! A blazing mass of light bloomed, shaking the sky and the earth. Princess Mingyue's face was ashen, staring blankly at all of this, and then disappeared into the teleportation array under the lingering presence of countless radiant lights. Chapter 323, Red Chiba, Extreme Anger All Day. At the same time, the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom was struggling to support himself, gradually bleeding from his 7 orifices, looking like a bloody man, his vision gradually blurring as he said with great difficulty, "Who the hell are you guys? Why are you doing this? If you want to blame it on your bad luck. It just so happens that the door is right here." One of the black-robed men sneered. "When we finish you off, the creatures of the underworld will take advantage of the situation to launch an attack, and this country will soon be occupied. Don't worry. The people here will have their own great use later on," another companion said. Gate? The eyes of the Lord of the Pure Land country were filled with astonishment. He didn't know the existence of the gate in the other party's mouth, but it was certain that this group of people were heartless, actually colluding with the creatures of the underworld to brutalize their compatriots for the sake of profit, and behind them were suspected to be the top forces of the East Domain with a loud head. Conspiracy. This is a huge conspiracy. Soon, the Lord of the Pure Land Kingdom was finally unable to support himself, and was crazily pulled by several terrifying forces, his body dissipating into particles at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 4 black-robed figures stopped and laughed coldly at each other. The palace was blood-soaked and completely reduced to death. Soon after, a low, thick horn sounded 10,000 miles away from the Pure Land Kingdom. Charge! A group of armor-covered beings with an image that did not resemble the human race and an eerie aura, riding ancient war beasts and holding halberds, launched their onslaught aggressively. They are none other than the creatures of the Plaguelands, losing the shelter of the Hanging Temple, as well as the strongest person in the Imperial Palace. One could imagine what kind of fate was about to befall the Pure Land Kingdom. 4 months later, in the vast dome of the sky, a huge treasure ship rode forward on the air currents, and many cultivators inside the ship were sad and worried. Tramp! This mother **************** ing world is really getting messed up lately. Yes, I fled from Luo State. My hometown was invaded by the Stygian abyss creatures a while ago, and quite a few of the rebellious cultivators were suppressed, and the rest of them were taken into captivity. Oh, I didn't realize that this fellow Taoist had the same encounter as me. I wonder what are your future plans? Where do you want to go? It's not very clear yet. It's said that many places in the eastern region are in the midst of the war, and the people are suffering. AI. This world is so big, Where is home? The words immediately resonated with the crowd, and the conversation immediately opened up. Damn it! Now that the Stygian Abyss army is raging and has crushed an unknown number of middle and lower reaches of the sects, could it be that those high and mighty immortal sects will just sit back and wait for death? A long time ago, the human sages suppressed the underworld abyss, making the 100 tribes of the underworld abyss not dare to covet the eastern domain. And now after many years, they have once again sent out their troops to invade. And if it continues like this, my eastern domain will be in danger. But who's going to run the show now that it's all scattered? The people were sad and angry, very worried about the current situation, and fearful and hateful of that group of ancient creatures of the underworld. Now the situation is so chaotic. In the corner, a middle-aged man with a sword on his waist and a bucket hat on his head, leaning against the wall with his hands on his arms, bearded, his eyes as sharp as a falcon, listening to the crowd's murmurings at this time, frowning deeply. Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale. The latest Cultivation World Daily. It's worth having. On the deck, a green-clothed child waved a newspaper in his hand, weaving in and out of the crowd, yelling vigorously, "Kid, give me one. Here, 2 lower-grade spirit crystals. After the deal is done." The middle-aged man with a bucket hat on his head took the newspaper and his figure swished and disappeared. Wait, I don't remember this person getting on the ship. How did he appear? The shipowner with a superb memory stood not far away with a look of astonishment. Look guys, what is that? Someone reached out and pointed, a look of shock on their face. The crowd looked on in unison, frightened and bloodless. Above the vast dome of the sky, a 100,000 meter long behemoth drilled out of the clouds, flapping its wings to roam the skies. The majestic air current was so vast that even the treasure ship was affected. The ship shook violently, and the shipowner hurriedly shouted at the helmsman to stay away. And when he looked again, the pupils of his eyes contracted horrifically, only to see that man in the bucket hat who had just disappeared. At this moment, he turned into a streak of light and landed on that behemoth. With a mount like that, you still want to come and rub my boat? There are all kinds of bigots these days. The boat owner laughed bitterly. Vacation island with beautiful surroundings. Li Wujiao flashed down to the ground and looked at the scene in front of him. A touch of envy flowed out from the bottom of his eyes as he respectfully said, "Master, as per your order, I have brought the latest newspaper." Who? Gently. Before his eyes, a silver-haired young man was topless and unimaginatively sprawled on a bench, occasionally emitting wanton moans, chanting. Red Sheba clenched her silver teeth. A faint blush surfaced on her stunning face, forcibly enduring her inner shame. Her hands kneaded and pounded on the silver-haired youth's back. The palms of your hands are hot and rolling, and wisps of smoke come straight up to act as a heating aid. The other day, this guy does not know which tendon is wrong. Threw him a book of massage techniques book, so that he must grasp the essence of all, and then as soon as possible on the hands. The beautiful name is to honor filial piety to the teacher. At that time, Red Sheba was really angry. He really wanted to tear the book right up and yell out, "Who is this seat to serve you?" Or maybe without saying a word, he would slam the book in his hand on his face, and dashingly leave. But it's all just a thought. If he did, he would face unimaginable consequences. Just like that, Red Sheba raged for a whole day in extreme anger. Hands-on practical work started the next day. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Little Red, you're getting more skillful lately. You have talent. Red Xianya's smile was extraordinarily stiff. Master, as long as you are satisfied. And in his heart, he had already cursed Yi Junlin's ancestors. Shaoli, read out the contents of the newspaper. We can't be out of step with the international community. Yi Junlin said slowly. What is the international community? Li Wujiao was confused, but he understood the meaning in front of him. Ahem. Li Wujiao spread out the newspaper in his hand and fixed his eyes on it. When he saw the content on it clearly, his eyes widened violently, almost thinking that he had misread it with blurred eyes. Why don't you read it yet? Master, they said that you wiped out the Hanging Temple, and in a fit of rage, you also implicated the Pure Land country. Not only did you bloodwash the palace, but you also slaughtered the royal family. And now that the Pure Land country is now empty, it's now been occupied by the Stygian Abyss army. Swish. Yi Junlin, who was originally lying comfortably on the chair, enjoying a supreme level massage, violently opened his eyes and shot out a deterrent cold aura. Red Thousand Leaf's hands trembled with the feeling of facing a flood-level ferocious beast, scaring him so much that he didn't dare to move. Yi Junlin slowly sat up. His standard pectoral muscles were firm and incomparable. His 8-pack abs were carved like marble, and his silver-white hair was like a river of stars hanging down, with crystallized roots. You said the Hanging Temple was destroyed? Yes. From now on there will be no more of this Dao lineage in the world. Li Wujiao hardened his head, not daring to look directly into that youth's eyes. Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Pinched mama. Labor just left on the front foot, and on the back foot someone is messing things up? On top of that, still framing me for everything. Who the hell is such a dog? Yi Junlin was truly speechless. Should fame and good looks always take the fall? Could it be that this is the traditional ethos of this cultivation world? The hanging temple was destroyed. The royal family was implicated. And then afterward, the underworld creatures smoothly captured the Pure Land country. It seems that the black hand behind the scenes has been planning for a long time, and I am nothing more than a fuse. Calming down, Yi Junlin rubbed his chin and analyzed. Master, could it be that they are picturing that door? Li Wujiao suddenly thought of what he had encountered earlier in the Great Zhou dynasty and exclaimed. That's right. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered. All of it revolved around the Stargate, and combined with the inner workings of the immortal realm revealed by the abbot of the Hanging Temple earlier. What could be expected was that I'm afraid the extraterritorial forces couldn't wait to break into the Kunlun realm through the Stargate. Apprentice just poked around on the passenger ship and found that many people are fleeing, and according to their complaints, many places in the eastern domain have already been invaded by the creatures of the underworld abyss, and the situation is precarious. Li Wujiao said indignantly, this group of abominable labor C1 cut 1. Other than that, is there any other news? Yi Junlin said. I'll look again. Li Wujiao took a closer look, and his face changed dramatically. Master, something happened in the desolate state as well as the Xian Tian sect. Yi Junlin reached out his hand, snatched the newspaper from Li Wujiao's hand and looked down to read it carefully. It turned out that the wasteland state was also invaded by the underworld abyss army. The Xian Tian sect bore the brunt of the battle, leading all the great sects to fight against it, and at first the battle was remarkable. Then the other side appeared top strong, and the situation was instantly reversed. And now that the wasteland state has fallen, the Xian Tian sect can only be passively defended, and has been besieged for a long time. It seems that the distance is so far that even the sound transmission jade slip doesn't work. Yi Junlin frowned. No wonder the sound transmission jade slip had been quiet, and he had thought that the Xian Tian sect had always been safe and sound. Senior, the sect is in trouble. It looks like we have to go back as soon as possible. Li Wujiao was anxious. After all, he had worshipped under Yi Junlin and Xian Tian sect was his home. How can you sit still now that your home is about to be stolen? Koan, turn around and go to the desolate state. Yi Junlin commanded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for randomly triggering the signing in mission. Signing in to the desolate state, and will be rewarded with a divine ability, the law of the heavens and the earth. The system beep sounded. Tonzi, since you followed me, you've become more and more discerning, Yi Junlin said. Ding! It's okay. Hey. Knowing that the situation was urgent, the Koan Peng's wings shook and his speed boomed, and the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. Red Thousand Leaves appeared indifferent, not identifying with the Xian Tian sect. Then, Yi Junlin took off the boots on his feet and lay down on the chair like a grandpa, his toes flexibly wiggling in a flirty manner. What are you waiting for? Why don't you still pinch Master's feet? Yi Junlin urged. Boom! Red Chiba was completely furious and rolled up his sleeves. Just like that, he pinched Yi Junlin's feet for the whole day in extreme anger. Chapter 124, Zhao Linger's Expectations. Deserted States. This Dao state, which had made a name for itself in the eastern region a year ago, was now suffering from war. Many cultivators were in danger and lived in fear. In the sky, 3 or 2 underworld abyss beings could be seen now and then, driving their chariots and hooting and hollering as they traveled forward. The ones pulling the chariot forward were not any ferocious beasts with rare bloodlines, but living human cultivators. Both sides of their shoulders were penetrated by pitch-black iron chains. Blood was flowing straight out of them, and each one of them forced themselves to endure the severe pain, gritting their teeth and desperately charging forward, their eyes filled with pain and fear. And the underworld abyssal beings riding the chariot were covered in hard bone armor, with a pair of ghostly green eyes that were full of cruelty and ferocity. They waved the whips in their hands, occasionally lashing at the cultivators pulling the carts as if they were whipping livestock, their mouths emitting ear-piercing laughter. Come on, faster, listen up, from today onwards, you will be my Bone Clan slaves for the rest of your lives. On the streets, occasionally people looked up and saw this scene, all gritted their teeth in anger, feeling very ashamed inside. But due to the situation in the wasteland state nowadays, they all had to hold their dissatisfaction in their stomachs. The underworld abyss army that occupied the desolate state, one of the races represented was the Bone race, which ranked in the top 5 of the 100 races of the underworld abyss. With an incredible innate defense, the wasteland state was now their world, and during this period of time, they relied on randomly abusing and torturing the human race for fun. Damn it, is my desolate state going to go on in darkness? Back then, Senior Yi made a name for himself and made all the great states in the Eastern Domain not dare to underestimate him. And how long have these good days passed before something like this happens? AI. Now that even the Xian Heavenly Sect is struggling to protect itself, I'm sure that even if Senior Yi appeared, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Guys, let's just help ourselves. There was a lot of talk in the tea house, and the atmosphere was depressingly dull. Even the storyteller, listless, sits in his chair sighing and worrying about the future of the barren state. Suddenly, a male rushed over and shouted, "You guys come out and see. The Bone Clan is going to publicly execute another rebellious cultivator. It's rumored that this time it's actually Immortal Zhao from the Xian Tian sect." What? Inside the tea house, the crowd was so shocked that they hurriedly got up and rushed out. At this point, around the execution platform, there are bone race soldiers on guard, holding sharp spears, the ghostly green pupils behind the face armor, cold and merciless. The onlookers were crowed, and everyone's face was ugly, because any such public execution is a slap in the face of the people of the Arakan state. There was nothing they could do but stand by and watch their fellow countrymen being killed by the foreigners. All of you, take a good look at this. This is what happens to those who resist. A 3-meter-tall bone race powerhouse stood on the stage, looking up at the blue-clothed woman, who was suspended high by the Xian iron chain, her breath weak and dripping with blood, and laughed coldly. "I heard that you have a high status in the Xian Tian sect? Oh, even your elders don't dare to open the mountain gate and only dare to cower inside. How dare you sneak out? Where is this going?" The blue-clothed woman's face was bloodstained, her shell teeth clenched, stubbornly refusing to beg for mercy, her eyes full of hatred. Her name was Zhao Linger. She was the daughter of the Wei Emperor of the Wei dynasty. When she was first brought to the Xian Tian sect by Yi Junlin, she practiced hard. Due to her exceptional talent, she carried an extremely high-quality water spiritual root, and then she was taken by her master, the Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master, to practice inside the sundial for 300 years, and when she came out again, her cultivation had already reached the peak of the spirit of transformation. Of course, because of the flow of time, only 3 days had passed in the outside world, but she had long since ceased to be the youthful young girl she had been, with a well-developed figure, a slender waist and long legs, and a slender and elegant figure. Later, when the Hades Abyss army invaded, she fought side by side with her elders, and with a hand of water magic that was out of this world and strong, she was known as Fairy Zhao by the majority of cultivators. Unfortunately, as the number of bone race powerhouses increased, the pressure on the Xian Tian sect multiplied until the patriarch and the others were defeated and wounded, and in the end, they could only be forced to cower in the mountain gate. The main reason why Zhao Linger snuck out this time was because she learned that Wei was occupied and her father was alive or dead. As a result, on the way to Wei, she encountered a bone race patrol, and then started a fierce fight, and just when she was about to break through the siege, this bone race general of the harmonized realm in front of her appeared to suppress her. Seeing that Zhao Linger didn't open her mouth, the bone race general continued to sneer. "In the entire desolate state, it's you Xian Tian sect that's the most troublesome, but it doesn't matter. Today, my great Bone King will gather his forces once again and break through your Xian Tian sect. Kill everyone inside." Words. Zhao Linger's beautiful eyes almost spewed out anger. "As long as you guys dare to do this, my Xian Heavenly Sect's Peak Master Yi, when he returns from his cloud travels, will surely kill all of you, one by one." Bold. The bone race general bellowed angrily, roaring out deafening sound waves that caused Zhao Linger's 7 orifices to bleed and her headache to split. "Humph. I've heard of that person you're talking about, called Yi Junlin, right? He was also crowned with the name of the white-haired killing god. If you ask me, it's just a name without reality. The reason why he doesn't dare to come back is only because he's scared and hiding like a dog. Where else would he dare to avenge you?" The bone race general snorted, mocking Yi Junlin between his words. "Ha ha ha." The surrounding group of henchmen followed suit and laughed extremely harshly. "Don't you dare insult Peak Master Yi!" Zhao Linger shouted angrily as she became emotional. She could never forget that figure that descended on Wei like an exiled immortal. That was the first time she saw Yi Junlin, and it was also the major turning point of her destiny. Even if she recalled it countless times, her heart would be filled with emotion, and it was the strongest person that she respected and admired in her life. Now that the bone race general had spoken out of turn, it made Zhao Linger so angry that her petite body trembled. Hearing the other party humiliate Senior Yi, the people present clenched their fists, their faces showing sorrow and anger. Yi Junlin was recognized as the #1 strongest person in the desolate state, and the idol that countless cultivators in the desolate state worshipped, and now that they were being verbally humiliated by the foreign beings, their hearts were very hard to bear, their eyes were covered with blood, and their anger was boiling inside their chests. "Guys, don't be impulsive. The difference in strength is too great. Even if we riot en masse, we will merely be sending ourselves to our deaths for nothing. In the crowd, an old man wearing a gray robe in immortal style, sensing that the group's emotions were almost out of control, hurriedly secretly transmitted his voice. This person was none other than the old ancestor of the mountain-moving sect, Ouyang Feng. Back then, when he broke through the god of transformation, what a spirited man he was. Then he was hit hard by reality. Then he saw the power of Yi Junlin and was completely convinced until he gained the opportunity from the Luo Tian secret realm. And now he was already a strong man of the god of transformation consummation. And he was only one step away from the harmonization realm. Actually, Ouyang Feng was already considered to have exceptional talent. After all, when he was in such a harsh situation in the desolate state, he was able to break through the transformation spirit in a hard way. And now with more than a year's time, he was on the verge of touching the threshold of the harmonization realm. The progress could not be considered to be fast. It was just that the situation was changing too quickly at the moment, and the god of transformation could only be considered a centerpiece combatant, unable to change the big picture. Seeing that Zhao Linger was about to be executed, Ouyang Feng was anxious in his heart, but the Bone Race General was in the harmonization realm and was so powerful that even if he made a move, there was no chance of winning at all. These mother ******** ing underworld abyss creatures are simply too deceitful. Thinking of the encounters during this period of time, Ouyang Feng gritted his teeth in hatred. When the Hades Abyss army was raging and swept through the desolate state under the leadership of the Bone Clan, the mountain-moving sect could only be forced to disband after unsuccessfully resisting. And in the same vein, there were 3 other clans, excluding the Xintian sect which was still holding on, all of which had withdrawn from the mountain, not daring to confront them head-on. No way. The difference in strength was just too great. The only one who could arm wrestle with the Stygian army was the Xintian sect in the entire desolate state. But now with this situation, I'm afraid that it will fall as well. Watching this group of human race dare to be angry, the Bone Race General's heart became even more complacent as it stretched out its large hand covered in white bone, which was entwined with runes like tadpoles, emitting a bizarre light. In an instant, several sharp bone spikes emerged from the void and slowly pierced into Zhao Linger's body. Blood flowed down the spikes and the intense pain caused her to sweat profusely. But even then, she clenched her teeth and refused to let out a single scream. The scene was dead silent and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The crowd was heavy-hearted, with sore noses and red eyes. The Bone General frowned. This was not the effect it wanted. Only by hearing this woman's agonized pleas for mercy, or mournful screams, could it meet its mental expectations. But now, what's the point of not saying anything? Not too much. It's not enjoyable at all. The Bone Race General continued to cast his spell, several sharp bone spikes emitting a burning breath, and the wounds on Zhao Linger's body felt like they were being scorched by flames, emitting a pungent burning smell. Zhao Linger's face was bruised and pale as paper, and her back teeth were almost clenched. This kind of pain is worse than death. However, she still didn't beg for mercy, didn't scream miserably, but was holding on bitterly. The Bone Race General's face was ugly. This woman's willpower was far beyond imagination. If she didn't die and was allowed to continue growing, she would definitely be a terrifying enemy in the future. What a good girl child. Ouyang Feng's eyes turned red and he shrugged. At the same time, his heart was filled with sadness. From now on, is this how the cultivators of the desolate land are going to be treated? By the foreigners riding on their heads? The others were sad and angry, and felt very stifled in their hearts. Senior Yi, the desolate state needs you. At this moment, their emotions reached the peak, and their hearts called out in 1,000 cries, longing to see that magnificent and invincible figure from the beginning again. Humph, no fun. Seeing that he hadn't achieved the desired effect, the Bone Race General stirred up a wave of anger in his heart and waved his hand, about to maneuver his bone spikes to directly penetrate Zhao Linger. Is it finally coming to an end? Zhao Linger knew that she was bound to die, but instead, she felt a sense of relief. However, right at this moment, a vast sea-like pressure enveloped the entire heaven and earth, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. Everyone's breath stopped. The fear in their bodies was like a flood erupting, and they didn't dare to move. What's going on? The Bone Race General was so scared that his body was chilled and his eyes were wide with terror. This kind of aura could only be felt from a king among the Bone Clan. Next, it sees shocking scenes that it will never forget in this lifetime. A 100,000 meter long mythological creature swept long and hard with terrifying might, and the places it passed along the way were so dark that even the sun was blocked out, as if the entire world was plunged into darkness. The aura of the transition realm? This is the Demon Emperor. In the crowd, Ouyang Feng was so scared that his scalp almost exploded and he lost his voice in horror. The crowd was bloodless, their eyes full of despair. With the invasion of the Underworld Abyss army in front of them and the descent of the Transition Realm Demon Emperor behind them, is the desolate state completely going to be finished? Suddenly, A huge divine sense landed on the bloody Junlin, and a soft eep sounded in the void. Sure enough, there's a familiar feeling. Haven't we met somewhere before? Swish! Junlin flashed on the execution platform, his eyes as brilliant as stars, his long silver white hair fluttering, an atmospheric and solemn embroidered gold black robe. His body exudes a unique temperament. Originally, Junlin, whose consciousness was about to sink. After seeing this heartfelt figure, her bleak eyes suddenly blossomed with brilliance, and with a hint of apprehension and a tone of uncertainty, she said in a trembling voice, Is it you? Peak Master Yi. Chapter 125, TSK, you've gotten bigger. Junlin was scared, afraid that this was a hallucination that appeared before she died. Junlin raised his eyebrows. The other party addressed him in such a manner. He must be from the Demon Sect. Maybe there's a history? How else could there be a sense of familiarity? Just now when the Kunpang entered the wasteland state, Junlin released his boundless divine sense to check the situation. With his cultivation level of transitional perfection, how vast and boundless is his divine sense? Everywhere he went he managed to gain insights. Even a few earthworms hidden in the soil were clear. The execution scene that happened here was also noticed by him. And the main reason why he had rushed here on his Kunpang was because Junlin gave him a sense of déjà vu. Since they were disciples of the Demon Sect, he naturally couldn't ignore them. With a wave of Junlin's hand, the Shin iron chain that bound Junlin's arms shattered into powder, and Junlin collapsed in his arms covered in blood. Swish! The surging mana transformed into an infinite amount of wood essence, which was continuously injected through the palm of his hand. Junlin's seriously injured and dying body was quickly saved, her wounds healing at an incredible speed, radiating exuberant vitality. The pale and weak face also recovered its redness, white and very healthy. Junlin couldn't believe that this was actually true. Looking at this handsome face that was close at hand and scrutinized at her, Junlin's heart was like a deer in headlights. Her cheeks swiftly lit up with a blush, and her eyes dodged as she said, Yi, Peak Master Yi. Sorry, forgive me for taking the liberty. Junlin almost forgot to have a sense of boundaries and let go of his hand in a hurry. Ouch! Junlin was lying in someone else's arms 1 second, but the next she flopped to the ground, and when she lifted her head, her expression had a few moments of bewilderment. Junlin said, What is your name? What kind of status are you in the Demon Sect? He could tell that Junlin was at the peak of harmonized god cultivation, which in the former Demon Sect was a high-end combatant, but now that he hadn't been back for over a year, he wasn't clear about the situation within the sect. So he's forgotten about me? Junlin was a bit lost inside. She stood up from the ground and gave a graceful salute. Back to Peak Master Yi. My little daughter's name is Junlin. You were the one who brought me back to Shin Heavenly Sect from way before, and then I worshipped under the Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master's disciples, and now I'm a true disciple. Junlin? Junlin froze, instantly remembering who this was. No wonder he couldn't recognize. As the saying goes, the girl has changed. When I first saw Junlin, she was still just an innocent and lively young girl, and now she has already grown up. Whether it's her face or her figure, she's like a different person, and she can only vaguely find some familiar impressions from between her eyebrows. TSK, it's quite big. Junlin rubbed his chin, carefully sizing up the blue-clothed woman, and then gave a spot-on evaluation. Who? Nonsense. Where is it big? Junlin's delicate face reddened, couldn't help but lower her head and whispered, Senpai, really? There are so many people watching. Is this the time to say such things? Age. Junlin blurted out. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that Junlin's bone age was already more than 300 years old, so he must have borrowed the power of the sundial, or else just 1 year had passed. How could there be such a big change? Of course, for cultivators, age is not a problem at all. Some people have an older mentality. Even if their cultivation is profound and their lifespan is long and long, their image looks very old. Junlin was like petrified, never expecting to say this. You are now older than me. Junlin smiled and invisibly added another stab. Boom! Junlin was as if she had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, her brain buzzing, and she reached out to tightly cover her chest, feeling highly zapped. The words were too cruel for her. Seeing that the woman in blue was disoriented and depressed, Junlin felt a little strange. Did he say something wrong here? At this time the Bone Clan generals has long been scared to a blank brain, body like falling into the abyss as cold and piercing bones. This was the white-haired god of murder, Junlin, that they had been talking about? Such an unfathomable cultivation aura had only been felt by the top powerhouses in the Bone Clan, and even vaguely, it outshone the kings of its clan. Strong, too strong, couldn't bring himself to fight back at all. The surrounding Bone race soldiers, too, were scared into silence as the icy coldness froze into their bones. This human race. So scary. It's Senior Yi. It's Senior Yi who has returned. Ouyang Feng shouted excitedly. He swept up and landed on the execution platform, arched his hand and made a deep bow. Senior Yi. Senior Yi. The late-moving mountain sect patriarch Ouyang Feng. I don't know if you still have an impression? Yi Junlin looked at this old boy and nodded with a smile. I remember you. Without his appearance, the position of the number one strongest person in the desolate state was going to fall to this person. Unfortunately, whoever made him was open. Yi Junlin appreciated Ouyang Feng's very much. The other party was not able to bear the humiliation at first, picked up the beam, alone to meet the outside world cultivators, with great vigor and great courage. Seeing that Senior Yi remembered him, Ouyang Feng excitedly burst into tears. The grievances and aggressions that had been accumulated inside for a long time during this period of time, all poured out and choked. Senior Yi, you have to be the master for the desolate state. This group of people from the Stygian abyss are wantonly oppressing and humiliating US people of the desolate state. I beg Senior Yi to preside over the situation for us. I beg Senior Yi to preside over the situation. A mountainous cry rang out. The cultivators present showed excitement and tears, treating the black-robed figure as if it was a heavenly god descending from the earth. Yi Junlin frowned, able to sense that beyond this period of time, the desolate state was in deep water. His eyes shifted to the bone race generals and he let out a broken cry. Don't you know that I cover this place? How dare you run here to spread your wildness? Invisibly, a strong force impacted over. The bone race general was struck by lightning. His body staggered backward a few steps, and then he fell to his knees. His body's bone armor densely covered with cracks, and green blood seeped out. Its eyes were wide and its pupils were trembling. Looking at the silver-haired youth in front of him, the bone race general's heart felt despair. In front of such an existence, it was as small as an ant or insect. There are kings in my clan who come to sit in the town. I advise you not to mess around. If you are sensible, you can surrender to a soft, or else waiting for you, is the situation of certain death. Seeing that there was no way out, the bone race general went out on a limb and wanted to use this to force Yi Junlin to give in. The crowd was outraged. It was a naked threat, but at the same time, they also had worries in their hearts. After all, the Bone Clan's king's cultivation was unfathomable. In addition to a number of other top powerhouses to help, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to cope with Senior Yi alone. They were afraid that the only hope they had pinned on would be lost in the midst of this turmoil. Yi Junlin laughed coldly. Oh, those who can fight better than Raoul. Haven't encountered them until now. Swish, a casual wave of the sleeve. The bone race general's expression was horrified, and just as he was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, his body drifted away with the wind like particles, and he died silently. The surrounding bone soldiers were the same, completely erased from this world. Listen up, all of you. Subsequently, Yi Junlin stretched out his hand, his finger pointing to the dome of the sky, his gaze like a moment, and threw down his voice, with me here, this sky will not collapse. Boom! The vast clouds violently dispersed, and a ray of piercing golden light shone down, setting off the silver-haired youth as if he were a heavenly god on earth. Incomparably dazzling. Elder Yi is divinely powerful. Ouyang Feng excitedly fell to the ground and looked at the man in front of him, feeling that he had found his backbone. Senior Yi's divine might. Countless people were in tears as they bowed down to pay their respects. The scene was spectacular and massive. Good. So handsome. Zhao Linger looked smitten. On the Kuan Pang, Li Wujiao lamented. I didn't expect that Master Teacher would be so deeply popular in this desolate state. I'm impressed. That's charisma. On the side, Red Shiba skimmed his lips. Che, playing hard to get again. Chapter 126. Hearing the applause. The shouts were earth-shattering and the scene was like a star-studded one. Yi Junlin maintained the action of one finger to the sky, his head full of silver-white hair fluttering about, his expression cold, secretly thinking inside, cool, too damn cool. Is this what it feels like to be courted by countless fans? No wonder stars in their previous life liked to put up a show. It's hard not to. Ouyang Feng suddenly thought of something, and with apprehension and excitement, he carefully begged to ask, Senior Yi, I would like to ask you for advice on cultivation. Can you give me some pointers? In Ouyang Feng's opinion, Yi Junlin was a powerful person of the transition realm. His understanding of the Great Tao must be very thorough, and he was quite knowledgeable about breaking through each realm. So he wanted to ask for advice and gain insights from it as a means of breaking through to the harmonization realm. After all, with today's situation, the transformation spirit realm was just a big-headed soldier in the district, and the only way to do something about it was to have the harmonization realm, or else it would be too passive. Yi Junlin froze and then was speechless. Old thing, don't you make me slap you when I'm at my happiest. What does he know about cultivation? It's nothing more than bumping into an enemy with a high realm, and then one's realm will rub off on them. And the so-called cultivator's sense of the great Tao, his insights and understanding of breaking through the realm, can be described as nothing at all, white as a sheet of paper. But now, with the question asked, and on such a special occasion, could he simply refuse? If that's the case, then wouldn't one's perfect persona fall apart? Zhao Linger on the side instantly perked up, her expression full of anticipation and seriousness. If Peak Master Yi elaborated on his understanding of the Tao, it would also be very helpful to her as a latecomer to the spirit transformation realm, and if she could gain enlightenment from it, she could even take a few thousand years less of a detour. The room quickly quieted. Countless gazes were focused on Yi Junlin. Everyone held their breath, wanting to listen carefully. If a big shot of this caliber were to open an altar, it would definitely be the biggest spectacle in the wasteland state. So to be able to listen to a few words and gain insight from them is a blessing in this life. It's heavenly. For real? The corners of Yi Junlin's mouth twitched as he put his hands behind his back, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arriving at the signing location. Desolate state. Is it possible to receive the signing rewards? At this moment, the system beep sounded abruptly. Unico, you like delays now, don't you? Can you still do it? And I'm about to lose face now. What do you say? Catching the system running out, Yi Junlin said in a bad mood. Ding, oing, oing, why so fierce? I just fell asleep. Host, don't be angry. You just need to receive this sign-in reward. This system will give you an additional function of oral recitation of true words, to help you cope with the current situation. As a small compensation, the system was a standard lowly voice, like a soft girl pouting, and even a brown man would be defeated. Yi Junlin didn't care about this. He only heard that there were rewards to compensate him and that he could still cope with the difficulties in front of him. He immediately became energized and hurriedly said, sign me in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the signing in mission. Rewarding the supreme divine ability, Dharma Heaven and Earth. Mana Sky and Earth. It allows the caster to become very large. Super big. Abilities will also be drastically increased. Note, referring to the torso getting bigger. Don't think wrong. Good. Yi Junlin was satisfied. Just be able to fight. Unico, what happened to the promised extra features? Eaten by you? Don't be in a hurry. We'll start the mouth chanting function for the host, which lasts for 2 minutes, and all the words spoken by the host will be blessed with the Taoist law, which will help people to realize the Tao. Yi Junlin waited quietly for a while, always feeling that nothing had changed, and inwardly belabored. Tuzi, you're not fooling me, are you? Ding, unjust This system has opened the function. You have to open your mouth to speak to be useful. Warm reminder, time is almost past. Yi, Senior Yi? When Ouyang Feng saw Yi Junlin's delay in speaking, he thought that he was unwilling to pass on the insights, and was a little bit slightly disappointed. Hey, it seems that you still have to feel your way around. Senior Yi is a top cultivation world powerhouse. His understanding of the Tao may be extremely profound. Even if he is willing to say it, I am afraid that people like me will have difficulty understanding it. Just as the bright eyes of the group began to dim a little, Yi Junlin, who was being watched by all, cleared his throat and opened his mouth to speak. I have no interest in cultivation. There are times when I dabble in breakthrough. There is no such thing as a so-called bottleneck. As for imparting Tao and insights, there is one. I can only say that those who understand, and those who don't, I don't have much to explain. Hear the applause. Shasta. The whole room was dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. A few seconds later, up in the sky, there was the cawing of crows flying by. Yi Junlin saw no reaction from the scene. Even if he had thicker skin, he was a little bit unable to get off the stage and awkwardly buckled the ground with his toes. Oh, I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Tatsuko, you're wrong about me. At this point, Ouyang Feng first looked stupefied. Then his eyes blossomed and he shouted with joy. I got it. I get it. I understand what Elder Yi means. Yi Junlin's face was odd. You really know what you're talking about? What he did not know is that he had just casually blurted out some words. In the oral recitation of the truth under the auspices, became inexplicably high, which has a kind of the meaning of the great Tao to the simple, so that people listen to the purest enlightenment. Ouyang Feng's many years of experience in cultivation realized a qualitative leap at this moment. The bottleneck within his body began to loosen as he broke through from the transformation spirit to the harmonization realm with a bang. Boom! Ouyang Feng's hair was full of strands of hair. He felt an unprecedented power in his body. His blood seemed to be boiling, and his face was full of excitement. It's really a golden tongue. To be able to mingle such a complicated avenue of philosophy into a simple sentence. I'm afraid it's the reincarnation of a saint's teacher, right? Previously, he had been unable to understand why the disciples that Senior Yi had taken in were all able to achieve sudden advances in their cultivation and superb strength, but now he could only say that he knew all about it. Oh, I get it too. So that's how it is. Zhao Linger's eyes brightened and became enlightened as her cultivation soared to break through to the harmonization realm, her skin flowing with a lamb's grease jade-like luster, her immortal muscles and jade bones, and her body filled with a metaphysical aura. Yi Junlin was confused. How come you get it too? The other side. Li Wujiao's face was shocked and he felt more and more admiration. The more complicated the philosophy of the great Tao is, yet it can be presented in the simplest form. No thanks to the master. One word from his old man is worth thousands of years of our hard work. Invisibly, his sense of the Tao of the blade grew even more. Red Chiba viciously backpedaled, always feeling that this guy was making up some bull ********, but there was just no evidence. The most unbelievable thing about it is that it makes sense, and I don't know why I feel that way. Elder Yi, we get it too. In the crowd, excited cries came from one after another, and all the cultivators who listened to Yi Junlin's speech were like waking up from a dream, realizing their true nature, and their cultivation level rubbed up. Even an earth dog passing by the side of the road barked excitedly as the shackles in his body were opened, breaking through the chi practicing realm and stepping onto the path of cultivation. Seeing this situation, Yi Junlin was very speechless. You've got it all figured out, don't you? But he couldn't show his face. The more he had to act calmly at this time, so that he would have the feeling of being inscrutable. Pa 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 pa. Suddenly, Ouyang Feng led the applause and shouted excitedly. Senior Yi just said, hear the applause. He felt that he was very resourceful and could definitely leave a better impression on Senior Yi. Right. The crowd at the scene reacted, directly transforming into brainwashed fans, clapping their hands desperately, palms clapping red, gazes full of fervor. The sound of applause sounded like thunder, resounding between heaven and earth. The scene is like a success master giving a lecture and the people at the bottom listening and clapping along. What's wrong with you? Yi Junlin was inwardly bellyaching, but with a smile on his face, he nodded. Well, it's good that you guys get it. Ding, the function experience is over. May I ask if the host is still satisfied with the effect? The system beep sounded. Yi Junlin hurriedly said, strong, too strong. That being said, can you tell me what exactly did they understand? He was genuinely curious because he was the only one who didn't have that dawning realization and so desperately wanted to know. Ding, oops, got it all. Yi Junlin, Tatsuko, you're having fun, aren't you? Chapter 127, Straight to Work. Yi Junlin's heart was complicated. So in the end he was the only one who still didn't get it? Looking at the fiery eyes of this group of people, flashing with the light of idol worship, Yi Junlin suddenly felt that it didn't really matter if he understood it or not. It's just for show. Why do you know so much about it? Just be cool and be done with it. Let me ask you, do you know in which location the main camp of this underworld army is stationed? Yi Junlin said seriously. Ouyang Feng's eyes lit up. Senior Yi is officially declaring war? Kawao. Elder Yi, that group is at the Black Mill Ridge. Yi Junlin nodded and looked at Zhao Linger. If you still have things to do, go ahead and get busy. I'll be returning to Xian Sect soon. Zhao Linger's heart was shocked. This is going to be a fight? She instinctively wanted to open her mouth to dissuade her, but then she thought to herself, this one is so divine. It seems that she doesn't need to worry about it, right? She'd better go to Wei first and see if her father and the others were still well before saying anything. Anyway, the two places were close to each other, and with his breakthrough to the harmonization realm, his flying speed was faster than before, so when he noticed that there was nothing to worry about, he would then rush to the Black Mill Ridge to help the battle. Swish! Yi Junlin flashed and swept towards Koan-Pang. Koan! Set off to Black Mill Ridge. The Koan-Pang flapped its wings and gave an excited cry, the sound shaking 90,000 miles, and then it rushed into the sky on the divine wind. Rumble! Watching this behemoth, it headed towards the Black Mill Ridge. The throats of the crowd gulped furiously, their eyes filled with admiration. Convinced, really convinced through and through. A hallowed transition realm demon emperor had to be a mount for Senior Yi. Doesn't this further illustrate the powerful nature of Senior Yi? Quickly inform down that Senior Yi has returned. He's going to officially wage war against the underworld army. Ouyang Feng's face flushed red as he hissed with all his might. One moment. The crowd either rode their flying swords and rose up, or typed out their transmitting light talismans. In short, they wanted to spread this powerful news. Soon, more and more places in the wasteland state, as if forming a chain reaction, were thrown into a huge tremor. Senior Yi has returned. Now he is rushing towards the Black Mill Ridge. The battle that will decide the fate of my desolate prefecture is about to start. Fellow Taoists, There's no time to lose. Quickly go and help. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can finally expect him to come. Let's go. It's worth it even if I have to give up my life. What an honor it is to fight alongside Senior Yi. Whoever goes late this time will have to regret it for the rest of their lives. All over the wasteland state, the cultivators who received the news, no matter what they were doing or what kind of status they had, at this time, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, they set off towards the Black Mill Ridge to gather in the clouds. You haven't paid yet. Phoenix Luanlu, the place of seeking flowers, a man rushed out with his pants. Behind him was the anxious and jumping pimp scolding angrily, only to see the man dashing back and shouting, "Wait for me to come back when I'm done and then give it. What if you don't come back once you're gone? Then it's a go." The man was so righteous that he drove a golden light to escape. And this was actually a Jindan stage cultivator. These days, is there any reason to whore for nothing? The pimp was so angry that his liver hurt. Swish, 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 countless colorful light rainbows swept towards the sky, trailing a long tail mane. The scene is very vast. Wu Yang, after all, over this period of time, the people of the desolate state had been living too suffocatingly, and having been ridden over by the foreign races, they had long been harboring grievances. Now that Senior Yi had taken the lead, their anger was instantly ignited, and a swarm of them were about to go forward to contribute. At this point, Black Mill Ridge, the rocks here were as black as ink, forming a mountain range that looked like a millstone, with a vast and boundless area and a pale aura. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but this place was cloudy and gloomy, unable to see a single ray of light. Along the way, you can see the Stygian abyssal beings in charge of the garrison, all of them strange-looking and from the dark races. It was just that this million-strong army was dominated by a handful of bone race, and both the soldiers and the generals would have a higher status. This was the base camp of the Hades Abyss army stationed in the desolate state. Inside the White Bone Hall, a tall figure emanating the aura of the middle stage of the transition realm and dense with Mori white bone armor stood straight up, that ugly skeleton face with turquoise eyes flashing with ferocious light. This was the Bone King who was sitting in the desolate state this time. It has a name. Bazaar. According to the original plan, our army is going to break through the forces harboring the Stargate ahead of time. Nowadays in this Dao state, most of the area is under control. Only the Xian Heavenly Sect is the most tricky, and it's still resisting up to now, Baza coldly said. If it hadn't appeared and seriously injured the Xian Tian sect leader as well as a group of peak masters, causing them to cower in the sect and not dare to show themselves, the Underworld Abyss army wouldn't have been able to overrun the desolate state so smoothly. However, the problem was that the other party had gathered the strength of the entire clan and added it to the mountain protection formation, which had caused it to lead its army to repeatedly launch attacks and return in defeat. I thought it was going to be overwhelming, but now it's dragging on and on. Even if only the Xian Tian sect was left as a thorn in the side. It made Bazaar's heart feel very irritated. It came with a heavy responsibility, and it can't afford to be half-assed. It's a good thing that I've already asked for help from my clan, and counting on time. Those few brothers of mine should be able to come and help me today. Bazaar's brothers, all of whom were blood brothers who had broken bones and tendons. Together with it there were a total of 6. In the underworld, they were known as the Bone Clan 6. Moreover, all of them are at the transitional realm cultivation level. They are the kings of the Bone Clan. All this time, the 6 masters of the Bone race had been calling the shots in the Stygian Abyss, and many of the dark races were in awe of them. Even the existences of transitional succession perfection had deep scruples towards the 6 of them and did not dare to easily mess with them. It was only because the Bone Clan's 6 masters had mastered a powerful innate treasure art. And now, seeing the delay in getting what he wanted, Bazaar simply went to ask his 5 good brothers to come out and join forces with the intention of stepping on the Xian Tian sect. Big brother, swish, 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 5 figures appeared in the hall, swirling a vastine wind. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, you finally arrived. Bazaar was overjoyed and happily greeted him. Big brother, we Bone Clan 6 are all in the same breath. If you as big brother are in trouble, how can we not come? Bucky, the second oldest in line, laughed. Yes, big brother. You said that you encountered negative human forces in this place, and were delayed in taking the last Stargate. The clan elders are taking it seriously, and also asked us to come and help as soon as possible. Ranking the third oldest, Bobby said seriously. Ha 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 ha, with you guys this time, the Xian Tian sect will definitely have no way to live. Old Big Bazaar was in a painful mood. However, it thought of something and its gaze flashed coldly. It is said that there is a very powerful figure in the Xian Tian sect who has killed multiple transition realms and is known as the God of Killing, and I have invited you all here mainly to deal with him. God of Killing? What an arrogant name. The second Bucky snorted. Sensei, no matter how capable he is. If he dares to come, he will surely die. Bazaar heard the words and his eyes twinkled. Second brother. You, big brother, what do you see here? The second Bucky pulled out 6 purple pills, the surface of which was filled with an evil aura. Could this be the underworld elemental pill bestowed by the messengers? Bazaar was a bit surprised. Its heart couldn't help but tremble when it thought of those godly messengers. That's right, with one of us and one Dan, and with that unique treasure technique, unless a true immortal comes, there is no enemy. The oldest two were very proud. Good. Bazaar's heart became more confident, and a flash of tyrannical killing intent flashed at the bottom of his eyes. Let's set off here and now, and set foot on Xian. Boom! The explosions outside made a violent noise that shook the sky for miles and miles. The entire vast Black Mill Ridge was like an earthquake trembling, and soon miserable screams rose and fell. Great King, Your Majesty, it's a big deal. Someone of the great powers of the human race is fighting their way in. A Bone Race soldier hurriedly ran to report. What? The 6 masters of the Bone Clan looked at each other, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 128, Going Crazy. At this moment, the Black Mill Ridge, a huge tremor occurred. A sword on that stretched across the sky chopped down. The mountains that stretched for 10,000 miles broke. Countless sword chi stirred up, and many underworld abyss soldiers were killed in miserable screams. Don't panic. Quickly set up a battle formation. The 12 Bone Race commanders roared in shock and anger. Worthy of being a well-trained army. After being attacked, this underworld army immediately adjusted its state, dividing into multiple squares at once, coalescing its power as if it were 100 streams converging on the sea, releasing vast and boundless energy fluctuations. Boom! A huge silhouette with hideous horns, looking like a Rakshasa and reaching a height of 1,000 meters emerged. Their faces were ferocious and incomparable, with 6 eyes, 8 big hands on their backs, and their bodies were filled with extremely boiling ferocious aura. This is what is often referred to as Dharma in the mouths of monks. Dharma phases stood above each square formation like a heavenly demonic god overlooking this pale earth. Their strength, all of them had reached the level of Mahayana perfection. The 12 Bone Race commanders' eyes showed ferocious light as they stormed out in unison. Kill! At the same moment, all of the squares worked together. The underworld soldiers and generals all working in unison to channel their power to manipulate the phantom into launching an attack. Rumble! The pitch-black fist prince crisscrossed across, wanting to explode the stars and suppress heaven and earth, bringing about an extremely shocking sense of oppression. And at this moment, the corner of Li Wujiao's mouth revealed a cold smile, holding the ink sword and storing up his strength to swing and chop. Swish! The yin and yang are divided. The sun and moon are reversed, densely packed, thick and majestic fist prints, like a bubble like a brush burst. Knife gas is like a hurricane diffusion. Knife gang indestructible. A phallic shadow was like being struck by lightning, instantly disillusioned in the air. All the major square formations were in chaos at once. Many underworld abyss soldiers were crushed into pieces by this blade chi in their horrified gazes, and those harmonization realm generals were also killed or injured, and the scene let out bursts of wailing. The 12 Bone Race commanders were covered in shatter marks and coughed up blood as they looked at the middle-aged man standing with a sword, their eyes revealing deep fear as they said horrifiedly, This is the aura of the transitional succession realm. Ha! Li Wujiao raised the knife in his hand again and was about to fall when several destructive auras erupted from the Black Mill Ridge in front of him, and horrifying killing chances converged as much as they could, causing the knife he was about to fall with to come to a standstill. Li Wujiao raised his eyebrows. 6 powerful Bone Race beings, surrounded by blacking fiend chi, stood in an invincible stance on the void, staring dead on at the one who had issued the sword. Could it be that you are the god of kill, Yi Junlin? Bazaar's gaze was fierce as he coldly said. Li Wujiao shook his head. No, I'm his disciple. Apprentice? The 6 brothers froze. This Yi Junlin was so powerful that even his disciple was a void immortal of the transition realm? Bazaar released his divine sense and viewed that in the distance behind Li Wujiao, a huge demon race was suspended in the clouds, suspected to be a mount. When it wanted to use its divine sense to continue to look deeper and see what was above it, it was as if it had been blocked by an invisible force that made it difficult to penetrate. What a big bully, to actually let my disciple deal with me. Don't I want to lose face? Bazaar felt annoyed at being underestimated. Big brother, don't be angry. I think this Yi Junlin must be afraid. That's why he had his disciple come to probe the situation. The second Bucky sneered. That's right. Several other brothers agreed. Li Wujiao snorted. With you guys, it's not my master's turn to make a move. Swish! The brilliant sword awnings that were like divine punishment shone in the world. The 6 Jie of the Bone Clan immediately felt a chill all over their bodies, as if they had fallen into an abyss. Get in the way. Bazaar's scalp was numb with shock and anger, and he violently raised his hand to shoot out a bone palm. The palm print was sinister and covered the sky. The other 5 brothers made their moves. All of them were clear early-stage transitional succession, and together with the middle-stage transitional succession boss, they erupted with surging killing power. Boom! The blazing mass of light shone and swept with a roar. The ground was torn apart by the raging energy currents, and the vast and boundless mountains were destroyed, like a sandstorm of sand and dust sweeping through, and countless living beings were extinguished. Quick! Run! Seeing that the army was affected and almost fell, the 12 bone race commanders hurriedly moved to evacuate, but as a result, they didn't run far before they saw a sky of human cultivators flying in, wielding all sorts of magical treasures to strike, with brilliant and colorful rays of light reflecting in the sky. Kill all these dog days! The cultivators who came from all over the world saw the underworld abyss beings fleeing in a sorry state. Their eyes erupted with murderous aura as they attacked without any regard for anything else. Ah! Those remaining remnants of the soldiers could only passively meet the attack, but one after another, they were all smashed into mud by the cultivators smashing magic treasures. The 12 bone race commanders were deep in the endless siege. They were shocked and furious. Their hearts were filled with suffocation. Just now, their vitality was greatly injured. They were no longer able to form a powerful return attack against this group of cultivators. Die for me! A cry of rage. The Kuanshan sword bloomed with an earth-yellow halo, brilliant as the sun, and landed on top of the head of one of the bone race commanders, then sliced it hard and split it in two. Ouyang Feng's hair was full of strands of hair fluttering about, holding the Kunshan sword with an aura like a dragon, and the bottom of his eyes flashed with excitement. This feeling of beating the out of a dog is so good. One must know that he had just split a bone race commander of the Mahayana realm alive. In the old days, where was there such a good chance of getting it? No. Seeing their fellow officers fall, the 11 bone race commanders showed grief and indignation, rather like a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. Then they raised their voices to the sky. Their bodies were filled with a fierce aura, and they swooped over to tear Ouyang Feng apart. Take it easy, one at a time. It's an honor for you Stygian abyss beings to die under the old man's sword. Ouyang Feng was addicted, holding the Kunshan sword and rushed over to chop and slash, beating those bone race commanders to spit out blood and retreated in defeat one after another. It was certain that after this battle, even after a long period of time, this old ancestor of the mountain-moving sect would be filled with pride and brag to his descendants about the glorious deeds he had done back then. Back then, with the cultivation of the harmonization realm, the old ancestor was able to suppress 11 bone race commanders of the Mahayana realm, and I was simply invincible. The other side. In just one look, the Bone Clan's 6 Jia were seriously injured, and old Big Bazaar was even more horrified, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, looking at the knife-wielding figure with disbelief. His own hallowed middle stage of the transition realm, plus the help of 5 early stage of the transition realm, actually couldn't even block the other party's slash? Yi Junlin's disciple. Is he this strong? If it wasn't for the bone race's naturally strong defense, one of them would have to fall. Li Wujiao sneered. I told you long ago, dealing with goods like you doesn't need my master's hand yet. Words. The Bone Clan 6 felt very humiliated. When he was in Stygian abyss, how had he ever suffered from this? Bazaar narrowed his eyes slightly at the depths of the clouds, the head of the quietly suspended behemoth, and then his gaze swept towards Li Wujiao. The bottom of his eyes revealed a vicious color, and he lowly roared, Human race, I'll make you pay for it next. After saying that, he took out the meditation elemental pill and swallowed it into his stomach. In an instant, Bazaar's eyes instantly erupted with dark purple beams of light, and his body erupted with a horrifyingly sinister and oppressive aura. The bone armor that was originally shattered and scarred was immediately healed, and countless runes emerged on the surface, twisting like tadpoles and glowing with ghostly light. Its cultivation level, from the middle stage of the transition realm, dabbled up to the peak of the transition realm. The other 5 bone race beings also pulled out their underworld pills and swallowed them. Rumble. Their bodies were covered in a brilliant ethereal light. Their aura was intimidating to the extreme. Their eyes shot out a dark purple light that cracked the sky, and their cultivation level skyrocketed in unison from the early stage of the transitional tribulation to the late stage of the transitional tribulation. The fiendish chi was like a storm spreading. The void rippled out, and 6 powerful figures stretched across the sky with horrifying killing opportunities. Bazaar felt the power boiling inside his body and sneered. The underworld pill bestowed by the emissary is really something. Immediately afterward, his gaze locked onto Li Wujiao and he bellowed, Human race, suffer death, saying that it raised its hand and struck. Countless huge bone spikes interlaced and extended, wanting to stab Li Wujiao to death in the air. Ha ha, good timing. Seeing that the other party's cultivation was far superior to his own, instead of being afraid, Li Wujiao became more excited. He slashed out with all his might, and countless bone spikes burst into pieces by inches. Swish! A blur of residual shadows swept past. Li Wujiao flipped his wrist. His sword technique was unpredictable, and his blade was extremely terrifying. Die for me! Seeing this person fighting across the ranks, Bazaar waved his hand in annoyance, and bone spikes like waves of waves crushed out, the ghostly flickering runes roaming the sky with a strong deterrent power. Big brother, we've come to help you. The second Bucky mobilized his entire body and united with a few other brothers to carry out a siege against Knight Wujiao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle was fierce. Li Wujiao displayed his sword technique. The shadow of his sword was layered on top of each other, and his sword aura covered the sky. Even though his cultivation was at a disadvantage, he fought one against many. Impossible. How could Yi Junlin's disciple be this strong? The more Bazaar fought, the more alarmed he became. His emotions were directly ignited as he roared, Bone Clan Upanishad, Bone Prisoner Kill. Next, Li Wujiao only felt that the air around him plummeted cold, and the blood in his body was almost frozen, as countless bone spikes with runes broke through the void and condensed into a square cage, imprisoning him inside. Still not dead? Bazaar laughed fiercely. His right hand clenched violently. Buzzing, the cage's body was filled with blood aura. The runes flowed rapidly, and the horrifying squeezing sensation skyrocketed by millions of times, to squeeze the imprisoned Li Wujiao into a blood mist. Big brother is awesome. Once this move is made, there's no way this guy will still be alive. A few other brothers sneered. Well, Li Wujiao now felt the crisis. His bones crackled. Even the knife in his hand was difficult to swing. But bizarrely, he didn't panic, but the corners of his mouth were rising wildly. Dum dum dum. The heartbeat sounded like a beating drum, the rhythm of each stroke heavy. The blood in Li Wujiao's body was boiling. The veins on his forehead stood out. His head full of black hair danced wildly. His eyes were rapidly red. His face was gradually hideous, and he spat out curls of black gas that looked like it was materializing. Is this the mad demon bloodline? Li Wujiao's breathing was extremely ragged. Thoughts of killing filled his mind. The ink blade in his hand chopped out crazily, the blade aura resembling a destructive ball of light expanding rapidly. A blast of explosions. This bone cage instantly went up in smoke. At this moment, Li Wujiao. This was in line with the name of Blade Demon, only to see the aura on his body like an ancient demon king awakening, the oppressive feeling spreading like a mountain and a sea. Those eyes, bursting out with a sky-high blood aura. Heaven and earth lost their colors and stirred up the wind and clouds. The Bone Clan's 6 jerks were so scared that their faces changed greatly, never having seen this kind of scene before. What kind of god is this Yi Junlin? Even such a person was willing to be his disciple. Chapter 129, please, stop fighting. Go on. A voice filled with monstrous killing intent rang out, causing chills to rise from the bottom of one's heart. Li Wujiao's head was full of black hair. His face was twisted like a madman. His eyes were blood red. He stepped and swept away. The ink knife in his hand slashed out at the same time. The vastness of the blade awning spread out like ocean waves, shattering the void along the way. I don't believe it. You're only at the early stage of the transition realm. How much stronger can you get? Bazaar, in a fit of rage, probed his hand to grab it. His morose white palm had a ghostly light covering it, and the runes were intertwined and entwined. Boom! Both sides erupted in a violent onslaught. Roar! Li Wujiao hissed, his entire body's strength pouring into the ink blade, the blade's aura releasing a destructive aura, and the blood-colored lightning wildly intertwined. Bazaar felt a sharp pain sensation coming from his arm, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. Its cultivation level was already at the peak of the transition, and with the addition of the underworld Dan, its strength had undergone a sea change, and even then, at full strength, it was all blocked hard by this person. Even in some cases, one is vaguely on the verge of losing. Kill, 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 kill. Li Wujiao hissed continuously, constantly waving his sword and then chopping. The blade awnings crisscrossed, the blade chi was like waves rolling. The entire sky was as if it was going to crumble into pieces. Bazaar spat out blood, chills running down his back. Even it was like this, not to mention the other few, who were all being hacked by Knight Wujiao at this time, screaming miserably and having their bone armor shattered. Swish! Right at this moment, a magnificent figure descended, striking red shirts fluttering, his body's temperament transcendent and out of the ordinary, surrounded by brilliant flames like a river of stars, extremely extraordinary. When this person appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly climbed. Red Thousand Leaves looked at Li Wujiao, who was acting like a madman, and scared. It's really hard to see, dealing with these few goods and still having to fight for so long. Master was afraid that you'd become too deep into the devil, and sent me to take care of them for you. Peak transitional succession? This female is also Yi Junlin's disciple? Bazaar's heart beat wildly. and he gained a deeper knowledge of the rumored terror of that man. Li Wujiao's face was hideous, his eyes red as a wild beast, and he turned his head toward Hong Qianye and shouted violently, "Scram! They are my prey, asshole! You got the balls to say that again?" Red Qianye almost thought that his ears had misheard him. His stunningly beautiful and flawless face was filled with coldness as he stared dead on at Li Wujia, who had disrespected him. He was the eldest senior brother, with the highest status, second only to that shameless fellow, and now he was being contradicted by Knight Wujiao's words, which made Red Qianye feel ashamed and annoyed. Li Wujiao swung his sword to forcefully press down the 6th Jie of the Bone Clan while angrily cursing, "It's you who are talking about this stinking. If you dare to push Lai Lai again, I'll cut you to death immediately." Boom! Red Chiba's brain felt like it had been hit with a hammer, shocking his brain. He couldn't believe it. This guy really cursed ah? Especially the 3 words stinking were like a sharp blade plunging straight into his heart. Shame. Strange shame. Good. Very good. Red Thousand Leaves, his hair full of strands fluttering about, his eyes bursting out with a chilling aura, laughed back in anger. "Let's see how capable you are." Swish! A pair of purple true flame condensed wings emerged behind his back. Under the flapping, horrifying waves of scorching heat rolled over. Crimson flames swept over the 8 directions. Wherever he passed along the way, he was turned into scorched earth. True flame purple phoenix wings. "All 6 of you, get out of my way." Red Thousand Leaves turned into a flash of streaming light and flew away. The majestic and domineering violet flame wings behind him flapped and rolled up several streams of radiant and blazing violet flame fire light sweeping. Asterisk 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 ah. Bazaar and the others were nearly burned to ashes, and were stunned when they got out in a hurry. At this time, the infuriated Red Thousand Leaves directly shot. Palms suffused with red-colored flames ruthlessly shoot to go. Super large flame palm prints formed. The pressure is extremely horrifying, as if the world's living beings are all under the palm of this ashes to ashes. Great flame palm. Knight Wujiao, who was affected by the crazy demon bloodline, felt the crisis approaching and without any hesitation, his eyes were as blood-red as the sea as he hissed under his breath, "Come on!" Swish! The pitch-black colored blade-ons crossed the sky, and the sky was darkened. Rumble! The explosions resounded for 90,000 miles. The terrifying energy fluctuations were vast and boundless, and the terrifying air currents ravaged the surroundings. Convinced, or not, Red Thousand Leaves flapped a pair of purple flame feather wings behind his back, his posture above all beings, looking down on that sword-wielding figure, his gaze disdainfully questioning, "You think I can't handle you?" Li Wujia was covered in blood and his breath was very disorganized. His eyes were frighteningly red and filled with a killing light, his body shook violently, and unbridled laughter escaped his lips. "Ha ha 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 ha, cool, so damn cool, bitch, come again, let the laborer taste how powerful you are." Hearing such provocative words, the corners of the eyes of the Red Thousand Leaves were twitching. The anger in his heart was like a mouthful of volcanic eruption, rapidly igniting his chest, and the top of his head had wisps of green smoke, which was smoldering with anger. "Stubbornness, this seat will teach you a good lesson." Swish! Red Thousand Leaves flapped the true flame purple phoenix wings, and his body transformed into a stream of light and shot away, setting off monstrous flames, and scorching waves of air rolled over. Roar! Li Wujiao's face was full of veins, stalking his neck and opening his mouth to roar. His sharp teeth had saliva splashing everywhere. His body was filled with a terrifying demonic aura, and his head was full of black hair fluttering about, just like an uncompromisingly crazy demon. Rumble! The two sides once again erupted into a fierce battle. The sky is falling apart and the scene looks like the end of days. Big brother, why are they fighting? The other 5 brothers were confused, frightened by a fight of this level. That's terrible. Such a big gap between the same transition realm? Just outrageous. Bazaar swallowed throatily, then came back to his senses and said angrily, "What do you mean? Leaving us out to dry? Is this underestimating us? I, the Bone Clan's 6th Jie, have never been wronged like this." Yeah. The second Bucky gritted his teeth and said, "I think it's necessary to use my true strength, so that this group of humanoids can see what power means. In that case, it's good to use that move," Bazaar said in a deep voice. In the meantime, the other cultivators were dumbfounded, their expressions shocked and revealing a few moments of bewilderment. What's going on here? Those two seem to be Senior Ye's disciples. Yeah, why are they fighting? It can't be because of the competition for favor. On the Kuan Pang, Bai Shaoshi eagerly shouted, "Stop, quickly stop, don't fight anymore, please stop fighting. Senior Brother Hong, Senior Brother Knight, all calm down, Mouse will make you all delicious food." Yi Junlin, who was leaning on the reclining chair, sucked a big mouthful of milk tea in his mouth, looking at the distant fight, was speechless. Is there any mistake? How come they are fighting instead? Junlin's original intention was to be lazy and let his disciple take care of the underworld army, but he didn't expect the situation to deviate to such a point after a while. That's... Junlin sensed something in his body couldn't help but sit up straight. At this point, the situation has changed. The 6J of the Bone Clan had their hands to make seals, releasing a mysterious aura all over their bodies. Their entire bodies were filled with a radiant purple light, and they began to shatter from head to toe with clicks and clacks. Ready? Big brother. We're ready. Well, in that case, Bazaar bellowed. I'll form the head. Swish. Its body shifted and flew away, condensing into a hideously large head. The rest of the oldest 2, the oldest 3, the oldest 4, the oldest 5, and the oldest 6, also transformed into streams of light and rushed up to the sky, a firm voice resounding through the sky in turn. I'll form the torso. I'll form the right hand. I'll form the left hand. I'll form the right leg. I'll form the left leg. Swish, 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 accompanied by a bright and brilliant light cluster shining like a great sun. A terrifying figure like a demonic god emerged from the sky and the earth. Those phantoms condensed by the square formation set up by the underworld abyss army in front of them appeared as small as ants compared to it. This behemoth, with a volume as high as 500,000 meters, even magnificent mountains and rushing rivers were nothing more than meridian-like existences on it, and its cultivation aura had already reached the level of transitional perfection. When he raised his hand, heaven and earth collapsed, and the sun and moon fell silent. The mighty force oppresses everything. This. Oh Yang Feng, their scalps were numb. Their mouths were dry, and their faces were filled with shock. At a distance of 100 miles away, Zhao Linger left Wei and hurriedly rushed to help. Her heart secretly rejoiced. It turned out that Wei was occupied by an underworld abyss squad. After she arrived, she decapitated all of them, and then headed to the palace to check out the situation, and eventually found her father and mother consort and the others in the secret room. Seeing that her loved ones were unharmed, Zhao Linger put her heart down and headed to Black Mill Ridge to join the conquering army. Wait, what's that? Zhao Linger stopped her stance, her beautiful eyes flashing with a flash of extreme shock. In the distant sky, there was a terrifying figure with a head that reached the size of the vast firmament and was covered by clouds, emitting a fierce aura that swept through the heavens and the earth. The size was really big and huge, so big that even Zhao Linger, who was in the distance, could see it standing there, looking proudly at the 8 directions. You two, are you done fighting yet? The Bone Clan's 6 masters merged to form a supergiant giant, with old Big Bazaar controlling the head and emitting sounds from his mouth. A grand sound like a magic voice that has a shocking effect. Red Thousand Leaves had just slapped Knight Wujio away when he saw this behemoth standing in front of him, those 2 great sun-like pupils burning with a ghostly green firelight, looking down at them coldly. Rao Hong Qianye, a sense of crisis pervaded within his heart, and his eyes became grave. The other side, the kunai was disturbed, his eyes wide as he had never seen a being more massive than him. Wow! Bai Xiaoxi tilted her head and let out a gasp of surprise. Yi Junlin sked. Interesting, too interesting. The aura of the 6J of the Bone Clan after they merged was in no way weaker than the previous 3 saints of the Hanging Temple, and even stronger, in a way. Chapter 130, The Law of Heaven and Earth. At this moment, the supergiant Bone Man stepped on the earth with his feet on the ground and his head on the vast dome of the sky, looking disdainfully at the world and pressurizing the 4 directions. All living beings were not even as good as mole crickets in front of it, as if they were as small as dust. Feeling that extremely strong sense of oppression, a deep scorn flowed from the bottom of Red Thousand Leaf's eyes. Oh, scared silly, are you? Bazaar was proud of himself inwardly and was very proud. After their 6 brothers merged, not only would their realms be elevated, but their strength would also merge and skyrocket, and with the aid of the underworld Dan, the effect would be even more as if it were a god's help. Even Bazaar thought that with the battle power he exerted after merging now, all below true immortals were invincible, not a single one that could fight. It's just so confident. Red Thousand Leaves sneered. What opponent has this seat not seen before? Besides, how long can you maintain this state? Words. Bazaar was furious. I'm that old and you still dare to look down on me? Stinking woman. You die. Under the connection of consciousness, he swung his palm and slapped it over fiercely. The sonic boom exploded with a bang, and the air collapsed to form a vacuum. That's a slap in the face that could definitely wipe out a country. Red Thousand Leaf's face changed slightly, and she fully activated her true flame violet phoenix wings, her body transforming into scarlet streams of instantaneous flashing light, her speed so fast that it was unimaginable. Swish! Unbiasedly, he dodged the slap, dodged quite quickly. Bazaar laughed coldly, his gaze firmly locking onto the figure as he raised his hands and violently clapped them together. Boom! A horrifying squeezing sensation came at once, and Red Thousand Leaves clenched his teeth, and a pair of majestic and domineering violet flame wings behind his back flapped vigorously, rising crazily at an unbelievable speed. Pa! The sound of clapping resounded through the heavens and earth, and powerful air currents shook out between the palms of his hands. Little fly. Bazaar was a bit offended and verbally humiliated. As fast as you fly, you won't be able to avoid the fate of being swatted to death by me in the end. Unbridled, Red Thousand Leaves was enraged. At least he was once an immortal, overlooking all beings, but now he was actually scolded as a fly by this lowly dark creature? Who can tolerate this? Who? Red Thousand Leaves catalyzed the true flame purple phoenix wings, and his wings flapped violently, rolling up monstrous purple divine flames that swept away, with a temperature that could melt 10,000 feet of mountains and rivers, with terrifying power. In an instant, the arm of the supergiant bone man was insanely scorched by the purple divine flame, emitting a zippy hot gas. How does it taste? Red Chiba sneered. Bazaar frowned at first, then soothed and opened. The corners of his mouth cracked into an exaggerated arc. It's quite warm, and you're strangely nice. What? Red Chiba was dumbfounded. This wasn't what he expected. The bone race was originally born with strong defense, relying on their sturdy bone armor to withstand all kinds of damage. And now that Bazaar and the rest of them are directly merging 6 into 1, their defense is already at a very terrifying level. This seat doesn't believe that I can't break your defense. Red Thousand Leaves was irritated and no longer held back, going all out. Swish swish swish. A big inflammation palm slapped out violently, carrying monstrous red inflammation, such as the stormy raging impact. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Explosions rang out all over the place. The upper half of the supergiant bone man's body was a terrifying scene as light clusters of varying sizes bloomed, hearing the feedback that came from the other few brothers. In his mind, Bazaar's expression changed, and he stared at Red Chiba dead in the face. Bitch, you're hurting my brother. The roar of anger resounded through the sky. It stored up its strength and swung its fist, and its fist print was like the sun falling, full of momentum, and it hardened the multiple major inflammation palms. No good. Red Thousand Leaf's scalp was numb, and the violet flame wings behind him turned into streams of light, coalescing in front of his body to form a runic flowing violet flame shield. Boo! The purple flame shield shook violently. The huge fist was blocked in front of the shell, and Red Chinya clenched his teeth, his forehead covered with beads of sweat. Bazaar laughed. Die for me. The power of the fist surged like the sea as it continued to add up. Boom! The terrifying energy fluctuations shook and pierced through the violet flame shield. With a whoosh, Red Chiba was sent flying several thousand meters away, as if a comet had smashed into the mountains, mushroom clouds blooming high above. Sand and dust flew around, and amidst the chaos, a figure coughed up blood and stood up with difficulty. Unless my cultivation goes further and I become a powerhouse of transitional perfection and cultivate even stronger fire aptitudes, I'm no match for this monster. Looking at the supergiant bone man in front of him, Red Shinya's face was very ugly, sensing the obvious gap in strength. Seen your brother Hong. So coincidentally you're also here. A familiar voice rang out nearby, and Red Shinya twisted his head to look, only to see Li Wujiao greeting him with an awkward expression. Just now, Li Wujiao was in a state of demonization, and then when he was knocked out by Hong Chinya's slap, his mind cleared up a lot, so he simply sat down on his knees here, relying on his own willpower to get rid of the influence. As a result, when he recovered and stood up normally, he saw Red Chiba being sent flying here as well. Red Thousand Leaves was already in a bad mood. After seeing Knight Wujiao, remembering the conflict just now, he said coldly with a black face, Knight Senior Brother, it seems that you've come to your senses. Do you still remember what you said before? Li Wujiao's expression froze, touched his nose, and laughed dryly. This is difficult for you. What happened just now? I really don't remember. Not to mention the words I said. If I have offended, please bear with me. Although he had just been affected by the mad demon bloodline and his sanity was a bit confused, he was still able to vaguely recall it after returning to normal. Just for this point, Knight Wujiao would definitely not admit it. These days, the cultivation world is highly involutional. The pressure is so high, and you can still go crazy openly. This opportunity is not many. Red Thousand Leaves stared closely at Knight Wujiao's face, trying to find clues from it, and Knight Wujiao was a little bit weak, and hurriedly turned his head to look at the supergiant bone man, letting out an exaggerated exclamation of shock. Holy, what is this thing? Senior Red Brother, you were sent flying here by it. Ha! What a pot calling the kettle black. Red Chiba's face was grim. Yeah, surprised? Li Wujiao smiled sarcastically. Senior Red Brother is so powerful. I'm afraid he's not giving in to it. Red Chiba held back the urge to strike. You're so good at talking, just say a little more? Suddenly, as if he saw something, Li Wujiao's face changed dramatically. No good. That monster is approaching towards Master's side. It looks like it's about to make its move. Red Thousand Leaves gazed at him. He was eager to see how that fellow, next, would deal with this super giant bone man. In terms of defense, it was almost invincible in the same realm, and the force was even more rare, capable of shaking 90,000 miles of rivers and mountains. This kind of existence could be said to have no weaknesses to be found from a certain perspective. Master, it's coming over. Bai Xiushir's petite body shivered in fear, her furry rat face showing her fear. The Koan Pang looked at the behemoth walking in front of him, and was so disturbed inside that if not for the fact that its master had not ordered it, it would have wanted to turn around and run away. Yi Junlin, you are so arrogant, so confident that you can suppress us by relying on your two disciples? A grand and dull voice rang out like a flood bell, echoing in the nine heavens and shaking the vast clouds apart. Those sun-like eyes emitted an eerie ethereal green light that took people's hearts. Swish! Two ghostly green beams of light shot in, enveloping that silver-haired youth. Now, it's your turn, Bazaar bellowed. Seeing that the other party approached him, Yi Junlin then reluctantly stood up. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Then he began to stretch and move his muscles. Bazaar's face hardened. What was the meaning of this? Underestimating the six brothers? Bazaar was tempted to slap it over, but judging by its intuition, this person inexplicably gave it a sense of danger. After Yi Junlin finished his activity, his eyes looked straight away and he tasted playfully. You think you can fight now, don't you? Or else? Bazaar condescended and sneered. Yi Junlin was like a speck of dust in his eyes. Yi Junlin snapped his fingers. Remember your condescending stance right now, because later you'll be on your knees crying for mercy. Words. Bazaar was stunned at first, then burst into a rage. This human race. What arrogance. Just as it was about to swing out its fist to smash it, the figure in front of it, which was as small as dust, actually took the initiative to swipe up from the Kuan Pang. Dharma Heaven and Earth. Chapter 131, Wing Chun. It was accompanied by a clear and crisp voice that resounded in all directions. In an instant, Yi Junlin's figure skyrocketed out of nowhere and began to become giganticized at an incredible speed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this very moment, a vast and magnificent body stood between heaven and earth. The long silver-white hair was like a river of stars hanging down. The blazing eyes were like a great sun hanging high in the sky. The light was compelling, and at a closer look it was as if it contained the stars of the universe, radiant to the extreme. Looking at Yi Junlin, who was 2 heads taller than himself in front of him, Bazaar's expression was filled with shock. You? How are you? The cultivators who witnessed the scene were stunned and couldn't believe that Senior Yi could actually be this big. Oh my god. Zhao Linger, who had rushed to the scene, looked at the towering figure and was so shocked that she reached out to cover her delicate lips, her beautiful eyes showing shock and her throat swallowing saliva. Peak Master Yi. It's really big now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Wujiao's eyes almost fell out. Then with an envious face, he said, a master is a master. If only I could be this big. This is too big, isn't it? Red Thousand Leaves was shocked. Why did the other party always have tricks he hadn't seen before? Yi Junlin, after casting the Dharma Heaven and Earth, looked down at the tiny mountains and rivers underneath, as well as the multitudes of people describing the dust, and immediately felt very new and strange. Then, looking towards the supergiant bone man, who was a bit shorter than himself, Yi Junlin's mouth lifted up in a smug arc, and he felt a sense of pride inside. See, I'm bigger than you. Bazaar found that odd, but it was clearly provocative. Immediately it became irritated. Big is big, isn't it? After saying that, Bazaar dodged and swung his fist to smash. The horrible fist wind swept heaven and earth, rolling up countless trees to burst into pieces in the air. So what if it is? Yi Junlin smiled playfully, and also nonchalantly swung his fist to meet the attack. Boom! It was as if 2 comets were colliding. Amazing energy fluctuations were released. The earth was trembling and cracking, mountains were collapsing, and rivers were boiling. Bazaar's face changed, and it could feel a terrifying resistance that shook it to the point of knocking it back a dozen steps. Its gaze scornful. Hiss, that hurt me just now. This guy's fist is especially hard. Bucky, the oldest 2 who had combined into a right arm, screamed in agony. Second brother, bear with me, we must work together to defeat him now. Bazaar soothed through the connected spirits. It then looked at the figure in front of it and shouted angrily. Yi Junlin, don't be cocky. Yi Junlin shook his head. No, my name is not Yi Junlin. Call me Ip Man. Saying that, Yi Junlin put one hand behind his back and slowly swung his other hand in front of his body in the standard Wing Chun starting stance, and droned out in a deep voice. Wing Chun Ip Man, please teach me. Bazaar? What's wrong with this guy? Is there something wrong with your brain? I don't care what your name is. All I know is that right now I'm going to beat you alive, Bazaar said angrily. With a loud boom, the ground crumbled into a huge deep pit as the supergiant bone man flashed and swept away, his whip leg swinging out like a swimming dragon, slashing fiercely at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin's face was calm, his palm gently pivoting away this heavy and powerful whip leg, then instantly stepped in front of the other party, and his Wing Chun fist struck sharply like rain. Bang 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 bang! The supergiant bone man was then subjected to intensive strikes, and his body's bone armor vaguely showed signs of crumbling, cracking out into countless traces. Yi Junlin, blood spilled from the corner of Bazaar's mouth, hissing as he swung his fist maniacally. The king's fist greeted him in one go. I said, call me Ip Man, or Master Yi. Yi Junlin's face was serious, and he received and removed the moves with ease. The whole process was done in one go. The movements were dashing and extremely ornamental. For a transition realm powerhouse, this kind of mortal fist technique was too easy to master, and could even be deduced to be more perfect by itself. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Bazaar was infuriated, feeling like he was being teased from the beginning to the end. Are they not strong enough now? By all accounts, a supergiant bone man in this form was an existence that gave up all sorts of arts to rely purely on physical defense and force, and had already achieved the ultimate in this aspect. Unless a legendary true immortal arrived, there was no one who could defeat them. But now, there was this accident of Yi Junlin. Bang 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 bang! Yip Junlin's Wing Chun was unpredictable, and it made Bazaar spit blood from his mouth, making it difficult for him to fight. The only martial art under the sun is speed. The punches are fast, hard and deadly. In the gazes of countless shocked eyes, this supergiant bone man was drenched in blood. The bone armor covering it was shattered, and the runes on it were dim, so it could be seen that it had suffered a heavy blow. Go master teacher, go master! Bai Xiaoshi waved her pink fists and shouted excitedly. Senior Yi is mighty, Ouyang Feng and the others said excitedly. At this point, beaten like a dog, Bazaar's mental world was even more confused as its 5 other brothers screamed one after another, so loud that their brains were about to explode. It hurts! It hurts! Don't fight! Big brother, please beg for mercy. I really can't take it anymore. Ah! I'm dying! Bazaar's heart was like a wave of shock and fear overflowed. Is there any mistake? The human race actually has such a powerful existence? Had it known, it would not have grossly come to suppress this remote Dao state. Boom blast! Yi Junlin's fist was like a meteorite piercing through the sky, landing on Bazaar's face, striking it and causing its face to blossom and become a bloody mess. Convinced, or not? I'm not convinced. 2 minutes later. Convinced, or not? Human race, I'll fight you. After a while. Convinced, or not? Pouncing, Bazaar fell to his knees with a face full of blood, clasping his fists and humbly begging for mercy. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Please spare my life. Master Yi. Yi Junlin towered over him. I told you, no one can fight better than me. Yes, yes, yes. Bazaar nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Humph. Do you really think that I will let you go if you beg for mercy like this? Accept the iron fist from justice. Yi Junlin's eyes revealed a divine aura as his fist gathered infinite force and smashed on the head composed by Bazaar. No. There was a loud explosion, and the head was hardened. If Big Brother is dead, we will also be too. The other 5 brothers' mental fluctuations are full of fear and despair, because they know what it means to lose their heads. Soon, this mental fluctuation annihilated, and the headless, supergiant corpse collapsed to the ground before gradually transforming into a vast, sprawling mountain. This was the drawback of the Bone Clan's 6J's unique treasure art. As long as the elder brother who was the dominant one died during the maintained state, then the other 5 brothers would follow suit. The moment, countless gazes of awe converged on this heavenly figure. Winning! We won! The crowd cheered and cheered like a tsunami, one wave higher than another, as if they were immersed in the sea of victory. I knew you could do it, Zhao Linger murmured, her crystal tears glistening. The kunai let out a joyful cry and swung his body to fly to this giant, rubbing his arm affectionately with his big head. Yi Junlin stroked its head inside. Ah, Koan, can you understand how I feel right now? Invincibility. How lonely it is. He hasn't lost a fight since he started. Red Chiba couldn't help but roll his eyes. Listen, is this human language? Gazing at that magnificent existence that was going to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, Li Wujiao wholeheartedly admired all of his body and soul, and sincerely sighed. Master is really big and strong. Ah. Chapter 132, Versailles. Right? Soon, Yi Junlin reverted back to his normal form. The reason why he was able to defeat the merged Bone Clan's 6 Jia was because he possessed the Supreme Bones enchantment, as well as cultivating with the Undying Overlord body technique, and was already very powerful in the 2 categories of physical defense and force. Plus, After casting Dharma sky and earth, it doubled many times on top of that. So storming the Bone Clan's 6 Jia was a breeze. Amidst the loud cheers, Yi Junlin returned to the Kuan Pang in a cloudy manner, and Red Qianya and Li Wujiao came to his side, sensibly apologizing for the conflict that had just occurred. Master, we have disgraced you. Yi Junlin did not have the good sense to say, tell me about you guys. You are still fighting amongst your fellow disciples. What is this called? It's called fighting amongst your fellow disciples. How bad it sounds when it goes out. Hey, at this critical moment, it's still the master who has to step in. Being counted down by the silver-haired youth in front of them, Li Wujiao and Hong Qianya lowered their heads, not daring to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Peak Master Yi. At this time, Zhao Linger's cries came from the distance. Zhao Linger looked at this Kuan Pang floating in the sky and carefully asked, can Linger go up and pay her respects to you? Sure. Yi Junlin waved his sleeve and a wave of mana spread out quickly, rolling Zhao Linger down onto the Kuan Pang's back. After Zhao Linger steadied herself, her beautiful eyes widened in curiosity, not realizing that this mount was actually carrying an island that was comparable to a paradise. Peak Master Yi, you really know how to enjoy yourself. It just so happens that we are now preparing to go back to Xiantian Sect. You can also follow along. Yi Junlin, who had finished the fight, leaned back in his reclining chair in boredom and continued into his swinging state again. In his opinion, the amount of exercise he had just gotten was enough, and any more would really be overkill. Good. Zhao Linger's face was a bit odd, feeling that the current behavior of Peak Master Yi in front of her was a far cry from what she had seen before. It gives a very loose and casual feel. This is diametrically opposed to the Patriarch's glorious image of Peak Master Yi as a person who always strives to cultivate and forge ahead, diligently sensing the great Tao when teaching the disciples of the Xiantian Sect. Ruoshi, a cup of taro milk tea. Yi Junlin snapped his fingers. Yes. Bai Xiaoshi hurriedly ran to the workbench and finished making a cup with nimble movements, inserted a straw and handed it over to Yi Junlin. Master, your taro milk tea. Yi Junlin took the milk tea, gulped it up with the straw in his mouth, and said to Zhao Linger, who was frozen in place, do you want a cup? The milk tea made by Mouse is delicious yo. Bai Xiaoshi proudly puffed out her chest, her voice childish and crisp. Zhao Linger couldn't afford to excuse herself and said, somewhat flattered, trouble you, senior sister Bai. Gee, no trouble. Bai Xiaoshi ran to make another cup and came to Zhao Linger with her short legs, holding the newly made milk tea and handing it over, her eyes shining brightly. Here, taste. Zhao Linger was still drinking this new type of drink for the first time, and as she carefully bit the straw and sucked on it, the taste that melted in her mouth, fragrant taro, and lingering on her lips and teeth made this woman who usually only drank mana from the mountain springs feel a great sense of happiness within her. How did Mouse do? Bai Xiaoshi asked expectantly. It's so delicious. Senior sister Bai, you're amazing. Zhao Linger couldn't help but let out an exclamation, her delicate face showing a look of satisfaction. It's okay. Receiving praise from others. Bai Xiaoshi shyly scraped her cheeks with her fingertips. Zhao Linger was no longer reserved, and sucked on it with the straw in her mouth. Immersed in the joy of drinking milk tea, her eyebrows arched in happiness. Suddenly, her gaze glanced at the red-clothed silhouette, dead memories that attacked her anew. In her mind, flashing back to the image of the other party kneeling in front of Yi Junlin, her head lowered as if she was struggling to do something. Zhao Linger's cheeks inexplicably lit up with a slight blush. Red Chiba frowned. Why did this female have a strange expression? I remember it was the same when I left Wei. Could it be that he likes himself? Since his debut, his image has always been to cut off men, but has never cut off women. By the way, these are the 3 new disciples I took in later, and I am going to bring them to Xiantian Sect together, Yi Junlin said. With a kind face, Li Wujiao arched his hand at Zhao Linger and said, Senior Sister Zhao, I'm Li Wujiao. It's an honor to join the Xiantian Sect. Your Blade Demon Knight Wujiao. I've heard of you. I've heard a lot about you. Zhao Linger didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly saluted. Ha ha, it seems that my fame is indeed quite big. Li Wujiao scratched his head and only felt his face light up as his smile grew even wider. Red Thousand Leaves couldn't stand to see this bastard complacent and sneered. Don't think too much. It's just notorious. The smile on Li Wujia's face instantly disappeared. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You're not bad either. Red Fairy. Yi Junlin gulped and sucked on his milk tea, squeezing his eyebrows with a very indebted expression. The corner of Red Chiba's mouth twitched. He hated this title the most. If it was spread to the central region, wouldn't you be laughed to death by your enemies? Ahem. Okay. Although he was very upset, Red Chiba didn't dare to get angry at this person, and could only maintain a smile, which was very stiff. Seeing this guy get defeated, Li Wujiao's heart ached much more and he silently gave his master a nod of approval. In addition to him, there is Yi Junlin suddenly noticed something and said in a bad mood, "Where is Little Black? Where is he hiding again? In the whole team, this mushroom has the weakest presence." Fourth senior brother. "Master wants you," Li Wuji shouted. After a while, only then did the Great Mushroom King reluctantly jump out of the bushes. Heavens, this is the Extreme Great Pill King? Zhao Linger was surprised, not realizing that Peak Master Yi had accepted this kind of ancient medicine as his disciple. So far, she had only seen treasure pills, not to mention the even rarer Pill Kings, as well as the legendary Extreme Great Pill Kings. "You? Hello," the Great Mushroom King said apprehensively. For some reason, it now looks at anyone who wants to eat it, or who has the evil intention of making mushroom soup out of it. Zhao Linger was a bit confused. Peak Master Yi really had an alternative fetish for accepting disciples. Wait, even an ancient medicine is accepted as a disciple. Could this be what the Great Confucian said, "There is no class without teaching"? Invisible. The image of that man in her mind was so much taller. As the cultivators cheered, the Kuan Pang left the Black Mill Ridge, and with its speed it quickly flew to the Xiantian sect. At this moment, the Xiantian sect was opening the mountain protection formation, and everyone was cowering inside, completely unaware of the changes happening in the outside world. When the Kuan Pang appeared with a supreme aura, the Xiantian sect, which was originally tightly defended, was thrown into a huge tremor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is that monster? Don't talk nonsense. I remember this is Peak Master Yi's mount, called Kuan Pang. In that case, Peak Master Yi is back? Along with this news sweeping, all Xiantian sect cultivators were startled. Patriarch Void Yunyan and them, they even flashed out at fire speed, seeing the familiar figure in front of them, their faces full of excitement, shouting, "Senior Yi, senior brothers and sisters, I'm back." Yi Junlin laughed. Good. It's good to be back, as long as we have you here, even if the underworld army fights over again. We're not afraid. Void Yunyan looked like he hadn't seen Yi Junlin for a long time. His tears filled his eyes and he said happily. His cultivation level was clearly a Mahayana perfection. That's right, it was the opening of the sundial that led to it, and Void Yunyan had been in it for more than 3,000 years before and after, and only then did he reckless all the way to this realm. Otherwise, when the underworld abyss army invaded the desolate state, he couldn't do it to lead the Xiantian sect to gain the upper hand, only for the bazaar to appear later and the tide of the battle to instantly reverse. But even then, Void Yunyan led everyone to retreat to the sect and unite their forces to resist tenaciously. The other few peak masters, whose cultivation levels were also hovering around the middle to late Mahayana stage, all looked as if they had not seen Yi Junlin for a long time at this time, and each of them had red eyes and missed him greatly. Yi Junlin gently ejaculated, "Our sect's mountain protection formation, has it been changed? I remember when I left, it wasn't like this." Remembering that it would be the formation that he had personally changed, which could withstand an attack from an unusual Mahayana realm. The scale and power of the mountain protection formation had become even more powerful now compared to when he was there. One could only see the peaks of the mountains, enveloped in a layer of blazing light, with the Yin-Yang Bagua diagram vaguely flowing. Runare Peak Master is a fat head and ears of the middle-aged fat man, scratched his head and said, "Yi Master Brother, this is the Taiyin 8 trigrams array. You last time to give me a large pile of array diagrams. I have been specializing in sundials for many years, and the array ability has also followed the improvement. So in the original basis to make the appropriate changes, after this array is opened, it can withstand the attack of the ordinary transition realm, and the most powerful thing is that, it can absorb the strength of all the people's strength to enhance the power of the formation, so that it can overcome rigidity with softness, and rigidity with flexibility. Yes, fortunately, Senior Brother Jean improved the formation, and we relied on the advantages of this formation, and that's how we were able to fend off the underworld abyss army's attacks 3 times. Or else we would have been trampled down long ago." The hidden sword Peak Master had palpitations in his heart. The heavenly fragrance Peak Master, with her graceful figure and slender waist, snickered. "Senior Brother Yi, it turns out that you have long cultivated to the transition realm without saying a word, and you didn't disclose it before because you were afraid of scaring us?" Yi Junlin said truthfully, "I have no interest in cultivation. Just let everything take its course. Realms and whatnot are all floating clouds in my eyes." This is a true statement. The current him had already lost the bitterness of practicing hard. Anyway, he only needed to bump into someone with a higher cultivation level than him, and with his current realm of transitional perfection, the only way to go further was to encounter a true immortal level powerhouse. But that sounds like pure bigot pretense to anyone else. Versailles, explain to me what it means to have no interest in cultivation. What does it mean that the realm is just a floating cloud? Could you have cultivated to the transitional realm if it wasn't for hard work? Senior Brother Yi, is really getting more and more humorous. The heavenly fragrance peak master covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Suddenly, she noticed Zhao Linger hiding behind the group, and her gorgeous face suddenly changed as she chided. Linger, why are you there? Aren't you staying at the Tian sect? Could it be that you sneaked out? These are extraordinary times, and such practices are subject to disciplinary action. Zhao Linger also knew that she was unjustified and shrank her neck in fear. Master, Linger did sneak out. She was trying to go away to check on her family, and then she was caught by the underworld abyss beings on the way. Luckily, Peak Master Yi took action to save me. Master, it's my problem this time, please calm down. You, the heavenly fragrance Peak Master was furious. This was her most beloved disciple. If there was any slip up, it would really be too late to regret it. Senior brother Yi, you've come at the right time. Now the underworld abyss army is stationed in the desolate state. We've been fighting with them for quite some time. The leader is a bone race king. His cultivation is also at the transition realm. Even though you're very strong, you have to be careful. Void Yonyan said seriously. The group of peak masters nodded, their hearts palpitating. Zhao Linger said, Patriarch, you don't know yet, do you? The underworld abyss army has just been overthrown, and the leading bone race king was also executed by Peak Master Yi. Now our desolate prefecture has long been liberated. What? The patriarch's eyes widened as they looked at the silver-haired youth with disbelief. Yi, senior brother Yi, is this true? Yi Junlin shrugged. Yeah, with hands. Chapter 133, Getting High. Hearing this, the crowd's expressions were wonderful. If anyone had dared to act like this before, they would have definitely had to teach them a lesson. But now it was the man in front of them. Oh, that forget it. Senior brother Yi, you're good. You just came back and gave us a big surprise. Void Yonyan said excitedly. During this period of time, he was very anxious as the patriarch, deeply afraid that one day Tian sect would be overrun by the underworld abyss army so that the entire staff could only go to their deaths, and also knew that it was only a matter of time before it dragged on. But now, the crisis is finally being addressed. Quickly, let senior brother Yi come in. We can't wait to hear him talk about what interesting things he has encountered out there over the past year or so. The hidden sword peak master said. The mountain protection array was removed, and the crowd returned to Tian sect. The sect cheered. The elders and disciples were all excited, with the feeling of having survived the calamity and regaining a new life. After all, during this period of time, cowering in the Tian sect was really too unbearable. Now that the crisis was lifted, they were enlightened and cried tears of joy. And when they heard that it was Peak Master Yi who killed the Bone Race King and saved the desolate state, each and every one of them regarded him as if he was a heavenly god descending from the heavens, and their gazes were wildly enthusiastic. Peak Master Yi, we love you. Many female disciples in the sect with white skin and slender figures rushed out and shouted hysterically at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin originally had a smile on his face, but when he saw that there were quite a few males who also followed suit, his smile gradually stiffened. Back on the misty peak, more than a year had passed, and the place remained unchanged, as if it had been carefully maintained in its original state. I have arranged for disciples to take care of it during your absence, Void Yonyan said. So this is where the master teacher lives. Li Wujiao looked around. The admiration in his heart came to life. It must have been here that his master teacher realized the Tao, practiced hard, and eventually became a top power. Yi Junlin nodded. We're all here. How about we all get together for a meal? Yes. The crowd nodded. Yi Junlin waved his hand and some of the previously stored ingredients were taken out from the storage space. The ingredients were kept very fresh. Ruoshi, over to you. Well, just leave it to Mouse. Bai Xiaoshi was happy and ready to show off her cooking skills. Yi Junlin thoughtfully looked towards the mushroom-headed teenager hiding in the group and coughed a few times. Little Black, I'll have to trouble you again later. The mushroom-headed teenager's form trembled. Surely, that's the biggest thing it does? Fourth senior brother. Thank you. Li Wujiao patted the mushroom-headed teenager's shoulder with a serious expression. The mushroom-headed teenager wanted to cry. He really owed you guys in his past life. No way. Now has been on the thief ship, but also in someone else's nest of thieves. Even if it is no longer happy cannot, and is really afraid of a careless, was used to do chicken stewed mushrooms. So simmer the soup, just simmer the soup, and consider yourself lounging in a bubble bath. With that, the mushroom-headed teenager took on his original form and jumped towards the black pot with a sad face. Red, watch your step. Yes, Red Thousand Leaves didn't dare to play tricks, skillfully maneuvering the flame to heat up the bottom of the pot, and after a few minutes there was a clear aroma wafting out of the pot, which was mouth-watering. This is a superb Great Pill King, even if it's boiled down into a soup. How many bigwigs would grab a sip? I didn't expect that we'd be blessed with a mouthful of it today. Senior Yi, It's really worth it for you to accept this disciple. Void Yunyan gave a thumbs up. Yi Junlin laughed. As long as you drink the soup made from it regularly, even a pheasant can turn into a phoenix, and all mortals have the posture of becoming immortals. Turn around and drink a few more bowls of it, and in the future, with it, there will be a constant supply of it, and my Xiantian sect will be the true immortal sect in the future. This idea seconds. Void Yunyan slapped his thighs and couldn't stop talking in excitement. The eyes of the other several peak masters were glistening as they looked at the great Mushroom King soaking in the black pot, their throats gulping, and they had an unprecedented desire to become immortal. The great Mushroom King was having a hard time adjusting to the temperature of the water. When he heard this, he almost fainted with both eyes. It regretted it. What I thought was a jump out of my comfort zone for a whole new adventure turned out to be a steamy jump into the big black pot. Then, Yi Junlin recounted himself, what he had seen and heard after going out to Xiantian sect, and the virtual Yunyan. Several people quietly listened. From the Shuat family birthday banquet, the Great Zhou dynasty, the Dragon Gate Inn, and then to the Pill King Valley, during which they were amused from time to time, and then finally heard the downfall of the Hanging Temple, and then a burst of sighs. This past year or so, Senior Brother Yi has had a wonderful life. The Hidden Sword Peak Master lamented. Your life, my dream, Senior Brother Yi. Since the destruction of the Hanging Temple, as well as the massacre of the Pure Land Kingdom's Imperial Palace, were not your doing, then who is behind this? The Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master said indignantly. They are clearly trying to frame you. Yi Junlin shook his head. There is a black hand behind the scenes that is fueling this fire. This fire will burn hotter and hotter. No one can stay out of it. Wait, you said that the underworld abyss beings are waging a conquest for the Stargate. So does our Xian Heavenly Clan happen to have one as well? Void Yunyan said. I'm sure it is. Behind the Stargate connecting the heavens and the worlds. In the distant times, cultivators could pass to all corners of the universe at will by virtue of this gate. Think about it carefully. What a great strategic value this possesses. The Hidden Sword Peak Master was stunned. Hearing you say that, it's true, Senior Brother Yi. I won't hide it from you. As my cultivation increases, I feel more and more that the Kunlun realm is like a prison. How good it would be if I could go outside and have a look. Void Yunyan sighed. According to ancient records, outside the world there is a vast universe. There are magnificent and spectacular Star River. There is a vast world of the heavens. But by now, the Kunlun world cultivators, even if they have the ability to fly to the sky and move mountains to fill up the sea, but also cannot go out of the outside. The only way is to ascend to the immortal realm. But this road, on how many people have already let the people screech? Yi Junlin said. I understand what you mean, but given the current situation, the closure of the Kunlun realm is not a form of protection. If the Stargate were to open, it would be tantamount to inviting the wolves into the house, and then it would be a tragic scene of war again. He did not reveal the news that the immortal world was going to perish, so as not to intensify the panic and confusion of the crowd. We can only take one step at a time. The other peak masters laughed bitterly. Here comes the delicious food. Bai Shaoshir wore a chef's hat on her head and transformed into a little cook, serving all kinds of delicious food that had been prepared on the table. The colors and flavors are appetizing, and fresh mushroom soup. Knight Wujiao came carrying a cauldron, followed by the somewhat deflated mushroom-headed teenager, his legs as limp as noodles. The crowd ate large chunks and ate with their mouths full. Yummy, it's so good. Senior Brother Yi, with such a good disciple, you're having too good a time, aren't you? Think of the life we had before? In terms of enjoyment, it's still you. The group had a great time and the atmosphere was very upbeat. Yi Junlin burped and wiped his mouth as he ate and drank his fill and stood up. I'd like some music. Is this an impromptu performance, Master? Li Wujiao was full of anticipation. He had seen Yi Junlin playing the guzheng with his own eyes. It was simply the peak of excellence. Thinking about it made his blood boil. The night is late. Yi Junlin waved his sleeve, and a colorful metallic circular artifact flew out, releasing a variegated light over Misty Peak. Then, with another snap of his fingers, rows of stereos appeared around him and a nightclub kind of beatbox appeared in front of him. Yi Junlin silently put on his sunglasses, with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, his right hand compared to a rock and roll gesture, shouting, "Friends on the scene, get high with me." It's a daily system check-in thing that allows one to release their inner stress and dance to electric music. Nothing lethal, purely for recreational diversion. Moves times. The crowd was stunned by the rhythmic regularity of the electric sound. This. Void Yunyan was stunned by this tawdry operation. His heart was beating like a drum. The blood in his body was boiling. This was a musical score he had never heard before. I don't know why, but it's kind of a bandwagon. It's been a long time coming, so it's developed to this extent out there? The Hidden Sword Peak Master and the others murmured. thinking that it was a new type of playing style that senior brother Yi had learned from his travels outside, and Li Wujiao jawed, thinking it was a product unique to the desolate state. Red Chiba's eyes widened. Where did he learn this trick? Would something like that be too far ahead of its time? Even when he was in the central region that time, he had never seen anyone play like this. Suddenly, Red Chiba sensed a hint of something strange, and her body felt like it wanted to wriggle. It left him in a state of shock and disbelief. When lifting his head again, the sight before him stunned him. The crowd all swayed to the electric sounds, and there was a visual excitement of a group dance. No, this seat can't be like them. It's too humiliating. Red Thousand Leaves forced himself to control his hands and clenched his teeth. 2 minutes later, Red Chiba shook his flowery hand and took off in place. Everybody get high with me. At the top of the hill stood a handsome young man with silver hair hanging down to his waist, eyes with sunglasses, dressed in ancient garb, with wisps of gas flowing from his fingertips, rapidly rubbing a very punkish beat machine and shouting over the dynamic electric sounds around him. The entire ethereal peak, shrouded in alternating colored light, stood out against the nightscape. All over the Xiantian sect, both disciples and elders were startled by the strange image of the misty peak. I'll go. What's going on over at Peak Master Ye's side? What kind of music is this? It's so dynamic, worthy of a man who has traveled the 4 seas in the clouds. He has seen a lot, has many tricks, and can play and play. The whole sect was affected, and many disciples wanted to shake their heads and twist their hips as they walked, feeling high as their insides were released. And outside, the liberated wasteland state, regaining its previous order. The streets were bustling with people. How did it end up? Tell us about it. In the tavern, the guests urged. The storyteller took the shocking wood in his hand and said aloud, at the moment of crisis, I only saw the god of murder, Yi Junlin, changing his form, with his head in the 33 heavens and his feet on the pale earth. In an invincible posture, he broke out into a great battle with the king of that Stygian abyss, and beat that fellow to his knees, crying out in pain and begging for forgiveness. And only then was my wasteland state saved. Chapter 134, A Distant Leader. Day by day, as the situation in the eastern region deteriorated, the people's grievances boiled over, as well as the strong cries from various cultivation forces. The Qingzhou Feathered Sect, in obedience to the Heaven's command, publicly announced the formation of a righteous alliance army, which would launch a campaign against the creatures of the Stygian abyss with immediate effect, with the intention of driving them back to the dark and sunless Stygian abyss. This news spread out and caused an uproar, with countless people clapping their hands and willing to join the righteous alliance to contribute. Feathered Gate. In the Forbidden Land, a golden pillar of light about 100 feet wide burst out, permeated with a terrifying aura, and waves of scorching heat rolled over. A young man wearing a golden robe with a handsome face, his skin shining like red gold, his eyebrows filled with invincible faith, his eyes opening and closing, shooting out 2 beams of golden awns that cracked the sky, and his body containing explosive energy, as if as long as it was released, it would be able to replace the sun to destroy all things. Tap tap tap. The footsteps were heavy and strong, like a knock on the heart. Each step left golden footprints that glowed brilliantly and divinely. Outside the Forbidden Land, the elders who had heard the news early on all arched their hands with excited faces and said, Greetings to the sacred sun as he emerges from the gate. That's right. This is the holy son of the Feathered Sect, Lord Chen. During this period of seclusion, with his tenacious willpower, Chen Lord finally succeeded in refining the sun true flame that fell from the immortal realm, perfectly integrating it into the sun immortal body of his, and his realm also soared all the way up, and is now in the middle stage of the transition realm. Chen Lord was very complacent inside, quite a feeling of being the only one who can do anything. After all, with his current cultivation and strength, even his master was not his opponent. In the entire eastern region, there were only a handful of people who could contend with him. Thinking back to the shame of being defeated in the limelight back then, a flash of awe-inspiring murderous intent flashed in Chen Lord's eyes. Red Chiba and Yi Junlin, this pair of master and disciple, is the biggest object of revenge in the heart of Chen Lord, especially Yi Junlin. Is his father's murderer? This revenge will not be in vain if he does not report it. The other party, in Chen Lord's last impression, was at the cultivation level of Mahayana perfection, and used to be an existence that he looked up to, but now, it was only worthy of being stepped on by him. I, Chen Lord, am the man with the last laugh. It's only because I have become immortal. Chen Lord had his hands behind his back. His temperament was stern to the extreme, and between the sweeps of his eyes, there were all bowing and obeying elders. Where's Zhu Yang? Why didn't he come to see me? I could have instructed him to break through the tribulation and achieve the position of void immortal. In consideration of our past relationship as master and disciple, there is a commanding presence in the words. For no other reason than the inflated mindset that comes with strength. It is just like a poor boy who is down and out, but by chance he has gained a splash of wealth and is rich enough to point the finger at the mountains and rivers. Will he still be subservient to his former superiors? Even though Zhu Yang was his master, with his cultivation and strength, the relationship had long existed in name only. He, Chen Lord, was going to be the first person of the feathered sect. No one has the right to ride on his head. No one. The elders looked at each other and swallowed. Chen Lang frowned. Mute. Speak. Enlightened Saint Sun. Not long after your seclusion, Zhu Yang has already broken through to the transition realm and is a genuine void immortal. The law enforcement hall elder had an odd expression on his face. Oh, Chen Lord was a bit surprised, not expecting this old thing to be quite fast. But so what? He was in the middle stage of the transition realm, bearing a great sun immortal body. His battle power was unrivaled and invincible. A mere early stage of the transition realm could be suppressed with a single finger of his. Humph. I'm at least his disciple. And now that I've successfully emerged from the gate, he doesn't come to say goodbye? I'm too disappointed in him, Chen Lord coldly said, having no qualms in his words. The law enforcement hall elder stiffened. He couldn't come because he's gone. What's gone? The man is gone. Lord Chen was greatly surprised. A void immortal of the transition realm, with a lifespan of 300,000 years. How could he just say he's gone? Even if you are being chased by enemies, you still know how to escape, right? Besides, this eastern region is so big. Who would dare to make a move against the people of the feathered sect? Who did this? That's the one from the Xin Tian sect. You mean Yi Junlin? Chen Lord was stunned. Wasn't this one a Mahayana perfection? Could it also be that he had just broken through to the transition realm a while ago? Damn it, killing my father, and now getting my senior killed. If this person is not removed, it's hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Chen Lord gritted his teeth, his eyes covered in blood. It just so happened that he could use this opportunity to make a name for himself, and then he would settle old scores with new ones. Saint Sun, don't be impulsive. I'm afraid Yi Junlin is no longer something you can deal with. The elders panicked. Humph. Why do you need to raise others' aspirations to destroy your own? You have all seen the cultivation of this Saint Sun. Even if the Yi Junlin is in the late stage of the transitional appearance realm, this Saint Sun dares to kill you all. What's more, how long has this been going on? He's only in the early stage of the transitional succession at most. Chen Lord sneered. He has the confidence and the credentials to say that. The eyes of the elders looked as if they were looking at little cuties, like they were looking at Chen Lord with a few moments of pity. Bold, what are your eyes? Chen Lord was enraged. He couldn't stand it the most just being looked down upon. This definitely stimulated his pride. AI. We all misjudged before. That Yi Junlin is an old monster who likes to hide his strength. He is not at the early stage of the transition realm. Nor is he at the late stage of the transition realm. He is at the complete stage of the transition realm. The law enforcement hall elder hung his head and cried out sadly. This statement was made. It was like a thunderbolt. Chen Lord's brain buzzed. His face was bloodless, and he said horrifiedly, How is it possible? He's actually at the cultivation level of transition perfection? What kind of concept is that? An existence that already stood at the pinnacle of the eastern region's cultivation world, qualified to touch the legendary immortal realm. Chen Lord did not expect that his greatest enemy in this life would stand at this level early, overlooking the multitudes and laughing at the wind and clouds. Pity him for still being complacent, thinking that he would be able to suppress him and take revenge. What an irony this is. No way. I don't believe it. Do you guys have any evidence? Chen Lord reddened his eyes and questioned. Just half a year ago, the hanging temple was already destroyed, and the culprit was him, Yi Junlin. And sitting in the hanging temple, there were the three saints of the hanging temple that had shaken the eastern region back then. All of them were clear of transitional perfection, but they were still defeated by him. This person is as terrifying as he is. The law enforcement hall elder sighed. Sacred Son. In terms of cultivation, Yi Junlin, he's long been far ahead. You mustn't go to your death. Words. Chen Lord was so angry that he was in a hurry, covering his aching chest. His face was green and white, and finally he opened his mouth and spat out blood. His body swayed and stumbled and fell to the ground. In his mind, the words echoed over and over again. Far ahead, far ahead, far ahead. The spiritedness when he walked out of the Forbidden Land, and then now knowing the truth. Once again receiving a mental blow and having his beliefs thwarted. It took less than half a day in just a short period of time for Chen Lord. Such a dramatic scene. It just happened. Chen Lord only felt that he was like a clown, and it was ridiculous that he was still complacent and self-righteous. Sacred Son. You must not give up on yourself, not to mention that you are now in a situation of great change that has not been seen for millions of years. so you have to be even more spirited to lead the feathered sect to even greater heights of splendor. The law enforcement hall elder pulled Chen Lord's hand and said in a trembling voice, "A change not seen in millions of years?" Hearing these words, Chen Lord slowly raised his head and said in astonishment, "What is the meaning of this? Could it be that there is a change in the eastern region? The situation today is like this," the law enforcement hall elder narrated. A golden aura erupted from Chen Lord's eyes as his heart rippled. It's actually become like this now? It seems like it's time to make early preparations to fend off the invasion of the creatures of the underworld. Saint's son, with your cultivation and strength, you will definitely be able to shine in the upcoming battles. And when your reputation reaches its peak, why wouldn't the future position of the feathered sex patriarch be your position? At that time, resources will be at your disposal. And with your demonic level talent, achieving true immortality is just around the corner. Chen Lord narrowed his eyes as a goal gradually formed in his mind. He wants to become immortal. Become immortal. Only by becoming an immortal can we take revenge. That's the real man of the hour. Subsequently, after the news of the feathered sex Saint's son's release, it spread throughout the sect and even Qingzhou, and under a flurry of maneuvering, Chen Lord logically assumed the role of the youngest commander in the righteous allied forces. Then, he began to lead the armies under his command, running to other Dao states to purge the scourge of the underworld abyss beings. With the cultivation of the middle stage of the transition, as well as the Sun immortal body outbreak of combat strength advantage, can be said to be invincible. Invincible, during the period of relief of large and small occupied areas, so that how many underworld abyss living beings scared of the wind. His prestige also continued to soar and he became the center of attention. Gradually, countless cultivators extolled the deeds of Lord Chen, and some even called him the leader of the righteous path for the younger generation. Deserted states, Xian Tian sect, Misty Peak. Yi Junlin lazily leaned on the recliner. Behind him was the second disciple kneading and pounding his shoulders, and from time to time he opened his mouth and ate the blood grapes that the eldest disciple had personally sent to him, and lived a leisurely and cozy life. Senior, this is the latest Cultivation World Daily. I'll bring it to read to you. Li Wujiao coughed dryly a few times and read aloud the newspaper in his hand. The holy son of the feathered sect, Chen Lord, led his ministry in the southern state without any disadvantage, strongly repelled the ghost tribe's army, and rescued countless enslaved people, who expressed their great gratitude. And next, the young commander declared that he would continue to travel north to help the Gong state, which has recently suffered from the haze of the... Stop. Yi Junlin impatiently said, asterisk. Why is there always reports of this guy lately? He was kind of getting calluses on his ears. Li Wujiao laughed bitterly. Master, right now it's the holy son of the feathered sect that's the most famous. Ever since he took up his position as one of the commanders of the allied forces of the righteous Dao, he's had a great record of battles and is invincible, and he's much beloved by the cultivators. Li Wujiao had heard that the master teacher seemed to have finished off the other person's father back then, and he had also gotten the other person's master teacher killed. It's a blood feud. Yi Junlin didn't care about this. It was their own fault anyway. Who was to blame? By the way, what exactly happened in this Gongzhou? Yi Junlin said. He vaguely remembered that the clan that Niaoui was in before seemed to be in Gongzhou, called something like the Questioning Sect, which was within the top 10 immortal sects. According to the above, the top kings of the three major races of the underworld abyss that specialize in assassination, the Shadow Race, the Dark Race, and the Night Race, teamed up to invade Gongzhou a while ago, and so far a number of powerful people of the transition realm have been killed, and Questioning Sect Patriarch and ZZ is injured. So the situation is critical. Yi Junlin froze and wanted to say something when a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the signing in task. Go to the Gongzhou Questioning Sect to sign in. After signing in successfully, the Tsang Yuan sword will be upgraded to immortal artifact level ahead of schedule. Chapter 135, The Taoist Sect. Immortal weapons? That's a big deal. Have not yet become immortal hands have immortal weapons. In the future to kill the fairy realm is not as simple as killing chickens? Broadly, Yi Junlin rubbed his chin, the corner of his mouth lifting into a playful smile. Prepare yourself and set off with Master to the Questioning Sect. Li Wujiao froze, his gaze showing admiration. Master is worthy of being master, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. This is to personally go to Gongzhou to rescue more compatriots. It should be known that nowadays, Gongzhou suffered from the invasion of dark races, and the top kings who were good at assassination specialized in picking out transition realm powerhouses, causing all the major powers to be exhausted and terrified. And even the number one immortal sect of Gongzhou, the Questioning Sect, was deeply victimized by it. In the face of this critical situation, one's own master was willing to step forward and resolutely rush to Gongzhou to aid, which was simply an act of great justice. As the saying goes, It is human nature to worship the strong. But strong men of noble character are more respected than those who simply worship great power. Therefore, seeing that his master's father made an immediate decision to make a trip when he heard that the questioning sect was in distress, Li Wujiao's heart was deeply touched, which proved that his master's father was precisely this kind of strong person with a noble character. Knight Wujiao, have not followed the wrong person. Li Wujiao took a deep breath and secretly said. Red Chiba even cast a surprised look. He hadn't expected that this normally borderline guy would actually have such a deeply righteous side. Could it be that he was mistaken before? Yi Junlin didn't know that because of one of his actions, he had made these two disciples all sorts of brainstorming. After all, for the traveler, whether it is to save the life of the world or not, cold eyes or not, the important thing is to rate and do. They are happy. Go to ask the clan to sign in. You can get the legendary immortal weapons, the conditions allow or the mood to go up. Then go along to help people to eliminate disasters, to win a good name. Anyway, it is how to be comfortable how to come. A kun. Hear the master's cry. The lake in the back of the mountain rippled, and a creature shaped like a blue whale leaped out of the water, flapping its wings and rushing straight up to the sky, its body shape changing instantly to be huge and incomparable, radiating a terrifying kingly aura. These days, after the Koan Peng had been fed by the favored beast feed, its realm had also grown. And its cultivation was already in the middle stage of the transition realm, and with its rare divine beast bloodline, its battle power was bursting at the seams. Even if an ordinary peak transition realm cultivator saw it, he would not have absolute certainty of suppressing it, and would even have to retreat. Go! Yi Junlin's few people came onto the Koan Peng, which let out a loud and clear cry and set off to their destination. Rumble! 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 The sky was eclipsed, and a behemoth that covered the sky swept by, kicking up majestic air currents that scraped countless trees with a clatter. This huge commotion caused the Xiantian sect's cultivators to raise their heads and point and let out exclamations of surprise. Asterisk 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 that's Peak Master Yi's exclusive mount. Look at this. Where is this going? Hiss. I can feel that the aura of that mount seems to have gotten stronger. Good guy. How many cultivators spend their entire lives not being able to catch up with its cultivation? But even so, it's only Peak Master Yi's mount. Is this the platitude of a big brother? Murmurs were heard in all directions. For the Xiantian sect, Yi Junlin was the big star in everyone's eyes, and his every move was highly scrutinized. Now that there was a sudden movement, it naturally became the hottest topic within the sect. Inside the main hall, Patriarch Void Yunyan's eyes were thunderous, and his body contained a terrifying power of thunder and lightning, as if he could raise his hands and throw his feet to rain down heavenly punishment. His cultivation level was already at the early stage of the transition realm. The enlightenment tea brought by senior brother Yi is just fine. Void Junyan picked up the teacup that was filled with tea aroma and savored a sip of the tea, his majestic face revealing a look of intoxication. Several other peak masters were sitting on the futon. Their respective cultivation had greatly improved, which was all thanks to this extremely high-quality enlightenment tea. Senior brother Yi is truly a god. Every time he can come up with something we can't imagine. I really want to know how he got it. The hidden sword peak master took a sip of the enlightenment tea and barred his lips to mention it. When he put down the teacup, he suddenly felt the temperature around him plummet. His hairs stood on end, the chill went down his spine and straight to the top of his head, and he shivered coldly, and he was startled and hastily clarified. Everyone, I don't have any other meaning. I'm just curious. You guys know me? Heavenly Fragrance Peak Master's voluptuous face showed a hint of seductive smile. Her rosy plump lips lightly opened, and she said meaningfully, Senior brother Jane, I don't blame senior sister for not reminding you that curiosity kills the cat. Oh. The pupils of Void Yunyan's eyes were blazing, with wisps of lightning filling them, like 2 rounds of thunder suns hanging high, containing an intimidating aura, and he stared at the hidden sword peak master with a warning tone. Junior brother Jane, there are some things that are clear in your own heart that's good, and don't say them out to death, and if you dare to leak them out and cause trouble for junior brother Yi, and make other people unhappy, then I won't be blamed for being a junior brother and clearing up the door. I'll clean up. Okay. The hidden sword peak master was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he couldn't wait to smack himself a few times. The words just fell. Shrouded in the surroundings of the killing machine which dispersed, the crowd once again smiled, sipping tea and discussing the road. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Only the hidden sword peak master knows clearly in his heart. How much weight does senior brother Yi have in everyone's heart? If he doesn't listen to persuasion and talks too much about it, this fellowship will be lost. Actually, senior brother Yi came back this time and revealed a lot of outside news to us, but I can see that he's still hiding something. Perhaps because he doesn't want us to worry too much. Void Yonyan thought of something, put down his teacup, and sighed. Master Yi is very strong and powerful. So powerful that I feel very small in front of him at times. All I can do is not to add to the chaos. And when he needs it, I am willing to put my life on the line. With his celestial stature, he is destined to embark on an unprecedented path. And for us mediocre people to be able to stand back and watch him is already the greatest fortune. So be open in your heart about what to say and what not to say. And don't be stupid in your head. When Void Junlin said this, he intentionally glanced at the hidden sword peak master, who lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. In my life, I can see our Demon Sect prosper. I'm already very content. At least it didn't smash in my hands. With the current Demon Sect's heritage, even if we see the people of that Dao in the central region, we are all qualified to straighten our backs, right? Void Arigato Nyen muttered. The others looked at each other in disbelief. I don't know why the middle domain was suddenly mentioned, and as for what kind of Taoist system it was even more unclear. However, the patriarch didn't say so explicitly, so the group couldn't ask too many questions. Senior brother Yi is going to the questioning sect? Feeling the voice transmission ring vibrating, Void Junlin snapped back to his senses, frowning and stretching his brows. After all, with this one strength, there was nothing to worry about. Gonzo, asked the sect. In the sky, a huge warship could be seen everywhere, and there were teams of patrolling cultivators around them, very alert. White mist filled Rue Xiang steaming on the immortal peak, where there are pavilions, jeweled buildings, carved beams and painted buildings. The scale is very spectacular and magnificent. At this moment, a middle-aged man with graying temples and a good instrumentation, wearing a purple robe stood with his arms folded, with the majesty of a person who had been in a position of authority for a long time. But on closer inspection, it was not difficult to see that his face was a little pale and his lips were a little black. It looked as if he was poisoned and was just bracing himself with his profound cultivation. Questioning sect patriarch. And Ziji. In front of his eyes stood a yellow-clothed woman, with a snow-white and smooth complexion and delicate features, at this time with her hands clasped on her arms, pouting her little mouth, her eyes glaring bigger than copper bells, gleaming and looking straight, giving the impression of a defiant little she-tiger. And Zizi's face was gloomy. Humph, your wings are hardened now. You don't even listen to your father's words, do you? And Meowie didn't respond. She just glared, milky and fierce, with a very tough attitude. The two stared at each other for 10 seconds or so, and Z in defeat, bitterly smiled. Meowie, you do not, this time, listen to my words, and Chen Commander-in-Chief good contact, for you in the future is a huge help. Is not your father I will harm you not? Saying that, and Meowie winked wryly and made a loving gesture. Father, daughter I give you my blessing. Words. And ZZ's muscles twitched at the corners of his eyes. You? What kind of words are you calling this? Outrageous. Chapter 136, Desire to Escape. Right? And ZZ brushed his sleeves and chided. Look at you now. How can you still have any semblance of being a son? How dare you even joke about your father? Nonsense. Daughter I'm serious. And Meowie pouted her little mouth and gambled. Anyway, you think so highly of the one surnamed Chen. Just stay with him. I'll burn paper to mother afterwards and tell her that you've rediscovered your Taoist partner. Seeing her daughter talking more and more outrageous, and ZZ was so angry that she was trembling, her fingertips trembling as she pointed away. You, ahem. Suddenly, and Z was coughing violently. His face became a few points paler, and wisps of blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, but it was a bizarre black color. Father, how are you? And Meowie was startled and hurriedly went forward to assist him, revealing a worried expression. Don't worry about me, it's out of the way. And ZZ tried to run the great circumference, suppressing the stupid toxins, and said in a bitter tone. A few months ago, Gongzhou was invaded by the three top kings of the Night Race, Dark Race, and Shadow Race, and they were good at the way of assassination. They were invisible, specializing in picking on the great powers of the human race, during which a number of transitional succession realms were poisoned, and countless Mahayana realms fell, causing a great deal of panic among the local clans and royal dynasties. As the number one force in Gongzhou, the questioning sect was naturally targeted by them, and as the sect leader, he actually almost died in the killing game that the other side had carefully laid out, and although he managed to save his life, he was struck by a bizarre poison, which would attack repeatedly and was difficult to eradicate, and could not be undone even by the sect's several transition realms joining hands. At this, and ZZ felt both angry and helpless. Now the situation in the world is changing. The only thing he cannot rest assured is his baby girl. I hope that she can find a good rely on, in the midst of this chaotic world to protect her safety. But who knows? The daughter is actually so stubborn, just not willing to have more contact with that Commander-in-Chief Chen, which can make him as an old father worried. Meowie, listen to me properly. Now that the situation is getting worse and worse, you should think about your own future. Commander Chen of the Eastern Region's Righteous Alliance is young and talented, and in the Feathered Sect he is the status of the Holy Sun, and at such a young age, he is a powerful person of the transitional succession realm. In the future, the position of the Feathered Sect's patriarch will surely be his, even certifying to immortality. I think it's only a matter of time, because this person has the stature of a great immortal and is destined to cut through the thorns on the path of cultivation and achieve extraordinary things. And ZZ was bitter and said with a few hints of pleading at the end, Mioi, I promised your mother that I would protect you in this life, but right now, I have a physical injury and am being targeted by that group of foreigners, so if there is an accident in the future, who is going to protect you? Just listen to father's words, Dad. And Miaoi's eyes reddened and she choked. Rao is so strong that she does not listen to persuasion of the nature. Are at this point difficult to resist this kind of love offensive? After all, the hearts of all meet long, not to mention that since her mother left, her father is the most loving relatives. She also knows its good intentions, but does she really want to give up her dignity to be with someone she doesn't like? And Miaoi was sad. Before the accident, she felt that the sky was high and the whole world was colorful. But now, even her father, who used to stand tall in her image, was powerless in this chaotic world, with a humble posture. And how small was she, who had been sheltered since childhood? Father, daughter, I really can't do it. It's not my nature. I'm still young now. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Just give me some more time. And Miaoi clenched her fists and clenched her shell teeth, looking at this stubborn daughter, and Z in some mind trance, like vaguely see her mother, when it was also this strong posture, and Z in the nose sour, shook his head. Too late, now as millions of years have not been the big change. The fate of the entire eastern region are unknown. The situation develops more and more quickly. I'm afraid that not yet wait for you to grow up. Hey! Right at this moment, a mellow and magnetic voice rang out. Patriarch, Commander Chen seeks an audience. Fan Dezheng came forward and reported with an arch. He looked at the red-eyed and Miaoi and let out a secret sigh, not needing to think to know what had happened. Quickly invite Commander Chen over. Father, then I'll go first. Daughter, stop. And ZZ's face was majestic, his tone unquestionable. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Just stand here. You. And Miaoi was so angry that she stomped her feet. Patriarch and, just now, the elders of your clan and I have already discussed our countermeasures. As long as I'm around, I guarantee that the incoming foreign races will be wiped out. The one who spoke was a handsome young man wearing a mighty golden armor with a red cloak behind his shoulders, only to see him stepping in, his eye pupils like the blazing sun across the sky, and his aura, with invincible conviction between his eyebrows. Commander Chen, I had something to go out just now, please forgive me. Looking at this youth who had been in the limelight lately, and ZZ had a warm smile on his face. What a thing to say. Patriarch and Chen Lord said seriously, by the way, is your body alright? If it doesn't get better, I'll go back to the Feathered Sect and beg for a few pilking plants to heal your injuries and detoxify you. After all, the news of the assassination and poisoning of the questioning sect's patriarch had long been rumored and could not be concealed even if he wanted to. If it is possible, I am grateful. And ZZ's face was delighted as he arched his hand and said, the more he looked at Chen Lords, the better he looked. Truly strength and character coexisted, worthy of being the recognized leader of the righteous path in the younger generation of the eastern region. Well, Chen Lord wore a smile on his face, but inwardly he secretly said, you're really overthinking it, old thing, and giving you a few medicinal plants to renew your life? Die early and be reborn. Not to mention the fact that the Feathered Sect had no ancient medicine to cure this toxin, and even if they did, they wouldn't take it out. That remark just now was nothing more than a scene stealer. This is my daughter Miaoi. You met her when you came here. She admires Commander Chen's character. I wonder if Commander Chen has the time to tell my daughter about your valor. And ZZ laughed, seeing that he intended to set the two up. Father. And Miaoi resisted inwardly and clenched her shell teeth. Daughter, don't be shy. And ZZ was wearing a smile on her face. And these words were bitten very hard. Commander Chen showed a serious face. Since Missin is interested, I'll have to talk about it. His heart secretly rejoiced. When he came to the questioning sect, many female disciples had cast adoring gazes at him. Even the charming female elders were hinting at him. But what kind of man is he? How could these women be in his good graces? Now that even the daughter of the questioning sect's patriarch was attracted to his own personality, Chen Lord couldn't help but feel fluttered. Ask the sect is one of the 10 great immortal doors. The depth of the foundation. If you can put this woman into the harem, this Ask the sect is his treasure trove of resources. Hand in hand with such a large force, in the future to become the Feathered Sect patriarch, who would dare to not listen to what he said? I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. So I'll leave first. You guys take your time chatting, huh? And Z was on his feet and left at a fast pace. Patriarch, and take your time, Chen Lord said rather politely. In the end, it was left to this man and woman alone in the garden. Chen Lord stood with his arms folded, his waist straight as a javelin. With his prestige and status, even if he did nothing and stood quietly, there were many women to accost and please. At this time, Chen Lord had his chest in the air, waiting for this big miss of the questioning sect to come up and lick him, because according to the current critical situation, any intelligent woman would seek refuge with a powerful male, put down all kinds of shelves, grovel, and force a smile, not to mention that his own father was injured and his position was in jeopardy. So if he was a daughter, he would have to take the initiative to move closer to him in order to maintain the situation. Therefore, with regards to NZZ's intention to set up a match, Chen Lang was naturally clear about it. Come on, come and lick me. As long as you serve me comfortably, I'm willing to pull you through. The only one who can save your family now is me. Chen Lord secretly said inwardly. Results. He waited almost half a minute, but not a peep. Chen Lang was a bit bewildered. What was wrong with this woman? Why don't you come on your knees and lick me? I'm the commander of the righteous allied forces. I have the sun immortal body. I'm the saint son of the feathered sect. I'm definitely a high-quality male of the human race. Can you still turn a blind eye to that? The air fell into awkwardness. Chen Lord quietly glanced at it and froze in place, only to see Miaoi with her back to herself, fiddling with the flowers and plants, not taking him seriously at all. Lord Chen was a bit angry. Woman, what do you mean by that? In his mind, flashing through many thoughts, Chen Lord slowly calmed down, the corner of his mouth lifting up an evil smile. Oh, playing hard to get with me, are you? It's kind of fun, since you want to be reserved. I'll take the initiative. Chapter 137, Broken Defense. Mizzen, it seems that you are interested in flowers and plants. Turn around and I will search for all kinds of exotic flowers in the world and personally come to your door to send you. What do you think? Chen Lord softly said, and Miaoi didn't even look back. Oh, Chen Lord frowned. What kind of attitude was this? Is Mizzen in a bad mood? You can say it. I'm willing to help you out. Oh, ha, Mizzen is so funny. Why don't we walk around? I came to your sect rather hastily, and I have yet to enjoy the great scenery. Oh, Chen Lords broke the defense on the spot. Oh, you had what else would you say but oh? Chen Lord is very upset. Wherever he goes, he is in the limelight. Beautiful women throw their arms around him. How come it is invalidated now? Could it be that the woman was trying to further arouse his interest in this way? Lord Chen began to ramble, and Miaoi ignored this guy. She always felt that this person's heart was not in the right place, making her feel very uncomfortable, on top of the fact that it was her father who forced her to get in touch with him. Naturally, she did not have a good face. And Miaoi sensed something and violently raised her head, seeing a sky-blinding behemoth approaching the questioning sect, its terrifying might raging unchecked and extremely strong. Is he here? And Miaoi was excited. She had seen this familiar mount before. This is? Feeling the aura emanating from the creature, Lord Chen's heart shook greatly. A demon emperor of the transitional succession realm came to attack. Is there any mistake? Inside the ancient and solemn temple, Van der Zhen looked at the middle-aged man who had his back to him, and several times he wanted to say something. Elder Fan, I know what you want to say. Do you think it's wrong for me to do this right? And ZZ sat cross-legged, looking at the plaques of successive patriarchs enshrined in front of him, and said indifferently. Fan Dizheng stiffened his head. Patriarch? I just feel that with Mrs. Nature. Would this be too cruel to her? Cruel? And ZZ shook his head. As a father, we all hope that our daughters will find a good belonging. Not to mention the current situation. It's not like you don't know. Moreover, this person, Chen Lord, has such great achievements at such a young age, which is really rare in the eastern region throughout the ages. I entrusted Miaoi to him. What's wrong with that? But, Van der Zant was blushing. No buts. I've already been targeted by that group of foreigners. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. If I really fall one day, who else can Miaoi rely on? She can't continue to be capricious. I'm also doing it for her own good. And ZZ sighed as she felt the weird toxin in her body. Patriarch, you'll be fine. The sect can't live without you. Fan Dizheng had followed NZZ for many years, and when he heard these words, his heart was anxious and uncomfortable. Just then, there was a huge jolt from outside, and cries of alarm rose up. Patriarch, a demon emperor is approaching our place. Someone reported in a fiery manner. Demon Emperor? And ZZ's face changed, and he flashed and appeared in mid-air, looking far away with his extreme eyes. This is a Kuan Pang? Seeing the creature's appearance, and Z recalled the records in the ancient books and his heart shook greatly. Is it? How did it come? Fan Dojin, who was following closely behind, was dumbstruck. You recognize this demonic creature? And ZZ was a bit surprised. Fan Dojin laughed bitterly, more than recognizing it. It's the mount of Demon Sect's Misty Peak Master Yi Junlin. A ride? And ZZ was so scared that his lips trembled. Such a powerful and bombastic existence was actually just a mount? Are you kidding me? That means the man is here? And Z was in a state of shock and disbelief. In the distance, a clear and crisp voice echoed through the 9 heavens, as if it were a divine transmission resounding in the innermost recesses of countless people. My name is Yi Junlin. I have come to visit your clan. Boom! The entire questioning sect exploded. In this eastern region, who hadn't heard of Yi Junlin's mighty name? A while ago, he even destroyed the Hanging Temple and stepped on this Buddhist holy place with a long history of inheritance. It can be notorious for its ferocity. Even the royal family of the Pure Land country had been implicated in his bloodshed. And now that it had lost the shelter of the native powerhouses, the Pure Land country had been reduced to a paradise of foreigners, dark and sunless. Now, what did this famous and ruthless man suddenly come to the questioning sect as a guest intend to do? Countless elders and disciples were worried and began to ruminate. No rudeness. Quickly remove the mountain protection formation and let fellow Daoist come in for a moment. And ZZ weighed the pros and cons and said in a loud voice, they're here now, can't they just turn them away? If you really dare to do this, the consequences are unimaginable. Just that Demon Emperor level mount was enough to give the questioning sect a headache, let alone the other party personally? Swish! The ancient and pale aura of the questioning sect instantly fell into silence as it withdrew its protective mountain formation. Rumble! The Koanpang flapped its wings and rushed in on the vast air currents. Countless lines of sight converged on this mythological creature, filled with shock, worry, astonishment, confusion, awe, and other complex emotions. This is the questioning sect, Li Wujiao lamented. As far as the eye can see, there are rolling, majestic peaks everywhere, gusts of white mist filled with ruixia steaming, just like a fairyland on earth. I, questioning sect patriarch and ZZ, am here to congratulate you, Daoist Yi, on your great visit. And ZZ stood in the void and didn't dare to be slow as he arched his hand and bowed. At this moment, he was able to get a clear view of the Koanpang's back, which was just like a huge moving island, the scale of which was smacking. Good man, you're making a home out of your ride, aren't you? Swish, swish, swish. Several figures flashed in midair from far to near. Patriarch and, you're too polite to say that. The leader, Yi Junlin, stood with his hands behind his back and said softly, and ZZ stared closely at this silver-haired youth. Feeling the other party's unfathomable cultivation aura, his heart trembled. No wonder he was able to destroy the Hanging Temple. This son is as terrifying as he is. And ZZ was just about to open his mouth, but as a result, a voice like a nightingale issued, interrupting him. Mr. Yi, seeing Yi Junlin, and Miaoyi was happy like a little bird, excitedly flying over. Not to mention how happy she was. And ZZ's eyes almost protruded. Meow, Miaoyi, you, seeing the daughter of the patriarch, close to this legendary god of slaying, countless people had stunned faces, almost thinking that they were blinking. Yi Junlin revealed a kind smile. Mizzen, we meet again. He was impressed with the woman in yellow. For the other's clear eyes at the time revealed a hint of stupidity. As it stands now, though, the symptoms still haven't gone away. And Miaoyi was both apprehensive and expectant in her heart. Eunuch Yi, did you hear that the questioning sect is in trouble, so you came to help us? Or, is it specifically to meet me? Yi Junlin touched his nose. Ahem, both kinds. In fact, he was going to say it was mainly for the third, to successfully sign in at your Ask the Sect, and so on. I've already arrived at the questioning sect. Why isn't the system responding? Grass. This thing is so unreliable. Yi Junlin secretly slandered. Words. A faint blush appeared on Miaoyi's cheeks and she said shyly. Thank you, Mr. Yi. In Miaoyi's opinion, Yi Junlin's answer already explains everything. In his heart, he is still quite important. Looking at this yellow-clothed woman's somewhat reddened face, several question marks surfaced in Yi Junlin's brain. What the hell? Are you blushing like a bubble teapot? Elder Fan, is this still my daughter? And ZZ's jaw dropped. In his eyes, this baby girl of his own is very strong, does not know how to do things, her temper is more impulsive, dead brain, has a tendency to violence, usually staggering, but now in front of Yi Junlin, twisted like a little girl, showing unprecedented gentleness. This caused a wave of envy and jealousy to inexplicably well up in his heart as a father. Fan Dijing cheerfully said, Patriarch, don't you see? Miss she had her heart in the right place a long time ago. But, why is this person favoring him? Looking at that silver-haired youth and thinking of the killings he had committed earlier, and ZZ's eyelids fluttered and his heart chilled. Actually, you've all misunderstood. Senior Yi is actually a very interesting person. Thinking of the previous encounter, Fan Dezhang sighed, because in that one, there was an aura that was alien to this world. Yi Junlin. Suddenly, a voice that could hardly contain its anger came out. The crowd looked in unison, and their faces swished dramatically. Chen Lord dodged and appeared on the midair, his eyes staring at this silver-haired youth with a deadly stare, anger blazing within his chest, hatred almost blinding him, his fists pinched to crackle and explode. He didn't expect that this person would pay a visit today, but what broke his defenses even more was that Miaoi, who had been indifferent to him, actually took the initiative to stick it over just now, and still looked very happy. On what grounds? Am I not better than this guy? Chen Lang was angry and annoyed, and his self-esteem was extremely bruised, but after a while, he tried his best to adjust his state and laughed coldly. Yi Junlin, knowing that I'm here, you're doing it on purpose, aren't you? I can only tell you that this kind of trick of yours is very low level. The current me is not what I used to be. I have long since not been the same me back then. Now that the great enemy is at hand, I hope you will behave yourself and make more contributions to the human race. Hiss. The crowd hissed and drew in cool air, beads of sweat spilling out from their foreheads. This one is actually preaching to the god of kill. Yi Junlin? Mr. Yi. And Miao Yi showed concern, afraid that Yi Junlin would not be able to come down. Chen Wang acted righteous, and a hint of smugness flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He's all about taking the moral high ground and embarrassing the executioner. The atmosphere around them was very serious and tense, and everyone wanted to see how this god of slayers should make a powerful retort. After all, there were times when a war of words could better reflect a cultivator's qualities and emotional intelligence. At this time, under the attention of all the people, Yi Junlin looked at this martial and extraordinary youth. His brows deeply wrinkled, rubbing his chin seemed to be engaged in contemplation, and after a long time, he issued a soul-torturing question. Who are you? Chapter 138, what class are you compared to me? The room was silent at these words. Red Thousand Leaves felt very speechless. So you don't even know who this person is? Li Wujiao inwardly exclaimed, good guy. These words are not very lethal, but extremely insulting. Chen Lord was petrified on the spot, with a stagnant expression on his face, almost suspecting that he had just heard it wrong. What do you mean? Doesn't this guy remember him? Chen Lord forced the anger in his heart. His expression managed to almost get out of control, clenched his teeth and said word by word, pretend. Keep pretending. Don't you remember who I am? Yi Junlin frowned. Where did the little Yakuza come from? Why should I remember you? This brainstalker suddenly jumped out for no apparent reason, coming up to sneer at himself and acting as if he knew himself well. It was simply inexplicable. Chen Lord stared dead on at Yi Junlin's expression, and after confirming that the other party indeed did not remember him, his mind rumbled and exploded, and his mind cracked right open. With a feeling of powerlessness like a fist hitting cotton, he covered his aching chest and found it hard to breathe. Turns out, from start to finish, this guy didn't take him seriously at all. Is it not pure clownish behavior for you to do something just now? Ha ha ha. And Miaoi erupted in laughter, bending over and covering her stomach. Her silver bell laughter was clear and pleasant, with a kind of happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. The father, and ZZ, silently looked at his daughter, and was very depressed inside. The main man is still there. Is it really good for you to laugh like this? The others forced back their laughter and threw pitying looks at Chen Lang. A little bit of substitution would be so embarrassing. Patriarch, and he's from your sect, isn't he? And you don't control him properly? Yi Junlin's face showed displeasure, and ZZ was speechless, and inwardly slandered. Are you kidding me? How am I qualified to control him? Boom! The anger in Chen Lord's chest could no longer be contained, like a crater erupting violently, quickly burning all over the body, and the top of his head was covered with wisps of green smoke. His face erupted with streaks of blue veins, looking hideous and horrible, and he hissed with all his might. Deception! My father, Wind and Thunder Sect Master Chen Yunhai, died in your hands, and my master, Zhu Yang, was also killed by you. Have you forgotten all of this? The roar resounded in all directions, shaking the major mountain peaks and rumbling. Oh, Yi Junlin dragged out his long voice and sked. When you say it like that, I do have a few impressions. Although only more than 2 years had passed since the time of their last meeting, Yi Junlin had experienced all kinds of eating, drinking and dashing around, and had long since put what had happened back then behind him, for no other reason than it takes up memory. Moreover, nowadays, the image and temperament of Chen Lang's is very different from when he saw it before, so it's normal that he didn't recognize it. But now, Yi Junlin finally remembered this person's identity. It was the Righteous Alliance commander, Chen Lord, who had been in the limelight for a while now. frequently appearing in the daily newspapers of the cultivation world and having the highest reputation. This is troublesome. The two most famous people in the eastern region are on the side of having a blood feud. I hope they don't start a conflict. Now that a great enemy is at hand, our human race must be united. I see the difficulty. How can a father's murder be resolved so easily? There were whispers of concern all around. Chen Lord said in a hateful voice, Yi Junlin, shouldn't you be ashamed? You obviously have so much strength, yet you killed a small sex patriarch in the first place. What kind of skill is it to bully the weak? Chen Lord believed that previously Yi Junlin had been hiding his cultivation, which had attracted the covetousness of the Wind and Thunder sect, and if he had exposed his strength at the beginning, who would dare to take the initiative to mess with him? This behavior is a proper bigot fish fry. Shameless. Hearing this, the crowd thought deeply and sympathized with the previous group of victims who had been accidentally duped. Red Chiba nodded gravely. As one of the victims, he also felt that the scolding was good. Li Wujiao shamelessly shouted, Who let that short-lived father of yours get carried away with the delusion of appropriating the Xintian sect? My master was merely acting in self-defense. Regarding the ins and outs of the whole incident, he had also heard about it in the Xintian sect, and could only say that the death was not unjust. That's how it is in this world. When you get greedy, be prepared to be killed back. Goddamn self-defense? Chen Lord's face was uglier than eating. You're at least a great man of the ferrying realm. And you're actually purposely waiting for a Jindan realm cultivator to pick a fight before you personally run over and get him killed? What kind of evil-minded person would have to be to do something ridiculous? Sometimes Chen Linggao wondered how his own father would feel if he knew that he had actually been killed by a great man of the transition realm in the first place. What about my master? Juyan? You killed him as well. How does that explain it? Chen Lord desperately tried to occupy the moral high ground. Furious, Yi Junlin said, Are you talking about the guy who picked a fight at the Shui family banquet? He couldn't kill me and I ended up killing him back. So there's one thing to be said for that. Are you still willing to sit back and wait for others to kill you? If you were willing, how did you survive until now? Fellow Taoists judge, did my master really do wrong? You have to know that he was acting in self-defense every time. Li Wujiao shouted excitedly. In Li Wujiao's mind, his master was a tall and glorious image without any stains, and even if there were stains, they would be distorted by him into merits. Yi Junlin secretly nodded his head. This disciple was worth it. Unlike someone, swish, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Red Chiba, who was coldly watching from the side. Red Chiba, fuming inwardly and knowing he had to do something about it, jerked his chest up and threw his voice deafeningly. Well said. The crowd looked at each other as if it made sense. After all, it wasn't like the cultivation world had explicitly stated that strong people couldn't hide their cultivation. So who could be blamed for those ungrateful people picking a fight and ending up being killed in return? In reason, this pot couldn't be dumped on Senior Ye's head. You, Chen Lord simply gas-shaking cold, and he can only recognize his own bad luck chanting? Seeing this, and Zizai hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Both of you are famous and powerful members of the human race, an indispensable force in maintaining the stability of the eastern region. If you ask me, why don't you simply put the conflict aside and join forces together to fight against the foreign races? Which is the most important thing? Patriarchan is right. In addition to the cultivators of the questioning sect present, there were also many other celebrities who had been invited to discuss strategies, and at this moment, they all agreed with these words. After all, one was the commander of the righteous allied forces with great battle achievements, and the other was a reigning god of slaying with terrifying strength, and they really didn't want to see these two clash. Shut up, there is no place for you to speak here. Chen Lord angrily rebuked in exasperation. What did you say? Cough. And ZZ knew that he was humiliated, subconsciously to open his mouth to rebuke. Suddenly the corners of his mouth overflowed with wisps of black blood, took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and coughed violently. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to get a good deal. Dad! And Miaoi hurriedly stepped forward to assist this middle-aged man, and then angrily shouted at Chen Lord. You bastard! How dare you speak to my father like that? The surrounding elders showed indignation. This was in the territory of the questioning sect, while the questioning sect leader was being berated by outsiders. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? The Holy Son was just confused by anger. Please don't be offended, fellow Taoists. In the accompanying team, a gray-clothed old man flashed and appeared in front of the crowd, slowly and methodically arching his hand in greeting. Notably, the cultivation aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Saint's son, let's go. The gray-clothed old man was behind Chen Lord, his voice lowered. At this time, the Chen Lords look extremely annoyed, feeling that from beginning to end are treated as monkeys to play. Originally thought that he was enough to fight, had many dazzling halo, can face the father killer without losing the wind, But to his surprise, it didn't work out that way, and he was once again reduced to a laughingstock and a square. Why? Why are you all against me? The thoughts in his mind were like weeds. Chen Lord's eyes were densely covered with scarlet blood. His face was especially hideous, and the breath on his body was extremely disorganized. Holy sun! The gray-clothed old man sensed that it was not good, and pressed one hand on Chen Lord's shoulder to suppress him, and his body's aura was released with a roar, and he was actually at the consummate cultivation level of the ferrying realm. Ever since Chen Wang came out of the gate, even this supreme elder was startled and willingly accompanied Chen Wang as a protector, so it was evident that the status was high. Elder Lu, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Chen Lord roared as he lost control of his emotions. Elder Lu said in a deep voice, where did your composure and confidence go before? What do you look like now? Don't disgrace yourself here. Quickly go back with old man. Chen Lang tried his best to struggle against it, but after all, it was Lu Lao's profound realm that caused him to be tackled like a chicken, making it difficult for him to move. So what if you're not convinced? Yi Junlin asked seriously. These words completely ignited Chen Lord's anger, causing him to roar hysterically. Yi Junlin, you shameless man, how many innocents have you killed by concealing your cultivation? You have the guts to suppress your realm. Let's have a match. After refining the true fire of the sun, his sun-immortal body was already immaculate and flawless, truly obtaining some sort of perfection, and in conjunction with the great divine ability that he had comprehended, it was simply like a tiger adding wings to its wings. Therefore, Chen Lord felt that the only shortcoming he had compared to Yi Junlin was the gap in cultivation. As long as it was suppressed to the same realm, he would be able to finish off this shameless fellow in minutes. Yi Junlin raised his eyebrows. You're worthy of comparing yourself to me? What status am I and what status are you? And you dare to shout so loudly? Ha ha, I see that you are afraid? Chen Lord stalked his neck, his smile extremely hideous. Kid, you still need my master's hand to deal with you? I can cut you down to a pulp with my sword. Li Wujiao gripped the hilt of his sword and stood ready to fire, laughing back in anger. Yi Junlin, don't test me with your disciple. Be a man and accept my challenge squarely. Chen Lord said angrily. Yi Junlin shook his head. If he really fights with this kind, it's called self-degrading. With a class like yours, you're only worthy of fighting a kun now. A kun? Lord Chen froze, startled. Who is a kun? Yi Junlin reached out and pointed. It's, the Kun Peng in the sky let out a cry. His voice was very loud and clear, and his golden pupils were as big as the sun, radiating a blazing light. What? You're making me fight your ride? Chen Lord is annoyed. With his honorable status, he can only deal with that head of hands? Chapter 139, A Kun Transformation. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Looking down on my Akun? Yi Junlin's face showed his displeasure. The Koan Pang was also furious, puffing up and staring dead at this arrogant youth clad in golden armor. Chen Lord laughed coldly. Don't you dare use your mount to humiliate me. What kind of man am I? Chen Lord? To actually have to compete with the mount of a shameless man like you? Spreading the word degrades my face. Yi Junlin mocked. Just say it straight if you are afraid. There is no need to find this kind of excuse. Who made you unable to even defeat my disciple back then? If you want to challenge me this time, you are only worthy to fight with my mount. You, Chen Lord was already in the air, heard this directly face, when the scene of the fiasco is still vivid. At this time was reopened scars. There is a kind of black history of the shame of being stripped out of the black history of the shame. Ha! Red Chiba clasped her arms with her hands. The corners of her mouth curved up in a contemptuous arc, and with that all-pervasive and magnificent face, it was extremely insulting to male creatures. It's like saying, you can't. Feeling the countless sympathetic eyes, Chen Lord was instantly enraged, his eyes bursting into tears, and he used all his strength to let out a long whistle. Akun right, come and fight. Rumble. A round of golden blazing sun suddenly rose up, blooming bright golden light on the dome of the sky, blooming fiercely with 10,000 rays of light. In this piercing mass of light, Chen Lord was clad in golden armor. His long hair was spread out, and his body exuded a sacred and irreversible intent. That posture, that dominance, made the heart tremble, and even the soul was throbbing. It was as if he had transformed into a dazzling sun that shone on all things. Ah, Koan, you've been with me for 2.5 years. Now it's your turn to perform. Yi Junlin said seriously. The Koan Pang let out an excited cry, the sound deafening, causing countless disciples and elders of the questioning sect to have their brains buzzing. Swish! It flapped its wings, lifting up vast air currents and slamming away with unparalleled force, enough to push across 100,000 mountains. Holy sun, be careful. That head is a descendant of the ancient divine beast Koan Pang, Elder Lu said with a grave expression on his face. After all, it is the legendary Koan Pang. Even if it is in the juvenile body, But the destructive power our not human cultivators cannot imagine. Cross-stage fighting is like eating and drinking water. Strong batch. Therefore, for this match, Lu Lao's heart also has no bottom. But things have come to this point. Can only wait and see what happens. Great Sun Fist. Chen Lord's fist released 10,000 feet of light, containing terrifying power, and when he swung his fist up and smashed it, it was like a brilliant great sun falling rapidly, emitting terrifying heat to red roast everything. This was a Zun rank advanced fist technique, and not only had Chen Lord mastered it, there were signs of cultivating it to the realm of transformation, and when combined with the Sun immortal body, the power was unparalleled. Rumble. The explosions generated by both sides were extraordinary in power, and the majestic energy currents raged wildly, filled with a destructive aura. Countless people were dumbstruck and frightened. The visual shock of watching two transition realm fighters in such close proximity was extremely strong. You head. See how this holy sun will subdue you. Chen Lord felt a huge resistance and hissed in annoyance. He strangled his hands, and countless golden mirrors formed everywhere, each with golden light converging as a terrifying killing chance enveloped the Kuan Pang. Mirror ruler kill. A chilling voice echoed out. In an instant, each mirror refracted a golden beam of light that looked like a pike. Mighty cracks sweeping through the air and bombarding the behemoth in unison. A series of exploding balls of light blossomed like fireworks, dazzling the eyes. Ha ha ha, how does this taste? Ha! Chen Lord laughed harshly. The undifferentiated damage spells that he had cast specifically for the Kuan Pang's enormous size had an absolutely wide striking surface. Let's ask even if the physical body defense was more powerful. It wouldn't be able to withstand this level of wild bombardment, right? Seeing the Kuan Pang fall within the exploding mass of light, Chen Lord knew that he had the upper hand and hurriedly continued to cast Mirror Ruler Kill as he had done. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The light clusters in the sky were extremely blazing, like countless suns exploding, so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. Worthy of being the Commander Chen who conquered the four directions. Just this strength has made how many foreign races scared. Too powerful. Even the descendants of ancient divine beasts can be suppressed. It's simply a model for my generation. The Holy Sun is invincible. Voice breaking. Seeing this, many people could not help but be impressed by Chen Lord's strength, especially the accompanying team he led, which erupted into a burst of cheers. Senior, Koan is in danger, Bai Shaoshi said nervously. Don't worry, Koan is still fine. Yi Junlin laughed. The Kuan Pang was a mount bound to him by the system, so he could sense vital signs at all times. For example, right now, he could sense that the Kuan Pang's life was still intact. It was in a relatively normal state, just a little bit of minor ups and downs right now. Within the exploding mass of light, vaguely missing was the huge body of the head, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Chen Lord ran his divine sense to search carefully, but he did not find the Kuan Pang's figure at all. Did I blow it up and lose it? Chen Lord was surprised, and was very proud inside. So his strength had been so powerful that even Kuan Pang, who carried the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, was beaten by him to the point where his flesh was directly annihilated? Yi Junlin, I'm really sorry. I seem to have accidentally killed your mount. Ha 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 ha. Chen Lord laughed up to the sky, his laughter filled with 7 parts ecstasy and 3 parts mockery. Oh yeah? Yi Junlin said playfully. Swish, a small child suddenly appeared, fast to the extreme, instantly flashing in front of Chen Lord, with a standard center-parted haircut, a cute baby face, and eyes as sparkling as jewels. He looked harmless and very childlike. Badass. Watch my kunai. The childish voice came out clear and full of determination. The white fist is as fast as lightning, plain and simple, but has a kind of pale and ancient atmosphere, and it is hard and squarely hit on the belly of Chen Lord. Boom pop! His body shot straight up and flew away, smashing several grand and majestic mountains, filling the sky with sand and dust, and causing astonishing destruction. Damn! Carelessness! Chen Lord stood up with difficulty. His throat was sweet while spitting out blood, mixed with broken internal organs. His eyes looked in shock. You? Who are you? The boy with the center-parted head stood tall and looked down on the wretched youth, who was clearly the image of a small child, but exuded the terrifying aura of a ferocious beast, and contained explosive power within his body. Face the questions, the boy said with a proud face. Can't you see? I'm a Koan who has been following my master for 2.5 years. Chapter 140, What a Big P. Chen Lord stared at the little boy dead on. His heart was like a shocking wave as he said angrily, So you didn't die? Blah blah blah, you're the one who's dead. The little boy spat unhappily with an obscure expression. You! Chen Lord gritted his teeth with hatred. Each pore erupted with blazing golden light. His body was enveloped in a divine halo, and the raging berserk fist energy in his body was gradually dissolved. Only the golden armor that covered his body was shattered between his belly and belly after taking that punch. smoking hot. When he recalled the taste of pain just now, Chen Lord's eyelids fluttered and his heart palpitated. This precious armor was at least a third-grade Xian weapon, able to withstand huge impacts, but he didn't expect it to be so fragile in front of the opponent's fists. Boom! A concave spiderweb-like deep pit appeared in the original place, and Chen Lord's figure rose up in the air like a comet, his hair full of strands of hair violently pouring upwards, and the strands of hair metamorphosed into an eye-catching golden yellow color, like a ball of golden flames pulsating. Above the center of the eyebrow, there was an additional mark of the sun. The eyes were golden, shooting out a golden aura that cracked the sky, and the aura of his body spread like a storm, flying sand and stones, a horrible sight. Chen Lord was completely unreserved and opened his strongest fighting state. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't you dare trick me. A cry of rage. Chen Lord's fist was full of power, striking out 10,000 feet of golden beams of light, and the void rumbled and collapsed in an appalling manner. Humph! I'm not afraid of you. The little boy swung his fist to meet him. His tiny body erupted with monstrous might, surging chi and blood steaming from his pores, as if he wanted to reverse the sky. Before, it was too big and easy to be attacked, but now that it was in human form it was much more flexible and had a lot of room to play in battle. Boom 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 boom. The fists clashed with each other. The blasting sound was dense and incomparable, and the majestic energy airflow swept in all directions. The two figures fought, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Many people pinched and held their breath. Go Koen Koen! Go Koen Koen! Bai Xiaoshi shouted as she jumped up and down, and Miaoi also clenched her fists and said excitedly, Koen Koen! You're the best! Hit him hard! The current Chen Lord, after what happened just now, had become the person she hated the most, and in the face of this fierce match, and Miaoi did not hide her attitude, cheering for the little boy from one side to the other. Is the Kuan Peng descendant so strong? To think that he could fight the Saint's son to this point. Elder Lu's face was ugly, and he had an ominous feeling in his heart, but there was no turning back from the bow. If he ventured out to stop it, he was afraid that he would be reduced to the laughingstock of the entire audience, and now he could only expect that the Saint's son would be able to strongly suppress that Kuan Peng. In fact, what Elder Lu didn't know was that if it was an ordinary Kuan Peng descendant with a thinner bloodline, there would be a real possibility of being defeated after Lord Chen opened his strongest form. However, the problem was that the little boy's original body, as a Kuan Peng, possessed the most orthodox divine beast bloodline, and was able to perform the powerful Kuan Peng treasure art, and even to put it bluntly, his potential was enough to be compared to that of the originator of the Kuan Peng clan. What kind of concept is that? It was comparable to the fledgling of the strongest man during the Swift Ages. Therefore, even though Chen Lord was already very strong and powerful now, he paled in comparison to an existence that possessed the qualifications of a Kuan Peng patriarch. At this time, the little boy, covered with tadpole-like runes flowing, containing many worldly mysteries, emitting a bright and dazzling blazing blue light, looked divinely extraordinary. The more Chen Lords fought, the more his heart and scalp tingled. Thinking that the other party was just Yi Junlin's mount, Chen Lord's mind broke down even more. Could it be that I am the holy son of the feathered sect, the commander of the righteous allied forces, and in the end I'm still no better than someone else's mount? I'm not willing to do it. Chen Lord's face twisted as he let out a hysterical roar, lifting his hand to coalesce a golden holy sword of the sun symbol, swinging his sword to slash with vigor, the searing sword aura raging. Ha! Watch my kunai! The little boy lightly shouted and threw a childish punch. Giving a giggle, the fist seal forcefully tore through the vastness of the sword, causing Chen Lord to be startled in his heart and hastily cross his sword in front of his body to defend himself. Boom! Blood spilled from the corner of Chen Lord's mouth. His figure fell back a dozen feet. Before he could adjust, there were more dazzling fists in front of his eyes, pressing him to the point where he was about to lose his breath. Damn it! In haste, Chen Lord had to swing his sword to meet the attack, and each collision shocked his arm into pain and numbness, and the chi and blood in his body surged, which was very difficult to bear. The young boy grew more and more courageous as he fought. His punches were sometimes like stretches of rivers, sometimes like thick mountains, constantly disintegrating Chen Lord's sword momentum. Click! Soon, the golden holy sword was shattered by a punch. The little boy is a humanoid beast side collision and go. Shoulder up and down shaking contains some kind of strange law. Hit the Chen Lord mouth spitting blood. Internal organs are cracked. Chen Lord let out a miserable scream as his bloodstained body flew out backwards like a ragbag, smashing down heavily on the mountain peak, a mushroom cloud rising high above. Holy sun! The accompanying ministry members were in a state of disbelief. The invincible god of war, who had once led them in all directions and was invincible, had actually been defeated just like this, defeated so completely, and what defeated him was merely a mount for riding. The mental blow that this brings is really too great. That's not all. In full view of everyone, the little boy couldn't wait to take off his pants, bare his buttocks, and peed directly at Chenlord, who had fallen into the crushed pit. The yellow urine was like a downpour of rain, clattering on the body of Chenlord's, and the original crater that had been sunken for several zhang was immediately filled with urine, smelling of urine. Boom! The whole room was in an uproar. Countless people were dumbstruck, stunned by this tawdry maneuver. The little boy proudly crossed his arms. How does it taste? The seriously injured Chenlords had difficulty struggling and almost choked to death in the pit of urine, and even accidentally drank in a few mouthfuls, his mind going blank, hearing a voice full of childish innocence above his head, and then associating it with making a fool of himself in public. The self-respecting Chenlords, whose mind instantly exploded, were so infuriated that they fainted with 2 black eyes. Thus, the first transition realm cultivator ever to soak in a pit of urine had appeared. Fun, the little boy exclaimed, clapping his hands mischievously. The faces of the crowd were odd, worthy of being Senior Ye's mount. It was truly outrageous. Yeah, Koan won. Bai Xiaoshi cheered. Ha ha ha, and Miaoi was amused by the scene, holding her belly and laughing, tears of laughter spilling out of the corners of her eyes. Pa. Yi Junlin applauded. Good job. A kun. Well done. Li Wujiao said. Red Shiba covered his nose in disgust. I'll go. This smell is so punchy. At this point, an old voice exploded like thunder, carrying a huff of anger. Sinful animal. How dare you humiliate my feathered sex holy son? Elder Lu flashed in the sky above, his sleeve robes bulging, his powerful aura as vast as the sea, his eyes bursting out with biting killing intent, staring at that little boy, defeating Chenlord in front of everyone and humiliating him by urinating in public. For a proud heavenly pride, this was worse than killing him. With such a lack of manners, I will teach you a lesson. Elder Lu's gaze was gloomy. In the void, countless pitch-black chains extended out with a clatter. The pitch-black chains covered in obscure runes, emitting an ancient aura. Go! Swish! 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 The pitch-black chains spread in unison towards the little boy, who stiffened in fear, feeling the terrifying pressure, and said in a shocked voice, Stinky old man, what are you doing? Suddenly, Yi Junlin flickered in front of the little boy, coldly grunted and waved his sleeve as a terrifying power instantly erupted. Before the countless pitch-black chains could even get close, they were hardened and repelled back midway. Old thing, can't afford to lose, can you? Even dare to touch my Akuan? Yi Junlin snapped his fingers, his tone meaningful. Or do you want to touch me, master? Seeing the silver-haired youth stand up for him, the little boy was overjoyed and bold, pulling his mouth with both hands to make a ghostly face, sticking his tongue out at the gray-clothed old man in the distance. Slightly, stinky old man, have the guts to beat me up, ah. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense, and countless people swallowed saliva in their throats as they cautiously looked at the 2 figures confronting each other in the sky. One was the feathered sect's supreme elder, and the other was a murderous god who had shaken the eastern region. If these 2 fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes, and when he thought of the things the other party had done previously, an intense scorn appeared at the bottom of his eyes. Now is not the time to tear your face off. We have to focus on the big picture. You first take that punk and leave. When the time is ripe, then you can kill your way in. In his mind, an additional low, hoarse, eerie voice appeared, clearly sending a warning to old Lu. Lu Lao did not move. His hands made a bow and lowered his posture. Fellow Daoist Yi, I have absolutely no intention to go against you. Here to say sorry to you and the little friend behind. Some other day free to pay a visit to your clan. Here first farewell. Saying that, Lu Lao forced himself to hold back his nausea, casting a spell to fish Chen Lang out of the urine-filled pit, and led him away in a dusty manner. The feathered sect team followed suit, and the group went from being high and mighty before to finally fleeing in a hurry with their faces in the air. Master is so powerful. He scared that stinky old man away, the little boy said happily. As soon as the words fell, the silver-haired youth in front of him turned around violently. His expression was very serious and his eyes stared straight at him. Chapter 141, a good show is about to begin. Master, the little boy was fuming inside, thinking that he had done something wrong and made Yi Junlin angry. Next, Yi Junlin stretched out his hands to knead the little boy's face. From the moment he saw the Kuan Pang incarnate, there was this impulse within him. Only just now he was in the way of the occasion and had been holding it in. Now that he could finally get his hands on it, the playful Yi Junlin, naturally, would not let go of this opportunity. The little boy's face is very cubum, soft, like dough, all kinds of squeezed and deformed, very quirky. That's nice. That's a nice touch. Yi Junlin marveled. He also didn't realize that his mount was so big in its original form that it was quite cute in human form. At this time the little boy's face, being repeatedly kneaded and pulled, hurt so much that his tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Aggravated. Master, stop it. It hurts. After playing for a while, Junlin was satisfied and stopped. It's my turn, and Meowie ran over, excitedly wanting to get on as well. The little boy straightened his face and skimmed his head. Humph. No. Are you kidding me? His face is for anyone to play with? And Meowie clasped her hands together as if she was praying and said in a nice voice, Kuan, please. The sound of a kunai refreshed the young boy. After a few more screams, I'll think about it. Kungo 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 kungo. And Meowie didn't feel ashamed, and her mouth read like a repeater. Alright, Kuan, I'll give you a chance. The little boy was coaxed to be happy and clasped his arms with his hands, pretending to be deep. Good. And Meowie stretched out her hands and kneaded this white and tender face, inexplicably having a very relieving feeling. This sister's technique is so comfortable. The little boy squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Compared to Junlin's violent kneading, and Meowie's technique could be said to be very gentle. The atmosphere came alive and the crowd couldn't help themselves, and ZZ looked in his eyes. The corner of his mouth contained a smile. If only his daughter could always be carefree and innocent and happy. At that moment, that painful feeling came out from his chest, and ZZ once again let out a violent cough, as if he wanted to be coughed out of his lungs. Ahem. On the ground, there was an extra puddle of shocking black blood, permeated with a sinister aura. Father, and Meowie was scared out of her wits and rushed over to check the situation, her eyes filled with worry. Patriarch, how are you doing? The elders gathered around, and ZZ felt the strange mass of toxins in his body and sighed helplessly. AI, this poison can't kill me at the moment, but it can torment me ruthlessly, affecting my physical state all the time. Right now, he was like a sick cat that could only hide in the questioning sect to languish. Those foreigners deserve to die. The cultivators of the questioning sect showed sorrow and anger, and it was hard to look at the former patriarch, who had a great image, being tortured and increasingly emaciated inwardly. Father, you'll be fine, and Meowie hugged her father's arm, her voice tinged with tears. Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. What's the big deal? Just cure it? The sad atmosphere instantly froze. The crowd twisted their heads in unison to look, and it was that silver-haired youth who spoke. Cured? And ZZ froze, then smiled bitterly and said, Fellow Taoist, ye does not know. This poison is extremely evil and unending. It's like a curse that clings to my body. All kinds of methods have been tried before, but they all reoccur afterwards, and even get worse. And Z shook his head inside. So, I've resigned myself to my fate. Junlin laughed. Fate can be changed. How can a person in cultivation easily recognize fate? And ZZ's heart fluttered. Fellow Taoist Yi, what do you mean? Little black, depoison patriarchan, Junlin commanded. His fourth disciple, who practiced the Green Emperor's everlasting skill, was a supreme wood technique that captured the creation of heaven and earth, and as long as it was out of the way, any strange poison would be solved. Who is Blackie? Anzi wondered. That's a name that sounds a lot like a dog. Fourth senior brother. Master calls you. Xiaosher called out as he looked around. Don't hide. You kid. Come out quickly. Junlin didn't have the good sense to say, here it comes. The timid voice rang out weakly. In the crowd, a standard pothead, skin like chocolate dark teenager, hard slowly out, forehead overflowed beads of sweat. Feel the surrounding countless curious line of sight. The inner nervousness of death. Demeanor are very unnatural. Is this fellow Taoist Ye's new disciple? He looks a bit formal, and ZZ's eyes flickered, curious as to what this teenager was capable of removing the stubborn mass of toxins in his body. Fourth senior brother, don't be nervous, just play normally, even if you can't do it, master won't blame you, Li Wujiao comforted. Junlin deliberately scared. Yeah, it's no big deal. It's just that tonight, you can consider an extra meal, just chicken stewed mushrooms. Words. The pothead teenager was so scared that his expression was on the verge of tears. Under the inner struggle, he came to ZZ's heel with great difficulty, repeatedly adjusting his breathing, pinching his hands, mobilizing the mana in his body, and executing the Qing Emperor's eternal life technique. Vast wood essence was released through the palm of his hand, and the rich green energy was continuously infused into ZZ's body. And ZZ had never been so comfortable in his life, and couldn't help but make a sound, as if he had unlocked some hidden attribute in his body. The expressions of the crowd were very odd, as if they were recognizing this questioning sect patriarch for the first time. Father, you, and Meowie clenched her shell teeth, and ZZ realized that he was out of line. Suddenly his old face was red, pretended to dry cough a few times, and righteously said, "This is a normal reaction. Don't think too much." In the next second, NZZ's pupils contracted violently, because he perceived that the weird toxin was rapidly dispersed and eradicated, and all kinds of hidden diseases disappeared, and the vitality in the body was unprecedentedly vigorous, as if it were transformed into a new body. Crackle! The sound of bursting beans resounded in his body, and Z was moving his muscles and bones. At this time, his appearance was refreshed, his eyes were glowing, and he was once again back to the state of his heyday. Okay, the great Mushroom King whispered. "Father, how are you feeling?" And Meowie said nervously. The crowd eagerly gazed at NZZ, longing for a satisfactory answer. NZZ's face was flushed, and he laughed out loud in his spirited manner. "I'm fine. I'm really fine. Thank you, little brother." Looking at this shy pothead teenager, NZZ excitedly went forward to hold his hands and thanked him profusely. "Amazing," the crowd exclaimed. The toxin that even the various great powers of the questioning sect had difficulty dispelling was actually easily resolved by this teenager. The great Mushroom King froze, an unprecedented emotion welling up inside him, and for the first time he felt that joy of helping others. "Thank you, senior, for saving my father," and Meowie said sincerely. The great Mushroom King scratched his head in embarrassment. Raise your hand. To have such a disciple. Fellow Taoist Ji is truly a famous teacher of his generation and teaches well. Looking towards the silver-haired youth, and ZZ archly said with a face full of envy, "This little achievement of the district is not worth mentioning. I have always been very strict in my teaching of my disciples because I myself am a very hard-working person, and only by constantly self-flagellating in my cultivation will I be qualified to step onto the top of the great Tao," Yi Junlin said seriously. Anzu nodded, a sense of admiration rising. Behind every successful apprentice often stands a great master. As the saying goes, a famous teacher makes a great student. The corners of Red Thousand Leaf's mouth twitched, feeling that this person's chutzpah had once again refreshed his knowledge. "Do you have any more face?" At this point, 1,000 meters away from the questioning sect, on a mountain, the feathered sect team that had just left was stationed here, and the moods of many people were depressingly heavy. The news of the Saint Sun's tragic defeat of Yi Junlin's mount would soon spread, and the image of the feathered sect would undoubtedly be tarnished. Elder Lu's eyes were deep as he looked at the distant questioning sect. His pale face was ancient and unperturbed. His change in expression could not be seen. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, "The Sacred Sun has woken up." A disciple arched his hand and said, "Aha." Elder Lu turned to the wretched youth who woke up in a daze. "Saint Sun, are you feeling better?" Chen Lord was lost in thought, and as he recalled in his mind the scene of being defeated, and the image of eventually fainting and dying in a pit of urine, he felt an unspeakably huge wave of humiliation inside. Vaguely, there was a lingering taste of urine in my mouth. Yu Chen Lord stretched out his fingers and clasped his throat. Spitting out the filth he drank with all his might. After throwing up, he fell to his knees in a cloak, his body shaking in the flesh from anger or something. The people did not dare to go forward, for fear of being angered. "Elder Lu, I am a waste." In the middle of the day, Chen Lord lifted his pale face and said in a hoarse voice. Elder Lu said in a deep voice, "Saint Sun, why are you so presumptuous? If even you are a waste, then what is a large number of people who are inferior to you?" Chen Lord crumbled and grabbed his hair. "But I can't even beat that guy Yi Junlin's mouth." He was in a terrible mood and felt that his life was plunged into grayness. Elder Lu's face was grim. "Holy Sun, please pull yourself together. This matter will definitely spread. The perfect image I painstakingly created before will all be ruined. How can you make me pull myself together?" What Chen Lord cared most about was his reputation and how others viewed him. Now not only had he been defeated, he had also been severely humiliated. If this were to spread out, his prestige would be in tatters and he would be reduced to a laughingstock. So what if doesn't get out? What do you mean? Chen Lord subconsciously raised his head, and his pupils suddenly contracted, because in his eyes, that wrinkled old face looked particularly horrifying. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Elder Lu's mouth as his gaze once again looked towards the questioning sect. "Holy Sun, just wait, a good show is coming." Chapter 142 Spicy Eyes. Ask the sect. After NZZ's body recovered, his waist was straight and a confident smile hung on his face. Seeing that the patriarch had revitalized himself, all the disciples and elders were also happy, and the entire sect had a joyful and cheerful atmosphere. "A few of you have traveled a long way to help me out of my predicament. You are my benefactors of NZZ, and on such a day worthy of celebration, I decided to host a banquet of the highest caliber to properly entertain you all," NZZ said with a warm attitude. "A banquet of the highest caliber?" And Meowie stared at her beautiful eyes with a very surprised expression. As the daughter of the patriarch, she had never even had a banquet of this kind of specification when she was born. and the one that was held was only the next level of specification. As for the highest specification banquet, she had never seen it since she was a child. One could only remember that in the history of the questioning sect, there had only been a total of 2 appearances, and the nature behind them was extremely important enough to change the direction of the sect's destiny. Originally, she thought that banquets with such specifications only existed in rumors, but she didn't expect to see them in her lifetime. The surrounding disciples and elders were also shocked and couldn't believe the patriarch's decision, as they also knew what the highest profile banquet meant in the questioning sect. Suffice it to say, the importance of what this visitor represents. Junlin raised his eyebrows. Why did this group of people all look surprised? Is there some kind of erotic show at this party? If so, as an outstanding young man of the new century who had traveled across the world, he must resolutely resist this undesirable trend. Of course, it's read first before boycotting. Patriarch and is really polite. Junlin laughed. He wasn't in a hurry to leave anyway. He had wanted to rub off a wave of sign-in rewards, so he simply stayed to accept the hospitality. Ha ha, fellow Taoist, Yi is overstating the case. Please follow me into the hall and let's plan great things together. And ZZ led Junlin and the others towards the most luxurious and spectacular building of the questioning sect. Along the way, busy people could be seen, all preparing for this banquet with grand specifications. The entire sect was thrown into a sensation, and countless disciples were very excited because every time the banquet was held, even the lowest status journeyman disciples could follow and enjoy the mountains of delicacies. By the way, fellow Taoist Yi, there is one thing that I don't understand. After you destroyed the hanging temple in the first place, why did you still want to bloodwash the imperial palace of the Pure Land Kingdom? And ZZ hesitated for a long time and opened his mouth to ask. At that time, when this news was spread, it could be said to have shaken the 8 directions, completely solidifying the name of the god of murder. There was even gossip that claimed that Junlin had colluded with the underworld beings. How else could he explain that the Pure Land country had fallen just as he had left in the first place? But after the contact just now, and ZZ felt that Junlin's persona was very different from the rumors. Was there something else going on? Junlin said with a dark face. To clarify, I didn't exterminate the hanging temple at all, and what happened in the Pure Land Kingdom's palace has nothing to do with me. It's good not to mention it, but to mention it makes me angry. So it is. And ZZ was a bit surprised. This mastermind behind the scenes had a heart of gold. AI. People are red and there are many right and wrongs. Who understands? Junlin shrugged his shoulders, his face full of helplessness, and ZZ opened his mouth. Just wanted to say some words of comfort, to the edge of his mouth and swallowed hard, walking into the hall, only to feel greeted with a majestic momentum. The murals are filled with a variety of spectacular scenes. There are sword cultivators to subdue demons and ambush the devil. The gods and men shoulder the sun and moon, the phoenix bathing in the fire to rebirth. The most bizarre thing is, the ground is paved tightly seamless floor tiles, actually used a rare extremely high-grade spirit crystal, exudes a bright luster like a diamond. Extravagant. Very extravagant. This was the place that the questioning sect used to entertain their honored guests, and it could be said to be the ultimate in terms of face. And ZZ was a little self-satisfied. Even those people from the feathered sect who had their eyes high in the sky had their expressions more or less changed when they stepped foot here. As his thoughts swirled, his eyes stole glances at the silver-haired youth, trying to find the same expression in them. Who would have thought? Only to see Junlin taking it for granted, as if he was not surprised by this kind of extravagance and did not put it in his eyes at all. How come? And ZZ's heart thumped. Could it be that he was faking it? He watched a few other apprentices closely and realized that they were all acting calmly. It seems that it's really as rumored. The Tian sect is a hidden sect from the ancient times, and the Dao lineage is even longer, and ZZ secretly said, feeling ridiculous for his small mind just now. What ZZ didn't know was that the system rewards that Junlin casually sign up for on weekdays were cultivation resources that countless cultivators could only dream of, and the extremely high-quality spirit crystals were even piled up, so that they could be recklessly squandered. Even the water he used to soak his feet in his spare time was the legendary Tai Infinite Water, each drop of which was extraordinarily precious and could make mortals shed their bones. Therefore, for Junlin, he didn't take the scene inside the hall seriously at all. As for Red Thousand Leaves and the others, because they followed Junlin's side from time to time, they had seen all sorts of unbelievable treasures, and their nerves had become big, and they had long since lost interest in this kind of small scene, just like playing house. Then the people entered and sat in their seats. The attendants walked in turn, arranging a wide variety of delicious dishes, using ingredients that were hard to find in the outside world, as well as wine jugs filled with jeweled wine. The wine's aroma was so rich that it was 10,000 years old. The flowing banquet set up outside stretched for thousands of meters, and the disciples and elders ate, drank, and made merry with wine, and the original inner gloom was washed away a lot. There was laughter and a vibrant atmosphere everywhere. The sound of the orchestra in the temple is melodious and pleasing to the ear, led by a charming female elder. Those dainty female disciples danced delicately, stealing curious glances at Yi Junlin's few people from time to time. At this point, Li Wujiao had a big chunk and ate it with his mouth full of oil. Bai Xiaoshi's cheeks were bulging and his mouth didn't stop, his furry rat face full of excitement. Big Mushroom King seems to be a lot more formal, small bites of food, and occasionally have to look around, like a thief. Red Chiba ate slowly and methodically, his expression cold and icy, giving people a sense of distance. As for the little boy that Kuan Peng had transformed into, don't look at his small size, he had a super big appetite, and he winded up at the dining table, looking at many elders' hearts trembling with fear. Fellow Daoist Yi, I heard that you and my daughter knew each other a long time ago, so it seems to be very faithful. And ZZ smiled. Right. Yi Junlin was in the middle of a big chunk, eating and drinking, and didn't have much time to respond. And ZZ's eyes revealed a refined aura as he said tentatively, then what do you think of my little daughter? Compared to the Chen Lord's guy, and ZZ now valued Yi Junlin more. And most of all, his daughter also liked it. So if it could be a one-shot deal, why not, Dad? And Miaoi's face blushed slightly as she snapped. Why are you asking Mr. Yi this kind of question? I make my own decisions about my affairs. I'm just asking, nothing else. And ZZ smiled intriguingly, his gaze turning to stare at Yi Junlin. Fellow Daoist Yi, what do you say? Good. And ZZ's face was delighted. Was this a disguised admission of being interested in his daughter? If the two love each other, then things would be easier. Although there were rumors that this one was feared to be an old monster of extremely high age, who came to play the world, but ZZ did not put it on his mind at all. For cultivators, what they look at is the skin and strength. As for the age is nothing at all. Not to mention that the situation is now dire and a strong backer is the most important thing. And Miaoi pretty face even more red. She has always been a big and bold nature. There have been a lot of outstanding heavenly pride pursued, but did not have that aspect of the feeling, until that time to meet Yi Junlin. After experiencing a variety of things, unconsciously has long been a heart of darkness. There is the feeling of admiration. Now that she heard the other party admit it in person, and Miaoi's heart was very tense, mixed with unspeakable joy. So, Mr. Yi likes me too? So, delicious. Yi Junlin's mouth slurred as he held a meaty and fragrant kebab in his hand, on top of which was clearly a cut of dragon meat, grilled to a golden color and haze. To be able to come up with this kind of ingredients, the questioning sect could be said to have put in blood. No wonder it was called a banquet of the highest caliber. Upon finishing this kebab, Yi Junlin picked up the wine cup and gulped it down, the overbearing strength of the wine raging through his body before being dissolved by the thick manna. Every pore in his body was stretching and he only felt warm. Cool. Yi Junlin put down his wine glass with intent, looking at this pair of wide-eyed father and daughter. His whole body froze. What are you looking at me for? Where did I say it wrong? And ZZ dryly laughed. Ha ha, if it's delicious, eat more, he muttered inwardly. This guy is doing it on purpose, isn't he? And ZZ couldn't fathom the meaning, so he wanted to cheekily continue to ask, only to be interrupted by his daughter's eagerness. Father, don't be asking, tiresome or not. Seeing that it was a misunderstanding just now, and Miaoi was lost in her heart, and also felt very embarrassed. Seeing her father still wanting to pursue the question, she hastened to stop it. Even if the other person didn't like her, she didn't want to know. It was enough for her to know her preferences, so what was the point if she poked the window paper and ended up in an unpleasant situation? Miaoi, you, hey, and ZZ knew what her daughter meant and sighed helplessly, so she had to stop there. Yi Junlin felt puzzled, but was too lazy to ask further, and continued to bury his head in his hogwash, striving to be a dry rice man. Fan Dojun, who was on the side, shook his head and said inwardly, the most difficult thing to understand in this world is only the word love. I hope that the young lady will be able to look away. He lifted the silver pot and slowly poured wine in the wine cup, then lifted the wine cup and said to Yi Junlin, Senior Yi, that day at the Dragon Gate Inn, I felt that you were different, and later at the Pill King Valley, you saved me and my young lady. The pre and post added up. This favor is hard to repay. Let me toast you here, said the man, taking a drink, and ZZ nodded her head with a smile on her face. Fate, it's all fate. Just then, however, Van Dergen violently shattered his cup, startling everyone in the room to look at it. Without any hesitation, he jumped on the table, stripped naked and danced in a very ascetic manner. It happened so suddenly that the female elder leading the dance was so frightened that she covered her eyes with both hands. but her fingers showed a slit as she watched with curiosity and excitement. As for the young female disciples, where had they ever seen such a wild scene? They were all scared and screamed. What's happening to me? Van Dergen's brain buzzed with inner panic. Chapter 143, Crisis Attacks. Everyone, go see, Elder Fan is dancing without clothes. Someone outside noticed this and exclaimed. Boom! These words were like 1,000 waves being stirred up. Both the disciples and the elders scrambled to come here, wanting to witness this unprecedented spectacle. Countless shocked gazes focused on Fan Dergen, and bursts of exclamations rang out. In their eyes, it was as if everything in the world was eclipsed but the naked, frantically writhing figure. I didn't realize that Elder Fan had this kind of fetish. Many people felt spicy, but wanted to continue watching, struggling inwardly in agony. What's wrong with this guy? Yi Junlin was dumbfounded. I have no grievances with your excellency. Why do you want to harm my eyes? This display of talent is a big no-no. Li Wujiao, face slightly drunk, under the stimulation of alcohol, stood up and snapped applause. His voice was loud and center. Good. Ha, that's disgusting. Red Shiba's face was disgusted, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Wow, this guy is so brave. The socially terrified Great Mushroom King exclaimed, a sense of admiration growing within him. Uncle Fan, you, and Meowie's beautiful eyes are full of incredulity. Is this still the man she has known since she was a child? As the patriarch, and Z was dumbfounded. His brain was like it was down for more than 10 seconds before he reacted and anxiously said, Surname Fan, what are you smoking? Even if you want to be grateful, you don't have to do this kind of hurtful dance, do you? Stop it now. This was at a banquet. How many pairs of eyes were watching? On top of that, there were other representatives from various forces. If this got out, where would the face of the questioning sect be? Fan Dergen's forehead was in a cold sweat, compared to dying in public. What frightened him the most right now was that he could not control himself at all. Patriarch, I can't stop. It feels like a force is controlling me. At this moment, in his shadow, something seemed to be squirming and letting out a jie strange laughter. Who the hell is doing this? Get out! And ZZ stood up and shouted angrily. It was then that he realized that Van Der Z was being controlled from the shadows. After all, after so many years of friendship, and knew that the man couldn't possibly have done such a thing, and that the culprit was hiding in the shadows. Most of all, to be able to control a Mahayana perfection powerhouse unknowingly, there was a high possibility that the other party's cultivation was at the transition realm. Van Der Zing's shadow was boiling. A pair of blood-red eyes emerged, filled with perversity and viciousness. Hold your horses. The fun begins. As soon as the words fell, the shadows under the feet of many disciples and elders were twisting irregularly. Then the group wrestled with each other. The party was in disarray, with voices of horror. What's going on? Why are you hitting me? Elder brother, elder sister, don't do this. You're grabbing the wrong place. Help! Someone help me. Could it be that you are the Shadow Race? One of the 3 great underworld abyss races that invaded Gongzhou a while ago and specialized in assassination. And ZZ said in shock and anger. The Shadow Clan. As the name suggests, abilities are associated with shadows. And today I have finally seen it. Patriarch, and it's a pleasure to meet you. In Fan Dergen's shadow, a short and fat figure as black as ink slowly emerged, only to see its cloaked head and blood-red eyes filled with a teasing color. Its aura was clearly the peak of the transition realm. The one who sneaked up on you before was the king of the Dark Clan. It's just a pity that he didn't succeed at first. But now, we're going to take this life of yours, as well as the entire questioning sect, which will have to be transformed into a land of death. The short and fat Shadow King sneered. Wait, I have a question. I'll accept that you invaded my shadow to manipulate me, but why did you have to embarrass me? Have you considered my feelings? Van Dergen said sadly. He really had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes, coincidentally being chosen by this sinful animal, embarrassing himself in front of the public. GG. There is a saying in your human race that a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. So I'm just going to humiliate you and make you feel like life is worse than death. How about that? How does that taste? Hearing this outrageous answer, Van Dergen shed 2 lines of tears of shame, and while twisting his body wildly, he cursed with an emotional outburst. ******** your whole family. And ZZ forced himself not to look at Fan Dergen's spicy dance, and angrily rebuked the short and fat Shadow King. Do you think that with your Shadow Clan, you can overthrow my questioning sect? It's too much to underestimate us. The short and fat Shadow King sneered. Don't worry, we still have helpers. Gentlemen, all come out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky above the questioning sect, the originally cloudless and bright sky instantly turned into a pitch-black night. In the darkness of the night where one couldn't see 5 fingers, Countless strange armor-clad figures emerged, holding cold and sharp wargos, and a murderous aura permeated the sky and the earth. Your questioning sect is the most obtrusive in the entire tribute state, so you'll completely turn into nothingness today. Several kings of the night race descended, their hair full of strands dancing about, each hanging a round of pitch-black divine rings behind their backs, as if they were the masters of the night. This is not all. A dark gap in the void cracked open. Densely packed like evil ghost-like figures swarmed out, murderous aura rushing to the sky, making people tremble. The leader of the dark race at the head appeared riding a Stygian beast, wearing a hideous bronze face armor. His eyes glanced around icily, and a cruel smile hung at the corner of his mouth. I'm back here again. It's you! And ZZ's eyes were wide with anger. It was this being that had secretly sneaked up on him before, with extremely bizarre methods. Damn it, so you guys have been blending in for a long time. When exactly? And ZZ thought carefully. Only if the clan opened the mountain protection formation, it would be taken advantage of. The short and fat Shadow King said meaningfully. Of course someone is cooperating with us. I think he's about to start moving, too. At this time, the three major clans, the Shadow Clan, the Dark Clan, and the Night Clan, joined forces to invade the Questioning Sect, and the Questioning Sect entered an unprecedented and enormous crisis. And outside, Elder Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, killing intent showing on his face. Has it finally begun? According to the original plan, it was to be disrupted directly by internal rebellion. It was only that this incident appeared in the middle of the process, causing him to be forced to temporarily withdraw with his team. But the good thing was that the plan went smoothly, and he could take this opportunity to work inside out and attack the Questioning Sect to cooperate with the foreigners in a killing spree. Chen Lord naturally also noticed the clues. Looking at the distant Questioning Sect wrapped in a cloud of black gas, his heart inexplicably surged with a sense of uneasiness. Elder Lu, what's going on? Why is there an invasion of underworld abyss beings? Elder Lu wore a smile that was extraordinarily eerie and horrifying. Oh Saint's son, do you want to take revenge? Do you want the group of people from the Questioning Sect to all be buried with you? Upon hearing this, the hairs of sweat stood up all over his body, only to feel that the sudden change that had occurred in front of him had subverted his previous knowledge. Elder Lu, you actually secretly colluded with the underworld abyss beings? This is the behavior of a traitor. It's to be spurned by the human race. If the sect finds out, how will you explain? Chen Lord said eagerly. Suddenly, as he stared at Lu Lao's smiling but silent expression, a thought flashed through his mind, and chill spread down his spine to the top of his head, as if he was about to lift his skull off. Originally, the sect has long ago. Chen Lord did not dare to say more. The pupils of his eyes trembled, only feeling very absurd. The Feathered Sect, the #1 human holy land in the eastern region, actually colluded with the underworld beings behind their backs? What's most devastating is that it's also the initiator of the Righteous Alliance? So it's all a self-directed show from start to finish. Chen Lord couldn't figure out how letting the Stygian abyss beings gain power would benefit the Feathered Sect. Isn't this kind of behavior like digging one's own grave? Elder Lu said. Saint's son, later you will know why the sect is doing this. This is the general trend. You have to believe that we are right. But, I am the commander of the allied forces of the Righteous Path previously resisted the underworld abyss beings, and recaptured a large amount of territory for the human race, and now you are asking me to betray the human race. Chen Lord gritted his teeth. His clenched fists were shaking, and this psychological hurdle was really difficult to pass. Elder Lu shook his head. Before, you were able to break through like a duck in a row. In fact, it was deliberately done by us. Didn't you realize that every battle you fought went smoothly? The alien armies were crushed at the slightest touch, and all of them fled without a second thought? Even if they had losses, the ones who died were only the bottom cannon fodder. How many real alien powerhouses have you killed? Boom! Hear that? Chen Wang was struck by lightning. The thought of all the previous experiences cooled my heart. It's just that Junlin teased him, but even his own people fooled him? What did I, Chen Lang, do wrong for God to treat me like this? Chapter 144, A Sort of Light and Cold in 14 States. Seeing that the youth was lost in thought and looked skeptical, Elder Lu said in a deep voice, Sacred son, you care too much about this kind of useless fame and fortune. The truth doesn't really matter. What's important is how you're going to get to a higher position. Chen Lord laughed miserably. What you mean is that you want me to follow you guys and join in the dirt? To do this kind of stench for years to come? He couldn't understand what the sect was doing. At least it was the #1 cultivation sanctuary in the eastern region. Why would it lower itself to cooperate with the underworld abyss beings? Wasn't it afraid of the east window coming out and attracting crusades from all sides? Saint's son, you don't know. The sect's cooperation with underworld abyss is just to deliver a pitch to the forces behind the curtain. The so-called righteousness of the human race is all illusory in the face of life and death. This world is about to usher in a drastic change. We have to plan early to continue the feathered sect's Dao lineage, Elder Lu said in a low tone. What? Shen Lord's breath stagnated. The amount of information revealed in these words is too great. Simply thinking carefully, is it really right for the sect to do this? Shen Lord's heart continued to struggle, and it was difficult to make a choice for a while. Elder Lu shook his head. You have a lot of potential. Even those few people appreciate you. In the future you are destined to walk flat out. Walk higher and see farther. Why limit yourself to this heaven and earth? When you become an immortal and an ancestor in the future, overlooking all beings, you will realize that fame and fortune are just floating clouds. The only truth is to be powerful. I've said all that needs to be said, so stay here and be good. Now I'm going on a killing spree. Boom! Terrifying aura burst out from the body. The surrounding sand and rocks are rapidly disintegrating. At this time, Lu Lao is full of hair and silk. His deep eyes contain monstrous killing intent, suddenly pulling up the ground and rushing to the sky. The whole mountain is collapsing. He was only seen transforming into a brilliant streak of light, furiously heading straight for the questioning sect. Yi Junlin, your opponent is the old man. The old voice was like muffled thunder exploding, carrying an extremely surging battle intent. Ask the sect. The allied forces of the three clans, the Dark Clan, the Night Clan, and the Shadow Clan, looked at the disciples and elders who were in disarray and in a state of panic, and each one of them had a very grim expression and a cruel smile. This group of Stygian abyss beings were about to start killing and bloodshed this ancient sect. As long as the questioning sect was completely eradicated, there would no longer be any power in this Tao state that could stop them. Sinful beasts, which one of you dares? In the depths of the Forbidden Land, several great powers of the transition realm stepped out, both male and female. All of them were the true underpinnings of the questioning sect, with ages comparable to living fossil-like existences. Seeing that the sect was facing extinction, they showed up to fight the invaders. Oh, this time we are determined to win. Sensing no small threat, the leader of the dark race let out a cold smile, and with an extra underworld Dan in his hand, he decisively chose to swallow it. Boom! Powerful aura like a volcano erupted. The cultivation of the dark race leader climbed to the perfection of the transition. His eyes erupted with dark purple divine aura, and his face was ferocious to the extreme, wanting to choose someone to devour. The dozen or so kings of the Shadow Clan and the Night Clan also pulled out pills and swallowed them, tilting their heads and letting out deafening long whistles, their bodies filled with terrifying auras, and their realms were all clear of transitional perfection. The several great powers of the questioning sect that walked out from the Forbidden Land had bean-sized beads of sweat overflowing from their foreheads, their expressions filled with incredulity. This time, the scales of victory tipped again, and ZZ's face was unsightly, and a deep sense of crisis welled up in his heart. He couldn't imagine that the questioning sect would be under deep siege one day. Patriarch and those who recognize the times are wise. Perhaps you can consider joining us? Then there is still a chance that you and your loved ones will survive this catastrophe. Otherwise, there will be no more chance of survival. The short and fat Shadow King said sorrowfully. Father, don't promise it. I'm not afraid to die. And Miaoi's eyes reddened, and ZZ's face showed bitterness. Miaoi, it's because father is useless and can't protect you. Then he looked at the short and fat Shadow King, his body bursting out with a dragon-like aura, his robes hunting, his face filled with determination to die, gritting his teeth. Sinful beast, my family has no cowards, and will never bow down to you. At worst, I will give up my life. If you don't know what to do, then you'll be buried with them, the short and fat Shadow King coldly said. Sovereign, Fanda was grieving, but his body was twisting alluringly, always feeling out of place on such occasions. Li Wujiu and their faces were grave, and one of them was poised to strike. After all, there were a dozen or so transitional perfectionists out there, and with the huge number of underworld abyss armies, this was bound to be a vicious battle. At this point, Yi Junlin was depressed. You Stygian abyssal beings, you need to stop messing with your mind so much. Can't you see I'm still eating? Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the questioning sect. The Tsang Yuan sword has been successfully upgraded to the immortal weapon level. Just then, a system beep sounded in his head. Tuzi, still sleeping well? Yi Junlin asked with feigned concern. Ding! Thanks to the host's concern, sleep is not bad. Oh. Asterisk 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 you. Do you really think I care about you? Do you have to wait until something happens to me, so you can go and eat, right? Ding! Oh, sad. How could the host think that? Next time I'll be prompt. I'll send 4. Ha! Hearing the system's unreliable promises, Yi Junlin said that it's fine for you to cheat others. Don't cheat yourself. Kill. Suddenly, the short and fat Shadow King snapped. his body vaporizing a monstrous black fury that filled the entire hall. The underworld abyss army outside also launched an offensive, and a bloody massacre was inevitable. No, the questioning sect cultivators were in despair. However, right at this moment, a clear and crisp sword sound rang out like a dragon's roar, instantly spreading over 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Boom! A vast and boundless horror spread out. The world only monotonous black and white color. As if time and space are frozen. The falling leaves are still. The picture is all fixed. Everyone was petrified, and the fear in their eyes was about to overflow. What's going on? A dozen or so Stygian abyssal kings' hearts trembled in fear, and they looked towards that great hall in unison, as the source of the aura came from there. At this very moment, the short and fat Shadow King was so scared that he was trembling all over, and finally flopped on his knees and fell to the ground, mumbling with a horrified face, This is the breath of an immortal weapon. Within the field of vision, a golden flying sword with immortal light flowing through the air surrounded the silver-haired youth's body, just like a great sun in full bloom surrounding, with a kind of sacred and inviolable meaning. Yi Junlin shook his head. What I hate the most is to be disturbed while eating. Obviously, you have violated a taboo. The short and fat Shadow King's scalp almost exploded, not realizing that there was actually a real big brother present. This is a legendary immortal weapon. Below immortals, who can match them? My little one deserves to die for disturbing senior's meal. We'll leave this place and never set foot here again. The short and fat Shadow King shivered. Late. Yi Junlin waved his sleeve. The Tsang Yuan sword swished and stabbed away. The magnificent sword light was as brilliant as divine punishment, carrying an unrivaled brilliant might. Ah! The screams came to an abrupt end. The body of the short and fat Shadow King was instantly annihilated, with no room for resistance at all. The crowd in the temple was dumbfounded. A powerhouse of the transitional juncture realm perfection was killed by this youth with a single sword. This is the power of an immortal weapon. How does this guy even have an immortal weapon? Red Thousand Leaves viciously sucked in cool air. As a former immortal, he had a very comprehensive knowledge of immortal weapons and knew how terrifying their power was. It should be known that the life force of the transitional realm was very tenacious, as long as it was not beaten to the point where the flesh burst into pieces. No matter how much it had been injured before, fleeing afterward could be restored intact. However, if one was injured by an immortal weapon, the wound wouldn't even be able to heal, and if the injury was more focused, the residual immortal Dao power would kill the transition realm in an instant. Most of all, immortal weapons were extremely rare in the lower realm. Even those immortals in the central region basically did not have any immortal weapons to use while they were at hand. That was why Hong Qianyi was so shocked that Yi Junlin had taken out an immortal weapon. That's not all. Yi Junlin's head full of silver hair danced about, his fingers flicked, and his mouth gently shouted, Go! Swish! The Tsang Yuan sword erupted with brilliant immortal light, dragging its trailing mane as it rushed out of the great hall. Come on! Run! The leader of the Dark Clan was horrified and chilled all over. It rode the underworld beast, tearing through the void and about to flee, only to be penetrated by the Tsang Yuan sword through its torso, and felt its life force rapidly draining away amidst its agonizing screams until it died completely. All of you, don't panic. I sense that the human race's realm is the same as ours. He must be barely able to catalyze his immortal weapon. If we join forces to resist, there is still a chance. A Night Race King held back his fear and said, That's right, we must join forces, kill him and take the immortal weapon. Led by the major kings, the underworld abyss army erupted with surging power, like a vast and boundless cloud rolling madly, wanting to devour the golden ancient sword of divine aura. Oh, not self-serving. Yi Junlin knew the calculations they were playing in their minds, but unfortunately, the mana in his body was several hundred times that of an ordinary transition realm perfection, and it was enough to use to catalyze the immortal weapon for a while. Giggle! The Tsang Yuan sword erupted with astonishing sword light, decimating the oppressive black mist. Countless screams rang out as millions of underworld abyss beings spilled their blood into the heavens, and those kings of the various races in the transitional realm couldn't even escape in time, obliterating under the sword light in despair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Lu, who had just stepped into the questioning sect, was about to go on a killing spree, but as a result of witnessing this scene, he was so scared that he was almost scared out of his wits, turning around and running away like a frightened rabbit. This Yi Junlin actually utilized an immortal weapon. Elder Lu was so scared that he was drenched in cold sweat, his lips were shivering, and the more he thought about it, the more he was scared and terrified. Lu, Elder Lu, this is... Looking at the flash of terrifying sword light that flew out of the questioning sect, Chen Lord felt his chest suffocating and his fear overflowing. Don't ask anything. Retreat quickly. Elder Lu reached out and grabbed Chen Lang, running away playfully. Wait for us. The accompanying feathered sect cultivators said in alarm, scared out of their wits. Rumbling, the vast dome of the sky was torn apart by the swordlight, and all the cultivators of Gongzhou raised their heads and looked at the brilliant swordlight that swept by so rapidly that they were shocked and bloodless. The great Tao states were also affected by this sword. Looking at the sword-light visage that surfaced above their heads, countless people were filled with shock that would be hard to forget in this life. A sword light chills 14 states. Chapter 145. Then came the music and the dance. After the sword was cut out, the Tsang Yuan sword dimmed and the energy fluctuations returned to silence. Collect! Yi Junlin waved his hand and took away this flying sword. It had to be said that under normal circumstances, even if one was at the perfection of the transition realm, just activating an immortal artifact would already be extremely laborious, not to mention doing it to such an extent. It's like how a toddler, an ordinary baby, has the strength to juggle a heavy, big Quanji sword. But there's an alternative, juggling a tiger. The foreigners are all destroyed and the crisis is over. The cultivators of the questioning sect returned to their senses and looked at each other. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a dream. Inside the great hall, the crowd's expressions were dumbfounded. That's the end of it? That was fast. What are you waiting for? Yi Junlin said in a serious manner. Then play the music. Then dance. Saying that, his gaze rested on Fan Dezheng. Yi Junlin rubbed his brow painfully, feeling that his eyes had received billions of times of bludgeoning damage. Fellow Daoist Fan, what's decent about your appearance? Get dressed. Fan Dezheng reacted from the shock. Bashful face reddened, hastily put on his robe and silently returned to his seat. Feeling that only he was hurt the most from the beginning to the end, his heart was full of holes. Thinking of what the short and fat Shadow King had done to him, Fan Dezheng couldn't help but have his breath shake cold. How should he face his fellow disciples in the future? This is a serious issue. And Zz's throat squirmed. Feeling his mouth dry, Daoist Yi, you usually carry an immortal weapon with you. Immortal weapons? This kind of supreme magic treasure only existed in the legends of the cultivation world, and even if they did, they were hidden in the top holy places and ancient religions, which were casually taken out. As a result, this youth in front of him really took it out. A crunchy messy kill, without any sense to speak of. Scary. It's really too scary. Yi Junlin said. Yes. Is there a problem? Anzi was messing around in place. Do you sound like this is a rare thing? And ZZ realized that he could not see through this youth more and more. Seems to make sense to keep his daughter enamored. After all, the most important thing to attract the opposite sex is mystery. The more you create that sense of mystery, the more intrigued you become, and eventually fall inextricably. And Miao Yi's eyes were on the verge of bursting with love. The scene of Yi Junlin using his flying sword and killing the four directions just now had been deeply imprinted in her mind and lingered on. The master is really. Li Wujiao could not describe that sword in words. 1,000 words could only converge into the simplest and most straightforward 2 words. Awesome. This is the most recognized comment among men. Man to man. Swish, swish, swish. Several powerful figures appeared in the hall. The same few transition realm powerhouses that had just walked out of the Forbidden Land. All of them who had always had honorable status in the questioning sect. All of them at this time had a constrained face as they arched their hands and bowed to Yi Junlin. Many thanks to this Taoist friend for his help. The intimidation brought about by that sword left them all with palpitations in their hearts that they would never be able to forget in their lives. Yi Junlin waved his hand. A show of hands. You're all here. Just eat something here. If you didn't know, you'd think he was the one who owned the place. Those few powerhouses looked at each other and let out a bitter smile, arching their hands and saying, then we will respectfully follow your orders. And ZZ sighed. After this battle, the crisis in Gongzhou will be lifted, and Daoist Yi's fame will be at its peak. It will steadily suppress the Yuhua sect's Chen Lord. Humph. What is that Chen surnamed one? He's worthy of being compared to my master, Li Wujiao said disdainfully. Yi Junlin pretended to dry cough a few times. Face serious, are just vanity, for the teacher has always been indifferent to fame and fortune. Upon hearing this, and ZZ and the others became even more impressed. The only one who couldn't help but roll his eyes was Red Chiba, who knew his character well. It's also loaded. That's all. The party continued as usual. The crowd ate and drank to their heart's content, their faces beaming with joy. It was as if nothing had happened before. After the wine and dinner, Yi Junlin burped with satisfaction. The signing reward had arrived smoothly, and after dabbling in a big meal, it was time to slap his butt and leave. The little boy reappeared as a Koan Pang, letting out a joyful cry and flapping his wings to set off majestic air currents. Gentlemen, I'll see you later. Yi Junlin waved his hand and turned around in a dashing manner. And Zizai led the cultivators of the questioning sect to collectively send Yi Junlin and the others off. Yi Gongzi, looking in the far-away direction, and Miaoyi was lost in thought. only feeling empty in her heart. Mioi, work hard. A man like this is the goal you're chasing, but there's also a possibility that you won't be able to chase after him for the rest of your life, so you have to be mentally prepared. And ZZ sighed. It can't be helped. Who made you choose such a man? And Mioi murmured. I don't ask myself to be able to catch up with him, but as long as I can follow him and look at him from afar, it's enough. The countless male disciples in the back had a feeling of heartbreak when they heard it. Ouch. It hurts too much. The goddess who stood tall in their eyes actually had such a humble moment, but there was no way around it. Who made the other party the god of kill? Yi Junlin. The existence of a sword that uniquely cuts through the ages. Therefore, there was not the slightest bit of jealousy in the hearts of the group, but only worship and awe. Aftermath. Regarding the origin of that heavenly sword light, all the forces in the eastern domain were frantically prying until the truth was revealed, and countless people's hearts trembled for it. What? Senior Yi decimated the underworld abyss army with a single sword. More than a dozen kings of the transition realm all died horribly on the spot. This is too much. This is only the reincarnation of the sword immortal. It's rumored that what he used was an immortal weapon. An immortal weapon? How is this possible? He actually has this kind of supreme magic treasure? Discussions arose everywhere. Yi Junlin's prestige was soaring wildly, and all the previous rumors were resolved. As for Lord Chen, he was also rumored to have suffered a disastrous defeat to Kuan Pang, and his reputation was directly in tatters, and he was jokingly referred to as the man who soaked in the pit of urine. Feathered Gate. Due to the fact that the saint's son had disgraced himself outside, many of the disciples and elders were sullen, and the atmosphere was very depressing and heavy. On the back of the mountain, in a cavernous paradise that had been opened up, there was an old man and a young man stepping towards the depths. This small world, there was no distinction between day and night, and there was no vibrant scene of death. Elder Lu, what is here? Chen Lord felt the gloomy aura around him and said jitterily. Ever since he had learned that the Feathered Sect's senior management had betrayed the human race and colluded with the underworld beings, his beliefs had been dealt a huge blow, and he could no longer look straight at what was going on here. Elder Lu said indifferently. Things have changed, and I have to take you to see a few important people. Important person? Chen Lang was chilled to the bone. At the end, a magnificent middle-aged figure stood, dressed in the highest specification of the Feathered Sect's clothing, with eyes that were as bright as stars, and an aura that was grand and boundless. Zong, Patriarch. Chen Lord's heart was startled, not expecting that even the Patriarch was here. The Feathered Sect Patriarch nodded. You are the only one within all the saint sons of the past generations who was qualified to come here. In the past, Chen Lord would have been flattered, but now he always felt inexplicably uneasy. What exactly is next? Who are we meeting?